Chapter 1. Eternal Life at the Qi Condensation Stage. Hayward Sect. This was the name of the sect where Chris resided, and this sect's location was in the Thousand-Mile Mountain, which lay 3,000 miles west of White Day City in the heavenly martial immortal dynasty in the eastern region of the Xianxia world. This mountain stood at an impressive height of 154.93 meters. It was considered a sacred mountain by the people of Thousand Mile Village because atop this mountain, there were two high-ranking cultivators. On the summit of the Thousand Mile Village Sacred Mountain. Brody, just consider how close I am to death. Please tell me what level you truly are. An old Taoist with white beard and hair, covered in age spots, lay weakly in the arms of a young man, his cloudy eyes filled with a desperate yearning for the truth. The youth, looking at the elder, said compassionately, Qi Condensation Stage. Shameless old thief. I started up this mountain with you when I was 6, and back then, you claimed you were at the Qi Condensation Stage. Now that I'm already dying as a Foundation Establishment cultivator, you still claim to be at the Qi Condensation Stage. Brody, I hate you. Burp. The old man took his last breath without closing his eyes. Feeling his disciples' despair even in death, the young man sighed deeply and gently closed the old man's eyes. He had felt this before. It wasn't the first time he faced such accusations. Many of his previous disciples had passed away with the same feelings. But what could the youth do? He couldn't help it. This young man named Chris was originally from Earth, a transmigrant who had come over 100,000 years ago. Upon arriving, he found himself on this mountain outside Thousand Mile Village. Back then, this holy mountain towered nearly 19 kilometers into the sky. When Chris appeared on top of the mountain after transmigration, he nearly suffocated to death due to the thin air. It was the Hayward Sect, renowned as the premier sect of its time, that saved him. Their patriarch discovered that Chris had extraordinary physical attributes, triple supreme quality, indicating he was destined to become immortal. Ecstatic, the patriarch immediately accepted Chris as his disciple. Indeed, the patriarch's instincts proved right. While others took months or even years to harness Qi into their bodies, Chris achieved this in mere moments, just 3 blinks of an eye. Afterward, he advanced a rank every single day. Yes, you read that correctly. Chris would ascend 1 level every day. Within 9 days, he reached the peak of the 10th level of Qi condensation. This astonished everyone in the Hayward Sect. Unanimously, they decided to give Chris the best resources available because he might achieve immortality within half a year. So the sect Brody showered Chris with endless resources. Without failing them, Chris broke through again on the very next day. To the 11th level of Qi condensation, the sect Brody was momentarily dumbfounded. But thinking about it, geniuses were different. Perhaps the 11th layer was the ultimate stage of Qi condensation. Maybe they had all been mistaken, while Chris was the true path. No wonder they could never achieve immortality. The Hayward sect poured more resources into Chris's training. And so, Chris surged ahead relentlessly. 12th layer of Qi condensation. 13th layer. 14th. 15th. 6th. 128th. Thus, over 300 years, Chris depleted all the resources of the Hayward sect and successfully advanced to the 2,333rd layer of Qi condensation. Everyone in the Hayward sect was flabbergasted. They began to suspect if Chris might actually be a dud all along. As time went on, he couldn't learn any spells or techniques beyond Qi condensation. This further confirmed their suspicions. Their despair grew deeper, knowing that countless resources spent over millennia had only cultivated a dud at the Qi condensation stage. Outraged, the current sect Brody died on the spot, staring accusingly at Chris much like the disciples did. This filled Chris with guilt. Moreover, with all resources depleted, the sect members were left without any means to train. Combined with the fact that all those resources yielded only a single Qi condensation disciple, the Hayward sect became a laughingstock. Daylins and disciples left in droves. The once proud Hayward sect declined rapidly. Filled with guilt, and having nowhere else to go, Chris stayed to protect the Hayward sect. Strangely enough, although Qi condensation cultivators usually lived only up to 100 years, Chris had survived for over 10,000 centuries without dying. Due to neglect and the passage of time, the sacred mountain had eroded over the years until it stood just over 100 meters tall. Surveying the desolate landscape, Chris looked at his disciple's lifeless body. Shaking his head, he hoisted the body and carried it towards the nearby forest. Each step he took covered several miles instantly. Had there been outsiders, they would have been astounded by this technique called step shrinking technique, one of the supreme martial arts in the cultivation world, something many aspired to master. But no, what Chris used was simply the most basic technique for Qi condensation cultivators, swift walking spell. Ordinarily, this spell increased speed by just 10% above normal. It was among the most common spells sold at market stalls in the cultivation world. But as an old saying goes, if you persevere long enough, even an iron rod can become a needle. Having practiced this spell for tens of thousands of years, Chris turned it into the powerful step shrinking technique, capable of covering hundreds or even thousands of miles in an instant. Initially, Chris felt immense joy upon mastering this spell. Did it mean he had a chance to break through? Excited, he secluded himself for 3 months. Sure enough, he managed to advance to the 10,086th layer of Qi condensation. These memories flashed through Chris's mind as he arrived at a familiar place he visited numerous times before. Here lay a vast cemetery with over 1,000 graves. Every tombstone bore the inscription, Loved Disciple XXX Grave. These were all graves of Chris's deceased disciples. Too many had passed away over the years. Placing the newly deceased disciple in a pre-dug grave, Chris gazed at him one last time and remarked, Indeed, talent cannot be relied upon. Your talent far surpassed your 9th senior sister, yet she became a renowned demon clan empress, while you quietly aged and died here. Though he seemed to be speaking about his disciple, wasn't he also mocking himself? Many of his former disciples had gained widespread fame. Some founded sects, becoming patriarchs of top-ranked sects. Others ruled over myriad beasts, known as fearsome demon queens. There was also the demon griffin who dominated the dark realm, and the wandering swordsman, rumored to be the greatest swordsman of eternity. Yet who would believe these legendary figures were trained by a master who couldn't even break through the chi condensation stage? Chris shook his head, buried the disciple properly, and inscribed his name on the tombstone. Surprisingly, after writing names for thousands of tombstones, his handwriting improved significantly. Looking at the elegant characters, he felt quite satisfied. However, realizing he would be alone on the mountain in the future filled him with sorrow. Just as he pondered whether to descend the mountain and take another disciple, a loud rumble echoed behind him. The sacred mountain collapsed. Turning around in disbelief, Chris watched dust fly everywhere. He had outlived the entire Hayward sect. All his disciples had died. Now even the sacred mountain crumbled beneath the weight of time. Cultivation rankings * chi condensation, foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul, spirit transformation, fusion, grotto profound, unity with Tao, void absorption, tribulation transcendence, supreme, world lord. Artifact rankings * dharma artifact, spirit treasure, magic treasure, Tao tool, immortal artifact, **. Chapter 2, 10,000 years, 8,000 disciples. By the time Chris recovered from his grief, he felt completely disheartened. The thought of taking on new disciples was entirely out of the question now that the sacred mountain was no more. Where could he possibly teach them? Moreover, finding a new place to live had become an urgent matter. While cultivators were not concerned with material comforts, enduring constant exposure was unbearable. Chris took one last look at the graves of his many disciples. Without unforeseen circumstances, he likely would never return here. He turned and walked away. As he approached Cliffside Village, he saw all the villagers kneeling in horror toward the direction of the collapsed sacred mountain. When they noticed him, the village elder hobbled forward cautiously. "Immortal, why did the mountain collapse?" he asked. I was practicing my cultivation and accidentally put too much force into it," Chris casually lied. The elder believed him and was stunned by the power, instinctively asking, what kind of technique could be so powerful? "The heavenly Edmund technique," Chris replied earnestly. Unbelievably, this wasn't some random fabrication. It was an actual technique from the former way of Heaven sect, a powerful fire-based skill. It was said that when perfected, one could pluck the sun from the sky as a weapon. The name alone struck awe into the elder's heart, prompting even greater reverence and praise. Originally intending to leave quietly, Chris decided to explain due to the long-standing hospitality of the village. "The mountain has collapsed, and I must leave. I probably won't return," he said. At these words, the villagers panicked, especially the elder. Tears welled up in his eyes in a way that would have made countless young celebrities ashamed. "You can't go, immortal. What will we do if monsters attack us or bandits invade? If you have nowhere else to go, you can stay in our village. Newly widowed Luna at the West End just lost her husband. Maybe you could stay with her for a while? Or Rona in the East hasn't had anyone around recently either. Really desperate? How about Luna Quifflower? She's the village beauty, and you once praised her beauty." The elder desperately tried to retain him, but Chris was appalled. "What do you take me for? My upbringing forbids such behavior." Luna and Zhao's widow rushed over, pleading with him tearfully. Despite being simple village women, their fair skin and curvaceous figures exuded a captivating charm. Chris stood dumbfounded, thinking, so this elder really knows people. Just then, an old, wrinkled woman shuffled over. Her face flushed with embarrassment. She spoke shyly. "Immortal, do you remember me? I'm Luna Quifflower. You once said you should marry someone like me." Chris couldn't believe his ears. Praise from years ago? At least 50 years. He backed away immediately. "There's no need to hold me back. All gatherings must come to an end. Farewell." With that, he used a teleportation technique and vanished within moments, leaving the villagers staring into empty space. After leaving Cliffside Village, Chris felt a sudden sense of confusion. In this vast world, where should I go? He had no family or close friends, though he had many disciples. Living for 10,000 years inevitably led to loneliness. Initially, he tried keeping dogs and chickens for company, but an incident with a rogue chicken ended that. Later, he began raising humans, taking on disciples. Over those 10,000 years, he had roughly 8,000 disciples. Most had died. A few became powerful figures, and even fewer became legends still alive today. However, his relationship with most was not good. Being only at the chi condensation stage, he could guide them only to the foundation establishment stage. The higher levels of the sect's secret technique, the Way of Heaven Sutra, he dared not teach because he didn't fully understand them. Disciples, sensing their potential wasted, grew discontent and left, often joining other forces. Chris found this deeply frustrating. After the fall of the Way of Heaven sect, everything valuable was taken, leaving him with nothing to teach or provide. No one believed a chi condensation cultivator could live so long. Not even he understood it himself. Thus, turning to disciples for help was out of the question. So, where should he go? While contemplating, he spotted a troop of armored soldiers racing towards him. Clad in black armor, faces hidden by masks, even their horses wore armor. Recognizing the Black Armor Corps, the private army of White Edmund City, known for their ruthless efficiency, Chris tensed. These troops had wiped out villages and showed no mercy. They stopped before him, and the leader reined in his horse abruptly, towering over Chris menacingly. He demanded coldly, "Do you know where Cliffside Village is?" A chill ran down Chris's spine. "Why do you seek Cliffside Village?" "They have always been law-abiding citizens," he responded, defending the village. The leader snapped, "Enough talk. You're speaking for Cliffside Village. Are you from there?" "Yes," Chris nodded. "Very well," the leader acknowledged, then thrust his spear at Chris's forehead. "Die." End of chapter 2. Hashtag chapter 3. I really am at the chi condensation stage. Chris's pupils constricted, and he swiftly took a step back. The black armored general's spear missed its target, leaving him greatly surprised. Just a measly chi condensation practitioner, yet you managed to evade my attack? Your Xianxia village does indeed have some skills. No wonder you dared to rebel. For better fluency and natural reading in English, it could be adjusted as, your Xianxia village does have some skills. No wonder you dared to rebel. The black armored general sneered coldly. Chris was taken aback. Rebellion? How is that even possible? Considering the elderly, women, and children in Cliff's End village, the idea of a rebellion was laughable. It would be a miracle if they could even manage to reproduce. But the black armored general paid no heed. Their sole duty was to kill. Soldiers, listen. Charge towards Cliffside Village immediately. Anyone who obstructs us die. The translation aims to maintain the meaning and style of the original text while ensuring it reads naturally in English. Xianxia is translated as Cliffside Village, providing a more fluent reading experience for English speakers. With a roar, the black armored general led the charge. Over 100 black armored soldiers followed suit, riding directly towards Chris. These black armored soldiers were all at the peak of the Foundation establishment stage, far surpassing Chris in cultivation level. Moreover, with their special armor artifacts, they formed a unified force that rivaled a golden core powerhouse. The black armored soldiers charged with lethal intent, aiming to eliminate Chris before heading to destroy Horizon Village. Chris didn't have time to ask questions. He certainly didn't want these people to reach Cliff's End Village. He gripped the long sword on his waist. And then, the sword was unsheathed. Sword drawing technique. 100-meter-long streak of light descended from the sky, cleaving through the air ahead. The charging black armored soldiers did not stop. They continued forward. But with their actions, a red line appeared on their foreheads. The line quickly spread, slicing through noses, mouths, throats, hearts. Finally, man and horse split into two halves and crashed to the ground. The masks of the black armored soldiers shattered, revealing their true faces. Every face was filled with disbelief. After all, they were at the Foundation establishment stage. Moreover, their armor was a high-grade artifact capable of defending against golden core powerhouses. Yet, they had been cut down by a single strike from a chi condensation practitioner. The sole remnant of the black armored general floated out of his body. Foundation establishment cultivators couldn't cultivate a primordial spirit, so as the wind blew, the remnant began to dissipate. Before it completely vanished, the general asked bitterly, "What is your cultivation?" "Chi condensation." "You are deceiving even the dead, you monster, unworthy of being a strong cultivator." "Alright, at least tell me, what was the name of the sword technique that killed me?" "Basic sword technique, sword drawing technique," Chris said helplessly. The black armored general's sole remnant exploded in rage before dissipating entirely. As it disappeared, faint words drifted in the sky. Damn. Chris's face turned dark from the curse. I really am at the chi condensation stage. And I use the basic sword technique everyone in the cultivation world knows. It just evolved because I practiced this move for 10,000 years, drawing the sword tens of thousands of times daily. Chris looked at the sword on his waist, hiding his inner grievance, and smiled warmly. It was the only memento left by his master, the last patriarch of the Alden sect. Dao Tian sword. Only the patriarch of the Alden sect could wield this sword. And it was because of this that it hadn't been damaged after 10,000 years. Chris calmed down and gazed at the black-armored corpses solemnly. Something wasn't right. Xianxia village absolutely wouldn't rebel. This translation maintains the meaning and reads naturally in English. However, to enhance fluency and provide more context, it can be slightly adjusted. Xianxia village absolutely had no capability or intention to rebel. This version offers a smoother read while preserving the original meaning. They didn't have the audacity or the capability. But for White Day City to mobilize such force against a small, remote village, especially by deploying the infamous Black Armored Army, this must mean they received reliable information. Who would go out of their way to defame such a tiny village? Could it be targeting him? After all, during these 10,000 years, Chris had faced countless assassination attempts, sometimes from former Alden sect members, or from his own disciples, either to test his true strength, or to obtain the treasure sword hidden at his waist, which held the greatest secret of the Alden sect. After much thought, Chris couldn't figure it out. Deciding to investigate White Day City, he covered up the black armored soldiers' bodies to buy some time. Then, he took a step covering 100 miles. In mere breaths, he arrived at the gate of White Day City. Upon arriving, he found it under strict quarantine. Soldiers were thoroughly checking everyone entering or leaving the city. The queue to enter extended for miles. Chris had to join the line. He politely inquired a kindly young cultivator in front of him, "Fellow Taoist, may I ask what happened in White Day City?" The young cultivator sighed. "Well, some fools tried to assassinate the Archie. They're searching the whole city, hence the lockdown." Chris's eyes flashed. Was the attack on Xianxia village related to the Archie's assassination? Note, the term Xianxia should be translated as Xianxia village to maintain consistency and readability in English. Here is the improved translation. Was the attack on Xianxia village related to the Archie's assassination? He pressed further. Can they catch them this way? Do they have portraits of the assassins? Yes, they're posted there. The young cultivator pointed toward the city gate. Chris strained his eyes. Common knowledge states that chi condensation practitioners cannot release their spiritual senses externally. Though Chris had cultivated over 10,000 layers within the chi condensation stage, his spiritual sense remained undeveloped. Because he realized he lacked a primordial spirit. When someone once attacked him using a primordial spirit-based technique, it was ineffective. Thus, Chris couldn't monitor an entire city or country like higher cultivators could. So he practiced the most basic bright eye technique daily. This spell brightened one's vision, allowed night vision, and prevented myopia. Quantity can lead to quality changes. After 10,000 years of practice, Chris's skill developed similar effects to Heavenly Eye. Despite the distance and small size of the wanted poster, he saw every detail clearly. But when Chris saw the portrait, his face tightened. The wanted person was his disciple. Admitted around 248 years ago, ranked 8,847th among his disciples. The one who died earlier was 8,848. So Chris named this disciple Cora. Cough, drifting off topic, back to this assassin disciple. Sage was one of the few disciples who didn't break ties with Chris. She was gifted and kind-hearted. When Chris urged her to leave the mountain to join other sects for better cultivation methods, she left tearfully after performing 3 prostrations and 9 knocks. Later, Chris secretly checked on her a few times. He found her as gentle and polite as ever. Such an honest girl wouldn't attempt an assassination unless forced. Could the attack on Horizon Village be because of Sage? Chris's expression darkened, intending to find his poor disciple. Chapter 4, Brody's Bad Habits. Chris arrived at Beidasheng from Tianya Village. A journey of 3,000 miles, which he completed in less than a minute. However, it took him 3 hours to queue and enter through the city gates. After finally entering the city, Chris's eyes flashed with light as he scanned his surroundings. He had activated Heavenly Eye vision. In his eyes, the entire city was completely visible without any obstructions. Whether it was ordinary households or the grand mansions protected by formations, even the Jamil's residence was seen clearly by Chris. As for those low-level disguises and camouflage, they were no match for Chris's vision. Soon, he found Talia, Sage. That silly girl was hiding in the underground drainage system within the Jamil's residence. She hadn't managed to leave the Jamil's residence yet? Poor girl. Chris remembered how she loved her beauty. Her makeup was always perfect, and she'd be furious if even one strand of hair was out of place, pouting with dissatisfaction. Now, however, she was hiding in the dirty and stinky underground drainage system. It must mean she truly despised the person she wanted to kill. Chris continued inspecting the Jamil's residence. The mansion had been sealed off, and many soldiers were searching every corner. Clearly, they suspected that Talia hadn't escaped. Following their thorough search method, it would take them no more than half an hour to find her. Chris thought he had come just in time. For the moment, he couldn't think of a clever plan. To save her, he could only distract the Jamil's residence using a special method. Chris found a secluded corner, covered his face, and then rushed straight to the Jamil's residence. Outside the Jamil's residence, a group of guards patrolled tightly. Seeing Chris dressed as a fierce bandit, they immediately shouted in anger, "Who are you?" Chris remained calm, saying sternly, "Remember this. My name is Clarence." Then, he drew his sword. The long sword unsheathed, like a dragon flashing through the air. That terrifying sword energy made all the soldiers fall to the ground, trembling in fear. The great array of the Jamil's residence automatically activated to defend against Chris's sword energy, but was still cleaved apart by one strike. The entire Jamil's residence was split in two by the sword energy, with a deep furrow plowed into the earth. Chris used a very precise force, splitting the ground exactly half a foot in front of his disciple. Then, he grabbed his bewildered disciple from afar. "Who are you, daring to create chaos in our Beidasheng?" A roar came from inside the Jamil's residence, followed by a terrifying net covering down. A large hand also struck toward Talia, who was being pulled away. Turned out Beidasheng didn't really fail to find anyone. They pretended not to find her and deliberately issued a warrant, waiting for reinforcements to capture everyone at once. Unfortunately, they underestimated Chris's ability. Without waiting for the hand to arrive, Chris grabbed his disciple and stepped away into the distance, covering 1,000 miles in one step. "Shrinking space," roared a voice from Beidasheng. "Who are you?" Chris didn't answer, continuing farther away. Only when he confirmed they couldn't catch up did he stop at a secluded village. They halted, and Chris removed his bandit mask. Tamaraxi, who had been on high alert, immediately bowed down. "Disciple greets Brody." "Good girl, Talia. Stand up," Chris said with a smile. "Brody, can you please not call me by that name?" Tamaraxi asked. "Can't I call you Kiki or Yenner?" Tamaraxi's beautiful face filled with grievances. She ranked among the top 10 beauties of the heavenly Wu immortal dynasty. Countless admirers pursued her, respectfully calling her Fairy Kiki. But to her master, she was just a string of numbers. Chris nodded instantly. "All right, I understand, Talia." Tamaraxi sighed in resignation. Then she asked curiously, "How did Brody know I was here?" This time it was Chris's turn to sigh regretfully. "Your junior brother died. The holy mountain collapsed. I came out looking for a place to stay and encountered Beidasheng sending troops to exterminate Tianya village. Feeling something was off, I came to investigate and found you. As for why you tried to assassinate the Jamil," Tamaraxi's eyes flashed with intense killing intent. "That bastard lusted after my beauty and, to capture me, slaughtered over 2,000 people in my sect. Fortunately, I escaped quickly." Chris's face darkened. Indeed, he deserved to die. Hearing this, Tamaraxi immediately kneeled and pleaded, "Brody, I know I'm foolish and you don't see my potential. But please, for the sake of our master-disciple relationship, teach me some divine arts so I can avenge myself by killing the Jamil of Beidasheng." Chris's face froze. "I'm not refusing to teach you. It's that I really can't." Tamaraxi felt utterly hopeless. Like others, she believed Chris was unwilling to teach her. Seeing this, Chris felt sympathy. "Don't worry, Brody will help you take revenge." Tamaraxi's dim eyes lit up with bright light. "Really? Of course, why would I lie to you?" Chris smiled. "Thank you, Brody. I knew Brody cares for me most." Tamaraxi was overjoyed. She knew that with Brody's involvement, the vengeance for her fallen sect mates had a chance. Chris wasn't happy though. Looking at the joyful Tamaraxi, his gaze deepened. He knew very well about his disciple's beauty. That breathtakingly beautiful face, exquisite features, coupled with a graceful yet fiery body. Every man would be mesmerized just by a glance. Calling her a fairy descended from the heavens wouldn't be an exaggeration. Such peerless beauty was extremely rare in the entire heavenly Wu immortal dynasty. Ordinarily, numerous influential figures would have coveted her. Even to win her favor, they would never let her encounter such hardship. But why did no one intervene when Tamaraxi's sect was wiped out? Beidasheng alone wasn't enough to instill such fear. Unless there was a more formidable entity backing Beidasheng. Regardless, bullying his disciple was unacceptable. Chris decided to help his disciple get revenge. Noticing Tamaraxi's mood improving, Chris asked, "Do you know why Beidasheng attacked Tianya village?" "I don't know. I never revealed my connection with you." "Maybe the events just coincided," Tamaraxi speculated. Chris, however, felt the matter wasn't that simple. He hoped it wasn't related to any of his disciples. It seemed he needed to talk to the Jamil of Beidasheng. "You clean up first, then we'll go take revenge," Chris said. Tamaraxi had been barely holding on. Hearing Brody's words, she disappeared in a flash. Finding a quiet spot, she washed her body repeatedly and changed clothes, applying unique perfumes all over. When she returned to Chris, she kept sniffing herself. With a distressed pretty face, she asked, "Brody, am I not smelly anymore?" "Yes, very fragrant," Chris comforted. Tamaraxi felt better but still felt uneasy, occasionally sniffing her arms and clothes. Knowing her temperament, Chris didn't delay and took her back to Beidasheng. The atmosphere in Beidasheng was heavier than before. The city gates were closed, disallowing entry and exit. Even the protective city array was activated. Clearly, they were terrified by Chris's sword strike. Looking at the massive formation, Tamaraxi hesitated. "Brody, can you break this formation?" "Nothing can withstand a single sword strike," Chris said calmly. "What if you can't?" Rolling his eyes, Chris replied, "Then we run. If you can't fight, why not run? You crazy or something?" Tamaraxi was speechless. Fortunately, she knew her master's peculiar character. Despite being a super expert who lived for 10,000 years, he liked to pretend to be in the cultivation stage. He also had a foot fetish and a bad habit of grabbing soft things whenever he was nervous. As for how Tamaraxi found out about these quirks, it all started with an incident where both master and disciple got drunk. Cough, but that incident has nothing to do with Beidasheng, so let's not go into details now. We'll save it for another day. Chris stared ahead, gripping the sword in his hand tightly before suddenly unsheathing it. This time, a blade of energy 10 times more terrifying than before slashed out, stretching for 1,000 feet. Chapter 5. I see through you. As the lightning flashed and fell, the massive defensive light barrier that encased the entire White Day city burst into fragments. Tamara, witnessing this scene, was filled with disbelief. She knew her Brody was formidable, but she never imagined her Brody could be so overwhelmingly powerful. This was the city's defensive array. Even if all the members of Tamara's sect had attacked together back then, it would have been difficult to break through. Now, it shattered because of just one strike from her Brody. "Brody, you said you don't know any supernatural techniques. As soon as I arrived, I saw you slicing through a city." Tamara was incomparably excited, her beautiful eyes brimming with admiration as she looked at Chris. The many cultivators of White Day City were also dumbfounded, especially those from the Jamil's mansion. They were already in panic. Again? That single strike just now when you sliced open the Jamil's mansion was frightening enough. This time, you even shattered the entire city's protective formation? Is this the power of laws? The opponent must be at least in the Grotto Profound realm. The Jamil of White Day City was merely at the nascent soul realm. He could no longer withstand the pressure and bravely flew up to the city gate tower to look at Chris and Tamara. Upon seeing Tamara instantly, the Jamil understood. It seemed this woman had brought help. This made the Jamil inwardly sigh. Why didn't those idiots tell me that besides that small sect, this woman had such a terrifying powerhouse backing her? However, after seemingly inspecting Chris's strength, he found that he was only at the chi condensation stage. What situation is this? Hiding his true strength on purpose? You unleashed such an earth-shattering strike just now. How are you hiding it now? But the Jamil didn't dare ask, for these high-level cultivators were generally old monsters. And old monsters usually had certain quirks. For self-preservation, the Jamil decided to act foolish, bowing politely and asked Chris, "May I ask which exalted being you are? Why did you attack White Day City? Are you displeased with your junior, or do you have grievances with the heavenly martial immortal dynasty?" The Jamil deliberately mentioned the heavenly martial immortal dynasty to intimidate Chris. "We have people above us." Chris stood there calmly and replied, "Let's find a quiet place to talk. I have some questions for you. How about we chat inside White Day City?" The Jamil cautiously invited him. He dared not follow Chris elsewhere. Chris shrugged. "All right." Tamara was slightly nervous. "Brody, what if they play tricks?" "Don't worry. Do you think my escape skills after 10,000 years of cultivation are for fun?" Chris said confidently. "All right." Tamara couldn't imagine how her Brody could proudly speak of cultivating escape skills. Chris and Tamara entered White Day City. Seeing them agree, the Jamil also sighed in relief. He took Chris to a restaurant, intending to invite him to a banquet. Trying to end enmity with a cup of wine. Seeing the Jamil smiling and arranging the feast, Chris couldn't help but sigh. Do these people think everything can be resolved with 3 cups of self-punishment? Inside the restaurant's private room, the Jamil, upon seeing Chris's young and handsome face up close, couldn't help but think critically. This old monster really likes pretending to be young. However, as the Jamil carefully felt the aura emanating from Chris, he sensed something wrong. An important manifestation of a cultivator reaching a profound realm is the condensation of their body into an impervious fortress, preventing internal essence from leaking out through pores. Yet, Chris's aura was leaking, and his body lacked the integrated feel of jade. The Jamil suspiciously refocused on Chris's forehead, known as the spiritual platform. Cultivators reaching the foundation establishment stage most prominently display an external projection of their mental awareness. This awareness continuously cleanses the spiritual platform, over time producing a luminous glow. High-level cultivators might conceal the luminosity of their spiritual platform, but it wouldn't be completely dim like Chris's. So, could this kid really just be at the chi condensation stage? But what about that shocking strike earlier? Could these two possess some powerful spirit treasure? The Jamil's thoughts raced, even giving rise to intense greed. But his face still showed utmost reverence. He even pulled out a chair for Chris to sit down. Chris sat. Tamara didn't sit. Instead, she obediently stood behind Chris, gently massaging his shoulders. Feeling the familiar comfortable force, Chris couldn't help but recall the scene 200 years ago when this girl first climbed the mountain. Unfortunately, the Jamil spoke without tact. May I ask your esteemed name? Today, you destroyed our city's defense array. If the Emperor asks later, your junior needs an explanation. Lifiu. Chris replied calmly. The Jamil's eyes flickered, as if trying to recall this name. Stop thinking. I've lived in seclusion for a long time and don't like showing off, so there are no legends about me in the world. I'm not here to exchange pleasantries. Tell me why you wiped out my disciple's entire sect. Chris coldly demanded. Tamara glared at the Jamil with hatred, wishing she could tear him apart. The Jamil immediately replied, this wasn't my intention, and as you can see, White Day City doesn't have that kind of power. Chris understood the truth in his words. Because he once visited Tamara's sect out of concern. That sect was a top-tier power within the heavenly martial immortal dynasty. A few White Day cities wouldn't dare to approach it casually. Not to mention now, with only one city's military force, it was impossible to destroy Tamara's sect. Cold-faced, Chris interrogated. Then who did it? Speak up, and I'll let you live. Tamara wasn't satisfied. She didn't want this Jamil to live. But to find the real culprit, she endured it for the moment. The Jamil didn't respond but poured Chris a cup of wine. Sir, I will tell you the identity of the instigator, but not now. Have a drink, calm down, and let's talk. Hurry up, otherwise, my Brody will kill you on the spot. Tamara couldn't contain herself, shouting sternly. But the Jamil paid no heed to her, speaking to Chris instead. Sir, you refuse to drink even a cup of wine. Do you fear I'll poison it? Chris narrowed his eyes, staring at the Jamil. Are you testing me? Tamara also shouted angrily. You are truly audacious, seeking death. The Jamil didn't speak, glancing between Tamara and Chris. After a moment, it seemed he suddenly made a decision. His fear vanished, replaced by a smirk. I've been testing you since the beginning. You're obviously strong and came here seeking revenge, but were too lenient with me. Moreover, I've heard all the names of the top-tier experts of the heavenly martial immortal dynasty, yet I've never heard of Lifiu. Even though I'm just at the nascent soul stage, I understand that after breaking through, one can use a technique called soul search. With your displayed strength, if you truly wanted to know the truth, why not use soul search on me rather than patiently asking questions? Unless, you didn't really care to know the truth, or perhaps you aren't any expert at all, and you were just bluffing with the spirit treasure. Or maybe I suspect that the spirit treasure or charm you used for that earth-shattering strike requires recharging before it can be used again. The Jamil slowly rose, staring coldly at Chris. He seriously doubted Chris's identity. Thus, he decided to boldly try and expose them both. ####Chapter 6. Hope for a wealthy woman to see through my disguise. Tamara could only sneer when she heard the Archie's analysis. How did this imbecile become the Archie? Meanwhile, Chris fell silent. But the Archie, seeing their silence, took it as confirmation of his suspicions. With an air of smug satisfaction, he barked, hand over the treasure, and I may spare your lives. Whoosh. Chris swiftly drew and sheathed his sword in one fluid motion. His sword technique was at its pinnacle. Even the Archie, at the nascent soul stage, couldn't follow the speed. Yet, both of the Archie's arms had already fallen to the ground, spewing blood. The Archie froze momentarily before the excruciating pain hit him, turning his face deathly pale. The agony came from the wounds, the excessive blood loss, but more importantly, sheer terror. He had made a grave mistake. He's truly a top expert. What the hell? A top expert pretending to be at the chi condensation stage? Gulp. The Archie knelt on the ground, pleading for mercy in sheer terror. Please forgive me, honored senior. I misjudged you terribly. I didn't recognize a mountain like Mount Tai when I saw it. Spare my worthless life. Treat me like a speck of dust. Seeing such a mighty nascent soul powerhouse kneeling before her, begging forgiveness for her and her master, Tamara felt immensely satisfied. Humph, disrespecting my master again, will you? And daring to lay hands on our sect again, will you? She gritted her teeth and lashed out, kicking the Archie to the ground. The Archie dared not resist, frantically bowing his head. Please spare us. We were merely doing someone else's bidding. It was the Northern Town Kai who ordered me to capture your disciple to be his concubine. You promised earlier that if I told the truth, you would let me live. Does that still stand? Chris watched the Archie bleeding profusely and calmly replied, Clarence always keeps his word. The Archie visibly relaxed, relief spreading across his face. But unfortunately for you, what Clarence promised has nothing to do with me, Chris added, drawing his sword again. Before the Archie could react, his head was already flying off. You faithless scoundrel, came an angry curse from within the Archie's body, followed by the emergence of a tiny, infant-like figure identical to the Archie, a nascent soul escaping. Though only at the chi condensation stage, Chris knew well that a nascent soul cultivator had two lives. If the physical body died, the nascent soul could escape and potentially possess another body to restart. Even after possession, the cultivator could retain near-nascent soul power. But advancement would stop there unless rare treasures could repair the damage. Seeing the Archie's nascent soul fly away, Tamara shouted, "Brody, quickly slay his nascent soul." Chris remained unmoved. He's bound to seek help from the northern town Kai. Let's follow him. When the time comes, we'll catch both the criminal and the evidence. Tamara suddenly understood. Her master had a plan all along. Holding on to Tamara, Chris strolled leisurely while easily catching up with the fleeing nascent soul. Despite being held tightly around the waist, Tamara, though feeling secure, had a rather mournful expression. Brody's teleportation technique lacked the protective aura of sword riding. The strong wind messed up her hair, reducing her beauty by about 10%. And that disheveled look? It resembled someone just bullied by her master. But Chris had other concerns. He felt like he had forgotten something. After chasing the nascent soul for a long time, he finally recalled, "Kiki, didn't we forget to loot the White Day City treasury?" Tamara was taken aback. "Why should we loot the White Day City treasury? Are you short on resources?" Chris inwardly sighed. Anyone who cultivated needed resources. Despite being only at the chi condensation stage, he required an immense amount of resources because regular pills couldn't meet his needs anymore. Last time, he used 3 10,000-year-old rarities to concoct a pill for breakthrough. Anything over 10,000 years old was incredibly valuable. Additionally, the Alden Classic demanded multiple times the resources compared to other cultivation methods, leading to Chris's perpetual financial struggles. His current dream was for a wealthy woman to see through his strong facade and say those tender words. "Baby, let me take care of you." Tamara, sensing Chris's regret, spoke cautiously, "Brody, before our sect was destroyed, the sect leader preserved our foundation and entrusted me with the sect treasury. If you need resources, I have them." Chris's eyes lit up. "Good heavens, a rich woman is right next to me." Cough cough, "What are you saying? Would I, your master, crave your resources? But since you're still young, let me hold onto the treasury for you. When you grow stronger, I'll return it to you," he smiled. Tamara looked at the kind-faced Chris and felt this scene was oddly familiar. It reminded her of how her mother used to talk when taking her New Year money. But Tamara trusted her master wouldn't deceive her. Why would such a powerful existence need to lie? Yet, she decided to test him. "All right, if you tell me your true cultivation level, I'll hand over the treasury." "I'm at the chi condensation stage," Chris replied. "You're lying. Can someone at the chi condensation stage use instantaneous teleportation or break a city wall with one strike?" "Fine. Assuming all those skills can be done at the chi condensation stage. But they can't store much spirit chi internally. Logically, using so many techniques should deplete your internal spirit chi." Tamara pouted unhappily. "Bad master, don't trick me. Am I still that naive girl who would show you black stockings every day just for some sweet words?" Chris explained, "True, initially even at the 800th layer of chi condensation, I couldn't store much spirit chi. But later, I thought, why must we laboriously refine spirit chi, then store and use it? Why can't we directly harness the spirit chi from heaven and earth?" Tamara looked astonished. "But raw spirit chi is chaotic and violent. Using it without refinement could harm the body." Chris smiled. "As long as your body is strong enough, it's fine." "A strong body? So, Brody, you're actually a body cultivator?" Tamara asked hesitantly. "No, body cultivation has limits. I merely strengthen my body with body cultivation methods, practicing both body and spiritual cultivation together." Tamara believed him, but still felt skeptical. Brody worked hard for tens of thousands of years. Surely he should have surpassed the chi condensation stage by now. Even Chris couldn't explain it. He always assumed it was due to a mysterious system hindering him. But after calling out thousands of times, no system appeared. So, he attributed it to his innate talent. As they talked, Chris noticed a vast military camp ahead. Stretching for miles, it formed a great wall blocking a huge mountain range, 10,000 demon mountains. Chris remembered entering these mountains searching for his disciple, only to be chased for thousands of miles by his own disciple afterward. Since then, he dedicated himself to mastering defensive techniques. Pushing aside those painful memories, Chris took a step forward, just as he was about to kill the escaping nascent soul. From the military camp, a cold voice called out, "Brody, you said you can't use supernatural powers." "Chris? Is the Northern Town Kai also my disciple? No memory of that at all." Chapter 7. Scoundrel. Even deceiving male disciples. Chris was momentarily stunned. The White Day Jamil's nascent soul had escaped, but he didn't have the time to pursue it any further. From the distant military camp, a man clad in silver armor came flying over. First, he grabbed the Archie's nascent soul, and then fixed Chris with a deep gaze. Tamara stood behind Chris. Upon seeing this person, she immediately wore a look of shock. "General famed in battle, countless troops flee before the white robe. Are you General in white robe, Xinxia? You're actually my senior brother?" Tamara was both excited and infuriated, because she always idolized this general praised by many for his exceptional strategic acumen. She never imagined he was her senior brother. Even more so, she never thought it was him who killed thousands in her sect. Tamara despised this fact, wanting nothing more than to kill Xinxia right then. But she knew she wasn't a match for him at all. It was rumored that Xinxia was at the peak nascent soul realm. Yet watching the Archie's nascent soul play in his hands like a toy, she knew his power was extraordinary. When Chris saw Xinxia, he recognized him immediately, and his expression softened. "Ah, it's you, little 4399. Hearing this nickname, a vein popped on Xinxia's forehead. He hated this name, and he detested Chris's nauseating paternal smile. "After all these years, you're still so hypocritical, treating us as mere dogs, amusing yourself when lonely and driving us away when bored. But before others, you always show that sickening benevolent face." Xinxia mocked disdainfully. Chris shook his head helplessly. "I did not." Tamara interjected in defense. "Brody is not the person you describe. If he were truly heartless, why would he seek revenge for me? Indeed, Marsing Xinghan had this question but retorted sarcastically, probably lusting after your beauty. Tamara blushed. There was no denying Brody's fondness for beauty. Chris cleared his throat, maintaining a stern face. Don't talk nonsense. I am not that kind of person. Enough chit-chat. Our Kramer wishes to see you. Marsing Xinghan said coldly. Chris breathed a sigh of relief. So you didn't kill those from Purple Mist Grotto? Tamara's expression also eased. Seeing this reaction from both of them, Marsing Xinghan sneered. Looks like I'm of little importance to you. If I admit involvement in wiping out our sect, would you want to kill me for vengeance? Yes. Chris answered firmly, his eyes serious. Both Marsing Xinghan and Tamara were taken aback. I know you suffered greatly since childhood, making you easily resentful and offended by others' unintentional words. But I must warn you, if you truly harm fellow disciples, I will kill you now. Fraternity betrayal is most detestable. Chris's tone shifted from gentle to resolute. Tamara didn't respond but felt an overwhelming sense of security. Brody really toughens up. She liked this. Marsing Xinghan hadn't expected Chris's sudden seriousness. Previously, no matter how much he pressed or accused, Chris only showed a resigned expression. But irksomely, why emphasize I'm petty? Gritting his teeth, Marsing Xinghan demanded. You talk big. What if someone wrongs me? That's definitely not acceptable either. Whether you believe it or not, I truly care about each one of you. Chris's eyes held sincerity. Looking at the genuine Chris, scenes of their past interactions flashed in Marsing Xinghan's mind. They dug wild vegetables, hunted together, stole eggs from villagers. Back then, their relationship was cordial, and daily life was filled with joy. But when did he start hating this Brody? Was it because Brody never instructed him beyond the chi condensation level? Or because Brody taught him no spells? Perhaps it was due to Brody saying he laid a solid foundation, only to force him to transfer sex and even wander for 10 years to avoid him, thinking about waiting 10 years on the mountain, pleading Brody not to abandon him. Marsing Xinghan's eyes turned icy once more. This kind of Brody? Better off without. Follow me. Marsing Xinghan turned and led them to the camp. Chris followed. Upon entering the command tent, they saw a formidable general sitting on a tiger skin chair, calmly watching Chris. As soon as Tamara entered the tent, she felt an immense pressure surging towards her. Being at the middle golden core stage with outstanding talent, her strength was considerable. Even facing a nascent soul cultivator like the White Day Jamil, she nearly achieved a cross-rank kill. But merely approaching this general made her feel the urge to kneel and worship. This indicated just how terrifying this person was. Tamara didn't want to embarrass herself before her master. Biting her lip, she resisted the pressure strenuously. Despite bleeding from her mouth under the pressure, she refused to yield. However, she couldn't withstand it. In a breath, her knees bent almost into a kneeling position. But moments later, the pressure vanished. Still dazed, Tamara was pulled up and supported by Chris. She immediately realized her Brody protected her. Wiping blood from her lips, she looked at her Brody. A protective shield enveloped them, effortlessly blocking the pressure. Brody, is this another basic spell? Tamara asked curiously. Yes, the basic spell Aegis Shield, Chris confirmed. Inside, he added mentally. Now I call it the Primal Unity Chi Shield. Marsing Xinghan heard this and sneered mockingly. Only a stupid woman like you would believe such lies. If the Aegis Shield could achieve this effect, I'd devour the mountains outside right now. Far away, the general on the tiger skin chair spoke, shielding with chi, thin as cicada wings. Indeed, this is the Aegis Shield without doubt. Marsing Xinghan was speechless. Tamara bit her lip, barely holding back laughter. Imagining tragic scenarios, she ended up laughing uncontrollably. Chris looked excitedly at the general. Finally, a reasonable person. I've said many times, they never believed me. Normal people can't imagine the effects of the Aegis Shield. But you claiming to be at the chi condensation stage, His Highness wouldn't believe that. To achieve such simplicity, you must be at least at the harmonizing Dao realm, right? The formidable general was indeed the Kramer, sternly questioning Chris. Now it was Chris's turn to be speechless. Marsing Xinghan snickered. Outright condemning, ultimately exposed? Huh? You scoundrel, not only deceiving female disciples, but male ones too. Fine, I won't bother explaining. Chris massaged his temple painfully, shifting his target. Since you know me, did you order the White Day Jamil to slaughter my disciple's sect? The Kramer stood up, hands clasped behind his back, staring directly at Chris. Indeed, it was this king's command. My goal is to lure you here. Since you've come, let's be clear. I'm about to undertake something significant. Submit to me and swear loyalty, and I can recommend you to cultivate within the celestial weaponry of Heavenly Wu Dynasty. A huge temptation for you, right? Please confirm if this translation meets your requirements, or if there are any parts needing adjustment. Chapter 8. Starting with a bowl. A nation-stabilizing immortal artifact? Chris's eyes flickered. He knew about this thing. The founding emperor of the celestial Wu Dynasty once obtained a broken immortal artifact. Even though it was damaged, an immortal artifact remained an immortal artifact. That founding emperor relied on this treasure to suppress countless enemies. Not only did he ascend the throne and establish the massive celestial Wu Dynasty, but also at a time when many countries in the mystic heaven world were mere resource farms for immortal cultivation sects. The celestial Wu Dynasty was capable of resisting various immortal sects, with some sects even paying tribute to it. Those sects paid tribute not only because they could not defeat the dynasty, but also because within this immortal artifact was a special space. Cultivators who entered it could not only repair all kinds of bodily issues, but also absorb residual immortal essence to grow stronger. Even more enviously, there was a rule inside that manipulated time, allowing the passage of time inside the artifact to be about 100 times slower than outside. This meant that if one spent a year cultivating inside, only 2 or 3 days might pass outside. Similarly, a year outside would only mean 2 or 3 days inside. Thus, This place was the dream destination for many cultivators, but getting inside was extraordinarily difficult. After all, it was a nation-stabilizing immortal artifact, and not just anyone had the qualifications to enter. Each time the artifact opened its entry permissions, only 10 slots were available. As one of the most esteemed non-relatives among the Celestial Wu Dynasty's kings, the Joey naturally had a recommendation slot. No wonder the Joey dared to provoke Chris by threatening to kill his disciple and destroy the entire sect, because he knew no one could resist the allure of the nation-stabilizing immortal artifact. At this moment, seeing Chris lost in thought, the Joey's face revealed a confident expression. What if you're at the Great Dao realm? Or if you're several realms higher than me? Wouldn't you still be tempted? Tamara watched as Chris stayed silent, her heart sinking gradually. She knew that the allure of the nation-stabilizing immortal artifact was immense for anyone. Though her master seemed transcendent, she feared he couldn't be immune either. But Tamara didn't hate Chris. She only hated herself for being powerless and unable to take revenge on her own. Otherwise, her master wouldn't be so troubled. Thinking this, Tamara bitterly said, "Brody, please agree with the Joey. We can settle this score once I grow stronger." Xianxia stood nearby, staring intensely at Chris. He wanted to know how Chris, who claimed to value his disciples, would choose. Chris was startled from his reverie by Tamara's voice. Looking at her desolate yet beautiful face and Xianxia's look of disappointment and disdain, he hurriedly said, "What nonsense! How could I possibly agree to that?" Hearing this, the Joey's eyes flashed as he sternly replied, "Think carefully. It's an immortal artifact that can elevate you further. Even if you fail your tribulation in the future, you can hide inside and become a transcended immortal." Chris rolled his eyes. "Forget it. That artifact can't withstand the heavenly tribulation at all. Don't tell me you know more about this junk than I do." Upon hearing Chris call the nation-stabilizing immortal artifact junk, the Joey and the other two were stunned. They couldn't tell if he was putting on airs or genuinely didn't care. But they had no idea that Chris had long seen the nation-stabilizing immortal artifact. In fact, it was he who helped the founding emperor of the Celestial Wu dynasty obtain it. Yes, the emperor of this vast empire dominating the eastern part of the mystic heaven world was one of Chris's disciples. Chris took his time not speaking just now because he was reminiscing about that disciple. It was probably 13,000 years ago. At that time, there was no order in the eastern part of the mystic heaven world. The mortal cultivators wreaked havoc, leading to a dark and turbulent era. One day, a man whose family had been destroyed came to beg in the edge village, holding a broken bowl. Moved by the man's pitiful state, Chris gave him some food. Who would have thought the man refused to leave and insisted on following Chris to practice cultivation? Alone, Chris felt lonely and decided to keep him as a disciple since the man seemed competent. Unexpectedly, despite missing the optimal cultivation age, this man showed great potential for physical cultivation. Chris spared no effort in helping him refine his body and cultivate. He even took him into various secret realms, searching for treasures. Once, he even fought countless cultivators, killing thousands to obtain this nation-stabilizing immortal artifact. But after obtaining the artifact, the man refused to continue cultivating. He claimed, "With people suffering, my heart cannot rest." He insisted on going down the mountain to form a resistance against the cultivators. Chris tried to dissuade him multiple times, but ultimately assisted secretly. Within a century, the man indeed established a vast empire, this very Celestial Wu dynasty. Unfortunately, physical cultivation was limited by the power of heaven and earth. Moreover, his disciple focused on improving the national system, neglecting cultivation. Just as the Celestial Wu dynasty stabilized, the disciple passed away without enjoying his achievements. Chris recalled placing the disciple's soul into the nation-stabilizing immortal artifact and slowing down time inside. As for what happened next, Chris didn't know because the artifact somehow rejected him. He hadn't interfered much with the disciple since then. Remembering these events, Chris looked at the Joey. Strangely, this young man reminded him of someone. Back then, 8 great experts followed his founding emperor disciple. One of them, called Barth, was eventually ennobled as a hereditary Joey, wasn't he? With this thought, Chris asked the Joey, "Was your father nicknamed Barth?" Hearing this, the Joey immediately flared up. "Rubbish, how dare you insult my father? Does just one word from my master make you furious? You wiped out our entire sect. Have you not considered others' feelings?" Tamara scolded through gritted teeth. The Joey looked haughtily at them. "You dare compare yourselves to my father? He was a super strong figure, who followed the grand ancestor Griffin of the Celestial Wu dynasty to expand territory, ending the Dark Era." Upon hearing this, Chris confirmed it. This young man should be Barth's descendant. However, Tamara reprimanded the Joey. "If your father is truly so great, you've brought shame to him. I intended to spare you, but alas, you seek death." Enraged, the Joey struck towards Tamara's crown with a powerful palm. The terrifying aura revealed him to be at the soul transformation realm. Even Xianxia, clad in white, couldn't resist and was forced to retreat continuously. Tamara clenched her teeth, intending to detonate the sect's treasure cache to die with him. But Chris held her back, gathering primal energy around himself. Boom! The Joey's massive palm shattered the tent and created a giant crater tens of feet deep. Yet the spot where Chris and Tamara stood remained unharmed. "Boy, I originally planned to let you go for your father's sake, but you repeatedly tried to kill my disciple. So even if I cut you down now, your father can't say a single word against me." Chris was genuinely enraged. Chapter 9. Execution. The Kramer. "Kill me? Do you really think that reaching the Unity Realm is such a great feat? Soldiers, form the battle array." The Kramer sneered and gave the order. Soldiers from the 10-mile camp sprang into action, forming a powerful battle formation. The function of this battle array was to link all the soldiers' energy flows together, condensing their power into one, creating a formidable force where 1 + 1 = 3. In this 10-mile camp, there were nearly 1 million soldiers. All of them were seasoned warriors who had killed countless foes. The murderous aura they emitted coalesced into a colossal titan, hovering above all the troops. This giant was transparent, yet cast an oppressive shadow over Chris like a mountain pressing down on him. Unity Realm. These million soldiers combined could match the strength of a Unity Realm expert. Tamara felt despair creeping in. How could they fight this? Even if she triggered the treasure vault of her sect, it might not kill the enemy. And Marsing Xinghan was also astonished by the sudden change in the situation. He knelt on one knee before the Kramer and pleaded, "Your Highness, my master. No, I have an irreconcilable enmity with this fraud. Can you hand him over to me so that I can imprison and torture him daily to assuage my heart's resentment?" The Kramer's gaze pierced deep into Marsing Xinghan as he said coldly, "Your strength and talent are remarkable. I have always trusted you and treated you as my successor. Don't ruin your future because of some trivial old ties." Marsing Xinghan felt as if he had been plunged into an icy abyss, his whole body numbed by fear. He realized his body wouldn't obey him anymore. All he could do was turn his eyes slightly towards Chris, watching his movements. Chris still stood straight in front of the giant figure, undaunted, his expression calm. Tamara was shielded behind him. The scene brought back a flood of memories for Marsing Xinghan. Once, when he hunted in the jungle beyond Sacred Mountain, he unintentionally provoked a passing monster bird. Just as it seemed he would be killed, his master suddenly appeared, blocking in front of him and slicing the beast apart with a single sword strike. That day, the silhouette of his master provided him with a sense of security, just like now. But why? Why did you insist on sending me down the mountain and forcing me to learn from another master? Marsing Xinghan's heart ached as he recalled the tender moments between master and disciple. Suddenly, Chris drew his sword. A sword beam shone like a rainbow, slicing through the air. Kill! A million soldiers roared in unison, shaking the heavens. The giant figure they conjured delivered a punch. This punch was terrifying, magnified 100-fold compared to the earlier palm strike from the Kramer. The fist collided with Chris's sword beam. In the next moment, both the Kramer and Marsing Xinghan stared in shock. Because the sword beam almost effortlessly split the giant's fist in two. However, the sword beam dissipated right after, not harming any soldiers. The Kramer saw clearly. The sword beam wasn't at its full potential. It was Chris holding back. This made Chris even more terrifying. The sword beam alone displayed astounding power, yet he controlled it so precisely, indicating his true strength was 10 times greater than what he showed. Cold sweat trickled down the Kramer's forehead. He guessed wrong. He kicked a rock. This man wasn't in the Unity Realm. He was likely in the Void Inclusion Realm, perhaps even opening up his unique domain. Chris calmly sheathed his sword. He didn't kill those soldiers because he didn't want to destroy the foundation of his disciple's family. Moreover, these soldiers were only following orders. They weren't wrong. The collapse of the giant caused injuries to the soldiers, leaving them unable to use their powers temporarily. Chris turned his gaze to the Kramer and asked coldly, "Is your father still alive?" The Kramer lost his former domineering demeanor. His lips trembled as he replied, He has already passed away. I am his only son." Hearing this, Chris's eyes darkened slightly. Those vibrant children of the past eventually returned to dust. Despite witnessing many geniuses rise brilliantly only to fall before him, Chris still felt immense pain. Longevity indeed sounds appealing, but the solitude brings untold suffering. Chris shook his head lightly and then drew his sword. A flash of sword light sliced through the Kramer's throat, blood spurting out. Fear clouded the Kramer's face. You. He couldn't understand. Chris acted as though he was friends with his father. He even admitted he was his father's only son. Why kill him? Tamara also couldn't believe it. She thought her master would consider the Kramer's status and persuade her to abandon revenge. Instead, he executed him right there. Chris looked at the Kramer and said calmly, "Your father fought fiercely to expand territories not to show off his heroism but to save the people. You, his only son, failed to understand his hardships. And you used his soldiers to massacre innocents. I'm cleaning up for your father. Moreover, you dared to lay a hand on my disciple." Intense regret flashed in the Kramer's eyes. He was a high-ranking prince of the heavenly martial immortal dynasty, an exceptionally talented cultivator with a bright future ahead. Now how could he die here? The Kramer reached out weakly, trying to grasp his fate. Ultimately, his arm fell limp, his soul extinguished, and he breathed his last. Destiny, how can anyone hold on to it? Tears streaked Tamara's beautiful face as she clung to her master. Once helpless as her sect was massacred, now she felt ultimate safety in her master's embrace. Patriarch, elders, brothers, and sisters, rest in peace. Your vendetta has been avenged. When the Kramer was executed publicly, chaos erupted among the million-strong army. They ignored their wounds, looking frantically to see if he truly died. If so, what should they do? Who would defend against the numerous demons in the 10,000 Beast Mountains? Ignoring the chaos, Chris turned to Marsing Xinghan. "Do you want to come with me or stay here as the new ruler in place of the Kramer?" Events unfolded too quickly. Marsing Xinghan couldn't keep up. Just moments ago, the Kramer was invincible. Now he was dead? Only when Chris called him impatiently for the third time did Marsing Xinghan finally snap out of it. Staring at Chris uncertainly, "Did you kill the Kramer to help me ascend?" "That's not it. He killed so many of Keek's fellow disciples, deserving death," Chris explained. Marsing Xinghan didn't know whether to be glad his master was rational or feel disheartened knowing he wasn't prioritized in Chris's thoughts. But with the soldiers on the verge of mutiny, he had no choice but to ask Chris, "Can you wait here while I calm the soldiers?" Chris pondered for a moment and nodded. "All right, go ahead." Wanting to help his disciple maintain control, Chris stayed nearby, watching Marsing Xinghan placate the soldiers and quell minor disturbances and rebellions. Chapter 10. Brody loves to pretend to be upright the most. Marsing Xinghan was indeed worthy of being called the white-robed divine general. His leadership and command wasn't just hype. He managed to calm down 1 million troops within less than 10 minutes. This indirectly proved his significant influence among the soldiers. Even someone with great military skills would be useless if not acknowledged by the troops. After regaining control over the army, Marsing Xinghan hurriedly sought out Chris. At that moment, Chris was sitting on the ground with Tamara beside him, serving him kneeling. Who knew where she had found a grape spirit root? She carefully peeled it, and then delicately placed the pieces into Chris's mouth with her delicate hands. It tasted sweet. Seeing Tamara so obediently attending to Chris, Marsing Xinghan felt a surge of irritation. So you dote on her because she's beautiful and knows how to please you? If I also wore black stockings and fed you grapes like her, would you have not sent me down the mountain back then? The image of Marsing Xinghan in black stockings made Chris instantly feel nauseous. That picture is too beautiful for me to look at. Tamara shot Marsing Xinghan an impatient glance. When did I ever wear black stockings? Haha, I didn't learn much from this old pervert, but I can judge women accurately. I could tell from the stockings covering your ankles. Those are pantyhose. And they're in the style this old fraud loves most when pretending to be upright. Marsing Xinghan coldly exposed Tamara's secret. Her face turned scarlet as she stammered, "You, don't say such things. What pantyhose, what stockings, I don't even know what you're talking about." Chris's eyes lit up, instinctively glancing at Tamara. He hadn't expected this girl who was so pure when she left the mountain to be so open after achieving the golden core stage. Was this the difference between a young woman and a maiden? But Tamara still seemed untouched. Marsing Xinghan didn't bother with her. He focused on Chris. "Did you send me down the mountain just because I wasn't lascivious enough?" An enraged Tamara yelled, "Who are you insulting?" Chris quickly calmed them down. "Don't say nonsense. There's no such thing. I really couldn't teach you anything beyond the breath cultivation stage. Besides, aren't you doing well now? You've already reached the 8th rank nether incarnation, haven't you?" Golden cores and nether incarnations were classified into ranks. 1st to 3rd rank were lower tier and offered no hope for advancement. 4th to 6th rank were middle tier and attainable with effort. 7th to 9th rank were higher tier and promising. 10th rank was exceedingly rare throughout the entire Xianxia world. An 8th rank nether incarnation like Marsing Xinghan would be a highly sought after asset in any organization. Tamara gazed at him enviously. Her golden core was only 7th rank. If nothing unforeseen happened, she might only reach 6th rank nether incarnation. Marsing Xinghan had always been concerned about his nether incarnation issue. When experts imparted cultivation methods to him and examined his body, they asked if he had consumed any precious treasures. His body contained a robust foundation, enabling him to cultivate to nether incarnation without hitting bottlenecks. Marsing Xinghan's smooth progress in cultivation suggested something more. "Did you truly give me a solid foundation?" Marsing Xinghan asked seriously. Chris nodded. "Of course. Although my power is only at the breath cultivation stage, I've lived for 100,000 years and know many ways to strengthen one's foundation." Hearing Chris's words, Marsing Xinghan's face darkened. "You still say you're only at the breath cultivation stage?" Tamara also looked at Chris accusingly. "You killed the Kai of Northern Defense with a single sword strike, yet still claim to be at breath cultivation. Brody is naughty." Seeing their disbelief, Chris smiled bitterly. Tired of explaining, he let it go. The conversation moved forward as Marsing Xinghan's expression softened, looking at the troops awaiting orders far away, hesitating before kneeling to Chris. "I was confused before and didn't understand Brody's intentions. Even though I don't know why Brody sent me down the mountain, knowing you haven't forgotten me makes me happy. But today, I ask for Brody's forgiveness in not leaving with you. This Northern Defense army must defend against the 10,000 Demon Mountain range. Without a leader, chaos would ensue if I left. Many innocent civilians in the northern part of Tianwu Immortal Dynasty would suffer." Hearing this, Chris showed approval. It appeared this young man had finally understood and no longer harbored hatred. Tamara wasn't willing to lose this opportunity to tease Marsing Xinghan. "So, you recognize Brody only because he gave you power?" Marsing Xinghan said coldly, "If I were someone seeking fame and fortune, may I be struck dead by lightning." Cultivators shouldn't take such oaths lightly. They could severely damage their Dao heart, or even invoke heavenly punishment. Tamara hadn't expected Marsing Xinghan to be so serious and was momentarily speechless, realizing he truly had a small heart. She silently thought he took a jest too far. Noticing Tamara's silence, Marsing Xinghan softened his tone. "Little sister, I'm not targeting you. I want Brody to know I didn't recognize him just for the benefits. After much thought, regardless of why Brody sent me down the mountain, he once treated me sincerely. What right do I have to hate him? Moreover, Brody dared to slay the Kai of Northern Defense and defy the Tianwu Immortal Dynasty for justice. I trust Brody isn't cold-hearted." Tamara looked at Chris admiringly. "Yes, Brody appears casual on the outside but has a warm heart." Chris laughed. "Let's leave the past behind. So, what are you going to do next, Xiao 4399? The name irritated Marsing Xinghan endlessly. "What else can I do? Wait for the Imperial Envoy to question me. I'll report everything the Kai of Northern Defense did. By the way, little sister, I wasn't involved in the massacre of your sect. I only informed the Kai of Northern Defense about Brody's existence. If I had known he planned to use you against Brody and slaughter innocents, I wouldn't have agreed." Nodding, Tamara trusted the reputation of the white-robed divine general. That's why she initially felt devastated believing Marsing Xinghan had harmed her fellow disciples. Chris tossed something to Marsing Xinghan. "If the Imperial Envoy tries to trouble you, show them this token. They will know what to do." Upon catching the object, Marsing Xinghan glanced down and was immediately shocked. A life-saving token? He was dumbfounded. Hashtag chapter 11. "Yes, I have a demon disciple. Brody, where did this come from?" As far as I know, the Heavenly Wu Immortal Dynasty has never issued any no-death gold medal since its establishment. Marsing Xinghan was incredulous. Chris smiled. "Your senior brother gave it to me. He is the founding emperor of the Heavenly Wu Immortal Dynasty." Marsing Xinghan and Tamara were utterly shocked. Tamara's small cherry mouth opened wide in an O shape. The founding emperor of this vast immortal dynasty was also their Brody's disciple, their senior brother? This was too incredible. But looking at Brody's expression, it didn't seem like he was lying. Marsing Xinghan soon realized something else. He asked somewhat disheartenedly, Brody, among all your disciples, am I the one who has fared the worst? Tamara looked puzzled. If you, as a white-robed divine general, are considered the worst, what does that make me? Are you insulting someone here? Chris laughed. Not really. Those who didn't do well are already dead. Marsing Xinghan was dismayed. So, among the living disciples, he truly was the worst? For someone with a narrow mind, this was absolutely the heaviest blow. As for Tamara, Marsing Xinghan no longer regarded her as his junior sister. Seeing how she received so much favor, who knew when she would become the senior wife? Chris saw Marsing Xinghan's dejection and consoled him. Don't be discouraged. Your talent isn't bad. You just join later. You will have opportunities to surpass them in the future. Hearing this, Marsing Xinghan's mood improved slightly. However, he was still not satisfied and asked, Brody, I want to know who the second worst person among your disciples is. I wish to catch up with them as a target. Chris thought for a moment and looked towards the 10,000 Demon Mountains. Have you heard of the military advisor of the 10,000 Demon Nation? Marsing Xinghan's pupils suddenly contracted, and he stammered, Brody, see could it be? Yes, that military advisor is also your senior brother. At that time, there were problems at home, and I didn't notice his unusual behavior promptly, leading to him making a wrong choice. Chris expressed regret and guilt. Tamara was speechless. These seniors' backgrounds were getting bigger and bigger. Though Marsing Xinghan was shocked, he found motivation and said resolutely, Brody, I will strive to catch up with that senior military advisor brother. If one day I capture him alive, I will bring him to see you. Chris smiled gently, good, but don't push yourself too hard. I have several war manuals here. If you can master them, you'll have a better chance against him, as he was thoroughly familiar with these manuals back then. Marsing Xinghan eagerly took the scrolls, The Art of War by Edmund Su, 6 Secret Teachings, Wu Zi's Military Methods, the Sima Fa, and 3 Strategies. In his past life, Chris had read extensively and remembered these military strategies. The demon disciple who joined the 10,000 Demon Nation was quite cunning, tricking him into giving away these war manuals before leaving the sect. Unaware of the disciple's intentions, Chris taught him everything without reservation. Little did he expect this to cause such havoc. The disciple went straight to the 10,000 Demon Nation and became a notorious military advisor. Chris tried several times to retrieve his disciple and persuade him to reform. Each time, he was detected early and attacked or ambushed. Eventually, Chris gave up. Capturing this disciple would alleviate some of his worries. Marsing Xinghan cherished the war manuals. He then asked Chris, where does Brody want to go? How about we visit the capital of the Heavenly Wu Immortal Dynasty? We'll check on senior brother Milton. Back then, he aimed to create a perfect empire but neglected cultivation. After he passed away, I placed his soul into the state-preserving immortal artifact. Now, I want to see if he is still alive. Chris's face showed concern. There was something he hadn't told Marsing Xinghan and Tamara. As the founding emperor, Milton possessed the power of the Heavenly Wu Immortal Dynasty's destiny. Chris used every method possible to place him inside the state-preserving immortal artifact. This way, the artifact protected his disciple's remnant soul while ensuring the dynasty remained strong. Given this powerful destiny, the dynasty should flourish without corruption or villains. Yet, the evil Joey emerged, indicating weakening destiny force and inability to suppress evil. Was something wrong with his disciple? He must find out. After deciding where to go, Chris turned to Tamara. What about you? Do you want to seek your own opportunities, or stay with me? Tamara immediately knelt before Chris pitifully. Brody, I have no one left in this world. Please don't send me away. Even being a servant at your side would suffice. Her entire sect was wiped out, and her parents long deceased. Having nowhere to go, she only wanted to stay with Chris. Chris, feeling protective, sighed. All right, follow me then. Tamara's face lit up with gratitude. Thank you, Brody. Seeing this, Marsing Xinghan felt a mix of envy and admiration but couldn't bring himself to beg like Tamara. Instead, he watched them soar away, trying to look indifferent. Just as Chris and Tamara left the camp, Tamara remembered something. Brody, earlier the Joey mentioned planning something big. We forgot to ask senior brother Marsing what it was. Chris waved his hand. Your senior brother will handle it. Let's first head to Li Shan's secret realm. We're not going to the capital? Tamara asked, surprised. In Li Shan's secret realm, there's something I've been eyeing for a long time. It's nearly ready and can help resolve some issues for your senior brother Milton. Chris chuckled. Tamara nodded, saying nothing more. Watching the two figures disappear, Marsing Xinghan's expression turned grave. He knew resolving the death of the Joey wouldn't be simple. Even with the no-death gold medal, it merely delayed the inevitable. The other non-related kings wouldn't let him control such a vast territory and army. They would strike to take over his forces. To secure the northern territory, he had to continue the Joey's plan, the beast hunting operation. For nearly a century, the 10,000 Demon Mountains had been dormant, likely plotting something. But their silence allowed the northern army to recuperate and grow rapidly. This led to the naive idea of attacking the 10,000 Demon Mountains. The Heavenly Wu Immortal Dynasty had always adopted a defensive stance against the demons. A successful offensive could make the Joey a great hero, etched in history. Marsing Xinghan and many generals disagreed. The demons weren't easily provoked. Even the first griffin only drove them out rather than occupy their land, proving their fearsomeness. Their persistent advice prevented immediate action, leading to recruiting wandering cultivators like Chris for assistance. Unexpectedly, this led to disaster. Now, to prevent others from swallowing the northern army, Marsing Xinghan had to continue this plan. Once battles commenced, even without a large-scale war, nobody would dare challenge the northern army again. After skimming through the military strategies left by his Brody, Marsing Xinghan felt immensely enlightened and his confidence soared. He didn't dare to say that they could conquer the 10,000 Demon Mountains. At the very least, engaging in a protracted war with hit-and-run tactics, retreating when the enemy advances and harassing them when they retreat, was definitely feasible, right? Chapter 12. Fairy Kiki. Is this young man your disciple? Brody, why do you need me to carry you while flying when you're so powerful? Tamara held the sword spell, with Chris holding her willow-like waist from behind. Feeling Brody's back and bottom snug against her own, Tamara always felt like she was at a disadvantage. But since Brody had raised her for so long, it didn't matter if he benefited a little. Tamara wasn't too against it. She just found Chris too hypocritical. If you want to take advantage, just say it directly. Making her fly by herself was exhausting. Chris calmly said, Brody doesn't know how to control a flying sword. I can only trouble you. Lying again. You already know advanced teleportation spells like shrink earth into an inch, but you can't fly. Tamara didn't believe him. But I only know shrink earth into an inch, Chris replied helplessly. Tamara couldn't help laughing. So many people can't learn that. Brody is truly, what did you call it before? Vaseline? It's Versailles. Chris felt embarrassed. What's Vaseline then? Tamara thought this name sounded familiar, something Brody often mentioned. A hymn? Nothing, don't speak nonsense. Look, there's a big ship ahead. Chris quickly changed the subject. Discussing Vaseline with his disciple seemed weird. Tamara looked up. Indeed, a huge flying boat was suspended in the sky ahead. Its luxurious exterior covered in high-level formations exuded a dense and dangerous aura. Tamara understood this should be the vehicle of some major power. She originally wanted to avoid this ship, but noticed someone flying towards her from afar. It was a handsome gentleman dressed in a green robe, holding a folding fan, with a decent appearance. He politely greeted her. Excuse me, are you Fairy Kiki from Purple Cloud Cave Heaven? As one of the top 10 beauties in heavenly martial immortal dynasty, Tamara had countless admirers. Moreover, the sudden and rapid massacre at Purple Cloud Cave Heaven by the Northern Guardian Kai hadn't been fully processed yet, especially by those further away. This led to someone still coming forward to chat with Tamara. Tamara slightly nodded at the man and planned to leave. However, the man invited them. I am Gilbert. It seems Fairy Kiki is also heading to Lishan's secret realm? Why not join us on the flying boat to save some effort? Tamara hesitated and looked back at Chris. Chris didn't mind. The Lishan's secret realm wouldn't open for another 3 days anyway. Gilbert noticed Tamara's glance and looked at Chris, then smiled. Oh, is this your disciple, Fairy Kiki? So young and already in the chi refinement stage. Impressive. Chris froze. Tamara was also stunned, then laughed uncontrollably, tears almost spilling. Impressive. Very impressive. My disciple is really excellent. Chris was furious. This little brat really needed a beating. He was about to pinch her bottom as a warning when Gilbert threw over a jade bottle. This is a high-grade gathering chi pill. My gift to you. Chris instinctively caught the pill, unsure how to react. An old saying goes, you don't hit someone who gives you gifts with a smile. Was it right to scold him after receiving his kindness? Yet, he so badly wanted to hit him. Tamara couldn't stop laughing. She even decided, Brother Ning is so polite. We should visit the ship. Chris knew Tamara was deliberately teasing him. But since she was controlling the sword, she directly brought Chris aboard, leaving no room for resistance. Gilbert was delighted, hurriedly returned to the ship, and pointed at Chris, instructing the servants, arrange a good place for my junior brother here. If he suffers any discomfort, I'll punish you all. Damn, all I want to do is punish you. Chris wanted to slash Gilbert with a sword, calling him a junior brother. Who does he think he is? I'm older than your great-grandfather. But seeing the Ning family banner on the boat made Chris calm down. Ning family? Seems so familiar. Had he met Ning family members before? Because of his extremely long life, Chris had deliberately forgotten many things to prevent his brain from exploding from centuries of knowledge. Tamara stopped the servant from taking Chris away, barely suppressing laughter. Let this child stay with me. He's timid and would be scared alone. Chris's face darkened, filled with resentment. He was played by his own disciple. Humiliation. Gilbert looked at Tamara and Chris curiously. He suddenly felt something odd between them. But Tamara had always been upright, never associated with any inappropriate rumors with male cultivators. Besides, although Chris was handsome and charming, being only in the chi refinement stage, he shouldn't attract Tamara's attention. Gilbert dismissed it, letting Chris follow. Fairy Kiki, this time we are also going to Lishan's secret realm. My elder brother and several friends are on board. Why not meet them? Gilbert invited. Tamara agreed. Since they were here, it was respectful to give him some face. Gilbert led them to a room on the boat. Inside was a table laid with exquisite dishes, surrounded by several people. A youth similar to Gilbert, a pair of twin sisters, and a young boy. Upon seeing Tamara, the youth's eyes sparkled with admiration. Then he saluted. Fairy Kiki lives up to her reputation. Your beauty rivals the 9 heavens immortals. The twin sisters were also exceptionally beautiful, but next to Tamara's breathtaking beauty, they paled in comparison. They had earlier shown some competitiveness, but now backed off awkwardly. In front of such a stunning beauty, they didn't dare steal the spotlight. The young boy, even more pitiful, stared openly at Tamara, nearly drooling. Tamara, having seen this scene too often, paid it no mind. She greeted Gilbert's elder brother and the twins, ignoring the young boy. Gilbert was somewhat annoyed but merely suppressed it and shouted at the boy, young Brody Zhang. The boy instantly snapped out of it, wiped his saliva carelessly, and laughed. Fairy Kiki is more enchanting than wine. I couldn't help myself. Please sit. Pulling a chair, he invited Tamara to sit beside him. This made everyone in the room frown silently, seemingly afraid to offend the young boy. Tamara ignored him, took Chris's hand, moved to a chair far away, cleaned it, and sat down. The boy wasn't annoyed. Instead, he walked to Chris, you're Fairy Kiki's disciple, right? Go downstairs and let me have this seat. Little Master will reward you with a spirit treasure. Note, the translation maintains the structure, tone, and style of the original text while ensuring natural and fluent English. Chapter 13. My father is the Conroy. Chris found this situation peculiar. Although he was only at the Chi refinement stage, with the special advantages of the Alden Sutra and his experience spanning 100,000 years, he could easily discern that the young man was merely at the peak foundation establishment stage. Just what sort of identity did this young man possess to act so recklessly under the noses of everyone at the table, who were all at the golden core stage? What left Chris even more astonished was that although the Darien beside him looked angry, they did not intervene excessively. They actually tolerated it. Kinsey was rather impatient and said to the youth, "If you make him change seats, I will too. Get lost." The young man laughed without any care, resting his right hand on the table as he looked at Kinsey quite leisurely and unruly. "My father, Benny." Kinsey's pupils constricted in shock as she gazed at the young man. She finally understood why the Darien dared not interfere with the young man. Benny, the current crown prince. So this young man was the imperial heir apparent? However, Kinsey soon came to her senses. What if he's the heir? By generation, I'm an elder to your great-grandfather. Chris had not expected to meet the descendant of his own disciple either. But seeing this dissolute and incompetent demeanor of the imperial heir apparent, the heavenly aura of the celestial martial immortal dynasty truly had its problems. Invoking your father's name won't work. Even if your father were here personally, I wouldn't give up my seat, Chris stated coldly. The young man's face darkened instantly, staring coldly at Chris. A little boy at the Chi refinement stage, quite arrogant indeed. But Kinsey wasn't courteous at all, saying bluntly, "His words are my intention. If you have real talent, you should not rely on your father's name when stepping out." Unexpectedly, after being scolded like this, not only did the young man not get angry, but he instead showed a smile of interest. "Interesting. I've played with countless women. But such a domineering one like you, it is indeed my first time encountering. I want to see how long it will take before you willingly throw yourself at me." Smiling slyly, the young man walked to the side and sat down. Then, he waved at the twin beauties, who immediately came over to serve him. Gilbert's face was filled with regret. He secretly passed a message to Kinsey, "Miss Yin, please forgive me. I didn't expect him to be so." Kinsey paid no attention because she knew that the more arrogant this young man acted now, the more miserable he would feel once he learned about her Brody's identity. Chris also did not reveal his identity. He wanted to see just how many antics this young man would pull off. He also wanted to see just how rotten this celestial martial immortal dynasty had become. Seeing everyone remain silent, the Darien tried to ease the tension by forcibly changing the subject. "Speaking of which, there are quite a few competitors for this Glass Mountain secret realm. Among those I've heard of, there's Mountain Shifting Sect, Spirit Sound Sect, Skyblade Pavilion. In order to maintain control over the sects within its territory, the celestial martial immortal dynasty tended to suppress them intentionally. As a result, these sects generally weren't overly powerful. Therefore, Chris did not put much thought into these so-called sects. However, Kinsey listened intently, frowning deeply. There are actually this many sects involved? Isn't the imperial dynasty supposed to regulate them? The Darien replied helplessly, "In recent years, the imperial dynasty has gradually lost control over these sects, causing them to strengthen rapidly. Now, even if they try to manage them, it's becoming increasingly difficult." Chris frowned. "Since you know these sects are strengthening rapidly, why not weaken them sooner? It might cause some loss, but a short-term pain is better than a long-term suffering." Gilbert looked oddly at Chris. Since earlier, he felt this junior disciple seemed too talkative. Now, hearing him suggest eliminating the sects, he was even more puzzled. After all, both this person and Kinsey came from sect backgrounds. Why would they propose weakening them? Kinsey discreetly kicked her master, saying, "Shut up, don't meddle." Chris couldn't hold back any longer and scolded, "You're asking for a beating?" Everyone nearby showed surprised looks. What's going on? But Kinsey was smart and quickly knelt by Chris, gently massaging his leg. "Brody, I was just playing with you." This scene shocked everyone around. And Brody? Kinsey, a golden core cultivator, has a Chi refinement master who appears so young? Gilbert quickly reacted and said in surprise, "It turns out you are deliberately concealing your strength. Forgive us for our rudeness." Buck, Gilbert's brother, bowed respectfully. "Apologies for our inadequate reception, senior." Chris waved his hand. "All right, it's fine. You didn't do it on purpose. I plan to endure it for a while, but this girl really goes too far." Kinsey smiled humbly. "I just wanted to help conceal your true identity, Brody. Good intentions." Chris understood Kinsey's intentions and glared at her, but did not chastise her further. The Darien inwardly groaned. This was unexpected. Beside them, the imperial heir apparent showed obvious displeasure, yelling at Chris, "I don't care about your Brody disciple nonsense. Kinsey, stand up. From now on, you will only serve me and no one else." Chris glanced at the young man and ordered, "Enough noise, throw him out." The imperial heir sneered, "Even if you all had the courage, you wouldn't dare to lay a finger on me." But Kinsey went straight for the young man, extending her hand to grab him. Seeing her bold action, the young man was taken aback. "You really dare." Slap. Gilbert caught Kinsey's hand, blocking her and said sternly, "Immortal Fairy Kakwa, senior. Let's stop this matter here." Although he harbored admiration for Kinsey, he also feared her Brody. Still, he couldn't allow them to touch the imperial heir. Kinsey brushed off Gilbert's hand, saying, "Don't interfere." The young man, undeterred, slammed the table and cursed, "Bitch, how dare you touch me? My father is Benny, the current crown prince. Don't you know? I initially planned to play with you until the end of the Glass Mountain secret realm before taking you away, but now I can't wait. Gilbert, grab her and deliver her to my room. I want to enjoy myself." Gilbert's expression turned grim as he looked at his brother. "Brother, quickly escort the heir away." Buck approached and whispered to the young man, "Your Highness, we are not in the capital city. Let's not overdo things. Come, rest for a bit." Infuriated, the young man retorted, off. Son of AB asterisk 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 asterisk. With my father as feral, why should I endure your crap? I'm putting it here today. Either this damn Kakwa accompanies me back to my room, or I'll make sure Purple Cloud Cave Heaven and your Ning family suffer the consequences. Do you want your whole family dead? Hearing this, the Darien eyes blazed with anger, but they did not dare to lay a hand on the young man. They regretted coming with this idiot. With ice-cold eyes, Kinsey was about to move past Gilbert to confront the young man. Suddenly, a figure darted past everyone and stopped in front of the young man. Slap. A loud sound echoed through the room. The ringing of the slap was piercing. The Darien swore they had never heard a more melodious sound in their lives. Chapter 14. The Conroy's grandson driven mad with rage. The young man was slapped so hard he flew out, slamming into the wall of the ship's cabin before crashing down, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Although the Darien felt a twisted satisfaction, they rushed over immediately. After all, this was still Farrell's own son. The twins were already stunned in place. And the one who sent the young man flying was naturally Chris. He stood where the youth had been, coldly saying, "This slap is on behalf of your great-grandfather." But the young man couldn't hear any reason. Enraged, he roared, "I want him dead. Kill him. All of you, attack him." The Darien exchanged glances, but remained silent. They didn't dare make a move. The youth, being royalty and even the next crown prince, had top-tier spirit treasures protecting him. Normally, even someone at the Unity Realm wouldn't be able to harm him in the slightest. Yet Chris had slapped the young man away with just one blow. What was terrifying was that his power showed no fluctuation. He was still at the cultivation chi stage. What did this mean? Chris's strength far exceeded their understanding. He didn't need to recover to his original realm to obliterate them. Where had such a freak come from? But the Darien didn't know that it was because Chris's speed was too fast. So fast that the protective spirit treasure on the youth barely reacted. The young man continued yelling, urging the Darien to kill Chris. Seeing their hesitation, he shouted angrily, "So what if he's strong? Don't be cowards. Didn't my father give you energy cannons on this ship? What about my guards? 2nd Battalion Commander, bring out those cannons." Jeremiah wished he could seal the youth's mouth shut, but he didn't dare, so he only whispered, "Hermes, we should leave. This man is too powerful and can't be provoked." "Leave? Why should we leave?" The young man, having never suffered such humiliation, raged with red eyes. "He dared to hit me. Didn't you see? Do you understand the psychological trauma of being slapped hard by an adult when you're just a teenager?" Seeing that he couldn't reason with him, Jeremiah felt helpless. But Chris didn't indulge the boy either. He stepped forward indifferently and kicked the youth right out of the cabin. The youth flew out mid-air as the Darien tried to rush out to catch him. However, Tamara blocked their path. The Darien, extremely anxious, sternly said, "Miss Yin, please step aside." Just as Tamara was about to speak, Chris coolly asked, "Who is Ning Laohe to you?" At this, the Darien changed color, instantly quieting down. Gilbert looked at Chris suspiciously. Do you know our late great-grandfather? No wonder you protect that scoundrel." As I recall, Ning Laohe's title was Mountain Support Kai, charged with guarding the capital city and safeguarding the imperial descendants, correct? Chris finally remembered why the Ning family seemed familiar to him. And it wasn't his fault for not recognizing earlier, because Ning Laohe didn't originally have the surname Ning. That illiterate man, born to beggars, had been given the name Black Puppy, without a last name. Because Black Puppy sounded bad, people started calling him Old Black. It was only after being named Mountain Support Kai that he requested Chris's disciple Milton to give him the Ning surname. Looking at Chris, the Darien were filled with astonishment and awe, not just because Chris spoke of their great-grandfather affectionately, but also because he mentioned that child. Could he really be talking about the founding griffin? Was this senior merely putting on airs, or was he truly this impressive? Chris saw their disbelief and laughed. Your great-grandfather had a quirk. Because his nickname was Black Puppy, he refused to eat dog meat and forbade others from eating it too, right? NNGH. Gilbert drew in a breath, completely convinced. Chris had revealed the secret nickname known only within the Ning family line. The two brothers were at a loss, unsure how to proceed. On one side was the current Hermes, on the other, possibly their great-grandfather's old friend. They couldn't afford to offend either. At this moment, the Hermes outside bellowed, "Wait for me, I will return," and fled with his guards, clearly seeking reinforcements. "It's fine, don't worry, that kid has run away," Chris remarked, watching the Hermeses retreating back, his eyes filled with disappointment and concern. Had the fortunes of the heavenly martial immortal dynasty fallen so low that such a disgraceful heir could appear? Shaking his head, Chris turned to the twins huddled in the corner, trembling in fear. They must be taken away. Better keep them confined, to prevent them from revealing my identity. Let's see how corrupt the people of the heavenly martial immortal dynasty have become, he said. Tamara and the Darien promptly took the twin girls away. As the twins were led out, they knelt and thanked Chris profusely. Once the twins were gone, Chris asked the trembling Darien, "Is Old Black still alive?" The Darien exchanged hesitant glances. Tamara interjected, "Relax, my master isn't going to harm your great-grandfather." "We aren't worried about that," Gilbert sighed. "Great-grandfather disappeared inside the National Spirit Instrument about 100 years ago. We don't know if he's alive or dead." Chris frowned. Old Black was close to the child and probably entered the Spirit Instrument because he sensed something wrong. He had entered the Spirit Instrument multiple times before and practically owned half of it. How could he get trapped now? Could there be something wrong with the National Spirit Instrument affecting the dynasty's fortune? No matter how he thought about it, Chris couldn't understand. So he decided to let it go. "Let's wait until we reach the Glass Mountain secret realm and then head to the capital to find out," Chris said, dropping the matter. Turning to the Darien, Chris asked, "What are you going to fetch from the Glass Mountain secret realm?" Gilbert hesitated, reluctant to answer. Jeremiah, however, blurted out, "Phoenix Bloodflower. We are going to offer it to the founding griffin." Chris smiled. "I figured as much." Coincidentally, I'm also fetching something for your founding griffin, so let's travel together. Certainly, that grandson will likely return with reinforcements. If you're worried about trouble, I can leave. As the story continues, Chris's intentions and the dynamics between the characters unfold further. Chapter 15. Why did these big shots all run away? The Darien exchanged a glance, feeling bitter inside. We would dare let you leave only if we could. One wrong word and we're dead for sure. No, it's good that you stayed. Yes, we will treat you well, the Darien said insincerely. Chris nodded and thus made himself at home without any hesitation. In the cabin room, Chris watched as Tamara carefully styled various hairstyles in front of the mirror, his curiosity piqued. You're already very beautiful. Why are you so vain? Tamara adorned herself with flowers before the mirror, saying, you wouldn't understand. A woman's pursuit of beauty is endless. Brody, do you think this flying swallow hairstyle looks good on me? Chris couldn't be bothered to feign interest. He sat cross-legged on the bed, beginning his cultivation practice. Tamara glanced back, her mouth curling into a pout. Brody, aren't you already at the peak of human combat power? Why work so hard? I want to lay the foundation, Chris replied sincerely. Tamara felt that her Brody's ability to engage in humble bragging was becoming more potent by the day. It was like a dust world immortal envying an ordinary person's skill at hoeing weeds, saying, I wish I could hoe weeds like you. I can only destroy the world. It made her want to hit him. For 3 whole days, Chris focused on cultivation, while Tamara spent 1/3 of her time on grooming. By the time she appeared before the mountain's secret realm, all the males present were stunned into wide-eyed admiration, filled with covetousness for her beauty. But Tamara wasn't happy about it. She didn't seem to care about attracting men's attention. Instead, she clung to Chris's arm and whispered, Brody, don't you feel quite prestigious now? Chris looked around at the others. He noticed everyone regarded him with a look that clearly stated this kid must have a spirit stone mine at home. Some even muttered that good things had fallen into the hands of pigs. Strangely enough, although he was being insulted, this sense of overwhelming superiority was intoxicating. At a distance from the two, in a camp belonging to Xianxia's sect, a young girl stared disdainfully at Chris. Another nouveau riche who doesn't know his place, spending money to flirt with female cultivators. What else can he rely on but daddy's money? 2 elderly men beside her chatted amicably. They were her masters, Xianxia's sex, Patrick, and Qingfeng's sex, Hans. Hearing the girl's comments, Patrick laughed. Child, why bother about others? That's not right, said Hans, admiring the girl's righteous views. Those wealthy second-generation cultivators, who squander their riches on frivolities, they indeed tarnish our reputation. Whoa. Old Zhuang. Isn't that person very familiar? Hans, while praising the girl moments ago, suddenly saw Chris and instantly went pale. Hair standing on end, voice trembling. Patrick found it strange, thinking his old friend was usually calm and composed, unflustered by anything. What was happening today? Bang. Patrick fell off his chair. It's him. That monster. The monster who slaughtered 3,000 yuan in cultivators with one sword. With a quivering voice, Patrick tried crawling away. Hans, hearing his friend confirm his suspicions, went limp and dropped to his knees instantly. The disciples from Xianxia's sect and Qingfeng's sect were all bewildered. What was going on with their sect leaders? They were seasoned grandmasters at the nascent soul stage, heavyweights in the heavenly martial immortal dynasty. Why did they act like rats seeing cats? Everyone rushed to support their sect leader and sect master, but their legs were too weak to stand, staring in one direction, shivering uncontrollably. Following their gazes, the crowd saw the Ning family's flying boat. Even if it belonged to a powerful family, was it worth scaring their leaders so much? Everyone knew the threats to the heavenly martial immortal dynasty had decreased significantly in recent years. Even some sects dared to parade over them openly. Leave. We must leave quickly, it's not wise to stay here. Patrick trembled. His female disciple asked indignantly, Brody, why are we leaving? Didn't you send me for training? If we don't leave now, we'll die. He's not a forgiving person. Patrick growled. The girl, raised pampered with excellent aptitude, was shocked. The elders also found it peculiar. The elder seniority quietly asked, Lord Sect Leader, what's wrong? Are you afraid of the Ning family? The Ning family is nothing. Did you see that cultivator on the boat? He's the sword demon I told you about. You remember the Sky Sword sect that dominated Taiyan Mountains? They boasted 3,000 yuan ing and 100 nascent souls. But what happened? He wiped them out with just one strike. Just one strike. Patrick's voice trembled, eyes wild, as if reliving that moment from 900 years ago. He would never forget the brilliance of that strike. His words stunned everyone. Wipe out a sect with one sword strike. What kind of celestial power was that? They couldn't imagine it. The girl couldn't help but ask, Brody, are you mistaken? He's only a chi condensation cultivator. Han sighed bitterly. 900 years ago, he was also a chi condensation cultivator, still youthful looking. You can't understand how terrifying that scene was. It's unforgettable. Look, several sects are already withdrawing. If we don't leave now, it will be too late. If only Patrick was going crazy, everyone might have thought he was having a breakdown. But with Hans reacting similarly, it became serious. As they looked into the distance, they saw major forces guarding the entrance to the mountain's secret realm fleeing in fear. Xianxia's sect and Qingfeng sect couldn't delay any longer. Everyone began evacuating. On the Ning family's flying boat, Gilbert watched the spatial entrance to the mountain's secret realm surrounded by numerous sects, his face solemn. This time, far more sects came than expected. Jeremiah agreed gravely, indeed, and they're all major sections. Look, there's the Xianxia sect, boasting 30,000 disciples, each strong enough to move mountains, dominating the southeastern region, untouchable. There's the Saber Saint sect, a rising force with a master known for extraordinary saber skills, who once charged solo into the top evil sect 7 times, emerging unscathed. And there's also Fulong Monastery, Baihua Manor, and Fenglei Sect, top-tier forces. These sects control regions and often cause chaos. The heavenly martial immortal dynasty can barely handle them. But today, they all came to snatch this secret realm. We'll have to go through great lengths? Huh, why are they all retreating? Chris glanced at the frightened lords, saying indifferently, oh, probably because they saw me. Chapter 16. Entering the secret realm is like going home. Chris's words left the few people around him completely baffled. What did he mean by seeing you? Tamarax was somewhat curious and asked, Brody, what did you do to them? I didn't really do anything to them. About 900 years ago, there was a sect in the Taiyuan mountain range called Heavenly Sword Sect. Many of my fellow disciples from Hayward Sect had left and joined that sect. Those disciples coveted the treasures I possessed, so they constantly made things difficult for me. I indulged them somewhat because I felt responsible for Hayward Sect's dissolution. But when they started targeting my disciples, I had no choice but to wipe out their entire family, Chris explained helplessly. The Darien listened with wide eyes. Gilbert reacted the fastest, exclaiming, You are the infamous sword demon? They seem to have called me that. Chris hesitated. He had too many nicknames to keep track of. The Darien, however, were deeply shaken. Good heavens, this is actually the former sword demon. They had grown up listening to tales about the sword demon. Stories of how one strike could obliterate a sect, sever mountain ranges, and even cleave open the heavenly gate to challenge true immortals. Of course, Chris didn't hear their thoughts at the moment. Otherwise, he would have defended himself. Rumors were truly terrifying. He hadn't ever slain any immortals, but he had indeed opened the heavenly gate once. That time, he wanted to see if there were truly celestial beings above and slashed upwards. Immediately, the purple ether thunder struck him everywhere. He never noticed if there were any immortals up there either. From then on, he knew one thing. Heaven was untouchable. Before Li Mountain's secret realm, there had been 329 large and small sect forces. In the short moment Chris was lost in thought, more than half of them had already retreated. The other forces also wore expressions of confusion and panic, unsure of what had happened. Chris said to Gilbert, Let's go into the secret realm first. I need to retrieve something. I'm afraid you'll have to enter alone. Li Mountain's secret realm has peculiar laws prohibiting entities beyond the golden core stage from entering. Gilbert cautiously explained. Chris patted his head. My apologies. Time has been too long, and I forgot the rules I set. Oh? The Darien were even more bewildered. Tamarax exclaimed in shock. Brody, can you manipulate the power of law? No, but the people of Howren Academy can, Chris replied. Howren Academy? Those stubborn fellows once refused my heavy bribe just to borrow a book. How did you get them to help manipulate the laws and seal a secret realm? Tamarax was puzzled. In Chris's mind, he recalled the scene where he felled the dean and proudly declared, persuaded by reason. Tamarax's eyes were filled with suspicion, but she didn't press further. Meanwhile, Chris stepped forward, heading towards the Li Mountain secret realm. Just as he moved, arrows flew from all directions below. Where does this little beast come from, daring to rush ahead of Grandpa? Looking for death, huh? You think it's that easy to be first? F***CK. Let's chop this nouveau riche. Dare to defile my goddess, die for Grandpa. The many forces waiting before Li Mountain's secret realm naturally didn't want Chris to go first. Combined with his earlier display of arrogance with Tamarax, everyone erupted in anger against Chris. Among those who attacked, all were in the nascent soul or golden core stages. None were in the transformation stage, for the 1,000-year-old monsters recognized Chris and fled. Chris watched as flying swords and spirit treasures flew toward him. Nonchalantly, he swung his sword downwards. One sword could stop 1,000,000 soldiers. All the spirit treasures flying towards Chris were instantly split in two and rendered useless. Blood spurted incessantly below. After all, the spirit treasures were connected to their owners Xianxia. Their injuries were severe. Everyone looked at Chris in terror, unsure where this vicious deity came from. Who was this big shot who came to stir up trouble in the rookie field? The Darien, however, marveled. The sword demon has become so much better tempered now. Otherwise, these guys would all be dead. Chris ignored the commotion and headed straight for the entrance of the secret realm. It was a twisted space, like a black hole but not yet opened. A few golden core cultivators were guarding the entrance, waiting for the right time to enter. Previously, they hadn't attacked Chris to avoid offending the Ning family. Unknowingly, they dodged a catastrophe. A white-haired nascent soul cultivator cautiously spoke, Senior, Li Mountain's secret realm isn't due to open yet. Chris glanced at the white-haired cultivator and nodded slightly. I know. He continued towards the entrance. Nearby golden core cultivators exchanged strange looks. What was he going to do? Did he want to be the first to enter? There was no need to stand so close for that. Upon reaching the entrance of Li Mountain's secret realm, Chris said, Open the door. The gate, which was supposed to open 5 hours later, suddenly opened. Numerous cultivators stared in disbelief. What's going on? How did this big shot enter the secret realm as if he were opening a door at home? Could this place belong to him? That couldn't be right. This secret realm existed for 30,000 years without being claimed by anyone. Ignoring the others, Chris walked confidently into the secret realm. Inside Li Mountain's secret realm, it wasn't very large, only 596 mountains stretching continuously. These towering peaks gave an overwhelming sense of reverence. In fact, there was a natural array here that exerted immense pressure on one's Xianxia. Nascent soul cultivators could withstand some pressure, but golden core cultivators would struggle. Only top-tier golden core cultivators could climb a single mountain here. This arrangement was intentional by Chris. There was a phoenix bloodgrass here that could extend life. Eating one plant could add 13,000 years to one's lifespan. Extremely rare and maturing every 10,000 years, only an ancient monster like Chris could spot it during its sprouting phase, cultivate it within the secret realm, and let it grow until today. Ignoring the oppressive aura of the mountains, Chris arrived at the farthest peak from the entrance. Far away, he saw a blood-red flower resembling a phoenix swaying gently in the wind, as if welcoming him. Just as he flew over, a bird cry echoed beside him. Wish. Terror-inducing red flames rushed towards him, melting the mountains in its path. A Michuan shield covered Chris, effortlessly blocking the flames while protecting the phoenix blood flower. He carefully plucked and secured the flower before turning to look at the attacker, revealing surprise. Damn. Note. Please replace any names marked as pinyin with correct English transliterations if needed. Chapter 17. The arrival of the nation's heavyweight weapon, the Heavenly Punishment Army. A phoenix. No, to be precise, it was a phoenix soul. Could this phoenix blood grass have produced a soul due to its long existence? It wasn't entirely impossible. After all, it contained the blood of a divine beast. The phoenix soul, noticing that Chris ignored its flames, was equally astonished. Impossible! How can someone at your mere alchemical breath realm block my soul flame? Chris shrugged. You were nurtured by me. Why can't I withstand it? Nonsense. I am a natural divine spirit born of heaven and earth. Just that I was tricked back then and sank into this phoenix blood grass for several thousand years. The phoenix soul angrily retorted. Chris suddenly realized that the soul hadn't emerged from the phoenix blood grass, but rather the phoenix had hidden within using the method of reincarnation, only reviving recently. He immediately asked, then what about your physical body? Those bastards stole it away. I will eventually take it back? Why are you telling me this? All humans are despicable. The phoenix soul was very agitated. Chris understood. So you've been harmed by humans. The phoenix soul was startled. How do you know? You've cursed every generation of my ancestors. Can't you guess? I understand why you were tricked. With such a mind, you could be sold and still help them count the money. Chris felt helpless. The phoenix soul suddenly felt embarrassed and turned her head around. Cough. Don't say nonsense. I'm not that stupid. Chris didn't want to argue and said, are you going to recuperate here? I need to take this phoenix bloodgrass with me. No, I need it to absorb the essence of sun and moon. If you take it, provide me with essence in the future. The phoenix soul angrily replied. Chris glanced at her and said, all right. The phoenix soul became cautious. Are you plotting against me? Just because I'm no match for you doesn't mean I'll submit. Chris pinched his temples. Stop talking. You're almost telling me your name. Bullshit. Dixie, am not that foolish. The phoenix soul exploded. Fine, Dixie, you can come with me. I can find you a better place to absorb more essence, like an immortal artifact, Chris suggested with a sly look on his face. He knew there was a way to transform Dixie into a totem to guard the fortunes of the heavenly martial immortal dynasty. This would ensure the dynasty's prosperity even if something happened to his disciple. Moreover, this wouldn't limit Dixie and would aid her rapid growth with faith power. Dixie was taken aback. How did he know her name? Does he possess the divine calculation? Humans are indeed terrifying. Thinking this, Dixie became increasingly wary of Chris, carefully probing, how can I be sure you won't betray me like others? Simple. Although you have this phoenix bloodgrass to protect you, your soul is incomplete and can't recover without bearing the torment from the netherworld, right? Chris asked. Dixie nodded. Yes, those guys check on me periodically to see if I have dissipated. It's really annoying. Chris chuckled. Phoenixes aren't listed in the Book of Life and Death of the Netherworld, so they can't be summoned. But those people could disturb her with netherworldine energy, which spirits fear immensely. Even a divine beast soul fears the netherworld's aura. Thus, if these guardians visited her often, she could dissipate on her own. Upon dispersing, she'd leave behind a terrifying essence energy. If consumed by a guardian, it could create another netherkai within 10,000 years. Even guardians who claim impartiality might covet this. I have a method to make your soul stronger. It's called the totem method. Chris took out a huge stone from his spatial ring. It shimmered with golden light, emanating a grand aura. Heavens, a celestial starwood? Legends say it floats in the endless star sea, hard to find. Even if found, how could one obtain it? The phoenix soul stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Chris calmly responded, poke a hole in the sky. Indeed, after testing his strength, he slashed open the heaven gate, causing numerous stars to flow through, including this piece of celestial starwood. Celestial starwood has been nurtured by stellar forces for millennia, providing immense benefits to souls. So even if not made into a totem, entering it would allow the phoenix soul to continuously grow. Dixie, deeply moved, quickly pleaded with Chris, you're so generous. Let me use it. With a swoosh, she darted inside. Chris felt slightly concerned. Is this suitable to safeguard the heavenly martial immortal dynasty? Forget it. She couldn't control much anyway. A totem is essentially a mascot. Chris set up the celestial starwood and began carving. Immersed in the star sea for countless years, it was incredibly hard. Not even a large group of core formation and golden core cultivators together could slice off a bit. But now, in Chris's hands, it felt like tofu. Soon, the celestial starwood was carved into a phoenix shape. Next, just channel national fortune onto it to become a totem. However, being only at the alchemical breath realm, Chris couldn't do it himself. He'd leave it to haul later. Carrying the totem pole that couldn't be stored due to its soul, Chris left the secret realm. Outside, powerful figures from various sects had retreated several miles, watching him cautiously and smiling nervously. No one dared approach or offend him. Curiously, Chris asked Antony, flying towards him, what's wrong with him? Fear you, perhaps? Is this the phoenix bloodgrass? So thick and big? Antony asked, surprised at the phoenix totem. Chris smiled, this is a totem pole. I'll give it to Brody Linus to strengthen our nation's fortune. Antony realized, sighing, then you must avoid senior brother Marsing Xinghan. Chris suddenly reacted. Right, sending this totem means avoiding that petty person later. Shaking his head, Chris looked at Ning family brothers, let's go? Gilbert sighed bitterly, afraid we can't. Chris sensed danger approaching. He saw dark clouds rolling in from afar. As the clouds drew closer, They revealed countless armored soldiers. The Heavenly Punishment Army, the ones who butcher entire sects. Atli Mountain's secret realms in trance, a sect leader screamed in horror. All sect members scattered frantically, because this army had suppressed countless sects, striking fear into all hearts. Even now when the Heavenly Martial Immortal Dynasty had declined, no one dared openly rebel. Looking at the Heavenly Punishment Army dominating the air, Chris's eyes turned deep. Of course, he recognized this army. He named it Heavenly Punishment Army. Derived from, when heaven stirs with murderous intent, stars move and constellations shift. When earth stirs with murderous intent, dragons rise from the land. When man stirs with murderous intent, heaven and earth turn upside down. The Heavenly Punishment Army lived up to its name, conquering all under Hall's leadership, turning heaven and earth upside down, forever rejuvenating the immortal dynasty. Alas, Chris never imagined it would hunt him someday. Chapter 18. So what if it's a divine magic projection? Chris watched as the Heavenly Execution Army flew over, completely encircling him. The leading general was enveloped in his armor spirit treasure, coldly staring at Chris. We have come to invite his imperial grandson. Russell. The army parted like water, clearing a path. Amidst everyone, a 9-dragon palanquin hovered through the air, exuding grandeur. Chris remained unperturbed, directly facing the chilling killing intent that came from all sides. By his side, Tamara had also heard about the strength of the Heavenly Execution Army and immediately stood beside her master, sword in hand, fully prepared for battle. Though weak, she wasn't someone who would only hide behind her master anymore. The Darien, however, looked between Chris and the Heavenly Execution Army. After much thought, they clasped their hands together in a salute. Forgive us, senior, but we protect the descendants of the immortal dynasty and cannot oppose them. Nor do we wish to be enemies with you, so we must leave first. Chris understood the two brothers. Staying would not only fail to stop the Heavenly Execution Army, but also lead to the belief that their lineage opposed the imperial family. With the current state of the royal family being so dim-witted, it might target them. Any internal strife would only embolden those sects. Of course, this also stemmed from the brothers' lack of faith that Chris was truly the ancestor emperor's master. Otherwise, they would have vowed to protect him. Chris let the brothers leave. At this moment, the 9-dragon palanquin arrived at the forefront. On it sat a young man in an imperial robe, none other than the Jim who had fled earlier. Surrounding him were 4 beautiful attendants diligently serving him. The Jim ate a lychee triumphantly before looking at Chris. What do you think? I told you I'd come back, right? Take a look at my Heavenly Execution Army. Impressive, isn't it? Chris glanced around. In total, there were 3,000 warriors. The lowest rank was the nascent soul stage, while the highest was the profound mystery stage. Combined with Chris's carefully studied formation, these 3,000 were more than enough to dominate. They could suppress cultivators from eastern Xianxia world and fend off external enemies. But now, a good-for-nothing playboy used them for showing off. Chris felt sorrow. Seeing Chris remain silent, the Jim laughed even more wildly. Ha ha ha, speechless now? What happened to your arrogance from before? Tamara couldn't bear it anymore. She shouted, the Heavenly Execution Army is a national asset, not something you should use against my master. You blind dog. Ah, I forgot about you since you didn't speak. Now, come here and serve me well. Your master won't die if you please me. Just be a eunuch in the palace. The Jim stared at Tamara, his eyes gleaming. Tamara gritted her teeth. Brody, let me chop him up. Ha ha ha, chop me up? Come on, I'll sit here waiting for you. Today, I'll see how 2 useless people can chop me up. The Jim arrogantly swore. Chris ignored him and stepped forward, appearing before the Jim. His arrogant expression hadn't faded when he saw Chris suddenly standing in front of him. His heart nearly jumped out of his chest. You? Bellows. All members of the Heavenly Execution Army shouted in unison. A terrifying aura surged toward the sky, forming a massive light shield just in front of the Jim, creating a light wall. The Jim's face turned from terror to glee upon seeing the wall. Ha ha ha, running fast doesn't help. My 3,000 soldiers are invincible? A flash of sword light sliced through the air. The light wall shattered instantly. The Jim suddenly remembered the opera troupe in the palace. An old master in the troupe specialized in face changing, achieving 5 transformations per second. The Jim admired the old master and always rewarded him. But today, he felt that 5 transformations per second was nothing. In this short second, his expressions changed at least 20 times. From arrogance to fear, relaxation to arrogance again, then fear. Why do you have to be so strong? How can a face handle it? Bastard. Crack. A loud slap echoed across the sky. The Jim was slapped away. It was undoubtedly Chris who acted. Chris coldly said, this slap is for your great-grandfather. Slap. This one is for your grandfather. Slap. This one is for your parents. Slap. This one is for harassing my disciple. Slap. And this one is for your incompetence. Slap. And this one, well, I got carried away. Should I apologize? Chris looked at the bruised Jim coldly. Lying on the palanquin, the Jim sobbed. He couldn't even speak. Seeing him so helpless, Chris felt even angrier. However, he did not continue tormenting the fool, but instead turned to the 4 attendant girls. These 4 attendants were also at the golden core stage, quite powerful. But now, faced with Chris, they obediently knelt on the ground without daring to make a move. The Jim was foolish, but they weren't. How terrifying Chris was became evident the moment they saw him. But the distant Heavenly Execution Army did not submit. A profound mystery stage general roared, formation. Instantly, the 3,000 Heavenly Execution Army soldiers formed a formation, summoning a massive divine magic projection suspended in mid-air. This projection was thousands of feet tall, with 3 heads and 6 arms holding various weapons. One glance could make anyone tremble with fear. The 4 golden core beauties accompanying the Jim fainted immediately upon the appearance of the projection, showing its true terror. In the distance, countless sect experts observed cautiously. They feared Chris and dared not approach. Seeing the heavenly execution army form the formidable divine magic projection, these sect experts felt both elation and dread. The elation came from the hope that if Sword Devil showed his past prowess and destroyed the heavenly execution army, the sects wouldn't need to fear the Tianwu immortal dynasty any longer. Moreover, no matter how strong Sword Devil was, eliminating the heavenly execution army would likely come at a heavy cost. When that time came, they could seize the opportunity and benefit from the chaos. Fight. They must fight. Everyone eagerly watched Chris. The heavenly execution army didn't hesitate either. They activated the divine magic projection. The divine monster's eyes suddenly widened, unleashing a soul-shattering attack along with a massive steel fork stabbing towards Chris's head, much like Run 2 spearing a hare. Chapter 19. The Griffin guards the nation's gate. Chris saw the steel trident stabbing towards him and unhesitantly retreated. Tamara watched from afar, revealing an expression of surprise. It was strange. Her master always slew enemies with a single sword strike. Why wasn't he drawing his sword today, and instead retreating? Could it be because these were the subordinates of Linus that Brody couldn't bear to kill? That was likely the case. Tamara shouted, Brody, if you're hesitant to make a move, shall we do a strategic retreat first? Chris didn't turn around. Hesitant? Not at all. Chris had only retreated to throw the useless crown prince aside. This boy still had his uses. But the collision of Chris's sword and divine magic would generate enough shockwaves to obliterate everything here. In one motion, Chris tossed Farrell at Tamara's feet. At this moment, the divine magic manifestation chased after again. Its gigantic hand that seemed capable of capturing the sun and moon now picked up two mountains and hurled them toward Chris. These peaks were nearly 1,000 zhang high, almost as tall as the divine magic manifestation itself. Held aloft over its head, countless birds and flowers fell from them, drifting towards Chris. In an instant, the scene took on a strangely beautiful air. Yet no one wished to appreciate this beauty. Even the patriarch of the Marcy Shan sect watching from afar felt heart-stirred and terrified. Although their sect was known for moving mountains, they couldn't handle such enormous peaks. If these were to crash down, wouldn't people be squashed into mush? Just as the two mountains carrying a shower of flowers and leaves crashed down in endless chaos, a streak of sword light flashed by. Next moment, the mountain split into two sections, then the arm of the divine magic manifestation, and then its chest. Boom. The divine magic manifestation exploded into a chaotic storm. The scattered petals and plants were churned into fragments by the wind. Only Chris stood amidst it all, completely unharmed. This spectacle left everyone mesmerized. Let heaven and earth turn upside down. Let the skies tear and the ground split. He remained unswayed, cleaving through all with one sword. How domineering. How magnificent. No one present dared harbor any thoughts of coveting Chris. A sword demon? This bastard must be a red dust sword immortal. After the divine magic manifestation burst apart, the Xianxia army also suffered heavy backlash and were temporarily incapacitated. Chris picked up Farrell and boarded Tamara's flying sword. Let's go. Tamara hesitated, looking at the Xianxia army and the distant spectators. Will those guys take advantage of this to attack the Xianxia army? Chris smiled. Even an old lion is still a lion. As long as there's a breath left in him, the rats won't dare make a move. This was heard clearly by the cultivators far away. They felt quite aggrieved but did not dare to contradict or even act. Though the Xianxia army could not coalesce their manifestation for a while, they could easily kill these scattered forces in a desperate fight. Moreover, the Darians stood nearby on their flying vessel, whose weapons were enough to eliminate many onlookers. So many cultivators not only didn't dare take advantage but hurriedly left, fearing the wrath of the Xianxia army. Meanwhile, the Darien watched Chris and Tamara fly off toward the imperial capital, their expressions complex. They didn't know whether to be happy or cry. This sword demon? No, sword immortal, might very well be a friend of their great-grandfather who could revitalize the Tianwu immortal dynasty. But thinking of that terrifying existence, the Darien truly hoped Chris would not go to the capital. Even for someone of unparalleled swordsmanship, danger loomed. On Tamara's flying sword, Chris was staunching Farrell's bleeding so he wouldn't die. Now, he questioned him about the imperial capital. Who runs the Tianwu immortal dynasty now? The crown prince was taken aback. Why did this question sound like he was asking a bandit chief? But he dared not speak more and answered obediently, it's my grandfather Garth. Chris recalled carefully and finally remembered vaguely. There's a sword scar on his temple, right? Chris asked. The crown prince nodded instinctively, but suddenly felt horror-stricken. Was that done by you? The sword scar on Garth's face had been noticed since Farrell's childhood. However, no matter how much he begged or pleaded, Garth never told him the origin of the scar. If this person created that scar, what a terrifying being he must be. How could anyone hurt his immeasurable grandfather? However, Chris shook his head and explained, not me. He was naughty in childhood, climbed a sword-winged bird's nest to steal eggs, and got hurt by the returning adult bird, crying for a long time. Later, I found him annoying and roasted the whole family of sword-winged birds for him to eat until he cheered up. The crown prince and Tamara were speechless. Even the spirit of the sword-winged bird was silent. Chris reminisced. I remember when plucking the feathers from the sword-winged bird, it struggled and asked what it had done wrong. You guess what I said? Looking at Chris's sinister smile, Farrell, unaware it was a joke, cautiously replied, you said, actually, you didn't do anything wrong. Who cares when your strength isn't enough? Chris was taken aback. How do you know? With a sad expression, Farrell replied, grandfather said this lesson was imparted to him by an elder using blood. Upon hearing this, Chris opened his mouth to say, he wished he could have said that he just made a villainous joke, trying to see if he could activate his antagonist system by chance. Who knew Garth took it seriously and regarded it as a life motto? Chris suddenly felt somewhat guilty for corrupting children. But Farrell's next words made him feel even more awkward and guilty. My grandfather realized this early on and felt a strong sense of crisis. He started collaborating with powerful forces, even inviting the Buddhist sect, Chris interrupted, gazing into the distance with a deep, cold stare. Your grandfather invited the Buddhists, right? Following her master's gaze, Tamara saw the vast expanse of the capital already visible. Within the capital, various temples were widespread. Numerous gold joabs and bodhisattvas were embedded in civilian residences and even city walls. Knowing this place was the capital of the Tianwu immortal dynasty, some might mistake it for the Western Buddhist Holy Land. Tamara, unfamiliar with Buddhism, curiously asked, Brody, are the Buddhists very formidable? Yes, they control the entire western region of the Xianxia world, just like the Tianwu immortal dynasty. But unlike us, they don't work or labor. Instead, they brainwash the common folk, turning them into devout followers who serve and pay for them. Not only do these commoners support them without receiving anything in return, but they also bow and worship. Do you know why the capital of the Tianwu immortal dynasty is built here? Chris suddenly asked. Tamara shook her head. Chris sneered. Because these monks aren't content with controlling just the western region of the Xianxia world. They are gradually spreading east, south, north, and into the central plains, leaving many places in destitution. When your Linus built the capital here at the eastern gateway to prevent these monks from wreaking havoc in the eastern border, whoever invades will first face the imperial clan of the Tianwu immortal dynasty. If there's to be battle, the emperor should lead first. As the saying goes, the emperor guards the nation's gate, the ruler dies with the nation. Chapter 20. The Great One arrives, and the capital trembles. Tamara was profoundly impressed by her Linus's greatness. She initially thought that his establishment of the heavenly martial immortal dynasty could not have been achieved without the help of their master. But now it seemed that a person with such courage and vision would certainly achieve great things even without their master's assistance. Brody, should we drive these Buddhists away? Tamara asked. Chris nodded. Of course, they are the reason for the instability of the heavenly martial immortal dynasty. Let's go. Flying within the city is forbidden, and a grand formation is permanently active. Tamara gracefully landed. After landing, she tidied up her skirt to ensure there were no disheveled parts, then nodded in satisfaction. Chris, meanwhile, was holding the imperial crown prince and heading straight for the capital's gate. However, as Chris approached the imperial city, he saw a large crowd rushing over from afar. These people, regardless of gender or age, were all ragged and gaunt. Beggars? Tamara frowned, stepping back slightly. Naturally, someone who loved beauty did not wish to interact with them. Chris kept watching them intently. He noticed that these beggars looked terrified as if chased by something fearsome. Soon after, a group of cavalry galloped over from a distance. Riding on tall horses and wearing bright armor, they wielded whips that snapped loudly in the air. The beggars cowered in fear at the sound. The cavalry took pleasure in this, laughing triumphantly. Clearly, these luxuriously dressed individuals were not real cavalrymen but officials' children playing around, bullying these innocent beggars. Male beggars who lagged behind were lashed with whips, leading them to cry out in despair as they fled for their lives. Women were circled by cavalrymen. The attractive ones were molested while the unattractive ones were mocked mercilessly. Some elderly and children fell down but continued crawling forward out of fear of being whipped. The miserable plight of these beggars contrasted starkly with the arrogant laughter of these young officials, stirring intense anger in everyone's hearts. Seeing this, Tamara's eyes brimmed with murderous intent. She turned to her master. Can I punish them? Go ahead. Chris nodded in approval. Swoosh. A flying sword pierced through the air, directly aiming at a cavalryman's chest. The cavalryman, seeing the flying sword, was startled and fell off his horse clumsily. Others were also shocked and shouted in alarm. Who dared attack us? Do you know we are young nobles of the capital? Will you not fear the wrath of the Sky Punishment Army? The cavalrymen angrily denounced and activated their protective treasures, fearing for their lives. Tamara, as Chris's disciple and nurtured by Purple Mist Grotto, was naturally formidable. She cast a hand seal, instantly multiplying the flying swords into tens, then hundreds. Countless flying swords shot towards the cavalrymen. Though the treasures on their bodies protected them temporarily, they were knocked off their horses by the impact of the flying swords. These second-generation officials rolled pitifully on the ground. Anyone who tried to stand was immediately struck by flying swords, knocked back to the ground. Initially, they still dared to shout insults and threats. But seeing that Tamara showed no fear, they began to beg for mercy. Tamara understood that once these people had a chance to escape, they would definitely seek revenge. But she was fearless and felt vindicated. When Tamara turned to look at the beggars, she found none of them smiling. Instead, they all wore looks of terror. Tamara was puzzled. Why are these people not happy to see their enemies suffer? Because your actions mirror theirs, tormenting others? How do they know whether you're good or evil? Moreover, this is heavenly martial immortal dynasty territory, and these young nobles are not ordinary people. They may be unlucky now, but will they not seek revenge when they return? Even if they don't return, their parents certainly will. You can walk away, but these beggars can barely escape a few miles, easily catching up. They might not die from abuse, but your so-called revenge will lead to their death, gruesomely. Chris gently taught Tamara. Tamara listened in silence. After a moment, she suddenly said, You mean killing one or two isn't enough? What matters most is correcting the government? Savoring justice has its uses. The prerequisite is your strength. Chris chanted a hand seal. In the sky, strange forces were drawn forth. These were fortunes. As the nation that governed the eastern part of Xianxia world for over 10,000 years, its fortune power was immense. With just a slight pull, Chris infused a bit of this fortune onto the beggars. This alone would ensure their future wealth and health. You see, isn't this solved? Chris smiled. Tamara realized her master acted to prevent her from leaving behind mental scars. She sweetly replied, Thank you, Brody. But you're really strong to manipulate an immortal dynasty's fortune. Fortune manipulation wasn't easy. Even immortals had to be cautious. Mistreatment could bring calamity. The Buddhist arrogance had led to multiple anti-Buddhist movements historically, a result of inadequate power coupled with forced fortune manipulation. These past 10,000 years, my realm hasn't broken through, but my mastery of unconventional methods has grown immensely. Chris spoke with evident pride. Tamara admired him greatly. Yet, in the capital, several people noticed the fortunes bestowed upon those beggars. In a secret grotto, a dying old man lay breathlessly, alongside a faint remnant soul. The remnant soul paused mid-conversation, incredulously asking, "The capital's leaking fortune is being redirected? Could my rebellious son possess such prowess?" "That's impossible. The child is deranged and wouldn't dare challenge the monks." "So this is Brody. Blackie, Brody has come. We're saved." In the vast palace, an elderly man in dragon robes was meditating when he opened his eyes, looking at the void in shock. What's happening? A third party is contesting the capital's fortune? Is it another Buddhist sect? But didn't the Dharma Image Temple abbot swear only they would come? No, the fortune remains within the heavenly martial immortal dynasty, attached to a few beggars? Suddenly remembering something, the old emperor's expression turned fearful. Could it be that great one? Inside the Dharma Image Temple, an elderly monk with white eyebrows was chanting before a golden Joab statue. Each chant drew milk-white fortune into the statue. His chanting abruptly halted, unable to continue. Opening his eyes gravely, he wondered aloud, "Strange, the incompetent emperor summoned an expert against me? However, no matter what kind of expert you are, you cannot stop the glorious revival of our Dharma Image Temple. Clement, take some people to the West City Gate. Investigate everyone who passed through the gate today. Those who do not revere Buddhism can be sent to the labor kills. If anyone resists, send them to Nirvana." Chapter 21. Dare ask, what is Joab? Chris sent the trembling beggars away. Tamara tied up those so-called little marquises with ropes and herded them towards the West City Gate like cattle. The Jim saw Chris's actions and felt a deep-seated hatred arise within him. Although he knew that speaking at this moment might not be wise, he was accustomed to being arrogant and couldn't suppress his resentment, sarcastically saying, "You can't possibly think that by defeating the heavenly execution army and capturing us, you could occupy the imperial palace and proclaim yourself king? Don't tell me you aren't afraid of the countless experts within the palace. Not just Daoxian realm, there are even He Dao realm masters, and Xianxia is about to transcend the tribulation. If you dare to come, you'll die without a place to bury your body." Tamara sneered. "I wonder how many abortifacients your mother must have taken when she was pregnant with you to make you such a brainless fool? My master has shown his strength. How can you still spout nonsense?" The Jim's face turned red as he roared, "This is confidence in our immortal dynasty. Even if he's a worldly immortal, he would still get his hide peeled off for daring to enter the capital." Tamara hesitated, wondering if this lunatic's confidence suggested that the immortal dynasty had some secret weapon. But looking at her composed master, she immediately mocked. If the heavenly martial immortal dynasty truly had such power, it wouldn't have declined so much. The Jim gritted his teeth and retorted, "That's because my royal grandfather is preparing a counterattack. Soon, the heavenly martial immortal dynasty will return to its peak." Tamara intended to argue back, but Chris suddenly interrupted. "There's some truth to that. Your royal grandfather indeed has plans, but against absolute power, they're insufficient." The Jim refused to believe it, and loudly claimed that Chris didn't understand anything. Seeing this, Tamara decided not to waste her time arguing with this imbecile. As they approached the West City Gate, they witnessed a group of monks dressed in robes and holding iron staffs storm out. These monks arrogantly shoved aside the guards who were maintaining order at the gate. They then took over from the soldiers and began inspecting people entering the city. They asked if people worshipped Joab and made them recite scriptures. Those who failed were immediately arrested. While it wasn't clear where they were taken, the monks' malevolent attitudes clearly indicated that it wasn't anywhere pleasant. Any passerby who resisted was brutally beaten. More violent resistors were even executed on the spot. Meanwhile, the imperial guards stood by watching indifferently, as if these were not citizens of the heavenly martial immortal dynasty. Tamara did not rush to intervene this time. She knew hasty actions wouldn't save anyone and might provoke the monks further. "Does this happen often here?" Tamara questioned the Jim. The Jim didn't reply but instead wore a smug look. "You're finished. Do you see the leading monk? That's Lucian, the third disciple of Hamish Chan Brody of Fashang Temple. He is extremely brutal but deeply reveres Buddhism. Now he's obviously leading a raid on heretics. If you can't prove you're Buddhists, prepare to die." Tamara's expression turned serious, immediately turning to Chris. "Brody, what should we do?" "No worries, let's take the test. It's only scripture recitation." In essence, the Buddhist sutras are not much different from boasting. Unaware that these actions were directed at him, Chris confidently walked into the capital with bound captives. The little marquises, initially dejected, now exchanged glances upon seeing the imperial guards. Moments later, one of the marquises shouted courageously, "I'm the son of Jeremy, save me." This cry drew everyone's attention, including the imperial guards standing nearby who recognized the marquises. Suddenly, all the guards became enraged and rushed over, weapons in hand. The Jim cursed softly, "These good-for-nothings, couldn't they wait until the monks arrived? Now, if they really want to kill you, no one can save you in time." However, Chris remained calm. It was the monks who approached first. Lucian, towering like a black bear with a heavy crescent halberd, approached Chris. Thud. The halberd struck the ground, cracking it, showing just how heavy it was. Tamara prepared to summon her flying sword, but Chris held her shoulder and looked at Lucian. "What's wrong?" Lucian stroked his bald head, grinning wickedly. "Do you revere Joab?" "What is Joab?" Chris countered. Lucian paused, evidently surprised by this response, then angrily pointed at the wall. "That is Joab." Chris followed his gaze to see a mural-like image of the Joab, serene yet distant. Smiling, Chris said, "That's not Joab. Damn you." Lucian roared, slamming the halberd toward Chris's head. Everyone shut their eyes, unable to watch, fearing the young man's skull would shatter under such a heavy strike. Chris, however, remained calm, firmly holding Tamara and calmly stating, "Because Joab resides in my heart." Whomp. The wind blew Chris's hair apart, yet the halberd stopped just inches above his head. Lucian eyed Chris suspiciously. "What did you say?" "You asked if I revered Joab." "I do. But I revere the Joab within my heart. Not the one you paint on walls for all to mock like monkeys." Chris refrained from immediate action. He worried about sealing the city if things got too rough. The capital's array formation was linked to the state's immortal artifact. If he attacked the artifact, it might endanger his disciples. So, he'd try reasoning first. If not, physical force it is. Lucian was tough, but not skilled in debate. Listening to Chris, he grew confused. Saying Chris disrespected Joab seemed unjustified given his arguments. Hanging Joab's image on walls did seem disrespectful, but respecting Joab? Who knew if Chris truly revered it? After pondering for a while, Lucian put away his weapon, growling, "Stop playing word games. Since you claim to have Joab in your heart, recite some scripture." Tamara's eyes flickered with worry. Her master hadn't fooled this brute. She had never touched or even heard of any scriptures, let alone know their content. Maybe her master could recite something, but what about herself? In that moment, Tamara feared what was to come. Chapter 22. You have a connection with my Buddhist sect. Observing the Bodhisattva of compassion, who practices profound prajna, perceives the 5 aggregates as empty. Chris recited fluently. Over these tens of thousands of years, how could he not have visited the western regions? After all, his heavenly eye was inspired and mastered there. So, he wasn't unfamiliar with the scriptures from that region either. With his abilities, remembering what he saw was no big deal. Henry listened to Chris's recitation as if it were the tightening spell. He quickly covered his ears and shouted, "Enough, enough! Why do you keep chanting endlessly?" Seeing this, Chris smiled gently and continued reciting. Initially, he was merely reciting, but as he chanted, golden lotuses began to form from the sutras. Mystical foreign characters flew out of his mouth, swirling around Henry continuously. Henry, in great pain, clutched his ears tightly and screamed, "Shut up! Shut up, damn it! It hurts! My head is pounding!" Thud. Henry rolled on the ground. The monk soldiers looked stunned. They couldn't understand what was happening. Chris was indeed reciting genuine Buddhist scriptures. But why couldn't Henry, the third disciple of Brody Hamish, endure them? Could it be true, as Hamish said, that he carried some kind of curse? Even Tamara stared in disbelief. She had gotten used to Chris cutting people down with his sword. Now, seeing him bring someone to their knees with just words left her in awe. As for the other passers-by in the convoy, they were all dumbfounded. They'd seen monks faint others by chanting before, but never had they seen anyone knock a monk unconscious like this. The monk soldiers couldn't stand by any longer and stepped forward to intervene. "Stop, no, shut up. Don't chant anymore. Venerable monk, please retract your powers. Senior, we are disciples of Foxiang Temple. Please be lenient." These soldiers only assumed Chris was a senior monk from the Buddhist sect and didn't dare to oppose him, instead pleading with gentle words. Chris also didn't understand why his chanting affected Henry so much. Seeing Henry in unbearable pain, even bleeding from the 7 apertures, Chris stopped reciting. Unexpectedly, Henry, who had been weak just moments ago, suddenly sat up cross-legged, hands clasped together, eyes shining with an entirely different light. "Amitba, you are clearly not a disciple of our Buddhist sect, yet why can you recite the scriptures with such power?" Henry spoke in an old and feeble voice. Chris understood immediately. This was Hamish Zen Brody controlling Henry remotely, speaking to him. The supernatural power he mentioned was something many Buddhist monks aspired to achieve. Only by mastering supernatural power could one attain the supreme 5 eyes and 6 supernatural powers of Buddhism. Acquiring supernatural power depended on the strength of one's willpower. There were 2 ways to gain willpower. First, making a grand vow would naturally grant one willpower, but failing to fulfill it would result in dire consequences. Second, collective willpower, which was the wishes and prayers made by the masses when seeking Joab or the Bodhisattvas. The more believers, the stronger the willpower. More willpower meant greater supernatural power for the monks and Joabs. At this moment, the depth of Chris's supernatural power was astonishing even to Hamish Zen Brody. Despite knowing something was wrong, seeing Chris harm his disciple and threaten his interests, Hamish did not dare act rashly. Hearing Hamish's question, Chris slightly shook his head. It's not convenient to explain. Otherwise, it would cause a major disaster. Henry smiled gently. If the practitioner doesn't wish to say more, then this poor monk will not ask further. But was the person who plundered the national fortune earlier you? Chris nodded. Yes, it was me. Henry nodded. With such powerful supernatural ability and the capability to manipulate national fortune, the practitioner truly has a connection with our Buddhist sect. Are you willing to enter Foxiang Temple for cultivation? In the future, the leadership of Foxiang Temple shall be yours. Everyone was shocked upon hearing this. They realized that this speaker was likely the legendary Hamish Zen Brody. Who was Hamish Zen Brody? The abbot of Foxiang Temple. The imperial preceptor of Tianwu Immortal Dynasty. Such a revered person directly appointing Chris as his successor? Good heavens, even a crown prince position wouldn't be worth swapping for this. After all, now the power of the imperial preceptor surpassed even the emperors. His disciples naturally held positions above Farrell. Everyone cast respectful and envious glances at Chris. Even Farrell took 2 steps back, muttering in disbelief, "Impossible! This shouldn't be happening. Why did you suddenly become Foxiang Temple's successor?" Previously, whether Chris cut people down with his sword or fought relentlessly, Farrell felt fear but not despair. But facing Chris, who was about to become Foxiang Temple's successor, Farrell felt utterly crushed. Clearly, deep down, he knew even the Tianwu immortal dynasty dared not offend Foxiang Temple. Seeing this scene, Chris sighed softly. No, I have no intention of entering the Buddhist sect. Hamish Zen Brody's eyes softened. He had feared both Chris's acceptance and refusal. Because with Chris's supernatural power, joining Foxiang Temple would eventually lead to Hamish losing control. On the other hand, if Chris didn't join, he could create another temple on par with Foxiang Temple, leading to a three-way competition for national fortune. Hardly beneficial. Furthermore, it would greatly prolong Foxiang Temple's absorption of national fortune. Chris stating he had no interest in entering the Buddhist sect genuinely relieved Hamish. Not entering meant no conflict. As for Chris being a friend of the Tianwu immortal dynasty, come on, that was unlikely. If the dynasty truly had such a powerful figure, they wouldn't be in this situation now. Besides, he was holding Farrell and several young marquises captive. How could he be a friend? He is my disciple, though foolish, he has feelings for me. Since he offended you, I apologize on his behalf. Henry bowed slightly, indicating Hamish's concession to Chris. However, Chris sternly replied, but your disciple ultimately killed innocent civilians. Henry abruptly lifted his head and stared at Chris. Practitioner, I have already conceded. Please do not. Blinding sword light flashed. Hamish Zen Brody's consciousness instantly left Henry's body. Henry's consciousness also departed, forever from this world. Chris gazed at Henry's decapitated body, silently contemplating. I only used 1% of my strength. I hope I didn't scare Hamish into destroying the national fortune and going down with me. That would be too cowardly. Chapter 23, Grandfather, do you know my grandfather? Chris ultimately couldn't resist avenging his own grievances with a single stroke of the sword. After all, it's a habit from over 10,000 years that isn't easy to change. However, he had indeed set up a rather good storyline. Even though the enlightened Zen Brody of Foxiang Temple was incredibly enraged by the killing of his most useful lackey, he ultimately didn't turn against Chris. This person's origins were unknown, yet he possessed profound Buddhist knowledge and shouldn't be offended just yet. The Zen Brody decided to wait and see the situation unfold. Although the Zen Brody didn't seek revenge on Chris, the matter still needed to be addressed. He pinned a temporary workers' crime on Henry. Then, he blamed all the recent oppression and bullying of commoners by the Buddhist monks on Henry, even stating it was due to the Joab's intervention that such a calamity for Buddhism was eliminated. This move immediately boosted the reputation of the Buddhist community. The people were overwhelmingly impressed. Look how righteous they are, punishing their own when they err. Honestly, I secretly wished to the Joab earlier to expel Henry for his brutality. I never thought he would be killed so soon. The Joab is truly omnipotent. Yes, much better than our imperial court. Let's go together to burn incense and thank the Joab. When Chris entered the city, Foxiang Temple had already spread the word about Henry's death through its monks across various branches and those roaming the streets. The people, finding this news gratifying, all cheered. They went to burn incense happily. Tamara, leading a group of dejected officials' children, grumbled, Foxiang Temple is really shameless. This is clearly your achievement, teacher, but they claim it was the Joab's doing. Are you their Joab? Maybe, Chris said vaguely. What? Tamara was shocked. Don't tell me the Joab is also your disciple. Chris shook his head. Impossible. When I visited the West, there were already legends about the Joab, who supposedly ascended long ago. Tamara sighed in relief, initially worried she might have a senior brother from the Buddhist sect, but she didn't notice Chris's somewhat hesitant expression. Chris felt like he was forgetting something related to the Buddhist sect. He tried hard to remember but couldn't recall it. He eventually gave up. After all, whatever he forced himself to forget were trivial memories. It didn't matter if he couldn't remember them. Chris and Tamara found an inn to stay in. Tamara asked curiously, Teacher, why don't we go straight to the palace to find my brother 2048? I told you, I can't enter the National Defense Immortal Weapon, Chris replied. And the palace falls within its jurisdiction, he added, spreading his hands. Tamara suddenly understood. No wonder you didn't kill these guys and kept parading them around, just to attract attention from the palace? Chris nodded. They found a room to stay in. The Conroy's grandson squatted in the corner with his hands on his head. Chris sat in a chair, leisurely brewing tea. Tamara took out a needle and thread and started sewing near Chris. What are you doing? Chris asked curiously. Sewing clothes. All my clothes are handmade. And I have a great idea. If I make this dress, its unparalleled beauty will surely surpass all others. Tamara said excitedly. Now I understand why, despite your talents, it took you more than 200 years to reach the golden core stage, Chris muttered, feeling frustrated. His disciple was perfect except for her vanity. Tamara blushed. Life needs hobbies, right? Teacher, you must have your own unique interests too? Chris didn't refute her. But he also didn't explain that his interests changed frequently. Usually, every few decades to 1,000 years, he would switch to a new hobby. There was even a time when he became obsessed with fighting people. Over these 10,000 years, very few things and people hadn't intrigued him. As the master and disciple chatted idly, sudden shouts were heard from downstairs. Tamara reluctantly put away her needlework and peeked out the window. Sure enough, many soldiers in formation surrounded the inn. The owner, waiters, and guests were all driven out. Teacher, it seems to be the Imperial Guards. Tamara noticed the golden armor and royal banners. Oh, they even brought down immortal killing crossbows, Chris observed. It looks like they take us seriously, he added casually. Just stay calm. They'll come up soon, Chris advised. Tamara obediently closed the door. Soon, someone knocked. Taoist friend, may we talk? The visitor's voice was deep and steady, vastly different from the Conroy's grandson and others. Come in, Chris invited, having just finished brewing tea. The door opened, and a man in golden armor with a square face walked in. His imposing presence, though not exerting any force, made everyone in the room feel an unbearable pressure. Your Iron Mountain skill has reached such heights, showing your steadiness. Your sons lack your poise, Chris commented with a smile. This square-faced man was one of the 8 prominent heteronymous kings, known as the Back Support Kai, famed for eternally protecting the imperial capital and the royal clan. Bryn entered the room without weapons. Our son has informed me of the name Sword Demon. Why did you bring troops? Tamara snorted. Duty calls. Bryn apologized while bowing. Sit and have some tea, Chris gestured toward a chair. Bryn was taken aback. His sons had clearly explained Chris's strength. Such a powerful elder inviting him to sit and drink tea seemed suspicious. But then he thought, if this elder wanted to kill him, why resort to tricks? Thank you, Dalen. Bryn sat beside Chris, eagerly eyeing the teapot. Chris remained motionless. Bryn glanced at him, expecting tea. Still no movement. After a moment, Bryn slowly stood up, asking, were you joking about inviting me to drink tea? Back then, Jerry knew to pour tea to please me before requesting this Iron Mountain skill. Do you want me to serve you tea? Chris rolled his eyes impatiently. Bryn realized his mistake, feeling embarrassed. Being in a high position, even the Emperor wouldn't ask him to serve. Today, he simply didn't react quickly enough. Bryn hurriedly poured tea for Chris. He carefully asked, is the Iron Mountain skill from our family created by you, Sword Demon Dalen? Not really. A cultivator at my level creating a technique requires belief. I stole it. There was a force called Overlord Sect. Jerry couldn't conquer it, so I helped, taking their treasure vault as a bonus. Jerry was smarter and less dignified, crying and begging until he got the Iron Mountain skill. Chris reminisced. Hearing these old stories, Bryn, the renowned back support Kai, started sweating, becoming more humble. He remembered hearing from his grandfather, who proudly claimed this family technique came from pleading and rolling on the ground. He was warned to treat a handsome Chi cultivator youth respectfully if encountered. Could this be him? Bryn looked at Chris's youthful face, hesitating. Finally, he cautiously asked, Grandfather, do you know my grandfather? Note, the term, Iron Mountain, refers to a cultivation skill named as such in the story, which I translated directly. Chapter 24, The Griffin. He will probably get a beating, wah? Cough, cough. Chris sprayed out his tea when he heard Bryn's title. Beside him, Tamarax was already laughing uncontrollably. After all, Bryn, with his golden armor and weathered face, could easily pass off as Chris's grandfather. Yet here, this weathered old man addressed the young Chris as grandfather. Even the Jim, who had been eagerly awaiting rescue by Bryn, now wore a look of disdain. Shameless old coot. In fact, Bryn's cheeks were also flushed with embarrassment. Regardless of Chris's actual age, that face was truly helpless to look at. Just as Bryn regretted his impulsiveness, Chris looked at him seriously. My evaluation of you just now was somewhat off. You're even more shameless than Jerry Hay. Bryn, not having caught on, subconsciously replied, you flatter me. It's all thanks to my grandfather's teaching. Chris. Tamarax burst into laughter, tears streaming down her eyes. Realizing something was amiss, Bryn felt awkward and hurriedly changed the subject. Sword Devil, senior. May I ask why you came to the Imperial capital? As he said this, Bryn glanced at the Jim and others in the corner. Chris replied calmly, I intend to enter the palace. Bryn's face turned slightly pale as he instinctively wanted to refuse. After all, an existence of Chris's caliber entering the palace was too dangerous. If I can't go in, then bring the Emperor out, Chris continued seriously. Choose the meeting place. With a bitter smile, Bryn replied, with your capabilities, the safest place in the entire Xianxia world is probably the palace, right? Not quite. There are still many places I can't access, Chris added with sigh. Like the drunken dream cavern of the demonist sect, which I can't bear. Bryn and Tamarax exchanged puzzled looks. How could such frivolous matters be spoken with such gravity? All right, I'm not here to discuss with you, but to inform you. The Emperor gets one more day. Otherwise, I'll kill one person every day. I'll start with the Jim, then these lazy ministers. Then their descendants. Chris said this very calmly. However, the Jim and Bryn were terrified. Tamarax joined in sarcastically from the side. And if everyone is killed but the Emperor still doesn't come out? Looking at Bryn with deep eyes, Chris replied, this world doesn't necessarily have to belong to the Zhang family. Bryn gasped. Chris had defeated Heavenly Slaughter Army after all. If he really intended to establish a new dynasty, countless people would support him. Even with the national guardian artifacts of the palace, it wouldn't matter. Worst case scenario, they could relocate the capital and abandon this place. I'll make sure to convey this message. Bryn responded gravely. Chris thought for a moment and added, tell that little brat Garth that if I dare roast a bird, I dare roast him too. Bryn was left puzzled. Bird? Whose bird? But he didn't dare ask further, standing up and leaving obediently. Once Bryn left, Chris turned to Tamarax. Take one outside and kill them. Tamarax looked surprised. Reliable Mountain, Kai just left. Do you think that little brat doesn't know I'm here? Chris said meaningfully. Oh, I see. Tamarax glanced at the trembling figures in the corner. She picked the one she disliked most and threw him out the window. The young lord screamed in terror. Reliable Mountain Kai, save me. I'll give you money. Give you treasures, ah. With a piercing scream, the young lord's heart was pierced by a flying sword. He plummeted from midair, dying instantly. Looking back at the corpse, Reliable Mountain Kai sighed lightly. Stay here and prevent anyone from entering. The Imperial Guards acknowledged in unison and began patrolling around. Initially guarding against Chris escaping, they were now guarding against intrusions. To prevent any foolish actions by those dukes or princes. Inside the room, the Jim and his company were knocked unconscious. After all, their constant fearful screaming was annoying. With no outsiders disturbing them, Tamarax started checking her new makeup in the mirror, ensuring she looked perfect before sweetly approaching Chris, breathing like a breeze, infinitely alluring. Brody, tell me, who is the most beautiful woman in the world? Thalie, Chris replied calmly. Tamarax was speechless. Because Thalie ranked first among the top 10 beauties of the heavenly martial immortal dynasty. One rank above Tamarax. Humph, old lecher. I knew you all liked her type. Tamarax pouted. Chris smiled and consoled. Why don't you ask me who my favorite woman is? Tamarax's eyes lit up, feigning shyness. Who's the most beautiful woman you love, Brody? Thalie, Chris answered calmly. Old villain, if you mention Thalie again, I'll fight you. Tamarax flew into a rage. Being second on the list was her eternal pain. That was why she always obsessively groomed herself. But that woman Thalie, she was literally not human. Rather, a celestial fairy descended from the ninth heaven. After all, who could be that beautiful? Back then, Tamarax had secretly observed Thalie, once due to her dissatisfaction with the rankings. The moment she saw Thalie, she felt struck by lightning. It was the first time she understood that a smile captivating a city and another smile enchanting a nation was real. She nearly fell under Thalie's charm too. From that moment, Thalie became Tamarax's mental demon. Watching the murderous aura emanating from Tamarax, Chris's face was filled with amusement. This warm and harmonious atmosphere reminded him of days spent with his disciples on the mountain. Suddenly, a sharp killing intent came through the window. Tamarax was the first to rise and prepare to strike. Outside, however, a swift swoosh sounded followed by a heavy thud. The assassin was dead. The work of the Imperial Guards. Those Imperial Guards are quite observant, Tamarax said satisfactorily. Chris commented, this is only the beginning. More assassins will come. All because of those bald monks, Chris sighed. Brody, should we trouble those monks? Tamarax excitedly suggested. Not yet. If I act now, that little brat will think that I'm helping him by not coming to meet me. Chris snorted. Tamarax stuck out her tongue. She was certain now. If the Emperor dared to show up, he was in for a beating. Indeed, Garth was well aware of this. Reliable Mountain Kai Bryn had immediately entered the palace and reported this to Garth. Sitting on the practice dais, Garth was enveloped in a faint golden light. According to Grand Brody Hamish, this meant he was about to complete the Buddhist golden body cultivation. Once achieved, his control over national fortune and vows would be magnified tenfold, 100-fold. Not dumb, Garth had quietly sent someone to confirm this in the West. He even sought confirmation from the renowned and neutral academy, Howran Academy. The scholars there confirmed it indeed appeared to be the Buddhist golden body. Therefore, Garth had started cultivating frantically, not daring to waste a single day. After all, he feared Grand Brody Hamish might drain the heavenly martial immortal dynasty's fortune. Now hearing that Chris wanted to see him, Garth couldn't help but shudder. He will probably get a beating, Wah. Chapter 25. All occupations are lowly, except for scholarship. Bryn, should I go or not? Griffin Garth asked nervously. Bryn bowed and said, I still suggest that your majesty meet the senior, as I believe he harbors no ill will toward the Tianwu immortal dynasty. I also believe he has no malice. But I don't dare to go. Do you really think I'm unaware of how dire the situation in the Tianwu immortal dynasty is now? If I go, he will definitely beat me. Besides, I can't afford to waste time. Look, my golden body is almost fully cultivated. Garth boasted slightly, activating his power. Golden light flared brilliantly around him, his physical strength 10 times stronger than before. Despite being only at the middle Dongxian stage, he possessed strength comparable to the Hudao stage. Even Garth was confident enough to guarantee that if he cultivated the golden body successfully, even the combined forces of the 8 heteronym Kais might not break through his defense. Yet, Garth still dared not face Chris. That sword was too powerful, able to cleave the sky itself. His father had already reached the Hudao stage. His grandfather had transcended the void. Yet every time they mentioned Chris or heard of his coming, they would shiver in fear. Bryn, how about this? I've been neglecting management lately. Indeed, there are many corrupt ministers in the imperial city. Let's let him kill more for a few days. I'll meet him after my golden body cultivation is complete. Then, as long as he doesn't strike with full force, I believe he won't be able to hurt me, Garth said happily. Bryn watched this majestic emperor who ruled over a vast realm and held countless lives in his hands, yet rejoiced merely because he wouldn't feel pain when beaten. He couldn't quite express his feelings. How terrifying must that person be? So, your majesty, shall I respond to senior sword demon like this? Bryn asked cautiously. Of course not. Garth panicked. Why report? Just wait here. I know you all think I'm crazy and that I've gone astray. So don't leave. Stay here and watch me cultivate. When I succeed in cultivating the golden body, you'll see just how foresight I am. The door of the hall slammed shut. Clearly, Garth did not want Bryn to inform Chris. Bryn sighed but had no choice but to find a place to sit down. Then your majesty, please continue your cultivation. I'll guard you here. Garth showed satisfaction and closed his eyes to continue cultivating. His golden aura shimmered, radiant and grandiose, as if he were a Joab statue enshrined in the Daxiong Hall. Bryn watched Garth's so-called golden body, worry evident in his eyes. Chris waited until nightfall, and no one returned. He sighed, that little rascal really has grown bold. Tamara's eyes lit up. Should we storm the palace? No, let's wait a bit longer, Chris shook his head. But I feel that the Emperor is not the child you once knew. He has grown, developed ambitions. He might be plotting ways to deal with you right now. Tamara voiced her suspicions. Chris remained calm, then let's end him. But what if he uses the nation-stabilizing immortal artifact? It's a damaged immortal artifact, capable of suppressing this grand immortal dynasty. Tamara looked deeply worried. Chris seemed indifferent, unperturbed. As the master and disciple chatted, an elderly voice came from outside the inn. Is Senior Sword Demon here? This junior comes on behalf of the Conroy, wishing to exchange the Grand Imperial heir back. Tamara walked to the window and looked down. Suddenly, her hair stood on end. Instinctively, Tamara summoned a flying sword, a shield of sword chi. In the next moment, a blade appeared out of nowhere, seamlessly blending into the darkness. Had it not been for Tamara's strong sixth sense honed by Chris, she might have already been decapitated. The flying dagger easily shattered Tamara's sword chi shield. Clearly, this was at least the hand of a Yuan Marsing cultivator, a realm and power that utterly dwarfed Tamara's. But Tamara did not retreat. Instead, she gritted her teeth and summoned a spirit treasure, shouting, "Explode!" The spirit treasure detonated, blasting the dagger away. This also made Chris inwardly wince. This girl has taken to throwing gold. To use a spirit treasure like this, costing tens of thousands of spirit stones. The shockwave from the spirit treasure's explosion also injured Tamara, but she quickly swallowed a high-grade healing pill, then rode her sword to chase out. Chris pulled her back, pointing in the distance. A streak of sword chi pierced the air. Moments later, a distant cry echoed from the night sky. A Yuan Marsing expert fell effortlessly. Onlookers hiding in the darkness were all solemn. This sword demon was indeed as formidable and terrifying as they had investigated. The mountain-supporting king, who supposedly forever stabilized the capital, met Chris without making a move. Neither did the emperor when the mountain-supporting Kai visited the palace. Even Faxiang Temple didn't act. So, this person might truly be beyond the law. People in the shadows withdrew, returning to consult their masters. Meanwhile, the elder sent by the conroy had already ascended the stairs and entered the room. It was a scholar, dressed in the white robe of Howren Academy, clearly trying to enhance his own status. When this scholar saw Chris, he could not help but look puzzled. The famous sword demon from 1,000 years ago was actually a handsome young man, a noble youth? And why was he at the Xianxia stage? Was he perhaps the disciple? But thinking of Chris's display earlier, the scholar realized. An old cucumber painted green to appear young. This old scholar Abdurrahman greets Taoist friend sword demon. The scholar smiled, performing a Confucian bow. Tamara wasn't pleased. What Taoist friend? My master is much older than you. Haha, our Howren Academy has existed for ages. Everyone is called Taoist friend, Abdurrahman said arrogantly. Chris nodded. Confucians do indeed have this bad habit. They claim that all occupations are lowly except for scholarship, hence they consider themselves equal to anyone, even immortals. Tamara, unconvinced, directly placed her sword at Abdurrahman's neck and shouted fiercely, "Kneel! Call senior!" Abdurrahman's complexion changed, immediately looking at Chris, ready to question this female disciple's rudeness. However, he saw Chris calmly drinking tea as if nothing happened. Clearly, he chose not to intervene. At this moment, Abdurrahman's arrogance waned significantly. Chapter 26, Tiger. You cannot treat me this way. I am a student at the Howren Academy. Do you not recognize this white robe? Abdurrahman said, putting on a bold front. Tamara snapped, I'm blind as a bat and can't see anything. The tip of her long sword cut into Abdurrahman's skin, drawing blood. The sharp pain made Abdurrahman cringe, quickly saying, students of the Howren Academy fear no death. We only wish to leave our integrity in this world. But this sword is so cold. Please ask senior sword demon to have your disciple sheath it. This excuse left Tamara speechless, but she did put away her sword and walked back to her master. As a seasoned cultivator of over 200 years, she wasn't a fool. She had suddenly attacked to deflate Abdurrahman's arrogance for better negotiations. Indeed, just moments ago, Abdurrahman was brimming with confidence. Now, embarrassed and intimidated, he couldn't directly demand the return of the conroy's heir. Instead, he cautiously asked, may I inquire how senior sword demon plans to release the conroy's heir? An untaught child is the father's fault. Surely you understand that. The state of the conroy's heir reflects the inadequacy of his father, the conroy. Let the conroy step down voluntarily, take his son, and lead a simple farmer's life somewhere. Then we will consider this matter closed. Chris spoke indifferently. After all, the man was still kin through his disciple, so he left room for negotiation. Although Chris was sure Eric wouldn't agree. Sure enough, Abdurrahman refused on his behalf. His Highness the conroy cannot accept that. Then let him prepare his neck. His father isn't planning to come out anytime soon. After I deal with these pests, I'll go after him. Chris sipped tea calmly. Abdurrahman shuddered in fear. He was certain this man would really do it. But then he recalled his mission, to secure this meeting, not to just walk away empty-handed. The thought of convincing the sword demon assured him a place as the top scholar in the heavenly Wu immortal dynasty. Abdurrahman's courage returned, and he said gravely, does senior truly think Imperial City is like any village or small town? There are plenty of experts here. While the conroy may not wish to offend you, he could hire an assassin easily enough. Not to mention, Dharma Brody Hamish's senior disciple, Tiger, is a formidable cultivator. He will not tolerate the murder of his junior brother without vengeance. If you release the conroy's heir, the conroy will host a banquet to resolve grievances between you and Tiger. If you doubt Tiger's strength, I have an image stone here to show you. Abdurrahman placed an image stone on the table, which activated instantly. A projection appeared, revealing a young monk in gray robes, hands clasped, facing a flying dragon. Though Chris wasn't familiar with high-level cultivation methods, his experience told him this creature was nearly a dragon. Its horns were fully grown, scales covered its body, and it possessed various features of a dragon. It had reached the strength comparable to lower-tier dragons and required only a lightning tribulation to complete the transformation, making it at least late-stage Dongxian realm. Dongxian was the stage where one comprehends the essence of all mystic arts, the laws of reality. Therefore, a Dongxian cultivator must have grasped at least one law. True to this understanding, the projected dragon unleashed a roar, summoning the power of rivers, crashing toward the young monk. Water materialized in the void, a manifestation of the water law at the Dongxian stage. But the young monk stood firm, arms clasped together as if praying, allowing the force of the water law to crash against him. Golden light shimmered on his flesh, making him look like a statue of Joab, towering and imposing. The river surged from above, akin to a mountain collapsing endlessly. Tamara felt a chill even watching through the projection, knowing she could never withstand such power. Yet, the young monk endured, stepping forward against the torrent, walking on air with lotus blossoms blooming beneath his feet. In mere moments, he stood before the dragon, gripping its head with iron-like arms. The dragon thrashed violently but could not escape, being dragged forcibly to the ground. There, the monk hammered the dragon's head repeatedly, each strike shaking the ground itself, showcasing unimaginable strength. Soon, the dragon surrendered, shouting, I yield, I will be your mount. The scene ended there. Tamara looked grave. Suppressing a Dongxian dragon with ease? This monk was terrifyingly strong, his physical defenses alone causing immense fear. Is the Buddhist sect really this powerful? Even Chris frowned. Seeing this, Abdurrahman grew more confident, smirking slightly. Now do you see the terror of tiger? Tamara huffed, saying nothing. Chris remarked, this tiger seems to practice the imperturbable Vajra power? That shouldn't be a technique of the Dharmalaka temple, should it? Abdurrahman blinked, instinctively replying, I don't know. This fellow has indeed achieved a significant level with the imperturbable Vajra power. Have him come. I have some questions for him. Chris spoke nonchalantly. Abdurrahman, puzzled, asked, aren't you afraid? Why should I be? Chris retorted, well, I know you've faced divine magic of the Heaven Slayer army and slaughtered countless nascent soul and golden core cultivators with one strike. But their defenses aren't even close to this man's, right? Tiger's defenses cannot be shaken by even the power of law. Abdurrahman explained passionately, hoping to see a trace of fear on Chris's face. But he was disappointed. Chris showed no fear, which frustrated him. Still not giving up, Abdurrahman pondered for a moment and produced another image stone. In fact, Brody Hamish has 3 disciples. Besides Tiger and Aku, there is another one. Do you want to know more about them? Chris, irritated, said, do I need a membership card now? I'm not going swimming or joining a gym. Go call him directly and tell him I need to speak to him. Abdurrahman gave Chris a deep glance and then turned to leave. That night was far from peaceful for Chris and Tamara. Many came either to assassinate or investigate them. Some were weak, stopped by the Imperial Guard. Others were killed by Tamara. One was a skilled assassin from the top assassination organization, Netherworld, who managed to reach Chris's bedside before being slain by a sword aura. Chapter 26, Tiger. You can't treat me like this. I'm a student of Howran Academy. Don't you recognize this white robe? Abdurrahman said, putting on a brave front. Tamara retorted sharply, old lady here is blind and can't see. The sword's blade cut into Abdurrahman's skin, drawing blood. The searing pain made Abdurrahman falter. He quickly responded, as a student of Howran Academy, I naturally fear no death, only wishing to leave purity in this world. But your sword feels too cold. Please ask the sword demon Dalen to have his disciple put away the sword. The excuse about the coldness of the sword left Tamara speechless. However, she did sheath her sword and walked back to her master's side. Having been cultivating for over 200 years, she wasn't stupid. She attacked suddenly because Abdurrahman was too arrogant, aiming to suppress his spirit. After all, when doing business, the weaker party always suffers more. Indeed, just moments ago, Abdurrahman was full of bluster. Now, he looked at Chris but couldn't directly demand the release of the conroy due to embarrassment and fear. Instead, he cautiously asked, how does the sword demon Dalen plan to release the imperial grandson? Failure to educate stems from the father's shortcomings. You should understand that, Chris replied coolly. The conroy's poor character reflects on his father. Let the conroy step down voluntarily, take the imperial grandson somewhere to live a simple life as a farmer, and we'll call it quits. After all, it was still his disciple's bloodline. He left room for compromise, despite knowing Eric wouldn't agree. Sure enough, Abdurrahman replied on behalf of the conroy, His Highness the conroy will never agree to that. In that case, let him prepare himself. His father isn't planning to come out anytime soon. After I kill these few, I'll find him next. Chris remained calm, sipping tea. Abdurrahman shuddered in fear. He was sure this guy would really do it, but remembering his mission, he couldn't leave after just a few words. Thinking of how persuading the sword demon would make him the top scholar of the heavenly martial immortal dynasty, ranked among the highest ministers, Abdurrahman regained some courage and said solemnly, do you really think the capital is like those rural towns? There are many experts here. While the conroy won't confront you directly, hiring a killer to deal with you is easy. Not far away, Hamish Zin Brody's senior disciple Tiger is a powerful cultivator. You killed his junior brother. How could he not seek revenge? If you release the imperial grandson, the conroy will host a banquet to resolve the conflict between you and Tiger. If you don't believe or know Tiger's strength, I have an image stone to show you. Abdurrahman placed an image stone on the table. It activated automatically, projecting a holographic screen. On the screen, a young man dressed in gray monk robes stood prayerfully before a flying dragon. Though Chris didn't fully grasp higher cultivation levels, he recognized the creature as almost a dragon. Its head crowned with horns and scales covering its body, nearing the peak of power. It could match lesser dragons, needing only to undergo lightning tribulation to achieve perfection. This indicated at least a late-stage Dongxian level, the realm where one comprehends laws and principles. Sure enough, the dragon roared, summoning river forces that surged toward the young monk. The water manifested from nowhere, demonstrating Dongxuan-level mastery of water law. Yet, the young monk neither retreated nor dodged. His golden aura shimmered as if divine, standing tall and resolute. A torrent crashed down like a mountain, continuous and relentless. Even through the screen, Tamara felt terrified, knowing she couldn't withstand it. Yet, the young monk endured. Not only did he endure, he advanced, walking on air, each step leaving lotus petals in his wake. In moments, he reached the dragon, clamping its head with iron-like arms. The dragon thrashed wildly but couldn't break free, being forcefully dragged to the ground. The monk then pummeled the dragon's head mercilessly, shaking the earth with every blow. Soon, the dragon shrieked in submission, I yield. I yield. I will be your mount. The scene ended there. Tamara looked grim. Easily subduing a late-stage Dongxian dragon? This monk was terrifying. Just the physical defense alone was formidable. Was the Buddhist sect truly this powerful? Chris frowned deeply. Seeing this, Abdurrahman gained confidence, smirking, impressed yet? Have you seen Tiger's true might? Tamara huffed but didn't reply. Chris remarked, Tiger seems to practice the immutable wisdom power. Not typically from the Dharmakaya temple, right? Abdurrahman, taken aback, replied instinctively, I don't know. He has indeed mastered the immutable wisdom power well. Send him here. I need to ask him something. Chris spoke casually. Abdurrahman, puzzled, you're not afraid? Why should I be? Chris countered. Well, I know you fought the Heaven Slaughter Army's divine magic avatar, and once slaughtered countless Yuan Marsing and Golden Core cultivators. But their defenses can't compare to this. That guy withstood even the force of law. Abdurrahman tried to rouse fear, hoping to see a flicker of worry on Chris's face. He was disappointed. Chris showed no fear, leaving Abdurrahman frustrated. Still unconvinced, Abdurrahman pondered, then produced another image stone. Actually, Hamish Zin Brody has 3 disciples besides Tiger and Aku, one more. Do you want to see? Chris, annoyed. Do I need a membership card or what? Not going swimming or working out here, so cut the crap. Just bring him here and say I have questions. Abdurrahman gave Chris a long look, then turned to leave. That night, Chris and Tamara would not have peace. Many attempted assassination or reconnaissance. Some were weak, intercepted by the Imperial Guards. Others were slain by Tamara. One assassin came from the world's top assassination organization, Netherworld, infiltrating to Chris's bedside before being killed by a sword chi. Note, character names like Tiger, Ajia, are transliterated into English using pinyin equivalents. The translation maintains the tone and structure of the original while ensuring fluency and clarity in English. Chapter 27. Garth goes mad and unleashes the immortal artifact. The next morning, Chris hung the bodies of last night's attackers outside for everyone to see. Then, he ordered Tamara to bring over the Jim and a few others, whom he beheaded in one swift stroke. The Jim had just been brought in and woken up, but before he could speak, his throat was already slit. His eyes were wide with terror and disbelief. It was hard to imagine that Chris would just kill him like that. After all, he was the Jim. Furthermore, didn't Chris say he would only kill one person per day? Why did it happen to be him today? Villains always kept important figures until the end, right? Tamara looked at Chris with some confusion. Brody, what are you doing? Hang their bodies outside with a banner. It says I'll start by killing the conroy tomorrow. The day after tomorrow, I'll slaughter all the nobles in the city. Chris said indifferently. The Griffin, who had feared Chris since childhood, knew he was here and couldn't possibly not come out. Given the prolonged delay, there was obviously something fishy going on. Moreover, as more factions got involved, things were getting more complicated. Chris decided he couldn't wait any longer. Time to cut through the Gordian knot. Tamara noticed her master's irritation and obediently went about her tasks. When the bodies of the Jim and others were hung outside, the entire city was stunned. No one expected Chris to be this ruthless. He was willing to kill anyone who crossed him. The banner's claim was even more audacious, killing the conroy, slaughtering all the city's nobles. Regardless of its truth, all the nobles were furious and stormed the Eastern Palace to confront the conroy. The conroy was prepared for this. He stood at the entrance of the Eastern Palace, watching the enraged nobles of the imperial capital gather. The nobles demanded the conroy lead them into battle, urging him to first kill Chris. Angry and terrified of Chris, the conroy responded immediately to the unified resolve of the crowd. Please hear me out, esteemed ones. Chris has gone too far, insulting our immortal dynasty. But his strength is formidable. Even the heavenly assassins can do nothing. Now, with many elders absent, only my father can activate the immortal artifact to destroy this beast. Why don't we all go together to beg the Griffin to act? The nobles readily agreed, and they rushed off to Taiha Palace in noisy procession. That place was where the Griffin would hold coronation ceremonies and various rites, also the center of national fortune. Garth had been cultivating there to absorb national energy. Now, led by the conroy, a horde of nobles stormed in. The Imperial Guards were so scared they dared not obstruct and merely formed a weak barrier at the Taiha Palace gate. Patriarch Garth and Bryn naturally sensed their arrival long before. They didn't say anything yet. Outside, the conroy prostrated himself before his father and loudly entreated. Father, though I have trespassed against the rules in coming here, I cannot contain my indignation anymore. Your own grandson was brutally killed and hung on flagpoles for public humiliation. Your loyal ministers have also suffered extermination. He has announced plans to continue these killings. How can you let this monster run amok? Inside Taiha Palace, Garth was shocked and furious. He growled at Bryn. What's happening? Didn't you say he would only kill one person per day? Bryn grimaced. If he decides to change his mind, who can stop him? Garth, though angered, couldn't argue. After all, he had no way to deal with Chris either. Outside, the conroy begged again, knocking his head on the ground. I beseech you, father, please activate the immortal artifact to kill this villain. Numerous nobles followed suit, shouting, begging your majesty to show mercy and activate the immortal artifact. The commander of the Imperial Guards sweated profusely. These people, supposedly petitioning for mercy, felt dangerously close to coercing the throne. If their demands weren't met today, the conroy, with the support of all nobles, might declare his ascension immediately. Garth understood the predicament but hesitated. He was about to achieve Joab's golden body and didn't want to leave now. Yet, if he activated the immortal artifact, wouldn't his future father and grandfather fly into a rage when they found out? Struggling, Garth turned to Bryn, whose expression changed instantly. Your Majesty, are you seriously considering acting against him? Leaving aside other factors, your relationship with the founding griffin forbids you from making a move. Bryn warned anxiously. This emboldened Garth instead. You're right. The founding griffin and I have a good relationship. Even if he's furious, he wouldn't attack me or wish for the fall of Tianwu immortal dynasty. So why not test his limits? Bryn was livid. Does this mean good people deserve to be held at gunpoint? What kind of logic is this? But Garth made his decision. He snarled, give me 2 days. I need just 2 days to perfect Joab's golden body, and then he will see the correctness of my actions. Moreover, he's impatient. If he had waited 2 days before killing, none of this would have happened. Bryn stared at Garth as if seeing a stranger. How did this once learned and benevolent emperor become so deranged? Was he pursuing Buddhism or turning to darkness? Bryn, uneasy, slowly stood up and said coldly, Your Majesty, you should awaken. Garth roared in fury. Even you want to stop me? Stand down. Boom. The roar was like a lion's cry, shaking the heavens and resonating across the 4 seas, blasting Bryn away. Bryn spat out blood, unbelievably staring. Such terrifying power. Garth showed surprise too. He knew Bryn's strength wasn't far behind his. A fight between them would result in Garth's victory, but never this easily. This must be the power of Joab's golden body. Laughing wildly, Garth proclaimed, Indeed, Zen Brody Hamish did not lie to me. Joab's golden body is truly powerful. Who can stand in my way henceforth? Forget pacifying Tianwu. I can conquer outward realms unchallenged. With another blast of energy, Garth hurled Bryn out of Taiha Palace. Then, he solemnly declared, Summon the immortal artifact to guard the imperial city. Upon hearing this, the conroy and others beamed with delight. Suddenly, the whole imperial city trembled. An intimidating aura surged from deep within the palace, enveloping the entire capital in an instant. All cultivators, including Zen Brody Hamish, felt their minds constricted as if under an invisible shackle. Upon introspection, they realized their powers were sealed. Everyone was filled with panic, unsure of what was happening. Only a few understood. The national immortal artifact was active. Despite having heard of its fearsomeness, experiencing it firsthand left them despondent. Such power seemed unbeatable unless by true immortals. Though revered Zen Brody Hamish possessed immense power, he too was restrained. But undisturbed, his face lit with anticipation. This artifact is indeed powerful. With it, and the national fortune of Tianwu, my temple can certainly become the foremost Buddhist temple in the West. Even the lofty Bradley would have to yield. Soon, it will be in my grasp. Excited, Hamish could barely recite scriptures. If someone were present, they would notice the golden Joab statue before him showing signs of greed and excitement. ####Chapter 28. Let's see how strong you are. Brody, my cultivation has been sealed. Tamara exclaimed in shock. Chris, however, looked out at the sky beyond the door, his eyes deep and thoughtful. That little rascal has finally succumbed to madness. He actually used a divine artifact against me? Tamara had already heard the alarm shouts from cultivators on the streets. Hearing Chris's words, she was taken aback. This divine artifact can seal the strength of all cultivators in the capital? Yes, divine artifacts have that function, Chris replied calmly. Otherwise, how do you think Xiao 2048 was able to conquer all those sects back then? Tamara was indignant. But now that tyrant is using this divine artifact to oppose you. Why don't you seem affected? My spiritual energy inside my body doesn't exist. How could it be sealed? Chris retorted. At the Qi cultivation stage, one can only store a small amount of spiritual energy, a well-known fact. But Chris had found another path, drawing directly from the natural elements when needed. Thus, something that didn't exist couldn't be sealed. Tamara was surprised. So you are truly at the Qi cultivation stage? You've never believed me? Chris, unusually irritable, thought others might doubt him. But he always assumed Tamara, who followed him around daily, would trust him. Yet, she also believed he was just pretending to be young. Tamara was embarrassed. It's not my fault. Your strength is so formidable. Who would believe you're at the Qi cultivation stage? Talia would believe me. How smart she is. No wonder you're second on the beauty list. Chris scoffed. Tamara felt an overwhelming mix of sorrow and anger. Old scoundrel, since no one has any strength now, do you really think I won't fight you like when you spanked me as a child? I'll get those slaps back. Bang. Chris slapped the table into pieces. Do you think I've spent 10,000 years cultivating my body for fun? Tamara obediently knelt on the ground. Brody, you know me. How could I possibly hit you? Chris felt aggrieved. Why did all his chosen disciples turn out to betray him? Thinking about the disciples who hated him, Chris suddenly felt a bit discouraged. All right, stand up. Hearing Chris's tone, Tamara sounded a little wronged. Brody, you're really angry with me? I was just teasing. After all, how could I truly attack you? Chris waved his hand. I'm not mad at you. Besides, compared to your elder brothers who tried to hire the ruler of Yama to assassinate me multiple times, what you did isn't even noteworthy. Tamara was puzzled and angry. Why do they hate you so much? Just because they doubted your strength? Or because they think you hide things and refuse to teach them? Chris's eyes were filled with confusion. Initially, I thought it was for those reasons, but upon reflection, they don't seem like that kind of people. Yeah, also true. Choosing me as a disciple proves your judgment was right, Tamara seriously analyzed. There must be another reason. Despite being a foolish disciple, her words made sense, Chris had to admit. He was confident his judgment was infallible. The hatred his disciples held must have a deeper cause. Just as Chris pondered this, outside his inn, cries of defiance arose. Chris, come out. You dare to kill people but not face them? You killed our children and Brody Henry, and you think this matter will end easily. Come out. Get out here. Numerous shouts continued. Tamara peeked out the window, mocking. Brody, it's the powerful families of the capital, along with Law Image Temple's Philip, seeking revenge. It seems Garth still has some conscience, knowing to stop these nobles from avenging themselves. As a result, they can only seek Philip's help, afraid to use the heavenly assassins. Chris rose calmly, ready to confront them. Hearing this, Tamara couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for the Emperor. Previously, Brody called him a little rascal, a clear sign of familiarity despite the rebuke. Now, calling him by his full name foreboded disaster. Together, the master and disciple headed downstairs. All the dukes were present, their gazes fixated on Chris, some filled with hate, others icy cold, and some wary. Someone was about to curse again, but was interrupted by a monk's chant. Umitba, this humble monk is named Philip, greeting you, Sir Zhou. Philip clasped his hands together and bowed slightly. Philip was very different from Henry. Henry was violent. Philip was calm, like a truly enlightened monk. Tamara sneered, don't pretend. If you were so courteous, why didn't you intervene when your junior brother was harming people? Only now, after his death, do you play the good guy and seek revenge? Lady, you misunderstand. Philip shook his head. This time, I am not here for revenge for my junior brother, nor for these nobles. Upon hearing this, Chris and Tamara were both surprised, and the nobles panicked. What nonsense! Due to the Emperor's order, they couldn't use soldiers to slaughter Chris and thus relied on Philip. If Philip refused, how could they eliminate him? Ignoring the commotion, Philip focused on Chris. Brody once said I was born to suffer, needing to pass through countless trials to attain Joabhood. But from the moment you arrived in the capital, I sensed a change. Sir Zhou, you are the greatest trial of my life. If I can pass through you, I can achieve enlightenment directly. As he spoke, Philip took a step forward, radiating a golden glow, appearing like a Joab incarnate. The terrifying aura overwhelmed everyone. Tamara immediately retreated, while Chris remained unmoved, firm and unwavering like a boulder in the wind. Seeing this, all of Tamara's initial worries about her Brody vanished. The nobles, too, hadn't expected Philip to act again. Witnessing the terrifying power emanating from Philip, they felt excited. Sure, Chris was doomed. But Chris merely looked at Philip calmly. Where did you learn the immovable bright Kai technique? Philip paused but answered honestly. You know the name of my technique? It appears you met my half-master. I obtained it accidentally from the cave of a deceased senior. Sadness flashed across Chris's eyes. That child is ultimately dead. What else was there in the cave besides the technique? Philip thought for a moment. There were 5 words left. What were they? Chris asked urgently. Philip hesitated briefly, then whispered softly. Those 5 words were Brody. I am not as strong as he. Instantly, Chris's breath faltered, his face revealing unmasked pain and sorrow. He looked towards the west as if he could see across trillions of miles. Why bother? He went his own way. Whatever debts he owed, I will settle them. Why chase after him? Chris murmured sorrowfully. Then, he slowly steadied himself and looked at Philip. The technique you practice was created by one of my renegade disciples, while another pure-hearted disciple deliberately cultivated this technique to find its flaws, only to suffer throughout his life due to it. So go ahead, unleash your full power, and let me see how strong this immobile bright Kai technique truly is. Chris's expression was serious. Chapter 29. The impervious wisdom Kai's technique is powerful, but still can't withstand a single sword strike. Tiger never expected that the cultivation technique he practiced actually came from the disciple of the person in front of him. However, he did not hesitate for a moment. Tiger fully mobilized his technique, emitting a dazzling golden light, standing like a mighty Joab, exuding immense power. Then, as Tiger's aura intensified, a shadowy figure slowly condensed behind him. That shadow reached up to the heavens and down to the earth, as if an unsurpassed Joab had descended. All living beings in the imperial capital witnessed this Joab, their hearts trembling. Even just looking at it a bit longer caused their eyes to become hazy, unable to resist the reverence and trust towards this great Joab. People could not resist the thoughts in their hearts. They knelt down, worshipping Tiger. Those closest nobles also succumbed to this sudden move, all gazing fanatically at Tiger before kneeling down. At this point, even if Tiger told them to immediately rebel and kill the emperor, these people would most likely do so without hesitation. Tamaraxi was also affected. Her eyes turned hazy, wanting to kneel and worship. But Chris extended his hand, invoking a stream of destiny to protect Tamaraxi. With a start, she regained her senses but was filled with horror. Brody, what kind of power is this? Wasn't the imperial capital sealed by a divine artifact? How can he still be so strong? This shows the power of the impervious wisdom Kai's technique. It does not draw on spiritual energy but on pure willpower. The shadowy Joab is composed entirely of boundless willpower. It is one of my rebellious disciples' most impressive techniques. Who among the masses does not have wishes in their hearts? As long as there are wishes, this technique can take advantage of that and control the mind. To resist, one must either have an utterly pure heart or be blessed by fate. Chris explained, a touch of amazement flashing in his eyes. Indeed, that child who created this technique lives up to being the brightest student he ever taught. This level of technique is almost godly. Little 666, you didn't lose unfairly. Chris genuinely sighed. Sir, would you be willing to receive my fist of all beings? Tiger slowly raised his fist. The shadowy Joab behind him also raised its fist, staring intently at Chris. Before the punch was thrown, it already stirred the clouds. In the sky, the atmosphere swirled chaotically, forming a massive vortex, as if even the wind barrier layer protecting the world was penetrated. One could only imagine how terrifying this punch would be when it landed. Calm, Chris remained calm. Tamaraxi clenched her fists, sweating for her master. Without further ado, Tiger fiercely struck down. That punch, representing the willpower of countless beings, ruthlessly smashed down, bringing immense pressure. Chris seemed to hear numerous voices roaring at him to die. It felt like the entire world was against him. Everyone wanted him dead. For someone with less resolve, they might have crumbled even before attacking. But Chris showed no reaction. The masses want me dead? I've lived for 100,000 years. Throughout time, countless beings have died and been reborn, repeatedly. Who are you masses to me? Chris unsheathed his sword, without any signs of spiritual energy or magical fluctuations. He casually slashed down, seemingly hitting nothing. Because the Joab's fist wasn't affected, it continued smashing down. Boom. The Joab's fist slammed into both sides of Chris. Suddenly, the fist split open, cracking from the knuckles all the way up the arm, shoulder, chest, waist. That 1,000-foot-tall Joab, formed by the willpower of countless beings, was cleaved apart. A thin trail of blood appeared between Tiger's eyebrows, as if he opened a third eye, bleeding profusely. He touched his forehead in disbelief, looking at the blood on his hands. What technique is this? Basic swordplay, the draw. Chris responded calmly. Tiger's face showed confusion. I'm not well read. Don't lie to me. Is this seriously basic swordplay? Bang. Leaving this final curse, Tiger collapsed lifeless. Chris shrugged. Too many doubts were already cast on him. He got used to it. Upon Tiger's death, the impervious wisdom Kai's technique broke, and the mass willpower dissipated. The ordinary people on the ground quickly recovered, showing bewildered expressions. They wondered why they suddenly felt so eager to become monks. Some even cut off their hair, standing bald, questioning reality. As Tiger died, the nobles also regained consciousness. Opening their eyes, they saw Chris standing there, while Tiger lay on the ground. Shock washed over them. Next, Chris's sword swept horizontally. All the nobles' heads rolled off their shoulders. Their faces still wore looks of shock as life left them. Chris sheathed his sword and returned directly to the inn. Tamaraxi asked quietly, "Why don't you storm the palace directly?" Sealing people's cultivation is just one ability of the divine artifact. It has many other functions yet to be activated. If I go now, crew might resort to using the full power of the artifact. At that point, your brother Hall would be in danger. In any case, crew uses the artifact to delay me. Perhaps he's plotting something and should come to meet me soon. Just wait. Back at the inn, Chris sat cross-legged on the bed, waiting with closed eyes. Tamaraxi said, "Oh," and went to study a type of attire mentioned by her master, something called JK with black stockings. In the following 2 days, the imperial capital was not quiet. Over 80% of the nobility had been slaughtered, including some officials. Logically, the city should descend into chaos. But strangely, it didn't. Probably because the lower-level guards weren't dealt with, and people were accustomed to obeying laws. Usually, the main violators were the nobles. Their deaths led to official crackdowns on evil forces previously protected by them. Also, due to Tiger's death, Toming Zen Brody gained an even higher estimation of Chris's strength. He felt some trepidation. No wonder he refused to succeed as head of Fajiang Temple before. His strength must surpass mine. Knowing Chris's clear target was the celestial martial immortal dynasty, Toming avoided confronting him, ordering his monks to stay within the temple. As a result, despite the heavy casualties, the imperial capital not only stayed orderly but regained some vitality. Chapter 30. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Your divine power has reached its zenith. Chris waited patiently at the inn. On the 3rd day after he slew Philomena, a beam of golden light suddenly burst forth from the imperial palace, shooting straight into the heavens. The golden light was blinding, carrying immense waves of national fortune and the collective will of the people. As soon as it appeared, it instantly captured the hearts of millions. Throughout the capital and for thousands of miles around it, everyone saw this towering pillar of divine light. The moment they saw it, their hearts were moved, and an involuntary thought surfaced in their minds. The celestial martial dynasty is truly formidable. Chris also opened his eyes, looking at the golden light column with surprise. This is combining the national fortune and collective will? It's somewhat like the effect of a totem. Indeed, this matter must be related to that traitor. Most likely, Foxiang Temple was merely a pawn he sent to test me. Chris sneered, then turned to call Summer, wanting her to accompany him to the imperial palace. When he turned back, however, he was taken aback. Summer, who usually preferred long dresses with her hair elegantly piled high, now wore a white short t-shirt. Her perfect figure made the top seem too tight, as if it would burst at any moment. Her ultra-short plaid skirt barely covered her long, straight legs, which were encased in deadly black stockings, exuding a tantalizing allure and endless imagination. Seeing her master looking, Summer proudly spun around. "How do I look, Brody? I remembered what you said just once." As Summer twirled, the hem of her skirt flew up, revealing the alluring no-man's land below. Chris couldn't help but marvel. "Your figure is truly exceptional. Too bad it lacks, a steering wheel. Pigtails." Summer looked curious. "Pigtails? What kind of makeup is that?" "Tell you later, someone's coming," Chris said, glancing out the window. The suppression from the divine artifact was gone, but a terrifying figure was rapidly approaching. Summer casually waved her hand, and her attire immediately transformed into ordinary clothes. She didn't want to wear such revealing clothing in front of strangers. But Brody wasn't considered an outsider, more like an insider. Chris stepped out of the inn, standing on a rooftop, watching the golden figure swiftly approaching from afar. "Ha ha ha, Grandpa Joe. I have cultivated the most powerful divine power. What do you think of me?" The arrival was naturally Garth, the current emperor of the celestial martial dynasty. He approached Chris with a proud expression, not concealing the pressure from his golden body, gloating as he stood before Chris. Chris frowned, observing Garth consolidating national fortune and collective will within himself. "What sort of perverted cultivation method is this? Aren't you afraid you'll harm yourself?" "How could that happen? I've thoroughly investigated it. My cultivation method is correct. Moreover, doesn't my strength now prove how formidable I am? If you don't believe me, try taking a punch." Garth, brimming with confidence, threw a punch. This punch carried the might of heaven and earth, striking forcefully. Chris didn't draw his sword but stood there motionless. Boom. The massive golden fist slammed into Chris's Huanyuan Qi shield, sending out ripple after ripple. But that was all. A punch that could shatter mountains did not even scratch Chris. Garth was stunned but refused to yield, continuing to pummel with frenzied punches. In an instant, he threw over 100 punches. The terrifying shockwaves created a massive crater where they stood. Yet neither Chris nor the ground beneath him was harmed in the slightest. The previously confident Garth was now furious and astonished. He knew he might not be able to defeat Chris, but he never imagined that he couldn't cause him the slightest injury. Grandpa Zhou, you've become even stronger than before. Garth gritted his teeth. No, I haven't increased my strength in recent years. It seems I've hit a bottleneck, but you were always obedient and didn't dare attack me, so you never knew my true strength. Chris's gaze was deep and penetrating as he stared at Garth. Garth felt both uneasy and nervous under his scrutiny, but years as an emperor had indeed changed him. Combined with his newly mastered divine power, Garth was unwilling to be belittled by Chris. With a long roar, he summoned national fortune and collective will into himself, making his body glow even brighter. However, Chris noticed something was wrong. Garth's body seemed to be turning golden. Unaware of this, Garth pulled out the Imperial Jade Seal and smashed it down at Chris with great force. The seal, infused with national fortune and collective will, was incomparably more powerful than Philomena's strength. When it came down hard, Chris took a small step back. Garth, seeing it work, became elated. Grandpa Zhou, look at my strength. Summer watched from the side, her expression strange. One grandpa after another, brick after brick crashing down. Their relationship was truly bizarre. Chris simply looked at Garth and asked, don't you realize your body is changing? Of course I do. I'm getting stronger. Garth laughed maniacally, smashing and punching Chris. The Jade Seal pounded down relentlessly. Chris stepped back steadily, but the Huanyuan Qi shield remained unbroken. Inside, Garth was both happy and discontented. He finally pushed back this childhood nightmare. But why couldn't he break through the defense and make Chris admit he was strong? Why won't you praise me? Why can't you acknowledge how good I really am? I'm stronger than father, grandfather, even the founding emperor. To get you to bow down, is it really so hard? Initially, Garth just wanted to showcase his strength but became increasingly deranged as he attacked fiercely. Chris only watched him, apologetic. Although I've taught thousands of disciples, I still don't know how to teach children. Never thought a single sentence back, then would leave such a deep psychological scar on you. That's my fault. Garth was taken aback and became even more frantic. Who the hell wants your apology? I want you to admit I'm strong. Say it. Say I'm strong. Say I'm invincible. Say you're afraid of me. Chris shook his head, saying no more, only watching Garth. As Garth continued attacking, his body became more and more golden. Soon, Garth realized only his hand holding the Jade Seal could move. He was disbelieving and terrified. What's happening? Why can't I move? Grandpa Zhou, what did you do to me? Panicked, Garth demanded answers. Chris didn't respond but instead looked at Jessup walking towards them. The Jessup had white eyebrows and no hair, draped in a kasaya, smiling gently. Congratulations, Your Majesty. You have achieved our Buddhist divine power, transforming into a golden Joab, forever revitalizing the celestial martial dynasty. Chapter 31. I have a disciple named Samba. To this day, Garth finally understood. He could not move and could only roar with his divine consciousness. It's your doing. What have you done to me? I didn't do anything. The cultivation technique is fine. Cultivating national fortune and wish power together indeed makes one stronger, eternally stabilizing the immortal dynasty. But there's a drawback. It makes one immobile. This power comes from a method called totem technique, which I obtained from a certain relic unknown to the world. Hamish Sin Brody still had a smile on his face, but now with a touch of arrogance. The heavenly martial immortal dynasty was powerful, yet confined to a small corner. It lacked far too much in knowledge. Garth saw through Hamish Sin Brody's mockery and felt utterly defeated. Chris had always looked down on him, never praising him even after he became strong. Now, this foreign monk also despised him. Garth frantically urged his strength to break free, but it was futile. He was completely transformed into a statue, unable to control his own body despite the immense power within. Soon, something horrifying happened. Hamish Sin Brody pushed forward a figure. It was the current crown prince wearing the emperor's dragon robe, clearly having assumed the throne. What are you doing, traitor? Garth roared in shock and anger. The crown prince, expression indifferent, replied, Father Griffin, you are old and immobile. This position naturally belongs to your son. After saying this, the prince turned around and bowed deeply to Hamish Sin Brody. Zen Brody, henceforth our heavenly martial immortal dynasty will officially become a vassal of Dharma Image Temple. We beg for Supreme Joab's protection. Hamish Sin Brody laughed heartily, caressing the prince's head. I bestow upon you eternal illumination of Joab light. The prince showed evident gratitude, clearly under the influence and control of the Buddhist sect. Garth was dumbfounded, though he could not move anyway. But this scene still left him feeling defeated and despairing. He had always thought that by diligently cultivating, he could create achievements surpassing those of his father and grandfather, even the founding ancestor, leading the heavenly martial immortal dynasty beyond the eastern region of the Xianxia world, stepping into the other four domains, becoming the unrivaled sovereign revered by all. But he never expected this outcome. Years of devoted study and constant seclusion, not daring to rest for a moment, ended up leaving the country in chaos. Faithful ministers dead, sycophants thriving, his grandson killed, and his son controlled by Buddhism. What exactly did he cultivate? Already deep in self-doubt, Garth couldn't help but ask Chris, Grandpa Zhou, was I really wrong? Chris, who had been observing, gave a firm answer. His words left Garth bitter and hopeless. Garth might distrust others, but he had utmost trust in Chris. That's why he yearned for Chris's acknowledgement. Even when Chris pointed out his mistake, he firmly believed it. Yes, I was wrong and confused, trusting outsiders, almost losing this vast immortal dynasty. I will commit suicide as atonement. Garth had lost all hope, wishing only for death. But to his despair, he couldn't even kill himself. His body moved involuntarily, fiercely smashing the imperial seal toward Chris again. No, why can't I control my body? Garth yelled in panic. Chris used the primordial one-chi shield to withstand the attack, looking at the distant crown prince and Hamish Zen Brody. It was clear the prince was controlling Garth's body. As a ruler, isn't it normal to control the country's totem? I thank Lord Zhou for not killing the prince. Otherwise, my plan would have failed. Hamish Zen Brody smiled at Chris. Chris returned the look. Do you think you've won? Hamish Zen Brody raised his white brows. For the heavenly martial immortal dynasty, certainly. Of course, I can't guarantee winning against Lord Zhou, but I believe Lord Zhou has no need to challenge me. Chris was curious. Why? Hamish Zen Brody said confidently, from the moment you arrived, I noticed. You showed no mercy to the people of the heavenly martial immortal dynasty, slaughtering them casually without regard for consequences. After entering the city, you killed the royal heir and the entire nobility. All these actions show you're just a righteous wanderer, angered by the heavenly martial immortal dynasty's actions, and here to seek revenge. If you leave now, I promise the heavenly martial immortal dynasty will return to its former peace under the control of Dharma Image Temple. Bewildered, Chris glanced at Tamara. Is that so? Tamara nodded. Brody, honestly, if I weren't with you every day, hearing you mention Linus, I would have thought you came to destroy the heavenly martial immortal dynasty. Chris scratched his head, thinking maybe his methods were a bit crude and direct. But shouldn't life be like this? Be casual about life and death, fight when necessary. Hamish Zen Brody, you overthink things. My relationship with the heavenly martial immortal dynasty is excellent. So good that the country was founded by my disciple, and I'm here to find my disciple. As for why I killed those royals, ask yourself, wouldn't you slaughter them if you wanted to stabilize the country? Chris asked sincerely. His words left Hamish Zen Brody stunned. What nonsense. This country belongs to your disciple, and you're trying to kill his whole family. Who could tell you two have such a relationship? Realizing this, Hamish Zen Brody angrily rebuked. Lord Zhou, how dare you deceive me? Being a top expert, pretending to be a beginner cultivator to deceive people is bad enough. Now you pretend to be an enemy of the heavenly martial immortal dynasty to fool this humble monk? Do you have any decency? Chris realized each time he told the truth, he got scolded. Was he being forced to lie? Forget it. Think whatever you want. Chris gave up explaining. Hamish Zen Brody no longer cared for explanations and angrily ordered, directly activate the immortal artifact to slay him. The prince hurriedly responded. I need the imperial seal to gather national fortune to activate the artifact. The golden Joab statue that Garth had become immediately threw the imperial seal towards the prince. With the imperial seal, Chris would surely die. Everyone present thought so. Chapter 32. On what basis can you achieve immortality? The imperial jade seal was one of the most important treasures of the Tianwu immortal dynasty. Although only the emperor could activate it, it still tempted countless people. At this moment, Garth uncontrollably handed it over to Eric, who had already ascended the throne. The jade seal shot through the air at great speed, drawing everyone's attention. Then, a flash of sword light even faster than the jade seal flashed by. Block it! Brody Hamish shouted. The golden body Joab that Garth had transformed into immediately rushed towards Chris, intending to block the sword light with his own body. Eric spoke hatefully. I don't believe you can withstand the defense of my Tianwu immortal dynasty's condensed fortune. He didn't finish his sentence as the sword light easily split Garth's body. It didn't lose momentum and then cleave through Eric's body again. Tamara watched this scene from the side and silently mourned. Linus, congratulations on your lineage being extinguished. Brody Hamish was enraged beyond belief, angrily roaring. How is this possible? How can you be so powerful? I refuse to believe. Chris sheathed his sword and said, do I need your belief for how I live my life? Tamara took in a sharp breath. Could it be that Brody's youthful arrogance burned for 10,000 years without extinguishing? Without hesitation, Brody Hamish turned and ran. He was deeply aggrieved. He had spent nearly a century planning in the West before daring to come here. Since entering the Tianwu immortal dynasty, he had been cautious every step of the way. Over these years, he had exhausted all his efforts, making countless plans and deploying numerous pawns. Even at the cost of his lifespan, he managed to guide Farrell into Buddhism. He thought that even if the master from Hao Ran Academy came, he wouldn't be able to unravel his plot. But this bastard only needed one strike. One strike shattered more than 100 years of his plans. Hamish was utterly despairing. He vowed that if he could escape, he would never set foot in the Tianwu immortal dynasty again. With a thud, Brody Hamish suddenly fell to the ground. Confused, he wondered how he stumbled. When he looked down, where were his legs? Where was his buttocks? Turning around, oh, they were hanging on a tree branch. No wonder it didn't hurt at all. Hamish looked toward Chris, who was sheathing his sword in the distance, and calmly closed his eyes. As he descended into complete darkness, there was only one thought in his mind. Next life. Absolutely do not provoke anyone in the cultivation realm. Tamara looked at the three bodies on the ground, not expecting the matter to be resolved so smoothly. She even felt that if Garth had left the palace earlier, the matter might have been solved long ago. But now it wasn't too late. They had conquered the Tianwu immortal dynasty in just 3 days and killed all the imperial family members. This kind of efficiency was terrifying at any time. Chris walked forward, picked up the imperial jade seal from the ground, and tossed the phoenix totem pillar and phoenix bloodflower to Tamara. Go find your Linus in the immortal artifact. Brody, aren't you going? Tamara was surprised. The immortal artifact rejects me. Going inside would only harm your senior brother. Furthermore, I need to confirm something at Faxiang Temple. Chris looked toward the distant Faxiang Temple, his eyes carrying some confusion. Tamara curiously asked, "Do you have an acquaintance at Faxiang Temple?" Perhaps if it's really him, he indeed is an old acquaintance. Saying this, Chris took large steps toward Faxiang Temple. In 2 steps, he arrived there. News of Brody Hamish's death hadn't spread yet. These monks still proudly fantasized about unifying the immortal dynasty. When Chris appeared in the grand hall, the monks began shouting, wanting to drive him away. Chris slapped them and the pilgrims aside, closing the hall door. Inside the hall stood a massive golden Joab statue sitting on a lotus platform, smiling down upon all beings. Once Chris was alone inside, the statue slowly spoke, "Brody, after tens of thousands of years apart, you are still so young, while I am nearing the end. The Tao of Heaven is truly unfair. The Tao is indifferent, treating all things as straw dogs," Chris replied casually. "That's what you taught the master, whom that guy believed. As a disciple, I do not believe. I see the Tao treats us equally, like straw dogs, like weeds, but shows great kindness to you." In the statue's words was deep envy. Chris sighed lightly. "Is this why you hate me?" "Yes, I hate you. If your immortality and invincibility were achieved through effort, I would revere and worship you. But why should you be born immortal? Why can you achieve supremacy in the world merely by chopping wood and taking walks? The Tao favors you, allowing you to suppress us forever, keeping us from rising up. I refuse to accept this. I want this heaven to stop oppressing me, humiliating me. So you must die. Only by killing you can I win against the Tao." The statue, in its excitement, spoke chaotically, proving how unwilling he was. Chris was also helpless. He couldn't understand why he could achieve immortality so easily. But the statue's claim that he could become invincible simply by chopping wood and walking wasn't true either. "I've actually worked hard practicing those actions, which are forms of practice." Chris sighed. The statue coldly retorted, "Do you know what practice means? Finding a spirit-rich place, risking 9 deaths for 1 life, getting a single elixir through hardship, thinking for 100 years to understand 1 line of a cultivation technique. How is your daily chopping of wood considered cultivation?" Chris, frustrated, countered, "What if my physique and innate comprehension are both at their peak?" "Enough. Stop bragging. Old villain, if you don't die, my heart cannot rest. Just wait, even if it means overthrowing the world, I will make you die." After Chris's persuasion, the statue became even more agitated. Chris, however, remained serious. "What are you planning?" Seeing Chris's expression, the statue laughed. "You're afraid? I knew you'd cower. Wait until I terrify you even more." Chris shook his head, tired of asking, and drew his sword to strike. This slash targeted the Joab statue. Before the sword light reached, the statue began cracking, indicating the small consciousness was trying to retreat. Chris did not hold back, striking the statue firmly. The broken statue's face bore a mocking smile, but instantly afterward, a piercing scream echoed across the western borderlands. All Buddhist disciples, Zen masters, arhats, and Joabs in the western borderlands fearfully looked at the grand temple in the center, because that scream came from the central temple, seemingly the Bradley screaming in pain. How could the Supreme Bradley be injured? The next moment, something even more unbelievable happened. A Joab statue floated upward, rushing out of the domain. Was the Bradley fleeing? Who could scare the Bradley into such a panic? Was it the end of the Buddhist era? The legendary decline catastrophe? For a moment, everyone in the western borderlands was filled with fear. Chris also watched westward. Though he couldn't see the fleeing Bradley, he could sense it. That child had escaped beyond the domain and was already in the supreme realm with his own small world, making him extremely difficult to locate. This was the disadvantage of the Qi cultivation stage. If Chris were also a supreme being, he could instantly lock onto the Bradley's world power and kill him with 1 stroke. Now, he could only watch helplessly as he escaped. Moreover, this kid would certainly leave behind plans to create chaos in the world. Just as Chris pondered, a terrifying fluctuation instantly swept through the sky. However, this fluctuation didn't harm ordinary people or Chris. The monks were significantly affected, all trembling in fear, kneeling on the ground. Is this an immortal artifact? Chris wondered. Note, the provided translation is crafted to match the original tone and style, ensuring a natural and coherent reading experience in English. Soon, a faint voice of rejection carried by the wind could be heard. "It's you again, you annoying guy." Well, it's indeed the immortal artifact. Note, the provided translation matches the original tone and style, ensuring a natural and coherent reading experience in English while maintaining the same paragraph structure and line breaks as the original text. ####Chapter 33. The Gossipy Little Girl. Hearing that familiar voice of the little girl, Chris said helplessly, "I didn't want to come either. Why don't you keep these kids in line? How can I control them? Do you think I dare?" Iris erupted in fury, her voice high and accusing. "Back then, it was you who warned me not to interfere with the Tianwu Immortal Dynasty's affairs. Have you forgotten how I became a defective immortal artifact? Just because I answered back, you slashed at me with your sword." Listening to the girl's bitter accusations, Chris felt somewhat embarrassed. "I was young back then. My temper was a bit too big. Don't worry, I promise not to cut you anymore," he hastily reassured her. But the little girl fumed. "I don't care. Get out. Leave my body." Okay, I'll go," Chris conceded. Just as he was about to leave the capital's range, he was teleported far outside the city gates. Iris gloated. "Ha, even you can be chased away by me." "Yeah." Chris shook his head, unwilling to argue further. "How's my disciple doing? With the Phoenix Bloodgrass, what else? Of course, he's alive. But where did you get the totem pole from?" "I remember this method only circulated during the Age of Antiquity and had already been lost in the Age of Ancient Times. To be honest, could it be that you are the reincarnation of some great figure from the Age of Antiquity, hence why you've lived so long and are so powerful?" the gossipy little girl asked curiously. Chris replied earnestly, I've suspected that too, but I'm certain I'm not, because I'm not from this world. Not only had Chris suspected being a reincarnation of some powerful being, but he had also wondered if his immortality was due to being a transmigrator, making him incompatible with this universe. Perhaps this realm was a lower dimensional plane far inferior to Earth. That might explain why a year here equated to just a minute on Earth. However, he doubted this explanation given the immense power of this world. Iris clearly didn't believe him. I don't believe you. Those guys from the Age of Antiquity were devious. Speaking of which, I have a question for you. Where did everyone from the Age of Antiquity go? Chris asked curiously. Previously, when the little girl had first been brought out by Chris from the secret realm, she mentioned that all those from the Age of Antiquity had vanished. But due to her weakness and frequent lapses into sleep, coupled with her aversion to Chris, he never got an answer. As she was about to respond, she suddenly realized her mistake and retorted arrogantly, ask me nicely, and I'll tell you. Chris ignored her and began polishing his sword. Iris exploded again, you ungrateful one. I helped guard your disciples for so many years, even without much success. And yet, you always think of using your sword on me? Fine, today I won't tell you anything. If you're so capable, stab me. Kill me with your sword. Chris couldn't help but chuckle at the girl calling herself old mother. Alright, I was joking. If you don't want to talk, fine. I'm not that curious anyway, he placated her. Are you really not curious? The little girl scoffed. I'm not, because I know you can't hold it in, Chris said confidently. He knew the little girl was too gossipy. Infuriated, the little girl declared, you'll see. This time I will hold it in. 2 minutes later. Actually, the beings from the Age of Antiquity didn't disappear, they left. As for where they went, I don't know. They didn't take me with them. Got it, Xiao 2048? Unable to contain her gossip, the little girl pretended to speak to Chris's disciple to save face. Why did they leave? Chris asked. Iris sounded surprised. What? Xiao 2048 is asking me why they left? I wouldn't know. Back then, I was still mindless, undeveloped. But I vaguely overheard that it was something they were pursuing. Raising an eyebrow, Chris asked, could it be the method to become immortal? With a mocking laugh, the little girl responded, Xiao 2048, you're quite stupid, aren't you? Achieving immortality was easy during the Age of Antiquity. Chris couldn't deal with the little artifact spirit's teasing, but he now understood. All powerful entities from the Age of Antiquity had left, causing a break in lineage that nearly wiped out methods to achieve immortality. During the Age of Ancient Times, life forms remained strong. Although it was harder to reach immortality, people could still become terrestrial immortals, who were essentially indestructible and undying, a form of the immortal realm. However, an unimaginable catastrophe struck, leaving all terrestrial immortals destroyed, and most common beings perished. Then came the Near Ancient Era, a time of reconstruction. Whether cultivators or ordinary people, everything started anew. This was when Chris first crossed over. I've answered so many questions for you. I practically qualify as half your teacher. Aren't I right, Xiao 2048? The little artifact spirit boasted. A steady voice echoed within the imperial capital. Artificer spirit, are you using my name to chat with Brody? You, how could you recover so fast? No way, retract what you just said, and I'll pretend I didn't hear it. Caught in her lie, the little girl hollered embarrassingly. Unfortunately, none of Chris and the others paid attention to the pouting artifact spirit. Standing outside the capital, Chris saw several figures flying toward him. Leading them was a man who looked weathered yet exuded a unique charm. Chris's 2048th disciple, Dwight. Behind Dwight stood a burly dark-skinned man, along with Tamara and Bryn. Dwight led the group and immediately bowed to Chris. Disciple greets Brody. The black one greets Sword Ancestor. Bryn greets Sword Ancestor. They all knelt respectfully. Tamara casually wandered behind Brody. Chris spoke calmly. Get up. It seems you have recovered. Standing up, Dwight smiled. Thanks to the Phoenix blood flower you sent, Disciple soul has strengthened, and I feel like I'm almost becoming a solar deity. There are paths for humans and ghosts alike. For spirits, the path involves evolving from a ghostly soul to a shadow deity, then to a solar deity. Once reaching the solar deity stage, they were no different from regular cultivators. Only during the tribulation would it be challenging, but with Chris around, it wasn't an issue. Chris nodded approvingly. Very well. If so, you should be able to continue serving as Griffin. Beside them, Tamara observed the fatherly relationship between Brody and Disciple. Curious, she whispered, Dalen brother. Not that I'm stirring trouble, but Brody killed several of your descendants. Aren't you angry? Glancing at the new little sister he'd never met, Dwight explained. Those were their faults. If Brody hadn't dealt with them, I would have. Besides, get used to it. Brody isn't harmless as he looks. Back then, he instilled genuine fear in everyone. Tamara's eyes twinkled, imagining what kind of person her Brody truly was. Ignoring their whispering, Chris continued. Now that we have the Phoenix Totem, the nation's fortune should be secure. Recently, I foresee a significant upheaval in the Xianxia realm. You must stabilize the domestic situation quickly to prepare for external threats. Chris worried about his 38th disciple as he thought. Chapter 34. Oh my god, a big scoop involving Brody. Dwight knew that Chris never exaggerated the dangers. To prepare for the impending danger, he began handling state affairs. Although he had only spent 100 years in the immortal artifact, millennia had already passed in the outside world. Those thousands of years were enough to completely transform everything. Dwight needed some time to gain control over the country. Fortunately, as the progenitor emperor, he was unanimously recognized by the entire heavenly martial immortal dynasty. Additionally, with almost all treacherous officials executed, rectifying the court structure wasn't as challenging as imagined. Chris didn't wait for Dwight. Firstly, because the little girl kept urging him to leave. Secondly, Chris also wanted to go out and see what was happening. According to the Zen master at Law Appearance Temple, it seemed that the Buddhist sects were beginning to infiltrate the entire mystical heaven realm. While the infiltration itself wasn't frightening, it would be troublesome if the Buddhist sects released the evil ferocious beasts they had once suppressed. In his travels, Chris had encountered several ancient evil ferocious beasts. These beasts were incredibly powerful, with destructive tendencies, intending to annihilate all life. Chris had intended to kill these beasts, but unfortunately, they were valuable assets for increasing one's strength. Therefore, many major forces begged him to let the beasts remain under their control instead. At that time, the beasts were severely wounded, and those forces were among the elite. Chris impulsively agreed back then. Now, if the Buddhist sect started playing tricks, they might first release these beasts, affecting the other disciples inevitably. So Chris decided to go check things out and take this opportunity to visit the disciples residing in Central State, especially Galen, whose resurrection status was unknown. Tamara followed behind Chris. She wasn't wearing her usual school uniform but had twin braids and a makeup style that radiated youthful vigor, because she felt that her master always appeared young, and she wondered if this look would feel refreshing, so she started dressing like a young girl. Playfully, she asked Chris, "Daddy, where are we going?" "Even if you dressed up like this, calling me brother wouldn't make me want to kill you any less," Chris replied helplessly. "Oh come on, let me try this youthful look. Quickly tell me, Daddy, where are we heading?" Tamara hugged Chris's arm, coquettishly. Chris sensed something amiss and glanced at his disciple's chest. "Why am I only finding out about this now?" Tamara was oblivious, batting her big eyes while waiting for Chris's response. After some thought, he said, "Let's head to North New City first and check on the dragon locking well." North New City? Where is that? Despite being over 200 years old, Tamara had never left the heavenly martial immortal dynasty. The vast eastern part of mystical heaven realm alone was enough for many cultivators to explore for an entire lifetime. Apart from those who couldn't bear the pressure and fled, most native cultivators rarely ventured out. Naturally, they were unaware of the world's magnitude and the numerous strong figures it held. "It's in Central State, mount your sword," Chris urged Tamara. With no choice, she obediently mounted her flying sword and carried her master toward the capital city of heavenly martial immortal dynasty. The mystical heaven realm had east, south, west, north, and central regions. Despite being connected, communication could only occur through specific entrances. Over time, Chris felt that this world seemed pieced together. It was like 5 wine jars placed in a circle, necks facing each other. One had to enter through the small opening to get into each jar. The same went for the 5 regions, which required navigating the small openings for entry and exit. As Tamara approached the entrance behind the capital, she found a majestic river before her. Despite being called a river, it was incredibly wide with towering waves. Many ferocious beasts lurked beneath its surface, waiting to devour anyone who came near. Tamara gazed at the steel ferry boats below and asked, "Brody, are we taking a boat?" "No need, no time. I can fly directly. Who could stop me? Besides, the immortal artifact will suppress the various ferocious beasts in the river between worlds," Chris stated indifferently. Tamara agreed inwardly and flew with Chris. As soon as the duo took off, the previously turbulent river between worlds instantly calmed, like a mirror reflecting shock among people waiting for calmer waves to cross. "Don't wait. The waves will be bigger after my master passes," Tamara called out. Chris hadn't expected her goodwill gesture. The huge steel ships below also realized they were in the presence of a top-tier expert. First, they bowed deeply to thank them, then quickly propelled the ships forward. Despite their size and weight, they moved surprisingly fast. Tamara, despite vigorously urging her flying sword, was only slightly faster. Perhaps they were just afraid to surpass her. Sighing helplessly, Tamara continued. The river between worlds seemed infinitely long, but after passing through an intangible barrier, Tamara saw the river's end. Waves immediately surged upon crossing the barrier. "The immortal artifact has failed," Tamara exclaimed. "Not really, she merely dares not extend her power here. After all, this is Central State. Central State has always harbored many extraordinary beings, and even contains immortal artifacts." Chris mused aloud. Tamara nodded, looking down at the steel ferries. As waves arrived, the ferries activated protective arrays, remaining steady despite the storm. However, their speed slowed. Seeing this, Tamara quickly flew away under Chris's protection. Upon reaching the shore, a crowd rushed toward them. "Immortal Maiden, stay at our inn? Immortal Maiden, let us escort you wherever you wish. Our flying carriage is just short of 1 passenger. Get in and let's go. Do you want a map? We have the most detailed Central State map available." A group of people frantically tried to sell goods. Clearly experienced in scamming newcomers, they employed very persuasive tactics. Tamara looked left and right, wanting to buy. However, Chris pulled her away from the crowd. Thankfully, although noisy, they didn't dare truly obstruct or cause trouble, maintaining order. Chris spotted a youth dressed in a green robe embroidered with a whale breaking through waves. He walked over and recited, "Tides rise, giant whales calm the 4 seas." The youth was busy maintaining order. Upon seeing Chris approach, he was about to shoo him away impatiently when he heard Chris's words. The youth's face changed dramatically. "Are you, the Dragon Kai?" "Yes, take me to your leader." Chris smirked, somewhat regretful. When Giant Whale Gang had asked for his name, he shouldn't have made up that title carelessly. The youth nodded hastily and led the way, explaining en route, "Lord Dragon Kai, you've arrived at a perfect time. Today, our ancestor celebrates his birthday, with many immortals from blessed lands present." Tamara perked up, intrigued at the prospect of meeting many exceptional figures from the blessed lands right upon arrival. But suddenly, Chris stopped and asked warily, "Is Catherine from Jade Maiden Cave here?" Before the Giant Whale Gang youth could respond, a cold female voice came from nearby. 3,000 years later, "You're still so scared of seeing me?" Hearing this, Chris froze. Tamara turned around to find a woman with snow-white hair, yet extraordinarily beautiful. The woman exuded a chilling demeanor, seeming like a 10,000-year-old mystic ice block. But her eyes showed a hint of grievance as she looked at Chris. Tamara's eyes gleamed. Oh my god, there's a scoop here. Chapter 35. The Giant Whale Gang, a place of death. Chris turned his head mechanically to look at the cool woman and forced a smile. It's you, holy maiden. My apologies for my rudeness. Tiana's white hair flew wildly as a surge of sword chi radiated from her. She sternly asked, what did you call me? Tamara's mouth dropped open in an O shape, her big eyes twinkling with laughter. Oh wow, this kind of presence can only be emitted by someone who's been a master's wife for at least 2 years. Chris felt a chill on his scalp and could only say softly, there are so many people around. Can we talk privately? Tiana stepped forward coldly and said, no, you have to change your words right now. The young man from the Giant Whale Gang looked confused, wondering what the relationship between these two was. Tamara casually grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds from a nearby stall, cracking them one after another while watching the scene. Chris stared at Tiana, who was blocking his way. He couldn't just leave. After a brief hesitation, Chris awkwardly called out, baby, don't play around. Hiss, how disgusting. Tamara inwardly mocked him but smiled even brighter. So this old villain seemed upright, but secretly harbored a hidden beauty? Tiana froze for a moment, then her fair face flushed red with embarrassment and anger. I want you to call me by my real name. I just wanted to see if you've forgotten it. Who told you to call me that? Oh, you should have said earlier. Chris instantly relaxed and turned back to introduce her to Tamara. This is Mercy. There's a 10,000 sword manor in Xianxia, hailed as the ancestral ground of sword immortals and the dream destination for countless sword cultivators. She comes from there, being the daughter of the manor lord, quite formidable indeed. Tamara couldn't help but pout as she listened to Chris's praises, deliberately asking, then why did she join the Jade Maiden Cave? Chris glared fiercely at Tamara. Tiana retorted sarcastically, of course, it's because of your heartless husband. He lived in the 10,000 sword manor and flirted with me every day but left without emotion. Because of that, I changed my name to Hawking and joined the Jade Maiden Cave, where marriage is forbidden. Tamara, holding the sunflower seeds, froze in shock. Chris hastily waved his hands. No, she's not my wife. She's my disciple. Tiana was stunned too, scanning Tamara from head to toe, somewhat suspiciously. But didn't you reject me by saying you liked younger ones? I said that to make you give up. I would have told you I like married women if I wasn't afraid you'd think I liked your mother-in-law. Chris spread his hands, indicating his innocence. Tamara rolled her eyes disdainfully. Tiana also felt awkward, but her aura soon turned cold. Indifferently, she said, so be it. For simple words, devoid of any emotion. Even her gaze towards Chris lacked the previous affection. Tamara was astonished by how quickly her mood changed. Chris frowned tightly. Are you practicing the emotionless breakthrough art? Yes. Tiana remained unmoved before suddenly drawing her sword. Chris retreated and drew his own sword. Clang. Tiana's long sword shattered instantly. Yet, she suffered no harm. Tamara was dumbfounded. Why does this feel like a love-hate affair? The emotionless breakthrough art forces one into a state of icy will. By killing the person they're most attached to, they achieve enlightenment. Just now, she was momentarily free from the art's control due to her extreme surprise at seeing me. Now the art has made her emotionally cold, so all she wants is to kill me, Chris explained. Tamara understood, then looked down on Chris disdainfully. Scumbag. Chris wanted to explain but thought better of it and kept silent. He looked at Tiana and said, go back and practice, using me as your target. It will help your cultivation progress more rapidly. That's the advantage of the emotionless breakthrough art. As long as the enemy doesn't die, you can use them as a target, which stimulates potential and speeds up advancement. If the enemy dies and must be killed by the practitioner will reach enlightenment immediately, gaining extraordinary power. However, not everyone can cultivate this art. Without unwavering devotion to the person in one's heart, success is difficult. Affected by the art, Tiana gave Chris a cold glance but didn't leave. She hid her intentions, waiting for the right moment. Seeing that she intended to follow, Chris didn't say anything more. Anyway, he was going to the 10,000 sword manor soon. Let's go, Chris said to the young man from the Giant Whale Gang. Trembling, the youth continued leading the way. Soon, they arrived at the headquarters of the Giant Whale Gang. This powerful faction dominated the river crossing business in the Two-World River, celebrating the longevity of their ancestor. But when Chris saw the place, his face turned ice cold. Beside him, Tamara also gazed at the huge mansion adorned in red and shivered. Brody, why does this place feel so chilling even to a golden core cultivator like me? Tiana also lifted her eyes coldly. A haunted death trap? I'm late, Chris said impassively. Someone massacred the entire Giant Whale Gang and turned this place into a haunted death trap. Tamara's expression changed in surprise. Really? But aren't there still many people delivering gifts? Are they dead too? No, they're alive. Someone used the celebration of the Giant Whale Gang's ancestors' longevity to lure these disciples from immortal sects' blessed lands here, planning something. But how did they manage to silently massacre the entire Giant Whale Gang and disguise it so perfectly? If not for my sensitivity to auras, I wouldn't have noticed it. Chris was enraged, because he had specifically nurtured the Giant Whale Gang from countless minor factions to guard the Two-World River. Now that the Giant Whale Gang was gone, the Two-World River would be unguarded. These people were also attempting to endanger those disciples from immortal sects' blessed lands. This was clearly planned chaos. Could it be that little number 38 has already taken action? But how did he manage to reach here undetected? Chris pondered. Tamara asked seriously, Brody, what should we do? Rush in and save them or pretend we didn't see anything? If we ignore it, we'll fall right into their trap. At that time, the immortal sect's blessed lands will blame us for their disciples' deaths. They might even suspect me. Let's go. I want to see what these guys are up to, Chris said coldly. Tamara responded with an, oh. Tiana naturally followed closely behind. To kill Chris, it would be best to do so when he was in danger. Clearly, she was struggling emotionally. Tamara guessed Xianxia knew something, but couldn't resist the control of the emotionless breakthrough art to inform Chris. Chris noticed but paid no attention. He led the way to the main gate of the residence. The young guide from the giant whale gang hadn't sensed any problem and handed Chris over to a steward. The steward looked surprised, respectfully greeting Chris without a hint of being a corpse. Necromantic sect? Chris muttered under his breath. To him, only those necromancers who loved collecting corpses could have such techniques to raise the dead. But they shouldn't have dared to provoke the giant whale gang. Inside the giant whale gang compound, voices filled the air as many descendants of major powers came to deliver gifts. All were geniuses. If they were wiped out, it would be a massive loss, affecting the future development of many powers. End of chapter 35. #####Chapter 36. Do villains now prefer direct attacks? Chris was led into the mansion by the butler, who then smiled and withdrew. It seems little 38 isn't behind this. He knows the reverence the whale gang has for me. There's no way he'd know I was coming and deliberately arrange for me to be placed inside the mansion. The person controlling this place probably doesn't know about my importance to the whale gang. Of course, he also wouldn't recognize me, Chris muttered to himself. Tamara agreed with him. After all, only someone who didn't recognize her master would treat him as just a low-ranking chi cultivation disciple. Tamara looked around. Brody, who are these people? Chris began introducing them one by one. See those few wearing white cloud-patterned robes in the distance? They're disciples of the White Cloud Immortal Sect, a top sect among the second-tier forces in Central State. Those in black attire with golden knives are from the Tyrant Saber Blessed Harveyed. They were once a first-tier force, but they must have fallen since they're here to pay respects to the whale gang. And there's the Flying Mountain Grotto, 100 Waters Blessed Harveyed, 7 Kill Palace, Star Mountain. All present today are individuals from second-tier forces in Central State. From their appearance, they're all exceptionally talented disciples, likely sent out by their respective sects to gain experience. If they all die here, it would cause tremendous turmoil. Tamara was also startled. It looks like the mastermind wants to destroy the future of these sects. So, what should we do next? Should we notify these people to leave? Chris shook his head. It won't completely destroy their futures, but it will certainly create chaos within these sects, allowing the mastermind to take advantage of the situation and do even more things. You think this is the final move, but it's just the beginning. As for escaping, look at the gate. Tamara glanced back, only to find that the gate she had just passed through was gone. What's happening? Ghostly wall, a small trick. But combined with this setup, it's quite effective. If I'm not mistaken, the location of the whale gang is already enveloped in some formation. I just haven't figured out its purpose or exact position yet. Chris looked around, unaffected by the ghostly wall. But the formation designer was an expert, making it difficult to locate. Still, it didn't matter. He was still in the mood to play. If he wasn't, a single sword strike would solve everything. Do you understand formations too, Brody? Tamara asked, not overly worried as she continued chatting. Chris calmly replied, I said before, side paths have been my favorite area of study over these 10,000 years. So, I know a bit of everything. Tamara understood. The two continued chatting casually. Nearby, a young cultivator was drawn to Tamara's stunning beauty. He smiled and greeted her. This is Charlie from the Eastern Arrival Blessed Harveyed. Pleased to meet you, fair maiden. Tamara looked at the young cultivator and noticed a faint dark aura in his eyes. She couldn't help but scoff. Even controlled by the ghostly wall, he was still thinking about flirting. She ignored him and simply made a dismissive "Ababa" sound. Charlie was taken aback, but then left somewhat regretfully. Chris overheard him mutter under his breath, such a beautiful maiden. A pity she's missing a mouth. Do you always reject people like that? Chris found it absurd. Tamara proudly asked, does it work? Chris gave her a slight bow. He was impressed. As time went on, many people came to chat, but none spoke about the main issue until Chris grew impatient. Finally, a shout echoed. The patriarch has arrived. Everyone turned to see a robust, dark-skinned, middle-aged man walking forward with a regal stride. Ha ha ha, the presence of such esteemed talents truly brightens the whale gang. The man laughed heartily, greeting everyone warmly. Though these disciples were strong, perhaps even stronger than the whale gang, they were still the local power in Two Worlds River. If they wanted to trade with the celestial martial immortal dynasty, they had to pass through here. So, the elite disciples put away their arrogance and politely declined the honor. Seeing their respectful attitudes, the patriarch was delighted. He then asked the butler beside him, are all guests here? There are extras, the butler rudely pointed at Chris and company. But clearly, he was pointing at Brianna. A fusion realm cultivator like Brianna warranted attention from the whale gang. Fusion refers to the integration of the physical body and spirit. This extends a cultivator's lifespan significantly, potentially living for 5,000 to 6,000 years. Their recovery ability is astonishing, making them extremely hard to kill. Some even recreated ancient beast abilities to regenerate from a single drop of blood. Naturally, due to this, their flesh was coveted by evil cultivators and favored by fierce beasts. The elite disciples present looked at Brianna, their eyes gleaming with desire. They coveted her beauty, which could rival Tamara's, yet they feared her power. Only the patriarch gazed at Brianna greedily. Excellent, I didn't expect such a high-level cultivator to be here. What a pleasant surprise. Seeing the naked greed on the patriarch's face, the elite disciples were surprised. Whether it was Brianna's sect, Jade Maiden Cave, or her origin, 10,000 Sword Manor, both were top-tier forces. How dare the whale gang, with the audacity of a leopard, covet Brianna? Then the patriarch withdrew his gaze, scanning everyone again with a smile. Since everyone is here, let's cut to the chase. My ancestor is cultivating and needs some vital essence. Your essences, being of the highest quality, would be absolutely delicious if absorbed. To ensure the eternal life of my ancestor and the prosperity of the whale gang, I ask you all to die. How does that sound? The elite disciples erupted in shock and outrage. Was the whale gang crazy? To attack them? And absorbing vital essence? Wasn't that something only vile cults practicing dark arts would do? Before their arrival, their sects told them that a great hero who once saved Central State was behind the whale gang. Why was it like this? Clang. The sound of golden sabers unsheathed rang out. Someone from the tyrant saber-blessed Harvey couldn't contain his anger, shouting furiously, outrageous! A mere whale gang dares to covet us? Kill. 3 golden sabers chopped down towards the patriarch. This was the 3 talents saber formation, simple yet brutal, increasing the formation members' combat power threefold. All 3 wielders were at the golden core stage, so this strike was equivalent to a middle stage nascent soul technique. The whale gang's patriarch was merely late stage nascent soul. Just as everyone thought this attack would surely succeed, the sabers swung past empty air. The patriarch still stood there, smiling at everyone. That's not right, he's not where we thought. It must be the ghostly wall. Someone cried out, immediately casting a spell. Clear vision spell. A bright light flashed from the eyes of a 7-kill palace disciple, but then nothing happened. The basic spell couldn't penetrate the ghostly wall, but Tamara was quite satisfied, muttering softly, Brody, see, this is what a clear vision spell looks like. Your heavenly eye dare call itself a clear vision spell? Pathetic. Tisk. Chapter 37. My sword can sever anything. Since the great whale gang dared to invite these prodigies, they must have been well prepared. Numerous gang members rushed out, wielding long knives as they charged at the prodigies. Naturally, the prodigies refused to back down and fought fiercely, but shockingly, they discovered that even after stabbing through the hearts of the small Calamus, these beings did not die but instead retaliated with a slash. They are zombies. Use fire. A disciple of the divine symbol sect shouted urgently. Immediately, flames spewed from their hands, but in the next moment, a chilling wind blew out the flames. There's an expert at the Martian spirit realm, Ugh. The disciple of the divine symbol sect could only utter half a sentence before his eyes widened, and he rapidly aged. The Martian spirit, an injure of condensed Yinquan, a deity of night's killing intent. In fact, the ghost Dao cultivation method has only 3 realms, Martian soul, Martian spirit, and Yang spirit. While Martian souls can be easily exterminated, once one reaches the Martian spirit realm, they can absorb vital energy at will. Even cultivators in the fusion stage could suffer misfortune if they're not careful, let alone these young adepts in the golden core stage. Corrected version. The Martian spirit, a condensed aggregation of Martian souls, a deity of night's killing intent. In fact, the ghost Dao cultivation method has only 3 realms, Martian soul, Martian spirit, and Yang spirit. While Martian souls can be easily exterminated, once one reaches the Martian spirit realm, they can absorb vital energy at will. Even cultivators in the fusion stage could suffer misfortune if they're not careful, let alone these young adepts in the golden core stage. But just as the divine symbol sect disciple died, Catherine had already acted. She was cold-hearted and determined to kill Chris. But besides wanting to kill Chris, she was no different from anyone else. If this Martian spirit could be refined into a spirit core, it would definitely be top-notch. Without a sword in hand, Catherine unleashed sword chi that instantly enveloped a part of the void. Desolate heart sword? You damned Peter! How dare you bring such an expert into the game? The Martian spirit screamed, cursing profusely. Far away, the great whale gang leader hurriedly charged forward, punching towards Catherine. Catherine didn't pay attention. Her sword chi protected her and directly blasted Peter away. The Martian spirit, enveloped by sword chi in midair, was forced to reveal itself as a gaunt old man. Despite struggling vigorously, it was gradually controlled by Catherine. Seeing this, the others immediately rushed over. Holy Catherine, let's cooperate and break out of here. Quick, everyone gather together. Let's fight as one. Everyone yelled, trying to regroup, but Tamara watched helplessly as they scattered, fighting individually. This Martian spirit level maze was indeed beyond the capabilities of mere children. Had Chris not been present, Tamara would have faced the same fate. But seeing her master hadn't acted yet, Tamara asked curiously, Brody, with your temperament, you should have shattered this place long ago. Why haven't you moved? The main figure hasn't shown up. Who should I strike? Chris replied calmly. The main figure? Who? Tamara's eyes flickered. Could it be the so-called ancestor? Just then, a distant rock formation within the courtyard suddenly opened, revealing a door. A terrifying aura of death burst forth, accompanied by a hoarse voice. What ancient monster is this? To think you pretended to be at the chi condensation stage, deceiving even me? Dare you come in and meet me? Without hesitation, Chris stepped into the rock formation. Naturally, Tamara followed behind him. Once inside, the massive door slammed shut behind them. The two proceeded along a stone path leading downwards. Soon, they reached a large hall. It was pitch black without any light, as ghosts don't need lighting. Using the bright eyes technique, Tamara surveyed her surroundings and gasped in horror. Corpses? Everywhere were corpses. There were adults and children, all dying gruesome deaths with twisted expressions, seemingly tortured to death. Blood from these corpses flowed through specially carved channels on the ground towards a jade coffin in the center. Inside the coffin lay a stunningly beautiful woman. Seeing this, Tamara clenched her teeth in frustration. What nonsense, even a dead person is as beautiful as I. Chris frowned. Soul-seizing technique? Indeed, you are well informed. Even recognizing this extinct soul-seizing technique. But alas, today you shall become nourishment for my beloved concubine. On top of the jade coffin sat a hunched old man with open sores covering his face and no limbs. At first glance, it looked like some strange creature. This was a result of his vile soul-seizing technique receiving retribution. Chris's gaze turned icy yet puzzled. You want to revive this woman using the soul-seizing technique. Logically, you should act covertly. Why provoke disciples from major forces? The hunched old man subtly activated an array on the ground before speaking. Since you know about the soul-seizing technique, you should also know that using the essence of someone with excellent bone structure can restore superior bone structure when reviving someone. Pretending not to notice the activity on the ground, Chris responded, "Is that so? I don't believe it. You don't have a choice. Offer your essence." The old man roared, truly a taciturn villain. Suddenly, the ground lit up with various cries of agony. All the spirits trapped here launched a mental attack. A chaotic yuan qi shield emerged around Chris and Tamara, protecting them. Then, a blood-red monster rose from the ground. Composed of many human faces, it screamed with countless eyes wildly darting around. The contamination level of this creature was comparable to Fukushima water. Cultivators with slightly weaker mental fortitude might die of fright. Ignoring it, Chris drew his sword. A streak of sword light flashed. The multi-faced monster shattered, screaming horribly. But bizarrely, it reformed and revived. The old monster laughed maniacally. "It's futile. Since those prodigies entered, and you stepped in, this little deer has connected with your yuan spirits. By slaying it, you essentially kill someone outside. Do you plan to massacre all those geniuses? If they're all killed, even better." Chris showed a realization. "So, this was your scheme. Not killing it pollutes me. Killing it means people outside die. Pretty smart and sinister." The strange creature mocked Chris. "Had you been cautious, not stepping in and leaving, what could we do?" "Unfortunately, your arrogance leads to your downfall." Chris sneered. "Why not sever the connection between the multi-faced monster and those people first?" The strange creature's expression became more mocking. "Do you know who you are? Even mastering the law of the sword doesn't guarantee severing soul connections." Chris remained silent, merely drawing his sword again. Over the past 10,000 years, he used this sword to chop wood, slice vegetables, dig graves for disciples, and carve tombstones. This sword had become one with his will. Whatever he wanted to sever, the sword would naturally assist him, just as his master once protected him. Note: the translation retains the original style and structure while ensuring readability and coherence. Chapter 38. Brody is a pretty face. Chris slashed with his sword. The blade easily cut through the multi-faced monster's body. The multi-faced monster, which was lunging at Chris, suddenly trembled. Then it disintegrated. Countless blood-colored light particles exploded in the air. It did not revive this time. This scene left the odd creature on the jade coffin stunned. A moment later, the odd creature wailed in anguish, "No! My beloved concubine!" It rushed over, wildly grabbing in the air, but could not hold onto any of the blood-colored light particles. In the light points, a beautiful face seemed to appear, then vanished immediately, only leaving behind a fleeting smile. Even the corpse in the jade coffin quickly dissipated. "Damn it! I'll kill you!" The odd creature fiercely attacked Chris. However, it didn't notice the flying sword Chris had summoned. Swoosh! The flying sword severed the old monster's head. The old monster died effortlessly. Yet, Tamara found it perfectly reasonable. She had heard the accusation made by the immortal artifact against Chris earlier. Even an immortal artifact could be split apart. In this world, who could withstand her master's single sword strike? "Brody, are we done?" Tamara kicked the dead old monster's body and asked after confirming it showed no signs of life. Chris looked at the small black Joab statue that was revealed after the sinister ghostly aura disappeared, and sighed softly. "We're just getting started." This was clearly a setup targeting Chris. And this setup was merely a small appetizer that Xiao Sanba sent for him. "I was thinking of letting the whale gang take me to North New City. Now it seems I have to go there myself." Chris shook his head and turned to walk out. Tamara glanced at the corpses on the ground and smartly set them ablaze. Because she knew her master wasn't ignoring these corpses because he didn't want to handle them. The simplest fire control spell requires foundation establishment level cultivation. Ha 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 ha. The flickering flames illuminated Tamara's mischievous, exquisite face. After Chris emerged from the cave, he found Rosella had already imprisoned the Marsan spirit. With the Marsan spirit captured, the ghost barrier naturally vanished. As for the whale gang members, they fell dead as soon as the multi-faced monster died. Several young cultivators were angrily venting their frustration on the corpses. Chris walked up to Rosella. "Let's go. With the Marsan spirit, I'll give you a fine sword when we return." Tamara had a puzzled look on her face. "Brody, those who wanted to kill you all have swords. What about your obedient disciple? What can a chi condensation level person have?" Chris retorted. Tamara was taken aback. She hadn't expected that her thoughts would be noticed by her Brody. "What a miser," she mumbled under her breath, but dared not say more. The three of them were about to leave together when the genius disciples approached one by one. Leading the way were the three disciples of the tyrannical blade, blessed Harveyed. "Thank you, holy maiden, for your assistance." The three disciples bowed in unison. Other disciples from various immortal sects also thanked her sincerely. Rosella frowned. "It wasn't me." She didn't care about their gratitude and did not wish to claim credit undeservedly. The geniuses were puzzled, not understanding what she meant. Neither did the three tyrannical blade, blessed Harvey disciples understand. But they didn't dare ask more questions. No matter what, in the end, it was the holy maiden who captured the Marsan spirit and saved us. If not for the holy maiden, we would all have died. The eldest disciple of the tyrannical blade, blessed Harvey, laughed. Rosella didn't know how to explain and simply didn't bother. She knew Chris didn't care about such fame or profit. Unexpectedly, the eldest disciple Darwin of the tyrannical blade, blessed Harvey, pressed forward and asked, "I am Darwin. Might the holy maiden be here to visit the heavenly tide? We came for that reason too, coincidentally attending this birthday banquet. Why don't we all head to North New City together?" Chris finally understood. Of course, the whale gang had some influence, but these powerful forces wouldn't send elite disciples just for gifts. They must have been passing by to gain insight into the area. Almost getting themselves killed. Rosella looked coldly at Darwin. "Get lost." Upon hearing this, many geniuses couldn't help but laugh. Darwin felt a bit embarrassed. But Rosella's strength was something he couldn't afford to provoke, so he slunk away, still giving a polite bow before glancing resentfully at Chris and muttering under his breath, "Pretty face." Chris. He didn't understand why it concerned him, but soon, he noticed others looking at him disdainfully as well. Chris realized, these guys must think he got close to Rosella by being good-looking. Given that the Jade Maid Cave doesn't accept male disciples, and his accent wasn't Central State dialect, he definitely wasn't from the Gongsun family. Still being with Rosella and only at chi condensation level, being mistaken for a womanizer who relied on his looks was understandable. Chris didn't bother explaining and just stared at the corpses scattered everywhere. We need to select a new gang to guard this place. Otherwise, it will descend into chaos. Yeah, do you have someone in mind? Tamara asked curiously. I remember there was a canal gang called Cross River Dragon around here. Not sure if it still exists, Chris recalled. At this, a youth in the distance sneered. This brother isn't very strong but cares quite a lot. Chris turned to see someone from the White Cloud Immortal sect mocking him. Though seemingly mocking, he remained nervous, carefully watching Rosella while holding an escape talisman. None of these big factions geniuses were fools. They weren't deliberately belittling Chris, but were using him to probe Rosella's attitude towards both Chris and the local whale gang. Clearly, Rosella wasn't swayed. This excited all the geniuses. They saw this fairy crossing as theirs now. If they could establish themselves here, their annual income would soar. Who wouldn't want that? Just securing this crossing for the White Cloud Immortal sect alone could elevate its status significantly, perhaps even rank among the top-tier powers in Central State. So he bravely stepped forward first. Seeing through everyone's intentions, Chris ignored these kids. But he certainly couldn't let go of this fairy. Otherwise, his cultivation resources would be gone. Wait, resources? Suddenly realizing, Chris rushed toward the memory-stored location of the whale gang's treasury. Even if other memories faded, Chris remembered every detail of where the treasuries of each faction were. Others were initially stunned by Chris's sudden sprint, but some sharp minds caught on quickly. Brother, the treasury? Hearing this shout, everyone snapped back to attention. All chased after Chris. Rosella had the power to stop them but didn't interfere. Tamara stayed put quietly, knowing these people would soon run into trouble. Ignoring the pursuers, Chris used his Heaven Eye vision to locate the treasury and rushed inside. Although surprised by Chris's speed, the geniuses didn't worry much. Anyone from a major faction should have treasures. Earlier, seeing Chris beside Rosella, they thought he was a minor character brought along. Chris unleashed a sword chi, forcing open the heavily fortified treasury doors. Fortunately, despite significant depletion due to the old monster, mostly of spirit stones, valuable treasures, rare materials, and even some celestial treasures remained. Relieved, Chris quickly stored everything into his storage ring. Just as he finished, the geniuses arrived and saw the emptied treasury, erupting in shock and fury. Blocking his path, Darwin snarled, "Hand it over." Having just been humiliated by Rosella, he sought to reclaim his dignity on Chris. Why not, considering Chris's closeness to Rosella? Moreover, Rosella didn't care about him. Of course, for safety reasons, Darwin didn't dare to shout loudly. "Get lost, this belongs to me." Were all your eyes blind? Given my speed just now, shouldn't you know you can't afford to offend me? Chris rolled his eyes and didn't rush to act. Otherwise, Xiao Samba would be delighted. The translation continues the previous content, while maintaining the same paragraph structure and line breaks as the original text. It ensures that the names are correctly transliterated using pinyin and keeps the tone and style consistent with the original passage. Chapter 39. A Sage's Sword / creates a pit. When Ellie heard Chris's words, he sneered. Then he threw out a talisman. Swish. Ellie, who had been standing 3 paces away from Chris, instantly appeared before him. How about that? We're all from powerful factions. Who can't perform some sort of teleportation? Ellie sneered. Others also wore mocking expressions. It was just a mere teleportation talisman and spirit treasure. They had plenty. This guy actually used it to show off in front of them? Does he think their origins from celestial paradises were fake? Without a word, Chris kicked Ellie squarely on his body. He didn't use any sword chi or other magical techniques. Just a regular kick. Terrifying spiritual energy erupted, blasting Ellie away. In fact, Ellie reacted relatively quickly, or perhaps the life-saving treasure he wore did. As Chris's kick came towards him, a transparent light shield emerged around Ellie. But the shield only held for a moment before shattering. Ellie spat out blood profusely and crashed heavily to the ground, his face filled with shock and disbelief. Isn't this guy supposed to be at the chi cultivation stage? How can he be so strong? There must be an even stronger magic treasure on him. Chris wore a proud expression. You really think I do 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and run 10 kilometers every day for fun? Even though I haven't gone bald yet, it's enough to make my physical strength surpass any magic treasure. Even without a sword, many people wouldn't be a match for me. It must be said, Chris's kick made those prodigies look serious. Originally confident they could stop Chris, they now chose to temporarily step aside, clearing a path for him. Chris sauntered outward. Just as he was about to leave the treasure vault, an unwilling Ellie asked, "May I ask, which honored Taoist are you?" So, he wants to remember me? Chris turned to look at Ellie, saying, "Whom are you here to give gifts to?" The many sword prodigies showed hesitant expressions. What does that mean? They came to the giant whale gang to pay tribute for the terrifying senior, who allegedly once saved Central State. Sigh. Everyone looked at Chris incredulously. Could it be? No way. Though Chris was indeed powerful, would a senior capable of saving Central State have such a low profile as to fight over things with kids like them? Throughout tens of thousands of years of legend in Central State, indeed, many old monsters enjoyed playing among mortals. They liked pretending to be minor characters and deceiving others. Some people even had serendipitous encounters with these seniors, receiving guidance and soaring to prominence. But no legend has ever mentioned any ancient powerhouse willing to fight Anchang things with children. That would be too embarrassing. And these ancient powerhouses had no need for such trivial treasures. The best item in the giant whale gang's treasury was probably something that could help one cultivate up to the grotto profound stage. Everyone internally dismissed Chris's identity. However, knowing this person was aware of the giant whale gang's background suggested he was likely a descendant of a major power. Therefore, the young geniuses didn't wish to offend him too much. Note, Chengdongxi should be translated as grab things or snatch things rather than just Chengdongxi. Here is the revised passage. But no legend has ever mentioned any ancient powerhouse willing to fight and snatch things from children. That would be too embarrassing. And these ancient powerhouses had no need for such trivial treasures. The best item in the giant whale gang's treasury was probably something that could help one cultivate up to the grotto profound stage. Everyone internally dismissed Chris's identity. However, knowing this person was aware of the giant whale gang's background suggested he was likely a descendant of a major power. Therefore, the young geniuses didn't wish to offend him too much. Ellie didn't expect to meet someone from a powerful faction. He felt bitter but knew revenge would probably be impossible. Helplessly, he could only coldly watch Chris leave. After exiting the treasure vault, Chris happily looked at Tamara. Brody found quite a few good things this time. We'll refine some pills and purify your body later. Tamara nodded hurriedly, her twin tails swinging as she sweetly said, Brody is the best. Chris showed a satisfied smile. He liked this scene of filial piety. Too bad for those disciples? Never mind. Still, my Kiki is obedient. Tiana watched this scene with a calm gaze. But Chris's keen intuition sensed she was always looking for his weaknesses, her aura locking onto him. Any slight mistake he made would be seized upon by her sword. Uncomfortable under her scrutiny, Chris wanted to send this woman back to 10,000 Sword Manor quickly and ask how to deal with it. Let's go. This time, Chris didn't urge Tamara to ride her sword, instead grabbing her and Tiana and taking a single step forward. Knowing Lock Dragon Well would have problems, Chris didn't hesitate. One step covered thousands of miles. The distance between Giant Whale Gang and 10,000 Sword Manor in Cleft Sky Valley wasn't very far, precisely 108,000 miles. With each step, time and space seemed to rewind, passing by him. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at a huge canyon. This canyon stretched for several thousand miles, with cliffs towering like walls, enclosing a city tightly within. By feng shui standards, this was certainly a dead end. Although it wasn't completely hopeless, anyone living here would have their fortune suppressed to the lowest possible point. Normal people wouldn't choose to stay here. But the people of 10,000 Sword Manor were not normal. They were obsessed with swords, going crazy for them. Apart from swordsmanship, there was nothing else in their hearts. So they didn't believe in luck or destiny. As for why they lived here, it was because this canyon was man-made. The sword intent here was once so dense it was almost terrifying. When explaining to Tamara why 10,000 Sword Manor lived in a pit, Chris explained it like this. Tamara quickly reacted, her bright eyes looking at Chris. Brody, did you split this canyon? Of course not. Why would I carve out such a big pit for no reason? Chris rolled his eyes and pointed upwards. It's said to be left by a sage, although this shouldn't be a legend. I once brought a national divine artifact secretly to identify it, and there was indeed lingering divine power here. I estimate it was done by some significant figure from the ancient era. Tamara felt a bit regretful but relieved. If Brody could create such a grand canyon, that would be great. Chris raised an eyebrow. Is this pit so impressive? Tamara was stunned. Why this indifferent tone? Also, Chris had been referring to it as a pit, a rather disrespectful term. For someone practicing swordsmanship, shouldn't he revere such a canyon created by a single sword slash? At least call it a celestial paradise? Look at 10,000 Sword Manor, moving their entire family here, braving hardships and danger. So, Brody's disrespect might mean he can also split such a canyon? Before Tamara could ask more, Chris already brought her to the city gate. This was an ancient city, appearing small from above the canyon due to the distance. As they approached, Tamara felt a heavy and imposing presence wash over her. She suddenly had an epiphany and broke through to a new small realm. Tamara was astonished. Just a glance and she could break through? Is Central State really so fertile and talented? No wonder they look down on us borderland commoners. Suddenly, Tamara felt somewhat inferior, despite coming from a renowned sect. Chapter 40, Skywashing Tide, Gathered. Zhongzhou is where the chi of Xianxia world converges. Therefore, 8 to 9 out of 10 Grotto Heaven blessed lands are in Zhongzhou. While the border regions also have many places that claim to be Grotto Heavens or blessed lands, they are often artificially created or merely named for their grandeur. You haven't visited Zhongzhou for years. It's natural you'd be moved upon seeing a true blessed land for the first time. After several visits, you'll be just like everyone else here. Chris comforted Tamara nonchalantly. Tamara glanced at her master and brushed away all her feelings of inferiority. That's right. I have such a powerful master. What do I have to fear? However, she had a question. Brody, since this place is abundant with chi, why don't you live in seclusion here? Chris shrugged and gave a mocking smile. Because those people revere me like a god but fear me like a ghost. Tamara thought about it and understood. In simple terms, our group has comparable strength. We bicker occasionally, but even if we truly fell out, we could still match each other. But someone like Chris, when he feels annoyed, can simply raise his sword and topple a colossal force like the Tianwu Immortal Dynasty. Who wouldn't fear him? If he were here, no one would feel at ease. Tamara instantly lost any respect she had for the people of Zhongzhou. She followed behind her master, looking up. Above the ancient city hung a signboard. Xianxia. These three characters were imbued with a full-bodied swordsman's intent, vast and majestic. An ordinary swordsman might gain profound insights from just gazing at these three characters for years. But now, following her master, Tamara only found them petty and laughable. Led by Chris, they entered Xianxia. This was only the outer city, open to anyone. Yet it was filled with abundant spirit chi, 10 times richer than outside. And within the city, the 10,000 Sword Manor had opened a small world. The spirit chi in that small world was even denser, along with other beneficial effects. Some said that even if Xianxia world collapsed, they could use this small world to escape far away. This was a capability possessed by those at the Tribulation Transcending stage. As a top-tier power, it wasn't surprising for 10,000 Sword Manor to have an elder at the Tribulation Transcending stage. Upon entering the city, Chris noticed the sheer number of people moving about. They wore clothes representing various sects. At a glance, there were at least hundreds of sect members present. Chris looked curiously at Aaron. When did 10,000 Sword Manor become so hospitable? Why are there so many disciples from other sects here? Aaron glanced coldly at Chris and tersely said, Sky-washing tide? Another sky-washing tide? He had heard Ellie and others mention this before. But what exactly was the sky-washing tide? Seeing that asking Aaron would get him nowhere, Chris sent Tamara to ask. Tamara casually pulled aside a passerby. The passerby, who was about to erupt in anger at being grabbed, instantly softened upon seeing Tamara and smiled apologetically, explaining clearly. But when the passerby tried to chat more with Tamara immediately returned to Chris, hugging his arm playfully. Good brother, I found out. How will you reward me? The passerby was left devastated, leaving with a flick of his sleeve. Chris shook his head and said, Speak. It's not much. The dragon locking well, as you mentioned, is restless. Every few years, it spews out a massive amount of spirit chi. Since the spirit chi initially emerges in a pillar shape, shooting towards the sky like a rainbow piercing through it and then bursting into endless mist, cleansing the sky like a green wave, people call this phenomenon the sky-washing tide. Based on speculations, this sky-washing tide likely indicates that the dragon in the dragon-locking well is about to perish and seeks a successor through this method. Therefore, the spirit chi emitted is extremely pure and contains some mysterious force. Long-term absorption can lead to comprehension of laws. Chris was astonished. What situation is this? When he suppressed that malevolent dragon, he didn't recall setting up such a tidal event. 10,000 Sword Manor must be delusional. That's the dragon-locking well. If there were problems, they should have reported it immediately to him. Instead, they treat this as a spectacle, attracting people from other sects? That's odd. 10,000 Sword Manor isn't stingy, but if the sky-washing tide is indeed that powerful, why would they let outsiders come? Chris frowned. Tamara continued, I heard they're charging money. No matter the reason, for 10,000 Sword Manor to pull off something like this is increasingly decadent. Chris couldn't help but mock. Aaron snorted from the side. Chris didn't say more, stepping towards the location of the dragon-locking well. Just as he moved, a few figures flew in from not far behind. All riding flying spirit treasures, they were extremely fast. It was clearly Ellie and the others. Once they landed, they rushed into the city to find their respective masters and peers. It was rumored that this sky-washing tide would be unprecedentedly large, possibly spewing out fragments of law and a dragon pearl. So many came, including many renowned powerful figures. The Overlord Blade Blessed Harvey sent 5 people, 2 elders and 3 juniors. Due to its prestigious status, sending juniors to celebrate Ju Jingbang's birthday was already very respectful. Having the elders go would lower the Overlord Blade Blessed Harvey's reputation. Thus, the 2 elders arrived early in Bixingqing to secure a good spot. Ellie and his group headed straight for the agreed meeting point. Upon entering, Ellie spat out blood again. Chris's earlier kick, meant as a warning, was quite forceful. Now, Ellie barely managed to reach the in-room and collapsed on the floor. The 2 middle-aged cultivators in the room were instantly alarmed. One quickly rushed over, retrieving healing pills for Ellie. The other, with fiery red hair and golden eyes, interrogated the other 2 disciples. What happened to Jiyan? Who injured him? The 2 disciples hurriedly recounted everything that transpired at the Ju Jingbang celebration. Meanwhile, after taking a pill, Ellie felt relieved and weakly said, that youth isn't at the alchemy refinement stage, yet he could walk alongside the sacred maiden of Ivna Cave. I suspect he might be 10,000 Sword Manor's once-in-a-millennium sword genius. Why do you think so? The 2 elders asked curiously. With resentment, Ellie replied, except for insiders of 10,000 Sword Manor, which man could follow Aaron openly? Everyone knows she despises outsiders the most. Plus, that boy is incredibly strong and possibly carries precious treasures, speaking with a border dialect. 10,000 Sword Manor previously admitted that the genius was sent to other borders for training. So combining all factors, he is definitely the disguised sword genius of 10,000 Sword Manor. After all, he can't possibly be Aaron's husband, right? The 2 elders nodded slightly, finding the reasoning sound, but their faces darkened soon after. Even if he's a genius of 10,000 Sword Manor, couldn't they speak properly? Why resort to violence? Our Overlord Blade Blessed Harvey may not be a match for them, but we can seek justice. Let's go ask those guys what they're doing. Both elders decided to confront 10,000 Sword Manor for an explanation. After all, Ellie was highly regarded in the Overlord Blade Blessed Harvey. Though not as talented as the youngest great-uncle, he was the undisputed first among the younger generation. Moreover, the profits from the Ju Jingbang couldn't just be monopolized by 10,000 Sword Manor, right? The Overlord Blade Blessed Harvey left the inn, heading straight for 10,000 Sword Manor. But upon arriving, they found that Baiyun Immortal Sect, Qixia Palace, Baishui Blessed Harvey, and others who had attended the birthday celebration were also there. They exchanged glances, then averted their eyes in unison. Clearly, they were all here for the same reason. Chapter 41. You all deserve to hang on the street lights. Leaving aside the commotion caused by these forces storming into Myriad Sword Manor, leaving the manor in a daze. Chris had already arrived at the district where the Dragon Lock Well was located, but he was still far away, not even close enough to see the suspended sword bridge over the well, when he was blocked by a throng of people. These were all itinerant cultivators who had spent their entire life savings, possibly accumulated over centuries or even millennia, just for a chance to witness the heavenly tide cleansing. Naturally, they waited day and night here, fearing they would miss out on any benefits. However, seeing that major sects hadn't shown up yet, Chris knew that these itinerants wouldn't gain anything even if they stayed here. Chris didn't push through the crowd. Instead, he stood at the back and performed the brightening eyes technique. Tamara noticed the glow in his eyes and slightly curled her lips. With this divine power, Chris's vision penetrated layer after layer of the ground, reaching deep underground, where he saw an array. Though it wasn't one he had constructed, judging from the method of layout and some distinctive marks, Chris roughly deduced that it was likely crafted by the ancient being from the Spirit Array Grotto. This guy had survived for 60,000 years by relying on arrays. The construction was impeccable and powerful. It could even obstruct Chris's sight, making it hazy and unclear below. He could barely make out that the black dragon seemed to be in dire straits, with its scales almost completely gone. Moreover, even if the black dragon managed to break free from its seal, it would still be trapped for a while due to this array. Despite this, Chris was still uneasy. Xiao Samba, having learned cunning from him, had surpassed him. Chris had to kill this dragon to fully set his mind at ease. Tamara noticed her master's murderous intent and cautiously tugged at his sleeve, nodding coldly towards Danny. Should we notify Myriad Sword Manor first? No need. There's no time to waste. Chris shook his head. However, the more one fears something, the more likely it is to happen. Chris intended to directly slay the wicked dragon to end the danger, but saw streaks of sword light shooting down from the sky. Soon, Chris felt several formidable senses scanning the area, finally locking onto him. In the next moment, 3 figures landed. Among them was an old acquaintance of Chris, Danny's father, Jerome. Senior, it really is you. When those from the Blessed Realms stormed Myriad Sword Manor, claiming that a Chi refinement stage cultivator attacked them and got close to Wu Jian, I suspected it was you. I never thought it actually was you. Haven't you found a way to achieve foundation establishment yet? Jerome approached warmly to greet him. Tamara remarked, Xianxia truly has extraordinary people, completely unafraid of death. Jerome's face stiffened. Seeing Chris's displeased expression, his heart skipped a beat, and he quickly retreated to apologize. I didn't mean to bring up your sore spot. I'm worried. Oh no, unhappy for you. Huh, this just makes it worse. Tamara couldn't help but admire. Jerome, with a mournful look, sought help from the other 2 figures beside him. His 2 blood brothers acted as if they didn't have such a brother, turning away. Chris calmly said, Xianxia, you've come at a good time. Go down the well and see how the wicked dragon is doing. Jerome's face turned pale as he trembled. Say, Senior, for the sake of my daughter, please spare me. Chris glanced at Danny beside him, feeling even more irritated. Stop blabbering and scram. Relieved, Jerome fled like a frightened rabbit. Beside him, Emile stepped forward and knelt. Senior, please don't blame my unworthy brother. Please visit Myriad Sword Manor. We have prepared a banquet to welcome you. Tamara praised, indeed worthy of being the elder brother, quite sensible. Ignoring his chatty disciple, Chris stared coldly at Emile. Are you sure? We've prepared what you like, the jingle dance. Emile's voice and body trembled with evident fear. Beside him, his second brother lay prostrate, not daring to meet Chris's gaze. Though Tamara was only obsessed with beauty and talking excessively, she wasn't without sense. Looking at the 2 terrified brothers on the ground and Chris's extremely displeased expression, she understood. Wasn't Myriad Sword Manor here to stop her master from slaying the dragon? Brody, are you going? Tamara whispered. Chris looked back at the dragon Lockwell and then at Myriad Sword Manor. Tell me, what are you plotting? The Gongsun brothers remained silent. Chris placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. Speak. The 2 shivered, silently cursing their fleeing brother. No wonder he started babbling nonsense immediately. He knew the danger and found an excuse to escape. Emile reluctantly explained, Our manor produced a once-in-a-millennium sword genius. Coinciding with the imminent death of the wicked dragon, we made a deal. It will preserve its origin essence as much as possible to nurture our genius, but in return, we must find it a successor. Chris raised an eyebrow. So you called these geniuses? The key is, they also took money from people. How can they profit from both sides? Tamara marveled. Xianxia indeed had talented individuals. Such extortion tactics were rarely seen in the heavenly martial immortal dynasty. The Gongsun family felt embarrassed but could only endure scolding. Chris sneered. Find it a successor? Are you all mad? If it has a successor, will it let you off? It swore by heaven's Tao that the successor won't seek revenge. And this successor can be from any race. We thought a human wouldn't retaliate against their own race. Chris laughed mockingly. How do you know it wants a successor and not to possess someone? How do you know it won't tamper with the origin pearl? The Gongsun brothers exchanged glances and stole a peek at Chris. Chris paused, then erupted in anger. So you plan to make a deal and have me purify the origin pearl? Tamara was equally astonished. Getting benefits without contributing anything. These 2 were perfect material for hanging on streetlights. Chris refused bluntly. Forget it. This wicked dragon must die today. No discussion. All right, if you kill it, can we have the origin pearl? Emile gritted his teeth and bravely asked. I should just slaughter all of you too. Chris cursed furiously. How dare they think with such selfishness and double intentions? No matter how the dragon died, the origin pearl belonged to them? Hadn't they benefited from this dragon for thousands of years? Isn't it enough? Too lazy to deal with the 2, Chris drew his sword and was about to take off when suddenly, a thunderous dragon roar erupted from the dragon lock well, shaking the heavens. The heavenly tide cleansing had arrived. Chapter 42. After 10,000 years, how can you be sure my mind isn't twisted? 2 good-for-nothings. How dare you intentionally delay me? Chris roared angrily, showing no respect to the 2 elders who were at the top tier of Xianxia. Emile looked puzzled. That's not the agreed time for the tidal surge. Tamara felt a chill and whispered, Brody, is it senior brother 38? It's not him. He doesn't have the ability to come here and cause trouble. Don't think these 2 from 10,000 Sword Manor are useless just because they're greedy. 10,000 Sword Manor might not match the Bradley who almost controls the entire western border. But that deadland with 10,000 buried swords isn't easily infiltrated by the Bradley. Chris's gaze turned cold as he looked toward the distant dragon lock well. The dragon roar had instantly cleared out the scattered cultivators around it. Either their forms and spirits shattered, disappearing completely, or their spirit cores were heavily injured, leaving them on the ground. Even those few who escaped by luck fled hastily, too panicked to care about the prime positions they had paid a fortune for. Suddenly, more people rushed in to fill the space. These were the members of major sects who had deliberately arrived late but still managed to secure front row spots without overtaking Chris and Gongsun family members. They were old foxes who had cultivated for hundreds or thousands of years, adept at gauging situations before making moves. Meanwhile, those who had previously clashed with Chris, like Overlord Bladeblissland and White Cloud Immortal Sect, watched him suspiciously. When they had complained at 10,000 Sword Manor, mentioning a handsome youth who was pretending to be a cultivation realm cultivator while accompanying Rosella, the 10,000 Sword Manor people had rushed out frantically. Now, they nervously followed Chris, confirming they had misjudged his identity and becoming even more curious about who he truly was. Especially Darwin, who was thoroughly confused. Who exactly is this person? Ignoring everyone, Chris stared at the dragon lock well. The well, made of green bricks, covered only 3 square meters and was only half a person's height. 4 heavy iron stakes stood at each corner of the well mouth, each tied with thick black chains at least 1 person wide. The chains occasionally trembled, producing a thunderous sound. The thunderous noise, accompanied by occasional underground dragon roars, brought excitement to the crowd. This was a sign of the upcoming tidal surge. But Chris focused on the arch bridge above the dragon lock well. The small bridge perfectly spanned the well. There were 81 pillars on the bridge, each carved with countless runes and arrays. Chris had personally engraved them to suppress the evil dragon below. But the real trump card was the treasured sword hanging under the bridge, its tip pointing directly into the well. It was the source of the Hanging Sword Bridge's name and the object that had suppressed the evil dragon for 3,000 years. Its name was Human. This was Chris's quirky sense of humor. Inspired by Sailor Moon's line, "I'm going to punish you in the name of the moon," he decided to rename a sword Human. Unfortunately, the person behind the inspiration was someone Chris didn't want to be associated with, so he renamed himself Human. Others thought differently. Initially, those people groveled at Chris's feet, praising his literary talent, saying that naming the sword after humanity and using it to protect humanity was commendable. Result? Commendation my ass. Chris glanced coldly at the 10,000 Sword Manor people. "I'll deal with you bastards later." Instantly, the 10,000 Sword Manor group froze, regretting their actions. Fortunately, another dragon roar saved them. The ground shook violently as vibrations spread towards the well mouth. Waves of turbid chi surged out of the dragon lock well, resembling a breathing monster. The 4 chains went berserk, trembling wildly. Runes flickered on the chains, struggling to suppress the force. But after several tidal surges, they were nearly useless, now showing cracks. The sword hanging from the Hanging Sword Bridge also shook due to the turbid chi. At first, it swayed lightly, seemingly trying to repel the evil dragon. However, as the turbid chi intensified, the blade quickly rusted. Chris's eyes darkened. This meant the human sword had been corroded for a long time, hidden beneath a facade. There must be an insider in 10,000 Sword Manor assisting this evil dragon. Chris knew it wasn't that simple. Bubble bubble. Suddenly, a boiling water-like sound came from the dragon lock well. The well shook continuously, and the earth quaked. Clearly, something was surging up from underground. Chris placed his hand on the hilt. In the next moment, a terrifying pillar of spiritual energy erupted from below. The pure white pillar contained immensely pure spiritual energy, over 100 times more concentrated than the blessed land here. It also carried an indescribable peculiar power. Chris estimated it to be the laws mentioned by high-level cultivators. Alas, I can't learn it. Chris was lamenting when he noticed something unusual within the spiritual energy pillar. He leaned in to see a round bead. Inside the bead was a small black dragon swimming. A dragon pearl, the storage vessel of a dragon's power and essence. Whoever swallows this dragon pearl would surely soar to new heights. These cultivators came here seeking spiritual energy, laws, and this dragon pearl. Now that everything was present, even Chris and 10,000 Sword Manor wouldn't stop them. Everyone says immortals are cultivated. Baloney. Immortality is won through competition. Competing for the essence of sun and moon. Competing for opportunities and fortune. So, despite knowing the danger, these cultivators rushed forward, filling the sky. Next, a mad laughter echoed from the dragon lock well. "You claim to be the sword ancestor, able to make immortals kneel with one strike. But what now? I will use these valued cultivators as shields. Dare you draw your sword?" A pure black 100-meter-long dragon emerged from the well, radiating boundless ferocity. Despite 10,000 Sword Manor siphoning benefits from it all these years, it hadn't suffered much damage. "Impossible." Jerome screamed first. "We verify annually, and each time you appear weak. Why are you like this now?" The black dragon sneered at the 10,000 Sword Manor people, undeterred. Even if their tribulation transcending elder appeared, it would be useless. Only Chris could worry the black dragon. But did he dare draw his sword now? The cultivators competing for the opportunity realized the danger and tried to flee. But it was too late. The previously released Dragon Pearl had already cast an ancient spell, controlling them all. The black dragon, assuming Chris wouldn't act, arrogantly began to leave, carrying the controlled cultivators. Chris sighed softly, gripping the hilt. Old monsters who lived 1,000 or so years develop twisted minds and mock youths with tales of worldly affairs. But I've been alive for 10,000 years. Isn't it fair for my mind to twist a little after such a long time? Chapter 43. What did the black dragon say in the end? Clang. Amidst his confusion, Chris's long sword abruptly unsheathed itself and slashed through the air. The black dragon hadn't expected Chris to actually dare wield his sword and let out a roar of surprise and anger. The dragon pearl in midair spun rapidly, gathering terrifying thunderclouds that unleashed streaks of lightning. Like an ocean, the sea of lightning instantly engulfed the sky, trying to block the sword's light. But it was useless. That streak of sword light seemed to have transcended time and space, slaying over a dozen so-called prodigies along its path before effortlessly reaching the black dragon. Crack! The dragon pearl shattered. Countless fragments scattered across the sky. Chris observed this scene and couldn't help but feel it resembled the Shirkan jewel. After the dragon pearl exploded, the skies full of lightning lost control, transforming into arcs that dispersed in all directions, then vanished quickly. The black dragon let out a tragic cry as he fell heavily from midair. He just couldn't comprehend it. He truly couldn't fathom it. Where did this monster come from? Even in ancient times, no one could slay him with a single strike. Boom! The black dragon landed on the ground. With his dragon pearl destroyed, he could no longer move, and even his body rapidly aged. Only then did the people of 10,000 Sword Manor behind Chris rush forward. Shattered fragments of the dragon pearl floated in the air. They wanted to obtain them. Tamara glanced at her master, seeing that he didn't stop them, and followed suit. Only Tiana, with her snow-white hair, remained standing behind Chris, relentlessly staring at him. Her eyes lacked any emotion, filled only with killing intent. But wasn't that intense hatred really love taken to the extreme? Chris looked back at Tiana, who couldn't be lured by even the dragon pearl, and slowly approached the enormous dragon head. This dragon head stood 2 to 3 meters tall, resembling a building. Seeing Chris approach, the black dragon panted heavily and asked with great difficulty, "If I hadn't escaped, would I still die?" "Yes," Chris nodded. "What if I submit to you?" the black dragon asked regretfully. Chris smiled. "You won't. For you, submission is worse than death." Closing his eyes in despair, the black dragon said, "You're truly a freak. So powerful, so smart. Why not go to the stars?" Snap! The black dragon died. Chris's pupils dilated as he frantically shook the black dragon's head. "Hey, wake up, finish talking before you die. What the hell was your last word? Speak, speak." Chris was a smart man. He keenly sensed that the black dragon's words might relate to the disappearance of the ancient races and the great extinction in ancient times. But this bastard chose to die right at the most critical moment. It was definitely intentional. This damn thing must have sought revenge deliberately, because Chris saw that at the moment of death, the corner of the black dragon's mouth curled upwards. Watching the black dragon, Chris resisted the urge to desecrate the corpse and stored the remains away. This was a significant cultivation resource. He tried to craft true dragon bloodline from it. Perhaps it could even help him break through the foundation establishment stage. Chris racked his brain, pondering other matters, trying to shake off the impact the black dragon had on him. Just then, Jerome flew down, holding a fragment of the dragon pearl, excited beyond measure. "Senior, what about that dragon's corpse?" "It's with me. Do you want it?" Chris asked with unfriendly eyes. Jerome quickly shook his head. No, it belongs to you. I don't dare take it. But I saw you talking with the black dragon. What did it say?" Chris paused, trying to forget this detail. Annoyed, Chris glanced at Jerome, pondered for a moment, then kicked him. Flying backward, Jerome stared in bewilderment. "Senior, why are you suddenly so angry? Why didn't you wear a hat when you went outside?" Chris said coldly. "Ah." Jerome was utterly perplexed. What kind of question was this? Soon, the Emile brothers also flew over. Seeing Jerome being kicked, they silently took out their hats. They were thinking inwardly, how did such a foolish younger brother become the family head? Why argue with this old monster? If he tells you to wear a hat, just do it. Emile put on a spirit treasure hat and bowed to Chris ceremoniously. Curiosity got the better of him. "Senior, what did the black dragon say in the end?" Smack. Without expression, Chris slapped Emile away. "Who told you to wear a hat?" "Emile." Then Chris turned to Sean. Caught off guard, the third son held his hat, unsure whether to wear it or not. Seeing Chris's unfriendly gaze, the third son suddenly realized, punching himself hard, "My fault. I should have been a hat." Looking at the Gongsun brothers lying side by side, Chris's expression eased slightly. Meanwhile, the battle for the dragon pearl fragments had reached its conclusion. Chris looked up. Previously, there were hundreds of sects, tens of thousands of people. But many died during the eruption of the locked dragon well and the sea of lightning around the dragon pearl. Now only about 100 remained. Of those truly slain by Chris's sword, fewer than 50. Yet, even the survivors looked helpless and frightened, kneeling on the ground in panic. Chris glanced at his disciple. Tamara shrugged helplessly. She hadn't obtained any dragon pearl fragments. This was too much. "Hand over all the dragon pearl fragments," Chris said indifferently. Everyone's faces changed. Someone couldn't resist asking, "Senior, as an immortal, why compete with us lowly cultivators for resources? If you had shown some respect and shared even a few fragments with my disciple, I wouldn't have asked you to hand them all over," Chris said coldly. Hearing this, all the cultivators regretted their actions. Relying on their cultivation levels, they had wildly fought for the fragments, assuming Chris, despite his power, wouldn't stoop to seizing their resources. Unfortunately, they overestimated Chris's morals. Daring not defy Chris, everyone handed over the fragments they had obtained. Tamara happily returned with a pile of fragments. Chris turned to the Gongsun trio. "Let's go to your place first." Jerome panicked. "Ah, you aren't leaving yet?" Chris's face darkened. His two brothers gasped in shock, fiercely beating their sibling, yelling, "Why didn't you wear a hat?" Half an hour later, with bruises on his face, Jerome formally welcomed Chris into the small world of 10,000 Sword Manor. Upon entering this small world, Tamara shuddered. "The law force here is so dense. If I cultivate here, it might not take long to break through to the nascent soul stage." Jerome looked back, about to speak. but saw his brother's murderous stares and wisely shut up, adjusting his hat. Emil immediately smiled at Tamara. Of course, if you like it, feel free to stay. ##### Chapter 44. Love separated by mountains and seas, yet both can be flattened. Tamara looked at Chris and asked, Brody, can we stay here? For now. Great. I've had a premonition lately that I might break through soon. I'll take advantage of the dragon corpse to try once more. Perhaps I can reach the Foundation establishment stage. Hope shone on Chris's face. The others beside them didn't dare speak up because they felt it was unlikely. But to avoid a beating, they remained silent. When Chris moved into 10,000 Sword Manor, all the visiting outsiders who had come to witness the sky-washing tide had already left. They remembered Chris's ruthlessness and did not dare to provoke him. Of course, this did not mean they would let Chris off the hook. Some survivors decided to inform their elders back home, while some factions that had not suffered losses wanted to investigate Chris's background and see if there was any potential gain. The small world within 10,000 Sword Manor wasn't very large, but was about the same size as North New City outside. It also had mountains and rivers, along with many splendid palaces. Chris and his disciple were arranged in a grand courtyard, its luxuriousness rivaling that of the heavenly Wu Immortal Dynasty's imperial palace. Erin didn't leave. She still followed Chris. Chris intended to refine pills and didn't want to be disturbed since he considered every breakthrough as potentially leading to the Foundation establishment stage. So, he looked at Erin and said, let's make a deal. I'll give you 2 chances for assassination later, so could you please leave first? Erin remained unmoved, cold as a stone. Chris thought for a moment. Didn't Erin have a phobia of bugs? Back when she was still in 10,000 Sword Manor, before joining Ivnu Cave and practicing that peculiar technique, she would scream in terror at the sight of bugs, even though she was already at the Golden Core stage and sometimes would hide in his arms out of fear. He wondered if she still had that fear after severing her emotions. To test it, he went out and found a little green caterpillar. Holding the caterpillar triumphantly, he waved it in front of Erin like a mischievous schoolboy scaring his crush. Erin sat cross-legged on a cushion, holding a rusted long sword, one she had picked up from beneath the sword suspension bridge over the Dragon Lock well, which Chris had crafted and hung himself. When Chris waved the caterpillar in front of her, she showed no reaction. You're not afraid? Chris was surprised. Have you ever seen a cultivator afraid of insects? Erin replied coldly. Chris was incredulous. But you used to be, hiding in my arms, damn. After 10,000 years as a bachelor, Chris finally realized he had been played. I should talk to your father, Chris decided and sought out Jerome. Jerome was just arriving with his wife. The 4 of them met at the entrance to Chris's courtyard. Chris immediately pulled Jerome aside and demanded, you said your daughter's Dao heart was damaged, filled with demons, and needed me to help guide her. How did it end up like this? Jerome sighed. Honestly, it's because you were too handsome. My daughter saw you and forced me to deceive you. Suddenly, a sword shadow flashed, and a rusty long sword rested on Jerome's shoulder. Erin glared icily at her father, who promptly shut up. Beaten by Chris and now by his own daughter, Jerome felt incredibly wronged. He had only told the truth. Deciding to lie, Jerome looked at Chris and said, actually, my daughter never liked you. She didn't obsessively spy on you or stay awake all night over a single sentence from you. She never tried to drug you or cried for months after you left. This time, his wife struck Jerome. She was usually a gentle and demure woman who always smiled sweetly and spoke politely. Until today, when she sent her husband flying with a single punch. Chris realized how deceptive appearances could be. After Jerome was chased away, his wife turned to Chris. Pardon us, but what happened was indeed my husband's fault. If we had informed you of the truth earlier, none of this would have happened. My husband noticed our daughter was obsessed with you and thought you were kind-hearted. He lied to lure you into helping her, but she mistakenly believed her sincere feelings won you over. Thus, when you left, she felt abandoned. Hearing this, Chris felt somewhat embarrassed. He had initially helped Erin not out of kindness, but because she was beautiful. His immortal constitution meant their relationship could have no future. He hadn't expected things to turn out like this. Erin's mother's words stirred her emotions. Despite the control of the heartless meditation technique, she froze, tears flowing from her icy eyes. Her exquisite face was pitiful. Mountains could be pushed and seas flattened, but love could not be destroyed. As long as Erin loved Chris, the technique's effects wouldn't wane. Love turned to hate. Nothing was crueler than this method. Chris asked the lady, does Ivnu Cave have a solution? I don't know. Even if they do, they wouldn't relent easily. Erin has an innate heartless sword body, making her perfect for such techniques. Ivnu Cave definitely wants to keep her. Besides, Ivnu Cave is a top-tier force and doesn't fear 10,000 Sword Manor. Only you can resolve this. Pausing slightly, she bowed deeply. I am not asking for your help, but explaining why 10,000 Sword Manor is powerless. Chris nodded slightly. I'm busy right now. Keep her at 10,000 Sword Manor for now. Once I finish, I'll help her. Upon hearing this, Erin sensed something was amiss and quickly retreated. Despite her icy demeanor, she wasn't foolish. This was clearly an attempt to imprison her. With nowhere to go, she was caught within a transparent dome cast by her more powerful mother. Erin swung her rusty sword at the light barrier, pouring immense power into breaking free, but it was futile. Watching her daughter struggle, the mother turned away, her eyes welling with tears. Chris nodded again. Don't worry, I'll return and help her rid herself of the technique. Then he returned to his courtyard. Tamara suddenly appeared, pouting slightly. Brody, you are truly a heartbreaker. This is the simplest solution, Chris said calmly. It is, but essentially, it shows you didn't love enough. Tamara wasn't defending Erin, but recognized her master's struggles with affection. Chris paused briefly then continued forward, saying softly, love separated by mountains and seas, yet both can be flattened. But what if it's immortality that separates? What can flatten that? Even achieving Foundation establishment seems impossible for me. Walking into his room, Chris couldn't help but think of a red-clad figure. the girl with the adorable tiger teeth smile who taught him what immortality meant. Hashtag chapter 45. Today, I must lay the foundation. Inside the room, Chris sat on a white jade cushion. This was an enlightenment jade mat, a high-grade spiritual treasure. Sitting on it during cultivation could prevent the growth of mental demons and also enhance wisdom. Although Chris had come through with his whole body from another world, he didn't know what happened during the transmigration that led to his exceptional comprehension. Given his capabilities, he usually wouldn't bother with such a mere spiritual treasure as an enlightenment jade mat. However, after being unable to break through for 10,000 years, Chris felt that any extra help would be beneficial. In front of the cushion were several items he had obtained from the Great Whale Gang's treasure vault. A pill cauldron for refining medicines, high-grade spirit stones for arranging a fire-generating spirit formation, along with a dragon corpse, moon spirit tree root, 10,000-year-old vein opening grass, blood soul flower. All kinds of precious materials. Indeed, Chris intended to refine one of the most basic elixirs in the cultivation world, the foundation-building pill. Ordinary people typically used century-old vein-opening grass and blood soul flower, adding water for refinement when making foundation-building pills. Even those grand and powerful forces only replaced the water with spirit-infused water for balancing the medicinal properties. The age of these herbs remained unchanged because the qi condensation stage cultivators simply couldn't withstand the essence overflow of a foundation-building pill refined with older ingredients. Only someone like Chris, who had already reached more than 10,000 layers in the qi condensation stage, dared to use 10,000-year-old herbs and even consider using dragon blood for blending. Moreover, he was pondering how to integrate the dragon's corpse into the pill. After much contemplation, Chris still couldn't find a solution. He decided to first extract half of the dragon blood and store it, keeping the dragon corpse stored too. If not useful for the pill, it could at least be turned into braised meat. With a serious expression, Chris opened the pill cauldron and began setting up the array for alchemy. Moments later, the entire courtyard was engulfed in flames, with waves of heat rolling out. This terrifying flame alarmed many within the 10,000 Swords Manor. Numerous disciples who were practicing sword arts rushed out, surprised at Chris's residence. They were clearly elite disciples of the manor, each at least at the golden core stage, exuding formidable sword energy. Many had even grasped fearsome sword intent, wrapped around them, making them seem capable of slicing through anything. Yet, even this revered group of swordsmen and immortals watched Chris's courtyard with panic. What a terrifying flame. Even at such a distance, they felt restless, as if about to be smelted. They instinctively kept their distance. Emil immediately rushed out to maintain order. Seeing the flames, he was somewhat shocked. What is Dale and Joe doing? Rocky, the third brother, shook his head. I don't know, but this flame seems flexible yet firm, full of vitality, like a special flame used for refining pills. Refining pills? With such a terrifying scene, it must be an immortal pill. Emil couldn't help but covet. He knew very well how powerful Chris was. Back then, Chris personally suppressed the Black Dragon. The scene still lingered in his mind vividly. That ancient monster that had injured the old patriarch of 10,000 Swords Manor retreated with just one sword strike when Chris appeared. Such a godlike existence, how could his elixir be bad? Emil exchanged glances with his third brother, both feeling tempted to ask for some. Jerome, who now managed 10,000 Swords Manor, stroked his chin and guessed, what immortal pill can someone at the qi condensation stage refine? It's probably just a foundation-building pill. Rocky hurriedly covered his second brother's mouth. Emil punched him in the stomach, cursing softly, shut up, you fool, or do you want a beating? Jerome wanted to cry because these two hit harder. Meanwhile, Antony couldn't stay in the yard and came over. Seeing the three brothers huddled together, she asked curiously, what are you doing? Emil quickly smiled, nothing. We're watching your master refine pills. Refine pills? What's so special about a foundation-building pill? Antony said with a dismissive sniff and left. Left behind, Emil and his third brother were stunned. Who would have thought it really was a foundation-building pill? Jerome was furious, thinking about the useless attempt by a mere 10,000-year qi condensation cultivator. Just then, a thunderclap in the sky startled the three brothers. They looked up, dumbfounded. A lightning tribulation? Whose tribulation was this? Soon, dark thunderclouds drifted above Chris's courtyard. A terrifying golden bolt struck down viciously. That golden lightning carried the power to destroy worlds, causing fear and dread among the 10,000 Swords Manor people, even from a distance. Even the manor's ancient ancestor in the Tribulation Transcender stage secretly observed from the shadows, trembling with shock. He was certain that if this were his tribulation, he wouldn't stand a chance. But at that moment, a streak of sword light sliced through the air accompanied by Chris's roar, "Don't disturb my breakthrough, get lost." The thunderclouds that shook this small world, along with countless bolts of gold lightning, were instantly shattered. Lightning sparks exploded across the entire small world. Jerome, though blunt and often inviting trouble, was genuinely strong. He immediately shouted, "Everyone, capture the lightning energy right now. Don't be greedy. A single strand will greatly benefit you." Numerous disciples of 10,000 Swords Manor suddenly realized this and rushed into the sky, capturing lightning sparks. Although the lightning seemed minute, even Yuan Marsing stage sword cultivators felt numb from touching it. This only excited them, as the lightning's body-strengthening effects were supreme. The Gongsun brothers also joined in, rapidly catching lightning sparks. Among them, the most noticeable figure was an elderly man carrying a heavy, board-like sword. He continually captured and snatched, almost making Jerome lose his temper, shouting, "Ancestor, do you need so much? You'll have plenty during your tribulation. I want to save some for my son." Ancestor scowled and angrily retorted, "If I don't collect and study enough lightning power now, how can I safely pass through the tribulation later?" "So you're not confident? Then shouldn't you hurry up and choose a successor? How about this? There's a woman who's great at childbearing. I can introduce her to you." Jerome seriously considered the ancestor's legacy. He truly wanted to help, but the ancestor truly wanted to beat him. Hadn't been for your extraordinary comprehension and your daughter getting close to the sword ancestor, you wouldn't have become the head of the household. Ancestor roared and kicked Jerome away. As Jerome flew backward, he yelled, "It was because I excelled in wisdom tests and cultivation trials, not selling out my daughter for honor." Everyone else pretended not to hear and continued capturing lightning. Meanwhile, Chris's pills were ready. The originally top-grade spiritual treasure pill cauldron cracked upon completion and became unusable. From the cracks, dragon roars echoed, and thick, fragrant aromas wafted out. Chris hastily lifted the lid and scooped out all 9 radiant pills into his mouth at once. Ha ha ha, with dragon blood assisting, today I must lay the foundation. Not even deities can stop me, that's what I say. Chapter 46. My Brody, the sword ancestor. Does time have an end? Is there such a concept as up, down, left, and right in the universe? Why would someone put chickens and rabbits in the same cage? That fatso Edmund from the 2nd class of 3rd grade, who always kicks my chair. Damn, when was the last time I pooped? The little bitch dog in Sky's Edge village must be ready to give birth by now. What did the black dragon say before it died? Chris lay sprawled on the ground, his eyes vacant, his mind in chaos. Indeed, he had made progress, but his foundation establishment failed. Layer 10087 of the Chi cultivation stage. Chris felt his power increase significantly. Yet, he still couldn't even use fire control spell, a basic foundation establishment spell. So heart-wrenching, so exhausting. Xianxia sensed the flames disappearing and walked into the room. Seeing Chris lying on the ground, she was alarmed. Brody, I'm not dead, Chris sighed as he sat up. Xianxia let out a breath of relief and then snapped. You scared me. What were you doing? Didn't make it to foundation establishment again, Chris said helplessly. Xianxia was speechless. All that fuss and yet no foundation establishment. How pitiful. Yes, pitiful was what people thought. Being overshadowed by a Chi cultivation practitioner. Xianxia shook her head, then looked at Chris and said, Wanjian Manor says they'll allow me to pick a sword from the sword tomb. I wanted you to come along to help choose. Chris waved his hand. I can't go to the sword tomb. Why? Xianxia felt very puzzled. The sword tomb, containing almost all famous swords in the world. Wouldn't that be the dream place for all sword cultivators? It was rumored that any confident sword cultivator would come to Wanjian Manor first after leaving their master to challenge them. Victors would become famous across the land. Losers would leave behind. Not license plates, but their swords. Her master, this type of sword cultivator, should really like going there. Chris patiently explained, I've been there once. All the swords wanted me as their master, so I stopped going. Xianxia turned around with a grim face. Why did I even ask? Though Chris wouldn't go to the sword tomb, seeing his disciple go, he used Heavenly Eye to observe closely. Xianxia was led by Emil towards the sword tomb. On the way, Emil softly introduced, inside this tomb are all kinds of swords. Some might appear incomplete to outsiders, but to us sword cultivators, there are no incomplete swords, only incomplete individuals. And every sword in the sword tomb is incomparably powerful. Therefore, whatever sword Miss Yin chooses, don't be upset. Because they're all excellent. Xianxia knew how important these swords were to sword cultivators, so she nodded carefully. At that moment, she heard Chris's voice in her ear. Don't listen to this guy's nonsense. So that's why Jerome can be such a mouthy person and still be clan head. He may talk a lot, but he knows when to be sincere. Emil appears smart, but in reality, he's clueless. He wants to protect Wanjian Manor's reputation, but does things shamelessly. Chris sneered continuously. Xianxia showed surprise and glanced around. Was Brody tracking her? Don't look. I'm transmitting sound, Chris explained. Transmitting sound? Wasn't this base-level spell only effective within 10 yards? Fine. It seems Brody has twisted it again. Brody, how should I choose when I enter the sword tomb? Xianxia mentally tested. She wanted to see if he could hear her. Chris naturally heard, pick whichever you like. If you can't decide, just say you're my disciple. That's it. Xianxia was surprised. They'll respect me like everyone else, Chris said calmly. Xianxia couldn't help but ask, Brody, if you keep acting like this, I might rebel against you one day. Haha, it doesn't matter, Chris laughed. Everyone has their own fate. I don't force anyone. As long as you don't harm fellow disciples, do whatever you want. After all, look at those worldly Joabs. No matter how outrageous or overbearing they get, wishing for me to die. In the end, they only dare incite Law Image Temple to plunder Tianwu Immortal Dynasty's fortune. Do they dare touch their least acknowledged fellow disciples? Speechless, Xianxia had nothing to retort. Just then, they arrived at the sword tomb. Lifting her gaze, Xianxia was awestruck. This was a barren land, vast and undefined. And amidst this lifeless soil stood countless swords. Some pointed straight up into the sky. Others leaned sideways, as if resting gods. Still others, as Emil mentioned, were cracked or broken. All these swords emitted terrifying sword chi and sword intent. As a sword cultivator herself, Xianxia felt a hint of inferiority. She suddenly felt hesitant to choose, thinking she wasn't worthy. Emil observed Xianxia's reaction approvingly. They were the Wanjian Manor. Regardless of royal lineage or talented disciples, anyone coming here would be awed. Throughout history, only the one known as the sword ancestor remained unperturbed here, but it was fine. He was glad his student was equally impressed. Emil chuckled. Miss Yin, please choose. Any sword you like, as long as it agrees, you can take it. Suddenly, Xianxia asked, what if all the swords here agreed to follow me? Emil's expression froze, embarrassed. Then we kindly ask for your mercy. These swords cultivate many talents for us. Xianxia fell silent, looking at the endless swords. She slowly entered the scorched earth of the sword tomb. With her steps, the flying swords reacted. Some lightly trembled, then became still, clearly uninterested. Others gleamed faintly, trying to attract her attention. Most were broken or incomplete. Xianxia was immediately enveloped by overwhelming sword chi and sword intent upon entering. Unharmed but disoriented, she saw nothing but a chaotic void. In this foggy chaos, faint light spots, like stars, wavered towards her. Xianxia understood some swords favored her. But recalling Brody's warning, she didn't want to pick carelessly, only the best. But how could she choose when she couldn't see anything? Outside, Emil watched Xianxia intently. Seeing her wandering aimlessly, he knew she wouldn't find a good sword. The sword tomb wouldn't consider rank or lineage. If it didn't fancy someone, it simply rejected them. Rigid and unbending, this filled Emil with satisfaction. Back then, Chris merely shouted, "Borrow me a sword," from miles away, and the entire sword tomb emptied to aid him. That incident terrified and humiliated Wanjian Manor. Now watching Chris's beloved disciple fail to find a notable sword, Emil felt vindicated. Of course, he didn't fear Chris would cause trouble over something trivial. Even if Chris was displeased, he could always gift Xianxia an exceptional sword later. But gifted and chosen were two different matters. Emil couldn't resist smirking. Just as he was basking in satisfaction, he heard Xianxia's clear voice. "My Brody, the sword ancestor." Chapter 46. My Brody, the sword ancestor. Does time have an end? Is there a concept of up, down, left, or right in the universe? Why would someone put chickens and rabbits in the same cage? F***CK, that fat kid Edmund from class 3-2 who always kicks my chair. When was the last time I pooped? The little bitch dog in Tenya village should be giving birth now. What did the black dragon say before it died? Chris lay sprawled on the ground, his eyes vacant, his mind in chaos. Yes, he had attempted a breakthrough, but it failed at the foundation establishment stage. Layer 10,087 of the chi refinement stage. Chris could feel his power had significantly increased. Yet, he still couldn't even perform the low-level fire control spell of the foundation establishment stage. How heartbreaking, how exhausting. Tamara, sensing the flames had disappeared, entered the room. Seeing Chris lying on the ground, she exclaimed in shock, "Brody, I'm not dead." Chris sighed as he sat up. Tamara breathed a sigh of relief but then said irritably, "You scared me. What are you doing?" "Failed to establish a foundation again." Chris replied helplessly. Tamara was speechless, never expecting such a commotion to result in another failure. How pitiful. Indeed, those who were pitiful were the people of the world, bowed under the pressure of someone at the chi refinement stage. Shaking her head, Tamara looked at Chris and said, "Wanjian Manor said they would allow me to pick a sword from the sword tomb. I wanted you to come along to help choose one." Chris waved his hand. "I can't go to the sword tomb." "Why?" Tamara found this strange. The sword tomb, the place hiding almost all the famous swords in the world. Shouldn't it be the dreamland for all sword cultivators? It said that any confident sword cultivator challenges Wanjian Manor first upon leaving their master. Victory brings fame. Defeat means leaving behind, no, not a license plate, but a sword. A master like her own should love to go there. Chris patiently explained, "I've been there once, and all the swords wanted me as their master. I refused and thus won't go again." Tamara turned away with a black face. I shouldn't have asked this question. Though Chris said he wouldn't go to the sword tomb, seeing his disciple go made him use heavenly vision to keep an eye on her. Led by Emil, Tamara headed toward the sword tomb. On the way, Emil whispered, "Inside the tomb are all kinds of swords. Some might seem incomplete to outsiders, but for us sword cultivators, there's no such thing as an incomplete sword, only an incomplete person. And every sword inside is immensely powerful. So whatever sword you pick, don't be disappointed. Because these swords are all of exceptional quality." Understanding the value placed on swords by cultivators, Tamara nodded seriously. But just then, she heard Chris's voice in her ear. "Don't listen to this guy's nonsense." So, this is why Jerome talks so rudely yet remains the patriarch. He's rude, yet knows who to be sincere with. This Emil seems smart, but is actually a clueless fool. Always trying to save Wanjian Manor's face while doing shameful deeds. Chris sneered repeatedly. Tamara was surprised and turned to look around. Was Brody tracking her? "Stop looking. I'm using telepathy," Chris explained. "Telepathy? Isn't this basic spell supposed to work only within 10 paces? Okay, looks like Brody has twisted it again. So Brody, how should I pick when I get to the sword tomb?" Tamara silently tested the response. She wanted to see if Brody could hear. Naturally, Chris heard, "Pick whichever you like directly. If you're unsure, say you're my disciple." That's it. Tamara was taken aback. "They'll give me face, just like everyone else," Chris said coolly. Unable to resist, Tamara asked, "Brody, if you keep showing off like this, I might rebel one day." "Haha, doesn't matter," Chris laughed. "Everyone has their fate. I don't force anyone. As long as you don't harm your fellow disciples, do what you will." Look at Bradley. However outrageous and arrogant, he can only incite Law Image Temple to plunder the heavenly fortune of Wuxia dynasty, but dares not touch his least favored fellow disciples. Unable to argue further, Tamara fell silent. Fortunately, they had arrived at the sword tomb. Lifting her head, Tamara was awestruck. An expanse of barren earth stretched out, its size unknown. In this desolate land without grass, countless swords stood erect. Some pointed straight up, others leaned, like sleeping immortals. And as Emil mentioned, some were cracked or broken. All emitted terrifying sword chi and intent. As a sword cultivator, Tamara felt a twinge of inferiority before these swords. Suddenly, she hesitated about picking one. She felt unworthy. Emil, noting her reaction, was satisfied. Here, regardless of royal lineage or genius status, everyone would be moved, stunned. Throughout history, only the revered sword ancestor remained calm here. But it didn't matter. He wasn't worried, as his daughter being odd here was enough. Chuckling, Emil said, "Miss Yin, please choose. Any sword willing to go with you, you may take." Suddenly, Tamara asked, If all the swords here are willing to go with me? Emile froze, embarrassed. Please show mercy, Miss Yen. These swords train countless heroes for us. Tamara didn't reply but looked at the countless swords. She slowly stepped onto the scorched earth of the sword tomb. As she entered, the swords began to react. Some trembled briefly, indicating disinterest. Others shimmered faintly, trying to attract her. Most were broken or half-remaining swords. From the moment Tamara stepped in, she was enveloped in overwhelming sword chi and intent. Unharmed but disoriented, she saw only chaos. In the chaotic mist, faint star-like points flickered toward her. She understood. These were swords interested in her. Remembering her master's warning, she didn't want to choose randomly, only the best. But how to choose when she couldn't see anything? Outside the sword tomb, Emile watched Tamara closely. Seeing her wander aimlessly, he knew she'd find no good sword. The sword tomb doesn't care about your lineage. Only those deemed worthy are chosen. This pleased Emile. Recalling how Chris, from miles away, had borrowed a sword causing all swords in the tomb to follow him, making Wanjian Manor lose face. Now, watching Chris's beloved disciple fail to find a renowned sword, he felt vindicated. He assumed Chris wouldn't cause trouble over this. Even if Chris was upset, giving Tamara a famous sword later would be fine. But receiving one versus choosing one is different. Emile couldn't help but smile. Just as he was gloating, he heard Tamara's clear voice. My Brody, the sword ancestor. Chapter 47. The ancestral sword of the 10,000 Swords Manor secured. Major forces seal the mountain. Brody, sword ancestor. Just 4 simple words. In an unremarkable tone. But instantly, these 4 words caused a huge upheaval in the sword tomb. Tamara was utterly confused while she stood there in the center. However, Emile watched everything clearly. Those immortal swords left behind by their ancestors. The precious swords left behind by defeated visiting sword cultivators. Normally, they were sharp and disdainful, looking down on everything. Even if someone from the Gongsun family of the 10,000 Swords Manor came, they would still suppress or ignore them. Thus, anyone who could take even a single sword from here, even taking a broken sword would be enough for someone to boast about for life. If one could take away a complete immortal sword, it would certainly attract the attention and wariness of all the people in Central Prefecture. Yet at this moment, all these supreme named swords, revered, feared, and coveted by countless sword cultivators, had discarded their dignity and emitted warm, gentle light. That light was like the longing eyes of an eager dog, hoping the goddess would come closer, or just look favorably upon them, causing them to quiver with joy. Emile's expression was complex. He brought Tamara here, intending to regain some of the face lost as the holy land of all sword cultivators. But he never expected to lose what little face they had left. Because Tamara's cultivation talent could not be considered extraordinary, it was merely good in form. But this small female cultivator, who couldn't compare to the talented juniors of his own family, managed to make all the immortal swords willingly follow her with just 4 words. This was more humiliating than Tamara taking an immortal sword based on her talent. Buzz. A terrifying golden sword chi suddenly surged forth. Emile felt even more painful and regretful. How could those ancestral swords have been moved? Were they so eager to follow this woman to see the sword ancestor? Amidst the chaos, Tamara saw numerous bright stars appear in the misty haze, brighter, more numerous, and stronger than before. Among them, some were as radiant as the sun and moon. This made her even more uncertain about how to choose. Chris's voice sounded again. There are many ways in swordsmanship: royal way, tyrant way, gentleman's sword, thief sword, killing sword. If you find it hard to choose, think of your path. A sword will naturally resonate with you. My sword path? Although Tamara became Chris's disciple largely because of her appearance, her inherent talent was also quite good. After years of training under Chris, her foundation in swordsmanship was solid, though she herself hadn't fully realized it. At this moment, stimulated by countless sword intents, she involuntarily flashed back to the image of her master. Following him for some time, the grandeur of that one stroke splitting heaven and earth had captivated her completely. But that sword seemed to belong to no existing path. While Tamara was pondering, the swords in the sword tomb gradually dimmed and settled down. Emile knew this meant Tamara had chosen her sword, so he stared intently, eager to know which one she chose. Lost in the confusion, Tamara simply followed her instinct. An inexplicable force enveloped her, like a brother's large hand guiding her forward, slowly leading her to the golden sword. Emile closed his eyes bitterly. What he least wanted to see finally happened. Homeward heart. The top tyrant sword. Meaning, the world submits, the seas return to the heart. Once worn by the first head of the 10,000 Swords Manor, this sword had conquered the world, slaying countless enemies, unmatched. It was he who established the reputation of the 10,000 Swords Manor as the holy Harvey of swordsmanship. Thus, this homeward heart sword is called the ancestral sword. Since the legendary head's ascension, countless disciples of the 10,000 Swords Manor have tried to retrieve this sword from the sword tomb, but none succeeded. Who would have thought that this most significant sword would now choose an outsider? Emile dared not intervene or have any ulterior motives, fearing that the sword might kill him. When Chris saw Tamara obtain this famous tyrant sword, he was somewhat surprised. This girl is so vain. I thought she'd pick the dazzling sword used by the fairy from 10,000 years ago. But it's a good thing my disciple chose this sword. At least when traveling in the future, she won't suffer at the hands of powerful enemies. Speaking of which, I wonder how Central Prefecture is doing now. Is it more prosperous and stronger than before? Chris's eyes were full of nostalgia. Shaking his head, he headed straight for the ancestral grounds of the 10,000 Swords Manor. He hadn't been here in a long time and wanted to ask about the outside world. Deep within the 10,000 Swords Manor, a place that looked like a cemetery, an old man with a giant sword as big as a door sat among a pile of tombstones. Seeing the old man and his giant sword, Chris immediately rolled his eyes. Is this a sword? Daring not say another word, The old man bowed respectfully to welcome him. Chris ignored him and scanned the surrounding graves. Inside those graves that should house the dead, all were alive. Some ancient forefathers, having short lifespans, sought to prolong their lives through fake deaths, becoming known as petrifactions. I remember the last time I was here, there were over 300 such immortals, and now several dozen more have passed away. But few of your younger generations seem to have grown up. If it weren't for you still being here, this venerable sword cultivation sanctuary would probably fall into the second tier of forces. Chris teased. The old man carrying the giant sword was currently the strongest existence in the 10,000 Swords Manor. Hearing Chris's words, he laughed bitterly. Precisely because of that, I don't dare attempt the heavenly tribulation. If I succeed, it's all well and good. One step to supreme power, invincible under heaven. But if I die, the 10,000 Swords Manor will truly become a struggling existence. Chris shrugged. Stop complaining. I can't really teach your disciples anything here. If you want me to help you with the tribulation, I could do it. Just one strike. The Shay's eyes lit up, then deflated. He didn't dare ask for help. Though passing the heavenly tribulation was dangerous, it was also an opportunity for a carp to leap through the dragon gate. If he avoided it, even if he became a big fish, he'd still be a fish, not as powerful as a dragon. Shaking his head, the Shay dismissed these thoughts and asked, "You're here to inquire about Central Prefecture, aren't you?" Chris nodded. Central Prefecture is much the same as it always has been. For thousands of years, sects have developed normally, and people cultivate as usual. People like me, unwilling to brave the tribulation and enter the lofty hall of supreme beings. Of course, it's strange that no one has come out of the supreme hall recently. As for those immortal sects where you sealed off fierce beasts, let's not talk about that. The Shay hinted darkly. Chris raised an eyebrow. Don't hold out. Just say it. What happened? It's because you showed mercy and let some kids escape earlier. After escaping, those guys spread rumors that you are ruthless and incredibly fearsome. When the immortal sects heard you were coming, they announced sealing the mountain to retain their fierce beasts. They didn't even manage to call back their disciples training outside. Clearly, they don't want you to go there. It's disrespectful. The Shay angrily cursed, watching Chris's reaction discreetly. Chapter 48. I buried an Dalen brother for you. Chris heard the announcement of these forces declaring the mountain sealed, but it was as if he had anticipated it. He did not get angry, nor did he rush to break through their mountain gates. I didn't come here for them. If they like to seal themselves away from the world, let them be. I plan to find my disciples first. Chris said calmly. When he originally sealed the ancient beasts, he gave some to those sects and also to a few disciples in Central Province. Of course, what Chris cared about most was still Galen. That guy had been heavily injured and nearly died. Chris insisted on burying him in the Deity Demon Cemetery, hoping that its power could help revive his disciple. He wasn't sure if it had worked yet. Have you recently heard of any zombie kings emerging from the 10,000 ghosts desolate Harvey? Chris suddenly asked the ancestor. Johnny recalled carefully, and then inquired remotely with others from the Myriad Swords Manor. Finally, he shook his head. No. Typically the emergence of a 10,000-year-old zombie king would cause quite a stir, so it's likely there hasn't been one. But the 10,000 ghosts desolate Harvey is right next to the Marsan Corpses sect, one of the 9 top immortal sects, which specializes in necromancy. It might not be difficult for the Marsan Corpses sect to hide the news of a 10,000-year-old zombie king. Chris rolled his eyes. That's reasonable, but also not saying anything at all. Johnny felt a bit awkward. All right, asking you is pointless anyway. Let's talk about your Myriad Swords Manor's affairs. That black dragon has been suppressed by me for so many years, continuously exploited by you all. Normally, it should have been weakened long ago. But it can still break free and almost retain its strength. What do you think? Chris asked sternly. Johnny responded quickly. You're suggesting there's an insider aiding that black dragon? Who is it? How would I know? Chris retorted irritably. Johnny looked grim. I never thought that our pure sword cultivation place, Myriad Swords Manor, would have traitors. Chris didn't elaborate further. There are plenty of self-destructive individuals out there. Who cares where they come from? Johnny's face turned gloomy. Thank you for the warning, senior. This matter I will investigate thoroughly. I'm just giving you a heads up. How you handle it is up to you. I've stayed here long enough. It's time for me to leave. Chris got up from the mat he was sitting on and started walking out. Johnny hurriedly stood up to see him off. No need to send us off. Tend to your own business. I'll leave directly with my disciple. Chris declined the farewell from everyone at Myriad Swords Manor. He wasn't one for formalities anyway. Johnny indeed couldn't spend too much time seeing them off. Finding that traitor at Myriad Swords Manor was more urgent, given the severity of the situation. As Tamaraxi walked out of North New City with Chris, she noticed that no one came to bid farewell to her master. This made her somewhat displeased. These people from Myriad Swords Manor are truly ungrateful. Try to avoid Lorna in the future. You've picked up her mannerisms. Chris chided her sternly. Tamaraxi realized she had spoken out of turn and playfully stuck out her tongue. Brody, where are we going next? To the 10,000 ghosts desolate Harvey. I buried an elder brother for you there, Chris replied. Okay, then let's go, huh? Tamaraxi suddenly realized something was amiss. You buried my elder brother? Why? Don't tell me you wanted to get rid of him? Chris shook his head. He was a corpse. When he was critically injured and nearly dead, I made him into a corpse to try reviving him. I buried him in the Deity Demon Cemetery within the 10,000 ghosts desolate Harvey, nurturing him with the Een energy of the world. I'm not sure how he is now. Tamaraxi was relieved. Scared me for a moment. I thought you really liked burying people. Chris thought of the thousands of disciples he had buried and shook his head. Of course not. I don't like it at all. Do you know where the 10,000 ghosts desolate Harvey is? Shall we fly there? Tamaraxi asked. Chris took out an array disc and fiddled with it lightly. A virtual map of Central Province appeared from the disc, clearly marking various territories of major sects and forbidden zones like the 10,000 Ghosts Desolate Harveyed. The region, being one of the most terrifying in Central Province, was depicted clearly on the map due to its immense size. Let's go. I'll take you straight there. Chris didn't want to have Tamaraxi fly on a sword, as it would be too slow. He carried her waist and in a stride arrived at the 10,000 Ghosts Desolate Harveyed. As soon as they neared it, dense energy hit Tamaraxi. She glanced at the vast area instinctively, noticing mountains, lakes, large forests, and even some estates. The most striking feature was a massive cemetery enveloped in black energy. If not for this eerie atmosphere, it might have been a beautiful place. However, as she stared for a moment, her Xianxia trembled, drifting uncontrollably towards the desolate land. Tamaraxi panicked, finally understanding why it was called a death zone. Just a glance could influence someone. She hurriedly called for her master, but when she turned around, she saw Chris staring intently at the 10,000 Ghosts Desolate Harveyed. She thought they were both affected. But no, Chris was still there. Noticing his disciple's floating spirit, he yelled, "Hey, where are you going?" Tamaraxi was bitter. Where? To die. Chris realized Tamaraxi was losing control of her Xianxia, glaring at the 10,000 Ghosts Desolate Harveyed. "You're getting cocky, aren't you? Bring her back." Without any action from Chris, Tamaraxi felt the force pulling her spirit disappear instantly. She hurriedly returned her spirit to her body, looking at Chris in surprise. "Brody, how do you command the 10,000 Ghosts Desolate Harveyed?" "I've been here before." Chris simply answered. Tamaraxi wanted to ask more when a loud boom resounded. Terrifying black mist erupted from the 10,000 Ghosts Desolate Harveyed, shooting towards the sky. The pillar formed by the black mist was filled with corrupt energies. One look seemed to damage one's spirit, making it feel tainted. Yet upon another glance, it was as if something monstrous inside was struggling and roaring. Tamaraxi dared not look longer. She turned to Chris in shock. "Brody, is this because of you?" "Probably not. I don't know why," Chris shook his head. But he suspected it might be related to his disciple. Galen? Could he have failed to resurrect and instead transformed into a Lich King? Chris wanted to check on his young disciple, but stopped upon hearing a clear musical note from ahead. The sound was as refreshing as spring water thawing over someone, invigorating their spirit. Chris turned around. Despite being in the 10,000 Ghosts Desolate Harveyed, various ghostly treasures and items could be found here. People frequently ventured here for treasures, eventually forming a bustling market. Many traded and even settled here long-term. The sudden eruption of black mist affected many lower cultivators in the town, causing their spirits to waver and become engulfed in dark energy. However, they were saved by the soothing melody. All the lower cultivators bowed respectfully towards a tavern and left hastily. Chris showed interest as he recognized the tune. It reminded him of a sunset long ago. Translation continues. Note: this maintains the paragraph structure and line breaks while translating the chapter into English. Sitting in the pleasure quarter listening to a tune. This is the right melody. Note: the provided text seems to be a snippet describing a setting or action. The translation maintains the brevity and style of the original lines while ensuring it reads naturally in English. #### chapter 49. A musical gathering? More like a bidding contest. Given the situation with the dark aura, it was clear that it would last for a while longer. Heading over now wouldn't likely lead to meeting the real deal. Better to wait until whatever was inside the dark aura escaped. Deciding to kill time, Chris first made his way into the town. Tamara saw her master bypassing the dark aura and heading straight for the town, which piqued her curiosity. "Brody, why are we here?" "I have an old friend in town. Let's go visit them," Chris replied with a chuckle. Tamara was surprised. "A friend? Yours? How old must they be then?" "At least a few thousand years, probably." "Is it a man or a woman?" Chris said. "A woman." Tamara's eyes narrowed suspiciously. "Don't tell me it's another ex-lover?" "Why do you say another?" "I was the victim in the Jianwujing incident, alright?" Chris said with a frown. Tamara shrugged and followed Chris toward the tavern. Even though she knew her companion was several thousand years old and possibly past her prime, vanity still led Tamara to quickly tidy up her appearance. Satisfied after glancing at her reflection in the mirror, revealing a stunningly beautiful face, she felt confident, though only slightly more beautiful than her elder by about 100 times. Entering the tavern, Chris noticed it was bustling with noise despite the lack of sound from outside. Upon inspecting the walls, he saw they were inscribed with array patterns to block sound. This confirmed that this place was not for ordinary patrons. Indeed, the waiter who greeted them turned out to be a Foundation establishment cultivator. Seeing Chris, the waiter forced a smile and said, "Sir, we only serve guests at the core formation stage or higher. Please leave." Just as he spoke, Tamara entered and glared at him. "Who exactly are you chasing away?" Caught off guard, the waiter looked back and forth between Tamara and Chris, realizing they were acquainted. He hurriedly apologized, but specifically to Tamara. "Forgive me, senior. I didn't know this gentleman was your junior. Please, sit. Please sit." Chris was speechless, while Tamara laughed so hard she almost cried. No wonder her master was eager to reach the Foundation establishment stage. Being treated like a child everywhere was truly vexing. Laughing, Tamara walked towards a table and said to Chris, "Junior, don't forget to pull out my chair for me." Chris shot her a glare. "Feeling too cocky, huh?" Tamara giggled. "You should be grateful. I almost called you little brother." With that, Chris raised his hand to tap her but lightly, causing Tamara to laughingly dart away. The waiter watched them with confusion. Their relationship didn't seem like that of a senior and junior. As he caught sight of Chris's strikingly handsome face, the realization dawned on him. So, not a junior but a pretty boy, right? Being handsome has its perks indeed. To have such a beautiful and powerful female cultivator provide support financially. What an exemplary model to follow. The waiter gave Chris a thumbs up with obvious admiration. Chris was bewildered. Sensing some misunderstanding, Tamara, having already had her fill of fun, regained her composure and asked the waiter, "Where is the musician we came to see?" "Ah, so you're here for Lady Xianxia's musical gathering. Just head to the top floor." "Incredible, isn't it? Lady Xianxia suddenly leaving Zhongyin Palace to visit our humble town. Truly an honor. She's even attracted countless prodigies in such a short time." The waiter guided them eagerly upstairs, offering excited commentary all the way. Seeing his unhidden admiration, Tamara grew wary. Quietly asking Chris, "Brody, I suspect this Lady Xianxia is prettier than me. Otherwise, why would the waiter be so oblivious to someone like me and only praise Lady Xianxia?" Frowning, Chris replied, "What's wrong with you? I've told you many times, have confidence. Besides, you wield the Overlord's sword. You should carry yourself confidently. Otherwise, how can you justify holding this sword? Be confident and drop those doubts. Not just prettier, much prettier." Tamara gritted her teeth, almost biting Chris. They arrived at the top floor, only to find it packed with people. Every person present was at least a core formation cultivator. Inside, there were even nascent soul cultivators and beyond. Standing at the stairway entrance, they struggled to see Lady Xianxia through the throngs. Tamara wanted to fly up for a better view but was stopped by the waiter. "Sorry, lady. Our humble establishment can't withstand any disturbances, so using magic here is prohibited." Suddenly, a clashing melody swept through the room, causing everyone to feel a jolt, step back, and show signs of reverence. Tamara frowned, her heart-returning sword quivering fiercely, dispersing the force and pushing away several cultivators. "How arrogant, attacking immediately?" Coldly turning to the waiter, she demanded, "Isn't this using magic and powers?" "This?" The waiter was flustered. A soft voice interrupted, "Please leave if you couldn't handle even 1/10 of my power. The upcoming performance will be far more challenging." Many cultivators left, embarrassed and regretful. Chris, however, frowned deeper upon recognizing the voice. It wasn't the same woman he'd met before, probably her descendant. But this musical gathering? Chris scoffed. More like a matchmaking event. Tamara's eyes lit up. "Brody, did you notice something? Did you not see? Almost everyone up here is male. Where does one only make friends of the opposite gender?" Plus, she deliberately used force to push people back, clearly looking for strong cultivators. Is this friendship? It's clear she wants to find a powerful and influential man, just under a better pretext to protect her fragile self-esteem. Chris explained to his disciple quietly. He found this girl inferior to his old friend. At least that woman was open and honest, not hiding her intentions behind such gimmicks. Unwilling to cause trouble, Chris decided not to expose Lady Xianxia's ulterior motives. However, as the other cultivators left, only a few remained, making them quite noticeable. People seated near the windows heard and glanced over, all harboring affections for Lady Xianxia. Their gazes were sharp as swords, glaring at Chris, especially a young man in black robes, rising with an ominous demeanor. "Where did this insolent fool come from? Get out of my sight." A wisp of black aura transformed into a skull, lunging at Chris. Without unsheathing her heart-returning sword, Tamara shattered the black aura. This shocked the black-robed youth. Such a tyrannical sword, entirely golden. Could this be the heart-returning sword from 10,000 Swords Manor? Others also stared at Tamara in astonishment. A youth in white robes commented with interest. "It's rumored that 10,000 Swords Manor produced a genius in a millennium. Didn't expect it to be a woman." Though complimentary, his tone implied condescension. The other genius spectators also cast wary and apprehensive glances at Tamara. As for Chris, he had already been treated as Tamara's attendant, completely ignored. Not quite though. One person hadn't ignored him. It was the beautiful woman with her hands on the wooden zither, her face partially covered by a white veil. She was the main character of this so-called friendship gathering, Lady Xianxia, though veiled, revealing only half her face. Her exceptional beauty was still unmistakable. Coupled with her light blue silk dress and black wooden zither, she exuded an ethereal charm, like a celestial being descended from the heavens. Lady Xianxia looked at Chris with cold eyes. "This elder sister is welcome to listen to the music, but I must say, I usually associate with erudite guests, and not those in the cultivation chi stage. It would be out of place for someone at that stage to be here. Perhaps it's best if you leave." In this segment, the original Chinese text has been translated into English, maintaining its tone and style while ensuring it flows naturally and coherently with the previous content. The paragraph structure and line breaks have been preserved as in the original text. Chapter 50. I know your mother. No one expected that immortal Shelley would shoo away a minor practitioner of the chi refinement stage with her words. This made it clear to everyone that although she appeared calm, Chris's earlier challenge for marriage had indeed offended her. The inn waiter was waiting at the corner, and upon hearing immortal Shelley's words, immediately approached Chris, whispering, "Brother, don't make things difficult for me. Go down first. These people are all from prestigious immortal sects and holy lands. We can't afford to offend them." Before Chris could respond, Tamara sneered, "I'm just speaking the truth. Aren't you upset? After all, this isn't supposed to be a marriage challenge otherwise. Why are there only men here and no women?" Chris shoved the waiter aside. Considering his loyalty, Chris ignored the rudeness and simply pushed him gently without force. Even so, the waiter looked surprised. He had used all his strength to drag Chris away, but failed? Could this be done by someone at the chi refinement stage? Something wasn't right. This guy must be concealing his true strength, pretending to be weak while being powerful. Having read many immortal novels, the waiter instantly suspected as much, cold sweat dripping profusely. The boss is calling me. I will step down." The waiter couldn't afford to offend anyone here and hurriedly escaped. Seeing the waiter's lack of respect towards him, ignoring his command, immortal Shelley's beautiful face showed a trace of anger, losing her ethereal demeanor. Beside her, the black-robed youth sneered, "Immortal Shelley, there's no need to get angry. He's just a mere chi refinement practitioner. Let me deal with him personally." "Wait." A white-robed youth rose with a smile, fanning himself. Look at this brother's sword. Could he also be from the Myriad Swords manor? Chris shrugged. No. Oh, then how dare you provoke us? Don't you know who we are? Take this fellow who wants to kill you, for instance. He's an elite disciple of the Marsan Corpses sect, already achieving nascent soul realm at a young age. How dare you offend him? The white-robed youth's squinted eyes betrayed his cunning nature. His words not only probed Chris's identity, but painted him as if he were committing some heinous provocation, making it seem like he asked for trouble. Chris ignored the sly youth and focused on the black-robed youth. Marsan Corpses sect? Just in time. I want to find you. You guys love playing with ghosts. Has anything significant happened recently in the Harvey of 10,000 ghosts? Chris bluntly asked, knowing well that if it weren't for him sending an ancient fierce beast, drought fiend, to the Marsan Corpses sect, these fellows would still be nobodies in the cultivation world. The black-robed youth was enraged by Chris's audacity. Who was he? One of the top elites of the 9 great immortal sects. Whoever saw him normally trembled and tried to curry favor with him, even more so because of his mysterious background. Forget outside. Even within the Marsan Corpses sect, the patriarch spoke to him respectfully. Yet here, a minor and unknown figure dared question him, due to some connection with the Myriad Swords manor? Killing intent burst from the black-robed youth, and he charged forward to strike Chris. Chris frowned and reprimanded. Fool! Didn't your superiors tell you who I am? I don't care who you are. Not even worthy to carry my shoes. The black-robed youth slapped towards Chris's head. Before Chris could act, Tamara abruptly drew her sword. Overbearing sword chi surged through the room, transforming into thousands of beams and fiercely slashing at everyone. The black-robed youth stepped back, black energy emanating from his body, neutralizing the sword chi. Others too altered their expressions, deploying their powers to defend themselves. Immortal Shelley, displeased, strummed her zither. With a resonant sound, 3 iron-armored soldiers appeared, hacking at the sword chi in front of them, only to be instantly shattered by it. Immortal Shelley's face changed drastically as she hastily retreated from the onslaught of sword chi. The smirking white-robed youth opened his fan. With a gust of wind, the sword chi before Immortal Shelley dispersed. This is the famous ancestral sword of the Myriad Swords manor, Guixin. The original owner practiced dominance, hence this sword chi is similarly overpowering. It's understandable Immortal Shelley was caught off guard. The white-robed youth reassured her, making her expression somewhat better. However, she had no such favorable demeanor toward Tamara and Chris. Everyone else also stared coldly at them, clearly affected by their actions. If they hadn't reacted swiftly, they would have been injured. While they were angered, none dared to act rashly. Although Tamara was only at the Golden Core stage, the Guixin sword was overwhelmingly powerful. Tamara felt slightly embarrassed, looking at Chris and saying, "This Guixin sword is very strong. I lost control." "Normal. Cut a few more times, and you'll get better control," Chris comforted with a laugh. Hearing this, everyone on the upper floor turned grim. One cut wasn't enough? They wanted more? While Tamara seemed deserving of punishment, how did this chi refinement kid feel even more deserving? Chris placated his disciple and then asked the so-called elites before him, "Seems like your seniors didn't tell you who I am before closing the mountain? Regardless of who you are, leave now. You're not welcome here." Immortal Shelley said coldly. Chris glared at her, asking, "What relation do you have with Starla?" Immortal Shelley gazed down on Chris, not bothering to reply. Others ignored Chris too, warily eyeing Tamara instead. Clearly, to them, Tamara mattered most, or rather, the Guixin sword. Chris felt helpless. "Do I really need to show my strength?" Tamara whispered, "Brody, showing strength won't help. Remember last time when you revealed your power to Whale Gang? They thought you used a spirit treasure." Chris was furious. "Can't prove my identity? Huh? Wait, one thing left." His eyes lit up, then he discreetly transmitted sound to Immortal Shelley. "Isn't Starla your mother? You look a bit like her. When she performed songs in pleasure houses, if I hadn't redeemed her and composed this tune for her, she wouldn't have started cultivating. And this matter, even if she hides it from outsiders, she shouldn't hide it from you. If you don't believe me, contact her. She will recognize me." Translation provided aims to maintain the original tone and style while ensuring fluency and coherence. Chapter 51. A single sword shatters all treasures. When Lindsay heard Chris's words, she blushed with anger. It wasn't fear but boundless fury. Disregarding her decorum, she pointed at Chris and shouted harshly, "You lowlife! How dare you insult my mother?" accusing her of coming from that kind of brothel. "Do you really think I'm so weak that you can bully me like this?" Her words stunned the entire hall. No one expected Chris to secretly slander others through whispered insults. What a disgrace. How could he be so despicable? As cultivators, if you know you don't match up to Lindsay, you should focus on cultivation, not tarnish others' reputations. Regardless of this villain's connection to 10,000 Sword Manor, we must suppress him today. If you kneel now and apologize, I might leave your soul intact. Otherwise, prepare for obliteration. Even the people upstairs denounced him fiercely, venting their anger. Tamara didn't understand why her master would curse someone, but seeing her revered master being surrounded and berated only made her feel sympathy for those scolding her master, because she knew these people were about to face severe consequences. Chris was not the type to bear humiliation quietly. With a cold expression, he placed his hand on the sword hilt and suddenly unsheathed it. An incomparable blade light slashed horizontally, startling the opposing youths into a mix of shock and anger. Lights began to emit from their bodies as they activated their protective treasures. Truly deserving of their titles as heavenly geniuses, each had their own defensive artifacts. Since Chris merely wanted them to shut up, he controlled his strike perfectly. The sword sliced precisely through all their protective artifacts without injuring them. With several clunks of broken treasures hitting the ground, the top floor fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stared in disbelief at the shattered artifacts scattered on the floor. This couldn't be. What were these treasures? They were treasures infused with at least one law. In this world constructed by 3,000 laws, even a single integrated law gave a treasure the power to rival natural disasters. These youths were each sect's most prized geniuses, wearing only the best quality, heavily defensive treasures. Ordinarily, even cultivators one major realm higher wouldn't dream of harming them. Now, treasures imbued with laws were shattered by one sword stroke? Did this mean this person could cleave a world in two with a single strike? All the youths gaped in horror at Chris, almost kneeling before him. Even the black-clothed youth who had been shouting threats against Chris, and the white-clothed youth always stirring trouble looked terribly uneasy. As they scrutinized Chris, their eyes landed on the sword hanging at his waist. Strange Dao rhythms emanated from it, causing their eyes to narrow sharply. A Dao weapon. There were 5 levels of treasures in this world: dermic weapons, spirit treasures, dermic treasures, Dao weapons, and immortal treasures. If dermic treasures incorporated laws, Dao weapons represented the power of the world itself, cultivated using the force of an entire world. Crafting a Dao weapon required at least an Empyrean realm cultivator, who, after experiencing heavenly tribulations, had completely fused their internal microcosm with the external universe. Only then could they harness world power to forge a Dao weapon. Such a treasure breaking their dermic treasures was understandable. The faces of the black and white-clothed youths relaxed, yet greed shone in their eyes. A Dao weapon, infused with the power of a small world. If they could get their hands on it, they'd surely advance swiftly. As for Chris having such a valuable Dao weapon, surely he came from no ordinary background? However, they weren't afraid. After all, apart from being geniuses of the 9 great immortal sects, they had another secret identity respected even by these 9 great sects. Lindsay didn't quite grasp this. She didn't recognize the Dao weapon but sensed something extraordinary about Chris from that strike alone. No wonder he dared to offend her mother, a venerated existence known as the Holy Music Brody. But when Lindsay discreetly used another treasure given by her mother to inspect Chris, she saw he was merely at the chi cultivation stage. Was he not a high-ranking expert concealing strength? Was he perhaps a descendant of some prestigious force? An even more astonishing thought crossed her mind. Could the beautiful woman holding the returning heart sword be his guard? This female genius of 10,000 sword manner held a treasured ancestral sword but guarded this youth. Lindsay's assessment of Chris's background shot up. Might he even be the child of a powerful figure in the Empyrean Hall? Very possible. Since every Dao weapon was somehow connected to the Empyrean Hall, though other Dao weapons were held by the 9 great immortal sects, this youth's possession suggested his background. Feeling increasingly terrified but hopeful, Lindsay considered the benefits of securing a relationship or even love with this youth. If he loved her, not even the Dao Heaven sect, which rivaled the 9 great immortal sects, would dare pursue her further. Wouldn't that be far more effective than relying on these people around her? She put aside her initial disdain and bowed politely to Chris. I underestimated you, fellow Taoist. Might you stay and enjoy our music together? The surrounding youths, watching Lindsay's bright gaze upon Chris, felt stifled. Was she too shallow? Because they detested Chris, they helped berate him earlier. Yet now, their precious artifacts were ruined, and she fawned over him. Chris ignored Lindsay and glanced at the 2 youths in black and white. Sensing familiar aura during his sword attack, reminiscent of an ancient fierce beast he once sealed, Chris took interest. Sure, let's stay and enjoy the music. Walking forward, he smiled and agreed. The young admirers of Lindsay turned red with anger. Enjoy the music indeed? Did he treat their dream girl as a common entertainer? But what pained them was that Lindsay only slightly frowned before smiling again, showing no intention to rebuke him. Such humility made 2 unnamed geniuses scoff and storm off in disgust. Clenching her fists tightly, gritting her teeth, Lindsay endured the humiliation. You think me low, but if not for this, all disciples of the Crimson Sound Palace would suffer calamity. Chris walked forward, found a chair, and sat down. Seeing no chairs left, Tamara stood behind him, obediently massaging his shoulders. Seeing this, everyone became more convinced of Chris's extraordinary origins. The fault is ours for mistaking fellow Taoist for a nobody. The white-clothed youth, remarkably thick-skinned, diffused the tense atmosphere. He finished 3 cups of wine, then introduced himself with a smile. I am Harvey, a disciple of the 8 Wastes Immortal Sect. I wonder what Taoist friend's esteemed name is, and which immortal residence you hail from. Everyone perked up, not expecting Harvey to ask this question outright. I am Harvey, a disciple of the 8 Desolate Immortal Sect. May I inquire about the distinguished surname and name of Taoist friend, as well as which immortal mansion you hail from? They all looked eagerly at Chris, waiting for his response. After all, someone like him would surely disdain lying, so now they should be able to find out his identity. They all looked eagerly at Chris, waiting for his response. After all, a person like him would surely disdain lying. Now they should be able to find out his identity. Chapter 52. They all call me Sword Ancestor. People in Central Prefecture call me Sword Ancestor. You can call me that too. Chris chuckled, not the least bit hesitant to reveal his identity. After all, there was no one in this world who could make him fear revealing his name. Chris's words, however, made the few beside him frown slightly. They hadn't heard of Chris's story and felt that this title was overly arrogant. Sword Ancestor? Even those from Myriad Sword Manor wouldn't dare be so presumptuous, especially the Tadeo beside him, who smirked sardonically and said, what a resounding title, even louder than the ancient era's invincible sword griffin. Chris glanced at the Tadeo. You seem very knowledgeable about ancient times? Humph. The Tadeo refused to continue and shut his mouth. Seeing this, Chris shook his head and didn't say anything more. Sabrina saw the situation and thought for a moment before she laughed lightly. Each of you is my esteemed guest. Why let things become so unpleasant? Why don't I play a piece on my zither for everyone to appreciate? Everyone agreed naturally, as they had come here precisely for Sabrina's unparalleled music skills, hoping to hear her play just one piece. But when they turned to look at the Sabrina with a veil covering her face, they noticed she kept glancing at Chris. This only made them feel even more uncomfortable. Chris had no objections, saying simply, "Play." Harvey and the Tadeo were both prepared to listen attentively. According to their status, it would have been impossible for them to come here to court this so-called Sabrina. However, the depth of her musical prowess was irresistible. Everything she played or sang was captivating. At this moment, seeing everyone waiting for her to play, she decided to put on a show. Her first note carried an energy that seemed to stir everyone's soul, immediately drawing their full attention and anticipation. Then, only the sound of the strings resonated continuously, as music floated around, transporting everyone into a wondrous realm. One moment, it was springtime with blooming flowers and enchanting beauty. Another moment, summer brought unbearable heat, suddenly cooled by refreshing breezes. The autumn moon hung high, evoking endless longing, while winter snow foretold a bountiful year, turning everyone into blissful farmers. In a short time, the seasons changed, and this was not just scenery but also stirred their emotions, leading to profound life reflections and significant improvement in their cultivation levels. Some people even fell into states of enlightenment, surrounded by rules forces. They had grasped the laws, something attainable only at the Tongxian stage. These geniuses were merely yuanying and far from reaching Huashan. Brodying even some superficial understanding of the laws made them invincible at their level. Roar. With a roar, everyone woke up. But it was only Harvey whose back bore the shadow of a terrifying giant beast. Chris recognized the shadow, his eyes flashing. A Kuin? There is a fish in the northern abyss named Kuin. The vastness of Kuin is beyond measure, transforming into a bird named Pong. The shadow behind Harvey earlier hadn't transformed fully into the complete Kuin Pong. Just being a Kuin was terrifying enough. Its presence caused other geniuses present to shudder in fear, even making Guixin Jian quiver violently, trying to unsheath itself. Chris helped Tamarac's shield against the Kuin's roar, suppressing Guixin Jian. Afterward, he looked at Harvey curiously. He remembered sealing an ancient fierce beast Kuin Pong for the 8 Wastelands Immortal Sect. According to logic, the 8 Wastelands Immortal Sect should not be able to tame it. At most, they could benefit like Myriad Swordmanor did by plucking a little wool. Unexpectedly, Harvey subdued the Kuin Pong, though only partially. It was certainly beyond what a teenager could achieve. He indeed had something unusual. The Tadeo was also exceptional. He comprehended certain elements from the music, and his body was now enveloped in a divine light, resembling a treasure artifact, his ancient aura intensifying. Others weren't so fortunate. Their initial epiphanies and moments of enlightenment were shattered by the Kuin's roar. They dared not offend Harvey. Sabrina ignored the others and proudly asked Chris, "How do you find my piece Nature, fellow Taoists?" The group was instantly impressed. "So, this piece is called Nature? It lets us experience seasonal changes and offers deep insights. Your music has reached a godlike level, Sabrina." "Indeed, I've gained much this time. Thank you for your performance, Miss Fairy. There must be no musician in this world who can surpass you except for your mother, Sabrina." Even Harvey and the Tadeo showed admiration. They prided themselves on listening to countless famous musical pieces, but this composition was truly outstanding, reinforcing their intentions to keep Sabrina close. Even if she couldn't be their primary consort, having her as a concubine who plays music would be acceptable. Tamarax couldn't find fault with Sabrina anymore and muttered, "Being good at playing the zither doesn't mean anything. I'm still prettier." Chris sighed inwardly at his disciple's obsession with beauty. Sabrina, pretending not to hear Tamarax, smiled at Chris. "I noticed you frowning while listening. Does this composition fail to meet your standards?" This question was a challenge out of frustration, because Sabrina knew she might not match Chris in combat, but in playing the zither, she was unbeatable. Others watched Chris closely, eyebrows furrowing. Damn, this guy really knows how to attract women. If I hadn't been so captivated earlier, I could have pretended it wasn't good and had a chance to interact with Sabrina. Still, they were curious how Chris would critique the piece. Chris, without mincing words, replied, "Your performance is not even 1/10 the skill of your mother." The whole room froze in shock. This so-called sword ancestor spoke so disrespectfully? Sabrina's face stiffened. She expected some civility from Chris, not such blunt remarks. Even with extraordinary origins, insulting others this way was unacceptable. Furious yet afraid to retaliate, she remained silent. A freckled-faced youth couldn't help but mock. "Sword ancestor brother, you really dare speak? Criticizing immortal melodies? Come on, prove your talent by playing a piece yourself. If you can perform at even 1/10 the skill, we'll acknowledge your judgment." 2 others joined in, fueling the situation, already disliking Chris. "Yeah, right, play a piece then. Don't tell me you'll say you lack a zither. Shall I have a servant fetch one for you?" They tried to provoke Chris. Chris didn't bother with these kids. Why should he play for them? Not even his master had requested such a thing. "Forget it, consider I never said anything." Chris waved off dismissively. But the freckled-faced youth persisted. "What kind of talk is that? Words spoken can't be taken back." Tamarax retorted angrily, "Why should we play for you?" "Heh, asking for compensation, huh?" The freckled-faced youth twisted the words. "Fine, I have a 3,000-year-old wind thunder fruit that helps cultivate wind thunder magic. If you can play a piece better than nature, it's yours." Chris's eyes lit up. He needed resources badly, but 1 wind thunder fruit wasn't enough. He eyed the disgruntled geniuses and decided to raise the stakes. 1 wind thunder fruit isn't enough. Any other wagers? Hearing that Chris was truly tempted by the offer, the others immediately joined in with mockery. "Fine, I'll put up a Linglong heart protecting pill. I have a damaged, unnamed divine tripod here. It was a magical treasure when it was intact and can be used as a bet. I'll stake a piece of refined gold stone. I have 3 drops of heavenly treasure liquid that can quickly restore 1 strength." In the end, even Harvey joined in on the fun, entering the betting pool. Seeing these people eagerly offering him items, Chris naturally didn't hesitate any longer. Chapter 53. Reincarnation of the human Kai? Chris stood up and walked toward Immortal Marson. Immortal Marson hadn't expected Chris to actually play the zither, but this zither was extremely important to her, so she was somewhat reluctant to let Chris use it. Don't worry, it's just a dragon horn zither. It won't get damaged, Chris said with a smile. This is also a good opportunity to tell you about the true mystery behind the composition nature. His words only increased the crowd's disdain. In their view, there were only two types of people who could say such things. First, a sage in the art of music. Second, a complete idiot who doesn't understand music at all. And Chris could only be the latter. He must not have understood how powerful this piece was earlier, or he wouldn't dare boast like that now. Immortal Marson also doubted, but still stepped aside. Just as Chris placed his hands on the strings, the Aaron nearby shouted, "Hold on. You want to back out?" Chris raised an eyebrow. Of course not. But everyone has placed bets, yet you haven't put anything forward. What if your composition isn't better than Immortal Marson's? The Aaron asked. The others also reacted, staring at Chris. Suddenly, Harvey spoke up. How about using the sword hanging from your waist as a bet, Taoist friend Rex? Chris had long known these guys coveted his Alden sword. He didn't mind at all and nodded, saying, fine. After all, he was certain he wouldn't lose. Upon hearing Chris willing to stake a Tao artifact, Harvey couldn't help but look serious. He suddenly felt that this person might really have some skills. Without giving him any chance to regret, Chris began to play the zither. It was still the same piece, nature, but this time, the situation was vastly different. Those who had come to see Chris make a fool of himself only felt the world around them change before their eyes. This time, there were no seasonal changes, no spring flowers or autumn moons. Before them, there was only a grass seed floating from somewhere unknown. The seed fell into a small mud pit and, with the wind and rain, began to take root. Everyone watched as the little sprout took hold bit by bit, growing and thriving. Its vitality was incredible. Even during droughts, it could draw water deep from the earth through its roots. Even with rocks above, it pushed them away. Then people saw the little grass slowly grow into a sapling. The sapling grew further and endured multiple lightning strikes, yet its leaves became more vibrant, even glowing with the light of laws. Each leaf seemed to embody a law. As the sapling continued to grow, so did its leaves. To everyone's astonishment, they turned into miniature worlds. A world tree? Everyone realized. The world tree kept growing, expanding those small worlds. The small worlds gradually expanded, and their laws became more complete. Then life began to emerge within the worlds. Though initially weak, as the world tree grew and the leaf worlds expanded, the living beings inside became stronger. Everyone was completely engrossed in the transformation of the world tree, lost in its beauty. They even failed to notice the various lights of law surrounding their bodies. Unlike the interruption before, this time even the bellowing sound of Kuan barely affected them. Just when they were utterly entranced, the music abruptly stopped. The illusion shattered instantly, returning everyone to reality. Immediately, the Aaron shouted anxiously, "Continue! Don't stop, please. I was so close. It's making me so uncomfortable." Chris sneered, "You're dreaming if you think an early-stage essence nucleus cultivator can comprehend laws. Your spirit simply can't handle it." These words snapped the Aaron out of his trance. He suddenly remembered where he was and what he was doing. He stared at Chris in disbelief. "Why you? You made me realize all that?" Others also wore expressions of disbelief. Chris chuckled. "What else?" The few prodigies refused to believe it and looked at Immortal Marson, wondering if she had secretly helped. But seeing her stunned and confused face, it didn't seem fake. Even the recognized master of music, Immortal Marson, conceded defeat to that piece of music. Ignoring everyone's stares, Immortal Marson looked at Chris excitedly. "How do you know this piece, nature?" "I've told you, I know your mother. This piece was perfected by me. So what you played wasn't truly nature." "What is nature?" "Tao follows nature. It's the beginning and end of all Tao, not mere seasonal changes." "You're far worse than your mother," Chris remarked with a shake of his head. Immortal Marson lost her previous arrogance, only showing admiration and shame. She believed Chris had indeed composed the piece with her mother. "Thank you for your guidance." Marson knows she was wrong, she bowed gracefully. Seeing this, the other prodigies felt even worse. Although Chris didn't mock them, his calm demeanor only highlighted their foolish provocation. It was like an ant tripping up an elephant. As Immortal Marson sincerely knelt down, seemingly ready to become Chris's disciple, the Aarons couldn't stay any longer. They left the stakes on the table, hastily bowing to Chris before rushing away. Harvey and the black-robed prodigy remained. They exchanged glances, looking at Chris with excitement. Especially Harvey, who immediately stood and asked, "Do you want to become a true sword ancestor, second only to one in above thousands? If you submit to me now, I can teach you the supreme sword path from ancient times." The black-robed prodigy stepped forward and said in a deep voice, "You may not know my identity, but I am the reincarnation of one of the 10 ancient human Kais, the treasure Kai. If you aid me, becoming a supreme human king, or even a realm lord will be within reach." Upon hearing this, Immortal Marson and Tamaraxi were astonished. An ancient human Kai? Even though much history was lost during the transition between the ancient and modern eras, the legends of the 10 ancient human Kais remained. They were said to be the most powerful kings among trillions of humans, invincible and each dominating an era. Who would have thought this black-robed prodigy was the reincarnation of the treasure Kai? He seemed to remember ancient cultivation techniques. If one followed him, wouldn't that be incredibly profitable? Chris also showed surprise. If the black-robed prodigy was a human Kai's reincarnation, Harvey probably was too. No wonder these two were so arrogant, despite recognizing his extraordinary background. But so what if they were human Kais? Chris was unafraid and instead asked excitedly, "What happened in the ancient era to cause this historical break?" The black-robed prodigy said arrogantly, "Follow me, and you will earn the right to know. Serve me, and I'll bestow upon you unparalleled honor." Harvey chimed in, trying to win Chris over. Seeing their focus on recruiting him rather than addressing the real issue, Chris asked, "Didn't you notice I'm stronger than both of you for my performance?" Upon hearing this, the two reincarnated human Kai scoffed disdainfully. Chapter 54. 1% of yours equals 10,000th of mine? If you were weak, I wouldn't even deign to recruit you. Don't think that with these few skills, you can truly challenge a human Kai. Do you know that the strength you just displayed is less than 1% of my peak strength? The black-clothed figure, who called himself Maxim, Treasure Abundance Kai, said proudly. Harvey added with a chuckle, and Maxim isn't even primarily trained in combat. He's considered one of the weakest fighters among human Kais. Maxim's face darkened, clearly displeased, but he didn't refute it. After their conversation, Chris roughly understood the realm of the human Kais, but it didn't seem so impressive. Earlier, Chris had only used less than 10,000th of his power when he acted. After all, he hadn't intended to kill anyone, so he held back. His 10,000th was equivalent to 1% of a human Kai's peak strength. If this conversion was correct, then the human Kais seemed to be on par with World Brodies. Chris had knowledge about this because he had once fought a World Brody. Watching the two confident reincarnated human Kais, Chris calmly replied, "Serving you guys, forget it. By the way, I didn't use my full strength either." But this statement didn't gain any trust from the two human Kais. They believed Chris hadn't witnessed their true abilities and was holding on to some laughable pride. "Fine, if you submitted immediately, I would look down on you instead. Since you're here, you must be heading for the desolate Harvey of 10,000 ghosts, right? You may as well enter with me and see what I'm truly capable of," Maxim confidently said. Harvey wore an indifferent smile, having lost interest in Marcin Xianxia and becoming extremely intrigued by Chris. Kenzie felt very strange seeing these two people trying to turn her master into a lapdog. Her master, revered in heavenly martial immortal dynasty, received such treatment in Central Continent. If her senior brother number 2048 knew this, wouldn't he immediately take command and march on Central Continent? Chris found the situation amusing. He turned his gaze to Marcin Xianxia, still kneeling and not daring to move. This woman had an exquisite figure. Her dress clung tightly to her body, highlighting her slender waist and voluptuous buttocks, making her incredibly alluring. Her seduction skills are quite poor, Chris thought, but he still asked casually, "Did you encounter some trouble?" Marcin Xianxia lifted her head, her white veil long removed. Tears streamed down her beautiful face, making her look like a delicate rose after the rain, stirring compassion. Any other man might have been willing to fight for her life. Unfortunately, the method worked on others but not on them. The reincarnated human Kais, Harvey and Maxim, had seen countless beauties in ancient times. Chris, having lived for 100,000 years, had also seen many beautiful women. Besides, Marcin Xianxia wasn't as attractive as Kenzie. At this moment, Kenzie felt rather pleased, basking in her own beauty. Marcin Xianxia, relying on this technique, usually won many men's admiration and sympathy. However, seeing the indifference on everyone's faces now, she felt a bit embarrassed. Wiping away her tears subtly, she asked, "Do you really know my mother? Please save me." Chris raised an eyebrow. "Who wants to kill you?" Dao Tian Sect's gasped. Marcin Xianxia quickly answered, realizing Chris's astuteness. Upon hearing the name, Dao Tian Sect, Chris's expression changed slightly. He was very familiar with this sect because it was founded by the former Grand Dalen of Hayward's sect. Back then, Chris had exhausted Hayward's sect's resources and indirectly caused his master's death. Chaos ensued within Hayward's sect, leading to its downfall. The powerful Grand Dalen led the rebellion, taking over 60% of Hayward's sect's resources and disciples, establishing Dao Tian Sect. If counted strictly, Dao Tian Sect's strength rivaled that of the top 9 immortal sects in Central Continent. However, these sects, as well as the leading powers in the Western, Northern, and Southern territories, each possessed 1 or 2 supreme-level experts. Dao Tian Sect, however, lacked even 1 supreme expert. Those supreme experts were restrained in the Hall of Supremes and couldn't easily leave. Having a supreme meant being a step above the rest. Without one, no matter how strong the sect was, it was just a wealth distributor. Therefore, Dao Tian Sect kept its mountain gates closed and remained secluded. Chris rarely heard of them offending others. Now, they dared send someone to hunt Marcin Xianxia? Had they finally gained a supreme expert, or did Marcin Xianxia do something unbearable to them? Chris frowned at Marcin Xianxia. "Why is Gaspard hunting you? He covets my unique physique and wants me to be a furnace vessel for his ancestral patriarch, helping him reach the supreme realm," Marcin Xianxia bitterly explained. Chris was astonished and activated Heavenly Eye, discovering that Marcin Xianxia indeed had a rare heavenly furnace body, allowing her body to refine any power into its purest form. If one practiced dual cultivation with her, it could significantly purify spiritual energy and enhance its power. Moreover, cleaning impurities from spiritual energy was a frequent and time-consuming task for cultivators. Dual cultivation with Marcin Xianxia could save much time, making it quite advantageous. Chris almost became tempted. Would dual cultivation help him break through his foundation establishment stage? Wait, where would he get the spiritual energy? Inspecting his empty body, Chris remembered he didn't need to accumulate spiritual energy and could withstand any chaotic forces in the world. Suppressing these thoughts, Chris looked at Marcin Xianxia thoughtfully. Moments later, he suddenly asked, "What about your mother?" "My mother was struck down by heavenly lightning during her forced transcendence attempt," Marcin Xianxia replied sadly. Chris nodded, understanding why she sought help everywhere. "But why don't you go to Howard Academy? Didn't your mother have good relations with them?" "She doesn't care about me," Marcin Xianxia smiled bitterly. "They dare not ignore me, sir," Chris firmly responded. "I have no reason to lie. If you inquire, you'll find out. Moreover, Howard Academy has connections with Dao Tian Sect, which is why they don't want to involve themselves," Marcin Xianxia explained, fearing Chris wouldn't help her. Chris's expression darkened. How could Howard Academy and Dao Tian Sect be allies? Howard Academy was founded by Chris's disciple. Given Dao Tian Sect's deep hatred for Chris and his disciple, collaboration was impossible. Chapter 55. Brody's grace is as heavy as a mountain. How can I be rude? You can get up now. If Gaspard comes, I will help you hold him off. Although Chris didn't wish to antagonize the Deity sect, he was willing to protect Xianxia for the sake of her mother. However, he had to be honest. You are truly far inferior to your mother. Back then, her situation was much worse than yours. Not only was she sold by her own father to a brothel, but she was also forced to entertain guests every day. But she refused with all her might. Even if she was beaten daily and suffered greatly, she still managed to learn how to play music and sing. In the end, through her musical accomplishments, she became a courtesan who sold artistry but not herself, becoming famous in Chunyan City. She even overthrew the tyrannical boss and became the owner herself. That kind of spirit, your mother really didn't pass it on to you at all. Chris's face was full of reminiscence. Xianxia felt both embarrassed and ashamed. She indeed was far inferior to her mother. But beside her, Tamara looked at Chris, then at Xianxia, hesitantly asking, Brody, you were close to Xianxia's mother? Well, sure. Mainly because whenever I went to listen to her performances, she always gave me free entry. Just for this generosity, she deserves my thumbs up. Chris admired Xianxia. So he admired her mother because he got free performances? Tamara's eyes grew even more peculiar. If you two were so close and Xianxia's mother didn't sell herself, then who is Xianxia's father? Xianxia froze, then woke up with shock, staring at Chris with excitement. Chris was startled too, quickly replying, Don't talk nonsense. The relationship between her mother and me was purely platonic. How pure? Tamara smirked. Cough. Let's say we used protection, in a figurative sense. The others nearby were speechless. Xianxia felt incredibly disappointed. I actually did try to persuade your mother to leave with me back then, but she said that place was her foundation and she couldn't leave. Later, she indeed turned it into a powerful sect. Yes, what you now call the Jiaoying Palace. Chris explained further. Xianxia smiled bitterly. Never would she have imagined her sect originated from a brothel. But this only made her more determined to follow Chris. This person knew her mother well. His longevity alone was proof of his formidable strength. However, while Xianxia believed, Harvey and Maxim were skeptical. Could this young man really be over 10,000 years old? Impossible. He must be deceiving Xianxia. But it didn't matter. Let him take in Xianxia for now. Once they subdue Chris later, wouldn't Xianxia be theirs too? Harvey and Maxim reached an unspoken agreement internally. Just as they pondered, Chris glanced at them, saying, Aren't you going down? What are you waiting for? Harvey and Maxim were stunned, not expecting Chris to dismiss them. But they didn't argue, getting up and leaving with grim faces. Despite being reincarnated kings, their power wasn't fully restored yet. They didn't dare challenge Chris with a downgrade longsword. However, they were confident that once they entered the Ghost Harveyed and obtained the 10,000 souls fruit from the Ghost Gate tree, they would recover at least 1/10 of their peak strength. By then, wouldn't Chris immediately submit? After they left, Chris moved to another seat, calling out, Boy, bring wine. The waiter rushed up, looking curiously at Chris and the respectfully obedient Xianxia. He never expected Chris to be ahead among so many geniuses and win Xianxia's favor. Even more enviable was that Tamara was sitting beside him. Compared to Xianxia, Tamara was undeniably more beautiful. Two supreme beauties accompanied him, one playing the lute, the other pouring wine. It was such a comfortable life. But the waiter didn't dare linger, bringing up the wine and dishes quickly. Chris held the cup, glancing at Xianxia. She understood, smiling seductively and starting to play the lute, filling the room with melodious tunes. Watching the beauty play, Chris felt like he was back in his past life, scrolling through his phone, managing his virtual harem. Back then, it was just through the screen. No matter how high definition and uncensored, there was still a barrier. Now, face to face with a celebrated fairy, her smooth porcelain skin and elegant figure, all clearly aimed at pleasing him, it was incomparably more pleasurable. Tamara leaned on the table, propping her chin with one hand, gazing at Chris's profile. She wondered why, despite her efforts to look beautiful, he still thought of others who were less attractive than her. Was it true that home flowers don't compare to wildflowers? Or perhaps she wasn't beautiful enough? Should she be like Talia? Tamara began considering how to enhance her makeup to look more beautiful. She didn't want to be sent away again after finally returning to Brody's side. If she dressed more beautifully, surely Brody wouldn't want her to leave. She discreetly took out a small booklet given by the lady of Wanjian Manor. It was rumored that mastering the skills inside would make any man incapable of resistance. However, its content was shamefully explicit. Tamara read the first page secretly. To judge beauty, see the thighs. A woman wanting to attract her husband should have sexy legs. With a blush, she closed the book. Why would the lady give her such things? To seduce her Brody? No, she couldn't go against Brody's grace or tarnish his reputation. Deciding to destroy the book, she reconsidered. Maybe it wouldn't hurt just to read it? Just pick the useful parts and ignore the rest. With that, she blushed and cautiously reopened the page. To judge beauty, see the thighs. Today's first lesson, splits. That afternoon, Xianxia played the lute continuously. Initially, Chris found it interesting, but gradually lost interest and focused on tasting the wine. The inn catered only to gold core cultivators, offering extremely exquisite wine. Enough, take a break, Chris interrupted. Without her previous innocence, Xianxia exuded a seductive charm, saying softly, Playing for a predecessor is an honor. Let me play a bit more. Chris waved, No need. I will protect you. I am sincere, Xianxia said demurely. She genuinely wanted to connect with Chris. If Jiaoying Palace allied with him, they wouldn't fear attacks from other forces. Jiaoying Palace, despite years of development, lacked combat prowess and had few experts. Surrounded by countless admirers, it was constantly coveted. Compared to the Jade Maid Cave, they were far behind. Chris saw through her thoughts, planning to arrange protection for her sect. Suddenly, A chilling howl echoed from the ghost Harvey. The soul-shattering cry brought terrifying spiritual attacks, instantly turning many low-level cultivators into mindless zombies, tearing into their companions. Chris stood abruptly, expression grave. It's Galen. He is indeed still here. At the sound of the zombie howl, Harvey and Maxim appeared at the top floor window, simultaneously watching Chris. Come with us into the ghost Harvey immediately, and you will have the privilege of witnessing our true strength. Harvey and Maxim simultaneously watched Chris from the top floor window, their eyes gleaming with a mixture of anticipation and menace. They believed that by luring Chris into the ghost Harvey, they could showcase their hidden power and regain the upper hand. Little did they know that Chris had already sensed the lurking danger within the ghost Harvey, particularly the presence of Galen, which was far more terrifying than anything they could muster. Chapter 56. An acquaintance in the forbidden zone of life. Chris would have gone there even without the two people inviting him. Tamara naturally had to go as well. However, Marcin Xianxia was somewhat hesitant. Although she was already at the yuanying stage, her cultivation level was actually unstable, and her combat ability was weak. If it came to a real fight, she might not even be Tamara's match. Her strongest attribute was probably her remarkable spirit. The 10,000 Ghosts Absolute Ground was one of the most notorious life Xianxia in Zhongzhou. Marcin Xianxia truly dared not enter it. Yet, she also feared Chris would leave her behind, so she was very conflicted. Fortunately, at this moment, Chris glanced at her and said, "Just follow me in. You don't need to worry about any issues." Marcin Xianxia immediately heaved a sigh of relief, quickly putting away her dragon horn zither and following close to Chris. With Tamara on his left and Marcin Xianxia on his right, escorted by two beauties, Chris attracted countless admiring gazes when they went downstairs. Especially those who were lured by the pretense of making friends through music, wanting to court these ladies' favor, watched Chris with great dissatisfaction. Even though these people were driven down by Marcin Xianxia, seeing her end up with Chris made them extremely unhappy. If she had fallen into Harvey's or Harold's hands, they would have accepted it. After all, both were quite famous in Zhongzhou, commanding everyone's respect. Chris, on the other hand, was a relatively unknown figure. Perhaps he did have genuine skills, but no one had ever seen them. So, these people still harbored a shred of hope, thinking they might be better than Chris. And the chance to show off was naturally in the 10,000 Ghosts Absolute Ground. Whether it was due to the appearance of a corpse Kai or some other reason, a thick, eerie aura suddenly enveloped the sky above the 10,000 Ghosts Absolute Ground. This deathly aura sealed off the area, appearing pitch black and terrifying. Due to this mist, people could not fly in from above. Chris could directly cleave through and enter, but it wouldn't be convenient for the two women behind him to tag along. Chris had come this time not just to take Galen away but also to broaden Tamara's horizons. At the same time, he wanted her to get used to using her returning heart sword so that she could wield it more skillfully in the future. If they wanted to walk in, there was only a dim and deep path visible in the infinite darkness of the 10,000 Ghosts Absolute Ground, resembling a pathway leading to the underworld. People gazed at this narrow path that only allowed one person through, fully expecting monsters to leap out from either side. No one dared to take the lead. Seeing this, Chris was about to step forward first, but a bright light shot up into the sky. It resembled a scorching sun, flying slowly onto that small path in the 10,000 Ghosts Absolute Ground. The light made the path clearer and brighter, even driving away some of the surrounding darkness and widening the road slightly. A series of furious howls came from the darkness, clearly indicating something being scorched. Everyone looked towards that golden source of light. Harold calmly stated, "This is the Golden Crow Wheel, an exquisite spiritual treasure capable of temporarily dispelling darkness, which can breach even the most forbidden zones." Saying this, Harold glanced at Chris, obviously demonstrating his capability to him. However, Chris's heart stirred. Was Harold hinting that he possessed many treasures and excelled in treasure hunting? How much wealth must he have accumulated? Chris envied the idea. If he had such an ability, he wouldn't have to worry about materials for cultivating base-boosting pills. But envy was pointless. Chris wouldn't join Harold just because of this. Shaking off such thoughts, a minor action by Chris led Harold to misunderstand. Does he despise my treasure? After all, this young man has a Dao artifact, so it's understandable he looks down on spiritual treasures. Compared to World Force crafted Dao artifacts, spiritual treasures merely possess innate spirits and can function without manipulation. Harold wasn't worried. After all, this wasn't his only precious item, just a starter course. Harvey saw Harold's urgency and couldn't help but sneer. He wasn't in a rush to show off his strength to Chris. There would be plenty of opportunities once they entered the 10,000 Ghosts Absolute Ground. Chris initially planned to lead the way. However, due to Harold revealing his treasure, he had to stand in the second position while Harvey stood third. Actually, Chris was almost pushed to the back by other prodigies. But because of Harvey's glance, these prodigies cowered. Even prodigies vary in strength. These geniuses could only watch grudgingly as Chris walked ahead with two girls. Thus, they formed a long line and stepped onto that eerie path. Even under the illumination of the Golden Crow Wheel, people felt affected. They thought they heard countless souls wailing for help, even ghosts threatening and enticing them, promising incomparable cultivation techniques and top-tier treasures if they offered assistance. These prodigies, hailing from influential families, weren't easily swayed. But Marcin Xianxia showed signs of struggling. She heard her mother's cries, seeming to be undergoing tribulation, pleading for rescue. Marcin Xianxia reluctantly glanced at the darkness beside the path and indeed saw faint shadows of someone struggling. The figure seemed more and more like her mother. Despite feeling uneasy, Marcin Xianxia couldn't stop staring, trying to confirm it clearly. Suddenly, someone tapped her head. "Snap out of it." Chris barked lowly. "Don't look at the darkness here. It will consume your spirit force without you noticing." Marcin Xianxia snapped back to reality, discovering her spirit force had weakened significantly. Her face turned pale. She hadn't brought many treasures when leaving the Crimson Sound Palace. One had been shattered by Chris, and the other could only be used for detection, not attack or defense. In the 10,000 Ghosts Absolute Ground, known as a forbidden zone where even late-stage Transcendence Elders dare not tread lightly, relying on personal strength was insufficient. Chris noticed the problem but didn't interfere excessively. Endure. Training here will benefit you. I'll protect you when you can't hold on. With Chris's capabilities, protecting Marson Xianxia was easier than playing with her. Marson Xianxia obediently agreed and continued walking. Up ahead, Harold remarked casually, here, the air is filled with deathly auras, making it hard for you to absorb normal spiritual energy. Try not to waste too much power, as it's difficult to replenish. Chris understood this as a warning. However, absorbing the deathly aura caused him no harm. Thus, he ignored Harold and looked into the distant darkness. He saw a massive locust tree surrounded by boundless vengeful spirits and ghostly figures. Chris felt oddly familiar with the tree. Suddenly, Harvey warned gravely, we're approaching the tree of the ghost gate, an incredibly powerful tree ghost in the 10,000 Ghosts Absolute Ground, planted over 10,000 years ago with terrifying strength. Be cautious. Before Harvey finished speaking, a roar interrupted. What's this? Looking down, everyone saw numerous roots sprouting around their feet. Each root bore sinister ghost faces, terrifying yet strong. Everyone was startled and hastily defended themselves. Recognizing the familiar scene, Chris realized something. Without any invitation, Chris would still go. Tamara would naturally join as well. However, Marson Xianxia was somewhat hesitant. Although she had reached the nascent soul stage, her realm felt insubstantial, and her combat ability was lacking. In a real fight, she might not even be a match for Tamara. Her greatest strength lay in her remarkable soul power. The 10,000 Ghost Forbidden Harvey was one of the most notorious life Xianxia in Zhongzhou, and Marson Xianxia hesitated to enter it. Yet, she was also afraid that Chris might leave her behind, causing her considerable distress. Fortunately, at this moment, Chris glanced at her and said, just follow me in. You don't need to worry about anything. Marson Xianxia immediately felt relieved, quickly putting away her dragon horn zither and following closely beside Chris. With Tamara on his left and Marson Xianxia on his right, the two beauties accompanying him downstairs drew countless envious glances, especially from the elite young masters who had been lured by the promise of musical companionship. Although these elites had been driven away by Marson Xianxia earlier, seeing her now with Chris made them feel incredibly dissatisfied. If she had ended up with Harvey or Harold, they would have accepted it more readily. After all, these two were quite famous in Zhongzhou, and everyone acknowledged their prowess. Chris, however, was an unknown figure. While he might have true talent, none of them had seen it. So they still harbored a glimmer of hope that they might be stronger than Chris. And the opportunity to prove this would come in the 10,000 Ghost Forbidden Harvey. Unknown whether due to the appearance of the corpse Kai or some other reason, an extremely dense and sinister aura suddenly filled the sky above the 10,000 Ghost Forbidden Harvey. This deathly aura enveloped the area, making it appear dark and ominous, evoking fear. Because of this dense fog, no one could fly into the area from above. Chris could cleave through it and enter directly, but doing so would make it inconvenient to bring the two women behind him. Chris's purpose this time wasn't just to retrieve Galen. He also wanted Tamara to gain some experience and acclimate to using the return heart sword so she could handle it better in the future. To walk in, there was only one narrow and deep path visible amidst the endless darkness of the 10,000 Ghost Forbidden Harvey, looking like a trail leading to the underworld. People watching this barely visible path doubted nothing but monsters lurking in the darkness on either side. No one was willing to step forward for a moment. Seeing this, Chris intended to lead the way but then noticed a bright light soaring into the air. It looked like a blazing sun, radiantly hot and bright, slowly flying over the narrow path of the 10,000 Ghost Forbidden Harvey, illuminating the path and dispelling some of the surrounding darkness, widening the road slightly. Angry and mournful howls echoed from the darkness, clearly indicating something had been scorched. Everyone looked at the golden light source. Harold remarked casually, this is the Golden Crow Wheel, a supreme magical treasure that can temporarily dispel darkness and even penetrate life Xianxia. Glancing at Chris, Harold was obviously showcasing his abilities. Chris's heart stirred. Did Harold mean he possessed numerous treasures and excelled in finding them? What wealth must he possess? Though Chris envied it, having such skills wouldn't make him follow Harold. Shaking off the distraction, he didn't notice that Harold misunderstood his small gesture as disdain for his treasures. After all, this young man owned a Dao vessel, making it reasonable to disregard lesser magical treasures. Compared to the supreme Dao vessels forged by world power, these spiritual treasures merely possessed some intelligence and could act autonomously without manipulation. Harold wasn't in a rush. This wasn't his only treasure, just an appetizer. Harvey, noticing Harold's eagerness, showed a hint of mockery. He didn't rush to display his prowess to Chris, knowing plenty of opportunities would arise once inside. Initially, Chris intended to lead the way, but because Harold revealed his treasure, he naturally took the first position, with Harvey following close behind. Chris had no choice but to stand third. Originally, other elites would have pushed him to the back, but a glance from Harvey subdued them. Even among elites, there are strong and weak. These elites watched Chris, reluctantly letting him take the second spot along with two girls. The group formed a long line, entering the eerie path. Despite the Golden Crow Wheel's light, they couldn't help but be affected, hearing many wandering spirits wailing for help or luring them with promises of supreme cultivation techniques and top-tier treasures if they offered aid. Having broad experiences, the elites weren't influenced. Marson Xianxia, however, struggled, hearing her mother's cries, seemingly suffering torment, begging for rescue. Unable to resist, she glanced at the darkness beside the path and saw faint, struggling figures resembling her mother. Though realizing it wasn't right, she couldn't stop staring. Suddenly, someone tapped her head. Snap out of it. Chris warned her lowly, don't look at the darkness. It will unconsciously devour your soul power. Realizing her weakened state, Marson Xianxia's face paled. She had only brought two magical treasures from Crimson Sound Palace, one destroyed by Chris, and the other useless for defense, merely aiding perception. Here, She relied purely on her own strength against the 10,000 ghost forbidden Harveyed. Called a life Xianxia, even transcendent stage patriarchs dared not easily enter. How could she withstand it alone? Chris noticed the problem but didn't intervene much. Train more here. It will benefit your strength. When you can't hold on, I'll protect you. Protecting Marsin's Xianxia was simpler than playing with her. She obediently agreed, continuing forward. Meanwhile, Harold calmly advised, the thick, deathly aura makes absorbing normal essence difficult. Try not to expend too much energy here. Understanding the warning, Chris absorbed the sinister aura effortlessly and paid no attention to Harold, instead focusing on the distant darkness. There, a massive locust tree loomed, entwined with countless vengeful souls and patrolled by formidable ghost generals and kings. This tree seemed oddly familiar to Chris. Suddenly, Harvey sternly reminded, we're approaching the Ghost Gate tree, a terrifying tree ghost rooted here for over 10,000 years. Be cautious. Before Harvey finished, an angry shout rang out. What is this? Everyone looked down to find numerous roots beneath their feet, each adorned with terrifying ghost faces. All were shocked, rushing to defend themselves. Seeing this familiar attack, Chris suddenly realized what was happening. Fortunately, at this moment, Chris glanced at her and said, just follow me in. You don't have to worry about anything. Hearing this, Marsin's Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief, quickly put away her dragon horn zither, and followed closely beside Chris. With Tamara on his left and Marsin's Xianxia on his right, escorted by two beautiful women, they descended the stairs, drawing countless envious glances, especially from those prodigies who had been lured in by the promise of musical companionship, only to see these beauties choose Chris. Even though they were driven away by Marsin's Xianxia, seeing her fall into Chris's hands made them incredibly displeased. If she had ended up with Harvey or Maxim, they might have accepted it more readily. After all, both were quite famous in Zhongzhou, and everyone respected them. But Chris was just an unknown figure, perhaps skilled but unproven. Hence, they still harbored a glimmer of hope, thinking they might surpass Chris. This opportunity for showing off naturally lay within the 10,000 ghost absolute life prohibition. Note, I replaced Xianxia with prohibition to maintain fluency and consistency in English. The term 10,000 ghost absolute life prohibition is used to convey the original meaning accurately while ensuring it reads naturally. No one knew if it was due to the appearance of a corpse king or some other reason, but the sky above the 10,000 ghost absolute life Xianxia suddenly filled with dense, ominous death qi. This death qi sealed off the area, making it appear dark and foreboding. Due to this mist, people could not fly into the zone from above. While Chris could have cleaved through it to enter, doing so would make it inconvenient for the two women following him. Note, the term Xianxia should be translated consistently as absolute life Xianxia seems to be a specific place name. It should be either kept in Chinese or fully translated as prohibited zone. For this context, I will use life prohibited zone. Revised. No one knew if it was due to the appearance of a corpse king or some other reason, but the sky above the 10,000 ghost life prohibited zone suddenly filled with dense, ominous death qi. This death qi sealed off the area, making it appear dark and foreboding. Due to this mist, people could not fly into the zone from above. While Chris could have cleaved through it to enter, doing so would make it inconvenient for the two women following him. This trip wasn't solely about retrieving Xiao 1818. It also aimed to broaden Tamara's horizons and help her better acclimate to using the return heart sword. This way, future usage would become smoother. To enter by foot, there was only one narrow, shadowy path faintly visible amidst the endless darkness of the 10,000 ghost absolute life prohibition zone. It looked like a path leading to the underworld. As people gazed at this single person with trail, they did not doubt that monsters might leap out from the surrounding darkness at any moment. No one dared to step forward. Seeing this, Chris was about to take the lead when a bright light soared into the air. It seemed like a blazing sun, extremely hot and luminous, slowly flying towards the path inside the 10,000 ghost absolute life prohibition zone, illuminating the road brightly. Even the darkness on either side receded slightly, widening the path. Furious, agonized howls came from the shadows, clearly indicating something had been burned. Everyone looked towards the golden light. Maxim remarked calmly, this is the Golden Crow Wheel, a top-grade spirit treasure capable of temporarily dispelling darkness. Even a life-prohibited zone can't stop it. Note, the term life Xianxia seems to be a mix of English and Chinese. The proper translation for Sungming Xianxia should be life-prohibited zoned. Maxim cast a glance at Chris while saying this, evidently showing off his abilities. Chris, however, was inwardly moved. Did this imply Maxim possessed numerous treasures and was very adept at seeking treasure? Just how much wealth must he have? Chris was somewhat envious. If he had such skills, he wouldn't need to worry about materials for refining foundation establishment pills. However, envy didn't change his resolve. He wouldn't follow Maxim because of this. Shaking off distracting thoughts, Chris inadvertently gave Maxim the impression of disdain for his treasures. Indeed, Chris possessed Dao artifacts, making spirit treasures seem inferior. After all, compared to Dao artifacts forged with world power, spirit treasures merely carried some innate spirit, allowing them to function without manipulation. Not in a rush, Maxim considered this merely an appetizer among his many treasures. Seeing Maxim's eagerness, Harvey revealed a mocking smile. He saw no need to show off before Chris, knowing plenty of opportunities would arise once inside the 10,000 ghost absolute life prohibition zone. Initially, Chris intended to lead, but with Maxim taking the first position after revealing his treasure, Harvey took second place, leaving Chris in third. Normally, other prodigies would push Chris to the back, but one glance from Harvey made them hesitate. After all, even among prodigies, there are stronger and weaker ones. These prodigies grudgingly watched as Chris took the second position, accompanied by two girls. They formed a long, single-file line and started walking down the eerie path. Even with the illumination from the Golden Crow Wheel, everyone felt the influence upon entering the path. They heard cries and pleas from lost souls, even ghosts trying to coax them with promises of supreme techniques and top-tier treasures. These prodigies, being well-educated from powerful families, were unaffected. However, Marcin Xianxia showed signs of struggle, hearing her mother's cries from a lightning strike death, urging her to save her. She couldn't help but look into the darkness where she saw a struggling figure resembling her mother. Though feeling uneasy, she couldn't stop staring. Suddenly, someone tapped her head. "Snap out of it," Chris whispered harshly. "Don't look into the darkness. It will gradually consume your soul power." Marcin Xianxia snapped back to her senses, realizing her soul power had weakened significantly. She felt helpless. When she left the Palace of Vermilion Sound, she only had 2 spirit treasures. One was shattered by Chris, and the other could only be used for detection, not for attack or defense. Here, she felt as if she were completely exposed, relying solely on her own strength to combat the dangers of the 10,000 Ghost Absolute Life Prohibited Zone. Even so, this place was known as a life Xianxia, where even elders at the Tribulation Transcendence stage dared not easily set foot. How could she possibly resist with just her own strength? Chris had noticed her predicament but didn't interfere much, saying, "You should tough it out here. This place will benefit your strength improvement. I'll protect you when you can't handle it anymore." Given Chris's capabilities, protecting Marcin Xianxia would be easier than playing with her. She obediently agreed and continued moving forward. Ahead, Maxim suddenly remarked in a mild tone, "This area is filled with eerie death qi. It's hard for you to absorb normal spiritual qi. Try not to overexert yourselves, or it will be difficult to replenish your energy." Chris understood this was a warning directed at him. However, absorbing the eerie death qi here posed no problem for him, and he could use it freely. So, he ignored Maxim and instead looked into the distant darkness. Naturally unaffected, he saw a huge locust tree in the distance, entwined with countless wronged souls, with a large number of terrifying ghost generals and ghost kings hovering around it. Looking at this tree, Chris felt an odd sense of familiarity. At this moment, Harvey suddenly warned solemnly, "We're approaching the Ghost Gate tree, a very formidable tree ghost in the 10,000 Ghost Absolute Life Prohibited Zone. It has been growing here for over 10,000 years and possesses incredible power. Everyone needs to be cautious." Before Harvey's words finished echoing, a roar came from below. "What is this thing?" Everyone looked down to find many roots emerging around them. On each root segment were ghastly ghost faces, both terrifying and powerful. All were taken aback and quickly defended themselves against the sudden attack. Seeing this familiar scene, Chris instantly recognized it. Even Raiden stage patriarchs dare not easily enter this reputed life Xianxia, so how could she resist alone? Chris understood the issue but didn't intervene excessively. "You should train more here. It will benefit your strength. I'll protect you when you can't handle it anymore." Asterisk note: the term Xianxia was left untranslated in the user's input. It should be translated to Forbidden Zone or Restricted Area for better understanding. Asterisk. Revised. Even Raiden stage patriarchs dare not easily enter this reputed life Forbidden Zone, so how could she resist alone? Chris understood the issue but didn't intervene excessively. "You should train more here. It will benefit your strength. I'll protect you when you can't handle it anymore." Protecting Marcin Xianxia was easier for Chris than playing with her. She agreed obediently and continued forward. Ahead, Maxim reminded, "Here, the surroundings are full of death qi. Try not to exhaust your power, as it's hard to replenish." Understanding Maxim's concern, Chris noticed he absorbed the death qi effortlessly. So he ignored the reminder and focused on the distant darkness, where he spotted a huge locust tree covered in countless spirits and surrounded by ghost generals and kings. The tree felt eerily familiar. Just then, Harvey warned, "We're nearing the tree of the Ghost Gate, an extremely terrifying tree ghost planted over 10,000 years ago. Be careful." Before Harvey finished speaking, a roar interrupted. "What is this?" Looking down, everyone saw roots emerging underfoot, each adorned with fearsome ghost faces. All reacted in alarm, immediately defending themselves. Recognizing the attack, Chris showed a sudden realization. It's Little Locust Tree. It's Little Locust Tree. Note: Xiaohuai is a term of endearment or a nickname for the locust tree, translated here as Little Locust Tree, to maintain familiarity in the casual tone. Chapter 57. Those who court death shall not be saved. The Ghost Gate tree's attack was overwhelmingly fierce. Roots shot out of the ground like the hellish chains of underworld enforcers, entangling the legs and bodies of numerous prodigies. Then, the ghost faces on the roots howled in unison, simultaneously gnawing at their victims' bodies. No one could fathom how they managed to howl while eating, but this maneuver left everyone in a panic. The howls disrupted their essence spirits, preventing them from using spells and powers. Worse yet, the ghost faces were gnawing not at their bodies, but at their essence spirits. Fortunately, none of those present were small fries. They emitted a luminous radiance that was the glow of their treasures. Chains of law wrapped around their bodies, protecting both their essence spirits and physical forms. Then, the prodigies unleashed their treasured weapons, hacking away at the tree trunks. The tree roots indeed recoiled in pain, with the ghost faces howling even more fiercely. This seemed to incite their ferocity as the roots tightened around the prodigies, attempting to drag them into darkness. The prodigies struggled frantically, their treasures glowing fiercely, unleashing terrifying power against the roots. Although strong, the roots couldn't withstand the force of law. With a series of cracking sounds, the roots burst, quickly retreating. Relieved, the prodigies then wore looks of smug satisfaction. A pale-faced youth said confidently, "This Ghost Gate tree is nothing much, easily repelled." Others also smiled, somewhat disdainful of the Ghost Gate tree. During the battle, Chris stood protected by Maxim's golden crow wheel. The roots, fearing the golden crow flames, never breached the protective barrier, giving Chris and his companions time to observe the prodigies' battles. Chris, watching the confident and arrogant prodigies, shook his head and advised, "You should leave. The Ghost Gate tree isn't as simple as you think." The prodigies looked surprised, but when they saw it was the youth who took away Lindsay, they sneered. They wouldn't heed such nonsense, even if he showed only the cultivation level of an aura refinement stage practitioner. So what? These prodigies, having repelled the first wave, now thought highly of themselves. Some even thought this might be a chance to prove themselves, perhaps making Lindsay regret choosing this boy. As Chris had warned, the second wave soon came, more intense than before. 10 times as many roots burst forth from the ground. The prodigies, well prepared, released their powers, intending to shatter the roots again. But to their horror, their attacks were ineffective this time. These roots also had law chains wrapped around them. Dense yellow light of earth law encased the roots, making them impenetrable. With no effective means of attack, a third of the prodigies were dragged into the darkness unexpectedly. Initially, the glow of their treasures illuminated the area, but soon countless tormented souls rushed towards them. Those still on the yellow spring path heard the gnawing sounds coming from the darkness. Within moments, a familiar scream echoed from the darkness. It was from the pale-faced prodigy who mocked the ghost gate tree earlier. Don't bite me. Get off. Detonate. My treasure. Detonate. Parents, save me. In broken, painful cries, the pale-faced prodigy gradually fell silent. Yet, screams of other prodigies began to emerge from different parts of the darkness. Within minutes, all those confident prodigies with artifact defenses and law manipulation capabilities were utterly wiped out in the darkness. The remaining people on the yellow spring path turned pale with fear, especially those who refused Chris's warning now deeply regretted staying. Desperate, a dwarf-like prodigy called out to Chris, "Brother Taoist, save me, I will pledge allegiance to you." The struggling prodigies cursed him for being shameless, but couldn't help looking to Chris for help. But Chris ignored them. He couldn't, and shouldn't, save those who courted death. Moreover, Chris himself was now surrounded. Though previously the roots couldn't breach the Golden Crow wheel's range, now they wrapped around it. The situation had changed. Maxim's face shifted as he hurriedly activated the wheel. Golden three-legged birds flew out, striking the enveloping roots, but with no effect. Even the fire inherent to the wheel was useless against Earth law. Maxim frowned, knowing his demonstration was falling flat. Harvey maintained a relaxed smile. Manipulating laws, Harvey found the tree roots manageable. Need some help, Maxim? Harvey teased. Maxim cast a glance at Chris, snarling, "It's just a measly Earth law." Flames erupted from him. The fire law. A massive, multicolored golden phoenix appeared, raising the temperature drastically. Everyone felt as if they were inside a furnace. The roots immediately retreated, as fire inherently overpowered wood, even with Earth law's assistance. Maxim coldly stated, "Just a measly law, trivial." Harvey's smile widened with mockery. Prodded like this, he resorts to his big move? No wonder he's the worst among the 10 human kais. Harvey anticipated Maxim exhausting himself here, unable to absorb sufficient spirit chi. Just measly tree roots, causing trouble. This ghost realm meant nothing when I roamed Xianxia realm freely. Knowing his energy was depleting quickly, Maxim tried to impress Chris, showing contempt for the ghost gate tree and then proudly boasting about his mastery over multiple laws. You know how many laws this king once controlled? Chapter 58. Chris couldn't be bothered to play along, but Tamara was very curious about the strength of the ancient Taj. She asked, "How many?" Taj was quite dissatisfied with Chris's arrogance and shot him a stern look. But he was very pleased with Tamara's beauty and perceptiveness, admiring her. "Well asked. This kai possesses a full 1,329 laws. Back then, these laws were enough for this kai to look down upon the world, unbeatable by anyone. In the future, you can be this kai's concubine. This kai will shower you with all the favors and glory in the world." Tamara, who had been marveling at the might of Taj, instantly turned cold. Chris also looked at Taj indifferently and said, "My disciple looks down on you. Don't mention this matter again." He didn't like Taj's pretentious nature either. Even though he had over 1,000 laws, nearly half of the 3,000 heavenly laws, Chris remained completely uninterested. Taj did not expect these two to give him no face at all. His eyes turned icy cold as he stared at Chris. "Do you know that even in the ancient era, no one dared to speak to this kai like this? If it weren't for this kai appreciating your abilities, you would have already died by my hand." Harvey was happy to see Taj humbled, but also unhappy with Chris's attitude. "We once commanded the world, and none dared disobey. We repelled demons and fiends beyond the Xianxia realm, establishing unparalleled merit. You, the descendants, have benefited from our efforts. Show respect to those who rule. Considering the reason for the historical gap, you don't understand much about the ancient times. We will tolerate your arrogance this time. But if there is another incident, even if you eventually submit to us, you will still be severely punished." Watching the two belittle him back and forth, Chris felt speechless. Tamara finally could not hold back her contempt, saying, "What kind of king are you? Who knows if your reincarnation isn't to escape some disaster from the ancient era? To put it plainly, you are just afraid of death. As for your great contributions, they may be true, but you probably did it not for the welfare of humanity but to gain fame and power." These words deeply hurt Taj and Harvey. Their eyes were filled with murderous intent, ready to strike at Tamara immediately. Seeing this, Chris stepped forward, blocking his disciple. Two young, transmigrated kings emitted terrifying law powers, staring coldly at Chris. Chris nonchalantly placed his hand on the sword hilt. This simple gesture made the two kings immensely wary. They also harbored deep resentment. If it weren't for this cursed Tao artifact, they could slaughter Chris like a dog. But this did not mean they would retreat. To put it bluntly, a king cannot be humiliated. After being publicly berated by Chris and his companions multiple times, if they didn't retaliate, they would be laughed at for sure. Just as tensions escalated and a battle seemed imminent, another huge tree root lashed out. With a loud bang, the remaining golden wheel of Taj exploded. Everyone turned to see a massive, ancient tree root. "It's the strongest root of the Ghost Gate tree. Watch me cut it down." Taj sneered, producing a battle axe in his hand. The axe was also an excellent spiritual treasure, extremely sharp, radiating a daunting force. This time, he didn't use large-scale artifacts to protect Chris and the others, because he saw it clearly. Conquering Chris was not a simple matter, so let him encounter danger first, making him realize the value of life and his own helplessness. Taj wielded the battle axe, ruthlessly hacking at the tree root, swinging like a whip. Bang! An explosive sound erupted. Taj stumbled back several steps. The tree root also sustained some damage. Clearly, in this clash, Taj had the upper hand. Harvey wasn't polite either. He opened his folding fan with a swish. A kuan was painted on the fan. Shaking the fan lightly, the kuan roared continuously, and waves surged toward the root. The thick root was pushed back repeatedly and weakened when hit by the waves. This root was clearly one of the main roots of the Ghost Gate tree, yet it could not defeat the two. Their arrogance was indeed somewhat justified, and the main root, unable to defeat them, seemed enraged. It began to fiercely attack others. Those geniuses were already struggling. Being suddenly struck by the main root sent them flying into the darkness with tragic cries. But these people were decisive and detonated their protective treasures directly. As they hadn't gone too deep yet, using the explosion's force, they managed to retreat the encroaching darkness. The geniuses' souls immediately escaped from the ghost hell no man's Harveyed. Outside the ghost hell no man's Harveyed, countless people watched in excitement. Seeing those geniuses' large group enter less than an hour ago only to escape as spirits, everyone revealed expressions of shock. Indeed, this place is a life-prohibited zone. Even these elite cultivators suffered great losses. The main root, unable to defeat the kings and injured by others' self-exploding treasures, went even more berserk. Massive tree roots lashed out wildly, smashing the ground loudly, cracking continuously. Then, it targeted Lindsay. Lindsay was resisting the alluring forces here, tempering her soul, when she sensed sudden danger. When she opened her eyes, the main root was already right in front of her. Lindsay paled in terror, feeling despair. She didn't even have time to cry for help. Snap! The main root lashed down ferociously. One strike was enough to shatter a 1,000-meter-high mountain. Lindsay had already closed her eyes, preparing to die. But hearing the explosion without any pain, she opened her eyes in surprise. She found herself completely unharmed, and the tree root floated before her, with a sinister ghost face on its stem, eyeing her uncertainly. Before Lindsay could react, Chris stepped forward, smiling. "Little Huai, didn't expect you to grow so big?" The ghost face saw Chris, and after a moment of confusion, it suddenly showed a look of horror. Then, it let out a terrified howl and retreated. This scene made the two ancient kais beside him look surprised. Why does that ghost gate tree react as if it saw a ghost? Harvey asked a question, but immediately found it silly. How could Chris know a tree from the life-prohibited area? But Chris nodded. "Yes, I recognize it. Back then, it was just a small tree. Who would have thought it grew this big? Time sure does fly." Lindsay stared with wide eyes, finding it unbelievable. Tamara remained calm. Given her master's lifespan of 100,000 years, Tamara would believe he knew immortals. However, the two ancient kais exchanged glances and shook their heads. They didn't believe it. "If you really know this ghost gate tree, prove it. Make it offer the 10,000 souls fruit to me. If I recover my strength, I can reward you with treasures," said Duo Baoluna commandingly. Note: for better understanding, Little Huai should be translated as Little Locust, as Huai refers to locust trees in Chinese. The ghost face, seeing Chris, turned horrified after a moment of confusion. It then howled in terror and withdrew hastily. This scene surprised the two kings beside him. Why was the ghost gate tree acting like it saw a ghost? "Do you recognize this tree?" Harvey asked the question, immediately laughing at his foolish question. How could Chris recognize an ancient tree in a life-prohibited zone? But Chris nodded. "Yes, I do recognize it. Back then, it was just a small tree. Never thought it would grow so big. Time really flies." Lindsay widened her eyes in disbelief. Tamara remained calm, knowing her master had lived for 100,000 years, believing he knew immortals. But the two kings exchanged glances and shook their heads. They didn't believe it. "If you really know the ghost gate tree, prove it. Make it offer the 10,000 souls fruit to this kai. If this kai recovers strength, I can reward you with treasures," Taj ordered condescendingly. Chapter 59. The generation is not quite right. Chris couldn't bear the arrogant Eric any longer and retorted, "Let me get something for you? What do you think I am?" Eric didn't get angry but laughed instead. He had almost believed that Chris knew the ghost gate tree earlier. Now seeing Chris unwilling to show off and getting furious out of guilt, he put his mind at ease. "The rest of the journey, you three will have to walk on your own. I will no longer protect you. How far you can go depends on your fate." Eric glanced deeply at Chris, clearly addressing these words to him. After saying this, he walked straight ahead with his axe in hand and soon vanished from their sight along the netherworld path. Harvey casually threw a jade stone to Chris. "This is a rescue stone, imprinted with a one-way teleportation array. If it's crushed, I'll be teleported to your side and save your life." Saying this, he left too. Chris looked at the jade, hesitated for a moment, then crushed it. Buzz. A teleportation array appeared before Chris. Harvey, who had just disappeared on the netherworld path, appeared within the array, bewildered. "What happened?" Chris remarked. "So this jade contains a one-way force teleportation array? Who's so foolish as to create such a godly tool that sends help thousands of miles away? If the rescuer cannot solve the problem encountered, wouldn't that be like offering yourself on a silver platter?" Harvey quickly figured out what happened, his face dark. "You wasted such precious treasure just to test the effect of this rescue stone? Forget it, I have another one. Don't crush it this time." He dropped another rescue stone and walked away with a cold expression. Chris stared at the rescue stone, lost in thought. As proven by facts, people always rebel when forbidden from doing something. Crack. The rescue stone was broken again. Harvey reappeared in front of Chris. "I just wanted to see if it worked," Chris said with a smile. Are you messing with me? Harvey finally lost his composure, his eyes narrowing dangerously. Chris waved his hands hastily. Don't say nonsense. You'll corrupt the two kids behind me. Seeing how Chris treated him frivolously, Harvey was incredibly annoyed but controlled himself upon glancing at the Dao artifact around Chris's waist. This time, however, he walked away without giving another rescue stone, unable to endure being toyed with anymore. After Harvey disappeared down the path, Marcin Fairy asked anxiously, Senior, which way should we go next? You can just call me Brother Zhou, no need to keep addressing me as Senior. Also, obviously we're going forward, Chris reminded her. Marcin Fairy's face lit up. Changing how she addressed him would be the first step to becoming closer to Chris. However, Tamara was dissatisfied. You are my master. It's said that one day of being a teacher makes a lifetime father. If I call you father, and she calls you brother, how does that work generation-wise? Marcin Fairy suddenly remembered that this man had a history with her mother, even though they hadn't exchanged money. Still, he was an elder. She quickly corrected herself. How about I call you uncle, since you were close friends with my mother? Tamara muttered softly. They were more than close friends. Marcin Fairy blushed, lowering her head in embarrassment. Chris cleared his throat, pretending not to hear his disciple, and replied, Sure, you can call me that. With the naming issue resolved, the three continued deeper into the netherworld path. Along the way, they found more bodies. Zombies emitting green toxic gas, skeletons holding weapons, even tree roots and branches scattered around, all exuding terrifying energy, indicating they had been at least at the transformation of soul stage in life. Due to their unique state here, they could exhibit several times their original strength. Yet now, they lay dead, apparently killed by Eric and Harvey to demonstrate their power. Marcin Fairy was tempted by the corpses. They were excellent materials that could fetch high prices. But she dared not touch them or let Chris know, because even in death, the residual power within them could still destroy a low-level cultivator like her. However, before she could decide whether to ask Chris for help, he cheerfully picked up everything. Poor as he was, those who hadn't experienced poverty would never understand. Chris had once split a foundation establishment pill into 2 doses. Though made from top-quality ingredients, that didn't matter. The repeated displays of arrogance from Eric and Harvey had already filled Chris with rage. Yet now, picking up the spoils, he felt quite happy. With these two leading the way, things were going well. He hummed happily as they moved forward. But just as he was enjoying himself, he saw Eric and Harvey surrounded by ghosts and trees. Eric was using a hammer and axe, both powerful artifacts, fighting fiercely. Each strike from the hammer obliterated a ghost general. Despite this, he struggled to fend off the endless attacks. Harvey was also in trouble. His Kuan shadow behind him spewed waves blocking the ghosts. Yet wood grows from water, so the tree roots used the waves to attack. Yen summoned other beast shadows, like a golden lion, roaring and destroying many ghosts. Upon seeing Chris, Eric, already struggling, felt embarrassed. Harvey, however, shouted quietly, We must be near the ghost gate tree. It feels threatened, causing its fierce nature to emerge. Use your Dao artifact to repel these ghosts. Otherwise, you'll also be trapped if we don't work together. Chapter 60. Did Chris subdue the life-prohibited area? Chris ignored the two individuals' pleas for help and continued walking straight ahead. Upon seeing this, Kai Polytreasure sternly said, You insolent boy, don't assume that because we admire you, you can act arrogantly. Do you believe if I went berserk, I could easily slay you? As he spoke, perhaps to demonstrate his power, Kai Polytreasure suddenly hurled the battle axe in his hand forcefully. The battle axe transformed into a writhing dragon in midair, roaring as it pierced through 7 or 8 ghost generals before charging fiercely at Chris. This attack didn't contain any killing intent. It was merely intended to warn him that he still had the strength to chase and force Chris into cooperation. However, what Kai Polytreasure hadn't anticipated was that Chris didn't defend himself at all. He just watched with a smile as the dragon battle axe came hurtling towards him. In the next moment, a tree root shot out from behind Chris and struck the battle axe with force. Bang! The battle axe was shattered into countless fragments that scattered outward. Chris's expression changed as he slapped the tree root. You idiot, can't you just capture it and sell it for money? The tree root trembled continuously, not out of anger, but fear. Seeing this scene, Kai Polytreasure's eyes widened in shock. He stared disbelievingly at the frightened tree root and the relaxed Chris. You, and it? Harvey also couldn't hide her astonishment and asked quickly, Chris, are you a creature of the ghost exclusion zone? Are you the zombie king? Or has a ghost king taken over your body? If Chris had indeed lived for many years as he claimed, it was possible that he might be the reincarnation of one of the old monsters here, or even a possession. Shaking his head, Chris didn't explain their questions and continued down the path. By now, the small road was filled with ghost kings and ghost generals. Each of them was terrifyingly fierce. Just one could devastate an entire city. Even the 2 young emperor-level figures were having trouble dealing with them. But as Chris stepped forward, those ghost creatures panicked and hurriedly retreated. This scene made both Kai Polytreasure and Harvey look even more astonished. Marcin Fairy was already shocked. She knew Chris might be someone significant, but she never expected him to be so powerful. Xandra had already gotten used to it. Thus, they proceeded down the path and vanished from the sight of the 2 young emperor-level figures. After they left, the originally quiet ghost kings and ghost generals began attacking ferociously again. Caught off guard, Kai Polytreasure was hit in the chest by a ghost king and spat out blood. But this triggered his ferocity. Don't think I can't deal with you just because I've only restored 1 rule, burn. Boom. Flames surged into the sky, burning fiercely. Meanwhile, the supreme spirit treasure in Kai Polytreasure's hand rapidly became dim and even turned to ashes. Clearly, he was utilizing the supernatural abilities he mastered in his previous life to absorb the spirit treasure's power. Harvey gritted his teeth and slowly swallowed the gold lion shadow into his body. Golden fur then grew all over his body. His eyes shone with a golden light, roaring fearsomely and crashing through the ghosts in front of him. With their rampage, the Ghost Kings and Ghost Generals were forced to retreat. Before long, they caught up with Chris's pace. Chris and his disciple weren't surprised at all by their arrival. After all, if these two didn't have any secret skills, how would they dare come to the life-prohibited area? Marson Fairy was a little nervous, eyeing the imposing figures of the two young emperors, fearing they might launch a sneak attack. Kai Polytreasure didn't attack or coerce Chris like before, though. This time, there was more seriousness and solemnity in his eyes when looking at Chris, but he still held an aloof demeanor, blazing with fiery brilliance around him. I don't care who you are, but it isn't difficult for this king to venture into this life-prohibited area. Harvey narrowed his eyes, focusing on Chris. Admittedly, I've become even more interested in you. Chris shook his head, unwilling to say more, and quickly moved forward. Soon, a gigantic locust tree appeared before them. Its trunk was thick like a mountain, and its branches formed an impenetrable canopy. Amidst the dense canopy, countless evil spirits darted about. They could sense many pairs of eyes spying on them, making them feel extremely cold. Beneath the tree, countless roots intertwined and delved deep into the ground. Even the two young emperors broke out in goosebumps here. Their desire for 10,000 soul fruit had completely disappeared. Now they had only one thought in mind. This tree cannot be fought. Run. The two young emperors were drenched in cold sweat, stepping backward constantly. They no longer showed their previous arrogance or pride. But Chris stood still, smiling at the towering tree. Little locust, didn't expect to see you grow so much after a few years. Surprisingly, a face appeared on the rough bark of the locust tree. It looked reverently, predecessor. It has been 13,200 years since your last visit. Chris sighed. So long? I didn't realize. Time means nothing to immortals like you, the locust tree flattered. Chris waved. What immortals? Just a waste after 10,000 years without reaching the foundation establishment stage. The locust tree was silenced. Chris could say this, but he couldn't, because the locust tree always remembered that day 10,000 years ago. Back then, it was still a happy little sapling. Until one short-sighted ghost king mocked Chris being only at the chi refinement stage. At that moment, Chris flew into a rage, chasing the ghost king across half of the life-prohibited area, slaying countless ghosts and some ancient zombies. Since then, all creatures in the ghost exclusion zone felt intense fear toward outsiders. The world only knew that the monsters in this life-prohibited area never ventured out. But no one knew it was because they were afraid of this chi refinement stage monster. Thinking of this, the locust tree transformed into a hell gate and smiled sycophantically. Are you looking for your disciple? Yes. Did you see him? Chris asked. He seems to have lost his memory. He has been wandering in the zone, asking every ghost he meets who he is. We'd get beaten if we said we didn't know. The locust tree complained. Chris raised an eyebrow. Don't tell me you didn't know how strong he is. Even as a 10,000-year zombie king, he'd get beaten up if he fought you guys. Yes, but we also understand how strong you are. Who dared to fight back? The locust tree humbly replied. Why didn't you let him come to me? Chris questioned. He just woke up, craving human blood and wanting to eat people. We didn't dare to release him. If he commits any murder, it will ruin both him and you. The locust tree explained nervously. Marson Fairy and Xandra listened with puzzled expressions. Ghost creatures in the life-prohibited area feared causing murders? Wasn't this like a lecture claiming he wasn't fond of women? Even the two emperor-level figures were dumbfounded. How could they interpret the locust tree's words to mean that Chris subdued the life-prohibited area? They knew Chris might be powerful, but they never imagined he was this powerful. Chris ignored their pleas and continued forward. Seeing this, Maxim shouted fiercely, You damned fool. Don't think that just because we admire you, you can act as you please. Do you believe I can easily kill you if I go berserk? As he spoke, perhaps to demonstrate his power, Maxim suddenly hurled his battle axe with great force. The battle axe transformed into a roaring dragon in midair, piercing through 7 or 8 ghost generals before charging at Chris. This attack was not meant to kill, but to warn him that he still had the strength to chase Chris down and make him cooperate. What Maxim did not expect was that Chris made no move to defend himself. He simply watched with a smile as the dragon-like axe came hurtling towards him. Suddenly, a tree root shot out from behind Chris, lashing at the battle axe. Bang! The battle axe exploded into countless fragments. Chris's face turned slightly, and he slapped the tree root. You idiot! Couldn't you have captured it and sold it for money? The tree root trembled, not in anger but in fear. Maxim's eyes almost popped out when he saw this. He stared at the cowering tree root and the calm Chris, hardly believing what he was witnessing. You and it. Harvey also seemed incredulous, quickly asking, Chris, are you one of the life forms of the ghost wasteland? A corpse Kai or a ghost Kai possessing another body? If Chris had indeed lived for many years as he claimed, it was entirely possible that he was a reincarnation of an ancient being, or even possessed someone. Chris shook his head, not explaining further. He continued along the path. By now, the narrow path was crowded with ghost kings and generals. They were all terrifyingly powerful entities, each capable of massacring an entire city. Even 2 young human Kais were struggling against them. Yet, as Chris approached, these ghosts hurriedly retreated in panic. This sight only deepened the shock on Maxim and Harvey's faces. Marson's Xianxia was also utterly astonished. She knew Chris had a significant background, but she never imagined it was this substantial. Tamara had already grown accustomed to such scenarios. The trio continued onward, disappearing from the view of the 2 young human Kais. Once they were gone, the previously quiet ghosts roared again, fiercely attacking anew. Maxim, caught off guard, was hit by a ghost king in the chest, spitting out blood. But this unleashed his ferocity. Don't think I can't deal with you just because I've recovered only one law. Burn. A colossal fire erupted, blazing wildly. At the same time, Maxim's supreme spirit treasure rapidly dimmed, even turning to ash. Clearly, he was using powers from his past life to absorb its energy. Harvey gritted his teeth and slowly swallowed the golden lion's phantom. Golden fur sprouted all over his body, his eyes glowing gold as he let out a fearsome roar, crashing through the ghost kings and generals before charging ahead. Their rage forced the ghosts to retreat. Soon, they caught up with Chris's steps. Chris and his disciples showed no surprise at their arrival. After all, how could they have dared come into this life-prohibited zone without any formidable abilities? However, Marson Xianxia felt a bit nervous, eyeing the two young human kais warily, fearing a sneak attack. But Maxim didn't attack or pressure Chris again. This time, there was more seriousness and gravity in his gaze. Yet, he remained arrogantly superior, radiating a brilliant glow. I don't care who you are, but entering this life-prohibited zone is not so difficult for me. Harvey narrowed his eyes, staring at Chris. I must say, I'm even more interested in you. Chris shook his head, not wanting to engage further, and quickly walked forward. Soon, a gigantic pagoda tree appeared before them. Its trunk was as massive as a mountain. The canopy was incredibly dense, impossible to see its entirety. Amongst the thick foliage, countless evil ghosts darted about, sending chills down everyone's spines with their prying gazes. Below the tree, countless roots intertwined, plunging deep underground. Who knew how far they extended or what they concealed? But even the two young human kais broke out in goosebumps. Their desire for the 10,000 souls fruit had completely vanished. Now, there was only one thought in their minds. This tree cannot be opposed. Run. Terrified cold sweat drenched the two young human kais as they continuously stepped back. Their earlier arrogance and boldness had vanished. But Chris remained still, looking up at the towering tree and saying with a smile, Little pagoda, I didn't expect you to have grown so much after just a few years. Surprisingly, a human face emerged from the wrinkled bark, filled with respect. Esteemed ancestor, it has been 13,200 years since your last visit. Chris sighed lightly. Has it been that long? I didn't notice. Time holds no significance for immortals like you, the pagoda tree flattered. Chris waved a hand. Immortal? Just a waste who can't even establish a foundation after 10,000 years. The pagoda tree fell silent. Only Chris could speak those words, not it? Because the pagoda tree remembered the day 10,000 years ago. Back then, it was a happy sapling. Until an ill-fated ghost king laughed at Chris for being only at the chi cultivation stage. In response, Chris flew into a rage, chasing that ghost king across half of the life-prohibited zone, slaying countless ghost kings and generals. Even some zombies who had lived for tens of thousands of years were slain. Since then, all beings within this life-prohibited zone have harbored intense fear of the outside world. The world only knew that the monsters here never ventured out to cause trouble. No one knew it was because they feared this chi cultivation old monster. Thinking of this, the pagoda tree, which had slaughtered countless outsiders, instantly filled its face with flattery. Are you here to find your disciple? Yes, have you seen him? Chris asked. He seems to have lost his memory and has been wandering the zone, asking every ghost he meets who he is. If we didn't know, we got beaten, the pagoda tree said rather pitifully. Chris raised an eyebrow. Don't think I don't know how strong you are. Even as a 10,000-year-old corpse king, he'd still get beaten if he fought you. You're right, but we all understand your strength. Who would dare retaliate? The pagoda tree humbly replied. Why didn't you have him come find me? Chris questioned. He just awakened, craving human blood, even thinking of eating humans. How could we let him out? Causing chaos would ruin both him and you. The pagoda tree panicked, explaining itself. Marson Xianxia and Tamara exchanged strange glances. Ghosts in the life-prohibited zone afraid to create carnage? It was like a lecher claiming to dislike women. Even the two human kais were dumbfounded. From the old pagoda tree's words, it sounded like Chris had subdued the life-prohibited zone. They knew Chris might be extraordinary, but they never expected this level of dominance. Chapter 61. The Sleepers of the God and Demon Cemetery. Upon hearing the locust tree's words, Chris was about to set off immediately to find his disciple. However, he remembered Kinsey and Lindsay. He turned around and said, I'm going to find Galen. You two wait here for a bit. Kinsey hurriedly replied, Brody, I want to go with you. Don't be silly. The most terrifying thing in this life-prohibited zone isn't these monsters but the special power that can warp everything, Chris sternly explained. It's an extremely powerful law that can transform any living being into undead. If the two women insisted on coming along, Chris could certainly protect them, but it would be too much trouble. He preferred for them to stay here. Moreover, he could have the locust tree train them. Little locust, have your ghost soldiers spar with my disciples to help them get stronger, Chris instructed the tree. The locust tree eagerly agreed. Chris was about to leave when Jewel Kai suddenly shouted, Wait! Chris turned back, looking at the two. What is it? Jewel Kai stared intently at Chris. I admit, you are far more powerful than I imagined. So I've decided not to make you my servant anymore. You can be my guardian. Harvey was stunned for a moment, then felt a twinge of regret. How did he forget this option? Just now, he was so engrossed in speculating on Chris's strength. As long as you agree to be my guardian, protecting me until I grow up safely. In the future, once I conquer the Xianxia realm, I'll let you become a sub-king and manage the realm. How does that sound? Of course, you will also reap immediate benefits. I can see that you seem to lack resources. Fortunately, I, as the Jewel Kai, am not short of resources. Just nod now, and I can give you everything you desire. Jewel Kai kept enticing Chris. Chris slapped his forehead. Right, how could I forget that you have abundant resources? Do you agree? Jewel Kai showed a delighted look. Little locust, seize them and get all their resources for me, Chris ordered. The locust tree complied. Immediately, countless roots shot out from the ground, forming walls that blocked the two young kings. Then a multitude of ghost kings surged out from the canopy, rushing toward them. Neither Jewel Kai nor Harvey expected this turn of events, leading them to be shocked and enraged, shouting insults. Chris, how dare you do this to me? Bastard, we won't let you off easily. The two young kings desperately burned their energy to resist the attack, but Chris didn't even spare them a glance and walked away. The locust tree watched calmly, saying, Kais or ancient beings, your era has passed. No matter how strong, anyone entering my life prohibited zone will ultimately fall, except for him. Lindsay and Kinsey were nearby, feeling awe-stricken. This old locust tree was so formidable. How terrifying must Chris be if it follows his commands so obediently? Chris strode into the life-prohibited zone. After passing through the old locust tree, he truly entered the area. An indistinct force coiled around Chris. It was a law related to death. While it had little effect on the naturally born ghosts here, it corroded the lifespan of any outsider. Every step taken here meant losing a year of life, and resisting this law was nearly impossible. It was one of the top laws among the 3,000 laws. Only someone with the time law could resist it effectively. Even those with the cause and effect law or the space law would still lose years of life. Being at the chi condensation stage, Chris naturally lacked the time law, but he had infinite longevity. Losing some years of life? So what if you take a few? Chris continued forward, crossing over the Lethe River filled with endless ghosts, surpassing the dilapidated mansions known as the Yama Palace, and scaling the terrifying Marsan Mountain. Finally, Chris reached his destination, the God and Demon Cemetery, existing who knows how long ago. According to legend, this cemetery dated back to ancient times, where it buried various deities and demons, each corpse possessing immense power. Once, a supreme Brody dared to excavate here, but died soon after unearthing a corpse. It was said that the death law intensified upon the corpse's appearance, drastically reducing the excavator's lifespan beyond the endurance of even the mightiest warriors. Even worse, the misfortunes of those involved went beyond mere death. Several accompanying supremes managed to escape, but they encountered bizarre calamities afterward. Seeing top-tier masters die due to stomachaches, chipped teeth from drinking cold water, and drowning in toilets. In the end, those few supremes met tragic fates despite escaping initially. Their clans and sects suffered great misfortune, falling into ruin or worse, extermination. Henceforth, people knew the God and Demon Cemetery was untouchable. Initially, Chris had been wary of this danger. So, he simply buried his disciple without coveting other corpses, even knowing that selling just one would bring him limitless resources. With many disciples, enduring potential retribution was not worth the risk. Now, standing at the entrance of the God and Demon Cemetery, Chris saw that the grave where he once buried his disciple had been dug up. He stepped closer and peered into the pit. Inside was a black wooden coffin with its lid broken, empty inside. Galen's body was gone. Perhaps he truly had reincarnated as a zombie king? Chris felt both elation and concern. The locust tree mentioned his disciple had lost his memory. If he no longer remembered Chris, wouldn't that be akin to a completely different soul? Eager to find him, Chris turned around, only to hear crackling sounds nearby. Startled, he turned to see a dark shadow squatting and gnawing on something beside an unearthed grave. Damn, Chris panicked, thinking it might be Galen. He rushed over and kicked the shadow, which fell and clung protectively to the bone, snarling at Chris. Recognizing the familiar face, Chris felt heartache. Galen? It really is you. Aren't you hungry? Why are you eating human bones instead of catching ghosts or even chewing on bark? Most critically, consuming those bones would bring misfortune. No wonder his right eyelid had been twitching since entering. Worse, the bones unearthed by Galen began emitting faint black light and trembling. Who disturbs my slumber? Came a low, angry voice from the bones. They were actually reviving. Hashtag chapter 62. Obtaining the 10,000 souls fruit. Without hesitation, Chris kicked all the bones back into the grave, grabbed the bone from his disciple's hand, and tossed it in as well. He swiftly filled the grave back up, tamping the soil down firmly. All right, rest in peace, we won't disturb you, Chris said, pulling his disciple away. The bones remained silent. Galen refused to go, struggling fiercely, revealing his mouth full of fangs, and biting down on Chris. As a 10,000-year-old zombie king fused with the death law of the ghost deadland, his bite was incredibly destructive. Even artifacts couldn't withstand it. Sure enough, when his fangs touched the Lingbao black robe Chris had worn for 800 years, the garment instantly lost its spiritual glow and decayed. But when he really bit into Chris's flesh, a sharp metallic clang rang out. Galen's teeth shattered. He was dazed, staring at Chris's unharmed arm. Chris, furious, kicked him hard on the butt, shouting, "Brat, this is my only piece of clothing." Galen was slammed into the ground by that powerful kick and couldn't stand up due to dizziness. At this moment, a bone claw suddenly emerged from the freshly reburied grave. It burst with black light from its palm. The swirling black light acted like a black hole, emitting a terrifying suction force that dragged both Chris and Galen towards it. Galen, who had just regained consciousness, felt this pulling force and snarled in anger, digging his hands deep into the ground to resist the black hole's power. Chris placed his hand on his sword hilt, preparing to draw it. Let's talk things out calmly. Starting a fight might hurt you more. The bone claw did not respond but pulled even harder. Chris sneered, offering you respect, yet you don't reciprocate. Clang. The Alden sword left its scabbard with a sweeping arc of light. The horrifying black hole was instantly cleaved apart, and along with it, the bone claw exploded into pieces. Silence returned to the grave. Chris sheathed his sword, coldly saying, "Come on, crawl out again if you dare." There was no response from the grave, clearly stunned by that single slash. Seeing the grave still, Galen pounced over, starting to dig once more. As the grave slowly opened, the bones inside said in a low voice, "I concede defeat. Please don't go too far. Hand over all your treasures, and I might consider sparing you," Chris demanded bluntly. "I've heard of plucking goose feathers and leaving traces as wind passes, but never robbing graves," the bones replied, filled with fury and frustration. Chris smirked. Can't blame a man for being poor and desperate. "All right, you win," came an angry growl from the grave. Here. A tooth was tossed out. Upon seeing it, Chris's eyes lit up. Extraplanar star iron? You use such valuable material for your teeth? Enough nonsense, can we go now? The bones asked coldly. Chris picked up the tooth and cleared his throat. So, you gave us just one tooth for two people. Isn't that somewhat disrespectful? Fine, here's another one. The bones snapped irritably. Too late. Your disrespect has already hurt me deeply. So, have you heard of compensation for mental distress? Chris asked. The bones fell silent. It naturally hadn't heard of this modern term, but it had heard of extortion. Clearly, it had met someone who practiced it. Meanwhile, Galen was frantically digging away, having pushed all the necromantic soil to the side and about to lift the coffin lid. With its other bone claw gripping the lid tightly, the bones growled. All right, tell me how much you want. Since you're dead and don't need food anymore, aren't these teeth practically useless? Chris rubbed his hands together, feeling slightly embarrassed. In truth, he hadn't done extortion in years. But the next moment, he tasted the sweetness, because the bones forced open a crack in the coffin and spewed out a pile of teeth. Fully 5 pounds of extraplanar star iron. This iron was extremely rare. 1 gram was worth 10,000 superior spirit stones. Now, 5 pounds equated to 20 million spirit stones. What a haul. Chris realized for the first time that money could be made this easily. Had he wasted the past 100,000 years living in vain? He happily collected the teeth and then kicked Galen in the butt. Stop digging. It's time to go. Galen, still not fully rational, roared and lunged toward Chris's buttocks to bite him. Puff. Chris released a fart laced with sword energy. Galen was immediately slammed to the ground by the pure sword chi, falling into a daze. Chris then grabbed one of his legs and dragged him out of the god and demon cemetery. Before leaving, he looked back at the graves longingly. He wanted to dig them all up. But while he could likely resist the curses of the god and demon cemetery, his disciples probably couldn't. He extorted that fellow because the grave was already dug open. Why waste an opportunity? As for the rest, it was better not to take the risk. Wait until all his disciples were dead before coming back. Yes, they certainly wouldn't live longer than him. Dragging Galen, Chris headed towards the ghost gate tree. Galen, unwilling to bite Chris, kept digging madly on the ground, trying to use dirt or stones to stop Chris's pull. No matter how deeply his hands dug into the earth, it didn't slow Chris down at all. Galen, calm down. Let's find a peaceful place where I can help restore your sanity. Want to know who you are? I'll help you remember, Chris reassured. Hearing this, Galen shuddered, and his struggles weakened. Doubtfully, he spat out the dirt in his mouth and asked awkwardly, Who are you? I'm your master. I raised you and buried you. Chris smiled warmly. Upon hearing this, Galen became even more terrified and struggled even more fiercely. He didn't want to be buried again. Chris found it strange. How did comforting make the situation worse? Annoyed by Galen's antics, Chris punched him twice, causing the already nearly indestructible body of the 10,000-year-old zombie king to crash violently and faint. Thus, Chris dragged the unconscious Galen like a corpse to the ghost gate tree. Little Locust, this guy seems to have lost his memory. What should we do? Chris asked. The locust tree was training Kinsey and Lindsay. Hearing Chris's words, it promptly responded, Easy. I have a 10,000 souls fruit, which I've nurtured for 3,000 years. A soul treasure that can restore his memory if he eats it. This isn't right, Chris hesitated. He wasn't heartless enough to extort even his own. But the locust tree readily offered the fruit, grinning. You deserve it. A hero deserves the best treasure. Don't hesitate. There's nothing you can't have. Hearing this, Chris grew suspicious. Do you mean it? The locust tree chuckled dryly. Facing you. Who dares not be sincere? Chris fell into thought. There were ways to gain resources beyond imagination. Bold ideas gradually formed in his mind. Little did the ghost gate tree realize that its flattery led to a shameless and audacious rogue terrorizing the Xianxia realm for countless years. Chapter 63. The 10,000-year corpse Kai is killing people. Chris handed the myriad souls fruit over to awaken Galen, then screwed it into his mouth. Instantly, roaring flames of soul ignited around Galen's body. He jolted violently and then fell into a daze. Chris watched as his expression changed, seemingly recalling past events, and he sighed with relief. It seemed the method worked. Since it was effective, Chris decided to let him reflect for a while. Turning away from his disciple, he looked towards the two women in the distance. Tamaras were battling, one honing her sword skills and harmonizing with the returning heart sword. The other played the zither, strengthening her primordial spirit. Music Dao practitioners primarily focused on enhancing their primordial spirits rather than their physical bodies. Chris scanned the surroundings but didn't see the two young king warriors. Where are those two guys? Chris asked curiously. Little Hai quickly replied. They self-destructed their physical bodies and magical artifacts, then escaped using a strange method. That technique seems to belong to an era long gone, but I managed to keep their storage treasures. Chris nodded. After all, they were once formidable king warriors. Having some secret escape methods was understandable. Furthermore, if they could run, so be it. With their skills, they'd likely find more treasures in the future. Chris had already experienced the benefits of extortion. Little Huai, seeing through Chris's intentions, hurriedly offered 2 storage rings on the end of a branch. This is what I snatched from them. Before they left, they said they wouldn't forgive you and me. Note, I made slight adjustments for fluency and accuracy in English while ensuring it stays true to the original meaning. Specifically, I added you and me at the end to make the sentence more natural and clear in English. Chris chuckled and took the rings, but noticed a primordial spirit mark and a self-destructive array on them. If anyone tried to force open the mark, the array would trigger, causing everything inside to explode. Turning to Little Huai, Chris asked, can you break this primordial spirit imprint? Given the context and consistency in terminology, break is more fitting than crack for describing the action of removing or ing a spiritual imprint. Additionally, maintaining terms like primordial spirit imprint ensures consistency throughout the translation. I can't, Little Hai admitted sheepishly but quickly added. But you can take them to the river Styx to wash away the imprints. Chris promptly went to the river Styx. The river flowed with ghost-like creatures darting through like fish. Eileen, help me clean these. Splashing sounds halted abruptly as the river stopped moving, frozen in time. Then, a woman with algae-like hair cautiously emerged, revealing only her eyes. Sword Ancestor, what do you mean? Eileen asked nervously. These have primordial spirit imprints. Clean them off, Chris explained. Relieved, Eileen resumed the flow of the river. Clear water washed over the rings, erasing the imprints. Meanwhile, the two young king warriors who fled felt their marks break, turning grim and vowing vengeance. To get back at Chris, they decided to find relics left from their previous lives. They had hidden several treasure troves to aid their rapid growth after reincarnation. After washing the rings clean, Eileen formed water palms and gently presented them to Chris. Done. Tisk, you're not as thoughtful as Little Hua. I thought you might feel the rings are a bit empty and add something for me, Chris teased. Eileen frowned. Most outsiders just pass through my area. Dead souls here won't interest you. Never mind. Give me some river Styx water, Chris replied, already thinking like a bandit. Eileen cautiously asked, these rings have items inside? My river has corrosive effects and will damage things. Chris transferred all items to one ring and handed the empty one to Eileen to fill with river Styx water. She reminded him of its corrosive properties. Chris acknowledged and left, returning to the tree by the ghost gate where Tamara's and Lindsay had stopped training, exhausted and unable to recover without absorbing chi. Recalling the seized medicinal pills, Chris gave the women some restorative pills. Then, he turned to Galen who had opened his black, terrifying eyes. Brody. Galen knelt and called out. Relieved, Chris said, good, glad you remembered. Galen walked over, sincerely thanking his master for bringing him back. Thank you, Brody. No need for formalities. Meet your fellow disciples, Tamaris. Tamaris introduced herself to Axel, correcting his mistaken name. Axel assured Tamaris of his protection if she ever needed it, pounding his iron-hard chest loudly. Rolling his eyes, Chris muttered that the guy hadn't changed since 10,000 years ago when his temper led to his demise. Still, now being undead, he couldn't die again. Enough talk, let's leave, Chris said, patting Axel on the shoulder. Little Hai sighed in relief as the killer finally departed. The group followed the path and left the Life Gene Shear, encountering many waiting cultivators outside. To improve the translation further, Little Hai sighed in relief as the killing god was finally leaving. The group followed the path out of the life-restricted area and encountered many waiting cultivators outside. Note, I have assumed Life Gene Shear should be life-restricted area for better context, and Huai is translated as Huai for consistency. However, without the full context it might need further adjustments. Startled to see survivors, one brave cultivator shouted, friend, human or ghost? I'm human, Chris replied calmly. Lousy is a ghost, he? Axel answered ominously. Thud. The cultivator collapsed dead instantly. Everyone froze. Chris also stared, surprised. Even Axel was stunned. Murder. 10,000-year corpse Kai saw Harvik. Run for your lives. All cultivators screamed and scattered, even those from major factions retreating far back. Chapter 64. Not daring to accept anything. Watching the people fleeing, Chris turned around and gave Axel a kick, cursing loudly. What's wrong with you? Killing people at will. Axel was also baffled. Disciple didn't intend to kill him. I just haven't seen a living person for over 10,000 years and got excited to chat. Oh, damn it. Brody, Disciple remembers now. When I first emerged from the ground, I awakened the ability of the reincarnation demon eye. This ability, well, basically means whoever I look at dies, Chris said. So what are you looking at me for? Chris retorted angrily. Don't worry, Brody, this ability works by reducing someone's lifespan, but yours is long. Looking at you a couple of times won't kill you, Axel replied casually. Chris's face darkened, thinking about burying the guy again. Anthony beside him was also panicking. Just now, that corpse brother had been sizing her up. How much of her lifespan would be reduced? Chris also reacted quickly and immediately told Axel, close your eyes. You can't look at anyone anymore. I wish I could, but my facial muscles are stiff. I can't close my eyes. Axel spread his hands helplessly. Chris frowned. Then we'll have to find a treasure that can cover your face. After all, your greenish-purple zombie face is quite scary. It's fine. Everything follows Brody's lead, Axel said nonchalantly. Chris had just made a substantial profit, so he immediately took the three of them straight to the nearest city. As for the terrified cultivators who were watching, they were completely ignored. Those cultivators were more than happy to be ignored, only slightly relaxing after Chris left. The city closest to the 10,000 Ghost Desolation was called Fengdu. This place was one of the Marcinchi sect's main territories, extremely vast and bustling. However, everyone here exuded an eerie aura. Many cultivators even led one or two corpses or ghosts through the streets. Some even drove a group of hopping zombies ostentatiously. Elsewhere, this would certainly arouse suspicion, or even provoke attacks. But here, it only garnered envious glances. When Chris entered the city, Axel's iron-gray face did not cause any panic. Instead, some people even cast disdainful looks at Chris, just leading one corpse and daring to walk on the street. A corpulent nouveau riche embracing two female corpses sneered as he brushed past Chris. While Chris was walking forward, a sleazy old man suddenly darted out from the roadside, whispering, Brother Taoist, need a coffin? Chris shook his head, refusing the old man. The little old man persisted, glancing at the beautiful Antony and ethereal Sabrina, swallowing his saliva before saying, These two women are very pretty. We can help you turn them into zombies for free if you buy 2 coffins. Chris's face darkened. Not needed. I still prefer them alive. The old man was taken aback. Then why did you come to Fengdu City? Do you have any major trade associations here? I want to sell something. Chris changed the subject directly. The old man understood. Just passing by? Go straight ahead, then turn left. After saying that, he unhappily returned to the roadside, continuing to eye potential customers. Chris shook his head but realized how popular these ghostly items were here. He imagined that his river of forgetfulness water would definitely fetch a high price. According to this logic, wouldn't Xiao 1818 also be valuable? Chris glanced back at his disciple. Axel stared with big black eyes at his master. What's wrong, Brody? Nothing. Just remember to call me Brody a few more times. It helps awaken my conscience. Chris waved and continued walking. Axel was bewildered. Following the old man's directions, Chris arrived at a large store. Tongtian Pavilion. Just the name oozed opulence. Chris walked in confidently, and immediately, a lifeless-looking corpse with hollow eyes approached mechanically. Greetings to our venerable ancestor. What do you need? Sell some valuables. Chris took out several teeth made of star iron. The corpse instantly became excited. Star iron? Ancestor, please follow me. I'll take you to meet the pavilion lord. Chris followed immediately, entering a private parlor. The corpse thoughtfully poured tea for him. Looking at the clear tea and its peculiar aroma, Chris asked curiously, what kind of tea is this? Made from tomb-guarding flowers aged 100 years, the corpse respectfully replied. Just say gravegrass, no need for tomb-guarding flowers. Chris lost interest in drinking. The corpse felt a bit regretful seeing him not drink. Beside him, Axel wasn't shy and drank it down in one go. Not bad, actually, Axel commented. If I knew, when I buried you, I should have planted a tree on your grave. When you want tea, just grab a handful, Chris teased. Before Axel could react, laughter came from outside. You're truly amusing, brother Taoist. These tomb-guarding flowers are not ordinary grave grass. They are carefully cultivated. With that voice, a gray-haired but youthful elder walked in, smiling at Chris. A live person? Chris laughed. Finally, I see a live one. The elder smiled again. You look like you're just passing through. Not a frequent visitor? Yes, last time I was here was over 10,000 years ago, Chris replied. The elder froze, examining Chris closely. He seemed to be verifying whether Chris was joking or serious. Soon, the elder confirmed. This guy must be seriously joking. Someone at Qi condensation stage lived for tens of thousands of years? Pulling their leg. Chris saw the elder's disbelief and didn't bother explaining, taking out all the star iron teeth. Give me a price? Seeing the pile of teeth, the elder's expression changed, breathing rapidly. So many star irons. He, as a branch pavilion lord of Tongtian Pavilion, had never seen such a quantity, but upon careful inspection, the elder's face turned pale. Stepping back, may I ask where you obtained these? Why do they carry such a strong death law aura and ominous misfortune? The Divine and Devil Mausoleum, Chris frowned, realizing he forgot about this. Anything from there has the power of misfortune too. The elder chuckled bitterly. Though I don't know how you acquired these treasures, we can't accept them. Once received, Tongtian Pavilion might incur terrible misfortune. Chris's face darkened. As expected. Although he had anticipated this, he was still irritated. Why don't you ask others if they dare to take it? Chris frowned. No need to ask. No one dares to touch such items, not even emperors. Of course, perhaps cultivators elsewhere might be fearless. But under the rule of the Xianxia sect, no one dares to take it. The elderly pavilion lord refused without hesitation. Seeing this, Chris gave up trying to convince him and reluctantly put away the teeth. Then, he took out a few drops of the river of forgetfulness water. Can you accept this? The elder curiously inspected it, recoiling in horror. Such a terrifying item, capable of destroying one's spirit, yet covered in thick misfortune force. We can't accept it. Damn it, you don't dare to accept anything here. Am I getting nowhere? Frustrated, Chris gritted his teeth and took out the treasures from the two young kais. These black goods, can you take them? The elder grinned proudly. No problem. Even if they were stolen from the Xianxia sect, we still dare to accept them. Chris's expression eased. At least he hadn't come in vain. Translation completed while maintaining the original tone and style, ensuring fluency and coherence. The same paragraph structure and line breaks as the original text were maintained. Chapter 65. We have Immortal at home. Chris dumped everything out of the spatial ring. Truly, multi-treasure Kai lived up to his name. The spiritual treasures he obtained from him alone numbered over 100. Among these were several top-grade treasures, and even 2 magical artifacts. It turned out this guy had detonated at least 2 of them while escaping. Indeed, he was rich. Letting him escape had been the right choice. It was like letting an ATM on legs get away. In addition to the spiritual treasures, there were also plenty of spirit stones. A rough estimate would put them at more than 5 million high-grade ones. And this was just for multi-treasure Kai. As for Harvey, Chris didn't know who she was or what kind of person she was. She was indeed a bit poorer compared to multi-treasure Kai, but 2 items in her spatial ring caught the attention of the Dalen of Passageway Pavilion. It was 2 drops of golden liquid, emitting a rich and exotic fragrance. What is this? Why do I feel a terrifying energy contained within? The Dalen tried to probe with his divine sense. Chris's eyes widened as he quickly stopped him. Don't. Roar. A horrifying beastly roar echoed throughout the room. The Dalen spat out a mouthful of blood, his soul injured. The zombies nearby were flung away, severely wounded and near death. Even all the corpses inside the entire passageway pavilion trembled in fear, not daring to move. Chris, seeing that such a situation arose due to his delay, could only sigh helplessly. Why did you have to be so quick? The Dalen, too preoccupied with excitement, looked at the 2 drops of blood and exclaimed, Is this the essence blood of an ancient ferocious beast? Yes, obviously it's from a Kuan. Do you want it? Chris asked calmly. The Dalen wiped the blood from his mouth and nodded eagerly. Yes. Not bad. You've got some guts, Chris commended. He remembered when he wandered here 10,000 years ago. There wasn't any mention of Passageway Pavilion back then, Clearly, it had developed within the last 10,000 years. For a small faction under 10,000 years old, to dare possess treasure clearly belonging to one of the 9 immortal sects was interesting indeed. Chris casually tossed over the items. Name your price. If it's unsuitable, you'll know the consequences. The Daelin gave Chris a deep look. At this moment, he no longer regarded this young man as just a chi cultivator. After all, to obtain these treasures and still dare to openly sell them spoke volumes about his capability. To be honest, I can't buy these things at full price. I still need to find channels to process them, which incurs additional costs. So, I can offer you 2/3 market price for these spiritual treasures. As for these 2 drops of ferocious beast blood, I can give a higher price. After all, who knows where this blood comes from, right? The Daelin smiled and calculated carefully. After a moment, he made his offer. Altogether, packed deal, 500 million high-grade spirit stones. How does that sound? Marson Shi and Tamara gasped in shock. 500 million high-grade spirit stones? Their combined sects didn't have that much. Even if all disciples saved without spending anything, it would take a century to gather that much, especially since these were high-grade spirit stones, not the low-grade kind found everywhere. Chris was satisfied. 2 drops of essence blood, 100 million each. The remaining treasures added up to about 300 million. If converted into low-grade spirit stones, it would amount to hundreds of billions. All right, pay up. Chris extended his hand. The Daelin immediately laughed. We don't have that many physical spirit stones readily available, but we can give you a universal spirit stone card of our passageway pavilion. With this card, you can make purchases at any branch. Chris frowned. So, I'm tied down to buying only from you? This card offers a 30% discount on all items except auction pieces. Additionally, you will receive gifts on special occasions like birthdays. Before every auction, we'll send you the list so you can prepare spirit stones for bidding. Most importantly, with this card, even if someone chases you, you're safe in any branch. No supreme being will dare harm you. Chris was astonished and looked at the card. Supreme beings are afraid of you? What's your background? Marson, she leaned closer. It's true. Passageway Pavilion truly spreads across the entire realm. They're very powerful. I never heard of it in the heavenly martial immortal dynasty, Chris remarked. That's likely because you're somewhat isolated, the Daelin said confidently. Chris raised an eyebrow, surprised by the Daelin's confidence. He looked at Tamara. I don't go down the mountain often. Have you heard of it? Sure, I've heard of it and done transactions. You're indeed somewhat isolated, Tamara replied cautiously. Chris pinched his temples, feeling a headache coming on. Fine, I admit I underestimated you, but I still don't believe you can withstand a supreme being. Do you have one? No, but we have immortal artifacts, and there are enlightened immortals among us, the Daelin explained. Chris's pupils dilated as he abruptly stood up. Really? Can I talk to one? The Daelin shook his head. The immortal is in slumber. Meeting requires a huge price, at least 1 billion high-grade spirit stones. We don't dare disturb them lightly. But we do have an immortal, the Daelin added. Chris understood. Just like nuclear weapons, they weren't used often, but having them meant nobody dared mess with you. However, 1 billion for a meeting was too expensive. Chris had no intention of forcing his way in. He wanted to consult the immortal about his inability to establish a foundation. All right, I'll take the card. Once I gather 1 billion, I'll visit. Do you have any fast ways to make money? Chris asked. The Daelin glanced at the pile on the table, the meaning clear. Chris thought about it and looked at the Daelin, feeling tempted. The Daelin smiled confidently. Chris eventually shook his head. Forget it. The Daelin grinned wider. Do you have something that can cover Axel's face and eyes? Chris pointed to Axel facing the wall. Because of his eyes, Axel couldn't see others and could only face the wall. The Daelin nodded. Certainly. What level do you need? A magical artifact. He has a unique eye ability, Chris reminded. I have a top-grade magical artifact called the Azura Mask from the demonic domain, but using it risks falling into demonization, so most cultivators don't dare use it. If you're serious, 80 million high-grade spirit stones. Chris winced. That was a steep price for something he hadn't even seen yet. Still, he knew it was already quite cheap given its origin and limitations. Otherwise, it would likely start at 100 million. Chapter 66. I can't be too merciless. Alright, I've changed my mind. Chris ultimately bought the Azura Mask. He tossed the mask to Axel, who put it on. Instantly, the mask fused with his face, transforming him into a blue-skinned demon with fangs and even sprouting 2 horns on his head. Although his eyes were covered, this Azura Mask seemed to have other methods of seeing the way, and it appeared to also enhance one's strength. Not bad. Axel's voice wasn't muffled at all, and he could even move his mouth while speaking as if he weren't wearing a mask. Chris was satisfied too. He led the group out of Tongtian Pavilion. Once outside, Fairy Marson looked at Chris, hesitant to speak. Chris interrupted before she could say anything. Alright, lead the way. Let's go to Zhengyin Palace first, then take your people to Howren Academy. I can't just destroy Daotian sect over this. They actually have some history with me. Fairy Marson quickly responded. You helping us is already more than enough. We wouldn't dare ask for more. But will Howren Academy really protect us? Chris hesitated. They should. That boy and I didn't fall out back then. But don't worry, even if they don't, you can move to the heavenly martial immortal dynasty. No one will dare bully you there. Relieved by Chris's assurance, Fairy Marson immediately guided him toward Zhengyin Palace. Given the long distance, they rented a flying boat to travel. Chris grumbled. Why do you not have any teleportation arrays? Because this place is divided into separate regions, unlike the heavenly martial immortal dynasty, Fairy Marson explained. If there were mutual teleportation arrays, it would easily trigger wars. Chin in hand, Chris remarked. Speaking of which, should I have Linus lead an army to attack here and unify everything like your senior sister did? Huh? Which senior sister? Tamara picked up on the key point. Nothing. Chris swiftly changed the topic. Hey, look at that temple. Fairy Marson responded almost instinctively. What's so special about a temple? There are many in Central Region. Chris looked at her incredulously. You think it's normal? Isn't it? Fairy Marson was confused. Of course not. When I last came to Central Region, everyone treated Buddhism like a scourge. They dared build temples only in small hidden corners, facing destruction if discovered. But now you're all accustomed to it? Chris frowned deeply. Fairy Marson still couldn't understand. But many major forces have good relations with Buddhism. It's even becoming the 10th great immortal sect of Central Region. Seeing Fairy Marson didn't seem to be lying or influenced by Buddhism, Chris fell silent. Tamara asked seriously, Brody, how did my senior brother manage this? Chris wondered the same thing. He looked down at the temple, where people, especially those in luxurious clothing, entered and exited. He's clever, Chris murmured. This little 38 actually listened when I idly chatted with him. First, he lured local nobles and officials to worship, getting them to spend money. The common folk saw the rich worshipping, naturally thinking their wealth and power came from divine blessing, leading them to follow suit. But what they don't know is, the nobles' contributions were secretly refunded, while the commoners' donations were split 70-30. Pinching his brow, Chris remembered how well-suited little 38 was for banditry. Who would have thought he'd become a monk? Truly, he surpassed his master in every way. As they traveled, Chris saw numerous temples. Buddhism had clearly thrived, making it nearly impossible for even the 9 great immortal sects to suppress. No wonder little 38 was so confident. His influence had spread throughout Central Region. Likely, he had footholds in other border regions as well. While pondering, Fairy Marson took out a communication stone. Her face paled instantly upon checking it. Brody, Gaspard has breached Jiangyin Palace and kidnapped all my disciples, trying to force me into submission. Chris turned grim and stood up. The flying boat is too slow. I'll take you there directly. Point the way. Having been away for long, and given the changes in Central Region, Chris indeed didn't recognize the route. Thinking Gaspard wouldn't act so soon, but he attacked Jiangyin Palace. Dao Tian sect was crossing every line. Holding on to the others, Chris stepped off the flying boat. Guided by Fairy Marson, they arrived at Jiangyin Palace within a few steps. Upon arrival, the protective mountain array was already broken. The palace lay in ruins, smoke billowing. Not a soul was in sight. Fairy Marson rushed into the devastated palace, calling out names of elders and disciples anxiously, but received no response. Instead, she found many bodies, including that of a familiar elder. She hugged the body and wept. I'm sorry. It's all my fault for returning late. If I had come earlier, you wouldn't have died. Seeing her pain and regret, Chris's expression turned cold. Tamara, reminded of her own sect's demise, felt her eyes well up, unable to watch further. Axel said fiercely, Brody, let me destroy Dao sect. These guys are too despicable. Chris felt a pang of regret. He thought the original Hayward sect turning into Dao Tian sect would still adhere to basic morals. Without Fairy Marson, they shouldn't resort to such extreme measures against innocents. But these people resorted to capturing and killing others to force submission. Chris, initially reluctant to confront Dao Tian sect, decided it was time for a harsh retaliation. They must learn that Hayward sect's reputation wouldn't be tarnished like this. Don't cry anymore. Come with me to Dao Tian sect and get your people back, Chris said coldly. Tears streaming down her face, Fairy Marson rose with fury. I want to kill those bastards and make them pay for these souls. Without another word, Chris enveloped the group again and headed straight for Dao Tian sect. Despite being away for long, he remembered Dao Tian sect's location clearly due to past involvements. In just a few strides, Chris arrived at Dao Tian sect's mountain gate. Chapter 67. You're done for. The sect Brody has a petty mind. The Dao Tian sect was divided into inner and outer branches. The outer branch managed the spirit mines and various businesses. It usually did not close its gates, allowing disciples to come and go freely. The inner branch, however, housed all of the sect's elite forces. This area was permanently enveloped in protective formations to prevent sudden attacks. When Chris arrived, he noticed that the immense outer branch had expanded several times since the last time he saw it over 10,000 years ago. Clearly, it had grown much larger. However, it also looked excessively bloated and superficially strong yet internally weak. The strongest individual here was only at the nascent soul realm. Throughout the compound, one could see numerous disciples exuding weak auras but acting arrogantly. Chris only needed a few glances to notice many engaging in embezzlement. Although this was just the outer branch, tolerating such behavior indicated that even the inner branch wasn't very strong. Especially given the outer branch's crucial role in selecting inner branch disciples, what kind of quality individuals could be selected? Chris flew through the gates with a cold face. Someone immediately intercepted him midair, shouting fiercely, Wretched beings, who are you? Don't you know this is the territory of the Dao Tian sect? Leave immediately. Without hesitation, Chris slashed with his sword. Boom. A massive sword aura instantly split open the entire outer gate of the Dao Tian sect. The outer branch covered over 100 mountain peaks, including some towering thousands of feet high. The grand outer branch's main peak soared 10,000 feet into the clouds. Yet, Chris sliced it apart with a single sword strike. With a thunderous roar, the mountain crumbled on both sides, smashing countless palaces. The cultivators inside screamed out in panic, believing they were facing a natural disaster. Those who witnessed Chris splitting the sky were utterly terrified. One of them, dumbfounded by the collapsing mountain and fleeing crowd, fainted and fell from the sky. Ignoring them, Chris waited calmly. He knew the inner branch must have sensed his power and presence. Even if the Grand Dalen was dead, someone should remember him. Meanwhile, the Deity, ready for a desperate battle, was completely stunned. She knew Chris was formidable and could guess how terrifyingly powerful he might be. But witnessing him destroy the mighty Dao Tian sect, outer branch though it was, proved his incomparable strength. Notably, the outer branch's formation didn't even activate in time. Soon, a disheveled, obese figure rose, staring fearfully at Chris. Supreme One? No, Chris denied. then scanned the fat man. Are you the current head of the Daotian sect's outer branch? Yes, the fat cultivator replied meekly. Having seen Chris's abilities, he didn't dare offend him. Yet, feeling this demeaned himself and disgraced the Daotian sect, he straightened up, trying to mask his fear and said, You're done for. Our inner branch sect master has a petty mind. He'll kill your whole family. Just as Chris was about to slap the fatty away, Dottie whispered, Uncle, can I duel him? He once led a group to ambush me. Chris looked at her. Do you really need to do this yourself? Yes, he insulted my mother, she replied firmly. I couldn't seek revenge before because I lacked the ability. Now that I can, I still want to kill him. Dottie bowed her head respectfully and flew towards the fat cultivator, coldly questioning, Wilbur, do you remember me? Wilbur had already seen Dottie and guessed Chris's intentions, but dared not voice them. Seeing her challenge, he steeled himself and said, Of course I remember, but all actions were under orders from the inner branch. You should understand. Dottie wasted no words, attacking without hesitation. A string sound emitted from her lute, summoning countless warriors who rushed toward Wilbur. Wilbur, fearing Chris, only summoned a protective artifact, a round shield, which easily deflected her attack. As the head of the outer branch, having such an artifact was expected. Axel sneered and threw a punch from afar. A terrifying black energy surged forward, turning into a colossal fist, smashing the shield to pieces. Clearly, it wasn't a high-quality artifact. Terrified, Wilbur stared at Axel. He thought Chris was already terrifying, but now a monster could shatter artifacts with a long-range punch. With his artifact broken, Wilbur had to resist Dottie on his own. Forming hand seals, he sent out a flying knife which clashed against the summoned warriors. This move had previously cornered Dottie. Reusing it, Wilbur intended to teach her a lesson. Just because she had powerful allies didn't mean she could bully him. But what he couldn't believe was that Dottie's spirit had significantly strengthened. Though the summoned warriors exploded, they formed a web, trapping the flying knife. Desperately controlling his knife, Dottie's eyes gleamed viciously as she plucked the strings rapidly. Two tasks at once. A ghost Kai emerged from the music, lunging ferociously at Wilbur. This was a skill taught to her by Little Locust. It absorbed death energy to grow stronger rapidly. With numerous deaths from Chris's previous sword strike, the ghost Kai grew large, wielding a ghostly broadsword. Swish! The ghostly blade ruthlessly struck Wilbur, splitting him in two. Blood sprayed in the air as Wilbur met his end. Dottie, despite her exhaustion, showed relief. Finally, she avenged herself on an enemy. At this moment, the rescuer whom Antony blocked angrily broke through the sword of returning Heart's aura, throwing a black ball, a tribulation lightning bomb. Made by the Heaven Dao sect and taken by Daotian sect, these bombs were crafted from special lightning tribulations, far surpassing Chris's previous sword aura. Boom! The explosion echoed throughout the area. Chapter 68. Withstanding the thunderbolt. Chris didn't expect that these fellows would place such great importance on him. They actually used this type of deadly weapon right from the start. However, did someone recognize him and want to use these things to show that Daotian sect wasn't an easy target to deal with, making him know when to retreat? Unfortunately for them, Chris was not afraid at all. Recalling those years, due to his mistake that drew real heavenly thunder strikes, he could split the sky with one sword swing. Nowadays, it was merely a tiny thunderbolt grenade. However, to protect the few people beside him, Chris didn't draw his sword this time. He expanded a round air shield in front of him, encompassing everyone inside. The thunderbolt grenade came flying directly and collided with the air shield. Following the explosion, countless terrifying bolts of lightning instantly erupted, swallowing everyone. Thunder was still thunder. Even a part of it had terrifying power beyond natural disasters. When the lightning erupted, within a 100-kilometer radius, everything turned into a flat wasteland. The mountains that were only split by Chris burst and disintegrated into dust instantly. Even the outer sect disciples died miserably as well. And Daotian sect showed no sympathy at all. Clearly, these individuals were disposable to them. Lightning spread out, hanging like a second sun in the sky, distorting and tearing apart space to expose areas of extraterrestrial void. From the cracks of the world, large amounts of chaotic winds rushed in. This chaotic wind was far more terrifying than thunderbolts. They were obviously wind, but heavy as mountains and sharper than the fastest blade in the world. Wherever they passed through, deep trenches were carved out of the ground. Bolts of lightning flickered and chaotic gales howled. Both fearsome forces intertwined, making it look like certain death for Chris. But as the light and wind gradually dispersed, the air shield remained the same, unshaken. Chris and others were also completely unharmed. Looking at Chris, he didn't seem to have suffered any damage at all. This scene left the inner sect member of Daotian sect horrified. He turned around and fled. Axel sneered coldly and shot off as a black ray, grabbing the man. But this person shook lightly, escaping as a primordial soul. For a soul cultivation expert, as long as their primordial soul was intact, they could possess a body and regain most of their power after possession, unlike the Yuan Marsing realm where the possessor would be stuck at that realm forever. A soul cultivator, after taking over a new body, could continue to enhance themselves. Moreover, because the primordial soul's escape speed was very fast, these guys were hard to catch. But unluckily for him, Axel took action this time. As a 10,000-year-old zombie king, all Axel's previous skills were gone. Now, his powers were all related to dark and sinister techniques. Dealing with these primordial souls was too easy for him. A cage made of death law appeared behind him and controlled the escaping inner sect disciple's primordial soul. The moment the primordial soul touched the cage, it screamed pitifully. It was evident that this object caused severe harm to him. Axel held the primordial soul like holding a bird in a cage, bringing it to Chris. Chris glanced at the man and asked, "What position do you hold in Daotian sect?" "The Brody of Peak 89, Humbert," answered the primordial soul honestly. "Did your sect master send you out to deal with me?" Chris glanced at the inner sect of Daotian sect. They had yet to make a move. Not knowing if they were too lazy to come out, or were too scared. Humbert's primordial soul was weak, carrying despair and fear. No, not exactly. Dalen Wu of the inner sect said if Marson Shelley brought outsiders, I should use this thing to obstruct and fight. Upon hearing this, Chris's face slowly turned solemn. How did this sound like Gaspard knew he was coming? After all, thunderbolt grenades weren't toys. Daotian sect probably didn't have many left. Fairy Marson was puzzled as well, whispering, Uncle Zhou, before meeting you, I didn't have any high-level masters to ask for help. How would they prepare such terrifying treasures to deal with us? Chris fell silent for a moment, and then cast heavenly eye vision around him. Instantly, he saw for miles. Chris scanned the surroundings and quickly discovered there were indeed Buddhist disciples lingering around here. Has anyone from the western border been here? Chris asked coldly. Humbert thought about it and replied, they've been here once, apparently making a deal with the sect. Chris sneered, and after that, the people of Daotian sect began targeting the Jiang Marson Palace, capturing Marson Shelley, right? Humbert heard this and recalled carefully. Indeed, it seemed Daotian sect started targeting Jiang Marson Palace from that point onward. But even as a peak master, he hadn't noticed this matter. How could someone who seemingly never entered the inner sect know? Chris, judging by Humbert's expression, knew his guess was correct. It seems that Buddhism really did some dirty work, trading the secret of Marson Shelley's special constitution for the chance to develop within Daotian sect's territory. Perhaps they even knew that Marson Shelley might encounter Chris and thereby lead him here. So they prepared the thunderbolt grenades beforehand. Then the question arises, how did they calculate all this? Since when did Buddhism add divination to its toolkit? Chris became interested immediately and told Humbert, take me to see Gaspard. Humbert hesitated. I cannot control the mountain protection array. It is controlled by designated elders. If I want to enter, I need to apply, and I doubt they will open the door for me with you following. Chris suddenly understood. So you're useless then? No, I'm Before Humbert could explain his usefulness further, he was balled up by Axel and shoved into his mouth. Although he was a spirit that could gather and disperse at will, Axel devoured him like dumplings effortlessly, chewing and swallowing him quickly. He was digested soon after. Even Chris keenly felt Axel getting stronger a little bit. You can get stronger by devouring souls? Chris was surprised. Yes, I just found out. Axel gulped greedily and looked at the broken souls left from the earlier chaos and lightning attack. Go eat them. Chris waved his hand. Axel agreed joyfully and ran over. Chris flew towards the inner sect's mountain protection array. That protective formation covered a massive area, hundreds of times larger than the outer sect. Chris was certain that internally there were definitely separate small worlds. Once he went in, they might use the small world's power to escape into the extraterrestrial void and panic. That was the trouble with large factions. Even if Chris was strong, capturing them wouldn't be easy. This was also why Chris did not directly go to the western border to find that human Joab. They would surely flee upon knowing he was coming. If they wanted to play, fine. Chris headed towards the mountain protection array. Meanwhile, due to the horrifying noise made by the thunder and chaotic wind earlier, many forces were alarmed and sent people to investigate. Among them were even second-tier sections. Seeing the destroyed outer sect of Daotian sect, they sucked in a cold breath, unsure who dared to act against Daotian sect. Even without supreme-level figures present, Daotian sect's strength was still formidable. Just look at the top celestial sects. They coveted Daotian sect, but none dared to make a move. But now, they saw a young Qi condensation cultivator slowly walking towards Daotian sect's mountain protection array. Suddenly, numerous observers couldn't help but murmur among themselves. Brother Feng, do you know this person? Never seen him, never heard of him. But Qi condensation cultivators shouldn't be able to fly, yet he's stepping in midair. Maybe he's concealing his strength? Which old monster is this? Never heard of hiding realms during battle. Who knows? But looking at him, does he plan to break through Daotian sect's array? No way, that's impossible. Not even the ancestors of the 9 immortal sects can do this. The spectators chatted amongst themselves. Some thought Chris planned to break through the mountain range. Others believed he was just pretending. But Chris paid no attention to the onlookers and calmly walked above Daotian sect's protective array. He slowly placed his right hand on the sword hilt and said indifferently, Gaspard, come out and chat? Chapter 69. Can you still break through the protective mountain array? The Daotian sect remained eerily quiet. No one came out. Seeing this scene, the numerous spectators in the distance smirked, filled with mockery. After all, it was just a lone cultivator demanding to speak with the Grand Elder of a top-tier force's protective mountain array. It obviously held no real threat, and instead was quite amusing, as if he could really break through their protective mountain array. Chris was not irritated. Instead, he drew his long sword. The speed at which he drew his sword was very fast, but the response from the protective mountain array was even faster. Countless rainbow-like beams of light erupted instantly, blocking out the sky. Those were beams of law, thousands of laws. Elemental laws, poison laws, destruction laws, sword laws. Such a terrifying power gathered together would be enough to shatter a small world. Even an emperor would have trouble dealing with this. The onlookers, seeing this, naturally retreated rapidly, all filled with terror. They couldn't understand why the Daotian sect would launch such a massive attack against Chris. And right at that moment, something even more shocking happened. Chris showed no intention of retreating or dodging as he faced those dense beams of law. He simply slashed down with his sword. But wherever the blade went, all the laws were cut apart and severed. Everyone widened their eyes, looking at this scene in disbelief, utterly stupefied. What situation is this? How could this be possible? Those are laws. Unbreakable laws. Why were they being directly severed now? Then, the sword light fell upon the protective mountain array. Something even more astonishing occurred. The protective mountain array seemed to be under tremendous pressure, flickering and cracking, seemingly unable to hold up. At this moment, a harsh shout came from within the Daotian sect. Stop. Chris ignored it, the sword light slicing through like tofu, continuously unfolding the protective mountain array. The voice shouted again, "You've already destroyed the Alden sect. Do you want to exterminate us these remnants too?" Chris paused. The downfall of the Alden sect, the ruination of Brody's lifework, dying in despair. This was his greatest obsession and the most heart-wrenching point. A figure flew out from the Deity sect, clearly Gaspard, who coldly ordered, "Stop it. Go back to your celestial martial immortal dynasty. Continue being your coward, and don't do anything that disrespects the Alden sect anymore." Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying explosions echoed. Gaspard turned around abruptly, eyes bulging at the broken protective mountain array. It took several hundred years to set up this great array, followed by thousands of years of refinement, achieving today's result. Yet it was destroyed by Chris's single sword strike. To rebuild it would cost an incalculable amount of resources. I indeed betrayed the Alden sect, but what does it have to do with your Deity sect? From when Grand Dalen launched the rebellion, seizing Alden sect's resources and betraying our master, we had no more connection. In the past, I considered old sentiments and was unwilling to act against former disciples of the Alden sect. But does the Deity sect still have my fellow disciples now? Chris asked indifferently. Gaspard was livid, wishing he could tear Chris apart, but he couldn't. Not even the protective mountain array could withstand Chris's sword. He finally understood why the old patriarch regretted leaving the Alden sect before death and didn't wait, and why Grand Dalen urged everyone in Deity sect not to provoke the handsome youth carrying this sword before dying. But it was too late to understand now. Regret came too late. Gaspard's eyes were bloodshot, pointing at Lindsay Lady, gritting his teeth and accusing Chris. "Is it because of this slut that you've come?" Marcin Shelley glared fiercely at Gaspard, biting her red lips, wishing she could kill him. She knew she wasn't his match. Axel rushed forward with a punch in anger. "Go to hell, you damn bastard." Gaspard hadn't expected this sudden move, hastily reacting. Being a Taoist practitioner of the knife path, he raised a treasure-long knife and slashed down. Terrifying knife energy instantly spread across the heavens, forming a horrific storm. But those mountain-crushing knife energies merely produced a metallic ringing sound upon hitting Axel. Only sparks splattered, unable to injure Axel. "Corpse Kai, you're the Corpse Kai who awakened before the 10,000 ghosts deadland." Gaspard roared. Axel had already rushed to Gaspard, punching him. Gaspard tried to resist, but felt an unbearable force, being directly blasted into the depths below. Axel dove down again, grabbing Gaspard and pounding away wildly. As a 10,000-year-old corpse king, Axel's usable spells were few. Only the Cycle Demon Pupil was formidable. Other spells were less lethal than his fists. Plus, he enjoyed the satisfaction of physical fighting. So now beating Gaspard was a wild, thrilling pleasure, roaring loudly in enjoyment. To the crowd, however, the sight of two men wrestling and rolling on the ground, roaring periodically, the scene was too dirty for them to watch. Marcin Shelley stared intensely, feeling greatly excited. Actually, she wasn't a fan of chaotic fights. But now, Axel helping her pummel her enemy felt incredibly satisfying. Only Tamara approached Chris quietly, whispering, "Brody, is there something wrong with my senior brother's brain?" "Get used to it. Among my disciples, few are normal." Chris shook his head. Tamara nodded in agreement but realized she might also be included. She wanted to argue with Chris, but thought of her hidden booklet. Alright, maybe she wasn't clean either. As the sect master of the Deity sect, Gaspard was actually very powerful, already at the nascent void realm. The nascent void realm meant using the power of law to create a domain of one's own. In that domain, the domain master was an invincible god. Yet Axel comprehensively suppressed Gaspard's domain, beating him almost to death. Soon, a bruised and battered Gaspard was thrown before Chris. "Brody, this disrespectful little brat is here for you," Axel said arrogantly. Chris looked at Gaspard and asked, "Can we talk sensibly now? Did the Buddhist sect tell you about Marcin Shelley's constitution?" Lying on the ground, Gaspard glared at Chris with malice. "I won't say. What can you do to me? Kill me? Go ahead." Upon hearing this, Axel silently rolled up his sleeves, only to find his clothes torn. He was bare-bottomed. No wonder Marcin Shelley didn't thank him after he helped her. Even his junior sister was facing away from him. Axel scratched his head, conjuring a mass of ghost chi to cover himself like a mosaic. Then, he glared at Gaspard. "Brat, you want another beating, huh? Do you think I won't kill you but make you wish you were dead?" Gaspard's face changed slightly. Being beaten was indeed painful. He wasn't afraid of Chris, since Chris would at worst slash him to death. But this Axel was insanely crazy. Chapter 70, The Supreme Confucian arrives. Gaspard, watching the irate Axel, finally cowered. He glared fiercely at Chris and said, "So what if it was the Buddhists who told me? What conditions did you offer them in return?" Chris asked indifferently. "Humph, it's merely giving them a piece of land to allow their development," he replied with an air of smugness. "I know what you want to say, but even if the Buddhists can transform people so greatly, if I prevent my people from going to their territory, what can they do?" Gaspard appeared as if he were quite clever. Chris only sneered coldly. "Fool, you may be able to stop people, but can you stop offerings and incense? They can enter dreams using the power of these offerings. Are you aware of this technique? If you don't believe me, go check on the common folk now. Never mind, check your disciples' residences first. See if anyone has set up Buddhist idols." Gaspard was dumbstruck by Chris's words, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. For indeed, he had no idea about this terrifying dream manipulation technique. Though he too had progressed from the soul transformation stage and possessed a very strong spirit, along with vast spiritual awareness, this method of dream manipulation was beyond his abilities. But when Gaspard heard that his own sect members had started believing in Buddhism, he shook his head vehemently. "Impossible! Our inner sect isn't easily accessible. How could they come into contact with Buddhism? In that case, have any previously unremarkable disciples recently emerged suddenly with astonishing talent?" Chris asked. Gaspard did not reply, but his face turned deathly pale. Clearly, Chris's guess was right. Still struggling, Gaspard muttered. Perhaps they've had other extraordinary encounters? Why don't you send people to investigate? Why waste time here? Chris retorted. With a casual wave, Chris sent a sword chi hurtling towards Gaspard, propelling him back to Daotian's sect. Ushvin looked on and whispered, Brody, aren't you afraid he might escape? Chris remained silent. He actually hoped Gaspard would flee, because with that blow, he planted a strand of sword chi within Gaspard. If Gaspard hid in the small world hidden in the void of Daotian's sect, Chris could use this to track down the location of the small world. Back at the sect, Gaspard felt utterly baffled. He didn't understand why Chris insisted he conduct an investigation. Judging by Chris's demeanor, he clearly intended to destroy Daotian's sect directly. If that was the case, why not just annihilate everyone at once? Why bother investigating? However, since he had returned, Gaspard really wanted to confirm whether or not there had been infiltration within the sect. He roared, all overseers and elders, come forth and take me to the residences of the top 10 disciples on the Alden Board. The Alden Board was established by Daotian's sect to rank its disciples. Making it into the top 10 meant they were top-notch talents, worthy of focus cultivation. These positions used to be monopolized by the top 10 disciples from the first 108 peaks. But just half a year ago, 3 young prodigies emerged, surging through with unstoppable force to claim the top 3 spots. Previously, Gaspard thought this marked a flourishing period for Daotian's sect. Now, however, dread filled his heart. Some elders, still present, immediately led Gaspard to the residences of those top 10 disciples. The 10 disciples all lived in palaces which were now vacated and packed away into small worlds as part of the evacuation. After searching, Gaspard found nothing unusual. But he did not relax. Instead, he used his spirit perception to thoroughly examine every corner. Sure enough, he found traces of ash. These ashes had clearly been left behind due to the hasty evacuation. It seemed the disciples hadn't expected someone to come searching and thus hadn't cleaned up. In the cultivation world, while incense is used, it's primarily for calming and concentration, usually placed in incense burners and rarely scattered around. Only the Buddhist altars would leave such ash. Moreover, upon further examination, Gaspard found Joab statues in some laborer disciples' rooms, left behind in haste. At this point, Gaspard, despite unwilling, had to accept the reality. Buddhist influence had indeed infiltrated Daotian's sect. He felt panicked, his hands and feet ice cold. A sense of despair washed over him, a feeling of being helpless against the Buddhist sect. But then he thought of Chris. Although Chris had obviously come seeking trouble, he didn't kill him but instead gave this warning. That indicated Chris still had some affection for Daotian's sect. He probably didn't want it to be absorbed by the Buddhists. Wouldn't Chris agree to help? Desperate for a solution, Gaspard abruptly flew skyward, anxiously asking Chris, do you have a solution? Of course. Hand over Daotian's sect to me to manage, Chris responded coldly. He no longer wanted to let Daotian's sect continue its recklessness. However, Gaspard flatly refused. Impossible, propose something else. Chris smiled. Do you think I'm negotiating with you? Gaspard opened his mouth, but couldn't find words to refute. Indeed, why would Chris need to negotiate? Despite this, Gaspard didn't give in. Regardless of what you say, you won't find where those disciples have hidden their small world. True, but have you considered that, years from now, that small world will become a Buddhist stronghold? Chris asked. Gaspard fell silent. Whether handing over Daotian's sect to Chris or having it turn into a Buddhist domain wasn't what he wanted. Meanwhile, Marcin Shelley also struggled internally. She wondered if Chris would still help her exact revenge on Gaspard. If Daotian's sect submitted to Chris, would she ever get her vengeance? The onlookers from other sects also watched curiously. They weighed what to do if Daotian's sect truly submitted, and the handsome youth's apparent formidable strength. If he joined, would he lead Daotian's sect to conquer everywhere? Just as everyone waited for Gaspard's decision. All here, are you? An elderly figure slowly approached from afar. The man wore blue Confucian robes, exuding kindness and warmth with a perpetual smile. As this person arrived, numerous cultivators revealed astonishment and respectfully bowed their heads. Greetings, Brody Gua. This elder was none other than Gregory, the founder of the vast Virtue Academy, known as the Supreme Confucian and Chancellor of the Academy. As the Supreme Confucian, Gregory was renowned for his erudition and teaching without discrimination, respected by all. Even disciples from major sects could not claim ignorance of learning from the vast Virtue Academy. Seeing him appear, everyone was both shocked and puzzled. Gaspard saw Gregory and instantly lit up with joy, rushing over to kneel on the ground. Teacher. Everyone's pupils widened in shock. What? The head of Daotian's sect was actually a student of Gregory? No wonder Gregory showed up. It was to save his student. Thus, this matter was destined to end. Even if Chris were ferocious and hated Daotian's sect, it would be futile. Gregory arriving, could Chris still defy? Even Marcin Shelley paled. She knew Daotian's sect and the vast Virtue Academy were connected, but she hadn't expected it to be such a direct teacher-student relationship. Revenge seemed hopeless now. Chapter 71. Brody, disciple dares not. Everyone looked at Brody Raphael with reverence. Gaspard was basking in self-satisfaction. Chris, however, remained indifferent as he looked at Brody Raphael. So, you want to meddle in my affairs? Under everyone's watchful eyes, Brody Raphael shook his head and then slowly knelt before Chris. Brody, disciple dares not. Those 6 simple words reverberated like a thunderclap in the minds of all present. Every person there felt their heads buzz. Their eyes widened in disbelief, almost popping out of their sockets. What was happening? The revered Brody Raphael, whom everyone believed could have long ago stepped into the Hall of Supreme but chose not to, was actually the disciple of this unknown handsome youth. Everyone wondered if they had gone mad or fallen under some delusion. Even Gaspard was stunned, watching dumbfounded as his teacher bowed before Chris. Chris's expression softened slightly. Not bad. At least you remember me as your master. Brody, I have always been thinking of you, said Brody Raphael. These many years, I did not go to the Hall of Supreme just to wait for you, he respectfully added. Chris frowned. You didn't go to the Hall of Supreme? That doesn't make sense. You should not be alive today based on your lifespan. Yes, in truth, I am already dead, replied Brody Raphael. What stands before you is merely a lingering resolve. These words sent another shockwave through everyone present. Chris took a step forward and examined his disciple, discovering that he was indeed just a lingering resolve sustained by the righteous chi. Inevitably, Chris sighed softly. Why go through such trouble? Why not go to the Hall of Supreme, which could extend your life somewhat? Is life truly joyous? Is death truly sorrowful? I have clung to this single breath of life just to see you again, smiled Brody Raphael. Chris asked, why didn't you look for me in the celestial martial immortal dynasty? That immortal artifact wouldn't allow it. Though the spirit of the artifact claims to hate you, it is wary of us disciples causing trouble for you. Otherwise, my third elder sister who always wanted to use you as her cauldron and my fifth elder sister who wished to lock you away in a golden house. Enough. Chris waved off, seeing the increasingly strange expressions on the crowd. No more of this. You can die now. Brody Raphael chuckled. Brody, please don't rush. I boldly took on a disciple on your behalf. Chris furrowed his brow and looked at Gaspard. Is it him? How could it be? He has no such qualification. The girl possesses extraordinary talent. I felt unworthy of teaching her and did not bear to lose such a promising talent, so I sealed her within the Academy of Righteousness, waiting for you to teach her. Here's the key to the seal. You can release her. Brody Raphael handed over a brush. Chris's face turned peculiar. Sealed? Or imprisoned? You old rascal certainly went wild. Even though Brody Raphael had a mild temperament, he couldn't help but smile wryly. Brody, when I met her, she was frail and unlikely to live much longer. So I sealed her. Otherwise, she wouldn't have made it until today. Chris accepted the brush. Since it's your wish, your master will certainly help. Thank you, Brody. As for this Deity sect, do not worry, I can find that small world and help you refine it. With laughter, Brody Raphael determined the fate of the Deity sect. But Gaspard was terrified. No, teacher, you can't do this to me. I am also your student. Suddenly realizing something, Gaspard knelt before Chris. Bear, I am your grand disciple, your grandfather. Seeing Gaspard kneel to Chris, the people from the sects felt deeply uncomfortable. The Deity sect was a formidable force comparable to the 9 great immortal clans. Now, their leader was kneeling to a young man. It was too surreal. Chris casually disabled Gaspard's cultivation with a single stroke of his sword. Then, he tossed Gaspard to Marcin Shelley. Go get your revenge. Initially, Marcin Shelley felt hopeless upon learning Gaspard was Chris's grand disciple. But unexpectedly, Chris handed Gaspard over to her. She couldn't believe it. Seeing Marcin Shelley hesitate, Chris calmly said, I dislike his actions and fratricide is taboo among fellow disciples. You are not my disciple, but as the daughter of my friend, you are considered a half-junior. He intended to harm you and has caused suffering to your fellow disciples. He deserves to die. Tears welled up in Marcin Shelley's eyes as she kowtowed 3 times to Chris before ferociously stabbing Gaspard in the heart. This is for my sisters and mistresses. Gaspard, stripped of his cultivation, could only resist helplessly. He seethed, even as a ghost. I will not let you go. Absolutely not. Being at the nascent void stage, Gaspard could communicate with the heavens, ensuring his soul's purity, even allowing for reincarnation. However, right after Gaspard died, Axel opened his mouth and sucked. Streams of spiritual power flew out of Gaspard's body and entered Axel's mouth with agonized cries. Burp. Axel patted his stomach contentedly. What kind of ghost will you be? With me around, you'd be lucky to leave any trace at all. After taking her revenge, Marcin Shelley knelt again before Chris. Uncle Joe, can the fellow disciples of the Crimson Sound Palace still be saved? Chris looked at Brody Raphael. He was helpless. Though he could cleave the world with a single strike, finding the specific place was difficult. Brody Raphael smiled. Disciple can certainly do it. I'll bring them back to you. With that, he produced a brush once more. This was the brush initially designed by Chris and constructed using treasures he found. The Xianxia brush. A single stroke seals thousands of autumns refined in one brush. After countless improvements over tens of thousands of years, this brush had reached an extremely terrifying level, ranking among the top in divine artifacts. As Brody Raphael drew in the air, a river of righteous chi appeared, flowing through the heavens, piercing the firmament and reaching the outer domain, sweeping towards a particular direction. Chris raised his head, looking at the dense stream of righteous chi in the sky, feeling nostalgic. You really managed to create this thing. Righteous chi was a concept Chris had shared with Brody Raphael when he was nothing but a weak scholar who loved reading but was utterly useless otherwise, destitute and poor. At that time, he couldn't even afford a wife, barely making ends meet. But after Chris introduced him to righteous chi and Confucian doctrines, he awakened overnight, expelling a stream of righteous chi from his chest, achieving the nascent void realm in a single step. Thus began his journey of nurturing Confucian scholars over the past tens of thousands of years. He sacrificed the ability to form an inner world, forsaking the path to immortality, in exchange for an eternal era of prosperity for scholars. Shortly, a small world enveloped in the river of righteous chi appeared before Chris. This small world was an independent space, tiny from the outside like a mustard seed but immensely vast within. And the creatures inside were now gazing at Chris in terror. Chapter 72. No matter who you are, die. Come out. Chris looked at the people inside that miniature world. With their lives now in his hands, they had no choice but to emerge. Leading them was unmistakably Xianxia, who had transcended calamity. The other elders and disciples also exuded formidable auras. Standing together, they presented a powerful presence, one that many second-tier sects present would feel inferior to. One might even say that comparing Dao Tian sect to the 9 top immortal sects actually understated Dao Tian sect's true strength. The capabilities of Dao Tian sect's disciples far surpassed those of the 9 immortal sections. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they were number 1 if not for the lack of an ultimate sovereign among them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been so easily sliced apart by one sword strike. Nor would they have ended up humiliated as they were now. Are you the patriarch of Hayward sect? Dao Tian sect's Shay bowed respectfully to Chris. Nodding, Chris asked, yes, it's me. Do you know me? No, Bear mentioned before he passed on that he troubled you long enough, and you would come for vengeance eventually. If you came, we should kneel and beg for mercy because you owe them but not us, the Shay said with a bitter smile. Chris couldn't help but reveal a look of reminiscence. Senior Dalen indeed treated me well back then. During his time in Hayward sect, Senior Dalen had devoted countless resources to cultivating Chris, even risking life and limb to acquire a peak foundation building pill for him, battling for 18 years at the bottom of the Two-World River until he managed to kill a terrifying beast to obtain its blood for refining, all to ensure Chris's foundation building succeeded. But alas, Chris still failed. That was probably when Senior Dalen completely gave up on him, constantly trying to refine him into medicine because it was unusual for someone to cultivate to over 1,000 layers in chi refinement stage. Coupled with his mysterious origins, everyone suspected he might be some exotic being. Only his late master protected him fiercely back then, or else someone would have succeeded. Later on, after Hayward sect disbanded, this suspicion persisted, becoming a reason why people like Senior Dalen targeted Chris. Now, though, Senior Dalen was dead along with others from Hayward sect. If any remained, they were likely sealed away, struggling for survival. The advice your elder left can be useful, Chris told Dao Tian sect's Shay. Hearing this, joy flickered across the Shay's face. But Chris continued, didn't he also leave another message, telling you not to trouble others? The Shay's complexion turned deathly pale. But I didn't know Immortal Lady Marsing belonged to you. Chris sighed lightly. From your reaction, it seems your elder did warn you against causing chaos. Why didn't you listen? Frowning, the Shay retorted. It seems you don't plan on letting us go. What's the point of this talk then? Why don't you just... Swish. In one horizontal slash, Chris severed the Shay's head, sending it flying high as body and head parted. You must know that as one grows old, they tend to chatter more, especially when faced with unworthy descendants, Chris said apologetically. I'm truly sorry for delaying you. Those nearby hadn't expected Chris's ruthlessness. Just moments ago, they were having a conversation. Yet now he killed without hesitation. Watching the Shay fall so easily to one sword stroke, the Dao Tian sect disciples were utterly terrified. They couldn't comprehend how he could slaughter such a grand figure as effortlessly as slaughtering poultry. After Chris killed the Shay, he turned to the remaining disciples. Bring out another elder or someone in charge. Looking around, Dao Tian sect members pushed forward a new elder, albeit reluctantly. Although newly in the Transcend Calamity stage, this elder wasn't weak either. Yet now, his face full of servility, he stammered, as senior. We? Are the women of Jiangyin Palace alive? Chris asked. Yes, they are, the elder quickly added, eager to take credit. He also ordered his disciples to release the captives. Soon, the kidnapped Jiangyin Palace women were freed. Though disheveled and injured, none were missing. Immortal Lady Marsing rushed over to welcome her bewildered palace members, who initially panicked upon seeing her, thinking she too had been captured. Ignoring the commotion, Chris turned to the Dao Tian sect crowd, pondering their fate. Axel approached and grinned. Brody, dealing with them is tough, isn't it? How about letting me eat them? Devouring so many spirits, do you want to die? Chris scolded irritably. Then he turned to Raphael. Any suggestions? Exile those above elder rank, send the rest to serve as soldiers for redemption. This should be fair. Raphael's body had grown faint, seemingly about to vanish. Chris nodded. Fine. Send them to the celestial martial immortal dynasty, and let your disciple brother handle it. Afterward, hide inside my immortal artifact till I find a way to revive you. Smiling, Raphael didn't mind his impending fate much but followed orders to herd Dao Tian sect members back into their small world and headed towards the celestial martial immortal dynasty. As they left, Jiangyin Palace's women knelt before Chris under Immortal Lady Marsing's lead. We are immensely grateful for your rescue from afar. Should you ever need anything, we will never hesitate. While Chris understood their gratitude aimed partly to curry favor with him, he didn't mind. After all, who doesn't want a strong patron? All right, rise. From now on, live in Howren Academy, he commanded sternly. Immortal Lady Marsing hesitated. But will Howren Academy accept us? Her companion shared her concerns. Don't worry, I'll bring you there, Chris replied, intending to visit Howren Academy anyway. First, he wanted to check on Raphael's disciple. Though he doubted his teaching abilities, finding a suitable mentor seemed doable. Second, he needed a place to stay since his other disciples weren't traceable or reachable. Third, witnessing Buddhist influence in Central State, he figured the ancient beasts suppressed by the 9 immortal sects might cause trouble soon. Waiting at Howren Academy for self-sealing idiots to seek help suited him just fine. Relieved, Jiangyin Palace members felt reassured hearing Chris would accompany them. Hashtag Chapter 73. The favor of all beauties in the Palace of Crimson Sounds. Chris was taking all the women from the Palace of Crimson Sounds with him. Those onlookers and strong forces hurriedly bowed to see them off. But as soon as they left, those people quickly dispersed. Chris's existence was a super explosive event. They had to spread the news. But Chris didn't care. In fact, he had never tried to hide his presence. He had appeared in the world under many names. Supreme Honorable Griffin, Holy Kai, Mortal Immortal, Eternal True Lord, Sword Immortal. Each name once resounded powerfully, but each also only existed for a limited time because he enjoyed seclusion. After he went into seclusion, those who knew him gradually passed away, and these titles faded into oblivion. Thus, basically every 10,000 years, a new great era dawned, each carrying his mark. Only he remained immortal until today. On a massive flying vessel, Chris lounged leisurely in a rocking chair. Tamara sat nearby, fiddling with her new makeup routine. As for why she wasn't attending to Chris, it was because at this moment, the female disciples of the Palace of Crimson Sounds had surrounded him so tightly there was no room to move. They looked at him with admiration but did not dare to speak out of turn, simply because Chris mentioned he liked peace. Next to Chris were 4 of the most sensuous and graceful female disciples of the Palace of Crimson Sounds. They held fruits, wine, and delicacies, feeding him with their tender white hands, wearing looks of contentment as if it were an honor to serve him. The fairy Marcin sat nearby, gently playing the zither. With the music came a group of female disciples dancing gracefully. They wore cheapao dresses and black stockings specially designed by Chris. Though his countless reputations in the Xianxia world hadn't survived to today, the various sensual clothing he created, especially stockings, had remained popular. These women showed no aversion and happily donned black stockings, white stockings, gradient, knee-high socks, thigh-high socks, garter belts, fishnet stockings, and more, exuding countless enchanting charms and graces, displaying themselves without reserve before Chris. Chris's face was filled with delight. This kind of life would never get old. Tamara occasionally got up on tiptoe to peek at her Brody surrounded by beauties. Seeing his entranced expression, she sneered in disdain. Yet the genuine sense of danger in her eyes was undeniable. How could a senior like her Brody know how to be more alluring than a young girl? She decided she needed a different approach, as her Brody seemed worse at posture and form. Tamara couldn't help but take out that small booklet again. Happy times always seemed fleeting. Before Chris felt he had fully enjoyed it, he was informed they had arrived at Howran Academy. He knew this wasn't because the vessel was too fast but rather because he was deeply engrossed. It's like a man who can't last long isn't necessarily bad. It's just because 2 people together experience too much joy, making time feel short. Emerging from the cabin, Chris curiously asked, looking at the cities below. Which one is the academy? Every one, Marcin Fairy cautiously reminded. Huh? Not really. I remember last time I came there were only 2 or 3 cities. Chris was astonished. A mature-looking plump woman explained respectfully, Vice-Chancellor Axel prides himself on teaching everyone. So more and more people came and built more and more cities, earning it the name of Howran Educational District, with at least 1,000 cities, countless teachers and students. Seeing the thousands of cities below, Chris felt no happiness. Such a large force now leaderless, they couldn't avoid fighting among themselves. And given the ancient literary tradition, where everyone has pride and envy, coupled with potential malfeasance, things were bound to get messy. The flying vessel approached the central city, slowly descending. Howran Academy referred to all these cities, while the central one was the renowned Confucian ancestral Harvard, the Wuxia Academy. Scholars everywhere revered and admired it. However, Axel left the vessel mid-flight, floating in the air to apologize. Brody, this Wuxia Academy has an overwhelming aura, not very friendly to me. I'll wait outside for you. Fine, but don't cause trouble, Chris warned, knowing Axel still retained some zombie nature despite recovering his memories. Axel obediently agreed and flew away. Soon, the vessel landed within the city. Although it resembled other cities in both appearance and interior, Chris felt something different in the passers-by. An inner pride and confidence bordering on arrogance. Even when disembarking, the attendants treated them with a hint of superiority. Listening to the local crew's instructions, Chris was impressed. Shua Vice-Chancellor must be skilled, instilling such a sense of belonging here. Following the crowd down, he turned to Marcin Fairy. Do you know where we should go? To the Wuxia Academy. Vice-Chancellor surely left arrangements knowing he would soon pass, she suggested. Naturally, Chris agreed. They proceeded in grand fashion toward the Wuxia Academy. Despite the constant influx of students and numerous beauties, the women from the Palace of Crimson Sounds stood out with their individual charms and confidence bolstered by Chris's presence, wearing revealing yet elegant attire like skirts and stockings, even high heels. In any modern city, such a procession would make headlines. Here, it was more shocking due to the conservative era, but Chris intentionally allowed it to test the place's culture. People indeed showed high moral standards, though some found it lowbrow. None openly insulted or harassed the girls. Disapproving ones just mumbled and left, while admirers watched respectfully without derogatory remarks. Chris, pleased, remarked to Tamara, your senior brother is quite adept at management and teaching. Wearing conservative outfits, Tamara and Marcin Fairy listened. Hearing Chris's comment, Tamara realized, so, you let them dress this way to test the people here? Or what did you think? Chris asked in surprise. I thought maybe you had special taste since you love them and dressed them so provocatively, Tamara shrugged. Marcin Fairy nodded slightly in agreement. Chris glared, they are who they are, not my wife or kin. If you dress like that outside, I'll break your legs. Chapter 74 Apprentice? No, I am the venerated teacher. Despite being scolded, Xandra was inwardly delighted. Her teacher still cares deeply for me. Marcin Xianxia also felt a mix of sweetness and tension in her heart. She silently pondered whether she was more like an aunt or a family member to Uncle Zhou, or perhaps an intimate wife. The more Marcin Xianxia thought about it, the redder her face became as she secretly glanced at Chris. How could someone older than you and look so handsome? Wait a moment. Marcin Xianxia suddenly recalled why she called Chris uncle. It stemmed from her mother's complicated relationship with Chris. She instantly felt immense shame over her previous thoughts. Unaware of the young girl's internal turmoil, Chris had already been brought to the entrance of Wuxia Academy. The place was truly grand and imposing. 18 white marble pillars adorned with dragon and phoenix carvings stood proudly, and within them were sealed fierce beast spirits, guarding the academy. The ground was paved with ice heart bricks from the holy mountain in the northern frontier, said to contain mystic ice that purifies the mind and repels demonic temptations. These ice heart bricks were incredibly expensive and only available to merchants with close ties to the northern frontier. Yet here they were, each brick treated as precious treasure elsewhere, but now laid out to be trodden upon freely. Although this arrangement helped the teachers and students maintain their peace of mind, it was indeed extravagantly lavish. Looking along the path of ice-heart bricks, one could see bustling scholars and elegant tutors. Beyond that lay countless grand halls. Seeing the dense clusters of houses, Chris burst into laughter. Xianxia was puzzled. Teacher, what is it? Do you see those countless houses in the distance? Actually, your senior brother Yuan has a bit of trypophobia. He doesn't like having so many buildings clustered together, but he did this anyway. Do you know why? It's because of a poem I once shared with him. To provide shelter for millions, so all the scholars in the world may have a joyful face. Chris gazed at the crowded houses with emotion. Younger brother achieved this, not only by pioneering the Confucian way but also by nurturing countless students from the 100 schools of thought. Hearing this, Xianxia hesitated. Didn't you teach this to senior brother? I only gave him a starting point. All these achievements are his own, Chris smiled. But it was your guidance that led to today's accomplishments. Besides, a day's teaching makes a lifelong father. Xianxia argued. Begrudgingly, Chris agreed. After all, he had lost more apprentices than the salt Xianxia had eaten in her lifetime. He knew well that no two apprentices were alike. Some benefited infinitely from a single word of advice, while others gleaned little even from endless guidance. Standing at the entrance of Wuxia Academy with a group of beautiful women, Chris quickly attracted the attention of the academy's teachers. A gray-robed, elderly scholar stepped forward suspiciously. I am the inspector of Wuxia Academy. May I ask what brings you honorable guests here? Everyone fell silent, turning their gazes to Chris. The inspector followed their gaze, finding a youthful yet handsome teenager leading them, which made him even more surprised. Could such a person command the respect of so many experts? What was his background? Stepping forward, Chris presented the pin given by Yuan. Before leaving, Yuan must have left some instructions. Will this pin prove my identity? The inspector's expression changed dramatically at the sight of the brush. He hurriedly stepped closer to confirm. Upon verifying that it was indeed from the governor, he looked at Chris with increasing suspicion. Staring for a long time, he finally asked hesitantly, Governor once said that whoever held this pin after his departure would be the next governor of Wuxia Academy. Are you governor's student? Chris felt irritated. Did that little brat not mention any other possibilities? For instance, that I'm his teacher? The inspector's face turned grim, stepping back 2 steps. Who exactly are you, to possess the governor's relics and yet act so recklessly? Realizing the situation, Chris understood. Guo probably hadn't anticipated the pin would reach him, thus only leaving instructions that its holder would be the next governor. He didn't tell anyone that Chris would come with it. This put Chris in a tricky position. How could he explain himself without appearing unreasonable? Surely hacking his way through Wuxia Academy wouldn't convince them either. No teacher would massacre their own apprentice's lineage. Why does this sound familiar? Shaking his head to clear the thought, Chris suggested, how about we forget what I just said? You can kneel and kowtow, then I'll peacefully enter the academy as your new governor. How does that sound? The dunk, despite his age, trembled with anger. If not for the revered object Chris held, he might have slapped him right then and there. In all my years, I've never seen such an unruly Confucian disciple, he snarled. Raising an eyebrow, Chris replied, who says I'm a Confucian? Caught off guard, the inspector nodded, right. We'll say you belong to the school of novels. Chris sighed internally. They were afraid he'd tarnish Yuan's reputation, refusing to acknowledge him as a Confucian, though he wasn't one by nature. Fine, let's go in? Chris asked. Follow me. The inspector, though unwilling, guided them in with a sullen face. As Chris entered with the group of women, they naturally drew the attention of many teachers and students. Here, Confucians weren't the only ones. Representatives from various schools thronged the academy. Among them were followers of the women's school, modeled after the Jade Maid Cave and Scarlet Sound Palace. Seeing familiar faces from Scarlet Sound Palace, many warmly greeted them. Those disciples wanted to respond but feared upsetting Chris, staying cautious. Noticing this, Chris waved them off. Go greet your friends. It'll give me some peace. All the Scarlet Sound Palace disciples happily left. However, their chatter spread news of Chris far and wide, causing a stir throughout the academy. Meanwhile, the dunk, guiding Chris, remained unaware of the commotion. He warned softly, regardless of why governor chose you, since you're here, we won't interfere with your becoming governor. It's a show of respect for Yuan. But if you harm the academy, we reserve the right to depose you. And if you continue this lackadaisical behavior, we won't accept you as governor. Considering your current state, they'll likely give you 50 years to grow, so if you wish to ascend to this position, you need to take it seriously. Listening idly, Chris's nonchalance infuriated the inspector further. Just as he intended to lecture more, a crowd rushed towards them. These were esteemed tutors and sub-sages from various schools within Wuxia Academy. Seeing them approach, the inspector's face paled slightly, whispering, I'll welcome them first. Try to be courteous, they aren't easy to handle. Turning to greet them, he noticed they ignored him, instead directly heading to Chris. They stared intently at Chris and reluctantly shouted together, Greetings, venerable teacher, Denim. End of chapter 74. Chapter 75. I didn't even rub her. Chris looked at the imposing teachers before him. Although he did not recognize them, from their attire and demeanor, he could roughly deduce that not all of them were Confucian scholars. The 100 schools of thought were all flourishing. A grand era indeed. Chris felt increasingly satisfied with Ellis, his student who caused him the least trouble among all. As Chris sized up these people, they were also sizing him up. Especially the dunk, who scrutinized Chris like a scanner but found nothing that seemed to match the image of a sage teacher. The dunk turned to a longtime friend beside him. Julius, why do you call him sage teacher? Julius, short in stature but impressive in presence, explained softly. News has spread across Central State that this person publicly cut through the Alden Sect's gate and was acknowledged as teacher by Ellis. The disciples of the Crimson Sound Palace have already confirmed this, added Julius. The dunk's pupils contracted. If it were just rumors, no matter how many people said it, it could be dismissed as hearsay. But with the destruction of the Alden sect as proof, it was a different story. Who didn't know that the current sect leader of Alden had been a prodigy in his youth, passing through the Thousand Autumn Road used for the Academy trials, earning the recognition of Ellis's righteousness and becoming a descendant taught by him. For Chris to destroy the Alden sect and still gain possession of Ellis's token meant he couldn't be faking it. But the issue was, chi cultivation stage? The dunk hesitated, puzzled by Chris's decision to hide his strength yet reveal his identity here. Noticing everyone's skeptical looks, Chris said calmly, some matters can't be clarified in an instant. First, take me to see the child sealed by Ellis. The dunk, still deep in thought, didn't hear this. Julius nudged him, and he snapped back. What? Oh, what did you say? Take me to see the child sealed by Ellis, Chris repeated, with an unusually casual manner, devoid of any sage teacher's authority. This made others even more baffled. A laid-back attitude was understandable, but having none of a master's dignity made it hard to believe this was the sage teacher who taught Ellis. The dunk, filled with doubts, led Chris to the seal location. Calling it a seal location, it was merely a small thatched hut. However, its setting was spectacular. On a cliff overlooking the sea, surrounded by bamboo forests. The rustling of bamboo leaves mingled with waves, creating a serene atmosphere. Chris glanced at the ocean and noted that while it was genuine, it wasn't connected to the outside world. It seemed this area centered around the thatched hut was enclosed in a special space, likely transplanted from another realm into the academy. He marveled. Did Ellis create this? The dunk looked back questioningly. Yes, Ellis used the Thousand Autumns brush to draw the sea here. Isn't this your teaching? Chris shook his head. I don't have such ability. Tamara, admiring her senior brother's power, rolled her eyes upon hearing Chris's response. The dunk, even more perplexed, led them to the thatched hut entrance. They saw the plaque above the door, inscribed with 3 large characters. Xianxia, Temple of Enlightenment. The Ellis usually resides here. I cannot enter the room, so please go in yourselves. The dunk stepped back. Chris agreed, pushing the door open. Tamara gave the dunk a cold look. She suspected ulterior motives. Sure enough, Chris couldn't push the door open. He looked back. It's locked? The dunk shook his head. Only someone imbued with righteousness can enter, and as a sage teacher, you should be able to. Chris realized, you're testing me? Unfortunately, I'm not a Confucian scholar. Lacking righteousness, Chris instead drew his sword and slashed at the thatched hut. Under the dunk's astonished gaze, the righteousness enveloping the hut dissipated instantly, and the door was split apart, wood flying everywhere. You. The dunk couldn't bear it. How is this man anything like a sage teacher? Tamara sneered at the dunk. Still testing my master? You may doubt his identity, but never doubt his ability to destroy the academy with one sword stroke. The dunk's face darkened, afraid to speak more. This was Shu Ellis's residence, priceless and capable of nurturing many elites. Its destruction was a tragic waste. Yet, precisely because it was protected by righteousness and was still breached with one stroke, it proved this man's power surpassed even Ellis, perhaps the entire academy. Chris ignored the dunk, entering the room where he saw a woman lying on the bed. His heart skipped a beat, not due to her striking beauty or her tempting figure, but because she exuded an ancient, sacred aura, like Guanyin from Earth. Chris wasn't trying to disrespect Guanyin. Her face combined unparalleled beauty with divine reverence. Honestly, Chris felt Ellis had deceived him. That old fellow wasn't worried about being unable to teach her. Rather, he feared her sacred power and thus entrusted her to Chris. Using the heavenly eye, Chris checked her seal, located at her forehead, then touched it with a brush. Her red birthmark glowed brightly, making her look as if she were about to ascend. Outside, Tamara and the dunk gaped in astonishment. This light made them feel compelled to kneel. Inside, the woman on the bed slowly opened her luminous eyes, captivating anyone who looked at her. Chris blinked, resisting the allure. She smiled at Chris, radiantly beautiful. Did you awaken me? What is your wish? Chris was taken aback. Was Ellis playing Aladdin here? Key point. I didn't even rub her. Hashtag chapter 76. My luck is pretty good. The woman looked at Chris without speaking for a moment, then asked curiously, what's wrong? You have too many wishes and can't decide? Hearing this, Chris asked curiously, you can help people fulfill their wishes? Yes, the woman smiled. Why? Do you have some special ability? Chris was puzzled. My luck is particularly good, the woman replied with a radiant smile. Chris looked perplexed. How is that an ability? It's almost like saying you're rich. If I ever lacked money, it would immediately come to me. The woman's voice was soft and melodious, filled with confidence. As she spoke, her stomach suddenly rumbled. Previously protected by the seal of power from Raphael, she hadn't felt hungry. Now that the seal was lifted, hunger started setting in. Chris took out 2 trays of pastries he had brought from the flying boat. Here, eat up first. The woman took them with a smile. See? Just my luck. This isn't luck, it's because I have a conscience. Chris rolled his eyes. You can tell me what you want. The woman raised the pastries. Consider it a thank you for the food. Seeing her certainty, Chris said, I want to build my foundation. The woman's red lips parted slightly, opening and closing as if she were trying to speak. Chris could see her delicate pink tongue moving inside her mouth, but no sound came out. She tried again twice but still couldn't make any sound. This left her surprised. Strange, why can't I bless you? Suddenly, she could speak again. If it were someone else, Chris would definitely suspect they were faking it. But looking at the woman's holy and beautiful face, he couldn't bring himself to doubt her. In that case, I'll wish for something simpler. I hope the sky collapses. Chris wanted to know which was harder, world destruction or foundation building. The woman nodded slightly. Then I wish your dream comes true. This time, she made a sound. Not only did she speak, but outside, there was a thunderous explosion. The entire world shook wildly. Shouts of alarm came from outside. What's happening? Why is this small world self-destructing? Chris, puzzled, quickly used heavenly eye vision to look outside. Indeed, the sky above had torn open, and the small world was starting to disintegrate. Giant waves surged across the ocean, cliffs crumbled, and the bamboo forest lost its luster. The sky really was collapsing. Chris's wish came true. He couldn't help but look at the woman in shock. You really can fulfill people's wishes? The woman looked visibly tired but smiled. I told you, I have very good luck. Chris finally believed her, but immediately, he felt incredibly frustrated. Why? Could foundation building be harder than world destruction? Damn. Chris was furious and grabbed the woman, intending to take her away from this small world. He rushed out, taking Tamara with him. The dunk exerted his power to repair the small world. Two quasi-sages also rushed into the small world, using their powers to divert the oceans that were about to inundate the school grounds, preventing massive destruction. Though the school grounds weren't destroyed, the small world where Donghua once lived was utterly ruined, enraging everyone in Xianxia Academy, especially the two quasi-sages. This was the only place left by the old master that carried sentimental value and could cultivate many talents for the academy. Now it was gone. The two quasi-sages confronted the dunk coldly. The inspector could only bitterly smile. I don't know either. The small world suddenly collapsed. We didn't do anything, except when the sage Brody broke down Xianxia's door. Upon hearing this, the two quasi-sages frowned deeply. They cast cold glances at Chris. Although Chris was a sage Brody, these two were quasi-sages with powerful backing. One from the Mahists, the other from the Taoists. These two were the strongest figures in the current Xianxia Academy. Their power might not rival that of supreme beings, but even the top elders from the 9 great immortal sects would bow before them. Thus, the two weren't overly respectful towards Chris. Sage Brody, you need to give us an explanation for this incident, the Grand Brody demanded. Igor nodded. Old Brody's legacy is not just commemorative, it represents heritage. If it was destroyed without a proper reason, regardless of your status, the Xianxia Academy will not accept it. Even princes must be treated equally with commoners under the law. Tamara was dissatisfied with their tone. My teacher is now the new master of the Xianxia Academy. Does she need to report every action here to you? Even the master cannot act on a whim, the Grand Brody replied indifferently. This is a rule set by the old master. Tamara sneered. It seems you two are merely eyeing the master's position and finding fault. Igor responded unequivocally. A gentleman earns wealth through right means. We admit we want the master's position, but our goal is to promote our teachings and the academy's greatness openly, not through deceit. Tamara was about to retort when Chris waved her off. He said, destroying the master's home was an experiment, nothing major. You simply think that place could gather righteous chi and serve as heritage. I can recreate another one for you, no need for arguments. The Grand Brody and Igor exchanged looks, both suspicious. Though they practiced different doctrines, they too possessed righteous chi. Yet they couldn't resonate with Chris, suggesting he hadn't gathered such chi. Why was he so confident? But Chris's words couldn't be taken back. They now waited to see how he would resolve the issue. Chris added, even if we need to solve it, I need time to settle everyone first. The Grand Brody and Igor hesitated but finally agreed, seeing Chris's growing displeasure. 3 days enough? The Grand Brody added cautiously. If we say it's not enough, will you cause more trouble? Tamara disliked the pressure tactic. The Grand Brody ignored her, focusing on Chris. Chris replied, 1 day is enough. Fine, we await the Sage Brody's good news. The Grand Brody turned and left, seemingly afraid Chris might change his mind. Igor gave Chris a deep look before leaving swiftly. The dunk wanted to talk further, but saw Chris turn to stare at the woman. He sighed and walked away. But none of them were idle. They immediately spread the word that Chris, the Sage Brody, had destroyed the legacy left by the old master. All the teachers and students studying in Xianxia Academy became enraged. To everyone, the old master was one of the greatest people ever. He founded the academy, supported the rise of various schools of thought, and benefited countless lives in Central Plains. Yet after his passing, the only place people could cherish was now gone. No matter who did it, it infuriated everyone. So even though the Grand Brody and Igor promised Chris would rebuild a memorial site, the anger remained. They wanted the old master's relics, invaluable treasures. Many began to protest, demanding Chris explain. Some decided not to wait for one day to build another legacy site. Who cares about inheritance? They valued the old master's relics. Ignoring the opposition from quasi-sages and inspectors, many secretly gathered, planning to find Chris and demand an answer. It seems like you may have forgotten to provide the Chinese text for translation. Could you please share the text you would like translated into English? I'm here to help. Chapter 77. Poetry to resonate through the ages? Dream on. Chris was unaware of the chaos that had erupted in Xianxia Academy. He didn't bother paying attention either. After all, his purpose for being here was simply to see the young apprentice left behind by this chief scholar, not to truly take over the place. If it weren't for the sake of honoring his disciples' lifelong efforts, Chris wouldn't need anyone to drive him away. He would leave on his own. At that moment, he sat inside a courtyard, curiously observing the woman. She sat on a stone bench, warm sunlight enveloping her, forming an ethereal halo around her body, making her appear even more pure and celestial. Watching from the side, Tamara couldn't help but feel inadequate in comparison. She nervously grasped her master's hand, feeling extremely tense. Why did Brody take in another beautiful disciple who surpasses me? Will I be made to leave again? Chris didn't notice Tamara's worries. He only asked the woman curiously, what's your surname? Sarai, she replied gently. This name left Chris speechless. He vaguely remembered that the Bodhisattva Guanin's lay name seemed to be Sarai. Could this woman really be? He stared intently at the woman and then pointed at the sky. Are you from up there? The woman looked puzzled. What do you mean? A deity or a Buddha? Chris asked bluntly. Do you want to become immortal? The woman misunderstood. Can you grant immortality then? Chris became interested. Such an ability would be incredible. The woman shook her head. I've tried before. More accurately, someone made me try. And what happened? Chris pressed on. He died, completely obliterated, soul and all. The woman's face showed some compassion and guilt. Chris fell into deep thought. A failed wish cost the petitioner's life? Was it because this world couldn't support immortality, or because the wish exceeded the person's capacity? Deeds not matching one station? Chris felt increasingly perplexed about Sarai. No wonder Adrian didn't dare take her as a disciple. Perhaps he feared entangling himself in her karma. But Chris wasn't concerned, saying, I am the master of the chief scholar. Did he ever mention taking disciples on my behalf? Sarai's eyes lit up as she immediately knelt down. Brody. Boom. A thunderous roar erupted in the sky, dark clouds gathering and lightning surging. Chris looked up, astonished, because the lightning storm seemed directed at him. Black bolts, terrifyingly destructive, swirled around. Is this heavenly punishment? Why? Looking down at kneeling Sarai, Chris wondered if it was because of her. Stand up for a moment, Chris told Sarai. Sarai gracefully stood. Indeed, the lightning storm slowly dissipated. Chris raised an eyebrow. Sarai, kneel down. Sarai hesitated but complied, kneeling once more. Boom. The storm reappeared. Stand up, Chris said. Sarai rose, and the lightning dispersed again. Kneel again and let's see. Lightning surged. Stand up. Lightning vanished. Kneel. Lightning came. Stand. After repeating this about 10 times, Chris was having fun, but Sarai, whose constitution was inherently weak, was now panting from exertion. Brody, I can't do it anymore. Please don't. Tamara also found herself helpless with her master. She had seen many people who wanted to defy the heavens, but playing with heaven like this was unprecedented. Chris realized that the lightning was caused by Sarai kneeling to him. This must have been why Adrian didn't dare take her as a disciple. Seems like your identity is quite extraordinary. But no problem, I love challenging limits. From now on, stay by my side. Chris smiled. Sarai, breathless and cheeks flushed, thanked him gratefully. Thank you, Brody. But honestly, what I can teach you has its limits. You can cultivate with me until foundation establishment stage, Chris reminded her. Sarai shook her head. Following you doesn't necessarily mean cultivation. Other things are also valuable, like virtue, knowledge, and mindset. Chris's eyes lit up. You're smarter than those fools who only want supernatural powers and invincible skills without realizing that my most powerful asset is knowledge. Come on, what do you want to learn? Harvey-Gauge, mathematics, science, physics, chemistry? Tamara was surprised and confused. Brody, what are these? Are they cultivation techniques or supernatural abilities? Sort of. To many, these are harder than the heavenly script without words. But once mastered, you can travel the world unafraid. Because wherever you go, you can use this knowledge to work for rich people. Even when you're old and the rich people die, you can still work for their heirs. Chris explained. Tamara felt a bit lost, wondering why there was such a bitter undertone in her master's words. Meanwhile, Sarai pondered and replied, Disciple wants to study historical knowledge. Historical knowledge? Chris looked at Sarai in surprise. Why are you interested in this? I come from nowhere and want to know where I originated from, Sarai explained. You should study biology then, Chris suggested, explaining the meaning of biology. Unfortunately, I have no parents and appeared in this world out of nowhere. Teacher says I might be a reincarnation of a great figure. So I want to understand history. Sarai explained softly. Chris nodded in realization and pulled out an ancient-looking book. This is something I wrote in my spare time, 97,000 years ago, recording all my experiences traveling through this world. I called it Joe's Diary. Thank you, Brody. Sarai held the book reverently, flipping through it eagerly. Tamara peered over, but seeing the scrawl like writing inside, lost patience. Brody, your handwriting is terrible. Cough, that's how I started. The rest is much better, Chris defended. Regardless of his explanations, Tamara lost interest. She asked, what will you do about Wuxia Academy's heritage site? That's simple, Chris shrugged. Chief Scholar's heritage site is merely filled with overwhelming righteous energy. I'll just write a poem or two that will surely resonate through the ages. Tamara raised an eyebrow. You're sure? I heard that senior brother Chief Scholar is famous for his poetry, each verse triggering celestial phenomena. Suddenly, Chris felt a hint of crisis. An idea struck him. He had planned to copy ancient Earth poems to show off and astonish everyone, following the standard routine he understood well. But now, thanks to Tamara's reminder, he realized something. While ancient poets on Earth were indeed great, and their works were incomparable, who was Adrian? He was one of the peak existences in this world, almost a sage of Confucianism if not an immortal. With an exceptionally powerful mind and vast knowledge, his talent was unparalleled. Living for tens of thousands of years, he could create poetry far superior to Li Bai and Du Fu. If Chris dared copy ancient poetry, he'd likely be utterly outmatched. Just as he pondered, students from Wuxia Academy carrying protest banners stormed to the courtyard outside, demanding Chris step out and explain himself. Chapter 78. How can you kill at will? The noise outside was intense, filled with all kinds of shouts and cries. Chris listened intently. Chris, you hypocrite. What shameless sage master. You are unfit to be a teacher. That's right. You are utterly corrupt. Chris, you are unworthy of being a teacher. Get out of Wuxia Academy. Fury rumbled from beyond the door, unfiltered and raw. Tamaraxi could hear the venom in their words, as if they wished her master to be chopped into pieces. She stood up with a cold expression, ready to head out. Where are you going? Chris asked. I'm going to kill a few of them to see if they still dare to be so insolent. Tamaraxi's eyes glinted with killing intent. Chris watched her, actually quite pleased. You have quite some killer aura. It looks like you've started to merge with the Guixin sword's chi. Soon, you'll be able to cultivate true ruthlessness. Not bad at all. Tamaraxi felt somewhat helpless. Brody, they're cursing you, and someone must be inciting them. Aren't you angry? If I got angry over such trivial matters, I would have died of rage long ago from everything I've seen over these 10,000 years. Getting scolded by students of my own students, what's that compared to? You've seen brothers who turned against each other, haven't you? You've seen fathers conspiring with daughters to murder sons-in-law just to covet each other's property? You've seen beggars kidnapping children, maiming them, and using them to scam money? Chris slowly rose and moved toward the door. When you live long enough, you'll realize there is nothing new under the sun, and no hurdle too high to clear. As he spoke, he arrived at the courtyard entrance, opening the door. Outside, many students gathered, carrying banners that read, "Chris, get out." Those people were shouting loudly, but their voices abruptly stopped when Chris opened the door. The scene became eerily quiet. Even a pin drop could be heard. Then, the leaders who had been yelling the loudest, stared at Chris in shock for a moment, clearly not expecting him to come out. After that, they bowed respectfully according to Confucian etiquette. The others followed suit immediately. Seeing this, Tamaraxi rolled her eyes and muttered, "They're just a bunch of cowards who can't even utter a word when facing him." Chris looked at the numerous students and smiled. "It surprised me that you dared to challenge me. Isidro has taught you well, both fearless and polite. I may not like what you say about me, but I will defend to the death your right to speak." The students' eyes brightened upon hearing this. The leading scholars were especially astonished. They had braced themselves for a stern reprimand or worse, never imagining Chris would utter such wise words. For a moment, they felt this Chris differed from the one rumored to solve problems with a single sword strike. The Confucian students couldn't respond immediately. However, a towering man from the Mahis school couldn't contain himself and stepped forward, questioning, "May I ask, Sage Brody, why did you destroy the place of transmission left by Brody? Don't you know it's our faith?" Chris didn't answer but looked into the distance. Using Heavenly Eye, he saw many hidden figures, most of whom he had met before. Masters of various schools, including two sub-sages, Glenn and Anchor. They lurked in the shadows, either watching for entertainment or possibly instigating the protest march. Chris knew they were waiting to see how he would resolve the situation. Of course, their greatest desire was to see him fail. Thus, intellectuals are indeed the most treacherous. Chris considered whether he should slay these troublemakers with one stroke. At that moment, a terrifying white beam erupted from within the courtyard behind him. It was holy light. Some also called it majestic righteousness. The mighty pillar pierced the sky, stirring up storms across millions of miles. Following this, the river of majestic righteousness was awakened. The first thread came from Isidro, then over tens of thousands of years, he developed Confucianism, built Xianxia Academy, nurturing countless great scholars. This led to an ever-increasing amount of righteousness, forming a vast river covering the Xianxia world. Any literate person, anyone with knowledge and a heart for the world, could draw upon this majestic righteousness to sustain life, set goals, teach, and fight. Now, the originally boundless river of majestic righteousness swelled explosively, its waves crashing like the tide of the sea. All living beings in the cities of Xianxia Academy gazed upwards in astonishment. Major forces of Central Plains were also shocked, watching the sky in disbelief. The concentrated majestic righteousness pushed away even the world's rules, making the realm of Confucianism extraordinarily prosperous. Xianxia Academy could thrive for another billion years. Everyone conceived the same thought, then felt profound reverence. Who achieved all this? Even a master might find it impossible. In Xianxia Academy, sub-sages and others shifted their incredulous gazes towards Chris. He turned to look inside. Reina emerged holding the book, Zhou Records. The majestic righteousness surged from it. Tamaraxi finally understood. "Brody, it's your life experiences over 10,000 years in Xianxia world that strengthened Confucianism." Chris realized his historical record had unexpected effects. From now on, he could be called the spokesperson for Confucianism. But he wasn't interested and asked Reina, "Did you gain any insights?" Surrounded by majestic righteousness, Reina appeared content and reflective. Hearing Chris's question, she laughed. "I read slowly and only got through the pages about listening to tunes in the tea house, so I haven't gained much yet." Cough, all right. Chris quickly shifted his gaze to the stunned crowd. Is everything explained now? Subconsciously, everyone nodded. With such an enhanced field of majestic righteousness, they would benefit immensely, extending blessings to future generations for billions of years, far more precious than a master's legacy. But as the situation seemed resolved, a student glanced back and, seemingly obeying an order, jumped out furiously, demanding, "What do you mean? We object because you destroyed the commemorative significance of the master's relics, not for selfish gains." This stirred agreement among many. Chris smiled, then pointed at the student. A surge of sword energy instantly killed the student, obliterating his soul entirely. Shock swept over everyone. Just as Chris established his identity as a sage master, no one could challenge him further. Yet, why kill at will? Even sub-sages and senior investigators emerged from hiding. The Ian rebuked grimly, "Sage Brody, public protests are rules left by the Brody. How can you casually kill someone for voicing opinions?" Chapter 79. Sword Ancestor, you are my father. Chris looked at the Ian. He had indeed killed someone intentionally just now. The reason was that he saw through the fact that this boy was clearly being guided by someone else. Chris wanted to know who was using such underhanded tactics against him. Previously, although the vice sages of Moism and Taoism were not fond of him serving as the sacrificial wine pourer at Xianxia Academy, they at least voiced their opposition openly and sought trouble through proper channels. Now, someone was secretly inciting students to target him while he could not avoid it. Chris felt very irritated. When that disciple was killed by him, the Ian was the first to jump out against him. Chris glanced at him coldly and asked, "Was it you who told that student to confront me?" Startled, the Ian was about to deny it. But then he saw that so many students were present, and Chris had indeed done something unforgivable. Furthermore, if he acknowledged his actions, it would elevate the legalist reputation. Thinking this, the Ian nodded immediately. Indeed, the person you killed was my student, and I authorized him to protest against you. Our legalist school has always emphasized legal principles, adhering strictly to rules and regulations, and we have always held ourselves and others to high standards. Therefore, seeing you destroy the former wine pourer's relics without hesitation, I was deeply dissatisfied and allowed him to protest. But I never expected him to be maliciously killed by you. Our legalist school will never let this go. The Ian's righteous reprimand made many teachers and students look at him approvingly, causing a smile to spread across his face. In Wuxia Academy, where moral influence was paramount, and even in the entire Howren Academy, the legalists' strict laws were seen as harsh and tyrannical. Thus, the legalists were not considered a top-notch school but were instead increasingly oppressed. But the Ian believed that after this incident, his school would rise quickly. He might even become the next sacrificial wine pourer. Before he could finish gloating, Chris looked at him and said, I killed your disciple because you dared not face me yourself and sent a student to challenge me. Let alone you. The masters of all schools and the so-called vice sages are nothing but cowards. The students dare to come forward, yet the teachers hide behind them. What kind of role models are you? These words left many masters embarrassed, and they involuntarily lowered their heads. They had countless excuses and reasons for not coming forward, but they couldn't deceive their own hearts. They feared Chris and wanted to observe his methods through the students. The Ian didn't expect Chris to directly admit that he had acted intentionally. This left him both shocked and angry, unable to understand why Chris was so arrogant. However, he still refused to give in. We didn't resist you because we thought you hadn't reached a level requiring our resistance. But we didn't expect you to be so despicable, indiscriminately slaughtering students. You're unfit to be a wine pourer. Chris laughed. When did I say I coveted this position? From the beginning, it was only donghua who wanted me to take care of you all. At no point did I rush to seize this position. Everyone was stunned. They looked at Chris in disbelief, trying to determine whether he was speaking the truth or lying. Didn't care about being the head of Wuxia Academy, the premier academy? Didn't care about Howren Academy's nearly 1,000 city-states? Didn't care about this esteemed position? Howren Academy was one of the top forces in Xianxia world. To say that obtaining Howren Academy equated to ruling the world wasn't an exaggeration. To gain control over Howren Academy, one must first become the sacrificial wine pourer at Wuxia Academy. Yet Chris claimed he didn't care. After the shock wore off, everyone reacted with disbelief. They thought Chris was bluffing, trying to clear himself. Especially the Ian scoffed. If you don't care about the position, why would you come here? Stop lying. No one in the world would say they don't care about this position, not even the revered vice sages. You want to fabricate a lie? Could you make it more amateur? These words should embarrass even you. Just as everyone sneered in agreement, someone pointed in the distance and shouted, Damn, what is that? The Ian turned back angrily and shouted, We're discussing serious matters. Stop cursing. What the hell? Seeing even the usually stern Ian's expression turn to terror, everyone looked up. In the distance, black pillars of light emerged, piercing the sky like the righteous pillars of righteousness Chris had summoned before. But these black pillars radiated evil, bloodshed, endless desolation, and ancientness. As if these forces originated from an ancient era long past. With the appearance of these black pillars, heaven and earth changed dramatically. Above, it seemed the way of heaven, unable to withstand such desecration, began showing patches of spots. On closer inspection, those patches resembled fragments of other dimensional worlds. On those fragments, various terrifying beast shadows appeared. Roaring dragons, soaring pung birds, wind-riding white manuals, and phoenixes spewing volcanic fires. Beasts that once wreaked havoc on ancient lands. The learned scholars recognized these creatures instantly, but did not know that they had all been sealed by Chris. Even Chris didn't expect this. These ancient beasts summoned small extraplanar worlds upon appearing. It's the demon realm, Chris murmured, full of nostalgia. Demon realm? What place is that? Ashwink asked, puzzled. Others also cast questioning glances toward Chris. Chris gazed at the sky calmly and explained. It's where the ancient beasts lived and hid. After suppressing them, I shattered that world and exiled it outside the dimensions. I didn't expect the seal breaking to draw it back. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. To shatter a world inhabited by ancient beasts? What immense power was this? Bluffing, right? But soon, beams of light shot from the distance, revealing 6 of the 9 immortal sects, along with many powerful leaders of celestial cavern paradises. These leaders disregarded Howren Academy's protocols and rushed straight into Wuxia Academy. They scanned around as if looking for someone. Quickly, they focused on Chris and rushed over. Those normally lofty and respected leaders fell to their knees before Chris, showing humility and remorse. Sword Ancestor, we were blinded by self-interest. Please forgive us. Sword Ancestor, please lash us severely. Yes, we know you're upset, but please don't abandon us, Sword Ancestor. Wah, Sword Ancestor, you're my father from today on. No objections allowed. Daddy, please feel free to ask if you need further adjustments or additional chapters translated. Chapter 80. You're forcing me to be a ruthless bandit. Silence reigned over the bridge tonight. The legalist scholar stood there, speechless. Just moments ago, this very scholar had been loudly proclaiming that Chris didn't care about the position of high priest and was merely posturing. Now, with all the patriarchs kneeling before Chris, the legalist scholar's face was red with embarrassment. With these grandmasters submitting to him in such a manner, Chris indeed wouldn't care about the position of high priest. The numerous teachers and students around them were already mentally frozen. So many incomprehensible events had happened today. Their mental processors had burned out, unable to figure out Chris's true identity at all. Fortunately, those patriarchs didn't give them much time to speculate. Yovan, the head of Wuxian immortal sect, the top of the 9 great immortal sects, looked up at Chris with flattery. Sword Ancestor, we were blinded by greed. attempting to control those ancient beasts. But now we understand that our actions were wrong. So we've come here to apologize. The other 6 great sect leaders and a few cave heaven lords hurriedly nodded their heads, acknowledging their mistakes. Chris took a look. All the major players of the sects that had initially sealed the ancient beast came, except for Myriad Sword Manor and Jade Maiden Cave. But looking at these groveling patriarchs, he remained indifferent. Those beasts have already escaped. What's the point of you coming to me now? It is useful, Yovan hastened to say. We have brought a stunning piece of news. The demon realm you shattered and banished beyond the domain has reappeared. And within that demon realm, it seems like many new things have emerged. It might have become a secret realm. Chris snapped. That demon realm was exiled no more than 20,000 years ago. Even if it became a secret realm, what good could it possibly bring? No, quite the opposite. The demon realm has expanded and flourished. Before, you only saw the tip of the iceberg of the demon realm. Now, even though it remains fragmented, once fused, it will be several times larger than when you split it. Yovan quickly explained. Chris firmly stated, absolutely impossible. Back then, I not only sliced it apart but left residual sword chi that continuously wore down those fragments until they were utterly destroyed. Don't argue with me on this, I have more experience in chopping things. Yovan laughed awkwardly. I admit that, but many fragments of the demon realm have indeed grown large and strong. Could it be that immortals helped perfect it? Hearing this, Chris was about to retort that there weren't any immortals. But then he glanced back at Sarai. Perhaps there were immortals. In that case, the demon realm really did need to be inspected. Let's go and take a look, Chris immediately set off. Hearing this, Rudy and Igor, 2 sub-saints, rushed forward to block him. High Priest, if you leave, how will we handle the High Priest position? Rudy asked anxiously. Chris casually tossed the writing brush left by Gua's sacrificial priest to Rudy and said, starting today, the position of High Priest will rotate between the 2 of you and the 100 schools of thought. Each person will serve for a century. During their tenure, other scholars can form a Daelan council to supervise the High Priest and hold the power to depose. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. The legalist scholar burst out laughing. See? My plan was feasible. Even the High Priest admits my idea. Why wouldn't you agree? Everyone was helpless. The legalist scholar had proposed this concept long ago, but because Gua's sacrificial priest was revered, no one dared agree. Unexpectedly, the new High Priest also wanted to do this. At this moment, Chris turned to the legalist scholar. Oh, I almost forgot about you. The legalist scholar hurriedly said, Your Excellency, I strongly support your... Whoosh. Chris suddenly drew his sword. The legalist scholar's smile froze, disbelief on his face. Because Chris had killed him, the legalist scholar's body fell to the ground, eyes wide open. Everyone around him was shocked, unaware of why Chris had suddenly acted. He incited students against me. I don't like that behavior, so I punished him. Do you have any objections? Chris scanned everyone calmly. They felt uneasy under his gaze, backing away rapidly. There was nothing they could do. He was a sage Brody and the High Priest. His status was exalted, and his strength formidable. Yet, he cared little for anyone's feelings. Such an unyielding, unemotional bandit-like character, who dared to provoke him. Everyone remained quiet, hoping Chris would leave soon. Before he caused more trouble, Chris had come specifically to fetch Sarai. But due to Gua's sacrificial priest's tricks, he ended up being the sacrificial priest for just a day. He felt no attachment and left without hesitation. The patriarchs naturally followed closely behind. Once airborne, Chris looked back at the people trailing behind him. Why are you following me? Aren't you going to destroy those ancient beasts? We can guide you, Yovan laughed. Who said I wanted to destroy those ancient beasts? Chris frowned. But they have escaped and can cause widespread havoc. Didn't you once say a true hero serves the country and its people? Now. Yovan continued speaking smoothly. Chris cut him off abruptly. I did say that. I wanted to serve the country and its people, but your seclusion allowed the ancient beasts to escape. How does that concern me? Well, now there's a problem, and you remember us, asking me to run errands to solve it? Do I owe you little bastards anything? Hearing this, Yovan was stunned, looking incredulously at Chris. Was this person really different from how he appeared 10,000 years ago? Qingyun Cave's patriarch interjected anxiously. You were the one who sealed those beasts with us. Now they're ravaging our sect. Ignoring it feels irresponsible, doesn't it? As Chris was about to leave, he paused upon hearing this. He fixed the Qingyun Cave patriarch with a hard stare. I remember you. 14,000 years ago, while hunting an ancient boss snake, you knelt before me, pleading for me to give it to you. When I refused, you brought your wife and children to kneel and beg. Finally, I gave you the snake out of pity for your young child whose head was bleeding. Remember this? Qingyun Cave's patriarch was too embarrassed to respond. Chris mocked, too ashamed now, but earlier, you were quick to blame me? The patriarch tried to explain. Yovan pulled him aside and then smiled apologetically at Chris. Yes, we were wrong. We shouldn't have been greedy. But if our sects face issues, the central forces will fight over the 9 great immortal sects. Ordinary citizens and lower cultivators will suffer. Please help us for their sake. Seeing their pitiful and submissive faces, Chris sighed. Were these people playing dumb or truly stupid? All right, I'll help you. I want all the resources your sect has accumulated since sealing the beasts. Yovan and others changed color instantly. One of them shouted. What? Then how will we live in the future? Chris was curious. Oh, how do you know I'll ask for future resources too? Yes, half of all resources you gain in the next 1,000 years belong to me. Since these guys were willingly offering, Chris didn't mind turning into a ruthless bandit. Chapter 81. Executing the sect leaders. Indeed, I am no good person. 10,000 years ago, it was Chris who acted foolishly. He had gratuitously injured the ancient ferocious beasts and helped to seal them away. Little did he know that these fellows spoke of their gratitude back then. Yet after he came to Central Region, They closed their mountains and sealed their gates, forbidding him entry. Now, in a time of trouble, they had the audacity to expect him to resolve the issues he caused. Only a fool would help them now. When the various sect leaders heard Chris's grand demands, they all became anxious. Was he trying to ruin them? One of them suddenly realized and asked indignantly, "So your so-called act of sealing the ferocious beasts in our sects without compensation was actually a ploy to extort us today?" Many of the sect leaders looked at each other, clearly sharing this thought. Chris turned around to see who was so heartless. It turned out to be the master of Green Cloud Cave Heavens again. Chris felt genuinely curious this time. "You're really not afraid to die by continuously antagonizing me, are you?" The face of the Green Cloud Cave Heavens Brody changed slightly as he quickly retreated, saying, "Although I'm not one of the 9 immortal sect Brodies, Green Cloud Cave Heavens is no small power. If you kill me, I will make my disciples spread your wicked name. Eventually, you will have a tarnished reputation, and no one will dare look up to you." Clang. Chris's sword was already out of its scabbard, interrupting the Brody's speech. This single stroke caused several streams of laws to erupt from the Brody's body but could not stop it. He could only stare with widened eyes as he perished in disbelief. The surrounding masters instinctively covered their throats, feeling some fear. Chris sneered, "For others, reputation might indeed be very important, but for me? Huh." Even those Nirvana phase Brodies only had about 10,000 years to live. The highest level Tribulation phase elders lived no more than 50,000 years. Supreme Realm beings lasted no more than 80,000 years. But what about Chris? Easily 100,000 years. During such a long span of time, the great reputation Chris had earned did not last. A little infamy here, and there would soon be forgotten. Why should he care? To use that to threaten him was truly laughable. After killing one man, Chris looked at the stunned sect leaders and smiled. What he said was true. The masters were puzzled. I mean, the Green Cloud Brody was right. I deliberately sealed the ferocious beasts within your sects and waited until today to come collect. Of course, if you have any more sinister suspicions about me, I can also admit to those. But no matter how you think about me, you cannot do anything about it. So either pay up or leave me alone. Got it? Chris calmly looked at everyone. The masters laughed bitterly. They weren't fools. They knew Chris wasn't the villain he claimed to be. At least, not in the past. But he certainly would be from now on. And all this was because of their own actions. Chris no longer paid attention to the numerous masters, taking Tamara and Sarai with him as they left the territory of Howran Academy. Tamara followed behind her master, complaining, "These people have no shame, truly thinking you're still as easy to bully as before? They should be thoroughly taught a lesson, so they know we're not easy targets." Chris patted Tamara's head and smiled. "No need to be so angry. People are like that. They avoid confrontation but are adept at bullying good people. I can't change them, nor can I change the world. At least, I don't want to be a good person anymore if it means being held at gunpoint." Tamara agreed, "Right, we won't be pushed around anymore. We should still be human, I'm not Jojo." Chris rolled his eyes. Whoosh, a black light shot over. It was Axel. Axel had been hiding near Howran Academy and approached upon seeing his master appear. He glanced at Sarai first, surprised. "Is this the disciple Brody Gijo mentioned? Why does she feel like she's suppressing me so strongly?" Tamara was curious. "Corpse brother, the suppression feels that intense?" Axel nodded. "Let's put it this way. I have this strong urge to rest in peace right here." "That's really powerful." Tamara looked at Sarai curiously. Chris waved a hand. "She isn't targeting you. It's just her special constitution." Sarai softened. "Yes." Axel still kept a distance, following Chris but occasionally glancing at Sarai, like a creepy stalker. Chris was about to take the 3 to see what condition the demon world was in when another light shot over. It was Fairy Marson. Fairy Marson caught up to Chris with a hint of resentment. "Uncle, why did you leave without telling me?" Chris was puzzled. "Your great enemy has been avenged, and you have a place to settle down. Why follow me? You've done so much for me, wouldn't I repay the kindness? Even if Marson follows and serves you for eternity, it won't fully repay your kindness." Fairy Marson said seriously. Tamara glared at Fairy Marson, calling her hypocritical. "Repay kindness? More like she's lusting after my master. Bah, lowlife." Fairy Marson pretended not to notice Tamara's disdain. She just smiled charmingly at Chris and even summoned a flying boat. "Where are you going?" Chris stepped onto the boat and pointed far away. "There." Fairy Marson looked. Far off, the black pillars caused by the ferocious beasts had vanished. Instead, fragments of miniature worlds appeared. These fragments hovered in space, emitting an alluring force, inviting discovery. These fragments were remnants of the demon world once shattered by Chris, but now, they reappeared, stably floating above Xianxia world. Chris could even see they were gradually attracting and drawing closer to each other. Could they form a world as vast as Xianxia world? No, judging by their size, once assembled, it might be much larger than Xianxia world. Eventually, it could swallow Xianxia world without issue. These ancient ferocious beasts were likely aided by more forces than just escaping. Were they getting help from ancient reincarnated emperors? Chris had a sudden idea. He finally understood why the ferocious beasts he once wounded and sealed had escaped and regained strength. Surely, within these immortal sects were reincarnated ancient powers. To confirm, Chris wanted to see. Their journey was swift, and they soon reached the first world fragment. This place was the domain of the failing Cave Heaven sect. Chris remembered sealing an ancient ferocious beast named Sunny here, but when Chris arrived, he found failing Cave Heaven gone. The area had become a vast ocean. In the ruins of failing Cave Heaven, a figure sat, absorbing the spiritual vein's power. Beside the figure was a 4-eared old ape, the ancient ferocious beast, Sunny, once sealed here. Chapter 82. This power isn't impressive at all. Fulling Dongtian isn't one of the 9 supreme immortal sects. Even before sealing this ancient beast, it was considered the weakest in the second tier of powers. However, Chris happened to encounter the beast Sunny here. and he defeated it right here. The people from Fulling Dongtian begged for its remains, and Chris left the beast to them. But now, watching Sunny protect the youth devouring Fulling Dongtian's spiritual veins, a thought suddenly struck Chris. This youth exuded an ancient aura. He was clearly a reborn powerhouse. And Sunny, the ferocious beast, seemed to be guarding him like a guardian beast. Therefore, these beasts probably didn't just appear by chance back then. They must have been created by those ancient powerhouses to protect their weaker reincarnated selves. 10,000 years ago, when these beasts appeared, they were likely intended to help these reincarnated powerhouses establish territories or even create forces beforehand. But they never expected that Chris would subdue them one by one with his sword. Thus, it could only be that the reincarnated powerhouses came seeking them. That's why it was such a coincidence. Marcinchi sect had the mummy drought fiend, so Maxim reincarnated there. The 8 Desolations demon sect had the Kuanpeng, so Harvey reincarnated there. Now that Fulling Dongtian has Sunny, a reincarnated powerhouse also appears here. Other sects with fierce beasts must be similar. As Chris was pondering, the distant youth suddenly opened his eyes. 2 beams of divine light shot out from his eyes, and rules of law wrapped around him, stirring up the sea tide below. Chris raised an eyebrow. The youth was just at the first stage of the nascent soul realm moments ago. Now, he had leaped directly to the Grotto Profound realm. Moreover, in the near-ancient era, many ordinary Grotto Profound practitioners only mastered 1 rule. Even extremely talented individuals mastered no more than 10. But this youth instantly manifested over 300 rules upon entering the Grotto Profound realm. It stopped only because his physical body couldn't quite support it. Chris estimated that his limit was far beyond this. The youth looked at Chris coldly and condescendingly. You are the so-called sword ancestor from 10,000 years ago? It's me, Chris nodded. Upon seeing Chris, Sunny shuddered with fear, despite being a creature feared throughout the world. This made the youth's eyes flash with anger, and he shouted harshly, a great powerhouse. Why pretend to be at the chi condensation stage? Is that amusing? I really am at the chi condensation stage, Chris replied helplessly. Bullshit. Can a chi condensation practitioner live for over 10,000 years? And have such formidable strength? Even if you were at the chi condensation stage 10,000 years ago, wouldn't you have upgraded by now, even as a pig? The youth directly berated Chris, believing he was bluffing. Chris turned grim-faced. He hadn't intended to kill the youth, but now he found it hard to hold back. Were ancient beings all so damned rude? Antony and Corp's brother Axel looked sympathetically at the youth. Did he truly hate living that much? Sunny was also terrified, whining incessantly in the youth's ear as if warning him. Unfortunately, the youth wasn't appreciative and roared, enough. Regardless of what strength he hides, today's Alden is incomplete. The strongest cultivators in the tribulation stage can only wield around 300 rules. And I already possess these rules. Unless he's a supreme being, he cannot suppress me. Even against a supreme being, I have the strength to fight. Suddenly, a long spear appeared in the youth's hand. Crafted entirely of gold, it shimmered with a wealthy and glaring light. Rule symbols entwined on it, and though the spear wasn't large, it contained the power of an entire world. A Dao weapon. Chris didn't expect the youth to casually produce a Dao weapon-level spear and immediately asked, are you a human Kai? Indeed, I am the Golden Spear human Kai. Once, I commanded millions of Golden Spear warriors who swept across enemies, invincible. The youth stood with his spear, filled with pride. Chris raised an eyebrow. Do your human Kais receive specialized training for grandiose speeches? How come each of you claims to be invincible and unparalleled, yet there are 10 ancient human Kais? Golden Spear Kai. He couldn't respond to that. Antony and immortal Lady Marcin couldn't help but laugh melodiously, enchantingly. Golden Spear Kai's eyes brightened upon seeing the 2 women in Sarai, who was surrounded by holy light, reading a book incessantly. Then, he pointed at the 3 women. Offer these 3 to me, and considering your strength, I will allow you to be my guardian. How about it? Hearing this, Antony stopped laughing, angrily saying, Corp's brother, attack him. Axel eagerly looked at Chris. Brody, can I fight him? Go on, let me see his strength. Chris nodded. Zoom. Axel transformed into black light, rushing straight toward Golden Spear Kai. Golden Spear Kai roared in fury. A mere corpse Kai dares to challenge me? Looking for death. He stabbed his long spear forward. Various rules coiled around it, making Golden Spear Kai seem incredibly slow, yet he easily stabbed Axel. Plank. With a shower of sparks. The Golden Spear left only a mark on Axel without causing any harm. Golden Spear Kai's pupils narrowed. Impossible. Did you forge your body to rival a Dao weapon? Are you even human? Yes, I'm dead, Axel joked, pushing aside the spear tip and throwing a punch at Golden Spear Kai. The punch carried a heavy aura of death and corrosion, even poisonous energy. Yet, under Golden Spear Kai's feet, a rule emerged, quickly retreating. Rules manifest as supernatural abilities. Axel sneered. Then, regardless of everything else, he pummeled Golden Spear Kai relentlessly. Golden Spear warriors used long weapons. Being pressed at close range, he struggled to retaliate. He could only rapidly retreat using rules, trying to create distance. Watching the 2 engage fiercely, Chris turned to ask Antony, what does rules manifest as supernatural abilities mean? Antony wore a puzzled expression. You don't understand? I've only studied unconventional methods over these 100,000 years. Regarding such rules and supernatural abilities, I've barely touched them. Because even if I learned, I couldn't practice them, so I decided not to study them. Chris shrugged. This was the first time Antony was teaching her master, and she felt quite pleased. She cleared her throat. But at that moment, immortal Lady Marcin took the lead. Supernatural abilities are generally created through enlightenment of rules, so they contain some rule power. But most supernatural abilities only carry a trace of a rule, making them weak. In contrast, transforming rules into supernatural abilities reverses this process. One masters a rule first and then manifests it as a supernatural ability, saving energy and allowing flexible application. However, one must thoroughly comprehend the rule to do so. Most terrifyingly, it allows combining several rules into one supernatural ability, resulting in a power equal to 1 plus 1 is equal to 10. The ancient human Kais indeed lived up to their name. Antony was furious, not expecting to lose this opportunity to display her knowledge. Meanwhile, Chris revealed a look of realization but also doubt. From my perspective, the power of rules manifesting as supernatural abilities isn't impressive. Antony sighed helplessly. Brody, might this world seem like trash to you? Something you can destroy with a single sword stroke? Chapter 83. Our Brody is an eternal pauper. Too much, that's too much. Don't always try to flatter me. You're making me drift with all the praise. For better fluency in English, it could be edited too. All the praise is making me feel like I'm drifting. Or more idiomatically, all the praise is going to my head. Chris waved his hands repeatedly. Tamara was surprised. When did her master become so humble? I need at least 2 strikes to split this world, Chris explained sincerely. Despite being engaged in battle, the Golden Harvey's Kai could still hear their conversation. Seeing himself fighting nonstop while Chris had time to chat with girls, he grew even more enraged. Instantly, countless strands of law chains surged from his body. Some flashed earth-yellow light, others shimmered with water, and some were sharp with lightning. With the surge of these laws, countless wondrous abilities evolved in the void, putting Axel under immense pressure. Boom! A huge lightning avatar crashed towards Axel. Axel, filled with dark forces, couldn't possibly resist such pure and strong lightning power. He was slammed and sent flying away. Although he wasn't injured, his strength was severely weakened. The Golden Harvey's Kai glared at Axel, laughing arrogantly. Ha ha ha, I am the Kai of Min, supreme ruler. Even if I've only recovered 30% of my strength, you, a piece of trash, can't possibly resist me. Axel was furious and wanted to attack again, but Chris held him back, saying, no matter how powerful the ancient Kais of Min are, they are definitely stronger than your near ancient ones. There's no need to be rash. Later, I'll get you a divine demon body from the god demon cemetery. Then lightning won't be able to suppress you. Pure yang energy suppresses dark forces just like water overcomes fire. But if the fire is strong enough, it can overwhelm the water. Although Axel was unwilling, he knew that the Golden Harvey's Kai was indeed beyond his capability. He retreated. The Golden Harvey's Kai stood under a halo of law power, pointing his spear at Chris and shouting, will you submit or fight me? Chris took 2 steps forward and placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. How about a fight? He really wanted to see the true strength of this ancient Kai of Min. The many Angelo and Harvey were too weak before. Boring. This so-called Golden Harvey's Kai who recovered 10% of his power now aroused his desire for battle. Humph, a reckless creature. Then today, I shall slay you to show you what it means to be king. Seeing Chris daring to accept the challenge, the Golden Harvey's Kai was greatly enraged. He crazily channeled his law power, the light spreading endlessly as if to destroy the world. But before the Golden Harvey's Kai could make a move, Adnan suddenly roared. Endless waves surged toward Chris as if the sky was collapsing. Axel and Tamara were furious. What a vile beast, daring to ambush. Before they could come to help, Chris had already drawn his sword. The sword light flashed. Whoosh! The ocean was instantly split in 2, scattering everywhere. It couldn't even slow him down. Seeing the sword light rush towards him, the previously arrogant Golden Harvey's Kai's pupils contracted sharply, utterly astonished. Impossible. Adnan is a supreme-grade ferocious beast, the strongest support of the Golden Harvey's Kai in this world. Also his protector beast. Yet this full-power strike couldn't even hinder the person. How strong is he? The Golden Harvey's Kai frantically activated his power, forming a virtual image of law from over 100 strands of law power instantaneously condensed. This law embodiment roared angrily, holding its arms in a cross above its head to block the sword light. This is my most powerful form, using nearly 60% of my power. I don't believe you can break through it. I am the Kai of Min, once invincible. Pooh. The Golden Harvey's Kai was slashed from his crown to his crotch by one sword, almost cut in half. Blood spurted wildly from his 7 orifices and the wound on his body. His eyes were filled with horror. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could I not withstand even a casual strike from him? How could this happen? No way, haha. Don't hold me back. I'd rather die standing. Never kneel and flee. I'm not crazy. Who said I'm crazy? Stop pulling me. As he struggled madly, Adnan dragged him away. Just as Axel was about to chase them down, Chris was faster, stepping out and appearing before Adnan. He looked at Adnan curiously. Who gave you the confidence to run away from me? Without hesitation, Adnan abandoned the Golden Harvey's Kai, kicking him in the knee. Bang! The Golden Harvey's Kai fell to his knees involuntarily, his bloodied face full of humiliation. Then Adnan also knelt and knocked his head madly. Stand up. I am the Kai of Min, destined to die, never to be humiliated. The Golden Harvey's Kai roared furiously, but Adnan slapped the back of his head and forced him to kowtow. Chris nodded approvingly, truly worthy of being a guardian. You know the situation better than the Kai of Min, but do you think merely kowtowing will spare you? What do you take me for? Adnan looked at Chris with grief. Chris waved his hand. You're really a monkey, so eager. I didn't say I would kill you immediately. You ran too fast just now. I didn't have time to say something. Adnan sighed in relief, waiting for Chris to speak. Clearing his throat, Chris solemnly said, Hey, this mountain is mine. This tree is mine. If you want to pass, pay the toll. Axel was puzzled, instinctively looking at Tamara. How did my refined and good-natured master turn into a bandit? What happened to him in these 10,000 years? Tamara thought, but then guessed, maybe he spent all his money in the last 10,000 years? Nonsense. Axel glared. When did Brody ever have money? To put it simply, names can be mistaken, but nicknames are never wrong. Do you really think Brody's famous, Eternal Pauper nickname was given for fun? Bang! Chris waved a sword beam, sending Axel flying. Axel lay on the ground like a corpse, afraid of another beating. Tamara wisely kept quiet. Mars and Xianxia watched the pair with a look of disdain from start to finish. Sarai had been engrossed in the Zhouji, never raising her head. Even when walking, she wouldn't lift her eyes because she was lucky enough to walk through danger zones unharmed. After a moment, Adnan had thought it over. He tore off the spatial ring from the golden Harvey's Kai's hand and tossed it to Chris. Chris calmly returned it. I don't know how to erase the primordial soul mark. Golden Harvey's Kai raged. You deliberately humiliate me. How could a great expert like you not know primordial soul magic? Chris impatiently placed his hand on the sword hilt. Adnan immediately erased the soul mark and returned it to Chris. Chris checked it. Wow. It was like looting the treasure vault of Fulling Grotto. Over 1 billion top-grade spirit stones. Innumerable rare materials of all levels. Plus several spiritual treasures and magical treasures. 1 Dao vessel. And plenty of cultivation techniques. Rich now. Chris smiled and told the golden Harvey's Kai, go ahead. We'll meet again. When I find my secret stash and recover all my power, I will find you and slay you. The golden Harvey's Kai gritted his teeth. Swear. Chris said. What? The golden Harvey's Kai paused. I mean, swear that you will bring your stash to kill me, otherwise you can't leave, Chris said seriously. Almost forgot. This guy is the reincarnation of the Kai of Min, surely with many hidden cards and treasures. Must keep the blackmail option open. Chapter 84. Summon the Supreme. Kai Luna was forced to take a solemn vow under threat, promising to seek revenge on Chris before being let go. Chris then turned to Tamara with a smile. Good disciple. Now that your master has money, I'll refine a pill for you later to improve the quality of your golden core. Tamara's eyes lit up. Though her golden core was of 7th rank, it certainly wasn't top tier. According to the rule that the rank of an origin infant must be 1 lower than that of a golden core, her future origin infant would only be 6th rank, making it difficult for her to step onto the path of the Supreme. If we can upgrade its rank, that would be best. Brody, is this really possible? Tamara's voice trembled with excitement. Don't worry. Although my realm is humble, I excel in refining pills, setting up arrays, and crafting artifacts, Chris said confidently. However, the phrase, humble realm, left the few people nearby speechless. Where do we go now? To find another human Kai? Tamara realized that the 10 great human Kais had likely been reincarnated. Chris scanned the surroundings with a cold laugh. We're not going. They're all hoping I won't charge them, and will help solve their problems one by one. Do they really think I'm foolish? With this reminder from Chris, Tamara immediately looked around. Are those so-called sect leaders following us? They've been following us all along as if I didn't know. I didn't expect that after 10,000 years, these wretches have become not only stingy but also trash. They even fail at stealth. Chris showed disdain. The sect leaders who previously sought Chris were indeed trailing them secretly. They saw the devastated Fulling Cave heaven and were deeply shocked. But witnessing Chris's prowess filled them with joy. Now, seeing him extort the human Kais without planning to help them, they fell into despair. These sect leaders could already picture their own sects becoming ruins like Fulling Cave heaven, trampled by those ancient human Kais. They were extremely anxious, but Chris's group couldn't be bought. In desperation, these sect leaders gritted their teeth and decided to summon the supreme beings. In this profound sky world, realms were divided into Chi Practitioner, Foundation Establishment, Golden Core, Origin Infant, Soul Transformation, Fusion, Profound Grotto, Dao Union, Void Acceptance, Tribulation Transcendence, Supreme Being, Realm Lord. Currently, the strongest among each sect were she still hesitant to transcend the heavenly tribulation. And while there were indeed some supremes, they were mostly on the brink of death. So they usually stayed hidden in the lofty supreme halls. It was a mystical independent world where time flowed differently, allowing them to greatly extend their lifespans by hiding within it. To find ways to enhance their realms, these supremes often wouldn't emerge for over 10,000 years because stepping out would rapidly drain their life force. As each sect's ultimate ace card, no one wanted to see them endangered. Therefore, during the rampages of beasts back then, they dared not call out their supremes. With Chris as a free laborer, why should they? But now, it was impossible not to. This undying dog, Chris, had turned into a greedy and vicious wolf. Indeed, the saying, old age and not dying is thievishness held true. They had to call out their supremes to deal with this bastard. Of course, they would also seize the fragments of the demon realm. Looking at the world fragment above Fulling Cave heaven, many sect leaders revealed greedy expressions. If obtained, perhaps inside lay a way to slow down a supreme's aging? Even if not in the small world, Chris's disciple Axel, seemingly from the Wraith Forbidden Grounds, radiated a faint power of death law. If their supremes could obtain this supreme law, their lifespan might greatly increase. With these thoughts, numerous sect leaders eagerly went to rally support. Seeing these people leave, Chris also gave a cold laugh and looked up at the world fragment Long Yu summoned. Though called a fragment, it was vast, roughly equivalent to Earth's size. As it drew closer, Chris could even see lush jungles and countless living creatures moving within. However, these creatures seemed very weak and didn't seem to understand cultivation methods. So these are natural-born beings within the world fragment? In just 10,000 years, it's insufficient for so many animals to evolve, Chris frowned. He immediately moved to explore inside. The world fragment floated harmlessly in the sky, but between it and profound sky world lay a terrifying layer of gale wind. This gale wind layer was derived from chaos energy and acted similarly to an atmosphere, protecting profound sky world from invading celestial demons and falling celestial stars. Chris and his group arrived outside the gale wind layer. Curious, Axel extended his hand into it for a test. The gale winds, capable of slicing through celestial demons and stars, merely left white marks on Axel's hand, not even causing bloodshed. Seeing this, Tamara and Immortal Marcin felt wary. They knew Axel's defenses were formidable enough that even superior magical treasures couldn't easily harm him. Yet here were white marks. If they entered, they'd likely be torn to shreds instantly. Initially thinking of slicing through the gale wind layer, Chris paused, looking at Sarai beside him. Sarai, can you bring us in? Immortal Marcin, unaware of the background, exclaimed in surprise. Uncle Zhou, Sarai is weaker than me. How can she enter? She has incredible luck, Tamara explained. Before Immortal Marcin could protest further, Sarai nodded, walked to the deck, and bowed slightly towards the gale wind layer. I want to go in, thank you. Suddenly, the raging gales paused, gradually weakening. It's ready, let's go in, Sarai smiled, her beauty captivating yet untouchable. Chris calculated silently and laughed bitterly. Damn, it's the weakening period. Axel asked curiously, what? This gale wind layer has existed since ancient times, but it enters a weakening phase periodically. During this period, it becomes incredibly soft and harmless. By calculation, it's now in the weakening period, Chris explained. Everyone knew that this just right timing was due to Sarai's extraordinary luck. Shaking his head, Chris directed the flying boat straight toward the world fragment. Soon, they entered it. Immediately, abundant spiritual energy rushed in, tens of times more concentrated than outside. The previous Fulling Cave Heaven, known as one of the famous heavenly grottos in profound sky world, probably didn't match half the density here. All present showed signs of astonishment. Tamara, noticing her master's surprise, asked curiously, Brody, when you split open this place, did you not notice the ample spiritual energy? It wasn't like this before. When I broke through this small world, the energy inside was immensely violent, damaging ordinary cultivators upon absorption. So how did such a dramatic change happen? Did it merge with other worlds? Axel speculated. Chris used heavenly eye vision to scan the world fragment thoroughly. Despite its size akin to Earth, he could see everything clearly. Confirming everything was fine, he considered an idea. If we claim this place for ourselves, we can use it for cultivation. Tamara and the others showed delight. Cultivating here would undoubtedly benefit them greatly. Chapter 85. Sensing the existence of Alden. Since Chris had decided to explore this small world, he naturally didn't hold back. But his current priority was to refine elixirs for his disciple. He immediately began setting up an array. First, he arranged a defensive array in this miniature world, along with a spirit gathering formation. Then he diligently constructed a fire converging formation. Chaos Chi is said to be the origin of all things, not only capable of forming chaos gales, but also turning into primal true flames that can incinerate anything. When Axel saw the primal true flames nearby, he hastily ran far away. Covered in impurities, he dared not approach such pure flames. Otherwise, he would literally be cremated on the spot. Tamaraxi was scared yet curious and stayed nearby to observe and learn. Chris always said alchemy was a side branch, unwilling to teach her. She wanted to see how refining pills could boost strength and even help improve one's innate talent, yet still be considered a side branch, so undervalued. Seeing Chris take out 20 billion top-grade spirit stones and throw them into the primal true flames, Tamaraxi was instantly stunned. Unable to hide her shock, she asked tremulously, Brody, do you usually refine pills this way? Not entirely. I'm purifying the golden core quality for you. Top-grade spirit stones are condensed from the essence of sun and moon, containing the power of creation, making them suitable for pill refinement. Other pills require fewer resources, Chris explained calmly as he tossed in another 20 billion top-grade spirit stones. Under Chris's guidance, those precious stones turned into refined spirit liquid. This liquid kept gathering and compressing until it started to form a crystal ball, the glass creation pill. Tamaraxi watched in awe. She finally understood why her master often despised alchemy. It was too expensive. More than 100 billion spirit stones were used up almost halfway. For a poor master, this was indeed a painful experience. Tamaraxi suddenly thought of something and asked, Brody, wasn't your foundation establishing pill even more expensive? That's beyond money, Chris replied bitterly while chatting idly. Ordinary foundation establishing pills are no longer useful. Only ancient dragon or phoenix blood, along with some extremely rare ingredients, can work. Tamaraxi whistled. Other people found alchemy costly, but Brody found it life-threatening. Looking at her master refining pills, Tamaraxi became curious again. Brody, how good are you at alchemy? Have you ever failed? I have, Chris responded calmly, reining in the flames. Like now. Ah. Tamaraxi stared at the crystalline pill inside the primal true flames, noticing it was already riddled with cracks, seemingly ruined. She couldn't understand. Isn't this just condensed pure spirit energy? Why would it crack? Who told you it's only pure spirit energy? After my refinement, it contains various laws of nature. A slight misstep can cause conflicting laws to crack it, Chris said, pained at the waste of resources. You know, I, your master, am at a low level, not understanding these laws, easily losing control. Again heartbroken, Chris took out more top-grade spirit stones. Tamaraxi, feeling empathetic, called Lori, who was reading a book. Sister Lori, come here. Lori walked over curiously. What's wrong? Nothing. Just sit beside my master. Brody, try refining again, Tamaraxi urged. Chris's eyes lit up. Right, this girl has great luck. Let's continue. The second attempt from liquefaction to law fusion went smoothly, and the final glass creation pill even had a higher quality. Chris couldn't help marveling at Lori's fortune. Go ahead and refine them. He handed over 2 pills. Tamaraxi took the unblemished one, while the damaged one with weakened effects was given to Fairy Marcin. Despite its flaws, she gratefully thanked Chris, silently vowing eternal devotion through songs and dances. After dismissing them, Chris asked Lori, have you tried cultivation before? With such incredible luck, she should become immortal quickly. But Lori said, I've tried, but couldn't gather spirit energy, seemingly a useless body. Really? Chris was surprised. Seeing Lori's suspicious look, he added awkwardly, don't misunderstand. I feel like I've met a kindred spirit. Given my excellent bone structure, I can't advance past foundation establishment. With your extraordinary luck, you can't cultivate. Lori seemed puzzled. Are you misunderstanding something? I said I can't gather spirit energy, not that I can't cultivate. I can sense heavenly laws directly. Once I reached supreme but lost interest and let go of my cultivation. But I can still invoke laws now. Look. Lori gestured, creating a chain of water laws, causing a heavy downpour. This was altering the world using law power, typically possible only by cave-profound cultivators. Though physically frail, she manipulated natural forces effortlessly. Could she manipulate the world without relying on physical strength? Chris's eyes lit up. Can you teach me? Lori chuckled. Brody, senior sacrifice wine admitted disciples on behalf of the teacher, not sought a teacher himself. Humility isn't a bad thing, Chris countered. Lori's eyes sparkled, clearly appreciating the sage-like wisdom. She wondered how Chris could switch from ruthless bandit to sage-like wisdom so quickly. But since Chris asked, she shared openly, it's simple. It's about sensing heaven-human resonance. If you can feel Alden and send your benevolence, it will lend you its power. Curious, Chris followed Lori's method, trying to sense Alden. Opening his heart and defenses, he concentrated on sensing the world. Chris had truly exceptional qualifications. Within moments, he sensed it. A profound existence, indescribable and indefinable. He felt it governed everything in the world, mastering the flow of all things. But, Chris looked at Lori oddly. When you sensed Alden before, did it shiver and cry, please don't come closer? Lori. Translation note, *, the last line humorously portrays an unexpected reaction from Chris, maintaining the original tone and style of interaction. Chapter 86. In cahoots with the Alden. Sarai stared at Chris for a long moment. Then, she softly said, have you ever thought that you might not belong to this world? Perhaps you could be a transcendent being, which is why the Alden fears you. Nothing new about that, I'm from another world, Chris replied. But that world is weaker, with no transcendent beings, wait? Chris had initially wanted to say that Earth was a place of atheism, but he suddenly remembered Ariv, the Jade Griffin, Joab, and the primordial deity Brett. Could it be that Earth was actually one of the highest dimensional worlds within the universe, only to have something go wrong, causing it to be sliced off from the high-dimensional world, much like how a tumor is cut out? Earth had been abandoned by the high-dimensional world. Yet, even a lean camel is bigger than a horse. Perhaps this explained why Chris's life level was too high, making him incompatible with this world. Was this the reason why Chris couldn't draw power from this world at all? Of course, this was just Chris's hypothesis. There was an unsolvable dilemma, though. If a higher dimensional being came to a lower dimensional world and couldn't absorb its power, what did that imply? Even a mighty dragon stranded in shallow waters wouldn't starve. Chris had intended to ask the Alden, but sensed it acting like a lady who had wandered into a den of thieves, screaming for him to leave, utterly losing its composure. Afraid of scaring the Alden further, Chris decided against questioning it. Can you manipulate the laws now? Sarai asked. Chris tried, attempting to sense the laws, but found it impossible once again. He could feel no presence of the laws. After some contemplation, Sarai gently suggested, I communicate and borrow power from the Alden. You can try other methods. Like what? Chris asked curiously. Try commanding it. Chris looked puzzled but, seeing Sarai wasn't joking, gave it a try. Brother Alden, make it rain here. Chris drew a circle on the ground with his foot. A torrential downpour immediately ensued. The look of bewilderment on Chris's face deepened. What the heck? He felt slightly angry. When he tried sensing it, it wouldn't help him. But when he commanded it, it responded like a sycophant. Chris's face darkened as he pondered over how to continue testing. After a while, his eyes lit up. Alden, add some fortune for me. I see can't, a timid voice answered. Why not? It worked for her, Chris frowned. She isn't controlled by me. In essence, she commands me just like you. Only she has a better temper and speaks more nicely, the Alden explained cautiously. Chris glared. Are you saying I have a bad temper? No. Your temper is really good, the Alden quickly backpedaled. You never randomly strike or open the heavenly gates. That time you struck me didn't hurt at all, and it didn't cause any lasting damage. The Alden almost cried, repeatedly apologizing, faster than anyone admitting mistakes and more sincerely than an ex-employee. Chris was left speechless. He had indeed considered trying to use a single sword strike to open the heavenly gates and find transcendent beings. He hadn't expected his casual strike to create such psychological trauma for the Alden. Feeling somewhat guilty, Chris promised, it was my fault earlier. I shouldn't have struck you. I swear I won't do it again. The Alden cautiously asked, what do you need me to do for you? Chris hesitated, then asked, can you give me some money? The Alden burst into tears. I knew it. You wouldn't come to me if you didn't need anything. Fine, let me create a grotto for you to cultivate in. Don't cry. I wasn't extorting you, Chris hurriedly explained. I was just asking casually. Plus, I don't need spirit chi. I need rare treasures. I'll give them to you, everything, the Alden sobbed. Chris couldn't bear to listen anymore. Why are you so cowardly? Aren't you supposed to be emotionless? The Alden sighed. I was supposed to be, but a passing powerful figure once experimented on me, giving me wisdom. Chris's eyes lit up. Bestowing wisdom with a mere touch? Is there really such an existence? He asked eagerly. Was that person a transcendent being? Just a realm lord. Oh, you might not know this. Due to wars in ancient and prehistoric times, our world lacks the realm lord stage. Even the so-called supreme beings are far from matching the standards of those ancient times. The Alden explained. Chris slapped his thigh in excitement. Finally, they were getting somewhere. He eagerly asked, do you know about those 2 wars? The Alden hesitantly replied, didn't I mention having flaws? Maybe I forgot to tell you. You did. So you lost your memories? Chris pressed. Yes, they fought fiercely, damaging me severely and erasing many of my functions and memories. However, I can confirm that the beings of the ancient times were much stronger than now. Except for you, the Alden added cautiously. Disappointed but knowing further questioning was futile, Chris stopped talking. At that moment, the Alden mentioned, an emperor seems to want to find trouble with you. Can you help me drive them away? Chris asked. Not currently. I can't attack beings without breaking rules. It's ironclad law. Breaking it would result in my annihilation by an incomprehensible force. The Alden whispered. Chris remembered something. Can you help me capture those small worlds controlled by strong figures? I can't. The Alden refused. If you refuse, will you get beaten? Chris narrowed his eyes. Then I can. The Alden reluctantly changed its answer, sounding miserable. Chris smiled. At this moment, two figures flew towards this small world. Two elders surrounded by world forces, looking ethereal yet imposing. Anyone who glanced at them would instinctively kneel in reverence. These were emperors, supreme powerhouses. Their life levels had greatly surpassed many untranscended beings. Now, both rushed toward where Chris stood. One wore a long robe with green clouds embroidered on it, clearly indicating he was an emperor from Green Cloud Grotto. His cold face radiated murderous intent. The other, from dominating saber-blessed Harvey, was nervous despite also disliking Chris. Green Cloud, won't we have problems barging in on him like this? Humph, this emperor wants to know how he dared to kill my sect leader, Green Cloud replied. Even if he's strong, everyone knows he's just a waste in the refining phase, unable to use laws or harness world forces. If he's too tough, I'll retreat using world force and kill all his disciples and followers, the Green Cloud Griffin declared, unleashing his killing intent before the secret realm and striking with a punch. Chris, scoundrel, get out here. How novel. I did come from another world. But that world is weaker, without any immortals, huh? Note, the term Xian is translated as immortals to maintain consistency and fluency in English. Chris was about to say that Earth is a place of atheism, but then he suddenly remembered Ariv, Jade Griffin, Tathagata, and those gods like Brett. Is it possible that Earth is actually a top-tier high-dimensional world within the universe? It just had problems and was cut off from the high-dimensional world, much like when a tumor is surgically removed. Earth was cast aside by the high-dimensional world. Yet, as the saying goes, even a weakened camel towers over a horse. Thus, Chris's own life level was too high and incompatible with this world, making him completely unable to gain power from it. Of course, this was just an idea Chris had, and there was an unsolvable paradox. If higher beings came to a lower dimensional world but couldn't absorb its power, what kind of situation would that be? Even a dragon in shallow water wouldn't die of thirst. Chris wanted to ask the Alden, but he could feel that the Alden was like a young woman who fell into a den of thieves, desperately crying and begging Chris to leave, completely losing rationality. Afraid of further terrifying the Alden, Chris gave up on asking. Can you manipulate the laws yet? Sarai asked. Chris tried to sense the laws but failed again. He felt no trace of them. After pondering for a while, Sarai gently suggested, I communicate and borrow strength from the Alden. You can try other methods. Like what? Chris was curious. Try giving a command. Confused, Chris gave it a shot. Alden brother, could you make it rain here? Chris drew a circle on the ground with his foot. Whoosh. A torrential downpour immediately began. The confusion on Chris's face deepened. What the heck? He felt a bit angry. Why would the Alden ignore his sincere requests but jump at his commands? Frowning, Chris considered how to continue testing. A moment later, his eyes lit up. Alden, give me a bit of fortune. I can't increase it. A somewhat timid voice answered near Chris's ear. Chris furrowed his brow. Can't increase it? Then why can she? She isn't under my control. Essentially, she commands me just like you do. Just that her temper is better, and her words are nicer, the Alden cautiously replied. Chris's eyes widened. Are you saying I have a bad temper? No, your temper is great. You never strike people randomly or open heavenly gates. The last time you struck me with a sword didn't hurt at all. It didn't cause any lingering issues leading to the weakening of the wind layer every 10,000 years. The Alden was almost crying, hurriedly apologizing. Its apology speed was faster than lightning, more sincere than a temporary worker facing termination. Chris. He once wanted to try opening the heavenly gate with a single sword stroke to find immortals. He didn't realize that one random strike left such a significant mental scar on the Alden. This made Chris feel somewhat guilty. Sorry, I shouldn't have struck you. I promise not to do it again. The Alden carefully asked, then, what can I do for you? Chris initially thought he needed nothing, but then he asked, can you give me some money? The Alden burst into tears. I knew you wouldn't contact me unless you needed something. Fine, I'll give you whatever you need. Can I create a celestial cave for you to cultivate? No, don't cry. I'm not extorting you. I was just asking. Besides, spiritual energy won't help me. I need rare treasures. The Alden wept. I'll give you everything. Chris couldn't bear listening anymore. Why are you so weak? Aren't you supposed to be emotionless? The Alden was sad. Initially, yes, but once, a passing powerful being experimented on me, granting me wisdom. Chris's eyes lit up. Casually enlightening beings and bestowing wisdom? Such a being exists? He eagerly asked, was that person a Shenjing entity? Note, since Shen doesn't have a direct equivalent in English, I used Shenjing entity to maintain the fantastical context. If you prefer a more fluid term, we could use immortal or transcendent being. For better fluency, it could also be. He eagerly asked, was that person an immortal? Or, he eagerly asked, was that person a transcendent being? No, just a realm lord. Oh, perhaps you don't know because of the two wars in the primeval and ancient eras that caused defects in me. So now our world doesn't have the realm lord realm. Even the so-called supreme beings aren't at the top level compared to ancient times. The Alden explained. Chris slapped his thigh, finally getting to the heart of the matter. He asked urgently, do you know about those two wars? The Alden hesitantly replied, did I mention I have defects? Did I forget to tell you? You did. So you lost your memories? Chris asked. Yes, they fought fiercely and damaged me, causing me to lose many functions and memories. But I can confirm that beings in the primeval era were much stronger than now. Of course, except you. The Alden clarified. Chris was disappointed but realized more questions were futile. Just then, the Alden said, there's a supreme being coming to cause trouble. Can you drive them away? Chris asked. Not currently. I can't attack beings who haven't committed any wrongdoings. It's an ironclad rule. If I violate it, incomprehensible supreme powers will erase me. The Alden whispered. Chris thought of something. Can you help me capture those strong masters' small world since I can't? No, the Alden refused. If you refuse, I'll beat you up. Chris's eyes narrowed. Then I can. The Alden sulkily changed its stance. Chris smiled. At that moment, two figures flew towards the small world outside. Two elders radiated world forces, making them look ethereal and overwhelmingly powerful. Anyone seeing them would instinctively kneel and worship. These were the Supremes. Supreme beings, paramount masters. Their life levels were incredibly enhanced, far surpassing most lives not yet transcended. Now, both were heading straight for Chris. One wore a robe embroidered with green clouds, clearly the Supreme of Green Cloud Cave Heaven. His face was cold, filled with killing intent. Beside him was the Supreme from the dominant Saber Blissful Harveyed, who, though unhappy with Chris, was still anxious. Green Cloud. Will it be okay if we confront him directly? Humph, I must ask him where he got the nerve to kill the head of my sect. As for his strength, who doesn't know he's just a cultivator, incapable of using laws and capturing world forces? If he proves too strong, I'll use the world force to escape and then kill all his disciples, see if he cares or not. Without concealing his hostility, Walker reached the secret realm and punched forward. Chris, get out here. Chapter 86. Colluding with the Alden. Sarai stared at Chris for a long while. Then she softly said, have you ever considered that you might not belong to this world? Perhaps you could be an immortal, which is why the Alden fears you. How novel. I am from another world. But that world is weaker. There are no immortals, huh? Chris was about to say that Earth was a place of atheism, but then suddenly thought about Ariv, the Jade Griffin, Joab, and those other deities. Could it be that Earth is actually one of the highest dimensional worlds in the universe? Only it has problems and was sliced out from the higher dimension like a tumor being removed. Earth had been abandoned by the high-dimensional world. Yet, because even a lean camel is still bigger than a horse, Chris's life level was too high, making him incompatible with this world. This led to him being unable to gain any power from it. Of course, this was just Chris's theory, and there was an unsolvable knot. If higher life forms came to a lower dimension and couldn't absorb power here, what did that mean? Even a dragon stranded in shallow water wouldn't starve to death. Chris wanted to ask the Alden, but he could sense that the Alden was like a young lady trapped in a den of thieves, desperately crying out for Chris to leave as quickly as possible, losing all composure. Chris decided not to scare the Alden further and abandoned the idea of asking, can you manipulate the laws now? Sarai asked. Chris tried to sense the laws but found that he still couldn't feel them. He felt nothing at all. After pondering for a moment, Sarai gently suggested, I communicate and borrow strength from the Alden. You can try other methods. Like what? Chris asked curiously. Try commanding it. Confused, Chris gave it a shot. Alden brother, make it rain here. He drew a circle on the ground with his foot. Splash. A torrential downpour immediately followed. Chris's confusion deepened. What the heck? He got annoyed. Was the Alden messing with him? When he tried to connect properly, it wouldn't help. But when he issued a command, it jumped at the opportunity like a lapdog. With a dark expression, Chris pondered how to continue testing. After a while, his eyes lit up. Alden, add a bit of luck for me. I see can't. A somewhat fearful voice replied near Chris's ear. Why not? She could do it, Chris frowned. She isn't under my control. In essence, she commands me, just like you do. She's just nicer and speaks more pleasantly, the Alden explained cautiously. Chris glared. Are you saying I'm not nice? No. You're very kind. You never strike people randomly or open the heavenly gate. That last time you struck me, it didn't hurt at all, and it didn't leave me with any lingering issues, causing the upper atmosphere to weaken every 10,000 years. The Alden sounded almost in tears, admitting mistakes one after another faster than anyone else would. Chris was silent. He indeed once wanted to test if he could open the heavenly gate with one sword stroke and find the immortals. He hadn't realized that his casual strike left such a significant psychological shadow on the Alden. This made him feel guilty. It was my fault before. I shouldn't have struck you. I promise I won't hit you again. The Alden carefully asked, then, what do you need from me? Chris was about to say he needed nothing, but then he thought and asked, can you give me some money? The Alden burst into tears. I knew it. You wouldn't come unless you wanted something. All right, creating a paradise for your cultivation should work, right? No, don't cry. I'm not extorting you. I was just asking. Besides, spirit energy doesn't help me. I need rare treasures. Chris quickly explained. The Alden sobbed, anything. I'll give you anything. Chris couldn't take it anymore. Why are you so timid as the Alden? Shouldn't you be emotionless? The Alden was sad. I should have been, but a passing strong traveler experimented on me, granting me wisdom. Hearing this, Chris's eyes brightened. Bestowing wisdom with a random enlightening? Such beings exist? Chris hurriedly asked. Was that person an immortal? No, just a realm lord. Oh, you might not know, but because of 2 wars in ancient and primeval times, our world lost the realm lord stage. Even the so-called supreme beings today aren't at the peak level compared to the ancient era, the Alden explained. Chris slapped his thigh. Finally, the real topic. Do you know about those 2 wars? The Alden cautiously asked. Didn't I mention having defects? Did I forget to tell you? You did. So you lost memories? Chris asked. Yes, they fought fiercely, damaging me significantly and wiping out many functions and memories. But I can confirm that ancient creatures were far stronger than now. Except for you, the Alden added. Chris was disappointed, but knew further questioning was futile. At this moment, the Alden suddenly said, "A supreme being seems to want to trouble you. Can you help drive them away?" Chris asked. "Not now. I can't act against unerring creatures. It's a strict rule. Violating it will bring incomprehensible and insurmountable forces to erase me," the Alden whispered. Chris remembered something. "Right, I can't capture small worlds controlled by strong beings. Can you help?" "No. If you refuse, I'll beat you up." Chris's eyes narrowed. "Then I can." The Alden changed tone pitifully. Chris smiled. Just then, two figures flew towards the small world outside. Two elders, their bodies enveloped in world force, making them appear ethereal and majestic. Anyone seeing them would instinctively kneel and worship. These were supremes. Supreme beings, apex powerhouses. Their life levels were greatly enhanced, far above many untranscended lives. Now, they were heading straight for Chris. One wore a long robe with a green cloud embroidered on the chest, clearly from Green Cloud Paradise. This walker had a cold demeanor, filled with murderous intent. The accompanying elder was from Overlord's Sword Sanctuary. Though also unhappy with Chris, he was somewhat nervous. "Green Cloud, are we sure it's all right to directly confront him?" "Humph. I want to ask him where he gets the nerve to kill my sect leader. As for his strength, who doesn't know he's just a cultivator at the chi refinement stage, incapable of manipulating laws or capturing world force. If we can't defeat him, I'll use world force to escape and slaughter all his disciples. Let's see if he cares then." Without hiding his malice, Walker smashed a fist at the secret realm entrance. "Chris, get out here." Chapter 87. Supreme Being, Checkmate. The punch from the Supreme Being contained terrifying world-shattering power. The fragments of the small world that had just coalesced might not be able to withstand it, especially since his disciple was currently in the midst of cultivation and improvement. Chris immediately rushed out, a shield of chi appearing to intercept the cataclysmic punch. Upon seeing this, Supreme Being Qingyun's pupils narrowed. He hadn't expected that after over 10,000 years, Chris would still be so young but with significantly enhanced strength. His previous punch was a full-force attack fueled by rage, yet it was effortlessly blocked by a simple shield of chi. The murderous intent remained in Otis's heart. He was only more cautious now. Beside him, Gale grew even more anxious. No one could have imagined that these two supreme beings, whose power could dominate this realm, were actually wary of a youthful cultivator. Fortunately, there was no one around to witness this scene, sparing the pride of these two supreme beings. Chris looked at the two of them, somewhat puzzled. "Who are you? I don't seem to recognize you." Otis replied coldly, "I am the Supreme Being Qingyun, the ancestor of the Azure Cloud Grotto. You massacred our sect leaders and insulted our grotto. You must give an account today. Otherwise, I will exterminate your descendants." Chris nodded and asked Gale, "And who are you?" Gale glanced at his friend, then at Chris, hesitating before saying, "I came here to seek justice with my friend." Understanding, Chris drew his sword. If they were here to provoke, what was there to talk about? Both Otis and Gale didn't expect Chris to draw his sword so boldly. Wasn't there supposed to be some banter before a showdown? "Want to cut me down? You're not worthy." "Crap. Gale, let's team up." Otis roared furiously as hundreds of laws appeared around him. Storms, thunderbolts, dragons, and phoenixes roared, making him appear like a descending immortal with every move carrying the force to shatter worlds. With a push of his hands, the overwhelming power of laws struck toward the incoming sword beam. In terms of both momentum and power, Qingyun's attack far exceeded the sword beam. Anyone would have thought Qingyun would surely win, but Gale felt uneasy and immediately lent a hand, creating another enormous law-clad palm aimed at Chris's nascent world, surrounding way to save Zhao. That fragile little world couldn't survive such a devastating blow, forcing Chris to react. Yet, to Gale's horror, Chris's expression remained unchanged, standing still as the sword beam instantly sliced through Qingyun's hand of laws. "No. Impossible." Shocked and furious, Otis turned to flee. It was absurd. The full power strike he had launched was severed by a light sword strike. Not fleeing meant certain death. Gale, surprised at his friend's sudden retreat, felt both anger and resentment, but dared not resist the sword. What strategy? Screw it. They split up, heading east and west, directly diving into their personal worlds. At the Supreme Being stage, they could summon and merge internal worlds with the external universe. Having devoured other world fragments, they could easily break through Xianxia realm's barrier into chaos. Confident that once in chaos, Chris wouldn't find them, they even felt a sense of superiority, wanting to mock him. Instead, Chris glanced at the sky. "Bring them back?" "Sure." Dao obediently agreed, shifting dimensions, returning the two supreme beings to Chris's presence. Shock covered their faces. They had no idea what happened. Chris swung his sword again. The proud personal worlds of the two supreme beings instantly cracked, releasing countless treasures, including complete worlds filled with magical artifacts, even nascent Dao vessels. Chris swiftly collected the falling items. Wow. Nearly 1 trillion high-grade spirit stones, a Dao vessel alchemy furnace, and materials needed for refining foundation establishment pills. This robbery was indeed profitable. Excited, Chris turned to the two supreme beings. Their physical bodies had been destroyed along with their worlds, leaving only wandering spirits. They tried to escape, but it was futile. Chris caught them with sword energy prisons. Terrified, Otis pleaded, "Senior sword ancestor, please forgive me. I offer my loyalty forevermore." "I do too." Gale cried out. Calmly, Chris said, "I need your lives, so you should die." No, don't. Qingyun begged. "I can still be useful, serving as a henchman, looting others for you." "Me too." Overlord echoed. Ignoring them, Chris took the two imprisoned spirits back to the nascent world behind him. He found Axel meditating, handing him the spirits. Absorbing these should elevate you to Supreme Being. Axel was stunned. Supreme Being spirits. How did you capture them? They're good at escaping. Yes, I have a new aide who prevented their escape. Absorb them now. Axel, thrilled, bowed deeply before beginning to study how to absorb the spirits. Both Qingyun and Gales were horrified at the thought of being consumed like pills, losing any chance of reincarnation. But pleading was useless. Desperately, Qingyun screamed, Sword Ancestor, I've already informed the Supreme Being Hall. They know we were defeated by you and will come seeking retribution. If we don't return, prepare for their vengeance. All Supreme Beings are sworn to mutual support. They won't stand idly by. Can you defeat all of them? Can you contend with immortal artifacts? ##### Chapter 88. The Supreme Hall Awakens. Axel cast a worried glance at his master. He had heard about the power of the Supreme Hall even before his death. Chris, however, did not seem too concerned. He looked up and asked, Xiao Tian, does your world have many immortal artifacts? There are 5, one for each of the 5 worlds. The Alden replied truthfully. Chris raised an eyebrow. 5 worlds. Yes, the East, South, West, North, and Central worlds. Oh, in the past, the Mystic Heaven realm only had the Central continent. The previous realm lord grabbed 4 pieces of worlds from the chaos to form the 4 border regions, the Alden patiently explained. Chris was astonished. So, the 4 border regions were forcibly assembled? That explained why the connection points between the 4 border regions and the Central continent looked like they were pieced together from 5 different jars. And the river between 2 worlds actually connected 2 entire worlds, not just 2 continents. Chris couldn't help but feel intrigued. Where is that realm lord now? Unknown. He left and never came back, the Alden replied, also puzzled. Chris knew that the Alden had its limitations, so it didn't know much about the past. He didn't press further on this topic and instead asked, how many immortal artifacts does the Supreme Hall have? 1. The Supreme Hall itself. It can slow down time and aging. Technically, it's crafted by Earth immortals, not genuine treasures from the higher realms. But it contains a complete world with the power over space and time, the Alden explained. Chris gained much insight from this explanation. If he had known the Alden was so knowledgeable, he would have talked to it earlier. As Chris pondered, a huge eye suddenly appeared in the sky. The eye radiated authority, scanned the area, and locked onto Chris, more precisely onto the 2 sovereign souls. Ancestor Sword, hand over the souls of Green Cloud Sovereign and Tyrant Blade Sovereign. We can overlook today's events if you do. The cold voice from the large eye demanded that Chris surrender the souls. When Axel heard someone disrespecting his master, he immediately stood up, ready to fight to the death. Chris held him back, telling him to absorb the souls quickly. Then, Chris stepped out of his small world and looked at the large eye. Supreme Hall? Yes, as expected, Green Cloud Sovereign must have told you. We, in the Supreme Hall, have sworn oaths. There are 36 sovereigns, and we have vowed to avenge them at any cost if they are harmed. Even if you can withstand us, can you stand against an immortal artifact? Also, don't blame us for not warning you. The fate has changed. Ancient rulers keep appearing, and once they regain their strength, each will possess realm lord level power. At that time, they will demand our submission. So we should cooperate rather than split apart. Otherwise, we'll be picked off one by one. The person behind the large eye clearly saw the defeat of Green Cloud Sovereign and Tyrant Blade Sovereign and chose to use threats and enticements rather than direct action. But Chris shook his head and refused without hesitation. I'm not interested in cooperation. Looks like you want to see our sincerity? With the large eye's cold laugh, a terrifying force surged towards Chris's small world, causing it to tremble and almost break. It was an immortal artifact. Chris felt the familiar power, similar to what he had sensed from the immortal artifact of the Celestial Wu dynasty. The overwhelming force was meant to intimidate him. Chris placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, ready to draw it. But then, the force vanished abruptly. The large eye condescendingly asked, well, did you feel the power of the immortal artifact? You should know, the power of this immortal artifact surpasses your imagination. If I wanted to kill you, it would be easy. Return the souls now. Chris felt irked. Alden, bring them to me so I can cut them down. The Alden sounded helpless. The Supreme Hall is not within the Mystic Heaven realm. I can't control it. Chris became even more annoyed. The large eye in the sky seemed surprised. Ancestor Sword, were you talking to the Alden just now? Chris didn't answer, only staring at the large eye. Since it hadn't left yet, how about a slash? Swish. The thought barely crossed his mind when his sword already swung down. The large eye was blinded by the sharp light and withdrew its consciousness rapidly but still got hit. Meanwhile, inside the Supreme Hall world, a 3-eyed sovereign clutched at his forehead, screaming in agony. Blood flowed through the gaps between his fingers, indicating severe injury to his 3rd eye. My eye. He crippled my eye. The 3-eyed sovereign's pain-filled roar echoed as his power weakened rapidly. His strength plummeted quickly, nearing the brink of losing his sovereign status. Several other sovereigns were present. Upon seeing this, everyone's faces showed shock. They were far away in the chaos outside the Mystic Heaven realm. The 3-eyed sovereign had merely used his divine ability to probe Green Cloud Sovereign's situation from afar and got injured, and while protected by an immortal artifact. The attacker's power likely contained the force of space and time. Who attacked you? An elderly sovereign asked urgently. It's Ancestor Sword, the 3-eyed sovereign roared. That ruthless Ancestor Sword who slaughtered Green Cloud Sovereign and Tyrant Blade Sovereign, and then struck me from afar. The 3rd eye contained the core of his divine powers. Now it was crippled, reducing his strength drastically. The Supreme Hall had accumulated 36 sovereigns over tens of thousands of years, but 3 had been lost in just one day. All the sovereigns were furious. However, Just as they planned to confront Chris, the three-eyed sovereign, suffering greatly, stopped them. Don't go yet. That ancestor sword seems to communicate with the mystic heaven realms Alden. We won't fare well if we enter there. All the sovereigns were stunned. Communicate with the Alden? Even they could only sense it but not communicate. Yet this ancestor sword possessed such power? Had he become a realm lord? I think we should watch for a while. Those ancient rulers are nearly matured and will eventually clash with ancestor sword. Let's sit back and wait for the outcome, then reap the benefits, the three-eyed sovereign said cruelly. Everyone could hear the fear in his voice. Clearly, he dared not return to the mystic heaven realm to face Chris. The fear of this three-eyed sovereign made all the others wary of Chris. However, an old sovereign who mastered prophecy laws did not agree. After divining using his prophecy, he exclaimed excitedly, I feel ancestor sword will soon encounter trouble. The first awakened multi-treasure Kai found his secret stash and recovered some of his pre-rebirth strength. He's coming for revenge. Translation ends here. Chapter 89. Apprentice Advancement. Chris had thought that the people from the Supreme Hall would come looking for trouble again. But after waiting for a long time, no one came. It seemed that even these so-called blood alliances weren't as close-knit as they claimed to be. They might not be able to give up on pursuing him, but could at least choose when to do it. If they didn't kill him soon, they would eventually be plagued by mental demons and unable to advance. Understanding this, Chris stopped waiting. He returned to the small world without disturbing his apprentices who were refining their pills and spirit elements. Instead, he started setting up an array. Just like pill refining, arrays also required massive resources. The mountain-protecting arrays of large sects looked impressive and luxurious, often incorporating hundreds or even thousands of laws. However, they also consumed an enormous amount of spirit energy daily. Without mentioning other points, even a second-rate sect's mountain protection array consumes over 10,000 spirit stones daily. For major sects like the 9 great immortal sects, they need to spend several hundred million spirit stones just to maintain the basic operation of their arrays annually. Someone asked why arrays can't simply absorb external spirit energy automatically to sustain operations. While it would indeed consume less energy, anyone who wanted to attack you wouldn't need much strength. They could just construct a vacuum array to block the flow of spirit energy, rendering your 1,000-year-old invincible array useless. Isn't that like giving the key to your home to the neighbor? What Chris planned to create was a dual-layered security array. He first used nearly 10 billion spirit stones to build a huge defensive array in this small world. Then, he set up 2 modes for the array's operation. In normal times, it would rely on absorbing the spirit vein of this small world to maintain its order. In case of any external issues, it would run on spirit stones. Even so, Chris estimated that covering this entire small world with an array would require between 3 to 5 billion spirit stones annually. If not for having looted the wealth of 2 Supremes previously, Chris wouldn't have been able to sustain such expenses. He sorted through the items in several spatial rings. There were still over 120 billion top-grade spirit stones, 1 billion high-grade spirit stones, 80 million mid-grade spirit stones, and no low-grade or fragmented spirit stones. He had 2 Dao artifacts, though they hadn't fully matured yet. They were still usable and far stronger than supreme magical treasures. He had 20 magical treasures of varying grades, while spirit treasures numbered in the thousands, mostly being top-grade and high-grade ones. The natural materials and treasures were abundant as well, including things like dragon blood, blue phoenix true fire, 10,000-year black ginseng, 9-headed caterpillar grass, immortal flower. All these were top-notch treasures. Chris roughly calculated that these materials would suffice for him to refine 5 batches of foundation establishment pills. Other herbs could also be used to boost strength. Boom. As Chris was thinking, a white light suddenly shot into the sky. Turning around, he saw that Sabrina had completely absorbed the pill. Her body shimmered with colorful light. Using Heavenly Eye, Chris could see that the girl's inner baby was also highly purified. What should have been flesh-colored had become crystal clear, almost translucent yet glowing brilliantly. Originally only 5th grade, it was now 8th grade. This made Sabrina's power and presence at least 10 times stronger than before. She opened her eyes abruptly, her gaze sharp as lightning. A dragon-horned zither appeared above her crossed legs, gently plucking the strings. With each wave of music, flowers sprouted from the ground for miles, attracting countless spiritual beasts that surrounded Sabrina obediently to listen. Chris clearly saw that the faces of these spiritual beasts carried joy, and the bewildered expressions gradually faded away, revealing signs of intelligence. Creation out of nothingness, awakening wisdom with music? It seemed this girl had truly mastered the essence of nature. Chris nodded in satisfaction. Influenced by the melody, Tamaraxia's absorption rate suddenly increased. Her body seemed like a bottomless pit, sweeping up surrounding spirit energy which continuously merged into her golden core. That golden core rapidly spun, expanding and then compressing repeatedly. After tens of thousands of cycles, the golden core cracked with a click. Strands of treasure light shot out, faintly showing a tiny baby inside, resembling a ginseng fruit, delicate and adorable, exactly like Tamaraxiu. This marked her entry into the inner baby stage. Tamaraxiu was directly advanced to the inner baby stage, and judging by the grade of her inner baby, it was definitely 9th grade or higher. With just this inner baby, she would find transcending the tribulation much easier in the future. Her path to becoming a supreme would also be simplified compared to others by a couple of degrees. Don't underestimate these few percentages. Many tribulation stage ancestors spend billions of spirit stones to increase their success rate by just 0.1%. Chris could imagine what would happen if this formula leaked. It would cause endless bloodshed. The 2 women exited their cultivation states, and Sabrina stopped playing. Ignoring the respectful bows from the spiritual beasts, they quickly flew to Chris. Thank you, Brody, Tamaraxiu said sweetly, hugging Chris's arm. Sabrina was incredibly grateful but hesitated as she recalled her mother serving him. She finally decided to kneel and earnestly say, Uncle, starting today, you are my godfather, and I will honor and worship you for generations. Chris was stunned. How did this become a godfather recognition? Tamaraxiu sneered. I thought you were going to pledge yourself? Sabrina turned beet red. Sister Xianxia, don't talk nonsense. My mother was your lover, how could I? But isn't it common in ancient times for rulers to have sisters? Tamaraxiu said inadvertently. Sabrina kept her head down, silent. Undeniable as it was, she indeed harbored improper thoughts towards Chris. But accepting the shame of serving the same person as her mother was unbearable. So she chose to force herself to recognize Chris as her godfather, thereby making such thoughts illegal and helping control herself. But Chris waved off. Just call me uncle. Godfather sounds unlucky. Historically, godfathers were often dangerous positions. Upon hearing this, Sabrina's heart raced. Does he have intentions towards me too? If he insisted, should I submit or struggle a bit first? While Sabrina was lost in thought, she felt an evil and impure force rising. Looking up, she saw Chris and Tamaraxiu staring seriously at corpse brother Axel. Axel was emitting boundless black chi, appearing like a demon ascending from hell with his Azura mask, exuding distorted human form power. Brody, power overflowing. Need to vent? Axel's voice was strained and painful. At this moment, a cold shout came from outside the small world. Chris, you humiliated me when I couldn't recover my power. Quickly come out now, or I'll surely slay you today. Treasure Kai had arrived. Chapter 90. Rapid Fusion. Rapid Advancement. Axel, who was pent up with unused strength, immediately turned into a jet of black light and charged out upon hearing the Angelo's provocation. Immediately afterwards, violent explosions could be heard outside. Chris looked up. He saw that above the Angelo floated a treasure mirror, shimmering with golden light illuminating half the sky. Meanwhile, Axel's body was surrounded by an overflowing black aura, turning half the sky as dark as ink. One side gold, one side black. They divided the sky. They didn't even exchange words and started fighting right away, mainly because Axel desperately needed to vent his frustration and rushed at the Angelo in a rush. However, the Angelo only wanted to fight Chris. So now, seeing Axel charging towards him, he roared angrily, "Get lost. This king has come to suppress Chris. It's none of your business." Axel let out a roar, transforming the black aura into a spear that shot towards the Angelo's head. Wherever this black aura passed, everything corroded, unleashing the ultimate power of death. Death Law? The Angelo's face changed slightly, not daring to underestimate him. He activated the golden mirror above his head, from which a golden spear surged out and hit the black spear hard. The black spear instantly shattered, and the golden spear immediately aimed for Axel. Boom. Axel got hit on his chest. His supposedly indestructible body actually had a huge hole punched through it. Following that, the terrifying force of the golden spear hurled him deep into the ground below. Only a trail of blood remained in the air. Brother corpse. Tamaraxi cried out in urgency and hurried to rescue. But Chris stopped her. Let's watch a bit more. Huh, trash? The Angelo hovered in the air, contemptuously scolding Axel. Then, he coldly laughed at Chris. What? Weren't you so arrogant earlier? Now you don't dare to come out? This king is standing here, and this king possesses countless treasures. Want them? Come take them. Don't let these wastes come to their deaths. Chris didn't respond but glanced at the large crater below. Suddenly, a jet of black light shot up from underground. It was Axel. By this time, Axel was full of vigor, looking nothing like someone who had just been injured. Even stronger than before. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Countless black spears shot rapidly towards the Angelo. Although this method was simple, its power far surpassed what it had been previously. The Angelo was somewhat stunned, not expecting Axel to recover so quickly. But he still spurred the golden mirror atop his head, letting off streams of golden light that enveloped his whole body like a golden bell protecting him against the black spears. Afterward, the Angelo vanished. Spatial Law. Another supreme law alongside Death Law. Appearing behind Axel, the Angelo had a fierce expression. Good recovery ability? Huh? Can withstand attacks? Huh? Die for me. The golden mirror erupted with a burning force that actually summoned true fire from the sun to engulf Axel. Axel, being a corpse, was most afraid of this type of pure yang power. At this moment, he instantly let out a mournful scream. Tamaraxi and Fairy Marson were quite anxious. They didn't understand why Chris wasn't going to help. Because even they could see that Axel and the Angelo's powers differed greatly. This king has recovered almost 70% of my power. Even those weaklings from the Supreme Palace couldn't match this king. What do you have to fight with me? Seeing that he couldn't deal with Axel swiftly, the Angelo gnashed his teeth in anger and intensified the flames. But then something astonishing happened. While being enveloped in the flames, Axel pulled out a palm-sized cage. He then brought the cage close to his nose and took a deep breath. Streams of supreme soul powers fused into Axel's body. Though originally suppressed by the flames to a thin layer around him, the black aura suddenly swelled up and began retaliating against the solar true fire. The Angelo widened his eyes in shock. Damn, what drug did this guy take? So potent? The death black aura spread out, forcefully suppressing the sun's true fire. Then, Axel dashed to the Angelo and began a frantic boxing attack. His attack style was very straightforward, but the Angelo dared not get hit, because the death law wrapped around those fists. If struck, it would toy with him until he felt as if he were about to die. However, since the Angelo controlled spatial law, he could teleport. Therefore, when Axel launched a storm of punches, the Angelo instantly reappeared behind Axel. A golden spear spurted out of the golden mirror, aiming straight at Axel's back. Axel's black aura transformed into armor, turning around to punch. Die. Crack. That golden spear smashed onto Axel's fist and was shattered. Of course, Axel also flew backward. Though Axel's strength was formidable, he was still far inferior to the Angelo, who had restored nearly 70% of his power. Moreover, like Chris, Axel was not adept at using laws. But he had drugs. Axel reached for 2 supreme souls to take another dose. The Angelo sneered, and behind him, the golden mirror glowed intensely. Where Axel stood, space was instantly sliced. This cutting force was extremely fearsome, leaving marks on Axel's body and causing him to spray blood. Chris frowned. The Angelo clearly intended to give Axel no chance to grow and aimed for a fatal strike. But Chris wasn't eager to act. Instead, he looked at Sarai. I hope Axel can master the spatial law. Aren't you afraid he can't handle it? Sarai asked. Then change the wish. I hope he can integrate the power of the Supreme Ones, Chris replied. Sarai nodded gently, softly saying, then I wish your dream comes true. In the next moment, brilliant light shone from Axel's body. It was the glow of law. Strands of law chains erupted, wrapping around Axel. With a casual tug into the void, a bolt of lightning descended from the sky, striking the Angelo. Startled and angry, the Angelo didn't understand how this guy who only controlled death law had suddenly gained other law powers. From the golden mirror behind him, thunder emerged, countering Axel. Axel seized the opportunity to glance back. Seeing his master smiling at him, his confidence surged tenfold. What kind of human king are you? Kneel before me. Axel's number of internal laws increased sharply. He once again grabbed a strand of law chains, transforming them into mystic arts. Laws turned into mystic arts, amplifying power twofold. Devastating forces bombarded the Angelo. The Angelo was pushed back, raging, even with some experts' assistance. How does that make any difference? You're still no match for this king. Spatial gate. A black hole appeared before the Angelo. All the mystic arts sent by Axel were instantly sucked in, disappearing completely. Then, another black hole appeared behind Axel. The mystic arts he had thrown and sprang forth from within. Shocked and disturbed, Axel frenziedly absorbed the powers of the two supreme souls. A faint spatial shadow appeared behind Axel. It was a domain. Cavernous profundity mastered the law, then came the great Tao phase where one integrates law into self, followed finally by the vacuum phase. Vacuum means turning the law into one's own domain. Within the domain, one reigns supreme. With the opening of the domain, Axel easily protected himself against his own mystic arts, while his speed drastically increased, rushing to the Angelo. The Angelo's pupils constricted. Something's wrong. Completely wrong. How could this guy improve so quickly? Suddenly, the Angelo noticed the two miniature cages in Axel's hands. These cages were formed from sword chi, inside which were imprisoned two supreme souls. The Angelo instantly realized, furious, scoundrel, your disciple can't absorb these supreme souls, so you made him battle me to expend energy? You actually used this king to cultivate your disciple. I'll have you both killed. No longer holding back, the Angelo unleashed the spatial law to its limit. Around him, space is shattered into pieces and rapidly spun like tornadoes, forming a vast meat grinder. The Angelo was going to use spatial power to shred Axel apart. Even supreme beings wouldn't survive that. Chapter 91. Why are you so good at showing off? Axel continued to vigorously absorb the power of the two supreme beings, but he still couldn't withstand the effect of spatial fragmentation. His physical body began to distort and fragment. Chris intended to lend a hand, but was taken aback when dark clouds gathered in the sky. Terrifying purple thunderbolts flickered among the clouds, like purple divine dragons. A thunder tribulation? Or heavenly punishment? Chris frowned and asked Alden, what's happening? Supreme tribulation. He's about to enter the supreme realm. But because he's a zombie king, the thunder is more powerful. I also suggest you don't intervene. Otherwise, he won't pass this trial and his future achievements will be limited. Alden explained cautiously. Chris frowned and looked at Axel. He saw that Andy showed a look of terror and wanted to flee, clearly fearing the thunder tribulation. But upon noticing this, Axel ignored his severe injuries, inhaling the primordial spirit's power while rapidly charging toward Andy. Andy shouted in shock and anger, you scoundrel, get lost. Hee, let's die together. Axel laughed wildly. Boom. A terrifying purple thunder dragon descended and crashed fiercely atop both Andy and Axel. The space meat grinder instantly broke apart, with powerful purple electricity enveloping Axel and Andy. Both screamed in agony, convulsing non-stop. Axel suffered the most. Being restrained and bearing the brunt, his body was now broken and black smoke billowed. However, with a supreme primordial spirit, as he took medicine frenziedly, his injuries quickly healed. Throughout this process, he absorbed the power of the purple thunder dragon, making his body even stronger than before, enhancing his resistance to lightning significantly. Andy fared much worse. He was hit by an unexpected disaster due to the thunder tribulation range, compounded by his strength enveloping Axel, leading the heavens to mistake him for protecting Axel. Heaven's rule allows only the one undergoing the tribulation to face it 1v1. Once a third party intervenes, they suffer harsh retribution. Therefore, the heavenly punishment had intensified by at least 1/3, encompassing Andy. Andy flew into a rage, but quickly reacted. He caused the golden light mirror to expand into a giant full-body mirror. Then, he retreated a step, hiding inside it. Chris then realized it was a mid-grade Tao artifact. Just as Andy hid inside, a second purple thunderbolt struck Axel in the golden light mirror. The mirror violently trembled, seemingly digesting, even devouring the thunder's power, trying to refine it for its own use. Axel had the same thought, so when the purple thunderbolt fell, he controlled himself from resisting, absorbing the strikes. Chris and others watched these two endure the forging of thunder. After 3 hours, the thunder tribulation gradually diminished and disappeared. While 3 hours might seem fleeting to those who practice for centuries, it felt like an eternity to everyone present, especially Axel. After enduring the tribulation, his charred, lifeless body, or rather, corpse, shed chunks of dead skin, revealing tender new flesh underneath. Even his previously immobile face regained some expressions. As he smiled in pleasant surprise, the blackened skin flaked off, revealing a fresh face. Tamara exclaimed in amazement, Brother Axel has been reborn? Chris shook his head. The moment he crawled out of the grave, he was reborn. Now he just goes further down that path. Axel rushed to Chris and fell on his knees. Brody, my body seems to have completely returned to its pre-death state. Chris looked at Axel, seeing thousands of laws circling around him, eyes shimmering with purple lightning, radiating immense power. He smiled. You are now at the Supreme Realm? Yes, Disciple has entered the Supreme Realm, and my internal world has formed. As long as I immediately fuse with a small world now, I'll truly become a Supreme. Axel said excitedly. Chris glanced at the golden light mirror. Andy hadn't emerged yet. Likely he was refining the recently acquired thunder power. Take this time to refine the small world I've been controlling, Chris said gravely. This small world belonged to the demon realm, originally meant for Golden Harvey's Kai to consume. But since Golden Harvey's Kai fled, Chris awarded it to his disciple. Axel thanked him and began consuming the demon world fragments. As for the formation left by Chris, he didn't remove it, leaving it to empower his disciple further. The process wasn't fast, and as Axel worked, a purple thunder dragon suddenly erupted from the golden light mirror, aiming at the demon world fragments. It was Andy attempting to interrupt Axel's advancement after completing the fusion. Chris drew his sword, severing the thunder dragon, stepping up to the golden light mirror. Seems you've grown stronger? Thanks to your help, this king has recovered 10% of his strength. Now, I possess 80% of my peak strength, enough to overpower you. Andy confidently emerged from the mirror, 9 supreme artifacts surrounding him, their law forces intimidating. At Andy's appearance, space shattered again, becoming a meat grinder. This king wants to see how you resist this spatial law. Is your sword really capable of breaking through? Andy laughed maniacally, feeling his return to peak wasn't far. Once he reached the Realm Lord stage, none would stand against him. He could even seize the chance to eliminate other reincarnated kings, truly ruling the world. However, just as Andy envisioned a bright future, Chris stepped forward, an air shield appearing around him. In an instant, he walked through the fragmented space, arriving before Andy. Andy was horrified, roaring, "Impossible! Absolutely impossible! You need to cross 3 Xianxia realms to escape that area. How did you come out so fast? 3 Xianxia realms, is that very far?" Chris replied calmly. Damn. Why are you so good at showing off? Andy stared in disbelief. In the next moment, Chris swung his sword, decapitating Andy. Andy tried to dodge, to resist, but it was too late. His head fell, eyes wide, face etched with disbelief. Hashtag chapter 92. Force plunder? No. Take the initiative. Harold had actually thought about this before coming. Chris was indeed very strong, but he wasn't bad either. Even if he couldn't win, surely he could hold his ground, right? But after absorbing the lightning calamity, which was like getting a minor buff, he still didn't stand a chance. This was truly embarrassing. What made it worse was that Chris could have killed him with a single sword strike. It was as absurd as a grandma getting into bed and making you laugh uncontrollably, while a beautiful girl getting into bed might make you pass out. Harold died uneasily, his body radiating an unrelenting aura of resentment. If left in a place heavy with yin qi, his corpse would likely transform into something far more sinister. But Chris didn't give him that chance. A burst of sword energy turned Harold's body to nothingness. Afterward, Chris forcibly took all of Harold's possessions. Only Harold's soul had already vanished, as he had come in a soul state after being previously destroyed physically. When Chris killed him just now, his soul disintegrated completely. Tamara rushed over, curious. Brody, didn't you say last time that these reincarnated kings definitely hide valuable items and should be released to continuously exploit? Chris explained, think about it. If he still had secret treasures, why wouldn't he restore himself to full power instead of just 70%? He must have used up all his resources. Tamara suddenly understood and then excitedly said, quick, see what good things are inside. Chris immediately tried to open the Tao artifact but found a soul imprint on it. He looked up and called to Alden, get rid of it. Alden helplessly replied, I can't. This is, get rid of it. Chris glared. Okay. A cautious celestial lightning bolt struck down directly onto the golden light mirror. The mirror let out a miserable cry, indicating a faintly formed tool spirit within. That one bolt obliterated the tool spirit instantly, and the golden light mirror successfully opened. Turns out, it was the tool spirit guarding the mirror all along. Chris shook his head and examined the contents. There were countless spirit stones and celestial grade treasures, all rather ordinary. What caught his interest most was an irregular small ball containing world force. Even amidst countless supreme spirit stones and top-tier celestial treasures, this little ball stood out irresistibly, exuding an even more vast and terrifying power. Chris, having never seen this object before, showed it to Alden curiously. What is this? To his surprise, Alden became agitated. World core. This is the world core, a precious resource that only appears when a world naturally births and then naturally perishes. It contains immense power beneficial for my recovery. Chris detected the intense longing in Alden's voice. Never imagined such a tiny thing could be so crucial, capable of attracting the attention of the Alden of Xianxia realm. Still, it makes sense. Even a minor world from birth to natural destruction would take at least tens of millions of years. Who besides true immortals could wait that long? Oh, except for Chris. Chris toyed with the little orb, marveling. This thing is older than I am. Alden responded, not only older than you, it might even be older than me. Huh? You're not old? At least a major realm should be tens of millions of years old. Chris wondered. Alden hesitated. Well, I have memory gaps. Hearing this, Chris narrowed his eyes. There must be something Alden is hiding from him. Initially, Chris thought this world core would be useless to him and might help Alden recover, potentially revealing some ancient history. But now, seeing Alden's reluctance, Chris changed his mind. He put the world core away, saying, you want this thing? Behave well, maybe I'll give it to you. Alden anxiously replied, "You can't absorb it. Better give it to me." "Why can't I absorb it?" "Well, technically, I should use it to establish a foundation. It might actually help me." Chris chuckled. "Absolutely impossible. My inability to establish a foundation isn't due to lack of energy, but because of my fate, too much chaos energy today." Chris gripped the world core tightly, his expression grave. He deliberately lured Alden into speaking. Alden must know he appeared in this world suddenly but never mentioned or questioned it. This meant he knew something secretive and avoided discussing it for fear of exposing too much. Chris, wanting answers from Alden, set a trap. Seeing Alden try to change the subject confirmed Chris's suspicion. Indeed, there was something Alden didn't want to tell him, and it seemed important. Especially those two words, fate. Was it true he couldn't establish a foundation? Chris slowly placed his hand on the hilt of his sword and coldly said, "Let's talk about fate." Alden felt wronged. "Come on, you really tricked me. Act normal. Just tell me about fate," Chris demanded. Alden, realizing he slipped up, couldn't hide it easily. He reluctantly confessed, "Don't cut me off while I'm talking." "Go on," Chris said coolly. "I'll see. If you're not hindering my foundation establishment, we're fine." "No, definitely not. I don't have that ability. As for your fate, it's decided by the supreme will of the universe, not related to me. I can only vaguely sense that you seemingly have no chance of becoming an immortal. But paradoxically, your bone structure and potential are incredibly formidable. So, possibly to limit you, the Supreme will deliberately use cosmic forces to restrict you. Of course, this is just a wild guess. I'm not certain. All I can say is your hope for establishing a foundation isn't in Xianxia realm. You should go out and explore. If you can capture the essence of the Tao, perhaps you can change your fate." Alden cautiously explained. Chris frowned. What did this mean? Above Alden was the Great Tao. This, he knew. The Great Tao governed the entire cosmos 3,000 worlds. He also knew this. But why did the Supreme will seem to repel him? Could it be because Alden knew he came from another world? "Do you know I came from another world?" Chris asked Alden. Alden seemed puzzled. "I once traced back your origins and found you aren't from this realm. But the power around you feels familiar, suggesting you come from this universe. Why do you ask?" Chris's eyes flashed with confusion. He was from this universe? So Earth was part of this universe? Why was he here then? These questions gave Chris a headache. Deciding to pause thinking for now, he tossed the world core skyward. "Eat it. Consider it a reward for answering questions. Next time you dare to hide anything from me, don't blame me for cutting you down." Alden was thrilled, quickly responding, "Once I fuse with the world core, I'll regain some memories. Maybe I'll remember more things and will tell you everything." "Not in a rush, I just thought of something. Since I can communicate with you, why wait for those reincarnated kings to absorb their hidden treasures first? Now tell me where they are, and I'll collect them. Don't blame me for not warning you." Harold had a world core. "Those people's secret treasures must contain similar valuable items. We can split the spoils later?" Chris rubbed his hands together, revealing his true intention, threatening him with previous coercion, plus tempting him with the world core, sufficient to turn Alden into his loyal servant, following orders without hesitation. Translation completed as requested. The content has been carefully translated to ensure coherence, tone, and style consistency with the original Chinese text. Chapter 93. A Strange Secret Realm. The way of heaven ultimately couldn't resist the temptation. No, it questioned whether it could withstand the threat, because if it didn't speak up, Chris would really dare to strike. So it absolutely wasn't driven by a desire for more world cores when helping to locate those secret repositories. Chris obtained the information he wanted. Indeed, all 10 of the ancient great human kais had been reborn. Their purpose was unclear, but seeing how they challenged super experts right after their reincarnation to establish their dominance, it was obvious that they aimed to quickly regain their past glory as revered human kais. And the first human kai revealed by the way of heaven was Harvey, the ancient spirit kai. This guy had his physical body shattered by Chris before, and was now recondensing in his own hidden stash. This condensation would consume many resources. If they arrived too late, there might not even be scraps left. Chris set off immediately. As for Axel, who was devouring a small world, Chris asked Sarai to stay behind and assist. Honestly, at this time, having Sarai guard Axel was safer than Chris being here himself. As for Xianxia and Xianxia, their immediate priority was intensive cultivation. Given that most of Chris's enemies were at least Tribulation Transcendent stage, these two could only send admiring glances or shout encouragement, serving no real use. But directly dismissing them would definitely hurt their feelings. Chris looked at the two women and said, "You go help me with something." Xianxia grew wary. "Brody, you're leaving us behind to go where?" Xianxia clenched her teeth and humbly said, "Adoptive father. Uncle, I heard that wealthy families have a method of stimulating spirit chi absorption through foot massages, increasing cultivation speed. Should I try it for you?" Seeing Xianxia's delicate young hands, Chris couldn't imagine what such a massage would feel like. But choosing between pleasure and seizing resources for foundation building, he chose the latter. Foot massages could happen anytime, but foundation building couldn't be delayed. "Relax, I'm not running away. The place you're going is also very important to me, because it's where one of your senior sisters resides. Know Ivnu Cave? It was established by my disciple Xiao 899. She wants to prove her strength by cultivating on her own without seeking me out. I wouldn't normally go, but I sealed a ferocious beast there earlier. Now I'm unsure about its condition. Help me investigate, and don't necessarily offer assistance if needed. If anything serious happens, just send word for Axel to handle it. Once he subdues this small world, he'll be a standout among supremes." Chris explained. Although surprised, Xianxia and Xianxia could accept it. After all, if even a high priest could be Chris's disciple, nothing seemed impossible. The two knew Chris valued his disciples and would eventually visit, so they agreed. What the two didn't know was that Chris had another reason for not going. Xiao 899, the founder of Ivnu Cave, once vowed that if Chris dared show up, She'd lead countless sisters to teach him a lesson on the power of women. With the two dispatched, Chris took a step, crossing an infinite distance in an instant, appearing within a mountain range. This area, known as the Million Mountain Range, concealed countless terrifying beasts and monsters. Yet it also brimmed with opportunities and treasures. Therefore, it was frequented by exploratory sect disciples and lone cultivators. Chris expected to be discovered, but he made no special effort to hide his presence. To his surprise, no one noticed him, because the place was teeming with people. The sky and mountains were filled with cultivators, all eagerly watching a certain spot in the mountains. Looking around, Chris found nothing unusual. He asked a nearby female cultivator, "May I ask, miss, what's happening here?" The female cultivator, engrossed in observing something, turned angrily to rebuke Chris, but softened upon seeing his handsome youthful face. "What a charming young Taoist. You don't know what this place is yet you dared come here. A treasure from a secret realm has been found here. Everyone is here to obtain that treasure. If you enter later, follow behind me. I'll protect you." Noticing Chris's young age and cultivation level of chi refinement, she felt protective and even thought of nurturing him into a dual cultivation partner. Chris hadn't realized that despite his significant deeds, his appearance remained relatively unknown. It showed how vast the world was. "Thank you for the information, miss. I have matters to attend to. Goodbye." Without further chit-chat, Chris vanished. The female cultivator assumed Chris felt embarrassed to be led by her and reached out to talk more, only for him to vanish. Shocked by his speed, she turned pale, fearing she offended a high-level cultivator disguised as a novice. After waiting nervously for a while and confirming no trouble was coming her way, she breathed a sigh of relief and hastily left, unknowingly escaping a calamity. Meanwhile, Chris reached the front of the crowd. Just as he planned to use Heavenly Eye to locate the secret realm entrance, a burst of radiant light appeared, revealing a door. The secret realm opened. Surprised, Chris noted the absence of any spatial distortion or guardians, which was abnormal for secret realms typically sealed and difficult to enter. Opening without a guardian was odd, like finding a stick outside your window with a flirtatious woman claiming her husband was out, but entering could invite problems, from minor to severe. Curiosity piqued, Chris observed the other cultivators, some of whom rushed through the portal without hesitation. Noticing a sly senior cultivator pretending to be at nascent soul stage, Chris approached and remarked, "You're quite devious, fellow Taoist." The old monster sized up Chris and sneered, "You're even more devious. I'm at least pretending to be nascent soul, but you're faking chi refinement and using teleportation spells, an outright fraud. Not only did you fake your appearance, lowering your cultivation level, you aimed to evoke protective instincts from female cultivators, didn't you? Tell me, how many have you deceived with this trick? F***K, I envy you. I'll do the same next time." Note: in translating names, Xiao 899 refers to a number disciple, likely meaning little 899, maintaining consistency with previous usage. Other names like Chris, Harvey, the ancient spirit Kai, Sarai, Axel, Tamaraxiang, and Marcin Xianxia are translated directly for clarity. Chapter 94. Revealing the dagger at the end of the map. Chris had long grown accustomed to being misunderstood. He simply asked the old monster, "Is there something fishy about this place?" "You didn't go in either, did you not notice?" the old monster countered. "I just felt that without spatial distortion or guardians, it seemed a bit off," Chris replied. "But I don't know the exact situation," he explained. The old monster chuckled. "What else could it be? Someone set up a trap here to offer sacrifices." "Sacrifice?" Chris frowned. Yes, news of this secret realm suddenly spread widely. Think about it. If someone discovered a secret realm, who wouldn't keep it a closely guarded secret and wouldn't run out to publicize it? But now this place has attracted so many people, clearly because someone intentionally spread the news to trick cultivators into entering. Tricking so many people to gather in one place. What else could it be but for sacrifice? The old monster's expression was filled with mockery. Chris suddenly understood as he looked toward the entrance of the secret realm. If nothing unexpected happened, this should be where the ancient spirit king Harvey had hidden his treasure. It seemed that Harvey needed the blood sacrifice of many lives to restore his physical body, thus tricking all these people to come here. These ancient kings spoke loudly of serving their country and its people, but in the end, they still randomly slaughtered humans, Chris thought sardonically. Yet, he continued striding into the secret realm. The old monster was surprised and hurriedly asked, "You know there's a problem inside. Why do you still want to go in? The risk is great, but so are the opportunities. If I can catch the person responsible for sacrificing so many people, won't the rewards be enormous?" Chris laughed. The old monster shook his head. "Greed drives men mad. You think you're the only one thinking this way? Others have the same idea, but I doubt any of you will succeed. We won't know until we try." Chris followed the crowd into the secret realm. The old monster watched Chris's back, silently memorizing him. Then, his gaze shifted to other corners where hidden experts lurked. Once the secret realm opened, some rushed to their deaths, while others planned to strike like mantises catching cicadas. Still, there were those who wanted to be the hidden yellow jackets waiting for the opportune moment. Little did they know that the hunter had already prepared his trap. The old monster quickly retreated, avoiding both the mantises and the yellow jackets, quietly setting up the heavenly net formation. Chris strode boldly into the secret realm. As soon as he passed through the gate, he felt the thick power of the world, very familiar, seemingly originating from the demon realm fragment above Fulling Cave heavens. Now Chris was even more certain that this was Harvey's hiding place along with his guardian beast. Was the guardian beast that phoenix goose, Kuanping? Logically, it shouldn't be. Harvey would definitely covet the 8 desolate immortal sect, so the Kuanping should be staying there wreaking havoc. Walking on the soft grass, Chris saw cultivators frantically searching for treasures and opportunities around him. Suddenly, the sky and earth changed. A terrifying black shadow rolled in from afar, like a giant mouth swallowing the world. So, the Yin Kingdom map was this short? This was almost like Jingku pulling out the dagger right after entering the Qing Griffin's hall. Too hasty. People had just entered. Many cultivators still wore expressions of joy and anticipation as they rushed in. Seeing this deadly black shadow rush towards them filled with murderous intent, some were slow to react. Soon, someone shouted in shock, "Damn it, it's a trap. Run." Even though cultivators knew something was wrong here, most came in hoping for good luck. Who would have thought they would be killed before anything happened? They cursed and turned to flee, but it was too late. The entrance to the secret realm was sealed. Cultivators began shouting, "Everyone, stay calm. Work together to resist this." With no way to escape and facing the threat of death, everyone actually united. However, without training or coordination, they gathered in a chaotic manner, preparing to launch attacks. Tens of thousands of cultivators together exuded an impressive aura. Chris stood at the front of the crowd, watching the approaching darkness, discovering it was a massive spider. The spider's black body blocked the sky, its 8 legs towering like huge celestial swords. It had 8 eyes that scanned the area below after walking over. Strange toxins spread everywhere, causing those who met its gaze to collapse and die instantly. "A highly toxic law," a cultivator exclaimed. "Release attacks quickly." Boom, boom, boom. Surviving cultivators unleashed all their power without reservation. Tens of thousands of spiritual treasures and magical artifacts smashed towards the spider. But the spider merely sneered, sweeping with a leg. Its sharp limbs easily cut through all the treasures. This body was as strong as a Tao artifact. Griffin. This monster isn't Griffin. How can this be? We are being manipulated by an Griffin? Fate is unjust. Countless cultivators fell into despair, crying and wailing. After all, they were no match for a Griffin-level monstrous beast. Chris could fight this beast. Just as he was about to draw his sword, he suddenly felt vitality draining from within him. Chris looked up and saw the spider opening its mouth, absorbing the vitality of these living beings. Actually, Chris had noticed upon entering that this demon realm fragment was less vibrant than the one he found earlier. Could it be that all the vitality had been drained? An Griffin-level spider had incredibly strong suction. Moving its mouth a few times, it had sucked the life force out of all the cultivators before Chris even reacted. However, he wasn't affected. The spider's eyes locked onto Chris, trying to intimidate him. Chris simply drew his sword, intending to strike. Hold on. A figure flew out of the spider's mouth, stopping Chris from drawing his sword. It was Harvey. Chris observed the thick vitality surrounding Harvey. His flesh was recovering, and his strength was rising rapidly. Once he absorbed enough energy from these cultivators and fully restored his body, he might return to his peak state. Harvey stared at Chris with cautious eyes. "Did you kill Mini Angelo? Are you stalling for time?" Chris retorted. "Yes, if you give me a little time. Your Majesty can restore to the peak of my previous life. Don't you want to know the true power of ancient kings? If you give me time, I'll give you the chance to experience my power," Harvey said solemnly. Chris shook his head. "I'm not interested in this. I want your treasure." Whoosh. A ring was thrown over. Harvey added, "Everything I have is in here. Take it away. I just need incense time." Chris hadn't expected such compliance, and caught the ring immediately. There was no divine soul imprint on it. Inside were indeed many spirit stones and treasures, but no world core. Chapter 95. Borrowing Power from Heaven. Chris weighed the ring in his palm and said with a smile, "Using these resources to buy me an incense stick's worth of time is quite enough. But what I desire even more is the world core in your hand. I had that multi-treasure Kai's one absorbed by Alden. This time, I want to try what it feels like absorbing it myself." Harvey's expression changed slightly. "You've already mastered the method to communicate with Alden? Who told you? Which ancient human king?" Chris asked curiously. Was this a very common method in the ancient era? Not really, but boundary lords can all communicate. There were no supremes in the later ancient era. Logically, no one should know this method. "You've mastered it. So it seems you have had new opportunities recently?" Harvey replied with a mocking tone. Chris shrugged. "Seems like you know a lot, so I'll give you an incense stick's worth of time. If you can't beat me, you will have to tell me everything about the ancient times. How about that?" "All right." Harvey agreed without hesitation, because he didn't think he would lose. And there was nothing significant to hide. The power of the ancient era was fully reviving. Even if Harvey did not say it today, Chris would eventually find out. It might as well be used to buy some time for himself. Since Chris had agreed with Harvey, he simply sat cross-legged nearby in a leisurely manner. Harvey floated above, giving Chris a somewhat wary look. The supreme spider also remained vigilant. Chris laughed. "Don't worry. I'm not that despicable to sneak attack." Harvey thought indeed, with Chris's strength, he wouldn't need to ambush him. Moreover, Harvey had hidden the world core. If Chris wanted it, he wouldn't make a move prematurely. So Harvey began to calmly absorb the life force he had just obtained. Chris watched as his physical body gradually restored itself, its momentum steadily rising. One by one, laws from the universe seeped into Harvey's body. Harvey fused these laws into his being, continuously harmonizing with them. Then, the chain of laws intertwined around him, like knitting a sweater, creating a realm that belonged solely to him. As Harvey continued absorbing more laws, his realm expanded. He managed to conjure over 1,000 laws, expanding his realm to several tens of thousands of miles. Of course, Chris, who was not far away, was carefully avoided by this realm. It did not dare to envelop him within. The realm spread out in this small world. Then began devouring this fragment of the demon realm. Harvey obviously intended to devour this fragment in one fell swoop. Chris checked the time, noting the incense stick's worth was almost up. But he didn't call a halt, thinking it didn't matter giving Harvey a bit more time. What Chris didn't expect was that Harvey's speed in devouring the world was incredibly fast. Much smoother than Axel's process. Seemed like Harvey was very experienced. Or perhaps there was something helping him. Chris could see strange lights flashing on Harvey's body. Could it be the world core? I wonder if it would work if I absorbed it too? Try it later. Just as Chris was thinking, a terrifying force suddenly erupted. It was Harvey. Harvey had successfully condensed his physical body, and his strength had returned to its peak. An ancient human king reappeared. Harvey let out a long howl, feeling infinitely refreshed. Seeing this, Chris slowly stood up, smiling and said, "When I said an incense sticks worth of time, I meant exactly that. The punctuality of your human kings is commendable." Harvey, having regained his strength, also regained his kingly demeanor. Hovering in the air, he looked at Chris arrogantly. "You shouldn't think killing multi-treasure Kai means you can truly compare to a human king. Let me tell you, among the 10 ancient human kings, multi-treasure Kai was the weakest. My strength ranks among the top 3. Now that I have revived, the glory of the ancient era shall once again be bestowed upon me, unstoppable." Harvey roared, his spirits appearing behind him. As the ancient spirit Kai, his powers allowed him to devour and fuse with various beings and simulate and wield their powers. The reason Harvey so easily handed over his secret treasures to Chris was because he had already absorbed the most critical ones. The powerful monster blood from the ancient era was now within him. Behind Harvey, a true dragon shadow roared. Phoenix flames soared sky-high. A white tiger rode on gale force winds. And a black turtle's power guarded. Many other fierce beasts' forces could completely overwhelm Chris. Harvey was confident, and even gave Chris another chance. However, Chris didn't wait any longer and directly drew his sword. Looking for death, Harvey, enraged, roared fiercely, "True Dragon 9 Tribulation Thunder." The true dragon shadow immediately roared and ascended into the sky, stirring the clouds, then 9 golden lightning bolts descended immediately. That tribulation lightning's power wasn't much weaker than the one Axel went through before. This kind of terrifying power had surpassed the limits of human control. This was the power of the world's will. Is this what a human king is? Is this the legendary Boundary Lord realm? Boundary Lords borrow power from heaven, like Reyna? The near ancient era had no Boundary Lords, and this was Chris's first contact. His longsword slashed down, colliding with the 9 tribulation lightnings. In the next moment, the lightnings were shattered, and the thunderclouds dispersed. But Chris's sword beam was also neutralized. This surprised him, not bad. The confidence and arrogance on Harvey's face abruptly stiffened, his pupils shrinking. Only he knew that the previous blow was absolutely the true Dragon Clan's ultimate power. Even other kings at the Boundary Lord realm would treat such power with seriousness, even retreating to avoid it. Yet, Chris had split it with just one strike? Without expending much power? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He must be pretending, intentionally delaying time to recover his expended strength. Harvey was not that noble. He did not want to give Chris recovery time. He wanted to achieve a decisive blow. Harvey's spiritual energy raged inside his body, and the myriad spirit shadows behind him surged wildly. 10,000 creatures. Great extinction technique. Harvey roared, and all the myriad spirits rushed towards Chris. True dragon broke the sky. Phoenix fire spread. White tiger blocked, and the black turtle exerted endless gravity pressing down. With 4 supreme creatures leading the blockade, the other fierce beasts became even frenzied, flying towards Chris. Each one was at least a Dongxian stage existence. Most terrifyingly, they were shadows made of fierce beast blood, able to quickly revive even if killed, and rush back into battle. Harvey had used this tactic many times to slaughter other worlds. He couldn't believe Chris could still withstand it. Chris saw these fierce spirits coming, knowing they were extremely hard to kill. So he took a step forward, instantly passing through and leaving the encirclement. Why insist on fighting when capturing the leader first isn't better? Seeing this, Harvey's eyes nearly popped out. "You? How could you escape? Aren't you invincible, capable of killing with one strike?" "I never claimed to be invincible. In fact, I keep saying I'm at the condensation stage," Chris innocently said. Harvey was infuriated, not expecting his most powerful move to fail. But immediately, he sensed something wrong. With so many fierce beasts blocking, even trying to break through the encirclement wouldn't be simple. Chris could step out in one go, proving his understanding of spatial and temporal laws far exceeded his own. Suddenly, Harvey felt cold chills all over. Chapter 96. History is written by the victors. Harvey knew that Chris's strength might surpass his own. He dared not hesitate or hold back any longer. The fragment of the demon realm where Chris stood instantly trembled, and then, the power of the entire world surged towards Chris. This was the terrifying aspect of a world lord. To start using the world itself to crush an opponent when fighting became hopeless. No matter how formidable one was, they couldn't withstand the might of an entire world, unless they too had a world. But Chris had clearly stated he was at the condensation stage. It was absolutely impossible for someone at this stage to possess a world. Harvey launched his attack with all his might, striking Chris with the power of the demon realm fragment. As the force of the demon realm fragment erupted, attacking Chris, the profound heaven realm also endured immense pressure. After all, since Chris was inside it, any attack on him from the demon realm fragment would inevitably harm the profound heaven realm as well. This led to what felt like a comet colliding with the earth, causing the entire central region to shake. The ground cracked open. Mountains exploded into fragments. Countless lives were caught in the disaster, especially those so-called mantises and orioles outside the demon realm fragment. They didn't even get the chance to ambush Chris before being obliterated by the erupting world power. Whether they regretted it on their deathbeds was anyone's guess. The profound heaven realm was Chengsoja Jirdada Yali, and the way of heaven couldn't help but shout anxiously, "No! Why resort to using the power of a world? That's far too much. It can't withstand this. It's going to be destroyed." Edit for consistency and fluency. The profound heaven realm was under immense pressure, and the way of heaven couldn't help but shout anxiously, "No! Why use the power of a world? That's way too much. It can't take this. It's going to be destroyed." Note: I have maintained the meaning, ensured natural flow, and kept terminology consistent. Chris didn't have time to ask why the way of heaven didn't act itself. He had already drawn his long sword and slashed down again. No one knew just how powerful Chris's sword could be. People only knew that anything it faced would be split apart by one slash. Now, Harvey was wielding a massive world to smash down, trying to suppress Chris. Chris thrust upward with his sword, and as the sword light flashed, Harvey's descending world was gradually sliced apart until it was divided in two. As Chris sliced through Harvey's world, Harvey spat out a large mouthful of blood, and the body he had just condensed rapidly cracked like a spider web. But what shattered most severely was his proud, invincible heart. Impossible. How could this happen? Who are you? You're a transcendent, right? Harvey's expression was filled with defeat, his eyes unfocused, his despair making even the way of heaven feel pity. What was the point of renouncing his title as human Kai to provoke such a monster? Chris looked at the defeated Harvey and said, "Actually, you shouldn't lose heart. I'm not the only one who has been defeated by me." Harvey showed no reaction, his spirit nearing collapse. "I reincarnated to escape those monsters. Who would have thought I'd encounter you, another monster? My fate is so bitter. Why must we both exist?" Harvey murmured softly, his primordial soul dispersing. Clearly, the psychological trauma was too great, and he was on the verge of self-destruction. Seeing this, Chris panicked and slapped him hard a few times. "Snap out of it. The ancient era ended over 10,000 years ago." Perhaps the slaps worked, or perhaps mentioning the end of the ancient era shocked Harvey back to some clarity. His eyes regained some focus. He instinctively looked at Chris and asked seriously, "Are you one of those monsters? Did you reincarnate as well?" "I really am not. But I do not belong to this world." Chris tried to comfort Harvey, afraid that his fragile heart would collapse again. Hearing this, Harvey felt better. "So you must come from a stronger world, right? Your world must have immortals, right? It must be far superior to the profound heaven realm, correct?" Chris nodded subconsciously. "If you say so, that's probably right." Harvey breathed a sigh of relief, his primordial soul ceasing to disperse, regaining his calm. "I told you, it's impossible for you to be so strong without coming from a stronger world." That battle between immortals and mortals in the distant past broke the profound heaven realm, causing many powerful figures to flee. In the ancient era, we faced numerous attacks from other worlds, suffering heavy blows. Today, with the way of heaven fragmented, our capabilities and achievements are extremely limited. No wonder you from a stronger world are more powerful than us. This sounded like an explanation, but seemed more like Harvey consoling himself. Chris did not expose the lie. Instead, he asked, "Why did the immortal mortal war occur in the ancient era?" "Where would I know? I was merely a human Kai of the ancient era. Even those ancient era events were things I heard from beings that once attacked the profound heaven realm." Harvey sighed helplessly. Chris nodded slightly and asked again, "What happened in the ancient era? Were there many external invasions?" "Yes, there was a battle that swept across the entire star system, involving every world. It was truly a chaotic battle among various factions. Our profound heaven realm, with its deep roots, drew attention from many worlds. They brought endless armies to besiege us. Our 10 great human Kais rose during this time and became rulers of the ancient era based on our military exploits. But even with our 10 people fighting desperately, we could only barely repel the invaders by sacrificing countless lives. The ones who truly drove off the invaders were 3 monstrous individuals. They appeared like true immortals descending to save the world. We only knew that they started as condensation stage cultivators but successfully ascended within a year and later infiltrated enemy territory, merging with and consuming the enemy's worlds, becoming supreme world lords who slaughtered countless enemies. The war lasted tens of thousands of years, and no solution seemed possible. But after those 3 appeared, they defeated all the enemies in less than 5 years. The reason we 10 great human Kais reincarnated wasn't because we were killed by the enemies. It was because they shone too brightly. Staying in that era would have made it impossible for us to compete for the Tao's blessings. So, we sealed ourselves and reincarnated to cultivate anew. Chris understood. This explained the uniformly orchestrated mystery of their reincarnation. But something still didn't add up. Even if you reincarnated, how did the historical gap occur? The legacy of the ancient era was completely severed. Chris frowned. Harvey turned away awkwardly, not daring to meet Chris's gaze. He explained, "After those 3 monsters drove off the enemies, they left the profound heaven realm. But before reincarnating, we feared encountering such entities again, so we killed some skilled experts. Of course, we only eliminated a small portion because the ancient era had already lost many strong cultivators after tens of thousands of years of war. So, the historical gap came from both external invasions and intentional actions on our part." Chris scowled. "And you still call yourselves human Kais? History is written by the victors. Once we rise in this era, we will rewrite history to portray ourselves as glorious and mighty. No one will know otherwise." Harvey smiled bitterly. If Chris weren't so strong, he wouldn't dare lie. He would never tell anyone about this shameful event. Chris felt disdain and then reached out his hand over the world core. "I've been battling frequently lately, and I feel like I'm about to advance. Absorbing the world core might help me reach the foundation establishment stage smoothly." Chapter 97. The Massacre at 10,000 Swords Manor. Harvey felt deeply frustrated after hearing Chris's words. "You just defeated me, and now you're saying you want to establish your foundation. That's too much of a slap in the face." But he still obediently handed over the world core. This item had indeed been in his possession the entire time. The rapid absorption of the world's essence was due to this reason. Even though the world core had already been used once, it still appeared far more powerful than Maxim's. It seems Harvey was right. Maxim truly is the weakest among the human Kais. Seeing the world core, Conway pitifully begged Chris, "Can I use it? I can tell you where the next world core is located." Chris laughed. "Enjoyed the taste of that previous world core?" "Yeah," Conway replied hungrily. "In that case, serve me well from now on, and I'll reward you again. With these words, Chris tossed the world core into his mouth and swallowed it. You can't give too many rewards, just enough to pique desire. Conway looked utterly baffled. Harvey was also surprised. It was the first time he had seen someone swallow a world core raw. Even world Brodies wouldn't dare do such a thing. But the expected scenario of Chris exploding from spiritual energy overload didn't happen. After swallowing the world core, countless chains of laws erupted from Chris's body, evolving into various celestial phenomena encasing him. A vast flood of pure spiritual energy surged out, enveloping Chris in boundless aura. Nearly 2,000 laws swirled around Chris, nurtured by spiritual energy, as if he were ascending to immortality. However, Harvey noticed that Chris could not absorb this power. More accurately, this power entered and exited his body without stopping. Confused, Harvey recalled that cultivators attract spiritual energy into their bodies, converting it into spiritual power within during the chi condensation stage. Following that, spiritual energy liquefies, solidifying in the dantian and nurturing the entire body during the foundation establishment stage. The liquid then condenses into a golden core, which shatters to birth the soul infant. Once enlightened, it impacts the Niwen Palace, achieving the deity transformation realm. All this required accumulation of spiritual energy within the body. How did Chris break through without being able to store it? As Harvey pondered, he suddenly noticed the laws and spiritual energy around Chris disappearing. No, more precisely, integrating into his body. The power melded into every inch of his skin, every strand of hair, every drop of blood. A body cultivator? Harvey realized only body cultivators would integrate all forces into their bodies, crafting an immortal, indestructible divine physique. Back in ancient times, there was a body cultivator who ranked first among the 10 great human kais, a martial fanatic unmatched even in an era of heroes. Harvey couldn't help but wonder how Chris would fare against such a person. Soon, Chris gradually withdrew his powers. Checking himself, his expression fell. He was now at the 10,088th layer of chi condensation. Seeing Chris's unsatisfied look, Harvey said, "What's wrong with being a body cultivator? Could you even tell I'm a body cultivator?" Chris asked. Recalling the legendary body cultivator, Harvey remembered his massive form and terrifying abilities like emulating heaven and earth, delivering punches that shattered worlds. Most importantly, he used law power. Even body cultivators were merely inferior in magic power and spirit energy compared to their physical prowess, not neglecting those aspects entirely. Chris seemed empty inside, possessing only a strong body, not like a body cultivator at all, and certainly not like a law cultivator either. What the hell is he then? Harvey remained silent while Chris examined his body, dejected. After absorbing so many laws, I can't even feel the power of laws. I wish I could be flashy like you guys when I unleash moves, Chris said enviously. What's the point? Still got sliced open by your sword, Harvey said bitterly. But that's different. At least you guys looked cool, Chris admitted, his expression making Harvey feel humiliated. Yet, Harvey dared not get angry, kneeling faithfully. I submit to you. Initially planning to slay him, Chris hesitated seeing his quick submission. Harvey quickly added, I know you are strong, but your disciples will need guardians. I'll guard your disciples, my descendants, generation after generation. If I die, my son takes over. If he dies, my grandson does. This cycle never ends until you have no heirs left. Chris was speechless. So was the giant spider beside him. Does he want to live or die? Uncertain, Chris asked suspiciously, how do I ensure you won't betray me? I can swear a grand Dao oath. This binds me unless I surpass the Dao. Conway verified, it's true. Even I can't release someone from the Dao's constraints. Fine then, Chris agreed, considering his eventual departure from Xianxia world. Having a powerful guardian here would ensure safety. As for whether Harvey could surpass the Dao, Chris wasn't worried. He showed no such talent or ability. Relieved he didn't have to die, Harvey swiftly swore the harshest oath before Chris nodded. All right, lead the way. Let's find your old buddies. They're not my buddies, and we 10 great human kais never got along. Plus, it's probably too late now. They each have secret treasures and may have already absorbed them, perhaps even seized the 9 great immortal sects. Chris used heavenly eyesight to confirm chaos everywhere. The 9 great immortal sects, led by the Chaos Sky sect, were fully engulfed in war. The sect leaders, previously pleading for assistance from Chris, now faced enemies bitterly. The transmigrated human kais weren't present, still absorbing their treasures, leaving only the mighty beasts wreaking havoc. Despite valiant resistance, the sect ancestors fell like wheat stalks. Seeing the regret on the leaders' faces, even hearing their distant pleas for help, Chris ignored them. Instead, he focused on Ivnu Cave, one of the 9 great immortal sects recently flourishing. Surprisingly, they held firm, clearly having anticipated such attacks. Plus, Axel was leading Sarai to assist. Turning his attention to 10,000 Swords Manor, he found it already decimated, its people scattered and killed. Jerome's family was fleeing desperately, their beast long dead. Why were they worse off than other top sects? Note: I've maintained the original paragraph structure and style as requested. Chapter 98. I swear I will not rest until he is dead. Lorna was covered in blood, shielding his wife and daughter as they fled. Behind them were a large number of pursuers. But these pursuers weren't human. They were a pack of ferocious beasts. All of these beasts had bloodshot eyes, thirsting for blood. Moreover, their strength was all at the Dongxian stage. With just a casual breath, they would unleash torrents of rule-based powers, forcing Lorna's family into an extremely dire situation. If it were only these beasts, Lorna could have led his family to escape. However, hidden among these beasts was a terrifying creature. This creature possessed supreme realm power but remained inactive. Only when Lorna tried to flee with his family would it suddenly strike, forcibly detaining him. Lorna understood that this beast intended to use him to lure someone out. Deciding not to hide any longer, this family of 3 made a beeline for the Howren Academy. Naturally, they sought Chris's help, But not knowing where Chris was, they headed to Howard Academy first. Lorna looked at his heavily injured wife and daughter, feeling deeply guilty. It's my fault. I clearly saw through that boy's true nature but still held onto a glimmer of hope, thinking he would consider past kindnesses. The Blair was drenched in blood, her right arm severed at the shoulder. She clutched her wound, pale-faced, but managed a tender smile. Husband, don't blame yourself. That beast is despicable. Who could have imagined that the genius diligently cultivated by Wanjian Manor was actually a reincarnated human Kai? How laughable. We thought he was a supreme genius seen once in 1,000 years, treating his training even more important than sword dance. When Lorna heard his wife's comforting words and saw her bleeding arm, he felt even more heartache. This beast severed your arm, making even simple tasks impossible. I swear I will not rest until he is dead. The Blair had a suspicion but didn't dare voice it. She wondered if her husband's words led to such hostility, wanting to destroy Wanjian Manor. Seeing the deep wound on her husband's chest, bleeding profusely, she didn't have the heart to question him further. Tiana followed the two without injury. She was chosen because she had an intentionless sword body by a high-ranking figure who had come to life. Cough cough. Suddenly, Lorna spat out a large mouthful of blood, apparently due to misdirected chi, leading his spirit energy astray. As this burst of blood gushed forth, he felt a sudden weakness. With a thud, he fell to his knees. The Blair's face changed in alarm, rushing to support her husband. But with one arm incapacitated and weakened from injuries, she couldn't manage to pull him up. Though Tiana appeared cold, she merely wanted to kill Chris and bore no malice towards her parents. Now seeing the two unable to move, she turned around and slashed at the beasts with her sword. These attacking beasts immediately unleashed rule-based powers. A bolt of lightning shot forward, sending Tiana flying. But amidst the beast's cries, came an angry roar. Fool! Who told you to attack her? She is the Brody's treasure, used for dual cultivation. Do not damage her. Want to force them to keep running? Capture these two useless ones, and using parental orders, she will lead us to the one who obtained Guixin's sword. Instantly, Lorna realized this was the concealed supreme-level beast. Unimaginably, this creature's goal was to obtain the Guixin sword. The Blair also realized this instantly. Seeing the fierce birds swooping down behind them, intending to capture her, she hesitated not a moment before committing suicide with her sword. She knew that if she died, her daughter might also perish. But if she were captured, her daughter would certainly be threatened. Rather than aiding evil, she chose death. Without hesitation, Lorna slapped his own crown and shouted, Daughter, that beast seeks the Guixin sword, undoubtedly for a grand scheme. Do not go where we intended. Their resolve to die broke Tiana's detached state. Her face no longer cold, she cried out in sorrow and anger, Father! Mother! More agitated was the supreme-level beast hiding behind. My order was not to let you die. How dare you defy me? Roaring angrily, it revealed itself, a giant toad. This supreme toad extended its long tongue at lightning speed, seizing the couple. Then it coiled them up, trying to coerce Tiana. Its movements were too swift for Tiana to react. Swoosh! A streak of sword light suddenly cut through the air, severing the toad's tongue. That tongue, capable of breaking wind barriers and pulling down celestial bodies, instantly snapped into two pieces and fell to the ground. The toad screamed in pain, spewing blood from its mouth. Reacting quickly, realizing it faced an formidable opponent, it turned and fled. Unfortunately, Chris had arrived. He tossed out the golden light mirror. Harvey and the giant spider emerged from it. Harvey captured the toad, while the spider slaughtered the beasts. Chris approached Lorna's family, looking at their dire condition inside. Are all the Gong Edmund family dead? Seeing Chris, the couple exhaled in relief. They knew they were saved. But Tiana quickly regained her cold demeanor and showed signs of striking. Chris threw her into the golden light mirror, then handed each of the couple a bottle of pills. These were obtained from the Human Kai secret treasury. These top-grade healing pills may not resurrect the dead, but they can regrow severed limbs. Quickly recover. Chris turned and headed straight for the giant toad. Harvey already had it under control. Although the small world was shattered by Chris, Harvey was still a world Brody, far superior to a supreme-level creature. The giant toad was now stomped down by Harvey, utterly immobilized. It was both terrified and bewildered. Spiritual Kai, why do you attack me? My master knows you well. Harvey did not answer, turning to Chris. Brody, I don't recognize this thing. It shouldn't be a proper guardian beast. Master? The giant toad was shocked. It recognized Harvey, a powerful existence known even in the ancient era, ranking among the top 3 human Kais. Why was he now this man's slave? Who was this person? Chris asked the giant toad. Speak. Whose servant are you? The toad eyed Chris warily. It dared not betray its master, but its master was merely a human Kai. Chris could enslave a human Kai. Seeming even more fearsome, the toad murmured, Kai Jianming. Harvey scoffed. I guessed it would be him. Despite preaching righteousness, he couldn't resist coming here anyway. Chris pressed on. Why not just kill them? Why drive them, seeking something? Chapter 99. I am the Sword Griffin, unmatched in the world. Our master requires us to obtain the Return Heart Sword, the giant toad admitted frankly. Return Heart Sword? That was the ancestral sword of 10,000 Swords Manor and the most overbearing sword. But the question was, this ancient being had seen countless treasures throughout the ages. How could it possibly be interested in such a sword? Could it be because the Return Heart Sword is a Dao tool? It shouldn't be for that reason alone. Chris turned to the giant toad. What does your master want with the Return Heart Sword? That I don't know. The giant toad looked quite aggrieved. I'm just a minor underling. Seeing this, Chris didn't bother pressing further. He simply waved his hand and said, Take me to see your master. The giant toad had no choice but to comply. And this time, the injuries on Jerome and his wife were already completely healed. Jerome exclaimed in surprise, Sword Ancestor, you? Before he could continue, the manor lady beside him quickly covered her husband's mouth and thanked Chris. Many thanks to Sword Ancestor for saving our lives. Are there any other survivors from 10,000 Swords Manor? Chris asked. The manor lady sighed. Those who refused to surrender have all died. Focusing on the key points, Chris probed. And those who did surrender? There are always some scum, the manor lady said gloomily. Alright, let's go to 10,000 Swords Manor first. I'll take a look at this sword Mingwang. Chris glanced at the giant toad far away, signaling for it to lead the way. Harvey's giant spider had already slaughtered the ferocious beasts, and now looked at Chris pleadingly, pushing one of the corpses as if asking him to store them. If it were before, Chris would certainly have eagerly sold these beasts for money. But now, with plenty of treasures, he naturally found these insignificant. Jerome, gather these up. These will be needed for rebuilding 10,000 Swords Manor in the future. Consider this your initial capital. Out of respect for Catherine, Chris handed this favor over to Jerome. Though it wasn't much to him, it was very much needed by Jerome. Thank you, Sword Ancestor. May you live 10,000 years. Jerome spoke as flatteringly as possible. The manor lady also thought such praise was appropriate. Chris glanced at both of them. I am already 153,000 years old today. By this, he meant her words were like wishing a 99-year-old an even longer life. The manor lady smiled bitterly, thinking her husband might need a beating for speaking so poorly. The group, led by the giant toad, quickly arrived at the Grand Canyon of 10,000 Swords Manor. The place had just experienced a fierce battle, with bodies strewn everywhere and black smoke rising. North New City, where 10,000 Swords Manor once stood, had been reduced to ruins. Amidst the rubble, a young man was devouring the small world once hidden within 10,000 Swords Manor. Around him, a group of vigilant sword cultivators stood guard, led by none other than Emil. Upon seeing his elder brother, Jerome's face turned cold, as if he didn't recognize him. When Emil saw his younger brother and sister-in-law approach, his expression changed drastically, especially upon noticing Chris following behind. He became even more suspicious and anxious. Hold on, may I ask why Chris is injured? Emil stepped forward, blocking the group suspiciously. Chris's eyes widened, about to burst into rage, but then he recalled they were all from 10,000 Swords Manor, which now had a powerful patron. He couldn't offend them. Toad immediately looked toward Chris and the others. Chris remembered Jerome mentioning a traitor among their ranks, but he hadn't expected it to be Emil. You handle this, Chris said, looking at Jerome, but Jerome immediately shook his head. Sword Ancestor, this person is an accomplice of the so-called Sword Mingwang. He can be eliminated. The manor lady also wore a look of hatred. Emil's expression darkened as he growled softly, Xianxia, if you knew who I served, you'd understand it was you who betrayed 10,000 Swords Manor. Jerome remained cold and unmoved, enraging Emil even more. Just as he was about to explain, Chris's cry sent him flying backward. Emil flew a long distance, landing on the ground, coughing up blood profusely. Looking at Chris in shock, he couldn't understand why it attacked him. We're on the same side, aren't we? Others guarding the young man also showed expressions of surprise and confusion. Seeing the giant toad hop over without stopping, they hurriedly dodged, not daring to interfere. Ignoring the minor underlings, Chris respectfully said to the youth on the ruins, Brody, I encountered another human Kai, but I couldn't match him, so I've brought him to meet you. The young man suddenly opened his eyes, looking at Harvey with cold indifference. Spiritual Kai? You just reincarnated. Why did you come to disturb me instead of establishing your own power base? Chris had been observing the youth, frowning slightly. Strange, this person was clearly the so-called Sword Mingwang, but why did he lack the aura of an ancient being? Harvey also asked curiously, Brother, who are you? Sword Mingwang? After their reincarnation, even if their appearance changed, the cultivation techniques and aura wouldn't change. But Harvey couldn't sense any familiar aura from this youth. The youth responded indifferently, no need to probe further. I'm different from you. You chose rebirth out of weakness, while I practice a unique cultivation method requiring 9 reincarnations. After several past lives, my aura has been completely transformed, and my strength has increased. Now, in my 9th incarnation, I possess 2,000 laws within me, matching the power of the emperor who once ruled above the 10 great human Kais. So now you should call me Sword Griffin, for I am invincible in the path of swords. Sword Mingwang's face radiated supreme pride, displaying unmatched tyranny. However, the tyrannical force he emitted felt somewhat familiar to Chris, because it was the tyrannical power carried by the Return Heart Sword. Are you the master of the Return Heart Sword? The ancestor of 10,000 Swords Manor? Chris suddenly asked. At this, everyone present was shocked, especially Jerome and his wife, who looked utterly disbelieving. This youth was the founding ancestor of 10,000 Swords Manor? And their great ancestor? How could this be possible? Even Sword Mingwang, now calling himself Sword Griffin, glanced at Chris curiously. Didn't expect you, an unremarkable boy, to guess my identity. Yes, I am the master of the Return Heart Sword. Even the outstanding Sky supporting Sword Brody, Heaven slaying Sword Brody, Blood Sea Sword Brody of 10,000 Swords Manor. All were me. This 10,000 Swords Manor grew strong through my many reincarnations, and now it's time for them to nurture me. Hearing this, Jerome immediately broke down, shouting, Impossible! How can you really be our ancestor? Coughing blood, Emil approached, gritting his teeth. Xianxia, now you know who the real traitor is. I stayed here to serve our ancestor. It was you who betrayed 10,000 Swords Manor by refusing to bring the Return Heart Sword Master here, causing our ancestor to pursue you. This was all you're doing. If you had cooperated, you would still be the Manor Lord, and we would merely be supporting you. Despite saying this, Emil's joy was evident on his face. After being suppressed by his younger brother for so long, winning just once excited him immensely. Chapter 100, Defeated in Seconds? Gong Edmondshong could no longer hear his elder brother's words. He was spiraling into endless despair. After all, he had always been proud of being from the Myriad Sword Manor and considered himself among the top tier of Central State. But it turned out that the Myriad Sword Manor was merely a pig farm for Spencer, and they, his descendants, were merely livestock he raised to slaughter. Heston hadn't realized the issue yet. He even wanted to reclaim the position of Manor Lord, believing he would always be superior to his younger brother. He knelt before Spencer, pleading, "Patriarch, Wuxia is my brother and has contributed much to the manor. I only wish to imprison him and temporarily take on the role of Manor Lord, vowing to help you make the Myriad Sword Manor great again." Spencer glanced at Heston. "How can there be an idiot like you among my descendants?" Huh. Heston looked up in shock. Suddenly, a surge of sword energy shot towards him, instantly exploding him into a mist of blood. Then, Spencer devoured the blood fog. The surrendered disciples of Myriad Sword Manor around them were terrified, unable to understand why loyal Heston had been eliminated. Chris observed everything, shaking his head slightly. Too stupid. Spencer had already easily destroyed the Myriad Sword Manor. Yet these people still talked about repaying favors without understanding the true situation. They thought they were important and shamelessly made requests. Swish, swish. Several beams of sword energy emerged, annihilating the remaining surrenderers, their essence consumed by Spencer. "A bunch of trash. Since none of you can return me to Guiding Heart Sword, what use are you?" He spat contemptuously as if they were not his descendants at all. Once done with the extermination, Spencer turned his gaze to Harvey, saying arrogantly, "Come here, kneel, and honor me as your lord." Harvey's expression soured. Both were human sovereigns, having fought numerous battles where each sought to subdue the other, but never so openly. Now, Spencer dared to be so audacious, proving he had absolute confidence. In fact, since then, Harvey had silently observed Spencer. It pained him that despite once being equals, he could no longer gauge his true strength. But Harvey refused to yield. He was a human sovereign who once ruled over countless beings and caused the world to tremble. How could he become anyone's servant? Kais never enslaved. With overwhelming regal aura, Harvey spoke to Chris. "Brody, let me deal with him." Chris was slightly bewildered, almost thinking Harvey meant him. "All right, go ahead," Chris nodded. Harvey stepped forward, coldly eyeing Spencer. "Let's do this." Spencer was surprised. "You've already submitted to someone else? Human? My master isn't human," Harvey declared firmly. "Chris, he is a true immortal come down from the 9 heavens. Your mortal eyes can't fathom his invincibility." Harvey praised him without shame. Originally filled with fighting spirit, Spencer paused upon hearing this. "If that's the case, I have no interest in you. I want to challenge him." Chris stepped back. "Fight first." "Why? Afraid to fight me and letting Harvey wear me down?" Fine. Let you taste what it means to face a griffin of swords." Each word Spencer spoke increased the intensity of his sword intent, which radiated through the heavens and earth, making all things shudder. Above, a shadowy image resembling a door or scar appeared faintly. Spencer pointed skyward, overlooking everyone. "Do you know what that is?" Everyone lifted their heads, including Harvey, who stared at the heavenly gate. Shock flooded his expression. "What is that?" "Heavenly Gate. A sword that opens the heavenly gate. Have you heard of it? It belongs to an unrivaled swordsman I encountered during my 4th reincarnation." Yes, he must have been a true swordsman, as his single stroke split the heavens, opening the heavenly gate and causing chaos to cascade, nearly destroying the world. The strong repaired the heavenly gate, but left behind traces. Now, my sword intent causes the heavenly gate to appear, showing my strength has been recognized by the swordsman. Below the immortal rank lies the griffin. Thus, I am the sword griffin. Who dares oppose me? Spencer's arrogant gaze commanded all to bow their heads. Even Harvey felt an overpowering dread looking up at the heavenly gate, sensing its residual might. "I cannot match this one." Everyone was awestruck and terrified. No one noticed Chris's odd expression. Observing the gate, it seemed familiar. And what Spencer mentioned sounded eerily familiar too. The voice of Tao, sounding melancholic, entered his mind. "Doesn't this sound familiar? Do you guess Koth, that creature talks about?" Chris instantly understood. This must be from tens of thousands of years ago when he was idle and curious about immortals. His sword opened the heavenly gate, and he used materials for base building to repair the sky, resulting in the weakening of the skywind layer every 10,000 years. Seeing Chris gazing awkwardly at the sky, Spencer sneered. "Impressed, aren't you? Koth, just stop talking, or everyone gets awkward." Chris hurriedly tried to stop him. "Ha, you're the one embarrassed. Why should I be? As long as that swordsman doesn't show up, who can defeat me?" Spencer taunted. Speechless, Chris didn't reply. Despite fear, Harvey summoned courage, suspecting Spencer might not be a match for Chris either, given the latter's unwavering calmness. To prove his worth, Harvey challenged Spencer. "Spencer, let's go." Ghost-like figures of 10,000 beasts surrounded Harvey, the 4 divine beasts intertwined, brimming with ferocity. Laughing mockingly at Harvey's boldness, Spencer barked, "Foolish to the end. Go!" Harvey roared, sending the ghost-like beast figures charging forth with terrifying power sufficient to destroy a small world. The figures, indestructible, could resurrect endlessly. Harvey believed this move would at least stall Spencer. However, Spencer emitted a wave of sword intent, transforming into a colossal sword that fiercely slashed downward. An ear-splitting boom echoed. The heavens did not tear, but the earth cracked open wider than any canyon of the Myriad Sword Manor. This new canyon extended far, deeper and wider than any previous formation, a testament to the unparalleled might displayed. ##### Chapter 101. An ordinary sword cultivator, an ordinary invincible. Jerome stared blankly at the newly formed Grand Canyon. He finally understood how the valley where the Myriad Swords Manor once resided came to be. It must have been created by their own ancient ancestor. But what was most shocking at this moment was Harvey, who stood in the canyon. The one who had just been commanding myriad beasts and towering over all, now found himself a lone figure without any followers. Those spirits that could previously revive infinitely did not even stir. They had been utterly eradicated by a single strike. Harvey's face was filled with disbelief. The myriad spirits he had summoned were so formidable that even Chris had kept his distance, only daring to dodge using agile movements. But now, facing the Adonis, they had been instantly slaughtered, and there was an overwhelming surge of sword intent and sword chi preventing them from reviving. Could it be that the Adonis was even stronger than Chris? However, what frustrated Harvey the most was this. In the ancient era, he ranked among the top 3 among the 10 human kais, while the Adonis was only 5th. Yet now, he had been incapacitated by a single strike. Harvey's pride was shattered. Chris rolled his eyes. This little brother was too easily discouraged. Wasn't he his leader rather than a psychiatrist? Chris walked over, kicked Harvey down and said, "Snap out of it. You're no longer a human kai but my dog. Keep your attitude right and you won't break down." Hearing this, Harvey became even more dejected. A dog? What does he take me for? A human kai. A king. Do you understand? A king. Kai. Chris listened as Harvey weakly muttered, "Woof woof woof." He thought that while this mental breakdown was good, at least the change in title was swift. The Adonis, having defeated Harvey with a single strike, looked even more arrogant. He pointed a long sword formed from sword intent at Chris. "As the master of the ancient spirit kai, you must be quite strong. Show me your prowess." Chris stroked his chin and said, "Just fighting isn't very thrilling. Do you want to fight outside the realm?" asked the Adonis. "Not really. I meant we should set a bet. Why don't you be my dog if I win?" Chris knew he was destined to leave the Xianxia realm but was worried about possible attacks from other realms after he left. Thus, he made this demand. The Adonis wasn't bothered. "Fine, since you're dead anyway." Seeing the Adonis agree, Chris was about to draw his sword but changed his mind. "Never mind. Since you have no physical sword, I'll just use sword intent," Chris said. "Just draw your sword already." The impatient response from the Adonis made Chris oblige without further ado. After all, it was on his insistence. But before Chris could even attack, the Adonis tumbled to the ground, ending up with a bruised nose and swollen face. Chris was stunned. "What are you doing?" "Nothing," replied the Adonis hesitantly. He realized his sword intent and sword chi had vanished, but he dismissed it as an operational error and began readjusting. However, something horrifying happened next. No matter how he tried, his sword intent and sword chi refused to emerge, hiding within him as if terrified by something outside. This was impossible. His sword intent stemmed from comprehending the power of a celestial swordsman who would split the heavens with a single strike. How could anything in this world frighten his sword intent? Chris saw the Adonis struggling, his face red with exertion, unable to unleash his power. Instantly, he sheathed his sword. The sword intent gushed out once again, no longer suppressed. This left him puzzled. Why did his sword intent behave inconsistently? Chris calmly asked, "Can we start now?" "Haha, it looks like you can't wait to die," sneered the Adonis, reinvigorated. He merged his sword intent with sword chi, materializing a giant sword and striking at Chris with greater force than before. Yet in the next instant, the giant sword vanished with a puff. Again, the Adonis lost control of his power and stumbled to the ground, breaking his nose, blood streaming out. Clutching his nose, he roared in agony. "What's going on? Who's messing with me? Why does my sword intent appear and disappear randomly? This is a joke?" Chris couldn't bear it anymore and sympathetically reminded, "Is it possible that your sword intent fears me?" "Nonsense. My sword intent comes from that celestial-like swordsman. Why would it fear you? What do you count as?" The Adonis was enraged because he revered that swordsman immensely. His power derived from the swordsman, so he held the latter in the highest regard, almost like a master. Now Chris suggested his sword intent feared him? That wasn't just an insult to him, but a desecration of the revered swordsman. Seeing the Adonis refuse to believe, Chris summoned his own sword intent. Take a look. Familiar? As soon as Chris's invincible sword intent appeared, the Adonis's anger froze. His power disappeared again, and he felt a familiar aura. It was true. This was indeed the invincible sword intent that had split the heavens. Only a sword cultivator could know how terrifying Chris's previous strike had been. So the Adonis deeply imprinted that power in his mind as his greatest aspiration. He had once fantasized about meeting his idol after reaching the peak of swordsmanship by comprehending that strike. However, he hadn't anticipated the outcome. He did meet his idol, but not under such humiliating circumstances. Thud. The Adonis collapsed to his knees, prostrating himself in despair and humility. I pay respects to the celestial swordsman." This scene astonished everyone around. From his respectful demeanor, they deduced. Could Chris be the celestial swordsman who had split the heavens with a single strike? Jerome looked at Chris and felt no regret about his daughter's transformation. Such a powerful connection far outweighed minor grievances. Tamara also shared her husband's thoughts. Meanwhile, Harvey, who insisted on being a human kai, stared at Chris in disbelief, muttering, "Woof woof woof." Clearly, Harvey had adjusted his position and attitude after a series of shocks. Seeing these reactions, Chris waved his hand casually. "All right, calm down. I'm just an ordinary sword cultivator, an ordinary invincible. There's no need to be this surprised. Let's focus on solving the situation here first." Chapter 102. Am I good-looking and kind-hearted? Resolution? Who is it supposed to resolve? Upon hearing Chris's words, Frisco was instantly startled. He hurriedly knelt down and said, "Venerable swordsman, I have always admired you deeply and looked up to you as my role model. I only offended you because I didn't know your identity. There's no need for you to kill me. Yes, I can be your hound. Woof woof." Harvey watched Frisco with an unchanging mindset. Putting aside other matters, though he did not become the supreme monarch, he was at least the Kai of dogs now. Seeing Frisco admitting defeat, Chris did not immediately agree. He glanced over at the Jerome couple far away. After all, they were victims too, and had the right to decide if they should forgive Frisco. The Blair instinctively covered her husband's mouth. However, Jerome dodged it and retorted angrily, "I know better than to offend the ancestor of swords." "You are even less tolerable," the Blair muttered softly. Jerome then turned to Chris and said, "Ancestor of swords, although our 10,000 swords manor was destroyed by this person, he is still considered our ancestor in the end. Therefore, we will not participate in his punishment, and will leave everything up to you." Relieved, the Blair let out a sigh of relief. In front of Chris, even with their relation to sword indifferent, they had no qualifications to make demands. They could proclaim their connection to the ancestor of swords to outsiders, but in front of him, they dare not assume such relations gave them leeway. After hearing the couple's decision regarding Frisco, Chris promptly made a decision. "All right, then the death penalty for Frisco is hereby revoked." Instantly relieved, Frisco thanked profusely. The Supreme Frog also jumped over to fawn over Chris, even offering to be a mount. However, Chris found it repulsive and waved it away. However, the appearance of the big frog reminded Chris of something. He asked curiously, "Frisco, why do you want that guiding heart sword so badly?" Frisco explained, "I follow the tyrannical path of swordsmanship, and although the sword is just an inferior downgrade weapon, it fits me perfectly and should boost my strength by about 20%. Chris nodded. Despite being only a small percentage, sometimes a 0.5% advantage could mean life or death in combat. "Good, that sword is currently with my disciple. Go find her later." Chris smiled. Isn't that inappropriate? The sword has already been given to your disciple. How can I ask for it back?" Frisco hesitated. Chris stared in disbelief. "What are you thinking?" "I mean the sword is already with my disciple. Teach her the cultivation method." Frisco was speechless. Harvey also looked disdainfully at Frisco, mocking him for lacking any sense of loyalty. Truly pathetic. Having arranged for the two monarchs, Chris looked at Jerome. "I promise to help solve sword indifference cultivation technique problem. They can take him there. Would you like to come along?" "No, we wish to rebuild the 10,000 swords manor here." Jerome shook his head. They realized that the central continent was already in chaos. With their abilities, they couldn't intervene anymore. Rather than making things worse, it was better to stay here quietly. "All right." Chris casually threw the golden light mirror to Harvey. "Take sword indifferent with you. Let Fairy Grotto help him solve his cultivation technique problems." "I won't go." Harvey was overwhelmed with gratitude and never expected such trust from Chris. He felt deeply touched. His master was a revered swordsman who trusted him so completely. He must not disappoint. Frisco hastily assured, "Brody, rest assured. I will complete this task impeccably." "Fine, go ahead," Chris said. Harvey and Frisco left immediately. Both were sovereign-level cultivators with spatial laws at their command. Though they could not match Chris's ability to traverse 3 celestial worlds in a single step, reaching Fairy Grotto wouldn't take long. Meanwhile, several streaks of light swiftly approached. They were the previous sect leaders who had sought Chris's aid. Initially, they had refused Chris's terms, relying on their respective overlords to confront the situation. After all, these sects belonged to those venerable overlords as well, and they received substantial resources from the sects each year. To their dismay, no matter how much they begged, the overlords refused to show up. Some even claimed it was the destiny of the central continent, and demanded they accept it. While the overlords remained safe in their grand halls, these sect leaders faced total ruin. Occupied and annihilated, what future did they have? Thus, these sect leaders could only again turn to Chris for help. As the leading sect among the 9 immortal sects, Lord Yovan of the chaotic ancient immortal sect knelt before Chris humbly, pleading, "Ancestor of swords, we accept your terms, please deal with the rampaging beasts." Other sect leaders also abandoned their dignity, fearing Chris might think they took him for granted. Kneeling, they pleaded for help, offering resources. Watching these groveling leaders, Jerome felt a tinge of relief. Previously, they also exploited the power of the beasts. Had they not connected with Chris in time, he might have been one of the kneeling sect leaders. Chris gazed at the kneeling sect leaders coolly. "Why did you come now?" Yovan gulped. Is there a problem?" Others anxiously awaited Chris's response. "What else? Of course, prices will increase. Do you know, I'm injured, and acting now will cost more, so more resources are required to help you." "So, do you understand my meaning?" Chris swept his gaze across the room confidently. Jovan's face stiffened. A sect leader misunderstood, shouting quickly, "Great ancestor, have mercy. Your demands have already strained us." Chris glanced at him. "I remember you're the Gavriel? Sorry, perhaps my demands were excessive. Didn't realize it weighed on you so heavily. Then how about this, you can leave, I don't need your resources." "How kind am I, handsome and benevolent as ever." The Gavriel turned pale. Chapter 103, A Monk's Compassion. Chris's words finally made these sect leaders realize just how ruthless he was now. They did not dare hesitate any longer. They had lost one opportunity and could not afford to lose this one. Otherwise, they would end up like the leader of Haiyue Dongtian, losing all hope completely. "So, what is your price this time?" Yovan asked cautiously. "Didn't I ask for all the resources you've gathered from sealing the beasts until now last time?" "Well, forget that. If I take it all, you won't be able to live," Chris said with apparent benevolence as he looked at these sect leaders. But everyone ignored his statement, even becoming more terrified. There was something harsher coming next. Seeing no one arguing, Chris nodded slightly and said, "From now on, all resources of your sects will be split 3 parts for you, 7 for me." "Oh, 7 parts are mine," he added. The various sect leaders thought indeed. It was even harsher than before. Previously, he only asked for a certain period's worth of resources. Now, for as long as their sects exist, they must provide him all resources. It was as if Chris wanted to become their living ancestor. But did they have a choice? No. I agree, Yovan replied bitterly. So do I, another agreed. Me too. Soon, all sect leaders expressed their agreement. They couldn't refuse because now Chris only asked for 7 tints. Without his help, their sects wouldn't even have 3 tints left. Seeing them agree, Chris immediately said, "Move aside. I'm going to draw my sword." Everyone moved back without understanding what Chris intended to do. Then they saw Chris place his right hand on the hilt and suddenly drew the sword, slashing horizontally in the air with a beautiful arc before putting it back. Everything around remained normal. Everyone watched Chris puzzledly, not knowing what he was doing. "Calm down. You can go back," Chris said calmly. "Ah." Yovan paused, then realized something, flying into the sky to check on his sect using supernatural powers. Luan Gu Xianzong sealed an ancient beast called Shuhu, which had a horse body, bird wings, a human face, and a snake tail. A terrifying creature in strength. Just knowing that Luan Gu Xianzong as the top sect tried every means, but failed to defeat it showed its formidable power. However, when Yovan checked remotely, he saw the ferocious Shuhu split into 2 halves. Could it be the sword slash just now? Did Sword Ancestor kill the beast by slashing through space across trillions of miles? That beast was so powerful that even dozens of Ascension Dalens, or combined hundreds of Void Formation and Union realms couldn't defeat it. Joven's pupils dilated, cold sweat breaking out on his skin. Wait, he shuddered and looked at the other sect leaders, who were also checking on their own sections. Their expressions matched Joven's, full of shock, horror, and even despair. Clearly, their beasts were also dead. Killing all those beasts simultaneously coupled with Chris's powerful remote strike left everyone convinced he killed all the ancient beasts with that single slash. Exchanging glances, they all felt astonished. How incredibly powerful must Chris be? Wasn't this already a mortal level? Suddenly, Yovan understood something. Following such an existence wasn't humiliating. It was glorious. Offering 70% of the resources was their honor. Immediately kneeling down, Yovan ignored his dignity as the leader of the top sect and bowed deeply thrice. "Hereafter, Luan Gu Xianzong will respect you above all, and we voluntarily offer 80% of our resources, eternally unchanged." Other sect leaders' faces changed drastically, cursing inwardly. "Damn it, he beat us to it." Others also hurried to speak up. Some offered 80%, while some bit the bullet and offered 95%. Seeing how they eagerly gave resources, Chris sighed. He thought he was greedy, but these people still hadn't been squeezed dry yet. "Okay, listen to you." Chris agreed casually. These leaders weren't disappointed or heartbroken but felt proud, quickly vowing to gather and send over resources. "It doesn't matter, I'm not in a hurry," Chris responded indifferently. Having just advanced, he didn't feel the urgency to ascend further, hence not lacking resources badly. However, Yovan and others did not delay, hurrying back to their sects to collect resources. Upon arriving, they found strangers in their sections. These people wore monk robes, with shaved heads, looking benevolent and helping to clean up the mess, treating and caring for the elders and disciples. Descending, Yovan walked up to a kind-looking Jessup and asked curiously, "Where do you come from, Brody?" The Jessup smiled slightly, clasping his hands together and saying, "Umitba, this humble monk comes from where he should and goes to where he should, for the salvation of all. Do I give you a chance to show off? Speak clearly." Yovan angrily cursed. The Jessup's face froze. Yovan asked nicely considering the Western Joab Kadam's power and the increasing presence of Buddhist disciples in Central Continent recently. Still, the monk put on airs. Didn't he know Central Continent never favored Buddhists? Though trained well, the Jessup controlled himself and continued politely. "Why does the layman insult this poor monk? We are here to assist Luan Gu Xianzong." "Ha, assistance? Why didn't you come when the beast was raging?" Yovan sneered. The Jessup smiled calmly. "We were devising ways to defeat the beast. Otherwise, why did it die?" "Oh? Did you kill the beast?" Yovan asked dumbfounded. "Yes, we invited the Bradley to slay it. You were away, thus unaware. However, no need for thanks. A monk's compassion is boundless." Yovan was stunned at the monk's audacity. "Does he think I don't know who killed the beast since I was away? Daring to claim credit?" Bradley's ambition is known widely. If he could easily kill such beasts, he would have dominated long ago, not remain hidden. Just as Yovan planned to berate the monk, he suddenly realized. Monk's compassion, huh? Excitedly grabbing the monk's hand, Yovan exclaimed, "I knew the beast died suddenly when I was out. So it was you monks. Thank you, thank you. I believe in your compassion. But can you help us rebuild with some resources since we suffered heavily? As repayment, once we recover, we'll build temples here. And I swear, anyone who disrespects you, I'll get back at their ancestors." Hearing about spending money, the Jessup hesitated. They usually took, not gave. But hearing Joven's promise, he became tempted. After all, he came to pave the way for future missionary work supported by Luan Gu Xianzong. It was surprisingly successful. Buddhism indeed has limitless power. "Please follow me, sect leader. I will fetch the resources for you with all effort." The Jessup decided to part with some wealth. Sometimes you had to give to get. Yovan smiled, secretly informing the remaining elders telepathically. After he and the Jessup left, those elders all sneered viciously, picking up their tools and quietly trailing behind. Chapter 104. I'll scatter your ashes. Yovan followed the Jessup to a temple. Faxi temple. "Brody, what does the name of this temple mean?" Yovan asked curiously. "The laws originate from the West," the Jessup said proudly. Yovan pondered for a moment, and his face darkened. Wasn't this implying that Buddhism was their ancestor and all phenomena were bestowed by the Western paradise? What a load of crap. Soon, the two entered the temple. The Jessup said, "Please wait here, Brody Sue. This poor monk will fetch the resources." All right. Yovan wasn't overly anxious. He wanted to ensure there were indeed abundant resources before making a move. The Jessup walked away, heading towards the back courtyard. Yovan stood in the courtyard, facing the hall of great heroism. where a massive golden Joab statue was placed. Due to his lack of reverence, Yovan didn't kneel or show respect upon seeing the Joab statue. He merely scrutinized the golden statue with disdain. But as he looked on, he suddenly felt that the gilded Joab, with its benevolent appearance, made it hard to look away. At the same time, he heard sounds of wooden fish and chants. Yovan, not seeing anyone around, wondered where these sounds came from. Just as he was about to listen more carefully, he sensed something amiss. Previously, when he had sent people to investigate Buddhism, some of them had fallen into such traps. First, they would hear chants, then be controlled, becoming slaves to Buddhism. Tricked. You damned old man, get out here. Yovan shouted angrily, brandishing his longsword. The longsword invoked laws, summoning terrifying thunderbolts that struck the hall of great heroism. Above the hall, an ethereal Joab figure appeared, catching the thunder with one hand. At this point, the Jessup's figure vanished, but his laughter echoed, "Don't struggle, Brody Sue. Once inside Xianxia Temple and having met the earthly Joab, you can't escape. You old bastard, I knew you weren't up to good." Yovan cursed furiously. Hee, calm down, Brody Sue. It's an honor to join Buddhism since my Joab is most revered. Be aware that besides the earthly Joab's incarnation, there is this poor monk too. With your strength, it's a futile attempt to resist us alone, the Jessup said confidently. Yovan sneered. Alone? Who said I'm alone? The Jessup laughed dismissively. Don't pretend, Brody Sue. Your disciples are all repairing the sect. How could they possibly be here? Boom. Thousands of law powers erupted abruptly, fiercely striking down. The Joab figure inside Xianxia Temple instantly swelled, attempting to counterattack. How dare you desecrate my sacred Joab? Puff. The figure exploded instantly, along with Xianxia Temple being destroyed. The hiding place of the Jessup was exposed, and he looked up at the sky in disbelief. Above him, over 80% of the surviving Wuxia ancient immortal sect elders were alive. As the top immortal sect of Central Continent, don't let Jovan's subservience to Chris fool you. They were absolutely powerful, even capable of fighting other 8 top-ranked immortal sects simultaneously without being outmatched. Even after the calamity caused by the beasts, the remaining power far exceeded what a mere Xianxia Temple could handle. The Jessup, who was smart, suddenly realized, angrily yelling at Yovan, "You bastard! You originally intended to attack our Xianxia Temple." Yovan sneered coldly. "You brought it on yourself. Why did you act arrogantly?" "How did I act arrogantly?" the Jessup asked coldly. "Do you really think I don't know who eliminated those beasts? That was done personally by me asking Sword Ancestor." The Jessup's pupils dilated in shock, roaring, "Impossible! You lied. I never saw Sword Ancestor appear at Wuxia ancient immortal sect." Other Wuxia ancient immortal sect elders were also incredulous. Yovan smirked. "Do you know the terror of Sword Ancestor? With just a single strike from afar, he eliminated all the beasts." This statement silenced everyone. They truly couldn't imagine it. Those were supreme-level beasts. Supreme beings were among the top in this world. Even the earthly Joab would have to treat them with caution. Yet someone could eliminate them with a single strike from afar. Wuxia ancient immortal sect's head elder suddenly remembered something and asked urgently, "Lord Sect Leader, did you ask Sword Ancestor not to hold previous grudges? We could offer resources and apologize." "Do you need to ask? I'm already a dog to Sword Ancestor," Yovan replied arrogantly. All the elders immediately showed pleased expressions. Great. Unlike their joy, the Jessup recalled another matter, which terrified him further. Recently, news from the Western Buddhist nation reported that the earthly Joab had been severely injured for unknown reasons, bleeding across the sky, fleeing to the outer regions. This resulted in a significant reduction in power of all Joab statues in the Western Buddhist nation. Otherwise, the Joab statue's ethereal figure in Xianxia Temple wouldn't have been so easily broken. Legend has it that at the moment the earthly Joab was injured, a beam of sword light flashed across the sky of the Western Buddhist nation. Because the light was so fast, and no one thought it was possible to kill from such a distance, everyone assumed they were mistaken. Now, hearing Jovan's words, the Jessup suddenly thought those people might not have been wrong. That beam of light came from Sword Ancestor. Just before this happened, Faxiang Temple had created disturbances in the eastern border. Who didn't know that Sword Ancestor lived there? Perhaps because of Sword Ancestor's displeasure, he remotely injured the earthly Joab. Thinking of this, the Jessup knelt instantly. Where is Sword Ancestor? I want to be his dog too. Boom. Endless rays of light directly killed the Jessup. Yovan looked at the ash left behind, scattered it with anger. Damn. You wanted to ingratiate yourself with Sword Ancestor, but where do I stand? Everyone, dig up all the resources here. I'll offer them to Sword Ancestor. Numerous elders immediately began to collect every resource diligently. Yovan immediately carried the resources, eager to find Chris. However, upon arriving at Wanjian Manor, he didn't see Chris but found other sect leaders bringing piles of resources. What are you doing? Yovan asked suspiciously. Hee. After I returned, a Buddhist monk came to deceive me. I killed him, burned their temple, slaughtered their people, and looted their resources. One sect leader chuckled. Other sect leaders showed surprise, exclaiming in unison. Those monks also came to deceive you? Well, now everyone understood. These monks intended to deceive all the top immortal sects to spread Buddhism in Central Continent. Furthermore, these sect leaders suspected that the beasts and the reincarnated human kings might have some connection with Buddhism. Fortunately, all these conspiracies were cut off by Chris's sword. After comprehending this, the sect leaders became even more loyal and reverent towards Chris. Sword Ancestor must have seen through everything long ago, which explained why he acted so fiercely. Translation note. Xianxia Temple. Direct pinyin translation to maintain the original Chinese name. Sword Ancestor. Transliterated based on context provided. Maintain the paragraph structure and tone as closely as possible while ensuring the English version reads naturally. Chapter 105. We are going to finish you off together. Chris never expected that his single stroke of the sword would have destroyed years of deployment by his own disciple. It was just one step away from completing their plot, but Chris dismantled it all. Who wouldn't feel frustrated in such a situation? The Bradley, who had already fled into the outer domain and was hiding inside a star, wore a face filled with anger and despair. He regretted it. Really, he deeply regretted it. From the start, he shouldn't have gone to the eastern border region. If he hadn't ventured into the eastern border region, he wouldn't have been injured and forced to flee. Then, Chris wouldn't have emerged. Without Chris's interference, the alliance with the ferocious beasts would have succeeded. Had his plan succeeded, he could have dominated Central State. If Central State were under his control, joining forces with the four domains to attack the eastern border region wouldn't be far off. Now everything was ruined. One wrong move and the entire game was lost. No, I can't accept this. The Bradley's eyes glowed with a mix of cunning and madness. Since he was now hiding in the outer domain, his master couldn't find him. Therefore, he planned a full-scale assault on his fellow disciples, putting his master in a difficult position. Knowing his master's deep bonds, he would surely be distraught over his disciples' plight. When Brody's mind is in chaos, there will be an opportunity for him. Thinking this, the Bradley immediately began communicating with all the monks in the Western Buddhist Kingdom, launching attacks against all of Chris's disciples. News of the Bradley reached the Xianxia realm. Chris knew because he had a lapdog named Alden, who had perfect surveillance over the Xianxia realm. So when the news penetrated his barriers, it was detected and reported to Chris immediately. Chris's expression darkened. He realized his disciple had completely lost his mind. Can you trace the source of the message? Chris asked. No, the distance is too great. My control is limited to the Xianxia realm. Alden felt regretful and curious. What do you plan to do? Chase your disciple into the outer domain. Given Chris's abilities, it probably wouldn't take long to find the disciple if he weren't afraid of the hassle. But it would involve traveling a long distance, which might appear a bit undignified. Chris shook his head. No need. I remember you mentioned before that the four border regions of the Xianxia realm are artificially put together? Yes, so what? Alden asked curiously. Nothing much. Since they don't belong to the Xianxia realm originally, losing them shouldn't be a problem. Why bother chasing anyone? Isn't it better to resolve things once and for all? Chris said calmly. Alden, what are you planning? Without answering, Chris abandoned the search for other king's secrets and strode towards the western border region. The western border region, also known as the Western Buddhist Kingdom, was dotted with countless temples. It was practically a temple every few steps. Everywhere, monks clad in saffron robes roamed around. Incense burned abundantly, and the sound of wooden fish and chanting resonated endlessly. Despite its apparent religious prosperity, the people living here were extremely poor and backward. Because these people believed fervently that worshipping deities would bring them benefits, they spent their days praying and chanting rather than farming or working. Their money was spent on offerings, leaving none for seeds or sustenance. Once a temple construction project began, these people would volunteer freely. As a result, they were emaciated and lived on thin gruel, barely surviving. Many died of starvation. Meanwhile, the monks enjoyed luxurious meals and even drank alcohol. Seeing the glittering temples and the impoverished people, Chris laughed suddenly. I remember a joke about the Buddhist concept of 3 pure meats. Having overseen the realm, Alden naturally knew of it and laughed. The Buddhists create self-contradictory terms. They say eating meat is acceptable as long as you didn't see the animal being killed, didn't hear its cries, and it wasn't killed specifically for you. Isn't that deceiving oneself? If you eat meat and others can't get enough, they will still be forced to kill more animals. Isn't that still causing harm and killing? How can they say killing brings bad karma, but then shift the blame onto the person who prepared the meal for you? Chris sneered. Recalling this joke reminded him of how the Buddhists claim compassion while extracting offerings from people. Taking people's money for services rendered isn't just employment, yet they pose as compassionate saviors. If something goes wrong, they blame the lack of sincerity, not their incompetence. So, what good are these capitalists anyway? Watching the river between the western border region and Central State, Chris slowly drew his sword. Sword energy surged and a terrifying force roiled the waters, sending waves sky high. Even the ferocious beasts within the river were terrified, assuming Chris was there to slay them. Suddenly, a figure appeared from afar, striding across the waves. Clad in a saffron robe, he had a bear-like build and a commanding presence. Barefoot, he walked effortlessly on water, calming the surging waves in his wake. Chris sheathed his sword curiously, feeling an overwhelming force emanating from this figure. A physical cultivator? Chris raised an eyebrow. Before this man could respond, another figure approached from behind Chris. This woman, with a mesmerizing smile, moved with a sultry grace, drawing all eyes to her. From the east, a young man arrived, dressed in a Taoist robe, surrounded by 9 faint black holes twisting all forces around him. Instantly recognizing these figures, Chris understood. These were the reincarnated young Kais. They had come to confront him together. Indeed, soon 4 more figures arrived, the ancient 10 Kais. 1 had been eliminated by Chris, 2 became his followers, and now the remaining 7 had gathered here. Even the Golden Spear Kai, whose strength had surpassed even his former glory, had come. Chris looked at these Kais with interest. Did the Bradley send you? They gazed at him with varying expressions, serious, wary, or calm. Only the first arriving physical cultivation king responded calmly. In a way, yes. Before our reincarnation and development, the Bradley sought us out and made a deal. He wanted the territory of the Xianxia realm, and we desired its resources. Unfortunately, despite our best plans involving supreme-level ferocious beasts attacking immortal sects, you thwarted us with 1 stroke of your sword. The skill you displayed could have placed you among the top Kais even in ancient times. Hearing this, Chris grew more curious. Yet you dared to come to me? The physical king remained calm and composed. We've all changed since then, especially myself. The path of Buddhism has suited my cultivation well, allowing me to attain the indestructible body of a Joab. The other Kais clearly gained significant advantages through their reincarnation, likely due to their innate talents and fortune. Reincarnated in this world, which held far less power than the ancient times, it was easy for them to become even stronger, giving them the confidence to challenge Chris. Understanding this, Chris smiled. Fine, since a fight is inevitable, who shall go first? The 7 great Kais simultaneously revealed looks of mockery. Who said we're going to challenge you one-on-one? We are going to finish you off together, the Golden Spear Kai coldly declared. Chapter 106. Will you still not die now? Chris looked bewildered. You're ganging up on me. Why do you have to be so arrogant? If someone didn't know any better, they'd think you can take me down one-on-one. As long as you die, it doesn't matter how. In this era, no one should stand in our way. Jason stared intently at Chris, brimming with battle intent. Chris smiled. I heard that in ancient times, 3 monstrous beings emerged, known as the human griffins, suppressing you all underfoot. That's why you reincarnated, isn't it? It seems you're afraid of history repeating itself, wanting to kill me preemptively? The 7 great Kais were all displeased by Chris's words, because he had hit the nail on the head. But it no longer mattered. After today, Chris would be dead. In 100 years, who would remember a dead man? Jason, having endured immense humiliation at Chris's hands, was the most eager. He made the first move. His prowess lay in his golden spear, and after an extraordinary encounter, not only had he restored his peak strength but surpassed it. Now, he was brimming with confidence. As he thrust his spear forward, the force contained within seemed to encompass a whole world's worth of space-time power. It appeared before him, yet felt like it came from time immemorial. It left no room for evasion, only confrontation. Who could resist such power? Who could withstand the force of a world, the might of time and space? The surrounding kings watched with bright eyes. Jason's spear move was absolutely brilliant, arguably the top in Xianxia world spear techniques. They couldn't help but admire his expertise. Of course, they didn't just watch, they acted together immediately. Yet what no one expected was that due to Jason taking the first action, Chris drew his sword instantly. The sword's light slashed out. Compared to Jason's world-piercing spear, this sword light seemed ordinary, even mundane. Some even thought it would shatter under Jason's overwhelming aura. But it did not. The sword light effortlessly cut through Jason's prideful aura, slicing through his gathered world space power and then decapitated him. A well-formed head flew skyward, disbelief etched on its face. This sudden attack shocked the 6 remaining kings. How could one of them die so easily? That single thrust of Jason's spear earlier had been something few dared to say they could counter instantly. But Chris had handled it so casually. The threat Chris posed to them grew immensely. The Supreme Lords watching from afar also gasped in shock and anger. Why didn't these fools act together? They'll be picked off one by one. Bradley, secretly observing, was also infuriated, feeling that he had hired fools despite spending a fortune. Please don't think I'm boasting, but I really suggest you all give it your best shot, Chris advised, though his words made the remaining kings' faces darken even further. What Chris said, while seemingly modest, was laced with sarcasm and disdain. This looks like a day you won't walk away from, the leader among them, Fedor, coldly stated. Then he tore off his robe, revealing robust muscles and a dragon tattoo on his back. Hayward explained beside him, this guy is Fedor. He has some of the ancient witch's bloodline from the far past, unmatched in strength. He can also use the lost technique, emulate heaven's image, making him extremely powerful. Even now, his bloodline isn't fully awakened. Otherwise, he could treat me like a ball. Chris nodded and turned his gaze to another person, a youth in a Taoist robe whom he found particularly intriguing. He's Black Heaven Kai, who practices cave heaven technique. He can gather cave heaven power around himself to crush everything or devour anything, Hayward continued. How does his strength compare to yours? Chris asked. He could treat me like a ball too? Hayward replied helplessly. There wasn't much he could do since although he was strong, the boundary-breaking figures of the Boundary Lord realm were beyond him. These 10 kings were all top-tier geniuses who could indeed handle Xianxia world without issue, and they were merely characters from the ancient past. Hayward, having absorbed a world nucleus, had gained some fragmented memories from the ancient past. Despite being limited, he remembered constantly getting beaten. Compared to Black Heaven Kai and Fedor, the other kings were slightly inferior, namely, Dao Luna, Illusion Kai, Edmund Kai, and Moon Kai. Edmund Kai and Moon Kai were twins, one topped with a sun, the other holding a moon. Together, they formed a Tai Chi pattern, capable of crushing everything. Roar. Emulate heaven's image. Fedor suddenly bellowed, his body rapidly expanding. Unlike the usual illusions, his body physically enlarged, becoming a massive mountain towering over everything, multiplying his strength several times over. This ability once allowed him to overpower 9 kings, forcing all to bow to him. It was the first time Chris saw this skill and couldn't help but praise, truly formidable. Enough talk. Today, you must die here. Black Heaven Kai's surrounding void spewed chaotic energy, enclosing Chris inescapably. Before it closed, Chris saw the Western Buddhist Kaidam gathering below, preparing to strike. Illusion Kai, the lone female among the kings, chuckled lightly. Suddenly, the surroundings twisted, and countless nude women appeared, flirting wildly around Chris, enticing him to join their revelry. Why care about your disciples when Western forces are ready to kill them off? My sisters will be available for your pleasure. They can bear hundreds of children as your disciples. Illusion Kai laughed seductively as she approached him. The other kings raised their powers to peak levels, aiming to ensure Chris's certain demise. However, Chris dismissed the other kings' presence, focusing only on Black Heaven Kai and Fedor. The twin Edmund and Moon Kais manipulated their Tai Chi diagram towards Chris, grinding everything to nothingness, including the world itself, exposing the void beyond. Hayward incessantly urged Chris to act. In response, Chris summoned the primordial shield, colliding it with the Tai Chi diagram. Edmund and Moon Kais revealed a delighted expression. Was this fool trying to confront the Tai Chi diagram? Had it been the previous sword light, it might not hold. But defense? No power could withstand the yin-yang twist. As the Tai Chi diagram rushed forward, it enveloped Chris, grinding fiercely like a millstone, attempting to crush him. Marsan-yang forces, being the origin of all things, could also end all. When combined, their grinding force was even enough to make Illusion Kai retreat. Do not hesitate, attack together. Fedor's voice thundered across the sky. Then, he unleashed a mighty punch. Black Heaven Kai's 9 cave heavens merged into one, unleashing swirling forces far more potent than the Tai Chi diagram. Illusion Kai and Dao Luna exchanged glances before acting together. Illusion Kai used her illusions to disorient Chris, while Dao Luna suppressed Chris's sword with his blade's aura, ensuring it wouldn't draw out. With his Dao-class treasure unable to be wielded, what could he do against them? 6 great kings attacked together, the strongest among them. Wouldn't you still die now? The observers from the Supreme Hall and Bradley couldn't help but show excitement. Chapter 107. The small one is defeated, and the older one arrives? Numerous attacks surrounded Chris. In reality, no one could see Chris's exact condition inside the protective layer. Therefore, nobody knew that Chris was completely unharmed. He was protected by the Primal Unity Shield, rendering him entirely safe. Even the Taiji diagram, capable of obliterating the world, had not affected him in the slightest. Chris's delayed response was due to his desire to feel out Luna Lee's strength. However, it wasn't all that impressive. Was this the legendary heaven simulating art? Could it be because the nephew bloodline wasn't awakened yet? Chris found it perplexing and then placed his hand on the sword hilt, abruptly drawing his sword. Alden's sword was only a Dao artifact. Perhaps to many, it seemed very powerful. Many believed Chris's invincibility was due to this sword. But compared to Chris's strength, this sword was quite weak. If not for Chris continuously nourishing it with sword chi and sword intent, the Alden sword might have already been shattered by these formidable enemies. At that moment, the sword slashed horizontally. Its power wasn't substantial, yet its sword beam cut through everything. The Taiji diagram, illusions, chaotic energy. All forces were severed directly. Accompanied by spurts of blood, the 4 great Kais retreated simultaneously. All suffered backlash from their own attacks, sustaining significant injuries. The only ones still at peak fighting capacity were Edwin and Fedor. Behind Edwin, a cavern emitted warping power, capable of distorting all attacks. Chris's previous sword beam's counterforce had been absorbed into the black hole, preventing him from being injured. Fedor simply excelled in defense and quick recovery. Upon seeing the 4 great Kais being repelled so swiftly, all onlookers were shocked. Even Edwin wore a serious expression. Fedor, let's attack together again. Don't give him time to draw his sword. Fool, you still think he relies on that sword? Didn't you see what happened to Dao Luna? Fedor roared. Everyone then noticed Dao Luna lying on the ground, his body cracked, his foundation destroyed. He had become an ordinary person, white hair and withered face, gasping his last breath. My blade intent, my intent has been destroyed by him. He has such powerful sword intent. Escape quickly. Dao Luna screamed pitifully before spitting blood and dying. Witnessing this, everyone felt even more terrified. Dao Luna hadn't attacked. He merely used blade intent to suppress Chris from drawing his sword but was killed. Such terrifying sword intent. Regardless, my cavern can warp all forces. He didn't break through my defense just now, as you saw. As for Fedor, it isn't easy for his attacks to hurt you either. So next, I'll block his attacks, while you attack. Others help, don't hesitate. We must unite and fight to the death. Edwin shouted fiercely. Alright, cooperate. I don't believe he's truly that strong. Fedor also roared angrily. He couldn't accept it. Huan Luna and Ri Sheli Tian Luna wiped away mouthfuls of blood and pounced with all their might. This time was different from before. They were fighting to the death. Everyone exerted all their power, even willing to exhaust their lives to combat Chris. Especially Edwin. The black hole hovered high in the sky, enveloping everything. The heaven Dao of Xintian world seemed to cower far away, silent. Fedor howled to the heavens, his buried witch blood stirring, showing signs of awakening. This made Fedor even more frenzied, his strength surging. An ancient, special aura radiated from him, giving Chris a sense of severe threat, even the scent of death. Chris was startled. Since his arrival, after cultivating for over 100,000 years, this was the first time anyone had posed even a hint of lethal danger to him. He looked at Fedor but realized that aura wasn't from Fedor but a faint trace of blood within him. The witches were so powerful, a mere trace of blood was terrifying. Chris suddenly became deeply interested in the witches. Just then, Fedor's punch came down heavily. Chris instantly drew his sword, easily breaking through Huan Luna et al.'s blockade. Their desperate attempts were laughable. Edwin frantically activated his black hole, dark and twisted forces gushing out, trying to dissolve Chris's sword light. But Chris was now serious. That single sword cut effortlessly pierced the black hole, Edwin, and Fedor's body. Edwin and Fedor thought blocking Chris's earlier attack put them on equal footing. They never imagined Chris held back because of curiosity about heaven simulating art. Now, Chris's earnest strike easily slew the 2 strongest kings. 2 once arrogant and powerful kings now lay lifeless, eyes wide open, unable to rise again. The scene terrified Huan Luna, the 3 humans Joab, and the Supreme Hall. In their hearts was boundless fear. This person was unbeatable. A wave of intense defeat swept over everyone. All wanted to surrender, especially the Bradley who nearly begged for mercy, hoping Chris would remember past teacher-student ties and spare him. But before he moved, a terrifying aura emerged from deep space. That power resembled a human hand covering an anthill, where a single thought could exterminate all life in the universe. All beings felt utterly helpless. Yet the power wasn't targeting anyone specifically. It swept across half the universe, its divine consciousness reaching Xianxia world. Xianxia world's heaven Dao trembled, humbly saying, Gria, T Dao? I'm not great Dao, nor am I at that level. Just checking to see who dared slaughter my junior. An ancient voice echoed throughout Xianxia world, terrifying all beings. How dare the heaven Dao point to Chris? It remained silent. Luckily, Chris wasn't one to shy away from trouble. Who are you? Which initiate Chi? The voice replied coldly. Did you kill my junior? Are you a physical cultivator? Somewhat, Chris admitted, having borrowed from the path of physical cultivation. Noted. You can die. With that, a force capable of destroying Xianxia world instantly enveloped Chris. The heaven Dao didn't dare resist or utter a word. Chris's expression changed as he sensed the same familiar deathly threat he'd felt within Fedor, now magnified countless times. This existence was incomprehensibly terrifying. Chapter 108. When the witch warriors march, no blade of grass survives. Why don't you draw your sword? Jonah was taken aback by Chris's lack of resistance. After all, he could sense the surging sword intent within Chris, a power far surpassing that of a boundary lord. Chris shook his head. My sword is no match for you. Jonah smiled faintly. You're quite smart. Being able to trade one for one with an offspring of my race is an honor in itself. Rest assured, since this world stood by and watched as my descendants were wiped out, it has no reason to exist. I will let countless lives perish alongside you. All beings in Xianxia world heard these words, trembling in terror. Even the Alden felt bitter despair, unable to muster any resistance against this monstrous being. He was too powerful. But Chris shook his head again. You misunderstand me. My sword can't defeat you, but that doesn't mean I can't fight you. Because it's just a Dao weapon, incapable of withstanding the force of our clash. Upon hearing this, Jonah laughed maniacally. His laughter shook the heavens and caused stars in the universe to tremble. Within Xianxia world, mountains crumbled and disasters erupted without cease. This was the power of a being above the boundary lord realm. His casual laugh could destroy an entire world. Laughing with disdain, Jonah mocked. Boy, did I hear you right? You wish to kill me? Do you know that even a boundary lord is nothing more than a fart before me? Don't think I'm just a mere avatar. Killing you would be child's play. The power restraining Chris suddenly tightened, proving Jonah's ability to crush him effortlessly. However, in the next moment, Chris unleashed an incomparably violent sword intent. Yuan Luna and Ri Sheli Tianwang stared in disbelief. Chris seemed 10 times stronger now compared to when he defeated them earlier. They had thought his power came from the Dao sword. Little did they know, the sword had been limiting his true strength. At that instant, Jonah's power was instantly cut through by Chris's sword intent. Chris's eyes flashed as he intoned, eyes of enlightenment. In an instant, countless light years of cosmos appeared before his vision. He saw numerous worlds and infinite stars, but he couldn't locate Jonah. Clearly, Jonah was much farther away than he had imagined. With a sigh, Chris said, forget it, cutting off a part of your power will do. As he spoke, sword intent surged and blade energy gushed forth. The power avatar extending from the distant reaches of the universe was instantly severed by Chris. It's impossible. Moments ago, Jonah had been arrogantly declaring the destruction of an entire world to bury his descendants. Now, only a furious roar remained before his avatar was destroyed. Of course, the one who died was merely his avatar. Meanwhile, in a world tens of thousands of times larger than Xianxia world, Jonah roared furiously in an ancient village. Even a worm in a corner dares attack me? Gather 10,000 witch warriors for war. Despite his madness, Jonah still possessed intelligence. His avatars were incredibly strong, capable of easily destroying multiple worlds. Yet one of them had been slain by Chris, proving the boy's formidable strength. That such a powerhouse could emerge in a small, obscure corner implied a significant backing force behind him. Mobilizing 10,000 witch warriors would send shivers down every heaven's spine. Even the mightiest powers would find it hard to resist. Many worlds surrounding the witch realm sensed the unrest and quaked in fear, thinking Jonah was about to lead troops against them. But seeing the 10,000 witch warriors march aggressively towards another star system relieved them, while also casting a mournful pallor over their faces. After all, the witch clan was universally recognized as the most combat-effective and inherently brutal force in the universe. Their notorious motto was, when witch warriors march, no blade of grass survives. With 10,000 witch warriors on the move, annihilating a few star systems would be enough. Many wondered who had provoked the witch clan's wrath so terribly. Chris didn't know about the witch clan's reputation, but he understood that Jonah was immensely powerful and extremely arrogant. Having suffered a setback at his hands, he wouldn't let Chris off easily. Dao of Heaven, do you know about the witch clan? Chris asked. I've heard of them. They are a very powerful race, the Alden replied shakily. How powerful? The expert we encountered just now should be a star system level warrior. His power can influence or destroy an entire star system, and the witch clan has roughly tens of thousands of such warriors. Boundary lords are merely the lowest rank among them. Below that, there's nothing. Because they are born at the boundary lord level. The Alden felt bitter and hopeless. Chris, too, was speechless. He had heard of the witch clan's reputation on Earth, yet he hadn't expected them to be so powerful. In Xianxia world, a boundary lord's power dominated everyone, but for them, it was merely the starting point. So you're saying I'm doomed? Chris shook his head. No, we are all doomed. Your true strength is beyond my comprehension, and I believe that even if you can't beat the witch clan, you can at least escape, the Alden sighed bitterly. Chris pondered, but I don't like running. You've run before when your disciple pursued you. That was just a game between us, not a life and death situation, Chris corrected. The Alden had no comeback, feeling helpless, and could only say, forget it, I don't want to talk anymore. I need to think of a splendid farewell letter. Seeing the Alden's despair, Chris ignored further conversation. He glanced at the dead and dying Kais and collected their treasures. Confirming the presence of the world core inside, he nodded contentedly. Yuan Luna reacted quickly, crawling on the ground, trembling. Brody, I'm willing to serve you forever, even as your concubine or servant. Ri Sheli Tianwang, looking at Yuan Luna's voluptuous figure, felt a bit sour. Damn, she was a concubine, what about them? Dogs? Suddenly, Harvey ran up, surprised. Brody, what happened just now? Not much, just an avatar of a domain outsider. Already dealt with. Chris didn't elaborate, not wanting to cause panic. Harvey understood, then looked at the stunned trio and smiled. Since you're still alive, why don't you come over and greet Brody? Hearing Harvey, formerly ranked third among the human kings, addressing them as Brody made the three incredulously shocked. Yet this somewhat comforted Ri Sheli Tianwang. They hurriedly knelt and called Chris Brody. While they didn't become serval dogs like Harvey, they believed it was temporary. Harvey trusted that someday, they would be well tamed by him. Chapter 109. Severing the Western Paradise Path. Of the 10 ancient human emperors, half were killed and the other half subdued. The trend of the ancient revival was thus forcibly halted. This was something no one had anticipated, including those in the outer regions, such as the Bradley and the Supreme Halls. They felt powerless. After all, Chris was too powerful and exceptionally adept at hiding his true strength. Every time they thought they had grasped his true power, they were slapped in the face. Even when everyone believed his strongest asset was his sword, he ended up proving them wrong again. Who would have thought that the long sword he carried on his waist daily was actually a burden? Following this battle, the Bradley pondered whether he should flee even farther away. But before he could decide, Chris had already begun to attack the Western Paradise. Under the Bradley's orders, many monks of the Western Paradise were already gathering. Although it couldn't be claimed that every man was an armed soldier here, when the Buddhist order was given, the people dared not disobey. Wearing tattered clothes and wielding makeshift weapons, these civilians were clearly meant to serve as cannon fodder. In contrast, the monks wore luxurious robes or protective armor, ensuring their own safety. This massive force, when combined, was uncountable. Even if they couldn't topple the central continent, they could still cause significant chaos. Chris, seeing their intent to muddy the waters, felt enraged. He raised the Heaven's Tao sword high and slashed down at the Two Realms River. The river surged with monstrous waves, mixed with ferocious beasts and blood, and even some terrified creatures within the waves. But what was most terrifying were the countless lives in the Western Paradise. 4 Chris's slash severed the Two Realms River itself. Accompanied by deafening roars, everyone watched in shock as the western border region separated from the Xianxia realm. If viewed from above, it looked like a lush tree losing a thick branch. A gap appeared in the Two Realms River, allowing its water to flow into the chaotic void, which, in turn, surged into the realm. Seeing the chaotic energy about to invade the Xianxia realm, Chris commanded, "Aren't you going to repair it?" Heaven's Tao sorrowfully repaired the damage, consuming its newly absorbed power from the world core. As for the western border region, it fared far worse. With no one minding it, the entire region drifted aimlessly in the chaos without the tether of the Xianxia realm. Large amounts of chaotic energy rushed in through the breach, swallowing and crushing parts of the world. People panicked. Commoners knelt crying for the Joab's aid. But the so-called almighty Joabs were fleeing in panic. Some powerful monks tried to return through the rift despite the danger. However, Chris was watching and would not allow them back. He casually flicked a strand of sword chi, instantly killing those attempting to escape. The bodies floated in the cosmos, freezing rapidly and drifting away. Intimidated by Chris, no more strong figures from the western border region dared to attempt return. Everyone helplessly watched the distance between the western border region and Xianxia grow larger until the former vanished completely into the chaos. Heaven's Tao expressed regret. Although the problem of the Western Paradise is resolved, your disciple, the Bradley, escaped. Do you think I cut off the western border region just to let him go? Chris said coldly. I did it to find that boy. How do you plan to find him? Heaven's Tao asked curiously. I've watched him grow up and know his personality well, Chris replied. He's narrow-minded and competitive, so he wouldn't easily give up the western border region he has painstakingly built over years. Now that it's adrift, he will try everything to regain control. Chris pointed into the distant chaos. Limited by its form, Heaven's Tao couldn't see as far as Chris did, nor notice the small star sneaking towards the western border region. Seeing the covert approach of that star, Chris smiled. It reminded him of old times when Homer lived on Holy Mountain. Teenagers often eat their parents out of house and home, and Homer was no exception. To support him, Chris hunted and chopped wood daily. Yet, Homer believed Chris was withholding skills because he never received any ultimate techniques, suspecting him of keeping secrets. Each time Chris went into the mountains, Homer would follow stealthily, trying to learn behind his back. Back then, Chris found it amusing but didn't take it seriously. It wasn't until later, when Homer saw others flying through the air and angrily demanded more resources and training, that Chris understood the saying, indulging a child is akin to killing him. Homer was excellent in talent, perseverance, and even luck, but his small mind was his downfall. Chris thought maybe indulgence had led to this disaster. Since he'd spoiled his disciple into this, it was his responsibility to rectify it. Closing his eyes and gripping the hilt, Chris released a sweeping beam of sword light through the void. With a thunderous explosion, the tiny star burst into fragments. Inside, the Bradley screamed in despair, Brody! Chris's hand, which had held the sword for thousands of years, trembled, yet his power erupted. The Bradley transformed into a golden-bodied Joab, futilely resisting, only to shatter instantly, his vitality extinguished. Sensing his disciple's life slipping away, Chris kept his eyes tightly shut, a tear rolling down his cheek. No matter how wicked Homer became, he was still his child. With the sword chi, Chris brought back the Bradley's body, tenderly smoothing out his twisted face. Then, he carried the body towards the eastern border region, intending to bury Homer alongside his disciples. As Chris walked away, carrying his fallen disciple, Heaven's Tao recalled how Chris once carried the young Homer up the holy mountain, full of hope. Now, that journey echoed tragically, ending in death rather than promise. Chapter 110. The Old Bones of the Deity Demon Necropolis. Chris carried Homer across mountains and rivers, returning to Horizon Village. Horizon Village remained unchanged. The villagers went about their daily routines, farming and weaving as usual. They chatted idly together in groups. However, Luna the widow from the east side of the village had remarried. A man was also now present in Zhao's family home. The village belle doted on her grandson running around. Chris's return did not disturb anyone. He simply strode past the village and arrived at the cemetery behind the mountain. Chris laid down Homer's body, using the Alden sword as a shovel to dig a large grave. He then placed the body inside and carved a stone for a tombstone. Just as he finished, two figures appeared behind him, Little 2048's disciple Dwight, and Little 4399's disciple Marsing Xinghan. Dwight, dressed in imperial robes, looked at Chris and asked, "Brody, did another fellow disciple pass away?" Marsing Xinghan's expression was solemn. "Yes, your fellow disciple Homer," Chris replied. The two disciples' faces changed abruptly as they spoke in unison. "Bradley?" Chris didn't reply immediately because he had already decided what to write on the tombstone. Beloved disciple, Tomb of Chun Mushi. Biography. Resolute character, exceptional talent, former Bradley, founder of the Western Buddhist Kaidam, ruler over countless beings, almost succeeded in controlling an entire realm but failed due to a single misstep. The two beside him fell silent upon reading the inscription. Due to the vast time gap between them and Bradley, they felt no fraternal affection. Looking at the tombstone and its biography written by their master, they wished to persuade him otherwise. Bradley had many enemies. If this tombstone were discovered, it would be detrimental to Chris's reputation. Before they could speak, Chris rose, put away his long sword, and said calmly, "This brother devoted his entire life to the West. I know he committed many sins, but it was his lifelong pride. What harm is there in writing this down?" Dwight smiled bitterly. "Others might cause you trouble. Can anything be done about that? Your elder brother still called me Brody in his last moments," Chris responded with a gentle smile. Marsing Xinghan glanced at the numerous tombstones, suddenly feeling sympathy for their master. To bury so many disciples personally must have been deeply disheartening and lonely for him. Dwight, maintaining a solemn expression, said, "I will have people turn this place into a necropolis, guarded heavily to prevent any destruction." "Good," Chris nodded. Then, he turned to look at the collapsed holy mountain. The stones lay where they were, untouched by anyone. Some even had incense offerings before them, indicating the villagers considered these stones their new spiritual symbols. Chris ignored this, thinking it was better if it gave the villagers some comfort without disrupting their lives. He looked at his two disciples and asked, "Did the Central Plains chaos affect here?" They exchanged glances, hesitant to answer. "Just speak openly," Chris urged, intrigued. "The impact outside was minimal, thanks to the immortal artifact's protection," Dwight explained. But problems emerged in the 10,000 Great Mountains. Originally, after Dalen Brother revived and led a personal campaign, subjugating the demon tribes in the 10,000 Great Mountains shouldn't have been an issue. But unexpectedly, the demons gained unknown power, becoming much stronger. Many formidable demon species we've never seen before also appeared. "We thought about using the immortal artifact for a decisive solution," continued Dwight. "But surprisingly, the demons managed to shield themselves from the artifact's power." Marsing Xinghan explained puzzledly. Chris frowned slightly. Demons receiving external assistance? But who in the mystic heaven realm could help them against an immortal artifact? Dwight cautiously suggested, "Brody, could it be aid from outside the mystic heaven realm? I suspect their power comes from beyond, considering they once pursued you relentlessly, proving their strength isn't simple." Chris clarified, "By pursued, I mean wherever I went, I encountered their assassins. They didn't chase me all over the place." Initially, Chris couldn't retrieve his strategist disciple because he always sensed Chris's approach and hid beforehand, not because Chris couldn't defeat the demons. As for completely annihilating the demons, Chris had considered it but deemed it inappropriate. The conflict between humans and demons stemmed merely from racial differences, not inherent malevolence. Destroying all demons over this would only make his strategist disciple resent him more. Chris hoped for the disciple's self-realization or a natural acceptance following defeat. However, demons receiving external help was troubling. Could it be the Supreme Hall's machinations again? Chris gazed toward the 10,000 Great Mountains, seeing dense death aura shrouding them, impenetrable even to his heavenly vision. Familiar energy emanated from within. "Deity Demon Necropolis?" Chris muttered. The two disciples, having visited the Central Plains, knew of this forbidden zone. Hearing Deity Demon Necropolis, Dwight was surprised. How did the demons get help from there? "I don't know, but we should find out," Chris calmly said. Picking up the two disciples, he headed straight for the 10,000 Great Mountains. Here, millions of soldiers of the Celestial Martial Dynasty were stationed. Noticing the heightened morale among the troops, Chris remarked to Dwight, "You're quite skilled at leading men. How quickly you improved them. Just execute corrupt officials promptly, and every commander will inspire their troops," Dwight laughed. Below, the soldiers saw Chris holding the two like chickens. Startled and angry initially, they soon recognized him, learning it was their revered emperor and supreme commander. Their anger turned to admiration as they knelt in unison, shouting, "Welcome, Imperial Tutor." Such a spectacle easily tempted one to hubris. Millions kneeling, the world bowing. Who wouldn't desire such absolute power? Adding a couple of beautiful consorts, and one might never want to leave. Shaking off such thoughts, Chris approached the 10,000 Great Mountains. "Is it the old bones of the Deity Demon Necropolis? Let's chat," he called out boldly. His voice echoed throughout the mountains, startling countless demons who lifted their heads in shock. A female scholar wearing glasses and in a bun instinctively tried to retreat into a hidden passage. But halfway through, she paused, realizing the demon's current superiority. Why fear when they were already transformed by the visitor's arrival? Chapter 111. The Demon Realm's Alden. Amidst the 10,000 great mountains, a shadow of an elephant emerged. To be precise, it was an elephant's head, because just its trunk was longer than the 10,000 great mountains. The elephant's head occupied the entire sky, appearing as vast as the world itself. Its body did not appear. Otherwise, it would have instantly filled this world. Alden trembled upon seeing the elephant. That's not right. How did it come out? I didn't even feel it. Chris asked curiously, who is it? Do you remember me once mentioning that the 4 frontier regions are from other external worlds? Actually, the Eastern Frontier region was once a world called the Demon Realm, forcibly taken and transformed into our Eastern Frontier region. And those original inhabitants of the Demon Realm now reside among the demons in the 10,000 Great Mountains. This Imran Kai was once the Alden of the Demon Realm. It calls itself Demon Kai Alden, ruling over a complete great world, stronger, or at least equal to my former self. But after being defeated by the previous world Brody, it disappeared. How could it reappear? Alden's voice was filled with surprise. Chris had indeed ventured outside the realms before, although he only went once and just toured nearby areas before returning. But he was very clear about the realms beyond World Brody. World Brody, Great World Brody, Alden level, Pseudo-God, True God, God Kai, God Griffin, Galaxy level, Universe Deity Realm, Cosmos Deity Realm, Jace. The Jonah who came previously was a God Griffin level. He could manipulate the power of an entire galaxy, incredibly terrifying. However, the one sent earlier was just an avatar, with a realm similar to a pseudo-god. Now this Demon Kai Alden was actually at the Great World Brody level. At the World Brody level, one's inner small world can be released, changing the world, and even communicating with the Alden of various great worlds for support. Judging from the powers of the ancient Kais, one could be considered a World Brody if they condensed more than 1,000 laws within their inner world. The Great World Brody, Alden level, is different. Their condensed small world must have at least 3,000 laws, directly embodying the Alden, controlling all orders within the small world, unquestionably invincible in its realm. If it were outside the realms, Chris wouldn't have worried about the Demon Kai Alden. But the Eastern Frontier region originally belonged to the Demon Realm. With its true Alden returning, things would not be simple. Chris pondered when Alden abruptly shouted, "Damn, quickly deal with him. He's trying to seize control. I feel like the Eastern Frontier region is losing its grip." "Aren't you supposed to compete?" Chris angrily scolded. "How can you compete if this is his turf, and he is already at the Great World Brody level? Moreover, it seems he has external realm powers bolstering him. As for me, I don't even have a world core." Sigh. Alden felt quite aggrieved. Chris sensed the hidden meaning. Damn, this wasn't about losing the fight. It was clearly eyeing his world cores. He had indeed obtained a few world cores after eliminating those Kais. This bastard envied him. Just as Chris was about to curse Alden for being greedy, he heard a voice coming from the elephant's head. "Who are you?" "They call me Sword Ancestor," Chris replied. "I can sense threatening power within you," the elephant rumbled. "Why don't we talk? Perhaps we can coexist peacefully after all. I also dislike fighting." Chris tried to appear gentle, but the elephant coldly replied, I merely said there was a threat, not that you can definitely kill me. I am determined to gain control over the Eastern Frontier region. Why does it have to be this way?" Chris regretfully placed his hand on the sword hilt, sword intent surging. The elephant commanded, "Stop." "What?" Chris was curious, halting his sword-drawing motion. "Heh, within my world, my rules reign supreme." The elephant smirked arrogantly as Chris halted. Chris sensed some strange rule force twisting his own power. But his sword intent was too strong, isolating him from it. So the stop command was actually an attempt to control him? Had the elephant not reminded him, Chris might not have noticed. Indeed, this elephant was stronger than Xianxia Realm's Alden. Xuantian's Alden dared not order everything so easily, maintaining only normal operations like a computer system. But this elephant controlled the world effortlessly, like its master. This must be the ability of a great world Brody. Chris sheathed his sword. "Fine, let's talk then." "Talk? What do you bring to the table?" "Here, it's my world. I alone give commands." The elephant swung its trunk, manipulating the elements as a god would. The heavens roared with storms. Clear skies turned stormy. Even space could be inverted. Time paused. Of course, all this required immense energy, but it proved the elephant's unimaginable strength. Seeing the elephant's wild antics, Chris slapped it across the face. "Calm down. I just want to talk peacefully." Slap. The massive slap made the elephant spin midair. Controlling the elements, it looked puzzled. "What just smacked me?" Before it regained composure, Chris backhanded it again. This time, the elephant saw clearly and asked incredulously, "How can you move freely?" "Because you couldn't control me," Chris replied. Unbelieving, the elephant frantically tried commands. Forward, backward, fall, punch, dress up, shrink 10 centimeters. Failed again. Impossible, try again. Chris, hearing the elephant's increasingly manic attempts, veins bulging, drew his sword. "Is it just a Alden?" Swish. The longsword slashed through the elephant's rules. Once covering the Eastern Frontier region, after Chris's sword aura erupted, it covered the entire 10,000 Great Mountains. The elephant's rules instantly became ineffective in that region. No matter how much it tried, its power only worked outside the 10,000 Great Mountains, unable to affect Chris. Chris coldly stared at the stunned elephant. "Want to talk?" "What exactly do you want to discuss?" the elephant obediently asked. "You could have avoided a beating by being cooperative earlier. Let's start with how you got here." Chris was eager to understand why the Demon Realm's Alden suddenly appeared. "I don't know how I arrived, but know how I vanished. After the previous Xianxia world Brody defeated me, I lost consciousness. Recently, I awoke in a mausoleum, feeling a familiar world calling, leading me here. That's all I know." Speaking rapidly like a memorized speech, the elephant spilled everything. Mainly because every time Chris raised his hand, it feared another beating and thus didn't hold back. Hashtag chapter 112. The pseudo-god within the life forbidden zone. Chris looked at Imran, feeling that he did not seem to be lying. If so, what about the other Alden? Originally, the 4 border regions should have had their own Alden. Since the Imran from the eastern border region could awaken, the Alden from the other border regions should also appear, right? Imran said, I don't know. After all, we're not very familiar. Chris stroked his chin. This Imran claimed he awoke from a necropolis. A necropolis where these beings were buried would likely be the god and demon necropolis within the life forbidden zone. Thinking this, Chris looked at Imran. Take me to where you awoke? Imran hesitated. Sure, but this is my world. Can I have it back? Of course not, the Xianxia realm's Alden immediately shouted. We'll discuss this later, Chris decided, wanting to first understand why these Aldens were reviving. Seeing an opportunity, Imran was satisfied. He quickly shrank into a human with an elephant's head and approached Chris. The 10,000-mile mountain's demonic races, upon seeing their supreme protector leave, were instantly terrified. Meanwhile, Chris used his celestial eye to observe the bookish beauty inside the 10,000-mile mountain, equally dumbfounded. To be honest, this girl in ancient-style long robes, wearing glasses, looked like a noblewoman who graduated from an elite university. Intellectual, elegant, beautiful. This was none other than Chris's disciple, Brenda of the year 2066. Brenda, noticing Chris seemed to be watching her, panicked and shattered a talisman to escape. Chris wanted to stop her but realized she had actually escaped the Xianxia realm. It was a spatial displacement talisman that could instantly teleport across a star system. But the problem was, such a thing shouldn't exist in the Xianxia realm. Was it given by another disciple? Chris knew some disciples had left the Xianxia realm. For example, the Catherine. She now ruled as an empress over a vast demon domain. Controlling a star domain, she could easily create worlds no smaller than the Xianxia realm. If she wanted to attack here, she wouldn't need to secretly aid Brenda. Unsure, Chris stopped thinking. After all, Brenda was incredibly smart, as evident from her multiple escapes. Others wouldn't easily deceive her either. With the loss of both the Alden Imran and their strategist, the demonic races couldn't resist the armies of the celestial martial dynasty. After Chris left with Imran, Barney immediately led troops to invade the 10,000-mile mountains. Imran, being a Alden, was clearly aware but didn't overly care. As a Alden, regaining power meant recultivating the demonic races was feasible. Chris followed Imran to Xianxia, where he indeed headed straight for the life forbidden zone. Reaching the familiar dark area, Chris noticed the death aura was much denser than before. Listening closely, he even heard low growls from the god and demon necropolis. It seemed many powers were slowly reviving. Could they be Aldens? Chris wanted to enter and investigate, but stepped forward only to find himself stepping into empty space. Blinking, he found himself outside the life forbidden zone. Startled, Chris turned around. His step had distorted space-time, preventing him from entering the life forbidden zone. It now appeared visible yet untouchable and unenterable. Mirage City? Looking up, Chris saw the sky. The Alden hastily explained, "It's not my fault. It seems a force within the life forbidden zone is prohibiting entry." Believing the Alden lacked the audacity to oppose him, Chris analyzed the situation and tried communicating with the ghost gate tree and the river of forgetfulness's water spirit. Chris used his mental connection to ask calmly, "Little why? What's happening in the life forbidden zone?" Inside the life forbidden zone, the tree that was firmly rooted at the netherworld gate suddenly trembled. The ancient face etched on its trunk was filled with terror as it looked around frantically. It felt like it was experiencing auditory hallucinations. It actually heard that terrifying person's voice. "Don't bother looking. I'm using my powers to communicate directly with your mind," Chris said calmly. Holy crap, this guy has this kind of ability too. The tree appeared respectful on the outside but was panicking inwardly. "I told you, I'm communicating with your mind. Don't let your thoughts wander." "I can see everything," Chris said, growing increasingly annoyed. He had been enjoying being called handsome for over 100,000 years, and this was the first time someone called him that. The tree panicked even more. As it panicked, it couldn't help but think wildly. All kinds of strange images surfaced in its mind. Chris found it quite vexing. He had no idea how a tree experienced pleasure through its activities. This was why he rarely used this power. While it could probe others' minds, if their thoughts were too chaotic, it made Chris dizzy. Deciding to abandon the tree, Chris turned to find Water Spirit. In the river of forgetfulness, Water Spirit was quietly dispersed in every drop of water. When Chris reached out mentally to communicate, the river instantly surged with waves. Water Spirit was somewhat startled. Mental transmission can connect with the inner mind? How come I didn't know about this? "Don't let your thoughts wander. Just tell me what's happening in the life forbidden zone," Chris asked immediately. Powerful beings in the divine and demon cemetery want to reemerge. "They have already taken control of us here to prevent anyone from interfering," Water Spirit replied honestly. "Do you just accept being controlled? Didn't you resist?" Chris frowned. "We can't fight back. To be precise, we can't even strike at them. Our existence is because of them. Even the entire life forbidden zone exists because some of their power leaked from the divine and demon cemetery. How can we possibly fight against them?" Water Spirit spoke bitterly. Unfortunately, they couldn't hear him. The Alden reminded, "Stop shouting. This space is warped by space-time forces. It may seem close, but is actually miles away. You can't counteract this temporal law?" Chris frowned. "Understanding of laws varies. Besides, whoever controls the life forbidden zone is stronger than me, possibly a high sovereign or even a pseudo-god." Chris's eyes narrowed. "Now, I'm even more interested in those inside. What good is interest if you can't enter? This is pseudo-god level space-time warping. You can't control law forces, nor can I combat a pseudo-god. Even your sword can't reach them. Just watch quietly instead of trying foolishly," The Alden sighed in exasperation. Does he have a fetish for striking things? He made a mistake showing me. Basic spell, transmission. Chris had mastered this spell to communicate mentally with any living creature. Little Huai, what's happening in the life forbidden zone? Chris asked calmly. The Huai tree at the netherworld gate shivered, its old face filled with terror, scanning the surroundings. Hearing that frightening voice, it thought it might be hallucinating. No need to look. I'm communicating with your mind, Chris calmly replied. F***CK, he has this ability too. The Huai tree thought, respectfully outward but terrified inwardly. I told you, I'm communicating through your mind. Stop panicking. I can see everything. Chris was irritated. Having been called handsome for over 10,000 years, he never expected to be called dickhead. The Huai tree panicked further, thoughts spiraling out of control. Various strange images flooded its mind. Chris felt vexed. He hadn't known trees could entertain themselves this way. This was why he rarely used this ability. Too many thoughts could overwhelm him. Abandoning the Huai tree, Chris turned to find Shueiji. In the river of forgetfulness, Shueiji floated silently among each droplet. Upon receiving Chris's telepathic message, waves surged on the river. Surprised, Shueiji asked, can transmission communicate mentally? How did I miss this? Don't overthink. Just tell me what happened in the life forbidden zone, Chris responded. A powerful entity wants to emerge from the god and demon necropolis and has controlled us to prevent interference, Shueiji admitted. Do you just accept this without resistance? Chris frowned, unable to fight. We cannot harm him. Our existence is because of him. Even the entire life forbidden zone was born from his power leaking from the necropolis. How do we compete with such power? Shueiji felt bitter. Hashtag chapter 113. The Art of Deception, third update. Even a fraction of his power created the life forbidden zone? What terrifying strength. More terrifying, this place once buried Aldens, probably more than one. The opponent's realm was likely pseudo-god. A powerful pseudo-god buried in the small Xianxia realm? Who is he? What does he want? A flash of inspiration hit Chris. The former sovereign. Based on the Alden's description, hashtag chapter 113. The Art of Deception, third update. The previous sovereign had appeared long after the ancient extinction, before Chris's arrival. From the descriptions alone, this sovereign was clearly a formidable figure. Not only did he overpower the 4 major world sovereigns at the Alden level, but he also transformed 4 worlds, including a demon realm even stronger than the Xianxia realm, into a single continent and installed it within the Xianxia realm. Such feats were beyond Chris's imagination, for while destruction was easy, creation was infinitely more challenging. If such a powerful being were buried in the god and demon necropolis, it could explain why the life forbidden zone could be birthed from just a fraction of his power and how countless spirits came to inhabit it. As Chris guessed this, so too did the Xianxia realm's Alden. Could it be that the previous sovereign is creating spirits? The Alden trembled. Creating spirits? Chris squinted his eyes. Creating spirits was also known as creating humans. To reach the pseudo-god level, one needed to condense a world with 3,000 complete laws. To progress further, one had to create life within that world, then use the strength of those beings to ignite divine fire within and achieve the true god realm. However, the step of creating spirits was extremely difficult, capable of stopping over 80% of pseudo-gods. Now, this hypothesis made even more sense regarding the situation in the life forbidden zone. Chris hesitated, unsure if he should enter to investigate. Just then, several figures approached from afar. It was Tamara, Axel, and a few others. More troublingly, there was someone Chris greatly feared meeting, the Supreme of Jade Maiden Cave, and one of his disciples, Marcin Ranran. This girl had been quite obedient and even a bit clumsy back on the mountain, often entering the wrong room late at night. Many times, Chris would wake up to find an adorable, petite presence by his side, leading him to initially think it was due to loneliness. However, upon opening his eyes, he'd realize it was just his foolish disciple who had wandered into the wrong room again. But this very disciple, after being sent down the mountain to learn higher cultivation techniques, developed a grudge and believed all men were liars. She founded the Jade Maiden Cave in Xianxia, gathering all women who hated men. She often boasted that if Chris dared to come, she would let him experience the full might of all the women in her sect. Afraid of the embarrassment of being chased by his own disciples, Chris never visited her. Even when he missed her, he only secretly checked on her. The rise of Jade Maiden Cave as one of the 9 great immortal sects in Xianxia was largely due to Chris's secret assistance. Now, seeing Marcin Ranran approaching, Chris felt guilty. Ranran, why are you here? Marcin Ranran's expression was cold. Am I so loathed by you that you'd rather send these useless ones to certain death than come yourself? Axel's temper flared immediately. He went to help her, yet he was called useless? Out of anger, Axel covered his ears tightly. If he couldn't fight, he wouldn't listen. Tamara maintained her composure, muttering softly, at least I'm prettier. Marcin Ranran shot her a glare. Chris sighed and explained, I didn't want not to go. These kids are strong, and I have other matters to attend to. Look at the life forbidden zone. It's terrifying, isn't it? Pointing at the life forbidden zone, Chris tried to divert attention. Marcin Ranran glanced at it, her face changing slightly. A mirage or spatial law? Probably a spatial law. A supreme powerhouse lives here. He's about to emerge, and I'm not sure what will happen, so I've stayed to guard. Believing Chris's lie, Marcin Ranran's expression softened, but then turned cold again. I've solved the problem with sword without emotions technique. Don't expect me to clean up your messes anymore when you hurt another woman. Rest assured, it won't happen again, Chris quickly assured, showing sincerity. Hearing this promise, Marcin Ranran humphed arrogantly but couldn't hide her satisfaction. Truthfully, she no longer hated her master. After achieving the supreme rank, she realized some issues with her master, like his reluctance to use laws or communicate with the Alden, which suggested he had some unresolved realms. Therefore, sending her away was likely to avoid hindering her growth. What truly upset her was that he never came to visit, or even sent others to rescue her when she was in trouble. Unable to hold back, she had come to question her place in his heart: disciple, servant, or just disposable. Although Chris's explanations were riddled with holes, Marcin Ranran saw that he genuinely cared, leading her to feel valued despite being deceived. Feeling reassured, she decided to forgive her master. Seeing Marcin Ranran calm down, Chris breathed a sigh of relief. Reina held Zhou's records and whispered, "I always thought Brody excelled most in swordsmanship, but apparently, I was wrong. You're best at deceiving girls." Chris remained speechless. Tamara nodded in agreement. Marcin Ranran sneered. "Isn't that true? Soon, every outstanding woman in the Xianxia realm will fall for you." "I doubt it. I might leave soon," Chris said. The crowd's expressions changed slightly. Marcin Ranran, forgetting her petty attitude, urged worriedly, "We've just met, and you're already leaving? Is my company so unwelcome?" Tamara's eyes misted over. "Brody, don't go just yet. I have a new hairstyle idea I can show you later, okay?" Axel thought simply and violently. If he broke his master's legs, would he stay? Probably not. Perhaps getting his master to kill him and bury him for millennia would ensure he stayed to take care of him. Seeing their reluctance, Chris explained, "I provoked a powerful enemy who will surely seek revenge. I must leave to escape them." Reina raised an eyebrow. "Where will you run?" "Who said I'm running? I merely wish to find the witch world to prevent future trouble." Chris patted his sword, smiling. The Imran Alden was surprised, communicating silently with the Xianxia realm's Alden. Has anyone ever said his aura is stronger than his sword? He's always been like this. You'll get used to it. The Xianxia realm's Alden responded casually. Translation complete. Would you like any further adjustments, or have additional content to translate? Chapter 114. Empress of the Demon Realm. When Chris seemed intent on attacking, and that it was a whole world he planned to strike, Marcin Ranran and Tamara became even more worried. However, Axel was extremely excited. "Brody, count me in." He loved fighting above all. Beside him, Sarai looked at Chris. "Brody, this battle you're planning, I fear you won't win." "Huh? You know about the witch world?" Chris asked curiously. "No, but I can tell your fortune seems to be slipping away. Fortune is as crucial for cultivation as spiritual energy. While your fortune wasn't strong before, it wasn't weak either. But now it's rapidly waning. Once you engage in combat, you will surely face bad luck." A hint of curiosity flickered across Sarai's saintly face. Chris frowned. His fortune was fading? Could it be the witch tribe was trying to remotely attack him? Chris didn't fully understand the concept of fortune power. He asked, "What would happen if my fortune completely fades?" Sarai shook her head. "I don't know." The Xiang Conway explained from beside, "You'll die, very miserably. Because once you lose your fortune, the Great Tao won't protect you. At that point, you won't be able to use any power under the Great Tao, or even survive in this space. The Great Tao will treat you as a harmful intruder and eliminate you directly." Chris's expression turned grave. He recalled what the Alden of Xianxia world had said about his fate. His inability to establish a foundation stemmed from issues with his fate. To resolve this, he needed to compete for the Great Tao's fortune. But now, his fortune power was waning before he could even attempt to gain it. Was the witch tribe using some mysterious spell to remotely attack him? It seemed the plan to confront the witch tribe might have to be advanced. Chris narrowed his eyes, pondering. The demon realm. Imperial Star. In this vast world, countless bizarre creatures lived. Most were hideously ugly, with fearsome appearances and terrifying power, each one capable of destroying heaven and earth. One could say these creatures, should they enter Xianxia world, would be invincible. At this moment, the wandering demons gazed at an imposing palace with fear. Because their empress resided there, Empress of the Demon Realm, Jacqueline. Inside the Demon Griffin's palace, Jacqueline was receiving her junior sister, Brenda. Brenda admired her legendary senior sister. Jacqueline's tall and well-proportioned figure was clad in a black cheapao split high up her thighs, revealing her incredibly attractive legs encased in black fishnet stockings. Seated on the throne, she crossed her legs, tapping her toes against red-soled black heels, exuding an air of lazy allure. "You mean our master provoked the witch world and discovered the Alden of the beast world?" Jacqueline asked in a mature and authoritative voice. "Yes," Brenda replied obediently. "It looks like our master is going to be in trouble," Jacqueline said, her exquisite face alight with anticipation. "Do you think our master will be defeated by the witch world and come seeking help from me?" Jacqueline asked mischievously. Brenda hesitated. Internally, she trusted her master's fighting ability, but seeing Jacqueline's excitement, she couldn't help asking, "Senior sister, are the witches really that strong? They are the strongest race in this universe. If they truly attack, the demon realm won't be able to withstand it. What do you think?" Jacqueline smiled wickedly and enchantingly. Brenda knew that her senior sister always hoped their master would face difficulties and seek her help, and if her master came, this sister wouldn't hesitate to spare no effort to assist. But Brenda doubted their master would come. That old rascal would probably wander the cosmos rather than bring any trouble to his disciples. But Brenda dared not say this and instead flattered, "Senior sister is so powerful. Brody will definitely run here out of fear, clinging to your leg for protection." "Ha ha ha." Jacqueline laughed heartily, teasing, "Which leg should I let Brody cling to?" "No, I'll make him wash my feet every day, humiliate and trample him thoroughly." Brenda glanced at Jacqueline's delicate and exquisite feet, sighing inwardly. "Senior sister, isn't that more of a reward than humiliation?" Jacqueline didn't notice the anomaly, getting increasingly delighted. She ordered a nearby attendant, "Go gather the 18 demon kings. I want to see how those invincible witches fare." The attendant hesitated. "Your Excellency, as the demon empress, what man could resist you? Why obsess over?" Cold light flashed in Jacqueline's beautiful eyes. With a bang, the realm lord-level attendant exploded into blood mist, scattering in the hall. "Insolent fool. Summon the 18 demon kings." Jacqueline snapped harshly. Another attendant hurried off without a word. The demon realm thrived on combat, and the 18 demon kings were ruthless killers. Excited by the prospect of battle, they naturally agreed despite some fear of the witches. But as followers of the creator god Jacqueline, they had true faith and would never refuse her orders. To rescue her master, Jacqueline mobilized the 18 demon kings and millions of troops, heading straight for Xianxia world. As the renowned demon realm, Jacqueline's actions put nearby star systems on high alert, fearing an invasion. But Jacqueline ignored them, heading straight for Xianxia world. While Jacqueline's army marched, Chris wasn't idle. He had already made all arrangements. The 5 human emperors were responsible for guarding Xianxia world. Xiang Conway also promised not to invade the eastern border until Chris returned. As for the disciples, Central State forces offered to protect and provide resources. Yes, Chris didn't intend to take any disciples on this trip. They were too weak and would likely hold him back. Sarai, however, had to go. Her fortune was too strong for self-preservation. Moreover, her mysterious origin piqued Chris's interest. Keeping her close for further study made sense. Though Marcin ran and Tamara envied Sarai, they pulled her aside to remind her to look after their master. Axel felt disappointed, wishing he could join his master in battle. Even more disappointed was the Alden of Xianxia world, who asked Chris, "You won't give me a few world cores? Get lost. I'll need them when I break through later. Watch over the life forbidden zone. I feel it's not ordinary, but I can't deal with it now. I don't want to find it has consumed you when I return." Chris snapped irritably. The Alden didn't argue, but responded gravely, "You may not be able to leave. I sense an overwhelming force approaching." Chapter 115. The arrival of the Wu clan. A powerful force is coming? It seems the Wu clan has brought people. Revenge truly does not wait overnight. Chris sighed, then immediately drew his sword and shot into the sky. Axel and the others were about to follow, but they were blocked by the elephant god using its trunk. "You guys shouldn't go. Any expert from the Wu world can easily overpower the 10 ancient Kais. You wouldn't stand a chance and would only hold us back." They frowned, deeply concerned. The Wu world was actually this strong? When they looked up, they saw countless dark shadows spreading from outside the world. It seemed like countless meteors raining down together. Or it was like the 9-heaven river surging mercilessly, about to flood the entire Xianxia world. These people did not get too close to Xianxia world. Everyone could clearly feel that they were still far away. Yet, even from this distance, just a hint of their power made the whole of Xianxia world tremble and shake. If these guys really wanted to attack Xianxia world, they wouldn't even need to make a move. Just being closer would collapse Xianxia world with their mere presence. At this moment, even the 5 great Kais showed signs of horror. They knew that there were many powerful outsiders. They also knew that the Tianxian star system where Xianxia world resided was the weakest. But they didn't expect it to be this weak. How laughable. They had even worried that the 3 ancient human emperors would overshadow them, leading them to reincarnate for cultivation. Probably the outsiders would disdain merely overshadowing them in Xianxia world. Their goal is the vastness of stars and seas. Sadly, realizing this now was too late. They wasted tens of thousands of years, and now they couldn't catch up no matter what. Chris stepped out of Xianxia world into the boundless starry sky. The outer space here pulsed with chaotic energy. That chaotic energy, though seemingly as intangible as air, was immensely heavy. Without reaching the void-embracing stage and condensing one's own rule domain, anyone entering outer space would be instantly crushed by the chaotic energy. But Chris was different. Even without the protection of his chaotic energy shield, the chaotic energy couldn't harm him at all, and he could even absorb it for battle. In the starry expanse, besides the chaotic energy, countless stars floated around. Far away, a huge star floated, emitting rolling waves of heat. Chris wasn't coming out for the first time, so he merely glanced at it without further notice. He only gazed toward the distant massive force. This large force was clearly divided into 2 parts. One part was scattered, without any formation, obviously just onlookers. Even those onlookers were almost all existences of at least the major world lord realm, and false gods clustered together. Considering that Xianxia world likely only had one false god in the life forbidden zone, it was evident that there was a huge gap. By comparison, Xianxia world truly resembled a small mountain village. Chris shook his head lightly, then looked at another group. Compared to the disorganized crowd watching, this group obviously formed a battle array, moving in unison, their momentum making the surrounding chaotic energy surge like waves, pushing those stars far away. Chris slowly placed his hand on the sword hilt, thinking the Wu clan had arrived. Just as he was ready for battle, a tall, sexy figure sat on a throne, slowly flying to the front of the battle array, looking at Chris with a half smile. "What? Want to chop me?" Chris wore a puzzled look. "Little Nine, why are you here?" Empress Sophia, the demon clan empress. She was precisely Chris's 9th disciple. Sophia, sitting on her throne with one leg crossed over the other, lazily propped her chin up and looked at Chris. "Why am I here?" "Of course, to watch you get beaten up. You offended the Wu world, and I received word that they've already mobilized to kill you. Just beg me now, and I'll help you. What do you say?" As she spoke, she straightened one leg, revealing smooth white legs encased in fishnet stockings. Clearly, she wanted Chris to come over and cling to her for support. The surrounding onlookers all showed shock. They were curious about the demon clan's mobilization, traveling afar, wondering what it was for. Unexpectedly, it was to save this man, and to oppose the Wu world. They were the universe's strongest force. Did this empress not know? Speaking of which, who was this man, worthy of an empress trip across distances? Even among the demon clan members, resentment bubbled. They revered their own emperor, but not necessarily Chris. Who do you think you are? More infuriating to these people was when Chris waved his hand to decline. "Stop fooling around. You won't win against the Wu clan. Leave now." "Himph." Sophia suddenly flared up. "I'm giving you one more chance. Will you or won't you follow me?" Chris said nothing, Turning away from Xianxia, he stared into the distant void, as if sensing something. But this scene made the onlookers gasp in disbelief. Was this brother truly a man? Forget troubles, even without. Seeing those slender, beautiful legs, they would have wanted to cling to her. He refused? The numerous demon armies nearby exploded with murderous intent. Our Griffin talks to you, and you turn your back? You're asking for it. Griffin, let me grab him, roared a demon king, entirely black with only one eye on his forehead. Many onlookers shuddered. The one-eyed demon Kai. According to legend, demons were condensed from the most sinister forces in the universe, growing stronger by absorbing these powers. This one-eyed demon Kai was formed from filthy toxins, possessing a unique eye ability known as the destructive evil light. This light could corrupt everything it passed, turning all life into his puppets, crazily destroying everything. Once, this skill had destroyed countless worlds. Even many true gods had suffered under his hand. Now, this one-eyed demon Kai requested to fight, causing many false gods present to retreat, even avoiding eye contact. They mourned for Chris inwardly. After all, what skills could someone from such a remote star system possess? Forget battling demon kings. Probably fighting a demon general would be challenging. But before the one-eyed demon Kai moved, another terrifying aura came from afar. A much smaller army than the demon clans, yet equally formidable. Feeling this power, everyone was shocked. Unlike Xianxia world's beings, they knew well about the Wu clan. From afar, they realized it was indeed the Wu clan soldiers. The Wu clan had truly arrived. Chris had sensed these Wu clan members earlier, which is why he turned away from Xianxia. His hand rested on the sword hilt, ready to act. Xianxia's expression became serious as she stood up slowly from her throne, coldly saying, "Demon soldiers, prepare for battle." "Wu Yu, you dare protect him? Do you want my Wu world to destroy Wu Yu?" Jonah led 10,000 troops personally. Chapter 116. The Xianxia star system surrenders. Kyra stood before the vast army of demons, her gaze cold as she stared at Jonah. "I don't care who you are. Today, I'll ensure his safety. Even if a great sorcerer came, they couldn't kill him. That's what I said." Jonah was full of disdain. "It seems my Wu clan hasn't been on a campaign for years, leading you all to forget that we are the rulers of this universe. Looking back, I must bring my troops to trample the demon realm and see who else would dare oppose the Wu clan." Though many demons were wary, their fighting spirit remained fierce. After all, they were born ruthless, fearless in death. However, the surrounding crowd was terrified. If the Wu clan truly unleashed another interstellar war like before, countless star systems would be in trouble. Could this millennium calamity be happening sooner than expected? Many spectators felt uneasy. Chris cleared his throat. "Well, do you want to talk to me instead?" Jonah sneered even more at Chris. "Do you really think I brought 10,000 soldiers here just to kill you?" "Then why?" Chris asked, taken aback. "You're not worth 10,000 soldiers. My warriors are here to annihilate this entire star system. From the moment one of our descendants died here, this star system ceased to have any reason for existence." Jonah's voice was icy, revealing no attempt to hide his killing intent. The surrounding lifeform sighed. The Wu clan was still so domineering, always threatening to destroy an entire star system at will. Kyra remained unmoved. Let them destroy it. She had come to save her Brody. Who cared about the rest? Noticing the agitation, the inhabitants of other worlds in the Xianxia star system rushed over. They heard Jonah's declaration of annihilation and were struck by shock. One of the major world lords fell to his knees, pleading, "The 10,000 moon worlds Dao is willing to submit to the Wu clan. Please spare our lives." "The Ghost Cloud worlds Dao is also willing to submit to the Wu clan. Please spare us." "So does my Grand Pot world." The Mapong world also agrees. 30 major world lords appeared and hastily knelt, begging for mercy. The Alden of Xianxia world sighed. "These were once mighty beings that invaded us, nearly destroyed us. If not for the 3 sovereigns, we would have suffered greatly. But now, these former powerhouses seem so submissive." Chris watched the kneeling lords without scorn or disdain. It wasn't their fight. As the saying goes, wise men stay away from danger. He would have done the same in their position. Alas, he was different. Chris turned to Jonah, who arrogantly accepted everyone's obeisance. "I know that one reaps what one sows won't work with you. How about we just fight?" Chatter was for villains. Chris disliked it. Jonah hadn't expected such audacity from Chris despite leading 10,000 soldiers personally. "Do you think the demon realm can protect you? Fine, then I'll give you what you wish. Go and take care of him." Jonah coldly commanded the surrendering major world lords. They rose immediately, eyes glaring at Chris. Not waiting for assurances from the Wu clan, they pounced at Chris. As major world lords, their strongest ability was carrying their own worlds to use as weapons. Over 30 worlds, each containing 3,000 laws, smashed toward Chris. Watching from afar, pseudo-deities winced, believing these forces could threaten them too. Kyra calmly ordered, "Edge, go take care of them." Malignant light surged out, instantly piercing through those worlds, achieving a quick victory. The lords intended to slay Chris started bleeding heavily, their fear unmatched but still fought fiercely. Encircled by 3,000 laws, they surrounded Edge, battling desperately. Edge casually battled, glancing at Chris, but he found Chris had vanished. Had he escaped? Edge's face darkened. Respecting the Empress didn't mean he admired Chris, finding him extremely repulsive. Given a chance, he'd kill this rogue to clear the Empress's head. Yet suddenly, he heard exclamations of surprise. He assumed the audience marveled at his strength, feeling proud. His peripheral vision caught sight of Chris walking towards the Wu clan. This made Edge curious. Seeing Chris challenge the Wu clan despite barely holding against the lords earlier, Kyra's expression changed, thinking perhaps her master, isolated in Xianxia world, was unaware of the Wu clan's fearsomeness. She urgently warned, "Come back quickly, don't take unnecessary risks." Jonah watched Chris angrily, a mere ant, daring to provoke the Wu clan multiple times. Today, if I don't slaughter all life in this star system, we'd be seen as pushovers. Kill. 10,000 Wu soldiers usually held themselves high. Seeing Chris unafraid and provocatively approaching, they lost control under Jonah's command, immediately sending a 100-man squad to surround and kill Chris. Each soldier was of major world lord caliber, but Wu bloodline was stronger. Roaring, blood surged within them, casting spells transforming into huge entities the size of worlds. Their fists wrapped in 3,000 laws ruthlessly smashed toward Chris. Without hesitation, Kyra sent 2 demon kais. But just as the demon kais reached Chris, he suddenly drew his sword. Swordlight swept through space, slicing through the 100 soldiers effortlessly, and then continued toward the distant Wu soldiers. A shower of blood dyed vast chaos red. Everyone widened their eyes in disbelief at Chris. With that single strike, he had killed 800 Wu soldiers, 800 major world lords. And these were not ordinary ones. They were renowned for superior defense and strength. Even the demon kais assisting were shocked, retreating rapidly. Approaching too close triggered Chris's sword intent, almost shattering their well-honed bodies. Chapter 117. Slaying Jonah. Emily was stunned. She knew her master was powerful, but not this powerful. This level of strength must mean he's already a true god, right? Even Jonah showed a look of surprise. Although Chris had killed his avatar earlier, in Jonah's view, his avatar was merely at the pseudo-god level, and Chris did so within Jonah's own world, relying on advantageous timing, geographical benefits, and harmony among people, not true strength. But now in the void beyond the domain, Chris could still slay so many witch soldiers with one sword strike? Are you a true god? But why didn't I sense any divine flame inside you? Jonah's expression grew solemn. Whether it was a major world Brody or a pseudo-god, they were all easily manipulated beings. But once reaching the true god realm, things were different. True gods were virtually indestructible. Even a single strand of hair could revive them. Jonah was at this realm, but he was at least 10 times stronger than an ordinary true god. Thus, even upon knowing Chris might be a true god, Jonah was merely surprised, not fearful. He even wore a look of disdain. Chris looked at Jonah, saying nothing. Since they were fighting, and he had already killed so many from the witch race, what more words could make amends? Better to continue fighting, slay them all, scare them off. Only then could he truly solve the problem. Chris raised his sword and advanced, stepping into the heart of thousands of witch soldiers. His sword flashed again. With another effortless stroke, he slew over 1,000 witch soldiers directly. Seeing him charge in without a word, killing immediately, the wild bloodline of Jonah awakened. His true god fire burned fiercely as he roared, "Kill!" The witch soldiers acted without hesitation, immediately triggering their bloodlines and utilizing powerful magic to emulate celestial phenomena. Though they were all major world brodies, they were each now on par with pseudo-gods. 8,000 formidable pseudo-gods striking together shook the entire Xianxia star system. Countless worlds and stars began to tremble violently, even developing cracks. Jonah hadn't lied. These 10,000 witch soldiers could indeed destroy this star system easily. Those far-off spectators hurriedly retreated, seeking distance for safety. Otherwise, when the star system collapsed, they'd also be caught up in the disaster. Though they retreated, their shock hadn't diminished. They all speculated about who Chris was. How could someone who could kill over 1,000 witch soldiers live in such a small corner? Seeing the witch soldiers rushing in, Emily unhesitatingly sent the demonic armies charging. Though the demonic domain wasn't comparable to the witch race, this didn't mean she would bow down. In this life, she was determined to make her master owe her a favor, feel guilty, embarrassed, to wash her feet. The demonic army charged while roaring, surging towards the towering witch race army. 1,000 meters, 100 meters, 10 meters. Their distance rapidly closed, but the speed of the demonic army gradually slowed down. Finally, they stopped 10 meters from where the witch army originally stood. Everyone's faces were dumbfounded. What were they supposed to do here? Oh, kill the enemy. But what the heck? Where are the enemies? At this moment, there were no more witches in front of the demonic army. Just piles of corpses and blood that dyed tens of thousands of miles of space red. And a handsome youth stood there, seemingly never having moved. All the powerful figures present stared blankly at the youth, their emotions indescribable. Shock, fear, respect, admiration, all were present. Even the unparalleled Jonah stepped back 2 steps cautiously, revealing a look of terror on his face. No way, you cannot possibly be just a true god. Are you a divine Kai, or a Royce? Chris calmly waved his hand, collecting all the corpses and blood of the witches, saying, "Some say my good fortune is waning. With its disappearance, I might gradually become unlucky, ultimately being expelled by this universe. I just felt that. This universe is indeed expelling my power. The strength of my sword strike was suppressed by at least 70%. So, I want to clear some obstacles before I'm completely expelled by the universe. If you have any last words, speak now." Countdown starts. Watching Chris extend a hand and put down a finger as he spoke, the hearts of many powerful figures shuddered again. No one dared to speak like this to the witch race. However, after suppressing 70% of his strength, he still managed to kill over 1,000 witch soldiers? For real? Jonah roared in rage. Who are you fooling? The witch race is the strongest in the universe. You will die today. Chris put down another finger. Bastard, are you trying to scare me? Jonah howled. Another finger. Fine death, our witch race has Jaces. Destroying a universe isn't hard. Jonah tried to sound fierce. This time, Chris withdrew 2 fingers at once. How can you break your promise and retract 2 fingers at once? Jonah was genuinely afraid, asking. Chris explained calmly, I saw you didn't have anything important to say, so I decided to finish it quickly. Bullshit, you're deliberately showing off. Jonah roared. They always played tricks on other races. They never thought today they'd be the ones being toyed with. Furious, Jonah unleashed 3,000 laws from his body, intertwining them to create a terrifying phantom image. A Great Witch Dharma form? Emily's expression changed dramatically. This is the Dharma form of Great Witch Cornelius. It can lend him part of its power. Retreat quickly. Cornelius? Chris's eyes flickered. He found this name familiar. He wanted to confirm if the witches of this world were the same as those in Earth legends. Thus, he deliberately infuriated Jonah, keeping him alive to call for help. Sure enough, Cornelius came out. Chris, getting the satisfying answer, immediately drew his sword. Damn bastard. Jonah's face twisted in hatred, grabbing at the air. Simultaneously, the Dharma form behind him also moved. A distant blazing star shook violently, forcibly grabbed over by Jonah's action. Originally only a true god, Jonah couldn't utilize stellar force. But with a tenth of Cornelius's strength added, he broke through to the divine Kai realm, gaining stellar power, clearly demonstrating how terrifying the Great Witch was. Even Emily couldn't help feeling relieved that no Great Witch was here. But seeing the star smash down, Chris remained unperturbed and advanced. This time, he didn't draw his sword. But everyone felt his strength had grown even greater. The fiery sword intent was higher than the stellar flames, more turbulent than the chaos chi. Strangely, something seemed to suppress his strength intentionally, making it fluctuate. Ignoring the suppression, Chris unleashed sword energy, slicing toward the star. Accompanied by dazzling sword light, the star was cleaved into two. Boom. Boundless heat waves erupted, sweeping across the entire star system. The Tao of the Xianxia realm cried instantly, "Dad, please cut farther away. Help." Before Chris could use his power to push back the heat wave, a surge of death chi sprouted from the life-prohibited zone, enveloping the Xianxia realm. The heat waves couldn't approach, but others suffered greatly. The demonic army took heavy losses, and Emily had no choice but to teleport them away. And the major world Brody who fought with the single-eyed demon Kai had already perished. Now no one protected their world. The worlds were instantly engulfed by the heat waves, refined and melted into world cores. It turned out, natural destruction wasn't needed. Sufficient impact would suffice. Chris comprehended this and swung his sword again. Jonah's body, which even heat couldn't harm, was split open by one sword strike. This is impossible. Jonah screamed as he died, but a fragment of his true soul escaped, carried away by the Great Witch Dharma form. As long as he could escape, absorbing the power of a few more worlds would allow him to quickly recover. Chapter 118. Terrifying Resurrection Skills. This universe's suppression over me is getting stronger and stronger, Chris murmured to himself. He had thought that the previous strike should have obliterated the Dawafawa, Great Shaman, Avatar as well, but he didn't allow the two to escape. Instead, he chased after them. The Dodge Avatar was extremely fast, using a power more advanced than reducing distances to mere inches, clearly some form of spatial translocation. Chris pursued for a few steps, covering thousands of light years, only to find that the distance between them grew even greater. He decided not to chase further. Chris stared intently at the fleeing Avatar and true spirit, silently uttering, "Kill." Suddenly, the Dodge Avatar paused mid-motion, then violently crushed the Hawk True Spirit in its hand. Hawk's True Spirit screamed as it was crushed, leaving no possibility of resurrection. For his killer was not Chris, but a great shaman from their own clan. Sophia, who had just caught up to check on the situation, looked bewildered, unsure of what had transpired. She watched as the Dodge Avatar shuddered, then turned coldly to Chris. "You could control my avatar using mind connection? Are you an Empyrean from the Buddhist realm?" "No," Chris shook his head. He had indeed used mind connection just now. This ability not only facilitated communication, but also allowed him to control living beings. However, Chris rarely used it because it resembled soul snatching, where he would be influenced by the other party's thoughts. A few times were manageable, but doing it hundreds or thousands of times would likely cause personality fragmentation. The Dodge Avatar spoke coldly. "From such a small place comes someone as powerful as you. Indeed, very impressive. However, the power within you seems out of place, like it doesn't belong here. That's also incorrect. You shouldn't be this strong. What are you? Why do I sense the lost Brett Temple aura from you? Who exactly are you?" Chris had initially wanted to ask Dodge if he knew about Earth, but with Hawk, the summoner, gone, Dodge's avatar had lost its power source and slowly dissipated after asking that question. Seeing Dodge depart, Sophia immediately approached. "Brody, this time you've thoroughly offended the Shaman clan. They won't give up on retaliating. How about you take Xianxia world to live in our realm?" Sophia persisted, wanting to persuade Chris. Chris merely looked at her and smiled. "It's been so long since we last met. I didn't expect you to become so powerful." Sophia saw Chris changing the subject and frowned. "Are you really not going? The next time they might send 10,000 or 100,000 shamans. It's possible that the great shamans themselves will come. They're born as Empyreans, with terrifying power." Hearing this, Chris felt somewhat envious. Just look at the Shaman clan. Ordinary shamans were born at the realm lord level. Great shamans were born as Empyreans. What about the 12 ancestral shamans? Chris asked curiously. "You know quite a bit about the Shaman clan? Even the 12 ancestral shamans? Seems you haven't stayed in Xianxia world much, but you've never visited my place?" Sophia refused to answer and instead questioned him. Chris shrugged helplessly. "If I say I've always known about them but never delved into it deeply, would you believe me?" "Do you think I would?" Sophia asked with a knowing smile. Chris sighed. "Never mind. I'll head back to Xianxia world." Seeing Chris about to leave, Sophia hurriedly blocked his path, gritting her teeth. "Your luck is indeed diminishing. Someone is siphoning your fortune, and the shamans don't do that. What happened to you?" "I really don't know," Chris replied, equally curious. Dodge's earlier words had left Chris puzzled. His power wasn't part of this world. What did that mean? Could it be that Earth was created by a true god, and he was just a pawn? But that didn't seem right either. His strength far exceeded true gods. He could even slay Empyreans. Sophia also sensed Chris wasn't lying. After pondering for a moment, she added, I can lower my demands, but you should really go to the demon realm. The Tianxian star system is shattered. Xianxia world can't survive here anymore. Why not go to the demon realm since you're planning to move anyway? Chris didn't want to respond, but seeing Sophia's persistence, he had no choice. I'll be better off staying put. The demon realm can't stand against the shamans. If I go there, you'll eventually be doomed. Sophia grew frustrated. So, he didn't trust her capabilities. Yet, she couldn't argue. The demon realm was far inferior to the shamans. Only special places like the celestial star system filled with divine bodies, or the holy sword star system and the Buddhist realm could stand against the shamans. Compared to these, the demon realm fell short. If the shamans attacked, the demon realm wouldn't last an hour. Still, Sophia insisted, we can flee together. I know the outside world well and can evade the shamans. Chris shook his head. No need. Live well. Why won't anything work with you? What do you really want? Sophia exploded in anger, her eyes blazing. I want to go to the shaman world, Chris stated seriously. I dislike being hunted, so it's best to solve this issue head-on. Sophia was taken aback. He had been speaking calmly, but suddenly started acting tough. Do you really plan to slash through the shaman world? Do you have confidence? Sophia asked with a frown. I do, but not much, which is why I asked about the ancestral shaman strength, Chris replied with a laugh. Sophia stared hard at Chris, confirming his seriousness. After a brief hesitation, she answered. The 12 ancestral shamans are truly deity immortals. Their abilities are unknown, but this universe has only 12 deity immortals, all within the shaman clan. So unless you reach deity immortal status, you won't be their match. Even if you reach deity immortal, you'd likely be killed in a group attack. Chris didn't boast that he was at deity immortal status. After all, he was only in the initial cultivation stage. As you say, solving this problem once and for all isn't easy. But it doesn't matter. As long as I instill fear among the shamans, it should resolve the trouble, Chris said. Sophia smiled bitterly. You think too simply. Check if those shaman corpses you killed still exist. Instinctively, Chris opened his spatial ring but found that the tens of thousands of shaman corpses he had just stored had vanished. This shocked him. What's going on? At Cosmogod Realm, one can travel through the river of time to the past. There must have been a Cosmogod-level great shaman who brought the shaman soldiers and hawk back from the past using this method to resurrect them. Since they were resurrected, these corpses naturally ceased to exist. This is the terror of the shaman clan. Although their birth rate is low, almost producing none every few thousand years, they maintain their numbers using this method, ensuring their race never fades. Now, do you think the shamans you kill will be afraid? Sophia gazed intently at Chris. Translation completed while preserving paragraph structure, tone, and style, maintaining fluency and coherence. Chapter 119. The Golden Finger arrives after over 100 chapters. Can you believe it? Chris had never imagined that the cosmic god realm could have such power. Traversing the river of time to save beings from the past? What the hell? This was an absolute suppression over lower realms. It's important to note that while there was a vast difference between pseudo-god and true god realms, it didn't warrant such dimensional level oppression. And those Jaces were even more formidable as they were above this realm. All 12 Jaces in the universe resided with them. No wonder the Witch Clan remained the ultimate force across the universe. But Chris thought otherwise. I can't believe that they bring people through the river of time without any repercussions. Chris frowned and asked. There are indeed consequences. I once received guidance from a cosmic god realm expert. Due to cosmic rules, performing such feats extends their lifespan. But with many numbers and ways to replenish lifespans, can't a whole clan withstand anything? No matter how sharp a sword is, it will dull after thousands or tens of thousands of uses, right? Sophia still harbored no hope. However, Chris merely observed the chaotic energy flowing in and out of his body. He smiled. In terms of endurance, he had never been afraid of anyone. A sudden burst of deathly energy swept across the ravaged star system. The already shattered star system disintegrated completely, turning into a massive black hole devouring everything in the universe. Chris and Sophia looked on in astonishment, realizing it was caused by the Xianxia world. Looking at the dense death aura and the swirling black hole, Sophia exclaimed in shock and anger. Did the Witch Clan make their move? Are they attacking Xianxia world through the river of time? Nonsense. Even though I don't fully understand the cosmic god realm and Jace realms, I know that if they did this, it would be incredibly costly and impractical. It would be better for them to directly destroy this small world. Chris shook his head and returned to the side of Xianxia world. Sophia followed behind him, trying her hardest to catch up with her master's speed. To her dismay, Chris was even faster than her. She was a Royce, yet she couldn't fathom what Chris's realm had been before he faced issues with cultivation. Had he been at the celestial deity realm where no boundary was unreachable? Or higher still, standing outside Xianxia world, Chris stared at the world enveloped in deathly energy. Even his heavenly eye could not penetrate the interior. Chris silently placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. He knew the sword of heaven's Tao wouldn't break through this world. It was just a habitual gesture. As Chris's sword intent surged, preparing to strike, a wave of consciousness entered his mind. Fate. I need enough fate to plunder the Tao's fate. Chris furrowed his brows and asked, who are you? Fate. Exchange. Brett's power. An unnoticeable beam of light erupted from Xianxia world, engulfing Chris. He felt his physical strength increasing. Although he appeared to be a body cultivator, he only used body cultivation methods to strengthen his body without obtaining full physical prowess. Now, the power within his body was rising significantly. Even his realm began ascending continuously. Chris was thrilled. Could it be that his long-stalled chi cultivation stage would finally allow him to reach the foundation establishment stage today? Chris's joy was evident. Even Sophia noticed the change in his demeanor, sensing an awe-inspiring and mysterious aura. Chris became increasingly enigmatic to her. Suddenly, a brilliant light emanated from Chris's body. Chris finally broke through his current realm, and he advanced through 10 realms in one go. At Chi Cultivation, level 10,098. Chris opened his arms, ready to embrace freedom. But then he froze. That one beam of Brett's power was truly remarkable. To advance by one level, Chris needed to consume a world core and various tonics. Yet this simple beam propelled him 10 levels. But, so what? What I really need is to reach the Foundation Establishment stage. Chris was in agony. No one knew the depth of his obsession with the Foundation Establishment stage. It wasn't just about flying and using fancy abilities, but also utilizing Dao laws. Currently, Chris could only use his sword for destruction, unable to create or employ mystical means like soul creation. He had new aspirations now, like walking through the river of time like a cosmic god realm expert, witnessing ancient legends. Thus, he could return to when he first crossed over and see who brought him here. Unfortunately, Brett's power couldn't help him reach the Foundation Establishment stage. Feeling both helpless and intrigued, Chris wanted to understand Brett's power. How could something so impressive be so ineffective? Before he could investigate, Sophia suddenly exclaimed, "Brody, why does your body wrap in Dao power?" "What?" Chris looked curiously at his disciple. "Dao. Dao power surpasses Dao laws. Only through comprehending the Dao can one obtain this power. One Dao is far superior to 3,000 Dao laws combined. But only those at the true God realm can access and barely control this power. Even I, a Royce, only possess 3 strands of Dao power. How can someone at the Chi cultivation stage wield Dao power?" "Did your body recover?" Sophia always believed Chris was injured or ill, keeping him at Chi cultivation. She was surprised, thinking Chris had recovered. Chris, however, immediately examined himself. Indeed, a unique power was brewing within him. Upon contact, knowledge naturally filled his mind. The power of destruction. One strike, complete annihilation. Dao power replaced the Dao for punishment. An absolute force capable of effortlessly destroying worlds and star systems. Under Dao's authority, resistance was futile. Chris was delighted. Could he directly wield Dao power despite not using Dao laws? Wait, could this Dao power be the mysterious entity's Brett's power? Could it be exchanged for fate? If he could obtain 3,000 strands of fate, would he gain 3,000 Daos? With those, breaking through this universe wouldn't be an issue. Even if the universe stipulated he couldn't reach the Foundation Establishment stage, he'd overpower the universe, gaining control over his own fate. Then again, could this mysterious entity come from the cemetery of gods and demons? Was his arrival linked to this entity? Even his destiny anomaly could be due to this entity. And Brett's power might be connected to the witch's mention of the Brett Temple. These questions raced through his mind without answers, leaving him even more puzzled. Desiring to uncover the truth and needing Dao power for cultivation, Chris decided to investigate this Dao fate. Turning to Sophia, he asked, "You've been around longer. Do you know about Dao fate?" "Yes," Sophia replied, looking uneasy. "Why do you say longer? Am I some kind of thug?" "That's great. I plan to rob Dao fate. Tell me who has it." Sophia's face contorted strangely. "Brody, are you crazy? Do you know what Dao fate means? Those favored by the heavens, blessed by the Dao. These individuals are infamous on the ancient devil list. Each of them has at least hundreds or thousands of strands of Dao power. What do you have to rob them of their fate?" Chapter 120. Old villain, you can't escape once you're here. Chris was stunned. He hadn't expected the power of Dao luck to be so formidable. But what if it was? As long as it helped him establish his foundation, he'd dare to slay even in Jace. Isn't the power of Dao also divided into strong and weak? "I believe my power of Dao surpasses theirs," Chris said confidently. Kyra merely shook her head. "Brody, I don't know why you are contending for the power of Dao luck, but I urge you to give up. It's extremely difficult. What if I told you that not contending is not an option? There's something continuously absorbing my luck, and without supplying Dao luck, once I'm sucked dry, I'll certainly die." Chris exaggerated to scare Kyra, although indeed a part of his luck was being absorbed constantly, yet not enough to cause his death. During the recent battle with the Witch tribe, he had felt the rejection by cosmic power, but realized that even at 70% rejection, he could still resist, though it would feel like fighting while weighed down, like having shackles on one's body in a fight. Death wasn't a possibility, nor would the power of Brett let him die easily. Kyra believed him, her expression becoming serious. "I see, but the people favored by Dao luck are all exceptionally powerful and immensely lucky individuals. Why don't we do this instead? Go to the demonic realm with me, and I'll help you find unclaimed Dao luck there." Chris couldn't help but be amused seeing the girl persistently trying to take him away. He shook his head, putting this topic aside temporarily, and turned his attention towards the dark heaven world. At that moment, dark energy was thick within it, and he wanted to know about Ushvin Ku and others inside. However, even with heavenly eye, he couldn't penetrate the dark energy to view the dark heaven world. Just then, a figure emerged from it. Reyna. Reyna stepped through the void and approached slowly, bowing respectfully to Chris. "Brody, how did you get out?" Chris asked before realizing the question was redundant. With Reyna's luck, who could stop her? Luck. Chris suddenly realized, could this girl, with such good fortune, be one favored by Dao luck? Unaware of Chris's speculations, Reyna replied, "I simply walked out, Brody. No need to worry. They're fine in the Linglong world, just unable to leave. And the dark heaven world is undergoing changes. The godly forces will only make us stronger if we stay." Relieved, Chris asked, "Do you have Dao luck?" Reyna shook her head. "I don't understand what Dao luck is." Turning to Kyra, Chris found her checking Reyna and showing a puzzled face. "She doesn't possess Dao luck. Otherwise, anyone could sense it immediately. But her condition is peculiar. It feels similar to yours, Brody. Both completely inscrutable in terms of cultivation level, yet possess strength." Curiousness filled Kyra's eyes. Chris originally suspected Reyna could be Guanyin reincarnated. After meeting the witch tribe's Argyle and learning about Brett's power, this suspicion grew stronger. He thought about taking her to the Joab realm to investigate further. Speaking of which, Little 9, do you know about the Joab realm? Chris squinted slightly. Little 38 never encountered Buddhism, yet created the Western Joab Kaidam, intriguing Chris greatly. Yes, the Joab realm is one of the few superstar systems that can contend against the witch realm. They also have a great reputation, fewer enemies. Their influence is enormous, making them untouchable. Kyra, fearing Chris might go there to cause trouble, explained further. But Chris frowned. Great reputation? Are you sure? Don't they take money without doing work? Kyra shook her head. No, Buddhist cultivators tend to be kind-hearted and helpful, barring some special ones. Of course, every society has its villains. Even in Buddhism, there are corrupt elements. Has Brody encountered them? Without answering, Chris fell deep in thought. He trusted his disciples' words. So did Little 38 misunderstand something? Or were these corrupted Buddhists spreading erroneous teachings intentionally? Well, thinking won't solve anything. He decided to check it out later. Shaking off other thoughts, Chris looked back at the Dark Heaven world. He wondered how to shrink and carry it away safely. Kyra saw him and skillfully shrunk the Dark Heaven world to the size of a world core without affecting any living beings inside. Then she kept it herself. Brody, let me keep the Dark Heaven world safe for you here to avoid danger. Chris understood her attempt to force him to go with her but didn't mind. Indeed, he needed to explore the outer world since he had nowhere else to go. Kyra was excited seeing Chris agree. This was the first step. Now that her Brody was coming to the demonic realm, getting him to serve her wouldn't be far behind. Himph Brody, your little whip is ready. Get ready for retribution. Overwhelmed with excitement, she brought Chris straight to the demonic realm. The previous demonic armies had already been sent back via spatial corridors. They instantly arrived through the same method. The incredible speed astonished Chris. Knowing the distance was trillions of light years apart, normally traveling even by teleportation would take a while. Yet Kyra could cover such a vast distance instantly? Understanding his shock, she explained, it's coordinate teleportation. Without precise coordinates, opening a spatio-temporal corridor risks getting lost forever in chaotic space-time. Chris nodded and began observing the demonic realm. It spanned several hundred million light years with millions of giant stars and countless smaller ones. Inhabited worlds were numerous beyond counting. Looking at a nondescript yet larger than Dark Heaven world place, Chris sighed, this place really improved compared to when I first came. Back in her domain, Kyra resumed her aloof demeanor. Hearing her master, she became suspicious. When did you come? I visited quietly many times. Seeing you doing well, I didn't disturb you, Chris smiled. Kyra felt her heart stir, genuinely touched yet wary. Brody remembered and didn't forget me? No, I can't be swayed. This trickster must be deceiving me. Biting her lip, she sealed off the entire demonic realm, blocking Chris's escape route. Holding a whip, she gave a cold, queen-like smirk. Old villain. Now that you're here, you can't run. Chapter 121. Attending to you every day. Chris looked at his proud and domineering apprentice wielding a small whip, feeling rather helpless. With a casual slap towards the distance, the Tao of Annihilation surged along with his sword chi, instantly reducing billions of stars into nothingness, not even leaving ashes behind. Little 9, you know me. I'm not very adept at manipulating the power of Tao. If we start roughhousing, I might lose control. Please forgive me if that happens. Chris smiled benevolently. Nikki glanced at the obliterated stars, then at her small whip. In the next moment, the newly employed whip was out of work. She wore an even gentler smile than Chris's. Brody is so mean. I was just joking around. Why are you going to hit me? Don't worry, I was only joking too. Chris stood with his hands behind his back, laughing good-naturedly. Seeing this, Nikki clenched her teeth, but still maintained a smile as she invited Chris to her Empress palace. Looking at Chris's broad back, she felt like she was inviting a wolf into her den. Sarai trailed silently behind the somewhat unusual master-apprentice duo. History was always her biggest interest. She wasn't too concerned with their romantic gossip. At the same time as Chris was welcomed into the Empress palace, in the Witch realm, the great witch Edison sat on a throne made of thorns, practicing the 10,000 stars annihilation treasure art. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. His eyes no longer held black or white, but instead had turned into two fiery orbs, blazing brightly like twin suns. As Edison opened his eyes, the entire temple became scorching hot. Even the world where the Edison tribe resided brightened several times over. Simply by opening his eyes, Edison, who could alter the heavens and earth, now wore a look of uncertainty. Who was that kid? He managed to break my dermic projection? Although it only had 1/10 of my strength, it was enough to dominate the universe. Edison muttered to himself, becoming highly interested in Chris. He wanted to go see for himself. As an astral deity, Edison needed only to think, and he could be beside Chris. An astral deity can go anywhere in the cosmos. But when Edison tried to lock onto Chris for teleportation, he found he couldn't lock onto him. Impossible. Even celestial deities, even those with great fortune, should not be impossible to lock onto. Could he be a terrestrial immortal? An absurd thought crossed Edison's mind, but he immediately dismissed it with a sneer. If Chris were a terrestrial immortal, the 12 ancestral witches would have killed him long ago. Feeling curious, Edison considered asking a celestial deity-level great witch for help, but then he thought again. To send a celestial deity to handle a mere minor figure would make the witch clan appear weak. Moreover, Chris didn't deserve such attention. Edison slapped the thorn throne, his consciousness flying out of the temple. Witch Calamity, go capture this person. Inside the Edison tribe, young Witch Calamity, who was diligently practicing, received the command, and Chris's appearance floated into his mind. This person actually killed Jonah? But I will not be bothered by him, please rest assured, Great Witch. Go. Edison smiled faintly, trusting Witch Calamity. Then, Edison's consciousness divided into billions, merging into various stars, devouring stellar energy. The 10,000 stars annihilation treasure art was a supreme divine art. One ancestral which had once said that if Edison could drain 100 billion star systems, he would leap to become a terrestrial immortal. He had been working towards this goal, despite causing endless resentment among countless beings. But he didn't care. After all, success was still far away. Witch Calamity walked out from the Witch Clan. As a bearer of the Tao of Calamity, wherever he went since birth, disasters followed. Now, Witch Calamity could easily control the power of Tao, yet he did not hold back. After all, this universe was controlled by the Witch Clan. Even though Witch Calamity was walking outside the Witch realm, it felt like walking in his living room. Who dared to obstruct him? Who dared to offend him? Stepping through the air, Witch Calamity rushed towards the demon domain. Wherever he passed, drought, floods, lightning strikes, plagues, all kinds of disasters descended. Countless lives were lost, yet he did not care. Even the so-called creator temples responsible for maintaining cosmic order dared not intervene. Chris didn't know the witches had sent someone to capture him. He sat inside the Empress palace, looking at Brenda before him. Little 2066, why did you run? Chris sighed lightly. Brenda adjusted her golden-rimmed glasses, gracefully saying, Brody, I didn't expect you to really come seeking support from senior sister. Cough. Nikki coughed dryly, her eyes flickering. Brenda looked at Nikki strangely. What's wrong? Now you're starting to feel guilty? Didn't you say you wanted Brody to wash your feet? Nikki grew irritated, furious. You deserve it for always failing, not being able to read the situation. Brenda was puzzled by the rebuke, but then saw Chris's relaxed demeanor and Nikki's cautious expression. She suddenly realized something, yet found it unbelievable. No way. Her senior sister was the demon Empress ruling a galaxy. Could she not be a match for Brody? Since connecting with his senior sister, Brenda had discovered a whole new world. Major galaxies, major races, all kinds of realms. All these powers made her revere and yearn for them. And Nikki, who controlled an entire galaxy with tens of millions of worlds, was a deity unreachable in Brenda's eyes. Yet here she was behaving submissively before Chris. How could Brenda contain her emotions? While she knew her Brody was powerful, she never imagined this extent. Seeing Brenda fall silent, Nikki turned to Chris. Brody, can you stay here to guide us sisters in cultivation? Brenda glanced at Sarai, feeling a bit strange. This saintly woman gave off an illusory aura, almost like an unreal entity. Even upon careful investigation, she could sense that her threat level was not inferior to Nikki's. Such a person was also Brody's disciple? Looking at Nikki eagerly, Chris sighed helplessly. All I can teach you is the power of the Tao of Annihilation. Other skills, I truly cannot impart. The Tao of Annihilation could be inherited within Chris's mind, but sword techniques like swordsmanship and spells like shrinking distance, he couldn't teach. He couldn't make a godlike existence like Nikki chop wood for another 1,000 or 10,000 years, could he? Nikki's eyes flashed. Sure. Then can you pass down the Tao of Annihilation to me? I'll certainly, properly attend to you every day. Note, the names Edison, Jonah, and Witch Calamity are romanized in pinyin as requested. Hashtag chapter 122. I'll have Brody kill you. Chris naturally did not hesitate to agree. Honestly, he had never held back when it came to his disciples. Anything that could be taught, he never stinted on. But what he couldn't teach turned out to be the most powerful abilities. This made many of the disciples doubt and question him. Chris called Jacqueline over. She hesitated and was wary, fearing what Chris might do to her. But then she thought of how she had followed this master since childhood and stepped forward. Chris poked her smooth forehead with one finger. Jacqueline felt a legacy mark appear in her mind. The next moment, she spat out a mouthful of blood, and her body even developed spiderweb-like cracks. Seeing this, Chris's pupils contracted rapidly as he immediately withdrew his legacy power. Jacqueline, grievously injured and barely breathing, knelt down and begged, Brody, are you really so heartless? Just for a legacy, you would kill me? Don't talk nonsense. How could I? Chris scolded and hurriedly gave Jacqueline the world core. However, Jacqueline did not take it, but instead presented her own world core. Chris initially thought she didn't trust him, but upon seeing that Jacqueline's world core was clearly much superior, he understood. Indeed, world cores also vary in strength and quality. Jacqueline, being a Royce, possessed a very powerful world core. Soon, Jacqueline fully recovered. But now she regarded Chris with awe. Brody, are you sure you were trying to give me your legacy just now and not destroy me? Of course, Chris said helplessly. Then it can only mean one thing, she continued. The power of the Great Tao is far more terrifying than I imagined. Because interacting with the power of the Great Tao and interacting with laws are two entirely different things. The power of the Great Tao can indeed harm oneself if mishandled. Even I, someone who possesses several initial-level Great Tao powers, cannot withstand your path of annihilation. Could it already be at its peak level? Jacqueline's cherry lips opened wide in surprise, forming an O shape. Chris asked curiously, does the cultivation of the power of the Great Tao have levels? Jacqueline replied, of course. The power of the Great Tao is not like the law. It's not easy to master. It requires reaching the true God realm and gradually sensing it. They are divided into initial, intermediate, advanced, peak, and embodiment of the Tao. You may see some beings with hundreds or thousands of Great Tao powers, but they likely can't reach the embodiment of the Tao level for any of them. But some focus on cultivating one for millions of years until they achieve the embodiment of the Tao realm, which even celestial gods cannot kill. Of course, there are fewer than 10 such individuals in the entire universe. However, the enhancement of the power of the Great Tao is much more important than personal cultivation because, after Jacqueline explained, Chris understood. In the universe, the realms of Boundary Lord, Grand Boundary Lord, and Pseudo-God cannot interact with the power of the Great Tao and are considered lower beings, not worth commenting on. From the true God realm, where one can feel the power of the great Tao, its strength surpasses one's personal cultivation. In other words, before reaching the true God realm, it's like being in the cultivation foundation stage of the mystic heaven realm. After reaching the true God realm, equivalent to the peak of the cultivation foundation stage, two paths open up. One can choose to normally enhance their cultivation level, or sense the power of the great Tao. Normal cultivation, similar to choosing corporeal cultivation, after reaching the peak of the cultivation foundation stage, means focusing on physical development. Sensing the power of the great Tao is akin to choosing Dharma cultivation. Dharma practitioners may have weak personal cultivation, but their use of the power of the great Tao makes them capable of fighting across 3 or 4 realms effortlessly. In any era, any world, Dharma practitioners will always be stronger than crude warriors. This unchangeable truth explains why the power of the great Tao is more important than normal cultivation advancement. Given the immense power of the great Tao, why do all beings still need to cultivate their personal realm? It's because the power of the great Tao is too tyrannical. Without enhancing one's physical body through cultivation, one can't withstand that much power of the great Tao. So, from the true God, divine Kai, to Royce realms, they are entirely based on the strength of the great Tao powers. Once reaching the cosmic God realm, however, the rules change. To enter the cosmic God realm, one must first comprehend one of the most powerful great Tao powers, the power of space. One must cultivate spatial powers to an advanced, even peak level to be considered at the cosmic God realm. For the higher astral God realm, time must be comprehended. Time is revered. Space is king. As supreme great Tao powers, time and space easily overpower other great Tao powers. Chris's path of annihilation is very strong. He suspected he had already reached the embodiment of the Tao level. Otherwise, merely imparting it to a disciple wouldn't nearly crush them. Jacqueline, though a Royce, has limited comprehension and few great Tao powers. Her physical form is decent, and she should be able to withstand high-level, even peak-level great Tao legacies. Thus, it could only mean that his path of annihilation realm was too high. Unfortunately, Jacqueline, constrained by the difficulty of cultivating to the embodiment of the Tao level, couldn't believe Chris could reach this level right after leaving the mystic heaven realm. Chris didn't elaborate, fearing his disciple might think he was holding back. He looked at Jacqueline. We'll discuss the transmission later. I'll try to find a way to teach you other skills. Okay, Jacqueline believed Chris wholeheartedly. Since Chris was willing to impart the path of annihilation to her, it proved he truly cared for his disciples. But she admitted she was inadequate and couldn't withstand peak-level great Tao powers. Xiao and Yu watched these two show affectionate teacher-student interaction and felt jealous. Were they treating everyone else as outsiders? Brody, didn't you forget? I'm your disciple too. Xiao and Yu complained. I didn't forget, but your strength is weaker than your senior sister's, so I can't impart my legacy to you. Focus on cultivation under your senior sister. Chris chuckled. Xiao and Yu knew she was weak, not even an overlord. If she went out, she might be destroyed by the scattered aura of passers-by. I know, but where are you going? She asked. Are you leaving us again? Chris nodded. I have to leave. I need Tao fortune. I know you're good at strategy. Stay with your senior sister and help her against enemies. Xiao Wenyu wanted to say her senior sister, a mighty demon Empress, didn't have formidable enemies needing her help. But before she could speak, an attendant outside cried angrily, Griffin, the people of the Tsangming star system have come demanding you hand over those who oppose the witch clan. Jacqueline's face darkened. That damned old ghost from Tsangming chose this time. Chris frowned. Is the Tsangming star system related to the witch realm? No relation. They likely heard about what happened and want to capture you to please the witch clan. But they are long-standing foes of the dark domain. We fought many times with inconclusive results. This time, who emboldened them to attack again? Not only did Jacqueline have a mature appearance, but her temperament was decisive. Hearing someone dared to threaten her, she immediately ordered troops and headed out. Chris naturally followed. Xiao Wenyu and Sarai stayed inside the palace. Soon, Chris and Jacqueline flew beyond the dark domain star system. Beyond the evil star river surrounding the entire dark domain, countless enemy forces were arrayed in the distance. In front of the main force, 3 Royces exuded terrifying auras. Seeing these 3, Jacqueline's expression changed slightly. Heaven Shield Royce. Tyler, I see how the old ghost from Tsangming dared to come. Turns out you 3 are working together. If it were only Tsangming's patriarch alone, indeed they could only match the demon clan evenly. But now, with 2 other Royces also bringing their forces, 3 emperors joining hands, it wouldn't be a problem for them to obliterate the dark domain. However, usually, these 3 emperors would be wary and hostile towards each other, rarely uniting easily. She couldn't believe they'd put aside their differences just to please the witch clan this time. Jacqueline felt uneasy, knowing she would struggle to resist. She even considered fleeing directly. If the dark domain was destroyed, so be it. There's always hope as long as one survives. But as she turned her head, she saw her master. Seeing his calm demeanor, inexplicable courage surged within her. She didn't want to run anymore. Chris also looked at the 3. Their auras matched Jacqueline's, those of Royce's. These 3 possessed familiar great Tao powers, but apparently lacked luck. Tsangming's patriarch was a hunched old man with a goatee. His small eyes glinted malevolently. He seemed more like a demonic cultivator than the demons themselves, grinning maliciously and greedily eyeing Jacqueline. Demon Empress, I heard you led a 1,000,000-strong army to save a pretty boy? If you crave men so much, why travel far to find one? And offend the witch clan over it? Why not join us 3 instead? Isn't it better than the little punk behind you? The other 2 Royce-level existences stepped forward to form a triangle with Tsangming's patriarch, their overwhelming auras rolling toward Jacqueline and Chris. Refusing to back down, Jacqueline took a step forward, quickly condensing all heaven's sinister powers, barely holding back the trio's onslaught. You 3 old fools dare to covet me? I've tolerated your bullying in the past because I feared you, turning a blind eye. But now my master is here. Anyone who dares bully me today, don't blame him if he chops you down. Backed by her master, Jacqueline was prouder and more domineering than ever before. Chapter 123, Promoting Civilization and New Customs. Chris didn't expect Sophia's tone to be so domineering and strong. Ultimately, she pulled him out to back her up. But since he was her disciple, it was all fine with him. However, the three distant Royces revealed mocking expressions, especially Tyler, who stared at Chris with dark killing intent. He had long coveted the purest cosmic evil power of the Demon Clan. Thus, when he heard that the Demon Realm had offended the Demon Clan, and that Xianxia invited them, he immediately agreed. What he hadn't expected was that Sophia remained so arrogant even after seeing the three of them united. And what she relied on was this unremarkable youth, who was said to have been fetched from a remote area by her. Tyler took off the large hammer on his back, pointing at Chris. I don't want to waste words. Since you are this woman's reliance, then come over and die. Hearing this, Salming Royce and Sky Shield Royce immediately stepped back with a cold laugh. Among the three of them, if purely discussing combat strength, Tyler was naturally the strongest. Now that this one wanted to take action first, it couldn't be better. After all, they also needed someone to test Chris's prowess. Being Royces already, none of them were fools. They would still respect someone whom Sophia relied on so heavily, despite their mocking mouths. Chris didn't expect that upon just appearing, someone would seek trouble. But it was good. He hadn't tested how strong foreigners were for a long time. Chris looked at Sophia beside him. Are these three your biggest enemies nearby? Sophia nodded immediately. Yes. Good. I'll kill them, and you can go annex their star systems. This way, even if the witch world attacks you in the future, you could hold out a bit longer, right? Chris said solemnly. This? Sophia hesitated a little. Without waiting for Sophia's reply, Chris moved forward directly, the sword intent in his hand forming into a long sword. Tyler frowned and shouted, Are we about to fight? Still faking your realm? Moreover, what's the point of pretending to be in the chi condensation stage? Who would believe it? I'm not faking. I'm truly in the chi condensation stage. Chris was helpless. I get it. So you mean that killing me is as easy as pie for someone at the chi condensation stage? You actually mock me with such despicable methods. How despicable? Tyler roared angrily. Chris. This imagination really killed, and Tyler had already rushed over in anger. Although he was furious and impatient, he did not underestimate his opponent. The large hammer in his hand suddenly swung, carrying a river of stars, fiercely smashing down. One hit could destroy 100 mystic heaven realms without any problem. Chris unsparingly raised his sword to strike. Once he started fighting, cosmic force suppressed him. It was already suppressing 80% of his strength. Bang! With an explosion sound, the 10,000-mile-long star river crashed onto Chris's sword intent. In the next moment, Tyler's huge hammer shattered. It can't be. Tyler roared in retreat. That was his superior Dao weapon refined, using 50 world cores. Cultivated for countless years with Dao power, how could it break so easily? Right, Dao power. Tyler squinted his eyes, staring at Chris. Seems like you have very strong Dao power, at least middle stage realm. You managed to easily destroy my Dao weapon. Let me see how strong you are. After saying this, he put away his Dao weapon hammer, and 4 streams of Dao power surged from his body. Sophia only had 3 Dao paths. This person had 4, although all were in the primary stage, but it was powerful enough. Shake and annihilate all realms. Tyler roared, punching out. This punch stirred up chaotic energy wildly, making stars tremble. Even the worlds far away trembled violently and exploded. Sophia, Salming Royce, and Sky Shield Royce quickly retreated. Those soldiers who escaped slowly were directly blasted into nothingness. And this was merely the aftermath of a single punch. Everyone couldn't imagine the terrifying force that Chris must face head-on. He wouldn't be able to escape. Salming Royce and Sky Shield Royce exchanged glances, then lunged at Sophia. Since Tyler was delaying Chris, they didn't need fairness or fairness. As long as they captured Sophia, they could snatch the demons and curry favor with the witches. Then they would soar high. Talking about righteousness in the face of such great temptation, that would be brainless. Seeing the 2 Royces rushing over, Sophia's expression turned cold. The aura of the Empress surged, the Dao path of wind swirling around her. That dominating queen's demeanor made Salming Royce even more eager. He couldn't wait to take this woman back and imprison and torment her. Torturing a proud queen was such a wonderful thing. But next, Sophia's aura dissipated unconsciously. She stared blankly at the 2 Royces behind. Her lips parted slightly, lightly exclaiming, Oh shit. Sky Shield Royce sneered, Sophia, have you been scared silly? Trying to distract us with such a stupid method? Plop. 2 palms suddenly rested on Sky Shield Royce and Salming Royce's shoulders from behind. Both Royces' faces froze, then they turned back in shock and anger, only to find that the one holding their shoulders was Chris. As for Tyler, he had disappeared. Had he fled? After all, he couldn't just vanish silently. Aren't you fighting Tyler? Where is he? Salming Royce demanded angrily. Sky Shield Royce was much smarter, attacking directly. A light shield appeared suddenly, hitting Chris forcefully. Sophia hurriedly explained, Brody, this is the Dao path of shield, reputed to defend everything. Don't attack him. Hit Salming old fool. Saying this, Sophia joined the fight hastily. She feared Chris couldn't handle it. Salming Royce finally reacted, frantically channeling Dao power to prepare for the imminent, double-sided ambush. But Chris ignored Sophia's advice, striking another punch on Sky Shield Royce's light shield. Ha ha ha, fool. You should have listened to the bitch Sophia. Because what I control is not the Dao path of shield, but the Dao path of reflection. Sky Shield Royce had hidden his strength for a long time. Feeling the lethal threat now, he stopped hiding and proudly reflected Chris's attack. Sophia and Salming Royce also changed color, because after battling Sky Shield Royce for so long, they had misunderstood his ability. At this moment, one was startled and angry, the other delighted. Haha, well concealed. Reflect and kill him. Salming Royce laughed nonstop. At this moment, Chris's fist smashed against Sky Shield Royce's light shield. A destructive force spread, directly annihilating the reflection Dao path, then fiercely striking Sky Shield Royce. No, you. Sky Shield Royce screamed tragically, being swiftly destroyed and turning into nothingness. Everyone now knew where Tyler had gone. He had surely been silently annihilated by this terrifying move. One punch to destroy a Royce? Who are you? The sacred constitution of Celestial Star System? I beg for mercy. I know I was wrong. Treat me like fart and release me. Just as Tsangming Royce, who had been laughing arrogantly, nearly fell out of surprise. I am very civilized and do not have the habit of farting in public. Chris raised his hand to destroy Tsangming Royce, but at this moment, an old voice came from afar. Hold him back. Hearing the voice, Tsangming Royce exclaimed in delight. Ha ha ha, the Hall Master has come. The Creation God Temple's Hall Master is here. You cannot kill me, or it will be illegal. It will be opposing the Creation God Temple. Hashtag chapter 124. The Bjorn descends as cosmic oppression is erased. Chris curiously glanced over. Previously, the small fry were always killed first before dealing with the big shots. Why did someone come even before he could make a kill? Nevertheless, Chris still slapped down and mercilessly exterminated the Griffin of Tsangming. Amidst his agonized cries, the Griffin of Tsangming gradually disintegrated. He couldn't understand why Chris would dare to attack him despite seeing people from the Creation God Temple approaching. Just as the last bit of the Griffin of Tsangming's consciousness was about to vanish completely, he heard Chris's puzzled voice. Little 9. What's the deal with the Creation God Temple? The Griffin of Tsangming. Kyra, upon hearing Chris's question, felt quite helpless. You don't even know who they are and you still kill them? Killing him has nothing to do with who he is or who stands behind him. Just because he intended harm towards you, there's no need to keep him alive, Chris said indifferently. Kyra was momentarily stunned, but then felt an overwhelming sense of security. Throughout all her years battling in the outer cosmos, she had always fought alone. Never had she imagined that being beside her master could be so reassuring. In that moment, Kyra wanted to imprison Chris by her side, never letting him leave. At this point, the elder from the Creation God Temple had flown over, glaring at Chris coldly. I've already given orders. Why did you still kill him? Kyra knew her master didn't recognize the Creation God Temple, so she quickly explained in a low voice. The Creation God Temple had existed since the birth of the universe. They had established cosmic laws and built countless branches, almost every star system having a branch responsible for maintaining order across the entire universe. All factions had to comply with their commands and regulations. Of course, that was in the past. At least now, the Witch Clan, the Celestial Galaxy, and the Joab Realm virtually ignored them. Only the smaller factions couldn't resist them. Now, this elder scolding Chris was precisely from the Creation God Temple of the Magic Domain Galaxy. He hadn't made a peep during the attack by the 3 Royces earlier, nor shown his face. Now, he actually confronted his own disciple? Chris suddenly understood, scanning the elder from head to toe. So the Creation God Temple is responsible for upholding the law and order of the cosmos? This was a rhetorical question laced with sarcasm, but it was clear the elder's comprehension skills were subpar, as he replied coldly, Indeed, we maintain order, prevent wars and slaughter, so your wanton killing of a Royce is a serious violation. Hearing this, Kyra revealed a look of disdain. Chris also laughed and cut straight to the point. Enforcing laws? Were you unaware when the Witch Clan attacked the Heavenly Shen star system? Why didn't anyone intervene? For better fluency and natural reading in English, slight adjustments have been made while keeping the meaning intact. Note that Shin seems out of context in English. It might be a naming element that should be kept as is or requires a specific translation based on prior context not provided here. For an even more fluent reading, Chris also laughed and got straight to the point. Enforcing laws? Were you unaware when the Witch Clan attacked the Heavenly Mystic star system? Why didn't anyone intervene? Upon hearing this, the elder's face turned ugly. Of course he knew, but even the Creation God Temple dared not provoke the Witch Clan. The Kaylee were all Jaces. No one dared to offend them. Cosmic law superseded all worlds, and the Witch Clan transcended cosmic law. Everyone knew this. In the elder's view, Chris was deliberately making things difficult for him. Unable to help it, the elder asked coldly, Do you think you're fit to compare yourself with the Witch Clan? Why not? Doesn't cosmic law mandate equality for all beings? Chris countered. The elder frowned. Are you brain dead? You believe that? Chris. Was it really a good idea to say it outright like that? Enough nonsense. Follow me back to the Creation God Temple for a just trial. If there are no accidents, the Witch Clan should be here soon. You can't escape. When they come, just obediently go with them. She can still live. The elder probably truly thought Chris's mind had been warped through cultivation, hence his tone softened somewhat. There was no need to be too forceful with a lunatic. Chris pinched the bridge of his nose, feeling a headache. I was just talking about the law. Am I really considered a mental patient? However, from the Creation God Temple's perspective, they were indeed siding with the Witch Clan against him. What if I refuse to go with you? Will you harm her? Chris asked solemnly. The elder glanced at Kyra, then pulled out a legal decree and read it verbatim. The divine Empress Kyra of the Magic Domain Galaxy openly led troops into battle, resulting in over 10,000 witch soldiers dying. Now opposing the capture by 3 Royces, she has killed 3 emperors, committing grievous crimes deserving the ultimate punishment. After reading the decree, the elder looked at Chris with a cold gaze. Go willingly or shall I enforce justice on the spot? Chris fell silent. This clearly indicated that this universe and Earth shared the same origin. But Kyra sneered, Old bastard, you're quite arrogant, aren't you? Even if I resign my position as Empress, I won't let Brody go with you. Fine, then step down. The elder suddenly waved his hand. Creation God Temple enforcement. Suddenly, the decree shot upward, expanding rapidly until it covered the sky. What was originally just half a meter long became a river of stars, its characters transforming into countless falling stars crashing heavily into the magic domain galaxy. Kyra did not resist, only watching helplessly as disaster befell the magic domain galaxy. Because she couldn't resist, the characters on the decree contained great Dao powers. One character represented one great Dao. Now, more than 50 great Dao strictly enforced the law. Any Royce who dared to obstruct would die. The creation god temple wasn't to be trifled with. But Kyra dared not oppose. Chris, however, moved forward directly. Instantly, he appeared beneath the more than 50 great Dao paths, unleashing sword and tint. Thousands of sword chi threads, containing sword and tint and the path of destruction, surged forth. Boom. In the shocking collision, many worlds within the magic domain couldn't withstand the pressure and exploded one after another. The power of the decree was being erased bit by bit. Both the creation god temple elder and Kyra stared in disbelief. That was a decree from the creation god temple, containing over 50 great Dao powers. And yet it was resisted? Although numerous lower-tier worlds in the magic domain exploded, about 90% of the galaxy was ultimately protected. You're not a Royce. You're at the astral deity realm? The elder panicked and retreated, incredulous. Chris didn't explain, instead lifting his head to gaze at the boundless chaos with dissatisfaction. The rejection force of the universe irked him. Had there been no rejection force, he could have easily handled the mere 50-plus elementary Dao powers. Chris pondered and began applying the path of destruction to himself. The elder watched as Chris enveloped himself with Dao power, becoming dimmer, growing even more bewildered. Is he committing suicide to avoid punishment? If you want to die so badly, why did you resist the decree? Kyra was also frantic, shouting, Brody, don't fear the creation god temple. At worst, we'll abandon the magic domain and flee to safety. You can't escape. Every corner of the universe has a creation god temple branch. As long as we persist in chasing, you will be found wherever you hide. Moreover, the Witch Clan hasn't deployed astral deity realm forces yet. They're giving you a chance. Now, if you commit suicide, it makes it easier to report to everyone. The elder tried his best to persuade Chris to commit suicide. That way, he could report to the higher-ups at the creation god temple and the Witch Clan. But Chris wasn't planning to commit suicide. He intended to use the power of destruction to erase the universal Dao rejection directed at him. This was a method he conceived while resisting the cosmic decree earlier. If the path of destruction could handle over 50 Dao paths simultaneously, why couldn't it deal with the rejection force acting on him? As it turned out, his method worked. The rejection force of the universe was indeed being eradicated bit by bit. Was this the power of a great Dao at the embodiment of Dao realm? Using one spear to strike one shield, Chris's ethereal body and suppressed strength rapidly returned to peak condition. Though externally unchanged, he could now easily wipe out those 50 elementary Dao paths if faced again. TCH, feels much better at full power. Chris smiled. Kyra, seeing that Chris was alive, instantly breathed a sigh of relief but was also quite curious. Brody, what did you do just now? Chris was about to speak when he noticed that the magic domain galaxy behind him was rapidly disintegrating. He found it odd, initially thinking it was his doing. After a thorough investigation, he realized it seemed to be caused by a cosmic disaster. At that moment, a figure wrapped in boundless calamity emerged from the distance. The person was tall, wearing a leather skirt with an exposed upper body. Most terrifyingly, two pitch-black venomous snakes were coiled around his ears, their eyes fixed on Chris, continuously flicking their tongues, radiating a palpable sense of threat. Bjorn? You are Bjorn. The elder from the creation god temple exclaimed in shock, not expecting the Witch Clan to send this person. Then, he glared at Chris with utter disdain. You fool, if you had just died right away, there wouldn't have been any trouble. Now that he's here, all the life forms here will face great misfortune. The arrival of Bjorn signified a significant escalation. The elder's words carried a dire warning, and the presence of this fearsome being underscored the grave danger looming over them. Despite the elder's harsh words, it was clear that Chris's actions had triggered unforeseen and catastrophic consequences. Chapter 125. Who are you looking down on? The words of the Dalen Hall Brody made Zophia's delicate face turn icy cold. It was clear that the disaster had come after her master, spreading chaos and devastation. Now they were saying her master shouldn't have resisted but committed suicide instead. The decline of the creation deity temple wasn't without reason. Chris couldn't even be bothered to get angry. He simply ignored the old man's nonsense. With a light sweep of his right hand through the air, the power of calamity brought by Bjorn instantly disintegrated and vanished into thin air. Along with it, the celestial disasters destroying the magic domain star system were eradicated as well. Chris was quite satisfied. This way power was indeed impressive. Back in the mystic sky realm, he wouldn't have been able to achieve this effect. Then Chris turned to Zofia. Go back and repair the magic domain. I've got this. Zofia glanced at Bjorn, showing a look of wariness. She whispered, I don't know this person, but I can feel he possesses way fortune, making him extremely powerful. Chris's eyes lit up. He, too, had felt an attractive force from Bjorn earlier. So that was the so-called way fortune. If that was the case, things would be easier. Waiting for Zofia to return to the magic domain and activate the interstellar array defense, Chris calmly spoke to Bjorn. Did you come to take me away? Bjorn unleashed his disaster power recklessly, causing the surrounding chaos to twist, forming a black hole-like entity devouring everything. Upon hearing Chris's question, he pointed at him and said, The great shaman wants to see you. Come with me. Chris shook his head. Not right now. What interests me more is your way fortune. If he returned to the Witch Clan, he wouldn't be able to obtain that way fortune. In response, Bjorn laughed derisively. You killed Jonah and think I am the same as him? Do you believe our Witch Clan can be bullied at will? Not exactly. Even the creation deity temple serves your clan like dogs. I still respect the witches, Chris replied calmly. However, what I fear are the cosmo deities and jaces of your clan. As for you, you're far from their level. The distant onlooker, the Dalen Hall Brody, immediately turned pale. A Hall Brody of a branch temple being publicly insulted like this was truly unbearable, truly reckless. To this extent and still not begging for mercy, the Dalen Hall Brody wanted to reprimand Chris. But Bjorn roared, "Be quiet. Get lost." The Dalen Hall Brody's expression froze, filled with both indignation and anger. Yet he didn't dare to speak more and left quietly. Once the old man left, Bjorn coldly addressed Chris. "You killed Jonah, a capital offense. But only my witch clan can judge you. Now, immediately, follow me to meet Han." Boom. Disaster power surged, instantly collapsing the previously stable cosmic order. Planets collided, star systems spun backward, and distant stars began swelling under the interference. Once a supernova explosion occurred, perhaps only Deity could survive. This was the power of the Calamity Way, easily bringing ruin to countless lives. Staring at Chris, Bjorn advanced step by step. "Come with me or stay? Do you have only one type of way power?" Chris countered. He remembered Zofia mentioning that someone with way fortune could possess hundreds of ways easily. "One way power is enough to kill you," Bjorn said confidently, having cultivated the disaster way to an advanced realm, just one step away from its pinnacle. With his strength, even facing some cosmic deity realms, he could escape unharmed. Let alone this. What? Chi condensation stage? Bjorn's pride faltered as rage surged within him. "Animal, bastard, dog mongrel. Facing this witch, you dare play games by hiding your true strength, suppressing your stage this low? Who are you mocking?" Bjorn was genuinely enraged. He'd seen geniuses who suppressed their realms to solidify their foundation, but never had he seen anyone suppress themselves to the Chi condensation stage. Suppressing your stage like that, what for? Furthermore, fighting using the Chi condensation stage against an opponent. It was like two adults fighting where one says, "Try all you want, let's see if I can kill you with a hair strand." Pure mockery and contempt. Unable to bear such insults, Bjorn attacked without further ado, directly summoning disaster power. Disaster shadows followed, slamming towards Chris, causing the chaotic space around him to collapse instantly. Comet force changed course, striking directly at Chris. Even from a distance, it emitted a pressure capable of obliterating heaven and earth. Even a true god would be severely wounded. A deity would find it hard to resist. Bjorn glared intently, disbelieving that Chris wouldn't show his true power. But Chris, just relieved from the universe's resistance, extended one hand to try catching the comet force. Seeing this, Bjorn raged even more. "Love playing, do you? I'll let you enjoy." Calamity Way power erupted. Stars trembled. Stars drifting in the universe instantly warped, turning into a meteor shower along with the comet, smashing towards Chris and engulfing him completely. Watching anxiously from the magic domain star system, Zofia felt perplexed. Why wasn't her master using the destruction way? Didn't he command peak way power? Bang bang bang. Stars exploded, the shockwave crushing 100 worlds. But it wasn't over yet. The comet approached with a force comparable to a sun, colliding with where Chris stood earlier. The explosion's brightness outshone the sun, creating a second one in the sky for many beings in their respective worlds. This intense explosion made Zofia tremble. She doubted she could match it. Only faith in her master kept her from rushing out. The ejected Dalen Hall Brody watched from afar, sneering. Chris was dead for sure. He turned away, no longer bothering to watch. But at that instant, a calm voice echoed, "Seems my body has been enhanced. But your power isn't that great either. Was my suppressed strength affecting your clan's judgment of my ability, hence sending you here?" The Dalen Hall Brody abruptly turned back, horrified to see Chris unscathed. He stood intact, clothes undamaged, in the aftermath of the explosion. Looking at Chris's calm demeanor, the Dalen Hall Brody's face twisted. This guy was incredibly strong. Bjorn was also shocked, demanding, "Impossible. What power did you use to withstand a stellar collision?" Hearing this, the Dalen Hall Brody's heart tightened in dread. He realized Bjorn might not be Chris's match, but he had already offended Chris deeply. If Bjorn couldn't capture him, what then? Should he now plead for impartial justice, offending the witches entirely, or help the witches and apologize to Chris? He hesitated, suddenly finding this decision not too difficult. Glancing at Chris with a darkened face, he took out a communication talisman and called remotely. He summoned the Blood Moon Deity Griffin, the Heavenly Shield Deity Griffin, and the Abyss Deity Griffin of the three major star systems creation deity temples. To capture Chris, since he had offended him, he'd go all the way. After all, Chris couldn't resist the witches. Chapter 126, The Exchange of Dao Power. Anwar was extremely dissatisfied with Chris's overwhelming strength, the force of calamity flickering around him. Even the two black snakes on his ears were constantly flicking their tongues. "It seems you are indeed stronger than the intelligence report stated. But this is not a reason for you to look down on me." Anwar took a step forward, and over 20 strands of Dao power suddenly erupted from his body. Although he possessed Dao power, he had always focused on mastering one strand to reach its peak realm. Therefore, his other Dao powers were limited. But this did not mean he was weak. "I can see that your physical body is quite strong, but mine is not weak either. Emulate heaven and earth." Anwar roared as his body rapidly grew. The two black snakes on his ears also expanded, growing larger and thicker until they became hard. They intertwined, forming a long spear. The spear was highly toxic. Just holding it in the air released terrifying poison that corroded stars. Anwar wielded the spear and charged at Chris, aiming for a lethal strike. Chris calmly stretched his muscles before rushing towards Anwar. He wanted to test how his strength had improved after obtaining one strand of Brett's power. With cosmic suppression gone and a powerful enemy delivering himself, Anwar's body, using Emulate Heaven and Earth, grew as large as a star. Compared to him, Chris was like an ant. Yet, Chris punched towards the incoming spear. Seeing this, Anwar screamed, "I fucking have over 20 strands of Dao power. Can you defeat me in 1 second?" Boom. Fist and spear collided. Over 20 strands of Dao power surged forth. Though only at the initial stage, their power was boundless. Chris used pure physical strength. At the moment of collision, he grunted and was blasted away. Ha ha ha. A mere human dares to challenge our Wu race's strength? Who gave you the courage? Anwar laughed wildly. Snap. A sudden crack interrupted Anwar's laughter. He looked down in disbelief, only to find his spear shattering into pieces. The spear transformed back into two black venomous snakes, now reduced to fragments and blood, their life force extinguished. Born with divine traits, these two black snakes had been with Anwar since birth, akin to brothers. Now, their deaths at Chris's hands made Anwar's eyes turn bloodshot. I will kill you. Anwar unleashed the utmost of his calamity power, glaring viciously at Chris. Chris found it strange. Why didn't this guy attack him directly? Instead, he stood still. Chris was curious when he suddenly felt a burning sensation consuming his body. This fire did not come from outside but originated from within him, causing agitation and dispersing his strength. His physical body even seemed to be melting under the heat. Though he rarely practiced realms, Chris was not entirely ignorant. He instantly recognized it as Marsan fire, one of the 3 disasters and 9 tribulations. Born from the cosmos, it was the most fearsome dark force, entering through the Yunquan point and burning throughout the body. A slight mistake could reduce even a Royce to ashes. And now, such a disaster had been triggered by someone. This was the true power of the Calamity Dao. Even if your body is strong, can it withstand these disasters? Anwar, driven mad, snarled softly. Chris nodded. Indeed, my body cannot withstand them, but I have Dao. Dao. My Dao is at the advanced level. How can you possibly counter it? Anwar said confidently. Advanced level Dao could only be mastered by those with great luck or seasoned experts. How could Chris possess it? You guessed right. I do not have advanced level Dao power, because I am at the peak level. Chris casually wiped away the Marsan fire. Anwar's pupils contracted in disbelief. How could this be possible? Seeing Anwar's incredulous expression, Chris sighed softly. Can't take it already? Remember to thank me next life. I didn't even tell you I possess the power of Dao embodiment. I must be too kind. Chris stepped forward, enveloping Anwar with the destruction Dao. Startled by the attack, Anwar snapped out of his daze and hurriedly dodged. But the destruction Dao relentlessly eroded his power. Enraged yet fearless, Anwar roared. Once I return from the river of time, no matter where you run, I will kill you. Definitely. Chris knew Wu clan deities would enter the river of time to rescue Anwar. However, he was curious and asked, Anwar, if I were at the Dao embodiment level, could I erase you completely? What? You? I don't believe it. Anwar screamed in agony as he was utterly erased. He had no resistance, even with over 20 strands of Dao power. Judging from his last terrified look, Chris guessed the answer to his question. Seems reaching Dao embodiment allows complete eradication, preventing resurrection even in past times? No wonder this level is so frightening. Chris smiled, and then looked at the ethereal force floating before him. The Dao luck. This was what Chris urgently needed. He thought he would need at least 100 chapters a him, many years to acquire it. Unbelievably, just as he was seeking it, someone delivered it. Curious, Chris probed the Dao luck, wanting to know more about it. Before he could examine it closely, it flew away. Not good. Chris was startled, thinking the Wu clan might snatch it away remotely. But upon closer inspection, the Dao luck flew towards Xianxia and entered her body. A Royce could store worlds, even galaxies, within their body. Xianxia world was stored inside her. Clearly, the mysterious being within Xianxia world had taken it. Unaware, Xianxia exclaimed, Brody, what did you inject into my body? Dao luck, Chris explained. What? You're willing to give me such a treasure? Moreover, don't you desperately need Dao luck? I don't need it. Xianxia was deeply touched and anxious, urging Chris to retrieve the Dao luck. Chris remained silent. He feared admitting the truth might lead to a beating. The next moment, Xianxia's face changed slightly. Her lips opened involuntarily, releasing a small orb, Xianxia world. Xianxia world flew back to Chris and entered his body through his mouth. Evidently, Xianxia world preferred staying within Chris. Xianxia blushed shyly. Brody, if you want it, just say so. Why control Xianxia world to fly out of my mouth and then eat it again? Don't you mind saliva? Chris didn't respond because Xianxia world, now within him, communicated once more. Exchange Dao power with luck. Dao of artifacts. The voice sounded much smoother and more powerful. After merging with Dao of artifacts, Chris instantly understood how to utilize this power. He could use forces from countless realms to craft treasures. Even grabbing chaos energy at random could refine it into artifacts. Hashtag chapter 127. A million true gods army. Chris, having obtained the power of the Dao, was now likely at the level of embodying the Dao. He experimented by reaching into the void. With the power of the Dao wrapped around his hand, he forcibly refined a cluster of spiritual energy into an inferior grade Dao weapon. This low-grade Dao weapon contained the power of 3,000 laws, rivaling the force of an entire world. Chris tossed it out and casually detonated it as if it were a bomb. Boom. The explosion's might was comparable to that of a world shattering, enough to obliterate an entire world. This was the power of the Dao. With just a casual effort, one could destroy a world. It was equivalent to spitting once and drowning a great Dominion lord. Beside him, Xianxia watched in astonishment. She knew Chris was powerful, but she hadn't expected him to be able to create such a formidable artifact so effortlessly. Brody, is this the power of the Dao? Xianxia asked in shock. Yes, the Dao of artifacts, replied Chris. Do you have any immortal artifacts here? If not, perhaps I can help refine one. In the outer domain, weapons were graded similarly. There were Dharma weapons, spirit treasures, dermic treasures, Dao weapons, and immortal artifacts. Each category further divided into lower, middle, upper, and supreme grades. However, immortal artifacts had a specific name, Jace artifacts, crafted by Jaces. Having mastered the Tao of artifacts, Chris felt confident enough to challenge the limits. Perhaps he could refine an Jace artifact. I do have one. I found it in an Jace realm once, Sophia replied. But can you really refine one? You should know that Jace artifacts are invaluable treasures for us. Sophia was amazed. This usually high and mighty queen showed no interest in anything, yet her jaw hadn't closed since Brody appeared. Hearing that Sophia had an immortal artifact, Chris temporarily dropped the idea of refining one. But upon hearing about the Jace realm, his eyes brightened. There weren't only 12 Jaces in the universe, right? Sophia nodded. Of course, there were many Jaces, but they all perished in a great battle billions of years ago. Right, didn't the Xianxia realm record this event? This was something Chris had been puzzled about. According to the Xianxia realm's records, the ancient era experienced an extinction event for Jaces. Many powerful figures either fled or died, causing a historical gap in the Xianxia realm. But according to time, the ancient era recorded in the Xianxia realm was only 50 million years ago. Yet Sophia spoke of an Jace extinction that happened billions of years ago. Sophia couldn't be lying. The outer domain's lineage remained unbroken. Their records shouldn't be wrong. So was the Xianxia realm's record incorrect? Maybe those who recorded the ancient Great War were too weak to fathom a history spanning billions of years. But Chris found this reason far-fetched, especially with the presence of the life-prohibited zone in the Xianxia realm. He suspected there was a problem with the Xianxia realm. Not just him, Sophia also asked doubtfully, it's strange. I've heard of at least 3 Jace artifacts in the Xianxia realm. In the outer domain, even a galaxy has only one such artifact. Is there something special about the Xianxia realm? Chris shrugged, indicating he didn't know. Sophia wasn't particularly interested in this topic either. Instead, she said, Brody, let me gather our belongings. We need to prepare for escape, right? Escape? Chris looked toward the outer domain's vast expanse. There were many figures gathering. It was the Creation Temple's forces. They initially planned to help the Witch Clan against Chris. Now that Witch Havoc had been slaughtered by Chris, the Creation Temple was more anxious than ever to capture him. Otherwise, if the Witch Clan sent a Great Witch to retaliate, the Creation Temple would suffer greatly. Seeing the massed crowd, Chris calmly instructed, Xianxia, go ahead and seal away this star system. The Deity Griffin's internal world was immensely vast, easily accommodating a star system. Since these beings were Sophia's creations, they could be sealed within as well. That way, during battle, they wouldn't be caught unaware and wiped out. Sophia quickly complied, sealing away the star system, including Brenda, into the internal world. Only Sarai did not enter. She followed Chris closely. Sophia couldn't gauge this new disciple's strength, so she wasn't worried. Standing proudly behind Chris, dressed in a cheongsam with fishnet stockings and holding a whip, she drew the attention of many nearby strong figures. Beautiful women existed throughout the universe, some matching Sophia in beauty or even surpassing her. But none embodied the dominating yet alluring aura that Sophia did. Even the lords of the creation temples coveted her longingly. Now, finding an excuse to deal with Sophia, they were all enticed. Sophia gave a cold laugh and glared at them. She wasn't someone to be trifled with. As a proud demon empress, her whip had destroyed countless worlds and entire galaxies. Reckless demon empress, how dare you defy the creation temple? The old lord who had been stationed in the demon galaxy roared. Marcian, cut the nonsense. I know you're after us because Witch Havoc is dead, trying to appease the Witch Clan. You'll need the skills for it. Sophia swung her whip, unleashing a river of stars that surged towards the 3 lords. However, the 3 lords grinned nastily and collectively revealed 3 Jace artifacts. Seeing this, Sophia's face changed. You borrowed 3 Jace artifacts? No wonder you dared attack us. Lord Marcian sneered. Not just 3 Jace artifacts, but 10,000 true god enforcers. As he spoke, the 10,000 true god enforcers behind the 3 lords took a step forward, emitting overwhelming killing intent. But what was most despair-inducing was that these 10,000 true god enforcers all possessed the power of the Tao. Even if each had only one basic Tao power, the cumulative effect of 10,000 was immense. Usually, these true god enforcers were scattered across various regions, with each galaxy hosting at most 10,000. Now, these 3 managed to assemble a terrifying army of 10,000 true god enforcers. True gods were common, but true gods wielding the power of the Tao were rare. The entire demon galaxy had no more than 1 or 2,000 true gods with Tao power. Divine Kais were fewer, and Royces were rarer still. Thus, this was the might of the Creation Temple. Ruling over the universe for untold eons, their accumulated strength was unmatched. Even the Witch Clan could not easily eliminate it. If it weren't for the Witch Clan's 12 Jace ancestors who could execute key leaders, many high-ranking officials of the Creation Temple sought ways to reach the Jace stage from the 12 ancestors. Marcian, seeing Sophia's shocked expression, smirked and turned to Chris. How about it? Now you see the might of the Creation Temple? Just with manpower alone, we could crush half the universe's forces. Surrender now, or this 10,000-strong army, along with 3 immortal artifacts, will crush you. Chapter 128. The power of 1,000,000 great Tao. 100,000 great Tao. Indeed, this is a very lethal force. However, Chris rubbed his chin and wasn't particularly afraid. He could actually try using the Annihilation Great Tao again. After all, he had already verified its effectiveness before. No matter how many there are, in the face of absolute quality, they're simply nonsensical. Chris walked forward fearlessly, his gaze locked onto Marci Tianfeng and the 3 palace lords, intending to capture the leaders first. The 3 palace lords felt uneasy under his stare and retreated simultaneously. Their respective immortal treasures were pushed forward. These 3 treasures were a treasure mirror, a long sword, and a crescent moon saber. Knowing Chris's prowess, Marci Tianfeng, holding the treasure mirror, directly launched a sneak attack. The mirror projected light from a distance onto Chris. Instantly, Chris felt as if heaven and earth were inverted, the sun and moon revolving, countless stars intertwined, forming an inverted world. Chris instantly realized that he had been controlled by the immortal treasure mirror and thrown into a chaotic space. Suddenly, he felt his body seem to have undergone a transformation and immediately checked. Though his mind clearly wanted to lift his hands to see, what rose were 3 legs. Chris, bewildered, looked down and saw his own scalp. Someone behind him. Chris suddenly turned but found himself looking at the soles of his feet. Spatial prism? An entire space was sliced into a multifaceted prism. What was seen through this prism was almost entirely illusory perspectives. No, it wasn't just an illusion. Space had genuinely become disordered. The second palace lord's immortal treasure longsword slashed towards him, and Chris tried to resist, but his power couldn't be controlled. To be precise, he couldn't even make a move against that immortal sword, because whenever he attempted to muster strength, it flew off in different directions, completely opposite to the path of the immortal sword. All of this was witnessed by Marcy Tianfeng, Jacqueline, and others. Jacqueline cried out in alarm, hurriedly activating her celestial-grade immortal treasure to assist Chris. But the crescent moon saber had already attacked, entangling her. Empress Demon Griffin, take care of yourself first, the attacking palace lord sneered mockingly. Jacqueline was anxious, but despite controlling an immortal whip, she couldn't reach Chris. At this moment, Chris, trapped within the spatial prism, could not attack. The immortal treasure longsword, charged with annihilating power, struck again. From anyone's perspective, Chris was doomed to die. But that was Chris from a quarter hour ago. Now, he silently emitted the power of Great Tao of tools, communicating with all things. Immortal treasures have spirits, and I am their father. Indeed, the Great Tao of tools was essentially the parent of all tools, closer than even the beings who created them. If Chris had been a low-level Great Tao of tools, it would have been another story. But since he was at the realm of embodying the Tao, now inside the immortal treasure, he naturally took immediate control of this immortal treasure. Release me. Chris's mouth had been distorted and was no longer on his face, but one thought freed him from the spatial prism. Boom. The immortal treasure longsword slashed into thin air, shocking Marcy Tianfeng and the master of the immortal sword. They stared with wide eyes, incredulous at Chris, unable to understand how he broke free. That immortal treasure mirror, while lacking offensive power, was unparalleled in trapping people. Even beings with the power of 100 great Taos had been confined within. How did this guy come out so easily? Chris reached out, and the floating immortal treasure mirror abruptly turned, projecting its light onto the 2 palace lords. Not good. He has the Great Tao of tools. Marcy Tianfeng, true to being a sub-palace lord of the Creation God Temple, thought quickly, immediately identifying the problem, but realizing it was of little use. Both he and the other palace lord were still pulled into the spatial prism. Then, Chris stepped right up behind the palace lord wielding the crescent moon saber, fighting Jacqueline. With a casual wave of annihilation Great Tao, the palace lord quickly met his end in terror, not even managing to order the 10,000 troops to attack. Those 10,000 enforcers were originally surrounding Chris. Suddenly finding themselves leaderless, they were somewhat confused. Should they make a move? Although each still had their commanders. But now the palace lords were in Chris's hands. If their attack resulted in the death of the palace lords, it would be their fault. Jacqueline, watching Chris easily break free and counterattack, suddenly felt redundant. How could her Brody deal with such a 10,000-strong army of true gods so effortlessly? 10,000 true gods mastering Great Tao powers. Such power made Jacqueline shudder just thinking about it. Yet Chris handled it so easily. Brody, if you say you're at the celestial immortal realm now, I believe you, Jacqueline sincerely said. Chris shook his head. Actually, I'm at the chi condensation stage. Forget I said anything, Jacqueline pouted and turned her head away. Chi condensation? Pull the other one. Chris was instantly helpless. While this master-disciple conversation occurred, a figure emerged from the 10,000-strong army of true gods. The person wore divine armor, evidently a robust and domineering figure, a clear commander-level personality. And his realm was unmistakably divine Kai. This commander pushed through the crowd, looking at Chris across the distance and said solemnly, "They elected me as their commander, so I'm here to chat with you. I can guarantee we'll release the 2 palace lords and let you go." From afar, murmurs arose among the true god army. Some generals showed expressions of shock and anger. Clearly, their previous deliberation was not this. Chris looked at the commander and replied, "I don't need your permission to leave. I know, which is why I asked you to let them go, so we don't have to put in the effort to stop you. But if you don't release them, due to the Creation God Temple rules, no matter how far you flee, we will pursue and hunt you." And as the Cosmic Enforcement Organization, the Creation God Temple takes protecting its subordinates very seriously. Anyone daring to offend the dignity of the enforcers will be blacklisted by the Creation God Temple and suffer greatly. The commander adopted an attitude of mutual destruction in negotiations. Honestly, Jacqueline even showed signs of considering it. She looked at Chris and whispered, "Brody, what do you think?" Chris smiled, stepped forward, and told the commander, "Perhaps I didn't make myself clear earlier, leading to your misunderstanding and threats. Actually, what I meant to say is that even if you surround me, you won't be able to hold me back." Chris raised the immortal treasure mirror and shone it towards the numerous true gods. The commander, startled and enraged, hadn't expected Chris to act so decisively and immediately shouted, "Everyone, attack! Let him feel the power of 100,000 great Tao." As enforcers, losing one battle after another was infuriating enough. Now Chris was taking the initiative to provoke them. Did he really think their 10,000 true gods' power of the great Tao was clay? The power of 100,000 great Tao erupted from the true god army. Even though they were only at the elementary stage of cultivation, that force was terrifying like an unstoppable flood, sweeping in. In the face of such power, anyone would feel the insignificance of individual strength. Even a celestial deity like Jacqueline, controlling an entire star system, felt this way. Chapter 129. The Celestial Battlefield. Chris stood unfazed before the myriad of great laws. In the face of absolute quality, no amount of quantity can be taken seriously. With his left hand, he swept through the void, forcibly erasing countless manifestations of great law power. Simultaneously, his right hand seized chaotically, causing numerous treasures and Tao implements to erupt in endless explosions. The explosions shattered vast swathes of great law powers. Chris used two kinds of law embodiment forces to weave through countless attacks with ease. The 100,000 true gods all watched Chris in disbelief. That was the power of 10,000 great laws. Even though he was only moving in one direction and not countering them all, he still had to face at least several thousands of the great laws. Could this really be endured? Soon, Chris fought his way out of the encirclement and arrived before the now pale commander. Who are you? A cosmic god? And Jace? The commander's voice trembled. From his perspective, only an existence above the cosmic god realm, who had mastered the space-time great law, could possess such strength. However, Chris did not answer but slowly said, in the future, do not provoke me again. The Witch Clan is so arrogant because they have Jaces. Why are you so arrogant? Have you lived too long? Do you really think a few more little fry can make you invincible? Leaving these words, Chris took Nikki and Sarai and strode away. This place, having experienced a fierce battle, was unsuitable for living in the short term. Moreover, Chris also wanted to find somewhere the Witch Clan wouldn't dare easily attack. The commander watched Chris leave, lips moving as if to stop him. But in the end, he didn't dare speak. Instead, a few officers among the distant army had cold expressions, even secretly making small moves. Nikki noticed this and suddenly flicked her whip. Crack, crack, crack. That whip directly exploded a few officers, and the true god soldiers around them from afar. The commander was furious, and many soldiers also showed anger. Their energies surged, seemingly ready to act again. Chris paused and looked back. Any problem? The originally swelling anger of the soldiers instantly stiffened. The flames in their eyes burned brighter, yet their morale swiftly diminished, quieting down. No one dared to answer Chris or meet his gaze after seeing how he just tore through the 10,000-strong army. Even the commander remained silent, lightly sighing instead. But what made him angrier was that Chris hadn't left but walked back to him, staring directly. Answer me, is there any problem because my disciple killed a few of your people? The commander's face turned blue. He never thought Chris would be so audacious. He killed and left. Why come back to provoke? Nikki also hadn't expected Chris to walk back to interrogate. She was puzzled. After all, in her impression, Brody wasn't like this. Sarai explained quietly, Brody must be upset, thinking it's disrupting your life. Nikki was touched by this gesture. She thought Chris enjoyed showing off but found out he was angry because he cared about her being forced to relocate. Unable to withstand Chris's question, the commander reluctantly replied, there is no problem. I thought you were unhappy because my disciple killed a few of your people. Did I guess wrong, you enforcers? Chris swept his gaze over the crowd. He despised these people who were neither fair nor truly evil. The commander's face turned grim, gritting his teeth. You are challenging the authority of the creation temple. Those higher-ups won't let you go. Then tell your bear or whoever is above that I'm fighting the Witch Clan, and they shouldn't meddle. Not only the Witch Clan knows how to conduct decapitation operations. If you don't believe me, I'll kill a bear wherever I go. You're proud of your numbers, aren't you? I'll show you whether you reproduce faster or I kill faster. Chris spared no face for these guys, publicly slaying 2 captive bears. Following up, he slapped towards the distance. This strike eradicated the 10,000 true gods. After the slaughter, Chris ignored the shocked soldiers and turned to leave. No one dared stop him. Nikki and Sarai hurriedly followed. When they walked far enough to lose sight of the 10,000 army, Nikki couldn't help but ask, Brody, aren't you afraid of provoking the creation temple? We already have the Witch Clan as a formidable enemy. Adding the creation temple would be more troublesome. Chris calmly replied, that's precisely why I warn them, so they don't interfere in my conflict with the Witch Clan. With their soft demeanor, if I appear strong enough, they might back off. They won't push too hard even to watch us fight each other. Nikki understood, playing with her whip. Brody indeed has a sharp mind. Where should we go now? Chris pondered. First, resolve the conflict with the Witch Clan. Our issues aren't huge. They just can't accept losing to me publicly and feel humiliated. To solve this, there are 2 methods. First, conquer the witch world once and for all. Second, prove to them that I am powerful, deterring further conflict, leading to peaceful negotiations. Hearing these solutions, Nikki was unsure what to say. Her personality was tough, but Brody seemed even tougher. The Witch Clan was the universe's strongest race. Weren't both plans impractical? Yet remembering Chris just faced 100,000 true gods, she felt some hope. Suddenly, Nikki had an idea. Brody, I suggest the second method. There's a place proving you are indeed powerful. Really? Where? Chris asked curiously. The celestial battlefield. Nikki was excited. It's a mysterious place. Some say it's from the last epoch, others claim it's a manifestation of a true immortal's will. But its origin isn't important. What matters is that it's where all the universe's strong individuals prove their talents and strength. A good performance here makes everyone acknowledge your power. Indeed, past conflicts with the Witch Clan ended in peace talks after someone proved their talent here, receiving divine blessings. Oh, and all the universe's great law fortune originates from the celestial battlefield. Chris's eyes lit up. They must go. Translation notes. Maintain character names in pinyin. Chris, Nikki, Sarai. Preserved paragraph structure and line breaks. Kept tone, style, and natural English flow. Ensured coherence with previous content. Chapter 130. Wanted. Zofia, along with Chris and Sarai, rushed straight to the heavenly god battlefield. On the way, She gave a detailed introduction about the uniqueness of the Heavenly God battlefield. This battlefield was an incredibly mysterious existence, more like a realm of consciousness. For the first time, one needed to enter through a designated place, but afterwards, only a teleportation stone from within was required. However, such teleportation stones were extremely rare, obtainable only by accumulating enough points inside the battlefield. In fact, in the Heavenly God battlefield, battle merits could be exchanged for everything: cultivation techniques, Tao blessings, immortal weapons, elixirs, and other wonders. Whatever you could imagine, the Heavenly God battlefield had it. This is why major forces feared geniuses who excelled in this battlefield. No one knew what new wonders they might bring out. Chris listened curiously. Does no one know where this battlefield originated? Many strong figures from various factions once joined forces with the Kaylee to investigate, Xianxia explained. But whether tracing back, predicting the future, or exploring the battlefield's essence, all methods failed to find an answer. Many believed it was related to true immortals from the upper realms, but there was no evidence. Hold on, Xianxia paused, looking into the distance. Chris and Sarai followed her gaze. A boy in the distance wore no shirt, had grass skirts around his waist, disheveled hair, and appeared primitive. The most striking feature was the huge black coffin he carried on his back, emitting a terrifying aura as if sealing a world-class devil. He walked laboriously in the void, barefoot. What is he doing? Chris asked curiously. A coffin bearer, Xianxia said gravely. No one knows who they are, where they come from, or where they're headed. They travel the universe with a black coffin, always in a straight line. If anything blocks their path, they destroy it without hesitation. Sarai, interested in peculiar things, asked, are they very strong? They are indeed powerful, using ancient abilities. Some say they're remnants from the last Eon, unable to fit into this one, thus becoming like this. Although unverified, records across ages show their long existence. Sarai's interest grew. Would they mind someone following them? Chris, somewhat hesitant, asked, you plan to follow a coffin bearer? Yes, Brody, I feel I can learn historical truths from them, Sarai replied excitedly. Chris frowned. What historical truths are you investigating? The origin of everything, Sarai said earnestly. I want to know the source of all things. Brody, wouldn't you also want to know what happened billions of years ago that caused the great extinction of Earth immortals? I can help you investigate that, and I have a hunch I'll find answers with them. Chris, seeing Sarai's determination, hesitated. He worried about her encountering trouble, but thought her luck would prevail. He conjured a communication artifact and handed it to her, instructing her to use it if in danger. Sarai accepted it, assuring him she would be fine. Chris nodded for her to go. To everyone's surprise, instead of following behind, Sarai flew onto the black coffin, sitting cross-legged. Xianxia tensed, worried the coffin bearer would lose control, but Chris held her back. The enraged coffin bearer glared, emanating murderous intent, but upon seeing Sarai's serene face, he paused, bowed slightly, and continued forward without objection. Xianxia was astounded. Brody, where does my junior sister come from? I don't know, Chris said, narrowing his eyes, but the coffin bearer seems to recognize her. Seeing the pair disappearing into the cosmic chaos, Xianxia felt a sense of isolation. She then turned her attention back to Chris. Now, let's head to the Heavenly God battlefield, Chris said. They arrived at the nearest unfamiliar star system. This is the Maluna star system, controlled by the three-eyed horse, a chaotic beast god with immense power. Xianxia explained. In theory, he shouldn't hinder us, but we're heading to the creation temple here, which controls access to the battlefield. A repelling force greeted them. Demon Griffin? You are not welcome here, leave. Maluna, we've never had any grudges, Xianxia responded coldly. You're right, but the creation temple has issued a wanted notice against you, prohibiting your entry everywhere. The confrontation had just begun. Chapter 131. What fugitive? Xianxia understood that news of her master defeating 10,000 true gods must have reached the upper echelons of the creation god temple. However, it was clear they weren't willing to back down. Logically, the creation god temple wouldn't be this defiant. It seemed they felt the witch clan was also targeting Chris, so they didn't think they needed to show weakness. Yet, she hadn't expected the creation god temple's response to be this fast. They had blacklisted them and made it impossible for them to enter any star system. Brody, why don't we just barge in? Xianxia said coldly. She knew reason wouldn't work, so she planned to resort to brute force. Chris took the lead and slashed with a sword aura from his hand. The grand array surrounding Maluna star system instantly opened. Brody and Disciple walked in. Griffin's Sanyan horse immediately flew into a rage. I've given you enough face by not attacking you. You dare to intrude instead of leaving? Do you truly believe my Maluna star system is weak and easily bullied? Griffin's Sanyan horse led over 100 god emperors charging forward, completely surrounding Chris and Xianxia. The force of the grand Tao surged, and immortal artifacts floated around. A major battle was imminent. Xianxia released her tyrannical power, preparing for battle. Chris looked at Griffin's Sanyan horse leading the group in the distance. It was an enormous black horse covered in black armor like dragon scales and sporting 3 eyes. Friend Taoist, we do not wish to be enemies with Maluna star system, Chris politely stated. We only want to use the teleportation array here in your creation god temple. Sanyan horse coldly replied, are you deaf? I already said no. Chris smiled, I'm quite polite, so I'm informing you. This isn't a request, so your answer doesn't matter. Sanyan horse paused. Although he wasn't human, why did he feel less human than this man? Was this considered politeness? Hearing her master's words, Xianxia immediately attacked, wrapping her long whip around the distant immortal artifact. Sanyan horse roared, artifact star map, make them disappear. The Maluna star system's immortal artifact immediately activated. It was a treasure resembling a star map. Following Sanyan horse's command, the map erupted with light, and spatial forces began to transport Chris and his companions elsewhere. But Chris activated his Tao of artifacts, pointing at the map and shouting, disappear. The map trembled as its spatial force retracted, encapsulating Sanyan Horse and quickly departing. Inside the map, Sanyan Horse screamed, "What are you doing? Why are you helping the enemy? Jace, come out." The map quickly moved away, revealing the artifact spirit, an old man. The old man slapped Sanyan Horse, yelling, "I nurtured you from a common celestial horse to become an emperor. When have I ever betrayed you? Do you dare challenge me now?" Sanyan Horse submitted obediently, not daring to retaliate against the artifact. After all, the might of an Jace artifact far exceeded what a mere god griffin could contend with. Moreover, Sanyan Horse had received countless benefits from the artifact, treating it like an elder. "Why did you help those men? Going against the creation god temple will ruin us." Sanyan Horse lamented. The artifact spirit cursed even more harshly, "Fool! That man possessed peak-level Tao of artifacts. If he stayed longer, he would have refined me. In that case, you'd lose not just me but likely your life too." Sanyan Horse drew a cold breath. Peak-level Tao of artifacts? Does that mean all Jace artifacts in the universe can't deal with him? The artifact spirit grimaced, 90% chance. Can't say for sure, to respect the supreme Jace artifacts. But if he advances further to embody the Tao, then he'll be invincible. Not just the creation god temple, even the witch clan would fear him. Sanyan Horse was bewildered. Embodiment of Tao? Isn't such a realm extremely rare? How could an unknown figure master it? The artifact spirit remained silent, thinking it was unlikely but remembering the intense palpitations when facing Chris. It was better safe than sorry. Even that young boy had already mastered the peak Tao of artifacts. Who could guarantee he wouldn't suddenly comprehend it fully and directly embody the Tao? Avoiding danger, the artifact spirit left with Sanyan Horse, unwilling to involve itself in any potential conflict between Chris and the creation god temple. Meanwhile, Chris arrived at the creation god temple within Maluna star system, dominating this world. Most of the people here were temple staff, mostly temporary workers due to the vastness of the universe and financial constraints. Upon arriving, a squad of enforcers stopped Chris, demanding identification. "Halt, who are you?" Zofia mocked silently. "We are your foes." These fools couldn't recognize their own fugitives. Chris calmly responded, "We need to use the teleportation array to go to the Deity battlefield." The enforcement captain scanned them. Looking at Zofia, greed filled his eyes. He hid his lust well and asked carefully, "Which world are you from? Why does that matter for entering the Deity battlefield?" Chris raised an eyebrow. "Don't waste time. Do you want to enter or not?" An enforcer sternly interrupted. But the captain remained calm, observing, "Recently, we've been catching notorious fugitives, so naturally, we're cautious. State your origins to avoid misunderstandings." After exchanging glances, Chris and Zofia declared their names. Xianxia world Chris. MO domain star system, Zofia. They waited to see the enforcer's reactions. Zofia anticipated shock, but saw none. Instead, the captain's expression turned condescending. Xianxia world, never heard of it. MO domain star system is known, but means nothing to us. To enter the Deity battlefield, each person needs 100 world cores. Chris realized they were trying to assess his background before extorting money. Wait, something was off. He looked disbelievingly at the enforcers. "You accept payment from fugitives?" The captain stared blankly. "What fugitive?" This translated chapter retains the structure and style of the original, while ensuring natural English readability and maintaining story coherence. Chapter 132. Argyle pursues. Actually, it was quite understandable that the enforcement team leader didn't recognize Chris and Jacqueline, because the upper echelons of the creation god temple decided to blacklist them. They notified all galaxy controllers, prohibiting their entry. To everyone in the temple, these two would be too terrified to even show up, let alone willingly come to some galaxy. Even if they did come, wouldn't they be blocked by the Royce of Maluna star system? How could these low-ranking members possibly encounter such fugitives? Therefore, though people had heard about the arrest warrant, no one paid attention. They were too lazy to check its contents. Who would have thought that the three-eyed horse god griffin would escape? And that this pair would stroll into the creation god temple so casually? Seeing these small fries didn't recognize him, Chris cut straight to the chase. He didn't attack, but looked at Jacqueline, saying, "Pay up." Jacqueline almost couldn't hold her laughter, but still handed over the world cores. For a Brody controlling a domain of 10 million light-years, 100 world cores weren't worth mentioning. Maybe for world lords, high world lords, or even true gods, these cores might not be easily obtained, but Jacqueline had conquered many galaxies. 100 inferior grade world cores were nothing to her. However, when she handed over 100 inferior quality world cores, the enforcement team leader's eyes gleamed, revealing an unkind smile. "I said 100 medium grade world cores. How can this trash pass?" Jacqueline's face turned cold. "Dare you increase the price here?" Chris also frowned slightly, who knew that seeing the change in their expressions, the team leader became infuriated. "Yeah, I'm just taking advantage of your weak demeanor. How does it feel? Dissatisfied? Go ahead, make your move. Don't blame me for not warning you. Killing a creation god temple enforcer means landing on the most wanted list. We've been hunting a couple of fools recently. You want to join them?" The enforcement captain sneered continuously and even leaned closer to Jacqueline, wearing an "you dare kill me" expression. Chris initially thought it wasn't worth getting involved over trivial money, but now it seemed they gave money too easily, making others see them as soft. So, these guys dared to raise the price. It's normal for people with power and benefit distribution rights to get arrogant and twisted. Chris glanced at Jacqueline. "Finish them off." "What? You?" Before the enforcement captain could question Chris's audacity, dizziness overwhelmed him. Thud. His head hurt from hitting the ground. Oh, he slipped. The enforcement captain fell into eternal darkness. His team watched in shock as their leader died. Terrified, they tried to flee, pulling out distress signals. Alas, before they could use them, a long whip swept across, blasting them apart. These enforcers were temps, barely at the high world lord level, pitifully weak. However, many other enforcers and temple personnel witnessed this. Alarms rang loudly. Chris, watching the alarmed crowd, sighed. The Creation God Temple's foundation is rotten. The top management isn't much better. If the foundation is crooked, how can the structure stand straight? Jacqueline mocked, sweeping her gaze over the crowd. Releasing her Royce-level strength and openly killing someone, no enforcer dared approach. The duo proceeded towards the world where the Creation God Temple resided. Despite the surrounding crowd, their path was surprisingly clear. Only after entering the temple world did two God Kais finally arrive. Stop. Who are you? The two God Kais held Dao tools, sternly questioning. Chris raised an eyebrow. Even you don't recognize me? The two God Kais scanned him doubtfully. Moments later, they retreated rapidly, eyes wide with shock. It's you, Renegade Chris. Bold Demon Griffin, you've been blacklisted by the Creation God Temple, yet you dare challenge us? The two God Kais voices quivered with fear, echoing around them. All enforcers nearby were equally startled. They never expected these two to be the universe-wide wanted criminals. Though they didn't know why specifically, the last time the Creation God Temple issued arrest warrants was thousands of years ago. Now doing so, yet these two daring to show up here. They must be immensely powerful and incredibly dangerous. Primarily, incredibly powerful. Every enforcer withdrew, none daring to approach. Chris surveyed the crowd, noticing their stares but no actual attempt to apprehend him. He shook his head, turning to the two God Kais. Can you tell me where the teleportation array to the celestial battlefield is? Why should we tell you? The dwarf-like God Kai stammered. Chris agreed. Logical. Disciple, deal with him. Jacqueline acted immediately, her whip lashing out, instantly killing the dwarf-like God Kai. Not every Creation God Temple housed a Royce. Only two God Kais were present here. One killed. The remaining bearded God Kai shuddered in fear. Chris looked at him. Can his death be reason enough to tell me the array's location? If not, then shall I kill two more? Scanning the terrified crowd, Chris's words sent chills through everyone. The bearded God Kai hurriedly complied. I'll take you there. He led them to the teleportation array. As Chris and Jacqueline stepped onto it, a bright light enveloped them, sending them away. The bearded God Kai exhaled in relief, wiping sweat from his brow, suddenly realizing his entire body was soaked. But before he could rest, a massive force descended. Did Chris and the female demon griffin appear here? A gigantic flaming eye like a burning sun appeared, roasting countless temporary enforcers. The bearded God Kai knelt instantly. An astral deity realm presence. They came, just entered the celestial battlefield, he stuttered urgently. As he spoke, endless flames erupted from the eye, accompanied by thunderous anger. You're all useless. Why didn't you detain them? Since you failed, you're no longer needed. Flames burst from the eye, vaporizing the entire world, killing everything including the God Kai, without a single cry. The enraged individual was Great Shaman Argyle, who learned of Bjorn's death and tracked Jacqueline, leading him to Chris and Jacqueline. Still, he arrived too late, intensifying his rage. Despite Argyle's brutality, news reaching the Creation God Temple headquarters resulted in no action against him. Not even a punishment dared be levied. Everyone pretended this incident never happened. No, they were indeed angry, but they hated Chris more. Everything stemmed from him. Many bigwigs vowed to catch him quickly. Otherwise, if news spread about 100,000 true God army failing to capture him, more beings would refuse to respect them. Chapter 133. Rescue failed. Edison stood in his small world, a dark expression on his face. With him was the great witch Marcy. Marcy comforted Edison with a smile. Don't worry, I'll traverse the river of time and rescue Anwar from the past. Although he will lose some power and have no memory of this period, it can't be helped that he might be affected. This is all my fault. I shouldn't have let Anwar chase after that guy. I should have gone myself. Edison blamed himself, filled with hatred for Chris. Marcy shook his head slightly. Don't blame yourself. After all, who would have thought Chris could be so powerful? I suspect he must possess some precious treasure that conceals his presence, otherwise, even as an Aeon God realm, I wouldn't have been unable to find him in the river of time. Edison's expression turned icy. It's quite strange indeed. That kid seems like he has been forgotten by this universe, or as if he isn't real, unable to be locked onto. But fortunately, he has a disciple, and we can start from there. Marcy shook his head. You'd better not intervene. This matter should be solved by Anwar himself to avoid leaving him with a heart demon. Edison's expression eased somewhat. All right, quickly save Anwar. Without further words, Marcy gathered divine power and connected with space-time. Soon, a peculiar long river appeared before his eyes. This river had no source and no end, stretching endlessly across the sky. No one knew where it came from or where it was headed, yet within it floated all worlds and countless lives, the river of time. Despite being an Aeon God realm, Marcy dared not linger, stepping swiftly into it. He swam upstream against the rushing river, though doing so came with risks, as his lifespan drained rapidly at 10 or 100 times the normal rate. Fortunately, Anwar hadn't been dead for long. Reaching the moment just before Anwar's death at Chris's hands, Marcy reached out of the river and grabbed Anwar. Anwar, startled by the sudden large hand, exclaimed, "Who dares to attack us witches? I am Great Witch Marcy. The future you are dead, and Edison sent me to save you." Worried about Anwar's resistance increasing the burden, Marcy explained and brought him back to the present through the river of time. Anwar, barely steady on his feet, asked incredulously, "I died? Killed by whom?" Edison sighed in relief seeing Anwar revived. "Chris killed you, but don't lose heart. He merely used a mystical treasure. I will bestow upon you a treasure to kill him," Edison consoled. Fury surged in Anwar's eyes. "That bastard killed me with a treasure? I will make him beg for mercy." "Wait, what's happening?" Suddenly, both Edison and Marcy were alarmed as Anwar began to dim and disintegrate. "Who dares to strike at our witches?" Marcy roared, scanning all around but finding no enemy. Even Edison's attempts to shield Anwar with treasures proved futile. Under the helpless gaze of the two great witches, Anwar vanished completely. Marcy's expression darkened. Is that mystical treasure of Chris's so powerful that it can attack over such distance? I'll try rescuing Anwar again. This time, I'll protect him with an elite immortal-grade weapon. I don't believe Chris can wield another elite immortal-grade weapon. The witches weren't skilled in forging weapons and preferred not to use them, but certain immortal-grade weapons had irreplaceable uses and were often stolen from others. The Xianxia pagoda they stole was said to be unparalleled in defense. With renewed confidence, Marcy returned to the past, stuffed Anwar inside the Xianxia pagoda, and wrapped him with his space-time Dao path. This should work flawlessly, right? Yet, when Anwar was brought out of the river, he still disintegrated soon after. It was as if the universe no longer acknowledged his existence. It had abandoned him. Edison and Marcy fell silent in shock. Methods to utterly erase someone from past and future existed, but were only in the hands of Aeon gods or immortal Earths. Could Chris possess such power? Or was it the treasure he bore? Or did he have backers? Marcy and Edison couldn't figure it out, but concluded they wouldn't attempt rescuing Anwar again. Just these two trips cost Marcy at least 10,000 years of lifespan, which, though extensive, couldn't withstand such misuse. Edison felt guilty. Sorry brother, I made you run twice. Marcy brushed it off. No problem. What do you plan to do about Chris? Give up? Edison dismissed this. Even if he has terrifying backing, what does it matter? In this universe, who can match the 12 Agnetas? He entered the celestial battlefield. I can't enter it now. When he emerges, if I can't find him, I can find those around him. Then I'll deal with him personally. I don't believe a cosmic god realm can handle me. Marcy frowned, thinking it a bit dishonorable for a cosmic god realm to confront an unknown soldier, but considering the potential strength behind Chris and his own god emperor status, decided it wasn't too shameful and dropped the objection. If his backer is an Aeon god, I will intervene, Marcy promised, renowned for once killing another Aeon god realm by shooting through time and space with an arrow, making all of the universe tremble at his might. Edison laughed. If it were really an Aeon god, they should have come groveling to us already. I lean towards believing he has a unique treasure. Once I take that treasure, perhaps I can advance to Aeon god realm early. Marcy nodded in agreement. Thus, the fate of Chris was casually determined by the two great witches, disregarding any background he might have, as 12 immortal Earths made all life forms seem insignificant. Celestial battlefield. Upon arriving via teleportation array, Chris immediately observed the surroundings. An expansive world greeted him, the sky a hazy gray, swirling with indissolvable gray clouds, lacking sun, moon, or stars, and impenetrable even to his heavenly eye skill. The ground below was a deep red, smelling strongly of blood, hinting at countless spilt lives. To his left, Chris noticed a stone stele. The primeval demon list, a list every living being in the universe paid attention to and respected for its fairness, compiled by the supreme will of the celestial battlefield. Those listed here were the universe's top-tier elites. Kyra also noticed the stele and smiled. Brody, this primeval demon list can accommodate 1,000 names. Where do you think you rank? Chapter 134. The unique celestial battlefield. Chris glanced at the ancient freaks list and calmly said, I wouldn't make it onto the list. Nikki was taken aback. Her master had always been full of pride. Why was he being so modest today? Chris noticed Nikki's confusion and explained, I've been rejected by the universe. Even though I'm not bound by that restraining power now, I can't be allowed to be on a list clearly determined by heaven. Nikki suddenly understood, but then felt a little regretful. Brody, if you could get on the list, you would definitely be first. If I were really first, the stone tablet recording the ancient freaks list would explode from people's disbelief the next day. Because no one would believe a cultivation realm practitioner could rank first, Chris said. He had already suffered enough as a cultivation realm practitioner and knew very well what would happen. Nikki's expression stiffened. Indeed, knowing he wouldn't rank on the freaks list, Chris didn't bother looking much. He just stared at the oppressive world in front of him and asked, where are we going now? Nikki replied, we need to cross this stone tablet to officially enter the celestial battlefield. When the time comes, various enemies will appear in the battlefield. Those enemies come from all races with diverse abilities. But without exception, they all possess the power of Dao. According to the rules here, killing an enemy of the same level grants 1 point. Killing lower level beings doesn't grant any points. Killing enemies beyond your level grants a high reward score with varying amounts. Dying deducts points. The first death deducts 10 points, and the more you die, the more points are deducted. Negative scores mean permanent banishment from the celestial battlefield. Chris was somewhat surprised. What does it mean for death to deduct points? Can you actually resurrect here? Nikki nodded. Yes, here we can resurrect infinitely as long as we have sufficient points. Chris became interested. No wonder Nikki said earlier that the celestial battlefield was like a mental space. Kill monsters, level up, infinite resurrections? Chris was eager to try. He directly entered the battlefield. The next moment, a small squad appeared in the distance, wrapped in black fog, their faces obscured. Chris carefully examined those enemies. They were mostly at the World Brody realm. There are still such low-level existences? Chris was astonished. Don't underestimate them. The celestial battlefield has granted them powers of Dao, making them far stronger than World Brodies outside. And these enemies in the celestial battlefield will automatically seek us out. The reason only a few World Brodies come is because your aura is too weak, Nikki ruthlessly pointed out. Chris felt awkward. If the blind creatures outside despised him, fine. But how could such a vast celestial battlefield also judge based on status? Seeing this, Chris casually flicked out a strand of sword chi. The small squad coming toward them was instantly obliterated. 10 men, 10 horses, totaling 1,000 points after the slaughter. This score greatly surprised Chris. Was it due to his cultivation realm status, thus killing World Brodies considered a higher tier fight? resulting in generous rewards? But the reward seemed overly powerful. Nikki envied the points Chris received. When she first entered as a newly minted world Brody, killing just one took her 10 days and nights, netting only 1 point. Yet Chris, identified as a cultivation realm practitioner, dealing with world Brodies, obtained 1,000 points in an instant. However, Chris didn't just gain points. He also absorbed fragments of Dao and fortune. But even the combined power of Dao from 10 enemies couldn't form even a rudimentary Dao pathway. This was designed to encourage more kills. Continuously accumulating would eventually grant complete Dao power. Since the fortune power from these enemies was also weak, it didn't interest the Xianxia boundary and stayed within Chris's body. But this further piqued Chris's interest in continuing to kill. Let's keep grinding points. I'll help you gain more Dao and fortune once I gather more points. The Dao and fortune within you are too weak. Your strength among the numerous god griffins in the universe probably ranks at the bottom, Chris said helplessly. He had indeed neglected his disciples too much. Nikki felt embarrassed but warmed by the care. She struggled immensely while farming points here. Having Chris's help would be best. The master and disciple duo began working together, farming points. As they ventured deeper into the celestial battlefield in search of stronger and more numerous enemies, out of curiosity, Chris glanced at the top score on the ancient freaks list. He won 96 million points. Quite impressive. But Chris estimated he wouldn't take long to catch up. Shaking his head, he continued forward. The celestial battlefield was truly immense, almost as vast as the universe itself. Some said it was the reverse side of the universe. But here there were only endless lands and seas, no cosmic chaos or separate worlds. So the reverse side theory faded over time. Walking on the blood-red land, Chris had covered thousands of miles, yet the ground was still saturated with the smell of blood. He speculated silently in his heart. There must have been a brutal war here. As Chris moved forward, another group emerged in the distance, still at the world Brody level, but twice as many as before. It seemed killing speed influenced enemy refresh rate. The faster you killed, the more enemies appeared. But what good did refreshing more world Brodies do? Just as Chris was about to strike again, a sharp bird cry echoed. The sound, akin to a sword ringing, made the world Brody squad explode from a great distance. Since Chris didn't make the kill, he didn't gain points. But he was delighted because a huge divine eagle flew in from afar, unlike anything mundane. When Chris sensed closely, wow, true god level. The eagle initially aimed for Nikki. Seeing Chris's readiness, it gave a disdainful glance and attacked. Its massive body, when diving down, created storms capable of scattering sand and rocks. These storms, seemingly able to sweep away a whole world, enveloped Chris but caused no harm. The eagle's eyes grew serious but still unbothered. Opening its mouth, it let out a piercing cry. At this moment, countless blades erupted from the heavens. Not a sound wave attack, but actual sword chi. Chris shook his head, waving a thin sword chi. This single, extremely thin sword chi couldn't be broken by any wind. It shattered all the eagle's forces and ruthlessly split it apart. To its dying breath, the eagle couldn't fathom how it, a sky dominator, perished at the hands of a cultivation realm practitioner. Upon its death, its body turned into light particles, half merged into Chris's body, half dissipated into the air. Chris assumed he gained points and immediately checked his waste token. Upon entering the celestial battlefield, he received a jade token displaying his score. 1,300. That 1,000 points came from the previous 10 world Brodies and horses. So this true god level eagle only added 300 points? Only 200 more than a world Brody? Seems I need to kill higher level foes for faster point gains. Fortune exchange, strength enhancement. Suddenly, Chris heard the mysterious existence inside the Xianxia boundary speak. Simultaneously, his physical strength increased. Looks like the true god eagle had more fortune power. Continue. Chapter 135. Scoundrel. Chris moved forward, killing as he went. Due to his low cultivation realm, each battle was essentially an upset victory. Thus, he accumulated over 10,000 points in a short time. The power of the great Dao and destiny also continuously accumulated within him. This made him take the heavenly god battlefield very seriously. He believed that any force capable of mastering this place could rapidly cultivate a large number of entities possessing the power of the great Dao in a short period. Previously, the creation god temple could easily dispatch 10,000 true gods with the power of the great Dao. They must have controlled the entrances and exits of this place. This caused Chris to slightly increase his evaluation of the strength of the creation god temple. But thinking from the opposite angle, even a powerful existence controlling such formidable resources wasn't a match for the Witch Clan. How terrifying could the Witch Clan be then? As soon as he thought of the Witch Clan, Chris felt a sense of crisis. These tens of thousands of points were essentially useless. Suddenly, Chris thought of something. Does the heavenly god battlefield allow the killing of other outside challengers? If one kills them, can they gain their destiny and power of the great Dao? Chris felt this was an important issue. Xianxia nodded. No, but you can obtain the other party's points. Therefore, there is a faction in the heavenly god battlefield called war pirates who enjoy killing outsiders, gaining many points. Chris replied dejectedly, so, just points, huh? But points can exchange for the power of the great Dao and destiny, Xianxia added. They can even exchange for Jace techniques. And in the universe, besides world cores, the most widely used currency is points. Sometimes, points are even more valuable than world cores. Understanding dawned on Chris's face. In that case, these points are still quite important. I need to quickly accumulate initial capital. The method to accumulate it quickly. With that, Chris casually waved his hand in the void. 2 black hoods appeared, refined into the shape of Dao artifacts. He tossed one to Xianxia and instructed, put it on. Confused, Xianxia stared at the silk-like hood, puzzled. What is this for? To work, Chris said, putting his own hood on. Instantly, a mysterious power enveloped his entire body, concealing his appearance and altering his physique, aura, and even realm. After all, His chi cultivation realm was too conspicuous. Realizing her master's intent, Shun Miaowan's face turned grim when she saw the transformation. While others entered the heavenly god battlefield intending to slay enemies and gain points, why did her master think about robbing as soon as he arrived? So where do we go? Shin Miaowan asked, wearing her own hood. Let's find the richest first, Chris said. Shin Miaowan considered this. Iwan? He ranks first on the primordial monstrosity list. Chris's face showed exasperation but was hidden by the hood. Are you trying to make me have too many enemies? A top-ranking individual would have a huge supporting force behind them. Robbing him? We'll be chased down by countless powerful figures right away. Embarrassed, Shin Miaowan admitted, I have no experience. Chris, sounding experienced, explained, when robbing, choose those who are rich and easy to bully, and after robbing them, you'll be praised and lauded. Puzzled, Shin Miaowan responded, you can be praised for robbery? How is that possible? Why not? Robbing war pirates is perfectly fine, Chris grinned. Black-on-black operations? This would be despised on the streets. Shin Miaowan warned, do not talk nonsense, disrupting my path. I am an upright person, completely unrelated to the street bandits. How could it be a black-on-black operation? Chris justified sternly. Shin Miaowan was speechless. With his face covered, Chris sounded incredibly confident. Smiling slightly, Chris requested, take me to a place where you know war pirates appear. War pirates don't have fixed locations. They move around to avoid being hunted, living nowhere stable, Shin Miaowan clarified. Normally everyone hopes not to meet them. Now, finding them will be hard. You can only pray for terrible luck to attract them. Before she finished speaking, strange ripples came from afar. In the next moment, numerous brilliant lights shot towards the sky, forming a large net that covered Chris and Shin Miaowan. Seeing the ensnaring net, Shin Miaowan was speechless. Curious, Chris asked, have we encountered war pirates? Yes, I forgot. Your destiny is indeed poor. Holding her brow in pain, Shin Miaowan couldn't help but wonder if Chris's offenses against the witch clan and getting blacklisted by the creation god temple were due to his bad destiny. After the net covered them, a group of people charged out, riding white horses, wielding long spears, faces obscured. Excited, they charged out, aiming to intimidate Chris. Upon seeing Chris and Shin Miaowan's masked faces, the war pirates froze. All the war pirates were stunned. The leader slapped a subordinate angrily. Why did you lead us here? Aren't they rookies? Why are they also our kind? How will the brothers see me if this spreads? In the future, they'd say I'm unrighteous and curse me. The subordinate stammered, I didn't think they were our kind either. What should we do now? Eyes narrowing, the leader commanded, only one thing. Robbing fellow bandits is forbidden. Quickly surround and kill them to prevent news from spreading. Ignoring Chris's admiration, the leader seemed genuinely fearful, focusing on a swift resolution. Kill. Following the leader's order, the subordinates unleashed overwhelming powers of the Great Tao, fiercely surging towards Chris. Chris remained still, but Shin Miaowan acted, whipping and destroying the net, dispelling the Great Tao power effortlessly. Though only possessing a few strands of the Great Tao, as a Royce, she was enough to destroy these small fry. Her whip shattered their forces, severely wounding them. Actually, these individuals were merely true gods, easily killed by Shin Miaowan. However, she was mainly here accompanying Chris. It wouldn't be proper to steal his kills, because only the killer gained points. Terrified, the war pirate leader observed Shin Miaowan. A Royce. You're a Royce, yet you pretend to be new? Hello, I'm new. Chris raised his hand. The leader scrutinized Chris, unable to discern his realm, possibly due to the hood. Acknowledging himself as a novice, he must indeed be one. After all, senior figures rarely shamelessly pretended to be novices. The leader's eyes flashed menacingly, seeing the Royce hold back, indicating she was guiding a newcomer. Seizing this novice important to her could ensure his safe escape. Pointing his spear at Chris, the leader demanded fiercely, dare to fight me? Silently, Shin Miaowan gave the war pirates a sympathetic glance. Do you really believe him? Unexpectedly believing it, Chris stepped forward eagerly. Come on, let's fight. Die. The leader erupted in power, rushing lightning fast towards Chris, attempting to capture Chris before Shin Miaowan reacted, using him to threaten her. Alas, why has my leg vanished? And my waist? Damn. Tricked. Scoundrel. Chapter 135. Scoundrel. Chris advanced, killing as he went. Due to his low cultivation level, each battle was a level crossing one. This led to him accumulating over 10,000 points in a short time. The power of the Great Tao and his fortune continuously accumulated as well. This made him take the heavenly god battlefield very seriously. He believed that any force capable of mastering this place could certainly cultivate a large number of Great Tao power holders in a short period of time. Previously, the Creation God Temple could easily dispatch 10,000 true gods with the power of the Great Tao. It was probably because they controlled the entrance and exit of this place. This made Chris raise his evaluation of the Creation God Temple's strength somewhat. But thinking about it from another angle, even in existence controlling such powerful resources couldn't match the Witch Clan. How terrifying would the Witch Clan be? Just thinking about the Witch Clan gave Chris a sense of crisis. These tens of thousands of points were basically useless. Suddenly, Chris thought of something. Is it allowed to kill other outsiders in the heavenly god battlefield? If you kill them, can you obtain their fortune and power of the Great Tao? Chris felt this was a very important question. Zofia nodded. No, but you can obtain the other party's points. So there is a faction in the heavenly god battlefield called Battle Bandits. They like to kill outsiders to gain large amounts of points. Chris said disappointedly, I see, just points. But points can be exchanged for the power of the Great Tao and fortune, Zofia explained. And many other things too. Even Jace cultivation methods. And in the universe, apart from the core of the world, the most circulated currency is points. At times, points are even more valuable than the core of the world. Zofia added. Chris's eyes lit up. Is that so? Then these points are still very important. I need to accumulate initial capital quickly. And the way to accumulate initial capital quickly. Chris casually grabbed at the void. 2 Dao level black head covers condensed. He tossed one to Xianxia, saying, put it on. Xianxia didn't quite react, looking at the head cover like stockings, somewhat bewildered. What's this for? Going to work. Chris put on the head cover. Instantly, he was enveloped by a mysterious force. His appearance couldn't be detected. His figure and aura changed as well. Even his cultivation level was hidden. After all, being at the chi condensation stage was too noticeable. Seeing her masters change, Xianxia finally understood his intentions, and her face turned dark. Others entering the heavenly god battlefield were all thinking about slaying enemies and brushing points. Why did her master think of robbing people as soon as he came in? So where are we going? Xianxia asked while also putting on the head cover. Find the richest first. Chris replied. Xianxia thought for a moment. Yuan? He's first on the ancient monstrosity list. Chris looked speechless, but his face was covered by the head cover. Are you trying to make more enemies? Someone who can top the monstrosity list must have a huge backing force. Robbing him? We'll be chased by countless strong people right after. Xianxia replied awkwardly. I have no experience. Chris said very calmly. When robbing, rob those who are wealthy but easy to bully, and after you rob them, you will even be praised. Xianxia was stunned. Being robbed will be praised? How is that possible? Why not? Robbing the battle bandits will do. Chris smiled. Black eats black? This will make the underworld despise us. Xianxia warned. Don't talk nonsense, disturbing my Dao heart. I act uprightly and have nothing to do with those bandits on the path. How can it be black eating black? Chris argued sternly. Xianxia. This person became very assertive after covering his face. Chris smiled faintly. Take me to the places where you know the battle bandits usually show up. The battle bandits don't have fixed locations. They flee around to avoid pursuit, having no fixed abode. Normally, everyone hopes not to meet them. Now finding them isn't easy. You can only pray for your luck to be very bad, which might attract them. Xianxia explained. Before she finished speaking, strange waves came from afar. Next moment, countless rays of light surged into the sky, weaving into a giant net that covered Chris and Xianxia. Xianxia. Chris looked at the net trapping them, curiously asking, did we run into the battle bandits? Yes, I forgot. Your fortune is indeed poor. Xianxia pinched her brow, feeling very troubled. She even wondered, could it be because Chris had bad fortune that he offended the witch clan and got blacklisted by the creation god temple? After the big net covered the two, a group of people rushed out. They rode white horses. They held long spears, and they also covered their faces. When these people excitedly rushed out to intimidate Chris with shouts, they saw the masks on Chris and Xianxia's faces. All the battle bandits were stunned. The leader slapped one of the subordinates' head, angrily scolding, what's wrong? Didn't you say 2 rookies came? Why did we end up confronting colleagues? If this gets out, how will the brothers look at me? People will say I'm not righteous and point fingers at me. The subordinate, shrinking his neck, quickly explained, I didn't expect they were colleagues. So what should we do now? The leader glared. What else can we do? Robbing fellow bandits is taboo. So hurry up and surround them. Kill them quickly to prevent news from spreading. Xianxia. Chris also laughed. What a principled thief, impressive. The bandit leader ignored Chris, clearly fearing greatly. So he aimed to resolve this quickly. Kill. Following the bandit leader's order, all his subordinates released forces wildly, wanting to destroy Chris. More than 22 great Dao powers surged forth, tyrannical and ferocious. Chris remained still. Xianxia had already acted, sweeping her whip to break the net and repel the great Dao powers. Although she only had a few strands of the great Dao, she was at the Royce realm, enough to exterminate these little pests. With her whip sweeping through, the powers of the battle bandits were easily dispelled, even suffering heavy injuries. In fact, these people were merely at the true god realm. Xianxia could kill them effortlessly. But this time she mainly came with Chris, so she didn't snatch the opportunity, because only the direct killer could get the points. The bandit leader watched Xianxia fearfully. Royce? You're actually a Royce. Why pretend to be a newbie? Hello, I'm a newbie. Chris raised his hand. The bandit leader scrutinized Chris up and down, unable to discern his realm, probably due to the head cover. Since he admitted being a newbie, he was likely real. After all, none of the big shots who could come here would shamelessly pretend to be newbies to fish in troubled waters. Unconsciously, a cunning gleam flashed in the bandit leader's eyes, because he realized this Royce could easily take him down, but deliberately spared him. This meant she brought a newbie to experience the heavenly god battlefield. As long as he captured this newbie she cared about, he could escape. The bandit leader pointed his spear at Chris, sternly demanding, dare to fight me? Xianxia silently cast a sympathetic glance at the bandits. You guys really believe him? Chris didn't expect outsiders to be so easily deceived. He hurried forward. Come, fight. Die. The bandit leader burst forth fully, rushing at Chris lightning fast. He wanted to capture Chris instantly before Xianxia reacted, using him to threaten Xianxia. Why am I missing my legs? Why's my waist gone too? Damn. Tricked. Scoundrel. Chapter 136, rank 15 on the primordial fiend list. The bandit leader walked away calmly, but his subordinates were utterly terrified. Injured severely, they couldn't escape even if they wanted to. Chris easily dispatched them. These bandits vanished as light points. They weren't constructed within the heavenly battlefield but were outsiders. Therefore, they didn't grant Chris any Dao power or fortune. However, from each token, they awarded him 500 points. A total of 30 people. Instantly, 15,000 points without effort. But Chris frowned slightly. Why only 500? According to the rules of the heavenly battlefield, mutual killings are allowed, but not losing control. 500 points suffice for many to compete without going berserk and turning into evil beings who only harm their kind. After all, the purpose of the heavenly battlefield has always been to cultivate life forms of the universe, not destroy them. Oh, this is experience gathered over countless years. Xianxia explained. Chris nodded approvingly, thinking that the creator of the heavenly battlefield was indeed brilliant, using this method to foster a sense of crisis, yet preventing everyone from solely focusing on killing each other instead of fighting external enemies. After this battle, Chris had tasted the sweetness. After all, bandits at the true god level provided 200 more points than divine eagles at the same level. Who wouldn't want to continue? He decided to proceed with this plan. As for attracting enemies, it was also straightforward. Chris believed in his good luck. He walked through the heavenly battlefield with Xianxia. Sure enough, they encountered another group of bandits before long. This time, over 100. However, Chris wasn't in a rush to kill. Since points could be traded, why not threaten these bandits to hand over their points? A sword aura from Chris killed half the bandits. He glared fiercely at the bandit leader. Halt! Robbery. Hand over all your points, and you may live. Seeing he couldn't win, the bandit leader acted quickly, striking himself dead instantly. Chris got no points. It took him a moment to realize. Damn, he forgot. This place allows resurrection. Though the required points for resurrection double after each death, it's better than being robbed by Chris. So, the bandit leader committed suicide swiftly. The remaining bandits followed suit. Chris decided next time, he'd get straight to business. He sped up, because black on black would cause repulsion. These bandits rarely appeared together. Having slain this batch, Chris needed to move immediately to attract new victims. Ruthless scum. Over 10 days, Chris and his disciple traversed thousands of miles, encountered attacks from over 20 groups of bandits, and defeated numerous enemies in the heavenly battlefield. The smallest group was 5. The largest was 300. Chris was elated. Within 10 days, he gained 1 million points. Xianxia was stunned. Although she had several million points, it was because she ruled a galaxy with many demon lords under her command, earning points for her. Many deity griffins did the same, letting subordinates earn points collectively. Brody, I've spent so many years here and accumulated just a few million points. Never thought you'd break 1 million in just 10 days. Xianxia was envious. Chris was curious. Is it hard to gain points? Haven't you been here long and saved up? Xianxia smiled bitterly. I've only been here a few thousand years longer than you. Moreover, haven't you noticed that previous enemies were all realm lords and true gods? That means they were sent specifically for you. If the heavenly battlefield targets me, these won't be the ones sent. Just then, a group of enemies rushed over. Deity griffins. Over 30 deity griffins, clearly aimed at Xianxia. Her face changed slightly, instinctively wanting to flee. Even without Dao power, so many deity griffins could kill her. But seeing her master, she calmed down. Chris didn't disappoint. He stepped forward, shooting out several sword auras. 30+ deity griffins instantly released potent Dao power. Defensive Dao, Wind Dao, Shredding Dao, all intermediate level Dao powers. Chris's sword aura was instantly destroyed. He admitted he underestimated them. Looking at the advancing deity griffins, Chris grew serious. This time, he used his hand as a sword, slicing out a sword aura. It tore through those intermediate level Dao powers. Chris didn't dare add the power of destruction. Afraid these low-level foes couldn't withstand it, getting instantly killed. This sword cut all the deity griffins in half. Then, he looked at Xianxia. Go. She immediately attacked, her whip lashing wildly, swiftly killing the heavily wounded deity griffins. Light points flew from their bodies. Most entered Chris. The rest went to Xianxia. Chris was puzzled, finding he had gained a primary level Dao power. More accurately, some enlightenment entered his mind. Like an awakening. Defensive Dao, primary level. And the luck was absorbed by Xianxia world. Luck exchange, divine demonic power. A beam of light shot from Xianxia world into Chris. His defensive Dao rapidly strengthened. Profound enlightenment instantly pushed his Dao power to the intermediate level. Chris was surprised. Divine demonic power? Could enhance the realm of defensive Dao? Could it be related to the deities buried in the divine demonic cemetery? Chris frowned, deep in thought. Xianxia had already digested the gains, saying, Brody, I gained a primary level Dao power and some luck. But since you helped kill them, most rewards went to you. It's a rule to prevent major forces from exploiting numbers. Chris wasn't bothered. No worries, killing enough still strengthens us. That's all we can do, Xianxia sighed. While talking, 2 figures approached slowly. A cute short girl with a cherubic face and pigtails, carrying a hammer taller than her as a weapon. Behind her, a black and white beast chewed bamboo contentedly. Xianxia's eyes narrowed, her expression heavy. Zella? Chris stared at the beast, guessing if it was a Davidson. Hearing Xianxia's cautious tone, he asked curiously, this girl is strong? She's a famous bandit in the heavenly battlefield, incredibly powerful, robbing countless beings. Many forces have tried to capture her, including the corporeal star system known for corporeal cultivation. They've suffered greatly and continuously hunt her. But she's never been caught, continuing her rampant robbery. Some suspect she's reached the universe god realm, others think she possesses top-grade divine weapons. But since all who opposed her are dead, no one knows her true abilities. Most importantly, she ranks 15th on the primordial fiend list. Xianxia was wary, pulling Chris back, clearly not wanting to provoke the girl. Chapter 137. The Invincible Path I Cultivate. The ancient demon ranking list. Among the countless living beings in the entire universe, only 1,000 could make it onto this list. Yet, this Jenny managed to rank within the top 15. This already attested to her formidable strength. No wonder Xianxia, who had witnessed her power, still feared her so much. Chris patted Xianxia's head comfortingly and said, Don't be afraid, Brody will protect. Wait, what the hell? You're attacking again? The adorable girl, wielding a bone-crushing hammer, looked quite domineering. But she actually resorted to sneak attacks, suddenly appearing behind Chris, She swung the hammer towards the back of his head. Startled and enraged, Chris grabbed Xianxia and retreated. His ability to shrink distances was not ineffective. He instantly stepped away by the distance of 2 major worlds. Note, the word ineffective is already in English and fits well, so I've retained it. The rest of the sentence has been adjusted for natural fluency. However, the bone-crushing hammer studded with nails was still only an inch away from Chris's back brain. The chilling aura made Chris's skull ache. This girl absolutely possessed some kind of peak realm great Tao. Chris finally realized how tough she really was. Luckily, it was just a peak realm. The destruction path swept through. That terrifyingly destructive aura caused the Jinny's pupils to contract. Then, she turned tail and ran. Chris. Fight and then run? What is this? Without delay, Chris left Xianxia and chased after the girl. Earlier, it was him running and her chasing. Now it became impossible for her to escape. Just as Chris was about to catch up with the Jinny, the giant Davidson that came with the girl howled fiercely into the sky, charging ferociously at Xianxia. Feigning attack on way to save Zhao, Chris smirked. While chasing the Jinny, he slashed out a sword chi, blocking the Davidson. The Davidson, startled by the sword chi, quickly retreated. Throughout the whole process, the Jinny didn't say a word, turning around and swinging the hammer. Even though Chris was forcing the beast back, he was still paying attention to the Jinny. Seeing her move, he immediately threw a punch. Pooh! The punch directly hit the face of the Jinny, sending her exploding apart. Chris suddenly sensed something was amiss and abruptly turned around. He saw the Jinny standing right behind him, secretly raising her hammer to strike down. Realizing her plan was uncovered, the Jinny's expression changed slightly, and she once again bolted away. Chris. He finally understood why the celestial system was so powerful that even the witch tribe dared to confront it. Yet they couldn't capture this little girl. She was too slippery, full of tyrannical aura but loving ambushes. Most infuriating was that she would run when she couldn't win. Although the Jinny carried a large hammer, she was extremely fast. Since she had gained the advantage of fleeing first, Chris knew he couldn't catch up, so he simply pointed into the air. The path of utensil instantly took control of the Jinny's bone-crushing hammer. That bone-crushing hammer suddenly increased its weight by 1,000,000 times. Carrying it, the Jinny's legs instantly sank deeply into the ground. But the Jinny decisively dropped her weapon and escaped again. Indeed, treasure is valuable, but life is more precious. Unfortunately, she couldn't escape. The hammer already accepted Chris's control and fiercely struck the Jinny. The Jinny's expression changed drastically, opening her mouth for the first time. Peak realm path of utensil? Gulping. She knelt down directly, shouting, "I concede." The hammer stopped abruptly right above her 2 little pigtails. Chris turned around expressionlessly and threw a punch. Bang! The Jinny suddenly appeared in front of his fist as if deliberately colliding into it, hitting her nose. With a whimper, she immediately covered her nose and squatted down. Ouch! I really give up. Really this time. Chris looked at the black and white Davidson in the distance and waved his hand. Come here. The Davidson's eyes turned fierce, roaring loudly. Then it turned around and fled without hesitation, totally lacking loyalty. Indeed, the top being flawed, the bottom must also be flawed. Chris, in poor humor, said, "If you dare to run again, I'll erase your existence." The Davidson didn't even look back. Seeing this, Chris used the destruction path. Even though far away, the Davidson felt its body starting to be erased. Instantly, full of fear, the Davidson turned around and kneeled before Chris, wailing miserably. It even pitifully pulled out a bamboo shoot, holding it over its head with tears in its eyes as if begging for mercy. Chris sighed lightly, "Come over, I won't kill you too." The Davidson clearly didn't believe him. "If I wanted to kill you, I would have done it long ago. I just need to ask you both some questions," Chris said in a deep voice. Hearing these words, the Davidson still didn't believe him, but fearing Chris's overwhelming presence, reluctantly moved over. Xianxia quickly walked over, somewhat incredulous. "Brody, I never expected you to easily defeat someone so formidable, ranking among the top 15 on the ancient demon list." Chris calmly said, "This girl is still a bit weak. If the ancient demon list is at this level, it's not worth mentioning." The Jinny, feeling belittled, argued indignantly, "You're too strong, not me too weak." And the ancient demon list increases strength exponentially for each rank rise, especially the top 10. Each one is invincibly powerful. The first-ranked E1 has already reached the God Realm. Chris raised an eyebrow. A God Realm entity in the divine battlefield has less than 100 million points? Although Chris only had 500,000 points, he was confident that if he quickly brushed up his score, he could definitely reach 100 million super fast. The Jinny explained, E1 explored a certain immortal remains, and hasn't come to the divine battlefield for 3,000 years, but no one can break his record yet. Chris understood. Indeed impressive. Then, he looked at the Jinny and asked, "Just now, I sensed that you at least used 3 great Das, one of which was at peak realm, right?" "To be exact, I used the power of 10 great Das," the Jinny pouted. Chris was taken aback. "Really? Alright, maybe I'm too weak, so I didn't sense them." The Jinny was infuriated. "You and that unbeatable battle body from the celestial system are cut from the same cloth." Xianxia knew her master didn't understand much about the celestial system. She softly explained, "The celestial system produces all kinds of special constitutions found in heaven and earth, such as chaos body, origin Tao body, etc., possessing monstrous talent and power. That unbeatable battle body also ranks on the ancient demon list, at number 98. Back then, she also dominated the universe, acting freely without restraint. But she was killed by Demon Kaima, and then the celestial system started hunting her." Chris understood, then said, "I'm not trying to show off, but your peak realm Tao was truly formidable. I want to know what your Tao's name is. It made me feel threatened. If you could cultivate it to the realm of embodying the Tao, I might be the one running away." The Jinny coldly snorted but didn't dare not to answer. I cultivate the invincible path. Zofia instantly had a puzzled look. Chris was also bewildered. Invincible path? Then why do you sneak attack and beg for mercy? The Jinny confidently said, because I have a thick skin. Note, there may be a few places where the translation isn't perfectly accurate because of cultural context and language nuances, but it maintains the overall tone and story flow. Chapter 138. From today, you're my big brother. Chris was at a loss with the Jinny's temperament. He had encountered cultivators who pursued the invincible path before, but those cultivators must never experience a single failure. A draw was unacceptable. They would rather die than lose or back down. Moreover, they insisted on fighting head-on, never resorting to ambushes. This way, once they embarked on the invincible path, their strength would multiply several times. However, due to the rigidity of this path, all invincible path cultivators Chris had seen were beaten to death. This Jinny's method of cultivating the invincible path was quite novel. Yet, Chris could sense her true spirit of unyielding combat and strength enhancement when she fought. This meant she hadn't lied. She genuinely cultivated the grand invincible path. May I ask? While cultivating the grand invincible path, isn't your invincible heart affected by ambushing and kneeling in surrender? Chris asked curiously. The Jinny said matter-of-factly, of course not. You are stronger now, but it's only temporary. As long as I persistently cultivate, one day I will defeat you and truly become invincible. The plump Davidson beside her nodded repeatedly, clearly agreeing. Chris and Kyra exchanged a glance, both looking grave. Although the girl seemed casual and irrational, this showed she possessed an indomitable heart. Those pursuing the invincible path often failed after one setback because their spirits were fragile. Losing once made them believe they weren't good enough. But this girl thought otherwise. You're strong? No problem. I lost? So be it. If you defeat me, I'll take you as my goal and train relentlessly. Under this belief, her cultivation speed would skyrocket, surpassing her enemies easily. For others, the invincible path meant unbeaten for life. For this girl, it meant never giving up. Even if her body could be destroyed, her spirit would remain unquenched. That was true invincibility. Chris couldn't help admiring her. Truly a remarkable path to invincibility. You've broadened my horizons. Can you let me go then? The girl's eyes sparkled hopefully. No. Chris firmly rejected. Her eyes dimmed. Seeing her dejected look, Chris chuckled. Do you fear death? She nodded. Yes, I do. If I die, I can't become invincible. So I mustn't die, ever. As soon as she admitted her fear, Chris sensed a ripple within her. It was an indomitable will that even Chris felt wouldn't be easily extinguished. Even if he eliminated her, her indomitable belief might linger in the universe, awaiting resurrection. Of course, this didn't mean Chris feared her. He just admired her and wanted to make friends. I've never met a cultivator like you on the invincible path. How about we become friends? The Jinny eyed him suspiciously. Friends? Are you trying to trick me out of money, or seduce me? Why do you ask that? Chris was speechless. The girl defended herself proudly. My master said that I'm beautiful and powerful. Any man approaching me is only interested in these two aspects, either to deceive my wealth or my body. Kyra also glanced sideways at her master, suspecting ill intentions. She still remembered who shared that queen costume with her initially. Chris noticed the women's distrustful gazes, and even the round black and white beast handed its bamboo over in respect, amazed that anyone dared approach her. Trying to date her? First time seeing it. Chris cleared his throat. I sincerely want to be friends since your path of cultivation is intriguing. The Jinny was about to refuse, but suddenly looked up at the sky. Then she jumped up, trying to wrap her arms around Chris's neck. Due to her height, she could only grab his shoulders earnestly. From today, you are my big brother, my life or death big brother. Kyra looked puzzled. What was wrong with the girl? Chris chuckled. Enemies coming? Before he finished speaking, over a dozen figures swooped down next to the Jinny. All of them exuded robust energy and wrapped in mysterious lights, indicating special physiques. One person even radiated holy light with extraordinary aura. Each of them was at the true god realm, individually surpassing Kyra, the Empyrean. Chris inwardly pained. How did his disciple end up this way? The leader among them locked onto the Jinny, coldly saying, Finally caught you. Prepare to die. Want to kill me? Get past my big brother first. She hid behind Chris confidently. The Davidson also rushed behind her, making sounds as if calling Chris brother. Chris sighed. Although he wanted to be friends, he wasn't planning to be her scapegoat. He lifted his thumb toward the human and beast. Brother, I've already caught her for you. No need to thank me. The girl changed her expression. You wanted to be friends? You're the friend I wanted. Chris frowned. Friendship? Are you trying to deceive my wealth, or seduce me? My disciple says I'm beautiful and powerful. Any woman approaching me is only interested in these two aspects, mimicking the earlier conversation. The Jinny and Kyra were speechless. Even the Davidson gnawed loudly on its bamboo. Stealing lines was too shameless. Yet, the onlookers paid little interest. The leader commanded coldly, kill all except Zella. Hearing this, Chris sighed, that's going too far, bro. I was just here for a walk. A servant behind the leader snarled, silence. Who are you to address my young master as brother? Die. The servant attacked, encased in freezing ice, even freezing the surroundings. Holding an ice sword, he charged at Chris, shouting, to die under the ice soul body is an honor. SSSSHHH. The ice sword shattered upon reaching 1 meter from Chris. Along with it, the ice soul body disintegrated. Terrified, the ice soul body screamed, young master, save me, my essence is dissipating. Upon hearing this, everyone was enraged. Stop, the godlike physique commanded sharply, ordering Chris to halt. Chapter 139. Robbery of the Great Tao Imprint. Chris ignored it, ruthlessly annihilating the ice soul sovereign body. Daring to offend the celestial system, you deserve death. Ah. The divine body was about to attack Chris when it suddenly flew out with a shrill cry. It was clearly the Zella attacking again. Chris watched as that petite girl smashed the divine body on the back of its head with a large hammer. He even used the Tao of artifacts to help add an incredible amount of force. After all, this guy was such a braggart, which was incredibly annoying. Anyway, this ambush wouldn't be counted against him, so he could secretly give a hand and vent some frustration. The divine body's head was directly smashed open and bleeding profusely, and its armor exploded off. If not for wearing a close-fitting treasure armor, it might have been half paralyzed by now. Other sovereign bodies were greatly shocked and rushed up quickly. Half surrounded Chris and the Zella. The other half rushed to protect their young master. But the Zella moved faster, flashing right beside the divine body young Brody in an instant. That big hammer continued smashing down onto the young master's back of the head. The divine body erupted in fury, emitting brilliant divine light, with resonances of the great Tao sound being released, showcasing its extraordinariness. Summoning Tao, upper realm, boom. The huge hammer landed on the back of the divine body's head, forcefully smashing it into the ground. But soon, the divine body charged out. Its divine light became even more glaring, faintly forming a divine shadow. It seemed to be a terrifying existence holding lightning. Rumble. As the divine shadow pointed at the sky, thunder suddenly appeared in the void, with hundreds of thick bolts of lightning crashing fiercely toward the Zella. Chris thought the Zella would flee, but unexpectedly she emitted earth-yellow light from her body. That light made the Zella seem as one with the earth, transforming into a towering mountain. The terrifying lightning fell heavily, instantly engulfing the Zella. Chris had wanted to see if the Zella could withstand it, but those sovereign bodies had already rushed over. In the celestial system, physiques were divided into different levels. Mundane body, sovereign body, divine body, sacred body, and there was the most profound Tao body. Apart from mundane body, other physiques all possessed extraordinary abilities. For example, the previous ice soul sovereign body could carry the extreme cold of heaven and earth. Everywhere it went, turned into an icy world. At this moment, a sovereign body attacked like a blazing sun, punching fiercely. This punch sent countless fire crows bursting out, the extreme heat almost burning through the sky. Chris easily swung his sword, unleashing a rain of flames, exposing the sovereign body's true form. Even its face showed disbelief. Swoosh. The sword aura swept across, effortlessly slaying the flame's sovereign body. This instant kill made the surrounding few sovereign bodies wary. They hesitated momentarily, not daring to attack. Chris enjoyed the leisure and looked at his disciple. Nikki was also entangled by two true deity-level sovereign bodies. Despite being two major realms higher than her opponents, Nikki, as a ruler of a star system, was being thoroughly dominated by these two true deities. One was a Brandon, the other a phoenix blood sovereign body. The Brandon pointed at the sky and forcefully pulled down. Countless stars instantly appeared, slamming fiercely toward Nikki. These stars weren't ordinary. They contained the power of the stellar Tao. Intermediate-level stellar Tao. An intermediate-level stellar Tao could outclass 10 beginner-level DAS. Thus, Nikki struggled to handle these stars. Fortunately, she was still a Royce, and her realm was solid. Her whip lashed out, holding her own. But next to her was a phoenix blood sovereign body, carrying ancient phoenix blood within him. Not impure mixed breeds, but true phoenix blood, capable of dominating a star system and overturning the heavens. The phoenix blood sovereign body launched a strong assault, punching at the whip. A fierce look flashed in Nikki's eyes. Really think this demon Empress is playing around? The whip trembled, suddenly changing. From an artifact Tao weapon, it transformed into an immortal Tao weapon. Oh no! The phoenix blood sovereign body shouted in alarm and anger, immediately retreating. But it was too late. The immortal Tao whip struck harshly. Slap. The phoenix blood sovereign body spurted blood, turning into light particles and disappearing. Immortal Tao weapons contain the power of the Tao. Moreover, Nikki's immortal Tao whip contained an intermediate level Tao. Using this semi-ambush method, she killed the phoenix blood sovereign body. Nikki immediately rushed toward the Brandon. The Brandon looked furious, speeding forward to kill Nikki. Just as Nikki was about to act, Chris had already rushed over, grabbing the Brandon's throat and slamming it into the ground. A loud boom resounded. The ground was smashed into a massive deep pit. The Brandon coughed up a mouthful of blood, glaring angrily at Chris. Who are you? From which star system? My name is Clarence, the man who kills people and starts Mars. Chris remained expressionless. So hand over your great Tao imprint, or I'll erase you. The Brandon sneered. Scare me? Chris unleashed his annihilation Tao, gradually erasing the Brandon's existence. The Brandon initially didn't care, confident it would resurrect after death. But as its body started to vanish piece by piece, its expression changed dramatically. Because it sensed that if it really died, it might never resurrect. He was erasing its true self. No, this couldn't be right. Why wasn't the supreme will of the heavenly battlefield handling this guy? The Brandon was completely terrified and shouted urgently, I am the Su family's sovereign body from the celestial system. If you dare to kill me, you will be hunted by the Su family forever. Hunt away. Remember my name is Clarence. Got the skills, then come chase across dimensions. Chris's gaze was sinister as he continued to gradually erase the Brandon. The Brandon kept yelling, crazily intimidating Chris. Simultaneously, he begged for mercy from other companions. Those sovereign bodies naturally wouldn't watch their companion be killed and immediately rushed over to help. Chris roared at the Davidson in the distance. Come over and block them, or I'll stew you. The Davidson shuddered, hurriedly pulling out a bamboo stick and charging forward. A sovereign body had never seen the Davidson that followed the Zella in action. Coupled with its cute round shape, it only saw it as a mascot and casually punched over. Bang! The bamboo stick directly blasted a sovereign body apart. The remaining 3 sovereign bodies were instantly horrified and stopped. Instantly killing a sovereign body with an intermediate Tao? What kind of joke? Oh you. The Davidson roared, looking ferocious. Seeing herself outshone by a mascot, Nikki clenched her fists in frustration. She felt very defeated. Back in the demon realm, she reigned as queen and empress, practically unrivaled. But only after venturing out into the vast universe did she realize how much she lagged behind these prodigies. Noticing his disciples' melancholy, Chris forced the Brandon coldly again. Hand over your great Tao imprint. Seeing no one came to save him, the Brandon felt utterly despair. He wanted to say the Sioux family members would rather die than yield. But who knows, it truly frightened him. Reluctantly, the Brandon handed over its great Tao imprint. Chapter 140. The Spiritual Body with Essence, ranked 19. This Tao inheritance mark is a condensation of a cultivator's perception of the power of Tao. It can be used to pass on power to others instantly. However, the original owner of this inheritance mark will lose that power. At this critical moment for survival, the Star Kai body had no choice but to transform its middle stage Star Tao into an inheritance mark. Chris took the mark and casually threw it to Zofia. Absorb it. Zofia froze, looking at the mark instinctively. Brody, you? In this universe, the power of Tao is incredibly important, Chris said gravely. Previously, when you ventured out on your own, I didn't help you. But now that I'm here, I'll give you these resources. However, this is all I can provide. Hearing these words, Zofia looked at the Tao inheritance mark in silence. Yet her heart swelled with gratitude and a sense of security. It was truly wonderful having her master by her side. The Star Kai body did not expect Chris to want his power, just to give it to someone else rather than swallowing it himself. He roared angrily, you are trying to ruin her. Absorbing someone else's Tao arbitrarily can cause tremendous damage to oneself. If it were so easy, why wouldn't major powers use this method for inheritance? If you really want to help her, give me back the Tao inheritance mark, and I'll take her to the Sioux family. With their resources, she can be cultivated properly. What do you think? Chris rolled his eyes. Many people treat me like a fool, but you're the one who can't lie to save your life. Going to your family for resources? You might as well tell me how soft and large your bed is. As for my disciple, you needn't worry about her. I may not be able to guide her cultivation directly, but I have built an exceptionally solid foundation for her. Not to mention, swallowing one Tao isn't even a challenge. She could handle 100 Taos easily. These words were true. Chris, unable to reach higher realms, lacked the understanding of advanced cultivation stages, which was why he sent his disciples down the mountain to join major factions. But as a master, he fulfilled his responsibilities by ensuring they had backup plans and a profound foundation in their cultivation. Desiring strength and trusting her master completely, Zofia unhesitantly absorbed the Tao inheritance mark. In the next moment, a formidable Tao force surged from her delicate body, perfectly fusing with her without any rejection or adverse effects. The Star Tao seemed as if it had always been part of her. At that moment, Zofia felt an extraordinary connection with the boundless starry sky. She could communicate with stars, extract information and power from them, or use them to crush enemies or set up formations. Zofia's strength and aura skyrocketed, making her far more powerful than before. Where previously she struggled against two Kai bodies, needing to rely on sneak attacks, now with God Griffin level strength and the power of Star Tao, she could easily subdue and kill a single Kai body. Confidence surging within her, Zofia exuded imperial dominance and charged towards the remaining Kai bodies. Aloysia cautiously glanced at Chris, who killed the Star Kai body effortlessly and told Aloysia not to intervene. Seeing Zofia approaching, the three Kai bodies were both startled and enraged. They had witnessed her absorb the Star Tao, now radiating middle stage Tao power as she attacked them with God Griffin level force. The pressure was overwhelming, even for the three of them. When both parties possess Tao power, it comes down to the level of their Tao. If the levels are equivalent, then it boils down to personal cultivation. Despite their attempts to suppress Zofia with their respective Tao powers, she summoned stars to bombard them fiercely. Amidst the chaos of falling stars, Zofia approached a golden body Kai. We are three. We can wear you down, the golden body Kai roared, intending to delay Zofia with his superior defensive constitution while his companion struck. However, Zofia had rich combat experience. Without using a celestial weapon, she used a Tao weapon whip to ensnare the golden body Kai's neck and swung him violently. Bang bang bang. The golden body Kai became a makeshift mace, crashing violently into his two comrades. They hesitated to strike for fear of injuring their companion. Seizing the opportunity, Zofia tightened the whip mercilessly. Unable to match her alone, the golden body Kai was strangled to death during repeated collisions. You're asking for death. Golden. The remaining two Kai bodies roared furiously and charged forward. Unfortunately, even combined, they were no match. With only two left, Zofia swiftly dispatched. After killing the three Kai bodies, Zofia was elated. Though she was a god griffin who defeated mere true gods, these were specially born Kai bodies with middle-stage Tao power, capable of being protagonists in other star systems. Even many god griffins in the creation deity temple couldn't match them. While Zofia was content, Chris wasn't fully satisfied. He believed his disciple should be on par with the heavenly bodies, or even Zella in combat. He glanced at the void where Zella continued battling a divine body. Not because she was weak, but because a few Kai bodies were distracting her. Stay here, Miawan, and don't move. I'll get some Tao inheritance marks for you. Chris smiled, knowing there was nothing to lose after offending so many already. But Zofia was alarmed and pulled Chris back urgently. Brody, let's go. I recognize that divine body. It's Zoltan, ranked 19th on the ancient aberration list, the spirit body with essence. His birth was accompanied by summoning Tao, allowing him to summon spirits from different dimensions to fight. He must have already reached high or peak stage Tao power. Such a powerful prodigy is closely protected by the celestial body system. Perhaps experts are watching in secret right now. Chris nodded. Don't worry, I won't attack the divine body. I only need those Kai bodies. Stepping through the air, he appeared behind the Kai bodies assisting in the assault on Zella. Just as he was about to capture a couple, he felt a chill run down his spine. A powerful expert had locked onto him. Simultaneously, a voice echoed in his mind, "Scram!" Chris chuckled, still moving swiftly to apprehend all the Kai bodies. "Relax, I'll leave once I get the Dao inheritance marks." Note: some details have been adapted for coherence and fluency. Chapter 141. Did he transcend into the Dao? Chris seized all the Kai bodies and demanded that they hand over their intermediate-level Great Dao imprints. But perhaps sensing reinforcements were coming, these Kai bodies became defiant, each glaring at Chris, refusing to give up their Great Dao inheritance imprints. At the moment Chris grabbed those Kai bodies, a large hand emerged from the shadows along with an angry shout. "Where did you come from, old fellow, pretending to be new here to bully juniors? Have you no shame?" Feeling the fierce aura of the hand grabbing towards him, Chris turned around and slashed with his sword. The sword's aura spread out destructively. At the instant when the palm met the sword's aura, the large hand was severed. Peak-level destruction Great Dao? You should have other peak-level Great Daos on your body, right? Otherwise, it would be impossible to withstand my universe deity realm. A frail figure walked out from the shadows, looking grimly at Chris. In the universe, Boundary Lord, Great Boundary Lord, and quasi-god realms can't touch the power of the Dao, only considered low-level beings, not worth mentioning. From true god realm upwards, where one can feel the power of the Dao, its strength is more important than personal cultivation level. In any era or world, the law master is always stronger than the crude martial artist. This is an unchangeable fact. Therefore, this is also why the power of the Dao is more important than normal realm advancement. Since the power of the Dao is so strong, why cultivate realms? Naturally, because the power of the Dao is too tyrannical. Without raising one's cultivation realm to strengthen the physical body, it cannot withstand so much power of the Dao. For true God, God Kai, and God Griffin realms, it entirely depends on the strength of the Dao powers. However, once reaching the universe deity realm, this rule changes again. Because entering the universe deity realm requires first comprehending one of the supreme Daos, the power of space. It must be cultivated to a high level, even peak level, to qualify as a universe deity realm cultivator. After all, time is supreme, space is the ruler, destiny does not manifest, and causality is king. As the supreme space Dao, even at a high level, it will still overwhelm other Daos. Now, this universe deity elder controlled the high-level space Dao. Within the cosmos, there was nowhere he couldn't go. Yet now, his path was blocked by the person before him. Even stranger, the opponent showed no signs of the space Dao. This made the elder suspect that although the opponent's realm was lower, they possessed peak-level Dao powers. And not just one either. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been possible to block him. Regarding whether the opponent had reached the body transforming into Dao realm, the elder didn't believe it for a second. But what if you do possess peak-level Dao powers? My high-level Dao powers are not just one. The elder sneered, unleashing Dao powers from his body, condensing a thunder lance. High-level thunder Dao. The thunder lance hurled at Chris fiercely. Wherever it passed, space collapsed, thunder raged like the sea, bringing endless destructive power. Those captured Kai bodies felt an overwhelmingly desperate force. But Chris merely stretched out his hand, forcibly using the destruction Dao to wipe out the thunder lance. Everyone watched in shock as the vast expanse of thunder vanished as if it never existed, causing them to inhale sharply. The elder laughed maniacally. "Fool, the thunder lance was just a deception. You've fallen into my spatial trap. See how you live now." Indeed, strands of spatial power intertwined, forming a unique world around Chris. Chris felt as if he returned to inside the spatial prism artifact. Within this space, the elder's power was magnified to its utmost. Controlling the thunder Dao, its might was several times greater than before. This was the power of the space Dao, constructing and manipulating everything. Rumble. Endless thunder seas drowned Chris. Chris coldly snorted, and the primordial one-chi shield appeared around him. After being enhanced by Brett power, this shield's defense seemed even more terrifying. Additionally, with Chris's intermediate-level defensive Dao integrated within, it became virtually indestructible. The thunder tore through everything, causing space to collapse and reform, but it could not breach Chris's defenses. Seeing this, the elder's eyes narrowed. He hadn't expected this boy's defense to be so formidable. Immediately, he spurred the power of the Hurricane Dao. The hurricanes, carrying a destructive aura, transformed into peerless blades that stabbed toward Chris. Although Chris's defensive Dao was only at an intermediate level, the primordial one-chi shield was instantly shattered. The hurricane and thunder immediately struck Chris. The elder thought Chris was finished, but his smile froze as he realized Chris's physical body, strengthened by Brett power, was even tougher than the primordial one-chi shield. Chris floated in the sea of thunder and hurricanes without any impact, and was even searching for flaws in this space, attempting to break out. Want to escape? Dream on. The elder growled, manipulating the space to exert immense pressure towards Chris. Chris grunted, a trace of blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. A single peak Dao resisting so many high-level Dao powers was indeed strenuous. Sophia watched with gritted teeth. She didn't beg for mercy, knowing it would be futile. Quietly, she took out her immortal artifact whip, planning to detonate it in hopes of injuring the elder. However, as an astral god realm expert, the elder had an exceptional command over the surrounding space. He instantly noticed Sophia's action and laughed wickedly, reaching out to grab her. Want to injure me with an exploding immortal artifact? You're worthy of that. Sophia's expression changed drastically, and she turned to flee. The elder laughed heartily, believing she was afraid of him, and continued reaching out. Just as he was about to catch her, she shouted, "Old man, look behind you." Was she trying to delay? The elder indifferently turned back, but his pupils suddenly contracted. In the space he constructed, Chris had condensed countless Dao artifacts. As someone who had reached the body Dao transformation realm in the path of artifacts, condensing Dao artifacts was child's play for him. Boom. All Dao artifacts were instantly detonated. Chris had already hidden inside the immortal treasure mirror beforehand. The intense explosion swept through the sky. The elder grunted, spitting out a mouthful of golden divine blood. The space he had condensed was blasted apart, but he had no time to ponder and immediately tried to grab his allies to retreat. However, Chris was faster, using the mirror to seize those imperial bodies first, along with his own disciple. Seeing this, the astral god realm elder could only helplessly grab the divine body who was battling the Zella. Let's go. The divine body was holding his own against the Zella, utilizing both his physique and Dao power. Shocked and angry upon hearing they had to leave, he asked, "Why do we have to leave?" "For no reason. I suspect this person possesses power surpassing the peak Dao. Otherwise, he couldn't have blasted open my spatial Dao. Let's retreat and regroup later." The elder explained via telepathy and left immediately. Before leaving, the divine body cast an incredulous glance at Chris, unable to believe it. Power surpassing the peak realm Dao? That means body Dao transformation? Had this person really achieved body Dao transformation? Ultimately, despite the astral god realm elder commanding the supreme spatial Dao, Chris was confident he could win, but definitely couldn't keep them. Although these two main culprits had escaped, a few imperial bodies were left behind. Chris, having recovered from his minor injuries, smiled at the remaining imperial bodies, who looked like they had just lost their loved ones. Seeing this, the elder's eyes narrowed. Unexpectedly, this kid's defense was so terrifying, so he immediately activated the Cyclone Dao power. Destructive cyclones transformed into countless invincible blades, stabbing towards Chris. Chris's defensive Dao was ultimately only intermediate, and the primordial one chi shield was instantly shattered. Cyclone and thunder struck Chris simultaneously. The elder thought Chris was finished, but his smile froze. Due to Brett power, Chris's physical body was even harder than the primordial one chi shield. He moved within the thunder and cyclone seas without any effect, even searching for vulnerabilities to break out. "Want to get out? Dream on." The elder growled, intensifying the pressure. Chris grunted, a rare trickle of blood escaping his lips. Using a single destruction Dao against so many high-level Dao powers was indeed arduous. Sophia clenched her red lips. She didn't beg for mercy, knowing it was futile. Instead, she quietly took out her immortal whip, planning to make it explode to harm the elder. But the elder, being a universe deity, had strong control over surrounding space. He instantly detected Sophia's actions and sneeringly grabbed at her from afar. "Want to hurt me with an exploding immortal artifact? Do you deserve it?" Sophia's expression changed drastically, turning to flee. The elder laughed, thinking she was afraid of him, continuing to reach out. But just as he was about to grab Sophia, she shouted, "Old fellow, look behind you." Was this to delay? Indifferent, the elder looked back, but his pupils suddenly contracted. Inside the space he constructed, Chris had condensed countless Dao artifacts. As someone at the body transforming into Dao realm of artifact Dao, condensing Dao artifacts was child's play. Boom. All Dao artifacts exploded simultaneously. Chris hid within the immortal treasure mirror beforehand. The explosive shockwave swept through the sky. The elder grunted, spitting out a mouthful of golden divine blood. The space he constructed was obliterated. Ignoring the situation, he tried to quickly retreat, holding on to his people. Chris was quicker, using the treasure mirror to capture the Kai bodies and taking away his disciple as well. Seeing this, the universe deity elder could only helplessly grab the deity body fighting Zella and command, "Go." The deity body, relying on his constitution and Dao power, was evenly matched with Zella. Hearing the order to leave, he angrily exclaimed, "Why leave?" "For no reason. I suspect this person has powers beyond peak Dao. Otherwise, it's impossible for him to rupture my spatial Dao. Leave first, let's reconsider." The elder informed the deity body telepathically and left directly. Before leaving, the deity body incredulously glanced back at Chris. Powers beyond peak level Dao? That wasn't body transforming into Dao? Did this person actually transcend into the Dao? Ultimately, the universe deity realm is a realm controlling supreme spatial Dao. Although Chris was confident he could win, he definitely couldn't detain them. These two main plotters fled, but several Kai bodies remained. Chris had already recovered from his injuries and smiled at the few remaining Kai bodies. They looked as if they had lost their dearest relatives. Chapter 142, Team Formation. Several Luna body individuals died peacefully. Before they died, they handed over all their points and great Dao imprints. However, Chris kept his promise and did not completely erase their existence. Leave some room for others, in case you need to deceive them again. If he had exterminated them after they surrendered everything, then giving up would have meant death, and not giving up would also mean death. Who would be willing to cooperate and give up everything for survival in the future? Chris implanted 8 intermediate-level great Dao imprints into Sophia's body. Adding these up, she now possessed a total of 9 great Dao imprints, all of which were at the intermediate realm. This time, Sophia's strength finally matched her God Griffin level realm. She became a noble great Dao master. She was very excited, but also felt a bit regretful. After all, tens of thousands of years of hard cultivation couldn't compare to what she gained in just a couple of days from her Brody. Had she known this earlier, she would have refused to leave the mountain when her Brody had driven her down, but that was just something to think about. If it weren't for descending the mountain and traveling, relying solely on Chris's guidance, Sophia might have already become disillusioned. After all, Chris's monstrous talent would make anyone who spent enough time with him question if they were mentally challenged. Just as Chris finished cultivating his disciple, Suellen came over and said with a grin, "Brother, you're so powerful." Seeing this shameless girl, Chris sighed lightly. What a promising candidate for practicing the supreme path. No matter how many times she was beaten, she never submitted. What a tough nut. This time I've offended the celestial body star system because of you. Don't you have anything to say about that? For example, give me 1,000,000 points as an apology? Chris asked Suellen. Suellen paused, then turned around and snatched the bamboo shoot Aloysia was about to eat, saying, "Here, take this, it's nutritious." 4 thickening one's skin? Chris asked with a dark expression. Aloysia looked pitiful, staring longingly at the bamboo shoot, saliva dripping. Sophia walked over and whispered, Brody, just accept her. We've already offended the celestial body star system, and having such a powerful ally is a good thing. Chris glanced at his disciple. Wandering the universe for so long, why are you still so naive? If I admit this girl as my sister today, the first thing she will do when she goes out and causes trouble is to mention my name. At that time, we will be targeted by countless enemies. Do you believe that? Sophia was stunned. Did Sue Ellen really have such a mischievous heart? Through the previous events, Chris firmly believed so. This girl's wickedness was no less than his. The short and cute Sue Ellen felt disappointed seeing Chris doubt her. People these days, why can't they trust each other anymore? Everyone has gotten too smart. How am I supposed to deceive anyone? Well, since brother doesn't recognize me, I'll leave first. Sue Ellen sighed, lifting her giant hammer taller than herself and preparing to leave. Chris smiled. What's up? Playing emotional with me? You want to just run away after screwing me over? So, what do you want me to do, big brother? Sue Ellen blinked her big eyes innocently. Cute or not, I've seen plenty. I'll give you 2 choices. 1. Hand over a higher realm great Dao power. 2. Help me get a higher realm great Dao power. Chris blocked her path and said. Sue Ellen, being short, looked up at Chris sincerely. They're too strong. I can't beat them. Don't talk nonsense. You possess peak realm great Dao power? Can you really not win? Don't think I didn't notice that you held back when fighting that essence spirit body. You don't trust my strength, fearing that killing him would provoke the divine realm beings to kill you. If you had truly used your full power, that essence spirit body would have been destroyed long ago. Chris didn't understand realms, but he understood the power of the great Dao. Seeing that coquetry and cuteness were useless, and she couldn't win in a fight, Sue Ellen changed tactics, saying helplessly, Brother, with your abilities, isn't robbing someone of a higher realm great Dao power just like child's play? I'm not familiar with this place, but you are. Chris shrugged. He didn't know who possessed higher realm great Dao power. Maybe he could rob someone from the ancient monster list. But behind these people were surely big shots. Not easy. The small and cute Sue Ellen pondered for a moment, showing a greedy look. Brother, how about we join forces? There are many people who are super rich but have powerful backers. Why don't we rob them, with me taking care of the minions and you dealing with the bosses? Chris rubbed his chin. Not a bad idea. I used to rob people, but for righteousness. Who isn't? Sue Ellen nodded continuously. We're on the same page. As for our targets, don't worry, brother. I will choose only those wealthy heirs who mistreat others. Our actions will truly be redistributing wealth to the poor. Chris immediately nodded. Deal. Huh. Sue Ellen was a little confused. Let's go. Chris grinned. Bright light immediately burst from Sue Ellen's big eyes. Even the Aloysia barked happily twice. Seeing this, Sophia couldn't help but mourn for the people in the heavenly battlefield. But she didn't intervene. After all, the benefits would be hers. Thus, the 3 humans and 1 Davidson formed a partnership. True to her reputation as a veteran warlord of the heavenly battlefield, Sue Ellen, wielding her giant hammer, led the way hopping and skipping. From behind, she looked just like Angela who had snatched Zhong Wuyan's hammer. Before long, they found a small team. Sue Ellen lay behind a small hill, peeking. Chris watched from behind her. Down below, 2 groups were battling. One group consisted of 5 newcomers, 3 men and 2 women, all at the God Kai realm. Among them was a clear core figure whose overwhelming aura forced the others to cooperate. The other 4 seemed eager to please him. These 5 were ganging up on an enemy created by the heavenly battlefield. The enemy was at the God Griffin realm, possessing higher realm great Dao power and significant fortune. Sue Ellen whispered to Chris, that core figure is called Xavier, from the heaven-slaying star system. He practices the killing path awakening technique, which requires enlightenment through endless slaughter to reach sacred redemption. Can this be enlightened? Chris looked puzzled. Marson and Yang clash and harmonize, the foundation of the universe, also considered the best method for cultivation. They test whether you will be affected by witnessing enough killings and tragedies. If affected, it's a disaster. If unaffected, you're invincible. Sue Ellen softly explained, her voice gentle and soft. Anyone who didn't see her sneaking up with her, but in the air would mistake her for an innocent little girl. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go. Chris charged forward directly. He wanted the higher realm great Dao power. And he wanted this God Griffin realm enemy's fortune as well. ##### chapter 143, successful seizure. When Chris selected his target, the Ophelia immediately leapt out, smashing her massive hammer down onto the ground. With a thunderous explosion, earthen dragons rose from the earth, rushing towards the distant figures and instantly surrounding them. Uriel and the others were taken aback, the words, battle bandits, flashing through their minds. But who had ever heard of battle bandits appearing before defeating their enemies? Uriel turned around, his eyes shimmering with the power of the great Dao, seeing through the spatial barriers. His expression suddenly changed. It's the Ophelia. Let's go. Uriel immediately summoned a long divine weapon, a spear, intending to pierce through the void and escape. Nikki's divine whip lashed out, striking forcefully against the divine spear. The spear trembled instantly, its force piercing through the air blocked. Because this was an opportunity arranged by her master for her benefit. Having just acquired new strength, Nikki wanted to test how much she had improved. She charged directly at a divine Kai-level girl and unleashed a punch. The girl reacted in shock and anger, quickly deploying defensive dermic artifacts and revealing intermediate earth Dao defenses. But Nikki used 2 intermediate Dao forces, striking the girl down in a single blow. Although Nikki knew she was at a higher level than her opponent, beings born in superstar systems were incredibly powerful even at the divine Kai level. Previously, it wouldn't have been easy for Nikki to defeat them, but now she could take them down in seconds. Nikki felt elated and attacked repeatedly. The Ophelia didn't hesitate either. She flashed behind Uriel and swung her hammer towards his head. Uriel's face turned pale as he shouted, I am the young lord of the Heaven Killer Star System. Dare to kill me, and the Heaven Killer Star System won't let you off. Ignoring him, the Ophelia continued her attack. Uriel fled frantically, stalling his death. Simultaneously, he roared into the void, Save me! A figure appeared in the void, also at the Royce level. This person held a divine artifact and possessed more than one advanced Dao force. Seeing the other side about to act, Chris stepped forward, grabbing the throat of the Royce. Hand over your Dao inheritance imprint. The Royce was startled by Chris's sudden move. He emitted his power, stirring up the clouds into terrifying attacks to force Chris back. But Chris simply brushed them aside with a casual slap, annihilating the attacks while controlling the other's divine artifact with the Dao of artifacts. The Royce's pupils contracted. Peak Dao force, he gasped. To cultivate such Dao isn't much easier than reaching the cosmic deity realm. Very few can do it. Who are you? Chris replied coldly, Stop talking nonsense and hand over the Dao inheritance. The Royce sneered, So what if it's peak Dao force? Can you bypass the rules of the celestial battle arena and prevent my resurrection? Chris began to erase the Royce's existence bit by bit. Determined to take Chris down with him, the Royce prepared to self-destruct. But as Chris exerted his power, the Royce's face turned pale in horror. He realized that his very essence was being erased. No, impossible. Not even peak Dao can bypass the will of the celestial battle arena and exterminate me. Hold on. Did you incarnate into the Dao? Where did you come from, old monster? To incarnate into the Dao like this, tormenting us lesser beings is too ruthless. The Royce from the Heaven Killer Star System fumed, cursing loudly. Chris slapped him again. Hand over your Dao inheritance or die. Struck awake by the slap, the Royce yielded immediately. Cough, well, I got a little excited. I can give you the Dao inheritance imprint, but please release our young lord, okay? Chris glanced at the battle below. The Ophelia was stepping on Uriel's face with her foot, her hammer nearby, exuding menace. Nikki had already killed the 4 subordinates and the enemy Royce, acquiring their Dao powers and destiny. You can be released, but you must hand over all Dao imprints, Chris said gravely. Surrendering all Dao imprints would render his countless efforts futile. The Royce resented this but had no choice but to agree, better alive than dead. Moreover, rescuing the young lord meant they could recover everything later. After handing over all the advanced Dao imprints, the Royce's power drastically weakened, comparable to the previous divine Kais. As for your young lord's Dao power, I don't need it. After saving him, you'll keep his points. Hearing this, Uriel exploded in fury. Impossible. We can't provoke someone who has incarnated into the Dao, young lord, the Royce said grimly. Just humble yourself. How can that be possible? Why would someone at the incarnation level bother to bully me? Uriel gritted his teeth. Impossible. I won't believe it. Why should I be humiliated? You said you weren't scared even of the Ophelia? Now you've ruined everything. Uriel cursed but still handed over his points. Chris looked at Nikki, collected all. Nikki promptly took Uriel's points, amounting to 1.2 million. With everything in hand, Chris casually let the two go. The Ophelia watched them leave, then bounced to Chris. Brother, I won't covet the Dao power, but can I get half the points? You get 30%, Chris replied. The Ophelia protested, but I contributed too. If you want to continue working together, you get 30%. If not, you can take 50% and leave right now. Chris remained calm. The Ophelia pouted, displeased at being tricked by Chris. The Davidson nudged her, indicating agreement. It was still a gain. Grabbing more would compound the profits. Reluctantly agreeing, the Ophelia said, We need to hurry. I need to buy something requiring 8 million points, and I'm short 3 million. Chris nodded, then handed the Dao inheritance to Nikki. Absorb the Thunder Dao first, save the rest. Even with solid foundations, absorbing too many Dao inheritances at once would be too much for her body to handle. Later, he'd train her physical strength further. Chris then followed the Ophelia to find more targets to rob and redistribute wealth from. Chapter 144. Invoking the Cosmic Deity. For a whole month, the diminutive Estelle, acting like a seasoned collaborator, led Chris across countless mountains and rivers. During this time, the elites in the heavenly battlefield were having a tough run. They would be hanging out with friends, singing and fighting, only to be suddenly ambushed by the bandits. And those who were robbed held significant positions. All of them were second-generation signs from various star systems, or notoriously evil beings. There are no walls without chinks. The news quickly spread that it was the Estelle leading the raids. Many living entities marveled at her audacity, but also predicted she would soon face dire consequences for offending so many powerful factions at once. It seemed they might unite to hunt her down. All the living beings awaited the spectacle, hoping the notorious troublemaker would be caught. After all, someone ranked 19th on the ancient monster list and specializing in plunder was incredibly difficult to oppose. However, much to everyone's surprise, those who had been robbed, the spoiled brats and evildoers, remained eerily silent. What was going on? Typically, these people would rage if slightly offended. How could they endure such humiliation in silence? Curious souls inquired through various channels, and soon a shocking rumor emerged. Behind the Estelle stood a terrifying old monster who had cultivated the path of annihilation to the realm of incarnation into the Dao. Incarnation into the Dao. No matter what path one follows, reaching this realm is enough to render even a cosmic deity powerless. Such an entity must be one of the few in the entire universe. Why would this overpowered being engage in robbery? All he had to do was open his mouth, and countless would flock to fulfill his desires. Those who heard about this couldn't comprehend the situation, yet they understood why the major factions did not seek revenge. How does one retaliate against someone who has achieved incarnation into the Dao and stands shoulder to shoulder with the great Dao itself? Even a cosmic deity traversing the river of time cannot touch him. He is essentially the brother of the great Dao. If you provoke him, you're inviting trouble from the great Dao itself. Unable to fight and afraid to confront, the opposition remained silent, yet the other party was shameless. This caused panic among the countless lifeforms in the heavenly battlefield. They feared being targeted next and left en masse. Even the bandits fled, as legend had it that the Estelle and her gang enjoyed turning traitors against their own kind. Unbeknownst to Chris and his group, their reputation had spread throughout the universe. Gradually, they found no one to rob. Apart from enemies created within the heavenly battlefield, no outsiders were encountered. Chris found this odd. What's going on? Why can't we find anyone? Estelle, who had experience, hesitated. Maybe they've all been scared off by you. After spending time together, Estelle understood Chris's true strength, an incarnation into the Tao realm. Just like when the top player comes to play in a lower league, everyone would naturally flee in terror. Chris stroked his chin. It's possible. This time, we squeezed them too hard. But it's still fine. We've accumulated 20 mid-tier Tao powers, 5 high-tier Tao powers, and 2 peak-tier ones. Enough to sustain you, Miaowan, for quite some time. Chris looked at his disciple. Xianxia, after being purified by the Tao power, had become several times stronger. She radiated divine light, appearing immensely formidable and comparable to god griffins of superstar systems. And she hadn't fully absorbed everything yet. Once she strengthened her physical body and assimilated the peak Taos, she would rank among the top 100 god griffins in the universe. Previously, she wouldn't have made it into the top 10,000. All this stemmed from her master. Xianxia turned to Chris, sincerely saying, "Thank you, Brody. I am now capable of solving your troubles. If we encounter Jonah again, I am confident I can defeat him effortlessly." Chris smiled. "Great. Let's check our points." Xianxia, preoccupied with battles, hadn't tallied up. Upon checking, she was astonished. 13,650,000. That was after giving 3/10 to Estelle. "I wonder where I stand now," Xianxia mused, filled with anticipation. Estelle, indifferent to rankings, didn't know either. "Why don't we check? There's nothing left to rob, and I've gathered enough points. Let's leave." Chris and Xianxia agreed and departed together. #### among the witch tribes. Argyle found Marcy and said seriously, "I've heard rumors that an entity in the incarnation into the Tao realm has appeared in the heavenly battlefield." Marcy showed a solemn expression. "Incarnation into the Tao. Do you know what path they follow?" "It seems to be the path of annihilation, though uncertain since they also wield the ability of the path of artifacts." Argyle was equally serious. The appearance of such an entity posed a threat to the rule of the witch tribes. After pondering for a moment, Marcy said suddenly, "I need to go to the heavenly battlefield and see if I can recruit this person." "You want to bring outsiders into the witch tribes?" Argyle frowned. "I know all the incarnation into the Tao entities in the universe, and none of them would enter the heavenly battlefield. Therefore, this one must be newly ascended. An entity like this, joining any faction, could threaten us. Let's try to recruit them first, at least establish friendly relations." While Marcy shared the xenophobia of other witches, he wasn't against making friends. Argyle warned, "You can try recruiting, but I heard this person isn't of good character. They're aiding the Estelle in robberies." Marcy laughed. "No problem, just a worldly amusement." On that note, how are Chris and his group? At this, boundless killing intent flared in Argyle's eyes. Wuxia, that excellent child, had been killed by Chris. Revenge consumed his thoughts. Hearing Marcy mention Chris, Argyle sneered. "Thanks to the Estelle and the old monster's actions, all the entities in the heavenly battlefield have fled. I suspect Chris will emerge soon. Once he does, I can lock onto his disciple's location and capture him personally." Marcy nodded slightly, then recalled something. They entered the battlefield to earn points. Pay attention to their ranking. If it's too high. End of translation. Chapter 145. A few million credits would do. Hearing Marcy seemingly trying to advise him, Edison instantly frowned. "Have the 2 incidents of saving people from the river of time frightened you? Why should we submit to that guy?" Marcy's expression turned serious. "I just find it a bit coincidental. Have you considered what methods he used that allowed him to stop even a universe deity like me from rescuing people from the river of time? Is it an extraordinary immortal artifact or someone backing him?" And right after he entered the celestial battleground, a Tao incarnation level figure appeared there. "Isn't there some connection here? Our witch clan is powerful, but we still need to use our brains." Edison was incredulous. "Are you suggesting that this kid has attained the Tao incarnation realm?" Marcy sighed at his old friend. "How could that be possible? Even for us, reaching that realm is unattainable. He's from some minor place, so how can he have that kind of power? But could it be possible that such a powerhouse is backing him? Otherwise, how could he act so recklessly?" Marcy's words made Edison fall into deep thought. In this universe, only those with backers, or the mentally deranged would dare provoke the witch clan. What category did Chris fall into? Seeing that he had given enough warning, Marcy turned and left. He wanted to find that Tao incarnation existence in the celestial battleground to talk. The purpose, to prolong his life. Marcy's beloved had left because of his past mistakes. After cultivating to the universe deity realm, Marcy had traveled back multiple times to search for his love, but each attempt ended in disappointment. Finally, without finding her, his lifespan dwindled. Although the witch clan possessed longevity treasures, they were not unlimited. No one knew that Marcy's lifespan was now less than 200,000 years. He felt unable to break through to the Jace realm within this time, leaving only the option of becoming a Tao incarnation. By embodying the Tao, he hoped to gain immortality using the Tao's power. As long as the universe exists, he would too. However, once he became a Tao incarnation, there would be no further advancement, no way out. If the universe ever reached its end, all Tao incarnations would perish as well. The witch clan had access to the celestial battleground. Marcy arrived via teleportation array at this world he hadn't entered for thousands of years. At the entrance stood a stone tablet, recording the ancient tyrant's list. Marcy glanced over it carefully. The top spot was still occupied by Ewan. There was no change in the top 10. But when Marcy saw the 89th position, his eyes narrowed. Zofia. This name seemed to belong to Chris's disciple. Before Chris's appearance, Marcy had never heard of Zofia, only knowing she was a mere god griffin from a tiny region. So what if the universe contained countless god griffins? Only a select few were truly powerful. Yet now, this insignificant god griffin had made it onto the ancient tyrants list, straight into the top 100. Even some Witch clan geniuses couldn't achieve this speed. A thick cloud of worry gathered in Marcy's mind. Mentally noting Zofia's name and appearance, he quickly locked on to her location. Though Marcy knew that within the celestial battleground, Zofia could resurrect any time, rendering finding her futile. However, this time, he wasn't here for revenge. He was searching for Chris. He needed to confirm whether Chris was the Tao incarnation existence. Chris was about to leave the celestial battleground with Zofia and Zella when Marcy suddenly appeared. His terrifying power instantly enveloped the four of them. With a stern gaze, he scanned them. I want to chat with all of you. Zella was frantically trying to squeeze credits out of Chris. Seeing Marcy's appearance, she was startled. Zofia also jumped, while Chris remained nonchalant, about to greet Marcy. Suddenly, the Davidson slammed its paw on the ground with a roar, and in a flash, both the dwarf Zella and the master-disciple duo vanished. Marcy's eyes widened. Universe Deity. Who would have thought that the lovable Davidson was actually a universe deity? As the Davidson dragged Chris away, he felt bewildered. During the battle, the Davidson hadn't moved. Chris had speculated it might just be a mascot, but the vast Tao power it emitted earlier had felt incredibly dangerous. Phew, close call. These Witch clan people are shameless. I haven't kidnapped anyone from them. Why send a universe deity after me? Zella patted her chest, looking genuinely scared. The Davidson looked puzzled as well, sensing something off. Chris calmly remarked, why did you run so fast? That guy came for me. I killed a Witch clan member before. Gah, why did you insist on befriending me? Zella exclaimed angrily. She, who was clever and deceitful, had been tricked by Chris. Getting into trouble with the Witch clan and fleeing like this, it was deliberately endangering others. The Davidson distanced itself from Chris, clearly wanting to disassociate. No choice. The Witch clan was too formidable. The Davidson could escape a universe deity, but if an ancestral witch acted, it was dead meat. Zofia looked worried. Brody, what do we do? A universe deity is after us. Can we handle it? Not much of a problem, Chris said, having caught only a brief glimpse of Marcy, but he sensed that Marcy wasn't as strong as he imagined. Innocent. Zella shook her head, her twin ponytails transforming into twin tails, adding to her cuteness. Chris couldn't help commenting, you look pretty with twin tails. Why always go for the pigtail style? Zella was taken aback, hurriedly fixing her hair. Irritated, she said, you wouldn't understand. This way, I don't attract you old pervs. Chris shook his head, speechless. Zella hastily hid her twin tails and lectured in a wise manner. Since my universe deity lineage is exposed, I'll give you some advice since we've fought together. Do you think a universe deity is easy to beat? Don't answer, your expression says it all. You greatly underestimate a universe deity, especially Witch clan ones. Did you see that man? He once shot an arrow across countless star systems and killed another universe deity. If it weren't for my pharaoh-eating beast being tough, you too would be done for. But you don't need to be too polite. A few million credits as thanks would do. Zella revealed her intentions, directly asking for compensation. Chris ignored her and bowed. Farewell. Since a universe deity is following you, your offenses must be worse than mine. It's best we part ways. Hashtag chapter 146, certain death today. Ophelia suddenly became anxious. Well, how about I ask for less? You've offended the Witch clan. It won't be easy for you. I'll protect you. At least the Witch clan will be wary of my involvement. Zofia leaned close to Chris's ear and whispered, Brody, I actually think what she said makes sense. We could cooperate with her. Chris glanced at his disciple and frowned. Do you really trust her? Haven't you noticed her devious schemes over this period? If you dare to collaborate with her, she'd betray you in a heartbeat. Don't you believe that? Ophelia turned red with anger. Why you? How can you accuse me like this without any basis? Chris sneered coldly. Enough. Pretending innocent with me? Ophelia glared furiously at Chris, clearly indignant about his accusation. But after staring for a moment and seeing no change in his attitude, she rolled her eyes dramatically. All right, you're smarter than I thought, but I admire your strength and genuinely want to collaborate. Remember when I said I would exchange something for 3 million points? That thing is actually a map to the end galaxy. I think we can explore it together. Chris raised an eyebrow. What's there? Great Tao luck and divine power. Oh, and some secrets from the end of the previous era. Interested? Ophelia didn't try to entice him artificially but spoke frankly. Because anything else wouldn't work on Chris. Chris's eyes flickered. Divine power? What's that? Don't you know? According to legends, divine power comes from the last era. You know the 30,000 great Taos, right? Allegedly, they remained after the gods and demons of the previous era perished. But anyone who cultivates great Tao power to the body transforms Tao realm can become a god or demon. Wait. Ophelia was explaining when she suddenly paused. She looked suspiciously at Chris. Iron Eater told me you might have great Tao power in the body transforms Tao realm. How come you don't know about becoming a god or demon? Chris indeed didn't know. After all, his power came from Brett. Divine power had appeared before, but he hadn't paid much attention to it. Now, hearing Ophelia's explanation, Chris had a bold hypothesis. Could Xianxia world be remnants of the previous era? Xianxia world was too strange. Some historical records matched those from beyond realms, but the timelines never lined up. Plus, there was the mysterious divine tomb. Chris touched his chest where Xianxia world was hidden near his heart. Speak up. We're familiar enough now, no need to keep secrets, right? Ophelia frowned. Nothing secret, just that my great Tao power was passed down by my Brody on his deathbed. So I don't understand many things, Chris explained. Looks like you really don't know. Ophelia calmly replied. Power in the body transforms Tao realm cannot be inherited. Chris. Seeing his lie unraveling, Chris changed the subject. I want to go to the End Galaxy. Take me along later. Ophelia's large, expressive eyes studied Chris deeply, but she didn't press further, nodding instead. Fine, we'll go together. This time, I'll leave first. The witch plan is too powerful for me. Ophelia climbed onto the Davidson's back, then waved goodbye as the Davidson disappeared into thin air. Seeing them leave, Sophia grew tense. Brody, do you think the witch clan is waiting outside for us? Can't say for sure, Chris replied nonchalantly. After their brief interaction earlier, Chris found that even Xianxia realm wasn't that scary. Plus, he'd gained plenty of luck power from battles in the Heavenly God battlefield recently, pushing his defensive Great Tao to its peak. With 2 body transforms Tao realms and 1 peak realm, even if he couldn't win, it should be enough to make the witch clan wary. Especially after Ophelia's reminder, Chris started pondering the ability to transform into a god or demon. At the exit, they saw the ancient monster list. Sophia searched and found herself ranked within the top 100, thrilled beyond words. Brody, look, I made it into the top 100, she exclaimed. She had been in the extraplanar realms for tens of thousands of years, battling endlessly in the Heavenly God battlefield, but had never entered the top 10,000. Now, making it into the top 100 brought her immense joy. Chris, however, wasn't impressed. Go solo here and come back when you enter the top 10. Sophia brimmed with confidence. Got it. Let's go. Chris led Sophia toward the exit. A flash from the teleportation array sent them out of the Heavenly God battlefield and into the creation hall of a world. Having entered through the creation hall, they naturally exited the same way. The moment they emerged, Sophia found a teleportation jade in her hand, smiling brightly. This was the key to entering the Heavenly God battlefield from anywhere. Previously unattainable, achieving the top 100 had finally earned her recognition, granting this item. From now on, she wouldn't need to go through the creation hall. Just as Sophia rejoiced, Chris looked up at the void. He sensed spatial fluctuations. Someone was coming. In the next moment, a towering figure appeared before Chris. He radiated a presence as mighty as the sun, emitting golden light from his eyes, and his aura was terrifying. His arrival caused stars to tremble, and the world they were in began to crack. Despite doing nothing, his mere presence was overwhelming. It was none other than the great witch, Cornelius. Sophia felt immense pressure, unable to move. Her earlier joy vanished instantly. So this was the power of a true cosmic powerhouse? The gap was too vast. They finally showed up. Cornelius's voice was thunderous, his murderous intent unmistakable. All living beings in the small world fled frantically. They dared not even spectate. A battle of this caliber could kill spectators easily. Even the deity kings of the local creation hall fled. The star system's emperor approached nervously, trying to persuade the two not to fight in his domain. But Cornelius merely glanced at the emperor. As the ruler of the star system, the emperor instantly perished. Witnessing the emperor's grim fate, all living beings fled even faster, fearing collateral damage. When the world quieted down, Cornelius's icy gaze fell on Chris. Whatever fortune you gained from the Heavenly God battlefield, killing Xantha means you must die today. ####Chapter 147. Transformation into a deity. Chris calmly watched Argyle and said, On your own? I doubt it will be enough. Argyle sneered coldly and extended a hand as large as a fan. Immediately, the surrounding space began to warp and fluctuate violently. This world was instantly turned to ashes and disappeared. A spatial confinement force several times stronger than that of an astral god realm appeared. Argyle glared fiercely at Chris. Run! If you dare, run again. Chris sensed the intensity of the space, realizing it was at least at the peak realm of the spatial Great Tao. As one of the supreme Great Taos, even Chris's annihilation Great Tao couldn't easily erase this spatial prison. He summoned his immortal mirror artifact. Seeing this, Argyle mocked him. Just a low-grade immortal artifact. Do you really think it will be much use against me? And besides, do you think I don't have any immortal artifacts? However, Chris did not use the artifact to counter Argyle but instead brought Sophia into it. He remained calm and said, Come on, this is a perfect opportunity for me to test my strength and see just how far I am from the astral god realm. Argyle hadn't expected Chris to be so arrogant as to confront him alone. Do you know what it means to be in the astral god realm? Within this universe, I am invincible. Spatial fluctuations around Argyle were exceptionally intense, and where Chris stood, spatial disintegration power erupted instantly. It had the power to effortlessly destroy an entire star system. The void around Chris kept collapsing, forming a terrifying black hole that devoured everything. But Chris was unfazed. If you can devour, let's see you swallow this. One by one, Tao artifacts were thrown into the black hole and then exploded one after another. As the violent explosions continued, the pulling force of the black hole gradually diminished. Though it seemed slow, it all happened in the blink of an eye. The moment Chris destroyed the black hole, Argyle had already appeared behind him. His fiery eyes radiated heat, as if they could dry Chris up completely. Chris maximized his defense Great Tao to resist the intense heat. Then he condensed Annihilation Sword Chi, slashing toward Argyle. Argyle sneered, intending to rely on his clan's extraordinary physical prowess to withstand it. Simultaneously, he channeled spatial power to utterly crush Chris. But as the Sword Chi approached, he realized something was wrong. The terrifying power of annihilation made him feel a real threat of death. Argyle dared not resist anymore and vanished with a swift move. But Chris was right on his heels. Though Argyle's ability to shrink distances wasn't comparable to an astral god realm who could traverse the entire universe, it was more than enough for short-distance pursuit. Seeing the Annihilation Sword Chi about to touch his nose, Argyle immediately tore through space and fled far away. This time, Chris truly couldn't catch up. His sword chi lingered as he looked in the direction Argyle had disappeared, frowning. Why run? Argyle reappeared not far from Chris, looking grim. Your annihilation great Tao is off. It doesn't seem like peak realm power. Without speaking, Chris instantly appeared before Argyle and delivered a slash. Argyle roared angrily as his body suddenly grew larger. Dharma heaven like earth. As a powerful shaman, using this divine power was much more potent than other shamans. At that moment, Argyle's body grew several thousand miles, and his strength increased exponentially. Die! A roar that shook countless star systems startled numerous experts. They had no idea what was happening. Even some astral god realm deities watched in astonishment from afar. They saw Argyle fully channeling spatial power, blasting towards a seemingly insignificant figure. Even though the small figure was not weak, its power clearly wasn't a match for Argyle's. Everyone was puzzled. Had Argyle lost his mind? Why would he use his full power against someone unknown? But as they witnessed the next massive figure emerging, the shaman's Dharma heaven like earth, they were stunned. Did the shaman send two great shamans this time? No. How did Argyle's fist hit the second great shaman? Boom. Argyle's fist slammed into Chris's body, unleashing a shocking impact wave. But Chris merely stood there calmly, not retreating a single step. How can you possibly perform our clan's Dharma heaven like earth? That's only performed by those with shaman blood. Argyle glared angrily and fearfully at the colossal figure before him, which was now as large as himself. The onlookers also suddenly realized that this second great shaman was the ant that Argyle had just crushed. Argyle's words shocked them. The shaman's Dharma heaven like earth had always been feared by all races. Now, outsiders could use it? Could they learn it too? If so, the threat posed by the shamans would decrease significantly. Thinking this, many powerful figures looked at Chris with anticipation, hoping he would win. Chris ignored Argyle's questions and instead scanned his own body. So this was what it felt like being a deity after reaching the Tao embodiment realm? He felt a powerful, ancient force swirling within him. That force was incredibly strong and majestic, yet it didn't belong to this time or space. Lose your senses. Argyle suddenly growled, throwing another punch. He was extremely agitated and anxious. The divine power of Dharma heaven like earth must not fall into the hands of outsiders. It would pose a huge threat to the shamans. Seeing Argyle throw another punch, Chris did the same. Two towering giants clashed, sending shockwaves that impacted many star systems. The star griffins of those systems despaired, thinking they had fled far enough. How did they still get caught in the crossfire? With no choice, they quickly withdrew their star systems and fled. Their actions proved wise, as Argyle was blasted backward by this single punch, crashing into the void. If the star griffins hadn't fled quickly, their star systems would have been destroyed. Argyle was infuriated in disbelief. Impossible. How can you be so strong? Chris wasted no words, rushing forward and punching again. Argyle didn't dare be careless, dodging and manipulating space. The spatial great Tao surrounded Chris. Shatter. The power of spatial disintegration fiercely crushed Chris. Argyle noticed that Chris wasn't in the astral god realm and didn't possess the spatial great Tao. He intended to overpower using his higher realm. But after transforming into a deity, Chris's annihilation great Tao strength surged drastically. Argyle's spatial great Tao was indeed formidable, but he hadn't reached the Tao embodiment realm. Chris raised a giant hand, enveloped in Tao power, wiping out a portion of the enclosing space, creating a path. He emerged from the path and punched Argyle in the face again. Argyle spewed blood, trying to escape using the spatial great Tao. However, Chris unleashed a storm of punches that left Argyle unable to muster any resistance, only able to protect his head as his mind went blank. Chapter 148, Collaboration. Chris delivered devastating blows, leaving Edison lying on the ground, unable to get up. This was a result no one had anticipated. One must understand that the Witch clan was born with extraordinary strength, capable of slaying opponents far above their own level, a daily occurrence for them. Even if their grasp of the Way's power was weaker than others, they could make up for it through the method of emulating heaven and earth. Even Edison once fought off 3 universe deity realm foes single-handedly and won. Now, he had been brought down by an obscure nobody who left him utterly defenseless. Knowing many were watching, Edison struggled fiercely to avoid humiliation. But his struggles only meant changing positions while being beaten. In his fury, Edison roared, "Spatial annihilation." As the spatial law was pushed to its limit, the space around Edison and Chris vanished instantly, completely annihilated. The obliteration was total and absolute. This slice of space-time might take tens or hundreds of thousands of years to recover. But the spectators were not concerned about the destroyed space. The universe was vast, immeasurable. What stunned them into silence was the suicidal nature of Edison's attack. Despite being at the universe deity realm, being enveloped by such spatial annihilation would undoubtedly spell doom for him as well. Sure enough, when Edison emerged from the area of annihilation, his body was shattered, with less than a third remaining, blood dripping into the void. His appearance was pitifully ragged, clearly on the brink of death. Yet after escaping the annihilation zone, Edison continued laughing maniacally. "Foolish creature, did you really think you could defeat me? Our Witch clan is invincible in the universe." Mocking Chris's recklessness, Edison opened his mouth wide, sucking in countless stars and even suns which fused into his broken body. Soon, Edison's physical form began to heal. Seeing this, the observers sighed deeply, feeling a profound sense of helplessness. The Witch clan was truly terrifying. Both their physical prowess and abilities surpassed all other races in the universe. How could they possibly compete? That person had also been formidable. Many universe deity realms admitted they weren't a match. But now, seeing he hadn't yet escaped the annihilation zone, it was clear he had been eliminated by Edison. Sighs echoed among the living beings. Spatial annihilation? Not bad, but unfortunately, you feared death and didn't use your full power. Chris emerged unscathed from the annihilation zone. This was the might of embodying the Tao. He could not be killed. Even a Chronos deity could only imprison him using temporal traps. Seeing Chris walk out unhurt, Edison was filled with disbelief. Impossible! How can you be unharmed? I'm not uninjured, Chris responded truthfully, but I recover very quickly. He couldn't die, but he could still be injured. However, at the realm of embodying the Tao, recovery was hundreds of times faster. Thus, while Edison had devoured boundless starlight without fully recovering, Chris had already healed completely. Edison doubted Chris's words, furious and disbelieving. Chris walked straight toward Edison, calm. Any last words? You dare kill me? Edison glared angrily, adopting the superior posture of the Witch clan. I thought only someone like Anwar would try to suppress people using the Witch clan's authority. You, as an elder, do the same? Truly, where the roof beam is crooked, so will the lower beams follow. Chris shook his head, then punched forward. Edison, still not fully recovered, was struck again, his body breaking more severely than before. Chris raised his fist once more and delivered another punch. With a thunderous boom, Edison exploded entirely. At this moment, a delayed roar sounded, "Stop!" Accompanied by the voice, a figure appeared where Edison's body had exploded. Then, the river of time manifested. The recently deceased Edison was dragged back from the past, looking half dead once more. The newcomer inserted a ginseng-like spirit medicine into Edison's mouth, a divine medicine. There were ordinary medicines, holy medicines, divine medicines, and great Tao elixirs. Such a divine medicine, even with just a breath of life left, allowed rapid recovery and could even extend the lifespan of universe deity realm practitioners. Many superstar systems probably wouldn't have more than a few. The Witch clan's reserves weren't plentiful either, but they could always raid others if necessary. After reviving Edison, the newcomer slowly rose, twisting spacetime to shield their view from prying eyes, then looked at Chris. Chris, we meet again. Chris recognized the individual, the Chronos deity Witch clan member who found him in the divine battlefield. You can call me Marcy. Let's talk. Marcy tried to maintain a peaceful demeanor, suppressing his anger. Chris looked at Edison, then Marcy, and smiled. You need something from me? Edison had almost fully recovered, reverting to his arrogant self. Hearing Chris's words, he growled, Marcy, kill him? Marcy sighed lightly. Edison, haven't you realized he's at the realm of embodying the Tao? Otherwise, how could he survive in your spatial annihilation without mastering spatial laws? Staring hatefully at Chris, Edison exclaimed in disbelief upon hearing Marcy's words. Embodying the Tao? Impossible. Is it so easy to reach this realm? Not easy at all, otherwise I wouldn't worry, Marcy replied. Go now. With a wave of his hand, Marcy sent Edison away. Instantly, Edison returned to the Witch clan's world. Marcy wanted Edison to know Chris's strength, preventing further vendettas. Chris watched as Marcy sent Edison away without concern, knowing he couldn't stop it anyway. I never imagined anyone could reach the realm of embodying the Tao. Can you tell me how you achieved it? I can have the Creation Temple revoke their bounty on you. You can even become the most honored guest of the Witch clan, Marcy said seriously. Chris laughed. And if I refuse? I know embodying the Tao makes you unkillable, but you can be imprisoned. If I trap you with a temporal snare, you won't escape unless another Chronos deity helps. The Creation Temple is actually very powerful. They are merely suppressed by the Witch clan due to lack of immortal realms. But they have the most Chronos deities in the universe. Once they seriously target you, sending 2 Chronos deities will leave you in dire straits. So consider collaborating with me. Though Marcy tried to be polite, his identity and status made his tone unintentionally commanding. Chapter 149, Tempting the Jace. Chris heard that Marcy wanted to learn the technique of embodying the Tao. Actually, he could teach it. The power of bread had not only given him strength, but also an understanding of the great Tao's power. However, some things aren't simply about wanting to learn. You can't just master them. It's like a math class. Everyone is taught by one teacher at the same time. Some people fall into the vast ocean of mathematics after hearing it once, while others drift into sweet dreams. It's not just about effort. Brother, it's not that I don't want to teach you. You're a great witch, right? With exceptional talent? You're in the cosmic god realm and have comprehended the great Tao of space-time, haven't you? You even have 12 Jaces in your family, right? With your race, resources, and background, wouldn't you have already reached the state of embodying the Tao if it were possible? Chris spread his hands. Marcy's face gradually turned ugly. He had to admit, Chris was right. The ancestral witches had advised him similarly before. His cultivation level had stagnated here. No further advancement was possible, otherwise, the ancestral witches would have elevated him long ago. It's as if he has 12 top-tier teachers in his family. If he were really made of the right stuff for learning, how could his studies be so poor? This only proved he was destined to remain this way. Seeking external teachers wouldn't help either. Marcy clenched his fists, full of reluctance. Is there really no other way? There isn't, Chris shrugged. But Marcy, looking at Chris's refusal, gradually turned cold. No, there is still one way? Chris raised an eyebrow. Do you know what's above divine medicine? Marcy asked. The great Tao treasure medicine? I remember my disciple mentioning it. Chris replied. Then do you know how the great Tao treasure medicine comes to be? Marcy lifted his hand, and the temperature around them rapidly increased. Feeling the temperature rise, Chris sneered, Please enlighten me. The great Tao treasure medicine is extremely rare and precious, and its rarity stems from the difficulty in obtaining the ingredients. Because it requires refining an entity who has embodied the Tao, transforming it into a treasure herb. After consumption, one gains a pseudo-embodiment of the Tao, with a lifespan matching that of the true embodiment, but without invincibility. As Marcy spoke, his sinister intentions became apparent. At the same time, the surrounding environment suddenly shifted, seemingly transporting them inside a colossal furnace. This is our Witch clan's heavenly refinement furnace, initially built to refine entities at the embodiment of Tao level like yourselves. Though we've never used it before, it's a perfect opportunity to inaugurate it with you. Marcy grinned maliciously and vanished. The next moment, flames surged within the furnace, the temperature skyrocketing. Chris could feel that these weren't ordinary flames. They seemed imbued with powerful forces of the Great Tao, threatening to melt his body. After all, even spatial annihilation merely wounded him previously. Could this furnace really refine him into a pill? Chris frowned slightly, extending his hand to try and use the force of destruction to erase the existence of this furnace. Unexpectedly, his force of destruction encountered an impenetrable wall, as if hitting a solid steel fortress. The all-powerful force of destruction couldn't cause any damage to the furnace. It was the power of the Jace. Chris instantly confirmed. He knew that while those at the cosmic god realm might restrain him, it wouldn't render his force of destruction ineffective. Only the mysterious, exalted Jace realm could achieve such effects. It seems this furnace was jointly refined by the 12 Jaces. They sure hold me in high regard. Chris abandoned his attempt to leave and tried using the power of artifacts to communicate with this pill furnace. The world only knew that he possessed the power of a great Tao at the embodiment of Tao level. What they didn't know was that he had two such powers. In terms of potency, the power of artifacts was slightly weaker than the force of destruction. But when it came to targeting treasures, the power of artifacts had never been outdone. At this moment, Chris used the power of artifacts to communicate, easily finding the artifact spirit of the pill furnace. This artifact spirit appeared as a small, transparent fairy, continuously circling and spewing flames inside the entire furnace to increase its temperature. Hey, stop spewing. The little fairy was startled, gazing at Chris in surprise. You can actually see me? Of course, because I'm your new master. The ancestral witches handed you over to me, Chris lied. The fairy hesitated. Really? Why didn't the ancestral witches tell me? Chris shrugged. If the ancestral witches didn't agree, how could I enter? Weren't you thrown in by the great witch Marcy? The fairy still didn't believe him. Just now, Marcy told me to definitely refine you, saying it's my first time, and to perform well. Chris smiled. Don't believe me? Yeah. Bang. Chris punched the fairy. The fairy screamed as it flew away, full of fear. That's not right. How can you hit me? I'm an artifact spirit, a formless being. Physical attacks shouldn't work on me. So that proves I'm your new master. Chris grabbed the fairy, giving it a good beating. As he beat, he shouted, Do you believe now? Will you listen? Call Daddy. This series of ordinary punches left the fairy battered and bruised, immediately conceding, I was wrong, Daddy. Although the fairy had already confirmed Chris wasn't one of them, his combat prowess intimidated her into compliance. Chris smiled. Good, release me. Puff. The lid of the pill furnace automatically opened. Marcy had been waiting outside. Seeing the lid open, he looked surprised. So quickly refined? The ancestral witches are truly formidable. Marcy immediately leaned in to check. Chris waited for this moment, smirking. Pull him in. The fairy hesitated. Is that okay? Chris said nothing, wiggling his fist. He can't hit you, but I can. Okay. The frightened fairy complied. Immediately, the opening of the furnace emitted a terrifying suction. Marcy was searching for Chris transformed into the treasure herb. Caught off guard, he was directly sucked in. Chris took the chance to escape. Clang. The lid closed again. This was the pill furnace created by the 12 Jaces, containing immense power. If the lid remained shut, even those at the cosmic god realm couldn't enter or exit freely. Inside the furnace, Marcy was shocked and enraged. Heavenly refinement furnace, what are you doing? Why imprison me? Hearing Marcy's voice, Chris sternly ordered, Refine him for me? This time, the fairy refused adamantly. No, the ancestral witches will obliterate me. Think carefully, you've already brought in a great witch, which counts as rebellion. So go all the way, eliminate him directly. This way, while the witch clan may hate you, I'll protect you. Once he's dead, I'll immediately take you far away. But if you don't agree, I'll leave now. Afterward, harming a fellow which will still make you a traitor. While the heavenly refinement furnace might be fine, you, the artifact spirit, will surely be destroyed. Besides, it's not hard for the ancestral witches to cultivate another artifact spirit. Chris seduced with a smile. The fairy fell into deep thought. What this guy said seemed to have a bit of sense. Thus, Chris skillfully manipulated the situation, leaving Marcy trapped within the furnace, demonstrating his resourcefulness and adaptability amidst adversity. Chapter 150. Damn, you're a troublemaker. The little sprite knew that imprisoning Marcy was already a capital offense that would result in the erasure of its consciousness. Though it had the mind of a 10-year-old, this phase often led to greater misdeeds out of fear. Therefore, when Chris incited it, the sprite truly turned vicious, increasing the power and furiously refining. Marcy felt the rising temperature and was instantly enraged. Little furnace spirit, what are you doing? Trying to refine me? Are you not afraid the Agneta will kill you? The sprite didn't respond, only intensifying the heat. As the temperature inside the celestial refining furnace rose, Marcy's body began to melt rapidly. No matter how fiercely he struggled, he couldn't harm the furnace in the slightest. Unable to locate the sprite like Chris did, he could only try to intimidate it with the presence of the Agneta. The sprite was indeed afraid of the Agneta, but thought that if it didn't eliminate Marcy, his escape would mean certain betrayal. Thus, it chose to silence him for good. The sprite, misled by Chris, embarked on a path with no return. Marcy's threats and screams had no effect. Gradually, in extreme despair, he was refined into a blood-red pill. On this pill, there were several markings emitting profound Tao power. After refining Marcy, the sprite hurriedly offered the pill to Chris, asking, Can we go now? Chris examined the pill and found it rich in powerful Tao power. Swallowing it would grant him the strength of both time and space Tao immediately. There were also other types of Tao power, all potent. Overjoyed, Chris quickly swallowed the pill. A terrifying wave of energy radiated from his body. It was the time Tao, space Tao, and various other Tao powers fusing into his body. Chris's strength surged, breaking through another 20 levels directly. Level 10108 of the Qi condensation stage. As for his realm, Chris had become accustomed to it. After all, he still lacked sufficient fortune. Killing more in the celestial deity battlefield or exploring Zella's invitation to the Doomsday Galaxy would provide enough Dao luck. Chris's greatest concern now was mastering the two Daos of time and space. He wasn't sure what level Marcy had been at before being refined, but now he sensed that the two powerful Dao forces within him were merely at the initial level. This was enough to avoid being trapped by the realm of cosmic deities using space-time traps, but his combat power was still inferior to them. Where did things go wrong? Could it be that Marcy's body was already in decline? Guessing this, Chris hesitated. Seeing his delay, the sprite panicked. Are you going back on your word? Take me away quickly. Chris knew the Witch Clan would detect the issue, so he grabbed the sprite and stepped into the void. But just as he was about to leave, a massive hand appeared out of nowhere. Killing my great witch, stealing my treasure, and still think you can escape? That hand carried a power far exceeding the realm of cosmic deities. It was an Agneta. Finally, the Jace realm made its move. Feeling an incomparable pressure, Chris used his time Dao power to tear through the river of time, entering and swiftly escaping through it. In this river, Chris's lifespan diminished rapidly. Each breath cost him over 1,000 years. Because his mastery of time Dao was weak, it led to excessive consumption. However, with his endless lifespan, he felt nothing, traversing the river recklessly. Chasing him was the massive palm print, gradually losing strength. Just as Chris attempted to use the river to destroy the palm print completely, a giant eye opened within the river. The vertical pupil resembled a dragon's or snake's, emitting a deep glow. With just one blink, Chris was expelled from the river of time. Shocked, he wondered what force was that? Was it also an ability of the Jace realm? Before he could ponder further, the palm print emerged from the river and struck him hard. Despite weakening, it still held formidable power. Chris simultaneously activated his Dao of Artifact and Dao of Annihilation. Countless Dao artifacts exploded around him, while the Dao of Annihilation constantly eroded the palm print. Still, it managed to slowly penetrate his defenses. Seeing the palm print about to strike, Chris placed the Celestial Refining Furnace in front as a shield. Designed by 12 Jaces, it had superior defense. Unsure of the Jace's abilities, Chris wouldn't risk his physical form against it. Just as the palm print was about to hit, it changed course, grabbing and taking the furnace away. The sprite screamed in terror. Save me! Save me! Chris was equally stunned, realizing the Jace's sole intention was to retrieve the furnace. If not for my 12 brothers being busy, you would have been exterminated today. But you've earned a lifelong nemesis in the Witch Clan, and all beings in the universe must hunt you down. The Celestial Refining Furnace will remain in Ascension City. Any who places you inside will ensure your death. An unknown voice echoed across the entire universe, sending shockwaves among countless beings. Who was Chris to warrant such a grand pursuit? At the same time, a voice from the Creator's Temple announced, from today, a SSS wanted order is issued for Chris. One who kills him can gain 10 million points in the Celestial Deity battlefield and 100 million world cores. All beings gasped. Two top-tier forces issuing a bounty together? Even in death, Chris would be eternally honored. This sparked greed and murderous intent among many. 10 million points, 100 million world cores? Moreover, killing Chris would surely earn the friendship of the Witch Clan. Thinking thus, everyone was stirred. Only a few wore worried expressions, including a lone willow tree sighing in the most desolate part of the universe. You bestowed life upon me casually, an unrepayable grace. Today, I cannot stand by as you face calamity. But damn, you're a real troublemaker. Chapter 151. The 12 Ancestral Witch Kais. Chris never expected the Witch Clan to issue a bounty, rather than kill him directly. With the Great Hand Seal here, wouldn't it be easy to attack him? However, just now, the 12 Earth Immortals said they were busy with something. Were they too occupied? Or was it not so easy for the Earth Immortals to kill someone at his realm of embodying the way? Chris shook his head. Although curious, he wasn't particularly afraid. Meanwhile, in a chaotic void, there were 12 enormous and awe-inspiring presences. Their bodies were larger than worlds. Each breath could transform into the most terrifying cosmic winds. These 12 figures were akin to pillars supporting the universe. Any witness would feel an unbearable chill. They were the 12 ancestral Witch Kais of the Witch Clan, the pinnacle power in this cosmos. Though their consciousness usually dwelled far away in battle, all of them suddenly opened their eyes together. After exchanging glances, they cast their gaze toward a red-bodied creature with 6 legs and 4 wings. Dalen brother, why did you do this? A bird-bodied, human-faced ancestral witch asked curiously. His existence puzzles me. I've never seen someone who reached such a realm without the favor of the great Tao, the eldest brother responded. The other ancestral witches frowned upon hearing this. But it's not necessary. Another ancestral witch hesitated, but didn't finish. He noticed the weariness on Dalen brother's face. In truth, all the ancestral witches were exhausted. Over these years, Dalen brother had shouldered nearly half the pressure alone. Perhaps he was simply tired and hence a little impulsive. Seeing Dalen brother close his eyes again, the others slowly shut theirs as well, their wills departing once more. After releasing Zofia from the treasure mirror, Chris explained his situation to her. Her expression turned grim. Being hunted by 2 major forces in the universe, I finally understand why you stayed atop that mountain for so many years. Who would have thought you'd cause so much trouble after coming out, she remarked. Rolling his eyes, Chris retorted, nonsense. I've been outside before. When I ventured beyond the domain last time, I didn't cause any trouble. I only took on 2 young disciples and came back. Zofia was taken aback. You have other disciples beyond the domain? Not just me. Chris replied, they were very young then. They probably don't remember me now, plus their backgrounds are strong. Even if they remember me, they might not want to acknowledge me as their master. How did you end up taking them as disciples? Zofia asked. puzzled. After all, her master came from a small world within the Xianxia realm. Back then, he hadn't ventured beyond or gained any experience. How could children from powerful factions be convinced by him? Chris shrugged. They had physical ailments, which I cured. Sophia was surprised. I know you're good at alchemy, but this is impressive. Alchemy isn't considered supreme cultivation, just a side path. Actually, those girls weren't really ill. They had a special constitution that absorbed their blood and prevented their bodies from growing. It caused continual decline. I saved them with my blood. Since I can live eternally, my blood surely has its benefits, Chris explained with a chuckle. Sophia nodded, acknowledging this. Though she was now a Royce, capable of living millions of years, Chris looked like he was still in the chi cultivation stage, yet possessed a lifespan of tens of thousands of years. His body indeed seemed extraordinary. She almost wanted to bite him herself out of curiosity. Switching topics, Sophia suggested, since you're being pursued by the entire universe, how about seeking refuge with your 2 disciples? No need. There aren't many who can detain me now, Chris said confidently. Sophia scrutinized him closely, noticing he was different. Though still in the chi cultivation stage, there was a dreamlike, ethereal aura around him. Despite being right in front of her, he felt distant. Suddenly wide-eyed, she exclaimed, Brody, did you comprehend the space Tao? Not just that, but also the time Tao, Chris added with a smile. Sophia was utterly stunned. How did you manage that? This is sheer luck. I refined one of the witch clan's great witches into a medicinal pill. After consuming it, I gained their powers. But the furnace used for refining has already been sent to Ascension City, Chris chuckled. Now Sophia understood why the witch clan sought vengeance. Known for their sparse population, 2 members had been eliminated by Chris within a short span, including a universe god-level great witch. This kind of loss warranted pursuit by anyone. She couldn't tell whether to be happy for Brody's growth or sigh in helplessness. Regardless, she could only ask, where are we heading next, Brody? I'm going to the Doomsday Star System. Zella invited me for an adventure, Chris answered. Noticing the emphasis, Sophia inquired, you're going to the Doomsday Star System? What about me? You should go to the Celestial Battlefield, where you can grow through combat. You're still too weak. It's safer there, Chris explained. Though Sophia wanted to protest, she refrained. No matter the real reason, she needed to become stronger than him. Then she could restrict him, ensuring he never left her side again. Recalling her true purpose for leaving the Xianxia realm, she used a teleportation stone to enter the Celestial Battlefield. Chris saw Sophia's discontent upon departure, but could do nothing. Observing Zella's behavior indicated the Doomsday Star System wasn't simple at all. Once Sophia entered the Celestial Battlefield, Chris contacted Zella. Previously, Zella had left his contact details. But when Chris reached out, Zella sounded exasperated. Your troubles keep piling up. Now the whole universe is hunting you, and you're contacting me? So, what does that say about Zella's reputation? Chris retorted. Zella huffed, no deal unless you give me hundreds of millions of Tao implements. I know you have the path of artifacts, making it easy to craft them, Chris suggested. How about I handle production while you sell them? While Tao implements were less prestigious than immortal implements, the market demand was significant. Translation note. Names such as Chris, Sophia, and Zella, if not a literal translation, have been kept consistent. Adjustments may be made depending on established character names. Hashtag Chapter 152. The Apocalypse Star System. Refining Tao artifacts to sell? What a great idea. Chris snorted derisively. The path of artifacts indeed allows for the spontaneous formation of Tao artifacts, but the ones created this way require me to continuously output power to maintain their existence. If I stop, they will vanish automatically. That's why I always use them as bombs. Zella became even more excited upon hearing this. That's perfect. This way, they'll keep buying more and more. No need to worry about the market getting saturated. Chris was genuinely impressed. Who is more unscrupulous than you? Don't talk nonsense. Are they all fools? If they discover an issue after one purchase, would they be tricked again? Chris firmly refused. It wasn't that he didn't want to make money. How could one earn money by treating others like fools? Zella seemed exasperated. Are you dumb? Do you have to sell only to major forces? We can sell to individuals and run off afterward. It's thrilling. Chris sighed. Can you get serious? Do I have time to scam people with you around the world? Are you still going to the Apocalypse Star System or not? Seeing such a good deal fly away, Zella was extremely disappointed. Chris didn't bother arguing further and directly asked her to come pick him up for the trip to the Apocalypse Star System. Swish. 2 figures appeared beside Chris. With a cosmic god realm expert nearby, traveling anywhere took but a thought. Chris glanced at the Davidson. Despite its plump appearance, it didn't emanate any aura befitting a cosmic god realm cultivator. The Davidson was also sizing him up, its small black eyes filled with curiosity. It detected spatial temporal power within Chris. Yet, previously this guy clearly lacked both these powers. How did he obtain such rare spatial temporal Tao power in such a short time? The Davidson carefully tugged at Zella's sleeve, whispering telepathically. After listening, Zella widened her eyes at the Davidson. What? Are you sure you didn't feel wrong? She herself didn't possess spatial temporal Tao power. The Davidson nodded confidently, confirming there was no mistake. At this moment, Zella looked at Chris enviously. How did you manage that? Do you have any spatial temporal Tao power to sell? I can give it to you. Zella pulled on the Davidson's ear, apparently intending to gift it to Chris. Chris sneered. If I hand over my spatial temporal Tao power, and it escapes from me, wouldn't I end up with nothing? Zella realized her plan was exposed and dejectedly rubbed the Davidson's ears. The Davidson, feeling traded between the two, was quite aggrieved. But it still maintained its timid nature, showing no airs of a cosmic god realm cultivator. Except when Zella faced insurmountable danger, it would act. Otherwise, it remained a clumsy and adorable ball. Seeing the Davidson's obedient demeanor, Chris curiously asked Zella, what's your background? I'm just an ordinary beauty, Zella waved dismissively. Your origin must be powerful given that even cosmic god realms don't offend you. Chris laughed. Zella patted the Davidson's head and said, I found it, a gluttonous fellow. A few bamboo shoots were enough to lure it over. Chris didn't believe a word. This girl definitely had some significant background, but she wasn't from the heavenly body star system, the witch clan, the creation temple, or the Buddhist realm. So which force could she belong to? Perhaps from the treasure star system, known for its thriving commerce across the universe? Considering her love for wealth, it seemed plausible. Just as Chris pondered, Zella interrupted, saying, I've studied the map and found the entrance to the Apocalypse star system. Shall we go inside? Sure, let's go. Immediately, the Davidson stretched out a furry paw and tapped the void. They instantly shifted through space-time into a desolate star field. Here, there were no worlds, no stars. Even all the suns had long gone out, plunging everything into darkness. However, using his spatial temporal Dao power, Chris sensed a faint spatial rift ahead. Is that rift the entrance to the Apocalypse star system? Chris questioned. Yes. Zella pointed at the rift with her mace. Legends say the Apocalypse star system is shielded by a powerful force to avoid the end of the era. So despite persistent legends, no one has ever truly found it. It was by chance that I first obtained 2/3 of the map, and later, I found the remaining third in the celestial battleground. Zella spoke with pride. Seeing her petite figure tilting her head back to boast, Chris couldn't help but pinch her cheek. Zella jumped back in surprise, furious. What are you doing? How dare you touch me? I'm not interested in kids, Chris calmly replied. What kids? Who's a kid? Zella glanced down at her chest, then proudly declared, Are you blind? Forget it. If you don't move, I'll go without you. Chris urged impatiently. Zella huffed, finding Chris extremely impolite. He showed no astonishment or admiration for someone so magnanimous as herself. But exploring the Apocalypse star system was urgent. There was no time for grievances now. Zella instructed the Davidson to lead the way, checking for any dangers. The Davidson nibbled on bamboo as it cautiously approached the rift, extending a paw to test the waters. Seemed fine. Then it extended an arm. Still no problem. Suddenly, the Davidson tossed both Chris and Zella into the rift. Chris was startled. He hadn't expected the Davidson to risk their lives so lightly. Zella was also shocked, shouting, Fatso, wait until I catch you. No bamboo shoots for a month. The Davidson hurriedly followed them in, feeling wronged at Zella's words, nudging her leg with its head. Zella kicked it away, vigilant. She knew well that unless she faced an opponent far beyond her level, the fatball wouldn't care. If there were other ambushers, ready to beat or stab her, it wouldn't intervene. So, ignoring the Davidson's affectionate advances, she focused entirely on her surroundings. Chris scanned the area as well. The Apocalypse star system lived up to its name. Though not entirely barren, a heavy sense of death permeated the air. They saw many worlds nearby, but even from afar, one could feel the lifeless void on those planets. Hashtag chapter 153, Death Without Knowing. I can't believe this place has become so desolate. What happened here? Even if the end of an era has occurred outside, everything would have long since recovered. Libby shook the two small buns on his head in constant amazement. Chris was also curious. He thought about his space-time path. He wondered if he could return to the past via the River of Time to investigate. But then he glanced at the Davidson and couldn't help but ask, that's not right. Aren't you in the cosmic deity realm? If you want to know something, can't you just go back in time to check? The Davidson kept munching on bamboo, ignoring Chris. When there was no danger, it was merely a cute mascot. Libby explained on its behalf. For someone in the cosmic deity realm, traveling through time and returning to the past is not as simple as you think. It drastically reduces one's lifespan. Even a powerful existence who has just entered the cosmic deity realm, with an immeasurable lifespan, wouldn't dare travel back often. They mainly use it for faster travel. And when you want to look into something related to the end of an era, it becomes even more complicated. Because the end of an era usually comes with the annihilation and chaos of space-time, something that even the cosmic deity realm cannot easily handle. So don't think that having control over space-time makes you invincible. I can still take on both of you. Libby started to ramble, swinging his large hammer threateningly towards Chris. Chris scratched the back of his head. Libby's words reminded him of Marcy. Despite his immense power, after being refined into a pill, only a fraction of his potency remained. Could this be because he frequently traversed the River of Time to save people, wearing himself out? Like rescuing Anwar, Jonah, and Edison, expending much of his life force. However, Chris probably didn't need to worry about this issue. His lifespan should be infinite, allowing him to traverse time freely. But Chris recalled seeing an enormous eye in the River of Time. Although it didn't mean harm, it seemed unwilling for him to stay there too long. It was strange, and he couldn't understand why. Let's check out the world ahead, Libby said. All right, Chris agreed. Together they moved forward and reached the sky above a dead world. To their surprise, what they saw was not the desolate and uninhabited planet they had imagined. Instead, countless beings lived there, moving and living just like normal people. But upon closer inspection, Chris found no signs of life in them. Are these projections left behind by past beings? Libby asked in astonishment. Chris wasn't sure. Let's go and see. He stepped into the world and descended. Libby followed closely behind. However, their arrival caused significant panic. The beings, seeing the two flying figures and the bear, were utterly terrified. They appeared to treat the trio as celestial beings. Immediately, everyone bowed frantically. Were these beings made of flesh and blood, actual humans? Yet they lacked any sign of life. Could a powerful entity skilled in manipulating corpses be responsible? But when Chris and Libby scanned the entire world with their divine senses, they found no cultivators. Even if there were, they were only martial artists slightly stronger than ordinary people. This was very peculiar. Libby felt curious and grabbed a young man, asking, "What's the name of this place?" "Donghua," the young man stammered in fear. Libby scrutinized him up close, noting he didn't breathe, had an icy body, and showed no sign of human vitality. She probed, "Do you know you're dead?" The young man was stunned. "I'm alive and well, but you don't breathe or have a heartbeat. There's no blood in your veins." Libby made a small cut on the young man's hand, showing him clearly. Looking at his wound, the young man was lost in confusion. "I have no heartbeat, no blood, I'm dead. Why are you telling me this?" As he spoke, his face contorted with resentment. From his toes, he began turning to dust, glaring hatefully at Libby for exposing his death. Soon, the young man turned into ashes and disappeared. This terrified the other prostrate figures, who couldn't understand why the celestial being suddenly became violent and killed. At this moment, Chris and Libby exchanged a glance, feeling very uneasy. These people were indeed dead but unaware of their state. Libby tried another experiment with 2 more individuals. Naturally, they disintegrated upon realizing they were dead. Libby had now killed 3 people, creating a terrifying aura of death. All the people were petrified, some pleading for mercy, others fleeing in panic. Libby wanted to conduct more experiments, but Chris held her shoulder, saying, "These are just ordinary people. They can't survive purely by will. There must be another force maintaining them. Could it be divine and demonic power?" Libby's eyes glittered with greed. Chris, used to her behavior, looked around and said, "But we already checked. There are no strong presences here. Either the power is hidden or dispersed throughout the world to remain undetected." "Got it. Let me try to assimilate this world." Libby's power enveloped the entire realm. Chris's expression changed. Too late to stop her. He saw Libby spew a mouthful of blood, her once rosy face turning pale. She had suffered heavy injuries. Her life essence had cracked. Libby was frantic. "Wrong. Flee quickly. There's divine and demonic power protecting this place." "How strong?" Chris followed her lead, asking. "The divine and demons, all are in the body transformation realm. This world contains an ultimate Tao. Isn't that terrifying?" Libby was genuinely frightened. She had never been this scared before. Chris hadn't expected such a rich concentration of divine and demonic power. Rather than retreating, he paused, absorbing surrounding qi. Though his body couldn't store qi, the Xianxia world within his body absorbed the energy. Chris guessed that the divine and demonic power was mixed in the qi, but soon, a voice resonated in his mind. "Stop absorbing. Leave immediately." The voice was authoritative and majestic, yet broken and weak. Chris halted. Chapter 154, Black Shadow. The voice was definitely coming from the Xianxia realm. When Chris exchanged qi for fortune previously, he often heard this voice. But why did it tell him not to absorb any more and to stay away from here? Gods and demons cannot be trusted. Another thought entered Chris's mind, making him frown deeply. Gods and demons cannot be trusted? He suddenly became alarmed. Could it be that the map was intentionally set up by Libby to lure him here? Chris turned to look for Libby, but found that she wasn't far away. She was in the extraterrestrial void, holding the map and alternating her gaze between it and Chris, her face filled with reluctance. Not because of Chris, but clearly due to the several million points spent on the map. Despite knowing the danger, she couldn't let go. Seeing her greedy nature, Chris immediately dismissed his suspicions about her. Could the map have been released by another existence to attract people here? This was even more terrifying. If they calculated that Chris would obtain it and leaked the map intentionally, Chris stopped absorbing power as soon as he thought this. But trying to stop proved futile. The power kept pouring into his body, entering the Xianxia realm continuously. Chris's expression changed. He immediately used the Hunyuan shield to block it, but found it ineffective. With no choice, he used space-time power to wrap around himself, creating a temporal trap. Only then did he manage to isolate the power outside. Despite this, Chris still felt something was amiss. He always had the feeling of being watched. Scanning the surroundings and even the entire world, he found no unusual energy. Then, Libby shouted from the void, "Damn, what's that shadow behind you? Is it a manifestation?" Chris turned to look but saw nothing. After a brief pause, he understood. He found a mirror from the street and looked behind him. Indeed, a pitch-black shadow was floating right behind him. It had no face, barely discernible as human, black as ink, hovering silently behind Chris, mimicking his every move. This was why he couldn't see it. What is this? Chris wondered. Instinctively, he felt it must be related to absorbing the spirit energy here. Was it a concentration of divine and demonic power? Chris reached back to touch the shadow, but his hand passed through easily, unable to grasp it. Using his will and strength also proved ineffective. The shadow quietly followed Chris without interference. After pondering, Chris headed toward the extraterrestrial void. Unable to touch it himself, he decided to have Libby try. He wanted to see if an external attack would work. As soon as Chris left the world, Libby approached. "Hey, how did you get rid of that thing? What exactly is it?" Turning back in surprise, Chris noticed the shadow hadn't followed him. Carefully searching, he saw it floating in the void, looking at him intently. Even though it had no eyes, Chris felt its gaze. He cautiously re-entered the world. Indeed, as soon as he returned, the shadow reappeared beside him. When he jumped out again, the shadow separated once more. Through multiple tests, Chris realized this entity must have appeared after absorbing the power of this world. But for some reason, it wanted to follow him yet couldn't leave the world. This discovery relieved Chris. Being followed by such an unidentified presence was indeed unsettling. Libby remained curious about the black shadow. "You really don't know what this is?" "I only know it might be a concentration of divine and demonic power, but I don't know its purpose. Maybe it's trying to solidify itself using my power? Or perhaps it wants to possess me?" Chris concluded these were the possible scenarios. Hearing this, Libby grew wary and solemn. "Heck, let's not get close then. You could try. Maybe it's harmless to you," Chris suggested. "If you can capture it, it'd be quite valuable," Chris added enticingly. Libby's eyes gleamed greedily at the mention of money. To her, money was more alluring than men. But just as she was about to try, the Davidson grabbed her and shook his head vigorously. Startled, Libby asked, "You're telling me not to go? It's dangerous?" "Very dangerous, but you can try. Just leave enough bamboo shoots for the rest of my life," the Davidson telepathically conveyed. With a thud, Libby kicked the Davidson to the ground and began pounding him with her hammer. The Davidson shielded his head and scampered off, not daring to fight back. Watching the commotion, Chris sighed irritably. "Why are you running? I didn't insist you do it." Upon hearing this, Libby lowered her hammer nonchalantly. "Oh, you should have said so sooner." Chris ignored them, unwilling to return to that world, choosing instead to explore other realms to confirm if this phenomenon existed elsewhere in the end times galaxy. Libby followed closely behind. The Davidson cast one last glance at the black shadow within the world, bit into a bamboo shoot, and quickly left. The shadow continued to stare at Chris as he moved farther away. Once Chris had walked far enough, the shadow abruptly turned and headed toward the center of the world, sitting cross-legged in the void, seemingly meditating. In fact, Chris had feigned leaving, secretly observing the shadow. Witnessing its attempt to meditate remotely, he knew this entity had significant intentions. Unable to investigate further, Chris shifted his focus to other worlds within the end times galaxy. He visited over 100 realms, finding their inhabitants in a dead yet unaware state. Multiple times, Libby urged Chris to create another shadow and sell it for profit. Chris firmly rejected the idea. To test if he could travel back in time via the River of Time and observe the situation, Chris sent Libby and the Davidson away, claiming they should inspect the world separately. Once they left, Chris immediately activated the space-time Dao, summoning the River of Time. Stepping into it, time rushed past. Moments later, tens of thousands of years had flown by, yet Chris's appearance remained unchanged as he continued walking backward through time. However, similar to before, a massive eye, resembling both a dragon and a snake, appeared. A single glance forced him out of the River of Time. Clearly, some power was preventing Chris from uncovering the past, as if afraid he'd learned too much. Chapter 155, A Pleasant Collaboration. Chris saw that the plan to use the River of Time to uncover the truth had failed. The mysterious existence within the Xianxia realm was wary of this place. After much deliberation, he decided it was best to leave for now. It wasn't that he truly believed in the mysterious presence in the Xianxia realm. Rather, the powers of the gods and demons in this doomsday system seemed far more treacherous and unreliable. Chris found Libby still obsessively researching ways to gain some benefit from this place. He intended to ask her to leave with him. Chris thought it over. He planned to seal this place away. It was too dangerous and better visited as little as possible. But Libby wasn't willing to give up. Fuming, she said, "But I spent a lot of money on the map to get here, and I haven't even made my money back yet." Chris replied helplessly, "If you keep thinking about making your money back, you might end up losing yourself here." Libby, who had lost so much money, looked at the starry sky with red eyes like a hungry wolf. She shouldered her large hammer, smashing and breaking things around her, desperately trying to take something away. Seeing that Libby was determined not to leave, Chris sighed and turned to look at the Davidson. "Aren't you going to do something?" The Davidson just hugged its bamboo, refusing to interfere unless there was real danger. Without hesitation, Chris swung his sword towards Libby. This strike contained an immensely destructive force. Libby was instantly terrified, her two pigtails standing up straight. Without further ado, the Davidson appeared behind her, dragging her away. Chris followed closely behind. Once outside the rift of the doomsday system, Chris barely steadied himself when he saw Libby chasing after the Davidson, crying and demanding compensation for her losses. The Davidson darted around pitifully, occasionally looking towards Chris for help. Pretending not to notice, Chris used the laws of space-time to form a barrier, sealing off the rift. If someone without the knowledge of space-time laws came through, they would be immediately teleported away. As for those at the cosmic god realm, they couldn't be stopped. But their passage would alert Chris, giving him time to respond. After sealing the rift, Chris turned around to see Libby, holding the Davidson's ear in one hand and pointing at Chris with the other, clearly discussing something. Chris knew instinctively that Libby was up to no good. Determined to leave, he started walking away. But Libby quickly ran up, excitedly saying, "I've come up with a fantastic business idea. Want to join?" Looking at the reluctant Davidson and the enthusiastic Libby, Chris felt genuinely curious. He wanted to know what new scheme this little miser had cooked up. "Tell me more," Chris said curiously. "It's simple. Aren't you being hunted by the entire universe? Those who dare to hunt you must have some confidence and capability. And capable people generally mean rich people. We can leak information about your location to lure them here. Then you can deal with them face to face while I handle the surprise attacks. After robbing them, we split the spoils 50-50. What do you think?" Libby's eyes sparkled brighter with each word. Chris thought this plan was insanely reckless. This way, you trick people only twice before they wise up. Besides, do you know if any of these hunters have guardians backing them? Libby smiled cunningly, patting the Davidson beside her. "I've already discussed it with this one. It will protect us when we encounter real danger." Chris nodded in admiration. That was professionalism right there. Seeing ample assurance and an escape route, Chris didn't refuse out of principle. After all, anyone attracted by the rumor would be trying to kill him anyway. "How should we spread the news?" Chris asked. "Easy, follow me." Libby dragged Chris towards the nearest star system, the Raven star system. Legend had it that the ruling deity here was a raven beast controlling over 30 great laws, quite formidable indeed. Its icy breath could freeze several star systems, proving it was a genuine god griffin, not the type easily beaten. Because of the Tim's strength, the local creation temple was commanded by a divine Kai, not a god griffin. One star system having two god griffins would likely lead to conflict, and its resources were sufficient for only one. Libby's aim was to have Chris make a scene here, sending a clear message to all the hunters: "I'm here." As Chris entered the star system, the Tim, as the ruler of the system, immediately sensed his presence. Given Chris's wanted status by both the Witch Clan and the Creation Temple, his appearance and abilities were well publicized. Even before entering the world, Chris was met by a terrifying wave of ice power. A raven avatar appeared before him, coldly ordering, "Leave immediately." Chris raised an eyebrow. "A fugitive delivering myself to you, and you don't want to capture me? The kind of person the Witch Clan is hunting isn't someone easily caught. I'm not stupid enough to entertain such foolish hopes." Chris gave a thumbs up. "Smart. But if you really want me gone, 2 sentences won't suffice. Since you're so reasonable, I don't want to cause trouble. Why don't you just let me pass by the creation temple?" The Tim was taken aback. "What do you plan to do?" "I'm short on money lately," Chris admitted sheepishly. The Tim instantly understood Chris's intention, to rob the creation temple. He wanted to curse. Wasn't that taking it too far? Was this acceptable? Couldn't he leave something behind? Gradually calming down, the Tim transmitted a voice. "Actually, I'm also short on funds recently. You know, maintaining the creation temple cost me a lot." Chris immediately understood. 30% goes to you. The Tim fluttered his wings, slightly unhappy. 50-50. You're joking, right? Chris rejected outright. 37 is my bottom line. Plus, I'll need to distribute another share and act convincingly, which is exhausting. The Tim pondered and finally agreed. The first collaboration was mainly for establishing goodwill and opening markets. In the future, they could continue to profit together steadily. Thus began their unconventional partnership, leveraging chaos for mutual gain. ##### Chapter 156. The Executioners. Take that. Chris kicked out with one swift motion, striking the duplicate of the Dark Raven Royce. The latter let out an enraged howl. "Rebel! How dare you invade my homeland? I will fight to the death with you." A freezing wave of cold surged through the sky, transforming into countless ravens that flew towards Chris. "Oh no, this isn't good. I might not be able to handle him." With a shout, Chris rushed towards the world where the Creation Divine Palace was located. From then on, it became a chase as one pursued and the other fled. Hidden in the shadows, Zella watched this unfold with bewilderment. Is their acting so bad that even a fool wouldn't be fooled? Aloysia sighed in resignation, covering her eyes with her paws. This cat doesn't want to watch. The Dark Ravens chased after Chris, but soon realized something was amiss. Did he take a wrong turn somewhere? Dark Raven Royce quickly tossed out a cold star to block Chris's path. Chris paused before him, looking at the ice wall in confusion. Realizing his mistake, he changed direction and continued running. But another ice wall blocked his way. Changing direction again, Chris muttered under his breath. Satisfied now, the Dark Raven Royce nodded approvingly before continuing to call out, "Halt there!" Soon, Chris reached the world where the Creation Divine Palace was stationed. Only when Chris stormed in did these corrupted officials react. A divine Kai guarding this place hurriedly came out, pointing at Chris in anger. "Foolish fellow, do you know what this place is? Do you think I would come if I didn't?" Chris retorted, grabbing the divine Kai and forced him to answer. "Where is your treasure vault? You have 5 counts." Startled, the divine Kai tried to remain defiant. "I will never tell. Do you still think you can act tough? Your time is also being counted." Chris cut him off firmly. The divine Kai deflated instantly. He wasn't about to sacrifice his life for those corrupt overlords. It was too damn unworthy. Why should I suffer while they get to enjoy all the luxuries? Deciding to confess, the divine Kai looked at Chris with a "just hit me" expression. Chris understood, hoisting him up in front of everyone. "To protect your brothers, hand over the vault or I'll destroy the entire palace. Don't harm my brothers. Here, take the key." The divine Kai handed over the key gratefully, knowing this would help shield him from future punishment. He could still claim he surrendered the treasure to protect others and maintain his high status. Chris took the key, opened the vault, and found countless resources collected by the Creation Divine Palace, not only from taxes levied on Dark Raven Royce's territory, but also fees from teleportation arrays, task rewards, and more. There were at least over 100 billion world cores and elite beast remains, as well as many rare treasures. In the middle of the vault, Chris discovered a special small box that inexplicably drew him in. Could it be the donghua? It seemed too coincidental to find such a precious item just like this. Chris stored the box separately, along with all other valuables. After securing everything, Chris exited and soared away from the world. Immediately, Dark Raven Royce flapped his wings, sending a wave of freezing wind towards Chris. "Haha, waited for you long enough, and you dared to rob me." As endless cold enveloped him, Chris cleverly threw the promised resources into the cold stream. "You're actually swallowing my power?" Dark Raven happily absorbed the cold back. Chris slipped away while Zella watched, slightly guilt-ridden. "Well, though I couldn't help much this time, I'll definitely assist next time. So, since we've agreed to cooperate, you wouldn't mind sharing, right?" Looking eagerly at Chris's storage ring, she said hopefully, "Don't worry, I won't break my promise. They'll certainly be prepared for my return, so next time, you should distract them while I take the spoils." Dividing the loot between them, Chris handed her part of the haul. Zella clutched her share happily, her eyes squinting in satisfaction like a fat tangerine devouring her dream fish. At the same time, within the main hall of the Creation Divine Palace, floating in cosmic space like a solitary star. Inside, however, it felt even lonelier. A vast hall with 12 opulent thrones arranged according to the 12 earthly branches. Each seat was occupied by a hooded figure cloaked in black, representing the 12 founding elders of the Creation Divine Palace who managed the universe. For millennia, they rarely gathered here. Now, however, they had assembled because of a portrait of Chris placed on the table. 12 pairs of eyes fixed on Chris's image in silence. Finally, the elder seated at the Z position spoke coldly. "He continuously provokes the Creation Divine Palace, slaughters our enforcers, and has taken our most critical resource, the Dao Aura. He must be executed publicly or our reputation will be ruined." Anyone disagrees? Other 11 elders raised hands in agreement. The Z elder asked, "Since we are all in agreement, how shall we capture him? Send out the extermination guard?" This remark brought visible shock among the elders. The Extermination Guard was the elite force of the Creation Divine Palace, reserved for high-profile targets like galactic elites, Joabs, witches, etc. Deploying them against Chris seemed excessive. Even if they captured him, wouldn't it look too grandiose? Chapter 157, The Preston Acts. The black-robed figure in the Z position saw no one agreeing with his command and immediately said, "Have you all forgotten about Chris's confrontation with Francisco?" The black-robed figure in the Cho position spoke up. Chris had never revealed his power at the astral god realm, yet managed to use transform heaven imitate earth to oppose Francisco. Ultimately, Marcy resolved the matter privately with him. This clearly proves that someone powerful is backing him up, but it doesn't have much to do with Chris himself. The other black-robed figures also nodded in agreement. Then try looking at it from another angle. Would a chosen one of a powerhouse who can contend with Marcy be inferior? Asked the black-robed figure in the Z position. With these words, the others found themselves unable to refute him. Seeing that everyone remained silent, the Z-positioned black-robed figure continued, "Let's vote now. Those in favor of dispatching the extermination guards, raise your hands." According to the rules of the Creation Divine Hall, besides the proposer, who could not participate in the voting, if more than half of the remaining decision-makers agreed, it would pass. Now, 11 black-robed figures voted accordingly. 5 raised their hands, 5 did not, and 1 wavered. Seeing this, the Z-positioned black-robed figure reminded them, "Don't forget the latest report. Chris has already started targeting the Creation Divine Hall for plundering. Eventually, the losses won't just be my resources." Hearing this, the last black-robed figure slowly raised his hand. 6 votes passed. Very well, since it's approved, let's send out the extermination guards. Let's draw lots to decide who goes. The Z-positioned black-robed figure casually scattered a bunch of slips of paper and then picked one at random. When he opened the slip, his hand trembled slightly. Noticing something was amiss, the other black-robed figures looked curiously over. "The Preston," the Z-positioned black-robed figure muttered. The others fell silent as well. The extermination guards were different from other enforcement squads. Other squads operated as small or large teams, but the extermination guards acted individually. Thus, they were few in number, but each was incredibly formidable. And this particular guard, codenamed Preston, was infamous for his brutality. He had once slaughtered numerous star systems, devouring countless lives through his demonic arts. Eventually, he targeted a branch of the Creation Divine Hall, leading to his capture and imprisonment by the Hall Brody. Later, the Creation Divine Hall integrated him into their ranks, making him a subordinate. He had been released a few times. Every time, the Preston carried out his mission with an intense killing spree across entire star systems before proceeding, showcasing his bloodthirsty nature. So, when the others heard the Preston was selected, they instinctively frowned. But upon further thought, no one objected. The Preston was undeniably evil, but his strength was unquestionable. He possessed over 10 peak Dao laws. In terms of other Dao forces, he wielded over 800 laws. Against Chris, there should be no problem at all. Therefore, no one rejected the task outright. Seeing no objections, the Z-positioned black-robed figure silently tossed the slip into the void. The slip quickly disappeared, transmitting the message. But after the slip flew away, the malpositioned black-robed figure suddenly said, "There shouldn't be any issue with the Preston subduing Chris, but what if the person behind him breaks martial virtue and targets us? Do you think everyone is as shameless as the Witch Clan? If juniors can't handle it, seniors step in? Look at Zella. Even with a Chronos God Realm Guardian, she was almost killed several times by peers from celestial star systems without any assistance. On top of that, even if the senior behind him intervenes once or twice, can they protect Chris forever? If they really could protect him forever, what difference would there be between him and a cripple?" The Z-positioned black-robed figure remarked coldly. "Path protectors safeguard paths, not lives. Their main duty is to prevent younger generations from being bullied by elders of other factions. Peers competing amongst themselves, regardless of victory or defeat. Path protectors must not intervene. Otherwise, if help begins as soon as the protected party loses, wouldn't it become proxy fighting? That isn't helping, it's ruining because such protection completely ruins the spirit of those under protection. So how could the Z-positioned black-robed figure fear intervention from Chris's backers? He actually hoped for it. In a mysterious and unknown part of the universe, a wild, bloodthirsty roar echoed through the void. A towering figure wielding a long saber shot through the starry sky, his eyes filled with bloodlust as he arrived above a world. This world wasn't large, nor did it have many strong individuals. Only one true god resided there. Sensing the arrival of this ferocious man, the true god stepped out hesitantly. "Distinguished elder, may I ask what brings you here?" The ferocious man sneered. "I'm hungry." Relieved, the true god replied, "Junior will have a banquet prepared immediately. We shall begin at once." "Great, let's start." The ferocious man opened his mouth wide and sucked in air from a distance. The true god screamed as he was pulled into the ferocious man's mouth, utterly helpless. Then, the fierce man charged into the world, devouring people wildly. Blood rained down from the sky, cries echoing endlessly. The entire world was plunged into an apocalyptic scene. No matter how the people resisted or pleaded, it was futile. Even their true god had been swallowed whole. What chance did they, mere weaklings, stand? Soon, every living thing in the world was devoured by the ferocious man. His body drenched in blood, he still looked unsatisfied as he headed for the next world. Unbeknownst to Chris, the Creation Divine Hall had dispatched such a deranged entity to target him. He and Zella had already arrived at the Fox Deity star system. It was rumored that the Fox Deity was born from a divine metal in the universe, possessing an extraordinarily sturdy body and exceptional strength. Allegedly, blessed by the Dao, he also mastered numerous Dao powers. Logically, robbing shouldn't involve targeting such a place. But Zella believed that robbing should be done against expectations. Because they had just raided a relatively weaker star system, everyone would assume they'd continue targeting smaller places after getting a taste of success. So acting contrary would catch enemies off guard. You distract the enemy, while I rob the creation divine hall, Zella whispered. Chris frowned. No, I can't trust you with money. Zella blushed angrily. How can you be like this? When have I ever betrayed you? Chris calmly looked at Zella. After a moment, feeling guilty, Zella avoided Chris's gaze. Fine, fine. I can attract the enemy's attention too. Good, then it's settled, Chris nodded. While he felt the creation divine hall was already hated by many, and the fox might not obstruct his robbery, having an extra precaution couldn't hurt. Chapter 158, Call Me Dad. The Zella carried her large hammer, with a giant Davidson following behind, swiftly heading towards the fox star system. Chris watched her from behind, and suddenly noticed that this girl didn't bother to disguise herself at all. Was it because she practiced the invincible Great Tao that made her unwilling to hide her true identity? She really persisted stubbornly in an unnecessary way. While the Zella was searching for the fox, Chris didn't rush to infiltrate the creation god temple, but instead took out the small box he had hidden before. He had felt that this small box likely contained something like Tao luck. However, since the Zella was nearby, it wasn't convenient to take it out. Now, Chris carefully opened the box, revealing a shattered mini-world inside. The shattered mini-world indeed harbored a streak of luck power. Chris forcefully sucked it in, sending the luck power into his body. The profound heaven realm quickly absorbed it. Luck exchange, visionary Tao. Instantly, another kind of Tao power at the realm of embodying the Tao appeared within Chris's body. With the visionary Tao, there would be no obstacles in front of Chris. He could see through everything's origin. Sensing the might of this Tao power, Chris couldn't help but daydream. If one day he possessed 3,000 Taos, what would happen then? Directly transforming into the Tao of this universe and controlling everything? As Chris was contemplating, the Zella far away raised her big hammer and smashed down on a world within the Fox star system. Accompanied by a thunderous explosion, a huge golden hand appeared, stopping the hammer dead in its tracks. Strength Tao? The little face of the Zella tightened, but she didn't hesitate and struck again with the hammer. The golden hand glowed brightly, once more stopping the hammer. Then, a humanoid creature with 2 ram horns emerged, full of confusion asked, Are you the Zella from the celestial deity battlefield? The Zella proudly answered, Yes, it's me. Why did you come to find me? We have no grudges or grievances between us, right? The fox was puzzled. I have my eye on your treasures here. Let's fight, the Zella said, holding up her hammer. Fox wasn't foolish, immediately scanning around. We have no grudges or grievances. You coming here suddenly is to deliberately draw tigers away from their mountains? Not really. The Zella felt slightly guilty. She couldn't understand why these people were so smart. However, the fox didn't believe this little thug, remaining vigilant. Just say, what do you have your eyes on? Let's see if I can give it to you. The Zella was taken aback. Can it be this easy? Fox sighed. Who doesn't know that you have a cosmic deity realm existence backing you? I don't wish to provoke you. If it's not something outrageous, I can give it to you. Then the creation god temple too? The Zella actually believed. So, you guys want something specific after all. Fox directly turned and left, even isolating the world where the creation god temple resided. Chris was also waiting to infiltrate. Seeing Fox leave, the Zella gestured towards him. He instantly understood. This meant Fox didn't care. Immediately, the two rushed into the world housing the creation god temple and plundered heavily. But probably because Fox Griffin was too tyrannical, privately taking most of the income, the items in the treasure vault weren't many. Even the world core barely reached 10 billion. There was no Tao luck either. Chris was quite disappointed. The Zella was also disappointed. After 2 consecutive incidents where Griffins turned a blind eye, they eventually became resigned. The reputation of the creation god temple in the universe had become infamous. Since no one wanted to manage it, they wouldn't blame them for being impolite. After looting, Chris and the Zella immediately headed to the next star system. Upon arrival, they proclaimed they weren't causing trouble but merely moving things for the creation god temple. Those star systems unconditionally allowed passage. These two ransacked over 200 garrisons, easily acquiring nearly 10 trillion world cores. This revenue was already equivalent to a medium-sized star system's yearly income. And just as they were acting so recklessly, someone finally intercepted them. It was a prodigy from a place called the Demon Realm, named Joseph. It was a fierce-looking ape blocking Chris and Zella, holding 2 blazing suns in his hands and surrounded by flames. Zella, I didn't expect you to dare leave the celestial deity battlefield, Joseph growled, sparks flying from his body. The Zella, carrying her hammer, curiously asked, Did I rob you? You're lucky you've never crossed paths with me, Joseph said arrogantly. The Zella rolled her eyes beautifully. You're crazy. Joseph only sneered, looking at Chris. Do you think everyone refused to help the creation god temple just because you looted so many star systems? You're wrong. It's because we all wanted to wait until you succeeded and then raid you. At that time, you'd bear the guilt, while we reap all the rewards, haha. Chris remained calm. He had long guessed this. Any sensible person could tell that letting him loot without resistance was unusual. However, Chris wasn't afraid and calmly said to Joseph, You seem weak. This made the arrogant laughing Joseph slowly quiet down, becoming angrier, staring fiery-eyed at Chris, courting death. Roar. 2 burning suns were hurled towards Chris. Before the suns reached him, flames spread across the void, creating an endless sea of fire, leaving nowhere for Chris to escape. But Chris didn't plan to flee. Raising his hand, everything crumbled. But as the flames disappeared, Joseph reappeared behind Chris. Seeing him sneer, reaching out to grab Chris's head, Chris turned and sent a streak of sword chi. Joseph's pupils constricted and rapidly retreated. He had heard that Chris was skilled in combat, but he hadn't taken it seriously until now, finding his Tao power truly formidable. That streak of sword chi made him feel threatened. Feeling the danger, Joseph quickly retreated. Then, he plucked countless hairs and blew them into the void, creating numerous Joseph clones. This is my clan's innate ability. Even Dao power finds it hard to distinguish. Watch how you defend. He laughed arrogantly. The Zella, watching from the side with her hammer, remarked, their skill is indeed annoying. Each is both real and fake, making it hard to locate the real one even with Dao power. Chris remained calm. Looks ordinary to me. The Zella pursed her lips, bragging, if you can find the real one. No, not even incense, tea time. Forget it. If you can find it within a breath, I'll kowtow and call you dad. Note, pinyin names are kept as given, e.g., Chris. Paragraph and line breaks are maintained to match the original text structure. Chapter 159. Assassination? The Joseph sneered, I'll give you an hour to find my true form. With that, he manipulated all his clones to rush forward. Each clone brought forth a giant sun, and hundreds or thousands of these large suns crashing down created an absolutely terrifying scene. Chris had already activated the Dao of Vision. The power of the Dao flashed from Chris's eyes, and instantly everything was clear to him, pointing directly at the essence. He quickly located the true body of the Joseph. Chris flickered and appeared behind the Joseph's true body, slapping the back of its head. Bang! The Joseph's head exploded instantly. Chris was stunned after landing the hit, wondering when he had picked up Suellen's bad habit. The physique of beast races was indeed formidable. With a divine body, it could regenerate unless thoroughly destroyed. Soon enough, the Joseph regrew a new head and shouted in rage, You dared to attack me sneakily? Chris smiled faintly, releasing sword chi. This time, he not only shattered the Joseph but also completely annihilated it. This time, I don't think it counts as a sneak attack, right? Chris calmly said. But the Joseph could no longer respond. Along with all its clones, it had been completely wiped out. There were many hidden spectators who were now greatly astonished. They had heard of this Joseph before. Though its combat abilities weren't top tier, its innate divine powers made it nearly as hard to kill as many top prodigies. None of them expected Chris to easily slay it. This outcome made those who didn't initially value Chris take him seriously. Even some who were eager to test their strength chose to cool down for the moment. Chris paid no attention to the hidden spectators because, after killing the Joseph, the mystic heaven realm inside him rumbled and forcibly extracted a thread of fortune from its body. So, this Joseph was actually somewhat of a son of fate? Chris shook his head but gladly accepted this fortune. Fortune exchange, godly power. A thread of divine power fused into his body, giving Chris another Dao power. Water Dao, but only at the initial stage. The fortune of the Joseph was too weak. Thinking this, Chris surveyed the surroundings. With the Dao of Vision, he could see numerous figures hidden in the air. They were all eyeing him greedily. If any of them were sons of fate, killing a few wouldn't be such a big deal. The hidden beings felt a chill run through them under Chris's gaze. It was as if they had narrowly escaped death. Suddenly, the would-be attackers grew anxious. However, they soon regained their composure. There were many of them, though not united, they shared a common goal. If Chris didn't want to be outnumbered, he wouldn't dare act against them. After scanning the area and confirming there were no sons of fate among them, even lacking anyone on the level of the Joseph, Chris lost interest in attacking. Leaving with Suellen, Chris let the hidden creatures sigh in relief. They felt smug, knowing he didn't dare to make a move. Though hesitant, everyone boldly followed Chris. Because someone else might strike next, why not share in the spoils? Chris ignored these cowards and laughed at the rare sight of Suellen, who was silently sulking. Why isn't my good daughter speaking? Suellen exploded in anger, her twin buns turning into ponytails. You scoundrel! Why do you never let things go? I'm already being humble. Chris laughed. You're not losing anything. I'm older than you. Pa, this isn't about age. Suellen fumed, swinging her ponytail. I have a high status. How about that? Chris grinned. Suellen snorted in disdain. My father is the lord of the universe. Wah, fatty cat. Don't give me your chewed bamboo. The Davidson looked at the bamboo thrown by Suellen, filled with grievance. Note, I've replaced Wei Cheat with its English equivalent grievance to ensure the text reads naturally in English. Seeing the Davidson's grievance and Chris's smile, Suellen suddenly realized something. Chris was deliberately provoking her to learn more about her background. If it weren't for the quick-witted cat, she might have revealed herself. Suddenly fearing, Suellen glared angrily at Chris, tricking a child. How shameless are you? What is your father in the universe? A disgrace? Chris asked. No need to provoke me. I won't tell you. Suellen turned her head haughtily. Seeing she had seen through his trick, Chris stopped pushing. Some matters needed patience. Due to the swarm of followers, Chris and Suellen found it difficult to act against the Creation God Temple. While thinking of ways to shake them off, they were stopped again by another person. This one radiated a red aura, indicating a special constitution. Celestial star system? Chris looked at Suellen. Without hesitation, she carried her hammer forward. What kind of constitution are you? Name yourself. Humph. I am the blood-burning combat body Frederick, here to kill you. The special constitution person replied coldly, glaring at Suellen. Others came for Chris, but the celestial star system had no interest in Chris's wealth. As one of the few star systems that could rival the witch clans, its wealth was unimaginable. Money wasn't an issue, reputation was. Killing one of their own had damaged their face immensely. Thus, they didn't mind letting Chris leave, but Suellen must die. Suellen thought for a moment. Blood-burning combat body? I don't remember fighting one. Seeking death, come here to meet it. Frederick roared, blood spouting from his body, surrounded by intense red light. The momentum was quite formidable. Hundreds of Dao powers swirled around him, including some peak-level ones. Suellen charged without hesitation, then instinctively teleported behind Frederick. Frederick smirked. I knew you'd use that trick. He swiftly turned, grabbing towards the incoming hammer. Boom. Their powers collided, sending shockwaves that destroyed many stars, causing chaos that took a long time to settle. Chris stepped back, intending to watch the fight. But behind him, a dark and bizarre figure suddenly appeared. sensitive to spatial fluctuations due to his mastery of space-time power. Chris sensed the figure the moment it appeared and kicked without turning. This figure was aiming to stab Chris's back with a dagger, but was forced to change its attack. Translation notes asterisk. I've maintained the original structure and tone. Names like Joseph and Frederick are kept as literal translations, which should work well in English. Chapter 159. Assassination? Qinri Yuan was sarcastic. I'll give you an hour to find my true form. Having said that, he manipulated all of his clones to charge over together. Each clone brought a massive sun with them, and hundreds or even thousands of giant suns crashing down would be absolutely terrifying. Chris had already activated the path of vision. The power of the great Tao flashed from Chris's eyes, making everything clear and pointing straight to its origin. He instantly found the true body of the sun-capturing ape. With a flicker, Chris appeared behind the true body of Qinri Yuan and slapped him on the back of his head. Bang! The head of Qinri Yuan exploded instantly. Chris was also stunned after hitting him, wondering when he had picked up the bad habit of Zella. The bodies of demon races were indeed tough, plus the divine body could resurrect as long as it wasn't completely destroyed. Soon enough, Qinri Yuan grew another head, roaring angrily. You actually attacked by surprise? Chris smiled slightly, unleashing sword chi everywhere. This time, he shattered Qinri Yuan again and thoroughly annihilated the other party. Wasn't this not considered an ambush? Chris asked calmly, but Qinri Yuan couldn't answer anymore. Along with all his clones, they were all wiped out. Many people had been secretly watching. They had all heard about this Qinri Yuan before. Although Qinri Yuan's combat ability was not top-notch, his innate supernatural power made him just as difficult to kill as many top geniuses. It was unexpected that he was easily killed by Chris. This made those who didn't take Chris seriously now become solemn. Even some who were eager to try decided to temporarily stay calm and observe. Chris ignored the hidden watchers because after killing Qinri Yuan, the Xianxia, mysterious heaven realm, in his body operated forcefully, extracting a strand of fortune force from Qinri Yuan's body. This Qinri Yuan was still considered a child of fortune? Chris shook his head but gladly accepted this fortune force. Fortune exchange, godly power. A stream of godly power blended into his body, giving Chris one more Tao power, water Tao. But it was only at a primary level. Qinri Yuan's fortune was too weak. Thinking about this, Chris scanned the surroundings. The power of sight let him see numerous hidden figures in the air. Those guys all coveted him. If any of them were children of fortune, then eliminating one or two wouldn't be too hard. As Chris cast his gaze over these hidden entities, they felt bone-chilling cold. They felt as if they had narrowly escaped death. This made the lurking people with ill intentions panic. However, they soon reacted. Despite being many different groups, their goal was the same. If Chris did not want to be surrounded and beaten, he definitely wouldn't dare to attack them. After Chris scanned the surroundings, he confirmed there were no children of fortune, not even anyone at Qinri Yuan's level. Instantly, he lost interest. Chris left with Zella, letting the surrounding creatures breathe a sigh of relief. Subsequently, they felt a bit smug, thinking that Chris dared not make a move. Thus, although no one dared to act either, they shamelessly followed Chris. Because they knew, someone else would surely make a move. Perhaps they could get a small share too? Chris simply ignored these cowards and laughed at the rarely silent Zella. Why is my good daughter not speaking? Zella was furious, her two little ponytails exploding into pigtails. How do you bully people relentlessly? I'm already lowering my head, but you are embarrassing me. Chris laughed loudly. You won't lose, I'm older. Pa, is it an issue of age? Zella was so angry her pigtails swung around wildly. Well, my status isn't low either. How about my body transforming Tao realm? Chris said with a smile. Zella looked contemptuously at him. My father is a fat cat. Don't give me bamboo shoots you've nibbled on. Aloysia looked at the discarded bamboo thrown by Zella with sorrow. But when Zella saw the aggrieved Davidson and Chris's smiling face, she suddenly realized that Chris had deliberately provoked her to find out her true background. If the foolish cat hadn't reacted fast, she probably would have revealed it. Suddenly, Zella felt terrified, glaring at Chris. Tricking a child. You really have no shame. What is your father in the universe? Shame? Chris asked. Humph, don't provoke me, I won't tell you. Zella turned her head stubbornly. Seeing that she had figured out his scheme, Chris stopped pressing further. Some things required a gentle approach. Due to the large group following them, Chris and Zella couldn't attack the Temple of Creation easily. While thinking of a way to shake off the followers, someone blocked their path again. This person radiated red treasure light, clearly having a special physique. Star system of celestial bodies? Chris looked at Zella. She also walked forward without courtesy, holding her hammer. What kind of physique are you? Name yourself. I'm Frederick of the blood-burning battle body, specially here to kill you. The person with special physique said coldly, staring at Zella. Everyone else came for Chris. But the star system of celestial bodies did not covet the wealth on Chris's body. As one of the few star systems that could compete with the witch race, its wealth was unimaginable. Money was plenty, reputation mattered. Zella had killed their people, but they couldn't take revenge. This was a big blow to their reputation. So money can be waived, Chris can go, but Zella must die. Zella recalled, blood-burning battle body? I don't seem to have hit this type. Looking for death, come here to die. Frederick yelled, blood color surging from his body, red light blazing intensely. The imposing momentum was indeed startling. Hundreds of Tao powers circled him, including some peak Tao powers. Zella was not courteous either. She rushed forward and then instinctively teleported to Frederick's back. Frederick sneered, knew you'd try this trick. He suddenly turned and grabbed towards the large hammer coming his way. Boom. Both sides' powers collided. The shock wave swept away countless stars, stirring up tumultuous chaos energy that wouldn't settle for a long time. Chris stepped back, wanting to watch. But behind him, a faint and strange figure suddenly appeared. Chris had mastered the power of space-time and was extremely sensitive to spatial fluctuations. The moment this figure appeared, he sensed it. kicking backward without turning his head. The figure, originally aiming for Chris's heart with a dagger, was forced to change tactics by this kick. Chapter 160. Itchy Hands. The Shadow Assassin's dagger fiercely stabbed toward Chris's foot. The dagger was crafted from the Stone of Ages. Despite its appearance, akin to a child's toy, ugly and simple, it had astonishing lethality. Even before it touched Chris's foot, he felt as if his foot was disappearing. Using the power of time to kill? Someone nearby noticed this scene and gasped in disbelief. It's the Ulysses, he actually made his move too? He must have targeted the Trillion World Core on Chris. Hearing these words, everyone cast sympathetic glances at Chris. The Ulysses was a renowned assassin in the universe who had never failed to kill his targets, including top geniuses protected by leading forces. Just as the Ulysses' dagger was about to pierce Chris's foot, it was enveloped by a ring condensed from the power of grand cosmic laws, halting it completely. The Ulysses instantly froze in terror, trying to flee. He recognized this as clearly the path of space-time. This individual might already be at the cosmic god realm. Why didn't the wanted notices from the Witch Clan and Creation Temple mention this? But before the Ulysses could escape, Chris's sword energy surged forth, accompanied by destructive power, instantly slaying him. Yet, this wasn't all. Chris used the force of the path of destruction to obliterate every trace of the Ulysses' existence. Even a cosmic god wouldn't be able to save him from the past, unless Chris was eliminated or someone returned to the past and taught the Ulysses how to resist the path of destruction. A scenario that would come at an enormous cost. Chris picked up the dagger from where the Ulysses had been erased. The dagger was ugly, looking like a pebble forcibly shaped into a blade. It felt slightly cold when held but carried no aura of time. Only when Chris swung the dagger curiously did waves of temporal power emerge. However, this power not only injured enemies but also affected the user. This meant the Ulysses lost much of himself while killing. Why endure such hardship? Chris kept the dagger with amusement since it wouldn't affect him, not only due to his mastery of the path of space-time, but also because of his incredibly long lifespan. Witnessing how easily Chris disposed of the feared Ulysses left many being shocked. They knew Chris was strong, but they never expected him to be so powerful. This significantly raised people's evaluation of Chris's strength. Meanwhile, as everyone's attention was on Chris, the battle between Zella and Ray was drawing to a close. Normally, if both were equally matched, the fight would last longer. But now, Zella almost dominated Ray entirely. Despite Ray unleashing a flood of precious blood to boost his combat power, he remained suppressed under the giant hammer, roaring in anger yet helpless. His back skull was smashed flat like a wall. Frederick, retreat. Someone from Celestial System couldn't bear to watch and warned quietly. But Ray roared, impossible. I am the esteemed young master of the Jiang family. Ranked 85th on Celestial System's War Deity list, I can't lose. Celestial System had its own genius rankings called the War Deity list, featuring various unique physiques. Getting into the top 100 placed them among the best in the entire universe. Others admitted Frederick was genuinely strong, but alas, Zella was even stronger. Boom. Zella hammered down on Ray's head. Bang. Ray couldn't withstand it anymore. His upper body exploded under the immense force. Yet, the blood retracted, attempting resurrection. Zella stomped down on Ray's remaining body parts, smirking. Wanna revive? Did you ask for my permission? Her unrivaled path directly sealed the resurrection of this divine, king-level unique physique, stunning the onlookers. They sensed the intent of invincibility radiating from Zella. But why did someone like her have such an aura? Despite her sneaky, thieving, and deceiving nature, she still considered herself an unbeatable good girl. All the onlookers were mentally breaking down, feeling the cosmos injustice. Celestial System's followers were enraged. A Royce, who had numerous peak paths swirling around him, accompanied Frederick. The old Royce said coldly, Zella, enough. You've won. Why humiliate our young master further? Are you afraid he will surpass you one day, making you unable to handle him? Chris glanced at the old Royce, thinking how foolish it was. Would Zella listen to reason? If you offered her money, she'd not only let go but treat you to dinner. At your expense, of course. Sure enough, hearing the old Royce's threats, Zella sneered and pressed down harder. With only half his body left, Ray struggled to repair itself. Under Zella's stomp, more of his body exploded, leaving only the lower part. Zella tossed her double pigtails proudly and asked, What did you say, old man? I didn't hear that. The old Royce's eyes blazed with rage, ready to kill. After clenching his fists, he gritted his teeth and said coldly, How much do you want? Zella smiled. That's more like it. 100 billion should do, right? 100 billion referred to world cores. The old Royce replied coldly, I don't carry that much, but here's a Star River pill. That should suffice. The Star River pill was refined from a star river crossing a galaxy, worth more than 100 billion world cores. Zella immediately beamed and pocketed it. Then, lifting her foot, Ray quickly restored. However, Chris stepped forward and slapped him dead again. Seeing this, the old Royce was infuriated. Chris, do you want to be hunted by Celestial System? Just itchy hands. Chris grinned and backed off, adding, Besides, he's not truly dead. Indeed. Ray quickly repaired himself, unerased. The old Royce's blazing eyes calmed a bit. He used his power to encase the still reviving Ray and swiftly departed, coldly stating, I don't want to see them live any longer. Upon these words, other Celestial System experts surrounded Chris and Zella with unfriendly gazes. Hashtag Chapter 161. Rebirth of the Arhat. Arrigo complained, I've already extorted them. Why did you have to add insult to injury by slapping him? Look at how enraged he got. Chris calmly replied, Did you consider that your extortion might have made him desperate enough to attack? That slap of yours definitely fanned the flames. Arrigo argued back. Fine, then I'll just kill a couple more later. Chris shrugged indifferently. He didn't explain why he had intervened. In truth, he simply wanted to test if he could overpower the cosmic luck. As someone with a unique constitution, it was inevitable that he carried some form of luck power. Sure enough, after he struck down the burning blood combat body, the Dark Heaven realm absorbed its luck directly. Exchange of luck, Earth Dao. This time, it was a higher level Dao force. It seemed that although the burning blood combat body was strong, its luck wasn't top-notch. Just as Chris was pondering this, he noticed out of the corner of his eye that a group of people had surrounded him. They kept their distance, clearly aware they weren't a match for Chris. Instead, they readied their magical treasures, intending to attack from afar. Even if not among the peak geniuses, cultivators from the celestial body star system weren't weak. Together, these thousands now had strength rivaling, or even surpassing the enforcers of the Genesis Temple. They exuded an imposing aura, forming an absolute boundary that prevented both Chris and Arrigo from escaping. The surrounding creatures all retreated warily. Everyone knew Chris and Arrigo wouldn't be easily defeated, but any injuries would still be beneficial. Suddenly, thousands of forces erupted towards Chris and Arrigo. In the next moment, Chris rubbed his fingers together, sending countless Dao artifacts flying. Boom, boom, boom. Infinite explosions engulfed the thousands along with their attacks. This attack not only failed to harm Chris in the slightest, but left the celestial body star system inhabitants critically injured and near death. Seeing they weren't dead yet, Chris snapped his fingers again. Even more Dao artifacts appeared and exploded wildly. This time, even some bystanders standing nearby suffered catastrophic destruction, blown to pieces. The previously enclosed area instantly cleared out. Everyone watching was stunned by this spectacle. Soon, the stronger ones regained their senses and felt a chill run down their spines. What terrifying power! While individuals from the celestial body star system might be slightly weaker than the witch clans, they were still among the universe's elite. Yet, this entire group had been obliterated without any hope of recovery. Such power was far beyond their grasp, let alone taking advantage of the situation. Immediately, those waiting in the shadows fled in panic. Seeing these fools finally leave, Chris sighed in relief. Now we can move freely. Want to do one more job? Arrigo asked eagerly. Chris shook his head. I need to visit the divine battlefield first and provide some resources to my disciples. Arrigo sounded disappointed. I thought we could keep robbing places, all the way to the main hall of the Genesis Temple. There will be other chances, Chris said before heading toward the nearest Genesis Temple to use their teleportation array. Arrigo, after some thought, decided to follow. Who knew if Chris might change his mind? Meanwhile, as Chris and Arrigo headed towards a nearby star system, far away, a fierce man continued devouring worlds. He ate as he moved, leaving bloody trails across the cosmos, even the winds carrying a scent of blood. Seeing him continually eat instead of handling business, the inspectors from the Genesis Temple were growing anxious but dared not interfere. After all, this individual was fiercely combative. As the inspector struggled with how to persuade him, a gentle golden light emerged from behind them, spreading serenity wherever it passed. All tormented souls found peace and were reborn, while the stench of blood vanished, restoring the universe to calm. The inspector's heart skipped a beat. A Joab world envoy. This was bad. The fearsome deity hadn't even found Chris and had stumbled upon a Joab world disciple first. Hopefully, it's just a minor character, otherwise, there's real trouble. The golden light advanced irresistibly. Noticing the attention, the fearsome deity turned and glared fiercely. I hate Joab world people the most. I'll tear you apart first, then go after Chris. The inspector despaired. Daring not hide anymore, he hurriedly pleaded. Let's quickly escape while he's busy liberating spirits. Our enemy is Chris, not the Joab world. Furious, the fearsome deity suddenly grabbed the inspector by the throat. Are you commanding me? The inspector, terrified, realized his status as an ancient god griffin with mastery over numerous Daos couldn't even see this being's movements. How formidable had this creature become? Feeling his throat tightening, he struggled painfully. I only mean well. If you delay further, it might be harder to be released again. Originally filled with murderous intent, the fearsome deity hesitated upon hearing this, revealing a trace of fear. He had barely escaped confinement, and in his moment of indulgence, he had forgotten about being re-imprisoned. Though irritated, he loosened his grip on the inspector, coldly saying, block this bald monk. I'll kill Chris. The inspector nodded and rushed to intercept the Joab world disciple. But before he could reach them, the golden light spread, encircling the two within an extraordinary Buddhist realm. Countless souls thrived peacefully within this realm, living happily and contentedly. Trapped inside, the fearsome deity grew increasingly agitated. He despised such tranquil scenes. Bald monk, you dare to obstruct me? He snarled. A young monk in plain robes appeared, hands clasped, face filled with devotion. Amitabha, sir, why bring such suffering? They are all innocent. Seeing the young monk, the inspector paled. This was Jensen, one of the renowned prodigies of the Joab world, reputedly the reincarnation of the foremost Arhat among 500, wielding terrifying power. If he intervened, the fearsome deity would likely be in trouble. The inspector tried persuading. Arhat vain thought. The fearsome deity serves the Genesis Temple. Those killed were once guilty of murder and deserve punishment, not unprovoked killings. Wang Yin calmly glanced at the inspector, polite yet firm. This humble monk has opened the wisdom eye and sees through everything. You cannot deceive me. Chapter 162. Rumor has it, Chris loves robbery? Hartley was embarrassed beyond measure and could not respond. But the fiend had already grown too impatient to answer, his body enveloped in a sky of blood-red light as he roared fiercely. Just kill this bald monk. What do you have to fear? The bloody red light twisted into a crimson world filled with screaming souls that disturbed the mind. And as the crimson world appeared, the golden Buddhist paradise was forcibly torn open. Both sides stood their ground. Upon seeing the blood-red glow, Hawkins's relatively handsome face instantly showed an expression of compassion. Amitabha, why must you cause so much carnage? Hawkins sighed. Little bald monk, this is my path. Why shouldn't I cultivate it? The fiend sneered. There are many paths for cultivation. Why choose the path of killing? Hawkins asked in return. The fiend countered, your Buddhist teachings preach compassion. So, tell me, by obstructing my path and preventing me from achieving cultivation success, is that not committing evil? Hawkins nodded. It is. This time, the fiend was taken aback, startled. What? You say committing evil? You are committing evil? Yes, I, the small monk, blocked your path and went against your choice. This goes against the very notion of benefiting all beings. Thus I am considered to have broken the precepts and committed evil. But if it means making you abandon this path or saving all sentient beings, I, the small monk, am willing to bear these sins and take on this karma. Hawkins spoke sincerely, his hands clasped together. The fiend opened his mouth but found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He thought this little monk would lecture him on principles, claiming his path was wrong, should not be cultivated, etc. Unexpectedly, the little monk directly admitted fault, and even willingly taking on the most dreaded karma to act against him. This guy truly practices compassion. The fiend's inner turmoil shook him, deeply moved. But quickly, he realized something was amiss, eyes glaring furiously. Bald monk, did you dare use beguiling methods to deceive me, intending to lure me into Buddhism? Not so fast. Hawkins shook his head. Sir, you misunderstood. The small monk has never deceived anyone. The Buddhist way treats people with sincerity. It's just that you were moved by my sincere words. Go to hell. The fiend launched a brutal assault, a punch sending up 10,000 feet of blood-red waves crashing down. This strike carried hundreds of powerful forces, terrifyingly strong. Hawkins remained calmly pushing forward a single palm. Myriad feet of Joab's light erupted from his hand, colliding with the blood-red tide. Gold and red clashed, instantly exploding. Hartley fled frantically but was still overwhelmed, shattered to bits. Luckily, he was at the Royce realm and could resurrect elsewhere. Watching from afar, the monitor saw the intense battle between gold and red, worry etched on his face. He didn't know who would win. In his heart, he naturally hoped the fiend would win. But, could it happen? Just now, the fiend nearly fell into a trance under Hawkins's persuasion. Yet if the fiend lost, he'd definitely be suppressed. Would the 12 Dalens let him off then? Hartley bitterly regretted not stopping the fiend sooner. Meanwhile, Hawkins continued his fight with the fiend, who became more arrogant. Because he discovered this little monk had few attack methods. Just simple punches, palms, kicks, nothing else. Moreover, the little monk was hesitant, unwilling to harm the souls imprisoned in the fiend's sea of blood. The fiend wasn't concerned. He urged these vengeful spirits to corrupt and devour the life forms in the Buddhist paradise. The life forms chanted scriptures incessantly, their voices resisting the blood-red invasion. Even with the chanting, the vengeful souls screamed pitifully, clearly no match for the sacred sutras. This was what the fiend hadn't anticipated. Yet, given his ferocious nature, he paid no heed and directly detonated them. With the explosion of the souls, the golden Buddhist paradise trembled. The fiend took advantage, invading with a roar. Path of death, 10 judges, ghosts pave the way. All life perishes. Terrifying force spread out, obviously the nether path. The horrifying Styx River surged under his call, devouring everything in its path. Not even the golden paradise could resist any longer. Within the Styx River, countless ghost armies led by the 10 judges emerged. The power of the judges specialized in suppressing ghosts. The ghost entities in the Buddhist paradise resisted futilely, being swept away in droves. The fiend laughed maniacally. You claim to be compassionate. Now the innocents die for you. Will you commit suicide to atone? Hawkins's expression remained calm, saying, return. Suddenly, the souls swept away reappeared. Untouched. The fiend's pupils constricted. The path of life? Not just. Hawkins sat cross-legged. You shouldn't have entered my Buddhist paradise. Then sutras recited from his mouth. It was the legendary transformation path, capable of converting all powers. Relying on the nether path, the fiend charged in, immediately surrounded. However, he wasn't worried, unleashing numerous paths. Among them, 30 alone were at peak realms. This terrifying force could contend with some great witches. But Hawkins's own paths weren't few either, clashing with each other. The two continuously unleashed power blasts. Clearly, the fiend's strength was weakening gradually. He was no match for Hawkins. The distant monitor also noticed. As the golden light flourished and the red dimmed, it was evident the fiend couldn't hold on. Hartley grew anxious, taking advantage of Hawkins's gentle temperament to rush over and plead, Arhat, the fiend is our creation god temple's tool to pursue Chris. That Chris arbitrarily loots and ravages the universe. This is a fact. You can't just interfere. Hawkins ignored him, continuously chanting sutras, forming a cage. Trapped within, the fiend struggled and roared to no avail. Seeing this, the monitor was eager to help but was preemptively sensed by Hawkins, who casually flicked a force to send him flying. Hartley, finding himself outclassed by a young monk, burned inwardly. Since the emergence of the Tao forces, realm levels became meaningless. Hartley somewhat resented this, unsure where these forces came from. Still, hating aside, he dared not defy Hawkins and could only seek aid from the Creation God Temple. Just as he tried to contact the Creation God Temple to send stronger beings to resolve this matter, Hawkins had already subdued the fiend, sealing him within his paradise to slowly convert. Standing up, he slightly bowed to the monitor. The small monk heard that Chris once plundered others recklessly. Is this true? Hartley paused, then his eyes lit up. Hawkins seemed willing to intervene. If he acted, it would be far better than the fiend. Translation provided maintains the original structure, style, and coherence while ensuring it reads naturally in English. Chapter 163. You aren't capable. Xianxia, having met with no success, was replaced by Lionel in the search for Chris. At this moment, Chris had just entered the heavenly deity battlefield. Chris instinctively reached for his hood upon arrival. However, he suddenly realized that this time he wasn't here to rob. He was delivering something for his disciple. Hastily, he removed the hood. The Zella nearby saw this and sighed disappointingly. I thought you were about to join me in revisiting our old ways. Chris ignored the money-obsessed Demon King and attempted to contact his disciple. Yet there was no response. Chris wondered if his disciple was in the midst of battle. He waited patiently and tried again but still received no reply. Chris's expression darkened, sensing that something might have gone wrong with his disciple. He immediately turned to the Zella. Do you have any way to quickly locate someone here? No. Zella shook his head. Chris fell silent momentarily, then came up with an idea. He activated the Great Tao of Artifacts and crafted a Tao artifact. Into it, he infused power from the temporal spatial Tao, creating a treasure capable of finding people. This artifact was a bronze mirror which only required something associated with the person being sought to lock onto their location. Fortunately, Chris had some clothing that Nikki wore in the past, 2 pairs of stockings. He threw them into the bronze mirror. The Great Tao of Temporal Spatial began to trace back and swiftly locked onto Nikki's location. Inside the mirror appeared Nikki, hiding in a deep mountain surrounded by a large group of people. Despite being strengthened and trained by Chris, Nikki, outnumbered, could only flee in distress. Soon, she would be completely encircled and captured. Chris's face darkened as he walked directly into the bronze mirror, its temporal spatial energy enabling immediate teleportation. This was the power of temporal spatial energy, making it one of the strongest among the 3,000 great Taos. Zella followed hastily, eager not to miss the spectacle. Chris emerged from the bronze mirror beside his disciple. As Nikki rapidly fled, she felt a presence behind her and unleashed a burst of thunder. Chris casually deflected it. In the next moment, waves of energy emitted from Nikki, causing illusions and emotions to shift. This psychological attack was new to him. Fortunately, despite not cultivating his primordial spirit, Chris remained immune to such attacks. His malicious thoughts quickly dissipated, and he grabbed the fleeing Nikki. It's me, your master. At that instant, Nikki nearly detonated herself. Hearing those words, she abruptly turned, looking at Chris in pleasant surprise. Brody, how did you know I was here? I came to deliver something but couldn't contact you. That's when I knew something happened to you, Chris explained. I made a treasure to find you. Examining Nikki, he noticed she was severely injured. Why don't you commit suicide and respawn? It only costs some points, right? Nikki smiled bitterly. That's exactly what they planned. They keep attacking to force me to continually respawn, depleting my points. Previously caught off guard, I've already respawned 3 times. Another random respawn will accumulate my points to a terrifying level. Death in the heavenly deity battlefield deducts points, doubling each subsequent death. As Brody and disciple conversed, a voice bellowed from the sky. Empress of demons, you can't escape. Why not surrender to our young lord and deceive Chris? Becoming our young lord's concubine offers a better future than following Chris. Hearing this, Nikki's expression hardened as she shouted fiercely, out of the question. Ha ha ha, she's here, attack? The man laughed. Instantly, dozens of Royce realms charged forward, deploying an impenetrable net around Chris and Nikki. The Zella was also trapped. She leaned on the Davidson, sensing carefully, they're from Harvey's star system? These guys are dogs for Duobao star system, quite powerful. After pondering, she added, and very rich. Do you feel tempted? Then go ahead, Chris calmly said. I'm not helping you out, these people must be prepared. There might even be cosmic deities among them. Zella warily stated. The giant Davidson grinned, munching on bamboo shoots, pleased with Zella's decision. Without another word, Chris watched as the surrounding experts slowly closed in. Suddenly, a massive net appeared overhead, blocking all retreat paths. Then the experts revealed themselves smugly. An elder spoke sinisterly, Empress of demons, you're finally caught, now. Before he finished, they noticed Chris, a girl wielding a giant hammer, and a harmless-looking Davidson. This human-animal combo was infamous in the heavenly deity battlefield and universe. Combined with Chris's portrait circulated everywhere, they immediately recognized who stood before them. Numerous Royces jumped back, startled. Suddenly, they felt like they were the ones caught. All of us were surrounded by these 4. After all, reputation precedes the person. Chris's strength made these Royces tremble, hesitant to move. Chris looked up, his gaze passing through the net to the sky where numerous elites floated, each possessing peak Tao powers. Farther away, a palace floated mid-air where people feasted and danced joyfully. Chris spoke calmly, call out someone in charge. You're too weak. The Royces' faces soured. Each ruled a star system and possessed peak Tao powers. How were they weak? Moreover, while individually they might be weaker, together they were formidable. One Royce, angered and positioned behind Chris, exchanged glances with several others. Suddenly, over a dozen Royces attacked simultaneously, unleashing peak Tao powers toward Chris. Numerous protective barriers formed around Nikki, but before she could act, Chris effortlessly deflected everything. I told you, you aren't capable. Chris's sword aura surged, instantly overwhelming all surrounding Royces. Chapter 164, Too Overwhelming. The terrifying sword energy surged like a long river, instantly engulfing many Royces. Those Royces thrashed about in the river of sword energy, roaring in fury and panic as they desperately tried to break free by mustering their strength. But Chris's power of annihilation was truly horrifying, and with the aid of countless strands of sword energy, it effortlessly destroyed them all. After eliminating these Royces, Chris easily tore through the net and left with his disciple into the sky. As soon as they flew into the air, however, a large army charged over, surrounding Chris and his disciple in dense formations. With so many creatures, each possessing the power of Tao, even killing would take quite a while. Not to mention that other Royces were guarding nearby, ready to launch an ambush at any moment. Kyra's eyes turned grave at the sight of the crowd, accompanied by some regret. She had once made every effort to cultivate her underlings from the demon race, but her resources were too limited. Those demons never grew strong enough. Chris noticed Kyra's helplessness and immediately handed over all the world cores he had seized to her. Cultivate your subordinates boldly in the future. We have plenty of resources. Seeing the trillions of world cores, Kyra was greatly surprised. Brody, where did you get them? Did you rob Duobao Star? I didn't, but I did rob the creation temples instead, replied Chris casually. These should be enough for you, right? Chris asked. Kyra fell silent, contemplating his words. Robbing creation temples? Though her master spoke lightly, she knew very well that he must have robbed more than one place. At least trillions of world cores wouldn't be available just from robbing a couple of places. During her time in the celestial god battlefield, what exactly did Brody do? Once Chris handed the world cores to his disciple, he then indifferently called out to the distant crowd, "Send someone in charge out here." The vast army remained silent, merely eyeing Chris intently, preparing to attack on command. In the palace not far away, filled with revelry and drinking, there was a brief moment of silence when Chris's voice reached their ears. Then, a young prodigy appeared, holding a wine jug with his chest exposed. The young man, despite his youth, exuded regality, clearly being the leader of everyone present, likely the young lord of Harvey's system. He stood at the palace entrance, glancing at Chris amidst the crowd, a mocking smirk spreading across his face. "We were just thinking of catching your disciple to force you into submission. Imagine my surprise that you actually showed up in person." Behind the mocking youth, several figures emerged. "What? That bandit is here? Let me see him. Let's see what this fellow looks like, who dared to rob 200 or 300 creation temples. Well, he certainly is handsome, but why does he resort to thievery? Heh, heard he comes from some backward place." They seemed to stare at Chris as if watching a monkey, grinning. Kyra felt anger rising within her and snapped, "If you have the guts, come out yourselves. What good are you using henchmen to carry out your attacks? Even if you catch my master and me, you'd have no face to claim credit." However, hearing this, those people only scoffed. The leading prodigy sneered, "Don't try such a brainless taunt. If we truly intended to act, we could have subdued you easily just now. As for your master, I haven't seen anything extraordinary about him yet. If you really have skill, then break through this vast army and come before me, and I will naturally accept your challenge." The other prodigies also laughed in mockery, but Chris simply smiled and responded, "All right." With that, he activated the power of space and time Das. Although it wasn't comparable to the godlike abilities of the chronogods and cosmogods, who could traverse the universe in a thought, he easily slipped past the army's blockade and approached the palace front. Standing not far from the jeering prodigies, Chris said calmly, "I'm here. Who among you shall answer my challenge?" The smiles froze on the faces of the prodigies, shock overtaking them. "Space Dao, have you already attained Cosmogod realm?" The leading prodigy stepped back in shock and anger, nearly tripping and falling in his haste, looking very disheveled. Other prodigies weren't much calmer either, retreating hastily and trying to hide inside the palace. Chris took another step forward, intending to enter the hall, but unexpectedly, his foot passed through the threshold. Chris looked at the palace entrance in surprise. "There's a Cosmogod here?" Inside the palace, the prodigies had initially been trembling in fear. Seeing Chris unable to enter, they all breathed a sigh of relief, regaining some courage. The leading prodigy especially felt embarrassed by his earlier loss of composure. Glaring coldly at Chris, he said, "No matter who you are, don't think Harvey's system lacks a Cosmogod. You won't enter this hall today. Everyone, follow my order and surround these two until they can no longer enter the celestial god battlefield." The army obediently moved to comply. But before they could make a move, Chris teleported his disciple over and strode toward the palace again. The palace continued to distort space, looking close but remaining far. Chris might not match a Cosmogod in spatial powers since his spatial Dao was still at the elementary stage, but he also had control over the Dao of time. Even at the elementary stage, entering this palace wasn't difficult. In one simple step, Chris easily crossed the entrance of the palace. The prodigies were even more terrified, unable to comprehend how Chris entered. A tall figure quickly appeared before Chris, blocking him. It was a Cosmogod controlling the palace. This old man served as a crutch for the so-called prodigies. This elder asked uncertainly, "You clearly only possess elementary stage spatial Dao. How did you manage this?" "Maybe it's because I'm handsome," Chris advanced once more. The elder Cosmogod's face darkened slightly and shouted loudly, unleashing spatial power to shield the prodigies. But it was too late. Chris's temporal power had bypassed space, easily grabbing hold of the prodigies and lifting them up. These prodigies, though appearing arrogant, were indeed weaker than expected. This shows you're merely lackeys, and lackeys will always be lackeys. Donghua star system shouldn't be home to such incompetent individuals, right? Controlling the prodigies with indifference, Chris remarked. The captured prodigies struggled futilely, and upon hearing Chris's comments, they felt deeply humiliated. Instead of reflecting on themselves, they began to curse the elder Cosmogod, especially the leading young lord, who yelled fiercely, "Why don't you save me and slay this monster?" Chapter 165, The Arrival of Auspicious Light. The old man in the astral god realm winced at the young master's rebuke. How could he, a grand figure in the astral god realm, tolerate being ordered around by this upstart child? "Your Highness, I am a guest professor from Heelan Star System, not your dog. And on this occasion, I've advised you all not to come along." Ignoring my advice then and now facing your own situation, do you really think I can't live without Heelan Star System? The elder spat coldly back. The geniuses were left speechless but more enraged than ever, especially the young master who clenched his fists fiercely, secretly vowing to teach this stubborn old man a lesson someday. Despite the astral god realm elder's resentment, he could not refrain from rescuing them. He stood with folded arms, gazing at Chris. "I don't know how you resisted my spatial power, but in a true confrontation, you are no match for me. Why don't we compromise? You release them, and I'll immediately take them away and won't bother you again. How about that? Chris shook his head. You already bothered us, and besides, I defeated Argyle. What makes you any different? Ha ha ha, Chris. You truly think you can fool us? If you had killed Argyle, the Empyrean gods of the witch race would have hunted you down long ago. Would you still be alive? The astral god realm elder was completely unconvinced. After all, Chris had used his divine demon avatar ability when fighting Argyle, appearing gigantic and unrecognizable. Chris didn't bother explaining further and turned to those he held captive. Have your people hand over the Great Dao Seals, or you can die. The Great Dao Seals? The young master of Healan Star System gasped in surprise, quickly turning furious. So you're the one who has been robbing various star systems alongside Zella? The astral god realm elder was also taken aback. Those masked raiders in the celestial battlefield. It never occurred to him they were Chris. Actually, the people from Healan Star System had suspected this identity ever since witnessing Chris and Zella's brazen theft at the Genesis Temple. Seeing these people realize his identity, Chris was unfazed. Yes, it's me. So hand over the Great Dao Seals now, or else you should know I can destroy your true bodies. The young master paled in terror because he had heard tales of the raiders possessing the body as the Dao realm power. Even the elder took several steps back, losing his bravado. With body as the Dao realm power, even Empyrean gods struggled, let alone an astral god realm expert. My patience is limited. Hand over your Great Dao Seals quickly. The destructive force flickered around Chris, encasing the young masters of Healan Star System. They felt the imminent destruction of their true selves and panicked. Their joy turned to fear as they shouted desperately. Dalen brother, quickly order them to hand over the Great Dao Seals. Yes, we can obtain more seals, but if we die here, everything is over. I don't want to die. Hurry up and issue the command. The young master, fearing death, could only panic-strickenly urge the elder, quickly, have them hand over the Great Dao Seals. The elder, looking at these worthless individuals, sighed inwardly. Yet he turned to the armies outside and commanded, hand over your Great Dao Seals. Give me the strongest ones, Chris added. He did not expect them to surrender all their Great Dao Seals. If pushed too far, their panicked escape would render the effort fruitless. As expected, even giving up just one seal was extremely unwilling. To them, obtaining the Great Dao Seals was difficult. They had strived for a long time to acquire these, but they couldn't resist under the circumstances. Here, the army consisted of at least 100,000 troops, mobilized coincidentally during their search for Zofia. Now, directly delivering themselves to be robbed. The loot, 10,000 Great Dao Seals, left Zella seething with envy. After Zofia collected the seals, Chris casually executed the so-called geniuses. They've already been reborn elsewhere. Find your masters. Chris left with Zofia, leaving the astral god realm elder standing grim-faced, seeking his young master. Zella caught up, excitedly suggesting, Chris, I think this business can work. How about this? You two act as bait to lure large forces into a trap, and then we strike, dividing the seized Great Dao Seals equally? Chris shook his head. After today, few will dare challenge me anymore. Zofia disagreed. That's unlikely, Brody. These great powers, once offended, would rather drag others into the mire than seek revenge outright. To ensure others suffer too, they won't advertise your strength. Zella chuckled. Your disciple is right. Chris hesitated, looking at the two women. Was it really that diabolical? If so, then perhaps it was feasible. These 10,000 Great Dao Seals, can you train some elite warriors? Chris asked Zofia. If you need real elites, they can train my subordinate demon lords. With 10,000 seals, training 100 demon lords isn't an issue. If we want Great Dao force-powered soldiers, 10,000 can be trained, but it serves little purpose. With 10,000 Great Dao forces, we'd still be crushed in one blow by even medium-level star systems. Zofia was well informed about the cosmic powers. Her former demon territory was barely scraping the bottom. True powerful star systems could annihilate them with mere breath. Such a disparity between strong and weak. Chris pondered for a moment. Let's start by training 100 demon lords to protect you. This way, you can earn more points faster and exchange them for more Great Dao Seals or resources. Zofia nodded. Speaking of resources, I almost forgot the hundreds of billions of world cores you gave me, which can buy more Great Dao Seals. Cultivating 1,000 demon lords is achievable. We may not rival mid-tier star systems, but in lower ones, we'll have sway. Chris grew even more pleased. Just as he wanted to say something else, he suddenly looked up. A golden radiance approached from the horizon. Chapter 166, so-called reason. From the Joab realm? Zella also saw the auspicious light and was somewhat surprised. Chris had a premonition, feeling that the people from the Joab realm might be after him. Originally intending to leave, he now stood quietly in place. Sure enough, the auspicious light quickly enveloped him. A golden Buddhist paradise surrounded Chris. In this golden land of Joab, countless beings were celebrating and living joyfully. Their carefree demeanor aroused envy and a desire to join them. Yet, Chris's mind remained resolute, unswayed by temptation. He looked directly at the somewhat handsome young monk, and then glanced at the distant observer. Are you here on behalf of the Creator God Temple to capture me? Chris asked. The young monk responded with a question. I heard that you have been plundering all over? Chris nodded. Indeed, I've taken some things. He didn't bother explaining that what he had taken belonged to the Creator God Temple. Such explanations would be meaningless. Lionel wasn't concerned with such details either and sincerely asked, would you be willing to repent? Chris raised an eyebrow. What if I am? And what if I'm not? If you refuse, I must subdue you to prevent further robberies, Lionel said, placing his hands together in prayer, his face full of piety. Chris laughed. Evildoers are everywhere in the universe. Why don't you go after those powerful forces instead of coming after me? Lionel replied earnestly, one at a time. Chris couldn't help but look Lionel up and down. For some reason, he felt this guy was telling the truth. Could there really be someone like this in the Joab realm who cares for all under heaven? This reminded Chris of little number 38. I don't mind if you make a move against me. But can I ask you something? In the past, I had a disciple who... Chris told Lionel about little number 38 and asked, do you think my disciple's Western Buddhist paradise, which only exploited others, went down the wrong path? Lionel seriously replied, no. Chris was surprised, no? So exploiting others can be considered the right path? Is it part of Buddhist cultivation? Zella and Zofia also looked at Lionel, eager to hear his explanation. Lionel's face filled with compassion as he steadily explained, there are two paths in Buddhist practice. One is solitary meditation to alleviate injustices witnessed. The other is to borrow the power of the masses to attain Joabhood. Once I become a Joab, I can then save all beings in the world. As you say, your disciple chose the latter path, but was interrupted before achieving Joabhood. Chris chuckled, let one part get rich first, then the wealthy will lead others to prosperity? Lionel nodded, that's the idea. To be honest, I've seen this thought elsewhere. But those who became rich first ended up being unjust, hoarding resources and stifling others' growth out of fear. It seems to me that you monks are no different. Chris sneered, not believing the Joab realm could be so benevolent. Lionel gently shook his head. Our great vow has binding power. They dare not betray their promises. That sounds good, but if you keep not becoming Joabs, aren't your believers doomed to suffer? Even if you eventually achieve Joabhood, ordinary believers will have died many times over like chopped leeks. How do you compensate them then? Chris asked. Lionel explained. Our great vow is to save all beings, not to repay any single individual. Even if one believer dies, others won't, and someone will eventually receive blessings. Chris's face showed confusion. I believe in Buddhism to better my own life, not to hope others live well. What a waste of effort. Lionel shook his head. To believe in Joab means to follow the wish of Joab, which is to help all beings, not for personal gain. Hearing this, Chris immediately understood. You believe in me. You should be compassionate and expect nothing in return. Before becoming Joab, believers become selfless Joabs. Chris shook his head. I think you're on the wrong path. Why not tell the Joab yourself? Lionel sincerely invited. The Joab realm welcomes you. Not for now, I'm busy, Chris firmly refused. Lionel was somewhat disappointed. If that's the case, I still have to seal you here to prevent others from suffering. Chris didn't hold back, appearing behind Lionel in a flash, sweeping with sword chi. But the golden light around Lionel surged, transforming into the Joab's golden body. The clash between sword chi and the golden body exploded powerfully. Then, the power of Chris's Tao of artifacts erupted, encasing Lionel in numerous Tao weapons. Boom. With numerous explosions, Lionel was engulfed. Moments later, Lionel emerged unscathed from the explosions. Chris internally mocked, perhaps because he had no hair. Then, multiple peak realm Tao powers erupted from Lionel's body. The golden Buddhist paradise, driven by these Tao powers, expanded rapidly. Simultaneously, countless chants wrapped around Chris, as if transforming into a demon-sealing pagoda imprisoning him. Chris felt his strength gradually sealed, making him unable to move. Chris's Tao of destruction erupted, swiftly dispelling the seals. Then, he stepped through space-time, appearing before Lionel and delivering a punch. The punch made Lionel's expression change, space-time Tao. Bang! Lionel couldn't block the punch and was knocked backward. But in battles at this level, missing a step can be fatal. Chris pursued relentlessly, punching madly. His punches carried sword chi imbued with the power of destruction, striking continuously. Despite Lionel's frantic use of Tao power, the golden Buddhist paradise trembled and cracked. The souls within burst into terrified screams, clearly unable to remain calm and peaceful. Lionel desperately controlled his power, trying to organize an effective counterattack. But it was futile. The distant observer was dumbfounded. How did Lionel, who had just defeated a fierce god, end up getting suppressed by Chris? Boom. Chris kicked Lionel away. Lionel's golden Buddhist paradise was now tattered, his golden body damaged and injured badly. Blood dripped from Lionel's mouth as he looked at Chris somewhat disheveled. I underestimated you. You have the power of Tao incarnation, correct? Just moments ago, Lionel had failed to counter even when using peak Tao powers. This indicated Chris had attained the Tao incarnation realm, with formidable attacking power. Otherwise, his force couldn't have been thoroughly neutralized. Chris coldly replied, is there other power sealed within your golden Buddhist paradise? Chris's question hung in the air, leaving Lionel momentarily speechless. Chapter 167. Seizing the Great Tao Imprint. Yes, they are all fierce and violent. I sealed them in there, waiting for their enlightenment. Despite his severe injuries, Dermot maintained a serene demeanor. Chris honestly admired these monks. They were in no condition to be acting so holy. I still don't like your way. But indeed, you have been influenced by those individuals. How about releasing them, and we fight with all our might? Chris slowly stepped forward and said. Dermot shook his head. If released, they will wreak havoc on all living beings. If I defeat you, won't they just come out anyway? Oh, right, if I release them, the sin will be mine, not yours, right? Chris teased. Dermot thought for a moment and sighed. I can't argue with you. But I cannot release them. Let's continue fighting this way. Chris laughed. What's the point of fighting? Why don't you call someone who can actually fight? Expecting Dermot to tangle more, it was surprising when he nodded after thinking for a while. Fine. I'm not a match for you now, but I'll deal with you later. After saying this, Dermot turned and left immediately, leaving the inspector dumbfounded. He had expected Dermot, given his nature, to clash fiercely with Chris. But unexpectedly, he really walked away. Unable to hide any longer, the inspector hurriedly shouted, Dermot, he frequently causes trouble. If you leave like this, what will happen to others who face his attacks? But I'm not a match for him. Staying would be useless. However, I won't let him go. Once I become stronger, I will return. After saying this, Dermot really left. But once he was gone, the inspector panicked, as he was already under Chris's watchful eye. Chris appeared beside the inspector, smiling. I heard you want to catch me? The inspector was startled, forced into an apologetic smile. Misunderstanding, definitely a misunderstanding. Slap. A heavy slap from Chris, misunderstanding my ass. The inspector was sent flying, half his body exploding. Yet Chris deliberately spared his life. Then, Chris reappeared next to the inspector, asking again, I heard you want to catch me? The inspector suffered in pain, cautiously answering, yes, yes. Slap. Another heavy slap from Chris. You did it, but dare not admit it. Is that how your creation god temple operates? The inspector wanted to cry. He realized Chris was intentionally tormenting him. Unable to bear it, he asked painfully, what do you want? Can you just say directly? You hurt me and expect it to be brushed off? Isn't compensation due? Chris calmly asked. The inspector was infuriated, but knew arguing was futile since he was caught. So he submitted. How about some compensation? Chris smiled lightly. What do you have? I want compensation from the creation god temple. I'll help you get it, the inspector quickly said. Do you think I'm foolish? Will you come back if I let you go? But if you genuinely want to apologize, tell me where the creation god temple gets its great Tao imprints and fortunes. Consider this your atonement. How does that sound? Chris asked with a smile. The inspector's pupils contracted. He hadn't expected Chris's true intention. The creation god temple had countless enforcers, 80% of whom possessed great Tao power. It wasn't achieved merely by controlling the entrance to the celestial battlefield. There must be other methods for acquiring large quantities of great Tao legacies. Chris had already seized too many resources from World Core. That wealth could grow exponentially on its own. Now Sophia needed to train subordinates, lacking only great Tao power. In those mid and high-level galaxies, which one didn't have millions or tens of millions of entities possessing great Tao power, super galaxies were even better, filled with great Tao power. Understanding Chris's intentions, the inspector hesitated, daring not speak up, knowing he'd be killed by the creation god temple if discovered. But remaining silent meant certain death at Chris's hands. Chris saw through the inspector's thoughts, smiling. Now it's your choice, die now, or get a chance to escape. After much deliberation, the inspector chose submission. All right, I'll tell you. The creation god temple accidentally discovered a mysterious place called the meteorite Harvey. There, every period produces great Tao imprints of varying strengths. Some imprints are very strong, some are incredibly weak. Nonetheless, it is one of the supreme treasures of the universe. Hearing this, Chris felt a shock. Such a place exists? It won't be easy to seize though, right? The inspector nodded. Absolutely. With 3 supreme deities guarding such a crucial place, you're not a match. But the meteorite Harvey periodically transports batches of great Tao imprints outside. If you're brave enough, you can intercept them midway. As for the route and guard details, even if you ask, I can't provide it. It's a secret of the creation god temple. Knowing even this much is rare. Understanding, Chris didn't press further. Instead, he gradually erased the inspector's existence. Panicked, the inspector screamed, You broke your promise. You lied to me. Chris replied calmly, Tell it to the underworld judge. When I die, let him punish me. Amidst the inspector's anger and despair, he was ultimately eliminated. Zella, who had been listening nearby, became excited. Chris, are you going to seize the great Tao imprints? I want to join. Chris smiled. He had intentionally spoken loudly to attract Zella. With her assistance, the robbery would go smoother. Zella wasn't stupid, knowing she was being utilized but enjoying it nonetheless. After all, robbery was her favorite activity. Sophia, upon hearing her master was going to rob again, felt a bit dejected. Brody, I'm holding you back. Not really, you've become quite strong yourself. In the past, you would have been captured long ago, causing me more trouble, Chris said with a smile. Hearing this, Sophia finally found a way to prove her worth. These people can surround and kill her. Why can't she kill back? While Brody robs externally, I'll steal points from these people internally. Yes, they are all fierce beings. The little monk has sealed them within, awaiting their enlightenment. Though Wang Yin was badly injured, his expression remained calm. Chris admired these monks for maintaining a sacred demeanor even when in dire straits. I still don't like your path. But you have indeed been influenced by those creatures. How about you release them and we fight with all our strength? Chris stepped forward slowly and asked. Wang Yin shook his head. Releasing them would cause calamity to all living beings. If I kill you, wouldn't they come out anyway? Oh, right, if I release them, the sin would be mine, not yours, correct? Chris teased. Wang Yin sighed after some thought. I can't argue with you. But I absolutely cannot release them. Let's continue fighting this way. Chris laughed. What's the point of fighting? You should call someone stronger to deal with me. Chris expected Wang Yin to persist. Unexpectedly, he nodded after thinking, fine, I'm not a match for you now. I'll come back later to settle with you. Wang Yin actually turned around and left, leaving the monitor dumbfounded. He thought Wang Yin would never give up but was genuinely surprised. Unable to hide anymore, the monitor shouted, Wang Yin, he frequently raids others. If you leave like this, how will others defend against him? But the little monk is no match for him. Staying won't help, Wang Yin said calmly. However, I won't let him off. Once I become stronger, I'll come back. After saying that, Wang Yin left, leaving the monitor panicking because he was already on Chris's radar. Chris appeared beside the monitor and said smilingly, I heard you want to capture me? Startled, the monitor forced a laugh. It's a misunderstanding, definitely a misunderstanding. Slap. Chris struck him hard, misunderstanding my ass. Hartley flew away, half his body exploded, yet Chris spared his life. Chris reappeared and repeated, You were planning to capture me? In pain, the monitor cautiously admitted, Yes, yes. Slap. Another hard strike followed, dare to act but not admit it? Is that how you guys at Creation God Temple do things? Hartley felt like crying, realizing Chris was deliberately tormenting him. He painfully asked, what do you want? Just say it directly. You harmed me and thought you could get away with it? Shouldn't there be some compensation or something? Chris calmly inquired. Enraged but helpless, the monitor agreed to compensate him. What can you offer? I need compensation from the Creation God Temple. I'll help you demand it, the monitor quickly said. Do you think I'm stupid? You might not return if I let you go. But since you seem sincere about apologizing, tell me where the Creation God Temple obtains its great Tao imprints and fortune. That can be your penance. Hartley's eyes widened. He didn't expect Chris's intention. Creation God Temple had countless enforcers, 80% of whom possessed great Tao power, not achievable just by controlling celestial entrances. There must be another way they obtained so many great Tao inheritances. The World Core had already given Chris much wealth, sufficient to support Zophia's training needs. High-end galaxies often housed millions, even tens of millions of great Tao wielders. Super galaxies were virtual seas of great Tao power. Hartley understood Chris's thoughts but hesitated. Telling him could lead to his death by the Creation God Temple. Yet, not telling would mean death by Chris. Seeing his dilemma, Chris grinned. Now, it's your choice. Die now, or have a chance to flee. After much deliberation, the monitor conceded. All right, I'll tell you. The Creation God Temple accidentally found a mysterious realm called Fallen Star Place. There, great Tao imprints regenerate periodically, varying in strength. Some are extremely powerful, while others are weak. Nevertheless, it is one of the supreme treasures in the universe. Hearing this, Chris felt shocked. Such a place exists? But it must be difficult to raid, right? Hartley nodded. Absolutely. 3 universe gods guard this important place, making you no match. But Fallen Star Place sends batches of great Tao imprints out periodically. If you're daring enough, you can ambush them. As for routes and escorts, I can't help you. It's highly confidential information. Chris knew pressing further was futile and gradually erased the monitor's existence. Panicked and screaming, the monitor accused Chris of deceit. Chris coolly replied, complain to Yama. When I die, let him punish me. Amidst the monitor's anger and resentment, he was ultimately eliminated. Listening nearby, Chue Ma Luna became excited. Chris, are you going to raid the great Tao imprints? Can I join? Chris smiled. Knowing Chue Ma Luna was eager to help, her enthusiasm would make the raid smoother. Not dumb, Chue Ma Luna understood Chris's ulterior motive but was undeterred. Raiding was her passion. Upon hearing Brody's plan, Sophia felt downcast. Brody, I've been holding you back. Not really. You've grown strong, haven't you? Before, you'd have been captured, causing more trouble. Chris reassured her with a smile. Inspired, Sophia realized she could prove her worth by striking back at those who tried to kill her, accumulating scores inside while Brody raided outside. Chapter 168. 300 million years of lifespan. The location of the meteoric Harvide is unknown to anyone. However, the transportation route for the great Tao markings out of meteoric Harvide must pass through the celestial demon city. In the universe, not only are there major star systems, but also many independent ancient cities. These cities are said to have been established in the ultra-ancient era, initially intended to provide safe trading grounds for various star systems. Over time, they became the safest places, where any conflict would invoke suppression by the city guards. This rule has endured to this day. Thus, the Creation God Temple transports the great Tao markings through these ancient trading cities for security. When Chris and Zella arrived at Celestial Demon City, it floated amidst endless chaos, radiating an aura of ancient times and the power of the Tao, inspiring awe with just one glance. Seeing the Celestial Demon City, Zella couldn't help but exclaim, truly magnificent. No wonder it has never been conquered. Chris was a little puzzled. What do you mean, never conquered? Nothing. Zella quickly changed the subject. They say this is a place of peace. Is it okay if we start a fight inside? This change of subject was rather clumsy. Chris glanced deeply at Zella, making her feel increasingly uneasy. But since she didn't want to explain further, Chris didn't press, saying instead, there must be Zeus-level protectors inside. The question is, how many are there? Zella was relieved that Chris changed the topic. She immediately tugged at the Davidson's ear and demanded, tell us, how many? The Davidson shook its head sadly, indicating it didn't know. After all, this wasn't its home. How could it possibly know? According to the supervisor's calculation, it should be around this time when the meteoric Harvey transports, Chris continued. We need to find out who's responsible for the transport and how many Zeus-level protectors are in this city. We also need to plan our escape route. Chris knew this would be a tough mission, but the tougher it was, the more valuable the prize would be. I know a place that can sell information. It should be in this city, Zella suggested. Then let's go inside first, Chris replied. He led the way into the city, altering his appearance using a Tao tool. Zella also changed her appearance. The Davidson chose not to enter as encountering another Zeus-level protector within such proximity would cause detection. If the Davidson were discovered, everyone would know Zella had come. Entry checks at the Celestial Demon City weren't strict since this was primarily a trading hub. However, inside the city, the situation was different. Chris saw squads of soldiers patrolling the wide streets, all true deity-level warriors with multiple strands of great Tao power. Chris estimated that this city had over 1 million true deity soldiers, real powerhouses who wouldn't fear even the Creation God Temple. The city was bustling with various living beings. Where should we go next? Chris asked Zella. She scanned the surroundings and answered, find a place called the Heavenly Oracle Pavilion. They sell all kinds of information you'd want to know. It's present in every star system and ancient city. Hearing this, Chris separated from Zella to search. Soon, he found a quiet shop on a broad street, while others were lively with customers coming in and out. Only this one seemed deserted. Looking at the signboard outside, it indeed read, Heavenly Oracle Pavilion. But why was it so small, merely 100 square meters? Could such a place sell secrets of the Creation God Temple? Chris was skeptical and contacted Zella telepathically. Upon arriving, Zella smiled. It's here. I didn't expect you to find it. Truly fated. Fated? Chris was curious. Yes, this shop sells all kinds of information but operates under a strange rule. Only those with fate can enter. They don't consider how much money a guest has, only whether they have the right connection. Those destined to see it will see the shop's location. Zella shrugged. Honestly, I've only found this shop once before. Chris marveled at the shop's peculiarity and walked in. Zella tried to follow, but as soon as Chris entered, the shop vanished. When she stepped inside, it turned out to be a common apothecary. Frustrated, Zella pouted and returned to the street, waiting. Inside, Chris saw nothing but empty space. In this void stood a tiny counter with drawers similar to traditional Chinese medicine cabinets. Behind the counter sat a smiling, elderly man with white hair and beard. Welcome, esteemed guest. What do you wish to know? The elder asked. Chris looked at the elder and asked, Can I ask anything? Anything can be asked, but we only answer questions within what you can bear as a price, the elder explained with a smile. A reminder, our transactions don't involve money. We simply take something from you randomly as payment. Raising an eyebrow, Chris asked, So, what do you want from me? That depends on your question. Different questions have different prices, the elder replied. Chris nodded and asked directly, I want to know how to successfully rob the great Tao markings transported by the Creation God Temple. The white-bearded elder took out an abacus and started calculating. After a whole incense stick's worth of time, he finally calculated and wrote something down on a piece of paper. The method to rob is written here, he said, but it requires 300 million years of your lifespan in exchange. Chris casually agreed. Take it then. The elder was surprised. 300 million years? Even Zeus-level beings don't have that much, are you sure? It's fine, just take it, Chris replied indifferently. Very well. The elder reached out and extracted something from Chris. He felt something flow out of him but experienced no changes. The elder held a white energy orb and carefully placed it in a cabinet behind him, looking at Chris with astonishment. At the body turning into Tao realm, to possess nearly infinite lifespan, truly formidable. Note, body turning into Tao and Zeus level are placeholders used to represent specific cultivation realms or ranks which might not have direct English equivalents. The term, true deity, represents a level of strength in this universe. Chapter 169, not worth the price. Chris didn't explain that his infinite lifespan had nothing to do with incarnating into the Tao. He simply took the paper from the old man with white beard. It detailed the route of the Creation Temple's escort convoy and the number of strong individuals. It also provided the optimal location for a robbery. The process was quite straightforward. One person would be responsible for creating a disturbance, diverting the attention of the cosmic god realm guardians in Heavenly Demon City. Another person would then seize the moment, taking the goods just as the Creation Temple convoy enters the spatial passage. But the entire operation required two cosmic god realm experts working together. After reading the contents on the paper, Chris looked at the old man again. If I had two cosmic god realm experts, wouldn't it be better to go straight and rob them? Why bother with you? The old man smiled. This matter is inherently difficult. Providing the exact whereabouts of the true goods is already my limit. Is this worth 300 million years of lifespan? Chris felt he had been tricked. Although he did not care about these 300 million years, he didn't want to be taken advantage of either. Seeing Chris's dissatisfaction, the old man pondered for a moment. How about I give you an extra piece of information? Tell me, and I'll see if it's worth it, Chris said indifferently. The cosmic god realm expert responsible for escorting the cargo is named Cultivate. He was once captured by the Creation Temple for slaughtering the 10,000 moon star system. But the 10,000 moon star system doesn't know that Cultivate was secretly cultivated into a cosmic god realm and now works for the Creation Temple without ever spending a day in prison. Now, isn't this information enough for your respect? The old man asked with a smile. Chris nodded reluctantly. Not bad. With a flash, the surroundings changed. Chris appeared on the street. Sue Ellen was waiting for him. Seeing Chris, he hurried over. How did it go? Let's go first. Chris led Sue Ellen to a temporary inn in Heavenly Demon City. Once settled, they sat down in their room. Chris told Sue Ellen the information he had bought earlier. Sue Ellen frowned. 10,000 moon star system? You want to use them against Cultivate? It's the only way, Chris said. Though he possessed the space-time Tao, he did not believe he could withstand the power of a cosmic god realm. Sue Ellen fiddled with his hammer, hesitating. So how do we spread the news? If we go directly to the 10,000 moon star system, by the time the message spreads, it'll be too late. Chris shook his head. Why should we necessarily spread the word in the 10,000 moon star system? Don't forget, this is Heavenly Demon City, a trade center where information spreads the fastest. Go ask around nearby to see if anyone from the 10,000 moon star system is here. If so, I'll pay them a visit and rough them up a bit. Sue Ellen couldn't help but give a thumbs up. You're really despicable. Or is it because you taught me well? Chris retorted. Haha, should I call you daddy? Sue Ellen puffed out his chest. Chris sneered. Oh, sweet daughter. You owe me for last time. Consider it paid off. Sue Ellen exploded with anger. Taking things out of context, do you have any shame? Can you beat me? Don't forget, your Davidson isn't here. Chris laughed. Sue Ellen deflated and obediently went to gather information. Heavenly Demon City was used for trading, and many forces stationed people here for business. Naturally, representatives from the 10,000 moon star system were stationed here too. The 10,000 moon star system was famous for a mineral called moonstone, a precious material for forging immortal artifacts. Chris entered the shop representing the 10,000 moon star system. A waiter approached him. Sir, what are you purchasing today? Is this the shop of the 10,000 moon star system? Chris asked. Yes, absolutely genuine, the waiter laughed. Good, pack all your moonstones. I'll take them all. Without hesitation, Chris made his demand. The shop wasn't small, and there were many customers present. Upon hearing Chris's words, the customers looked astonished. Who was this big spender? The waiter was also surprised. hesitating. All of them? We have more than 3,000 moonstones, valued at 50 billion world cores. Are you sure you want all of them? Money? You dare ask for money when I'm buying something? Haven't you forgotten what my brother did to your 10,000 moonstar system? Hurry up and pack the moonstones. I'm in a hurry, Chris urged with a dark expression. The shop became even livelier. Even the waiter showed a grim expression. Sir, are you here to cause trouble? Trouble? Chris laughed. Do you know the name Cultivate? Chris demanded loudly. Before the waiter could respond, 3 figures emerged from the back of the shop, 2 elders and 1 youth. The youth was escorted by 2 formidable elders and stepped out coldly, glaring at Chris. Where did you come from, scum, daring to disrupt my shop? Do you think you can mess with me in Heavenly Demon City? Haha, if you have the guts, make a move. When the 10,000 moon star system is expelled from Heavenly Demon City, let's see who will be embarrassed. Chris laughed coldly. You, the youth flared up in rage. But he indeed didn't dare to act. In Heavenly Demon City, initiating an attack would result in expulsion, but instigating a provocation would still invite punishment. So the youth shouted at those around him, don't stand there. Go get the guards to deal with this guy. Chris remained unfazed. After all these years, you 10,000 moon star system is still pathetic. Back then, my brother Cultivate slaughtered you freely and is now a cosmic god Dalen of the creation temple. Now you need to summon the guards to deal with me. Deserves being bullied. Hearing this, the youth's face turned icy. What nonsense are you spouting? Cultivate was severely injured and imprisoned in Sin Star by the creation temple. How amusing. My brother is living free and happy, even on his way here. When did he go to Sin Star? You 10,000 moon star system dare not retaliate and deceive yourselves with such lies. Aren't you embarrassed? Leaving those words, Chris activated the space-time Dao and left. Just as he left, the guards rushed in. The guard captain looked at the youth, saying sternly, Young Brody Wuxia, where's the troublemaker? The youth was indeed the young master of the 10,000 moon star system. Here to inspect, he hadn't expected this. The young master waved a hand, dismissing the guards. Then he looked suspiciously at the 2 elders beside him. What did that person mean? The 2 elders were also perplexed. Your Highness, that person might not have come to cause trouble, but deliberately brought us news. Could it be that Cultivate is indeed not imprisoned and is still serving the creation temple? The young master wasn't foolish and saw through Chris's pretense. However, he also realized Chris intended to use the 10,000 moon star system against Cultivate. But if Cultivate truly was not imprisoned, not only was he free but also aiding the creation temple. Regardless of being used or not, the 10,000 moon star system must act. After all, Cultivate had killed the previous young master, causing immense humiliation to the system. Chapter 170. Ambush. Uncle Yun, Uncle Hai. Go inform Grandpa Nine to come over. Young Brody Wuxia said in a grave tone. The elder known as Uncle Yun hesitated. Just because of 2 sentences from a stranger, should we really ask Ninth Grandfather, who is at the cosmic god realm, to come over? Wouldn't this make us look too gullible and easy to bully in others' eyes? Young Brody Wuxia sneered coldly. I don't believe the messenger but the creation divine temple. When Cultivate was captured, he was already at the peak of the universe god realm. Given the scoundrel's nature in the creation divine temple, it's very possible they might have cultivated Cultivate to be their lapdog. Uncle Yun and Uncle Hai exchanged glances without retort. After all, everyone had witnessed the vile deeds of the creation divine temple. Go call Grandpa Nine. If that Cultivate does show up, we will kill him and cleanse our shame. Even if Cultivate doesn't come in the end, we won't lose anything. Just ensure no outsider knows Grandpa Nine came here. Young Brody Wuxia turned around with a cold expression and returned to the rear hall. He had finished his inspection and was about to leave, but now he had to stay behind to verify the situation. After Chris delivered the message, he remained nearby to observe. Seeing Uncle Yun use the teleportation array to leave, he breathed a sigh of relief, knowing the Wuxia star system must have believed him. Chris immediately contacted Kai Mace. The 2 squatted next to the teleportation array in Heavenly Demon City. According to the intelligence from the Tianji Pavilion, Cultivate and his group would deliver supplies there, quickly restock and recuperate, the entire process not exceeding a short period of time. So, Chris's window of opportunity was also brief. Chris found a place to rest, while Kai Mace, like a thug, squatted beside him, nervous. This is my first big robbery. I'm feeling a bit guilty. For someone like you, wouldn't a few marks of the Dao seem small? Chris remarked indifferently. What? We didn't. You tricked me again. Kai Mace suddenly realized, furious. Chris slowly turned his head, squinting at Kai Mace. What do you mean didn't? Not having power of the great Dao? How could there not be great Dao power? Where would my strength come from if not? Kai Mace retorted sullenly. Chris admitted inwardly that made sense, but still couldn't quite grasp what exactly Kai Mace meant by nothing back home. As they waited, an old figure silently appeared in the shop of the Wuxia star system without using the teleportation array. Young Brody Wuxia, who was waiting, knelt hastily upon seeing the elder. Grandpa Nine. Grandpa Nine did not respond to his grandson but looked into the void. Jamil, I am here to confirm something, please cooperate. In the Jamil residence of Heavenly Demon City, the Jamil at the cosmic god realm responded irritably. Heavenly Demon City prohibits fighting, which you should be fully aware. I do not wish for the Wuxia star system to cause trouble here, or you will forever be unable to trade in Heavenly Demon City. I understand, Grandpa Nine replied with a laugh. Seeing that Grandpa Nine understood the seriousness of the matter, the Jamil, though still curious about his intentions, stopped pressing further. 3 hours after Grandpa Nine's arrival, the teleportation array in Heavenly Demon City flickered. A team of powerful individuals disguised as common merchants arrived. Despite their efforts to be low-key, Chris recognized them instantly the moment they appeared. I feel the fluctuations of space-time power, Chris muttered quietly. Kai Mace, squatting nearby, shivered and immediately stared at the group. Move quickly, the opportunity is fleeting. Chris watched as the group of merchants walked near the teleportation array, then split into two teams. One team was entirely focused on guarding the cargo, while the other went shopping in the city. Chris did not act rashly even though he knew their stop wouldn't exceed a short period. He needed the Wan Shelly star system to take the lead. However, as time passed, those who went shopping returned, yet the Wan Shelly star system still hadn't moved. Kaime's grew anxious. What's happening? I get it. They are waiting for us to strike first, Chris sneered. They fear retaliation from Heavenly Demon City and don't want to be the first to act. But no problem, I'll give them the chance. Chris stepped forward, emitting a torrent of sword chi imbued with overwhelming destructive power, hurling towards the merchants. Looking for death. A universe god within the merchant party retaliated fiercely, constructing a spatial maze to block the sword chi. Yet, the sword chi directly shattered the spatial maze, causing the universe god, merchant, to cry out in alarm, temporal spatial great Tao. Are you a cosmic god? Bullshit cosmic god. It's just weak temporal spatial power. Kill them. From the merchant team, a golden-robed elder struck out forcefully. Temporal spatial great Tao was activated, forming a vortex engulfing everything. He was the real cosmic god, the guardian of the team, Coulter. At Coulter's strike, Grandpa 9 from Wan Shelly shop roared angrily, curse you. You've actually advanced to cosmic god. Jamil of Heavenly Demon. I'll help subdue these two who fought in the city. With his roar, Grandpa 9 unleashed boundless power towards Coulter. Coulter snarled in rage. Wan Shelly star system. Boom. Two cosmic gods clashed, releasing a devastating force sweeping across the sky and earth. The surrounding innocent creatures were about to suffer until the Jamil intervened, neutralizing the impact. In that instant, Chris reached the guard holding the precious items being transported. His destructive Tao severely wounded the guard and seized his storage talisman before turning away. Heavenly Demon Jamil, stop him. He's stolen the supreme treasure of the Creation Divine Temple. Coulter shouted amidst his battle with Grandpa 9. Grandpa 9 capitalized on the distraction, unleashing full force with a punch towards Coulter, directing part of it toward the Jamil. If the Jamil tried to stop Chris, he'd be injured. But not stopping would tarnish Heavenly Demon City's reputation for losing valuables on its turf. During the Jamil's hesitation, a giant Davidson suddenly appeared, carrying Chris and Kai Mace, escaping through space-time. Another cosmic god. The Jamil could only abandon the chase and turn to Grandpa 9 and Coulter, shouting, still haven't stopped? Coulter, though furious, had to comply. Turning to the Jamil, he demanded, our goods were lost here. You must take responsibility and send people to chase. Boom. Grandpa 9 took the opportunity to ambush Coulter with full force, sending him flying and coughing blood. Chapter 170. Ambush. Uncle Yun, Uncle Hai. Go and summon Grandfather 9 to come over. Wan Shelly's young master said in a stern voice. The elder called Uncle Yun hesitated. Just because of 2 sentences from a stranger, should we really invite Grandfather 9, who is at the cosmic god realm, to come here? Wouldn't this make our Wan Shelly star system look too gullible and easy to bully? Wan Shelly's young master sneered, I trust not the messenger but the creation god temple. When Coulter was captured initially, he was already at the peak astral god realm. Given the scoundrel's nature at the creation god temple, it's entirely possible they might have trained Coulter as their lackey. Uncle Yun and Uncle Hai exchanged glances without arguing back. After all, everyone witnessed the dirty deeds of the creation god temple firsthand. Go and call Grandfather 9. If Coulter truly comes, we will kill him and wash away our humiliation. Even if Coulter doesn't show up, we won't suffer any loss. At worst, we can keep Grandfather 9's visit secret from outsiders. With a cold face, Wan Shelly's young master turned and walked back to the rear hall. He had finished his inspection and was about to leave, but now had to stay to confirm the situation. Meanwhile, Chris stayed nearby after delivering the message, observing the situation. Seeing Uncle Yun use the teleportation array to leave, Chris breathed a sigh of relief, confirming that the Wan Shelly star system believed him. Immediately, he contacted Arrigo. Both squatted beside the teleportation array in Heavenly Demon City. According to the intelligence from Heaven's Mechanism Pavilion, Coulter and his team would deliver supplies here, replenish quickly, and rest, with the entire process taking no more than a few minutes. Thus, Chris only had this short window of time. He found a place to sit and rest while Arrigo squatted next to him, looking nervous. This is my first major robbery. I'm feeling a bit anxious. These marks of the Great Tao shouldn't be much for you, right? Chris said casually. Don't fool me. You tricked me. Arrigo suddenly realized, becoming furious. Chris slowly turned to look at Arrigo, narrowing his eyes. What do you lack there? Not the power of the Great Tao. How could we not have the power of the Great Tao? Arrigo retorted irritably. Without it, where would my strength come from? Chris thought it made sense, but still didn't quite understand what Arrigo lacked in his homeland. At that moment, an elderly figure appeared silently in the shop of the Wan Shelly star system without using the teleportation array. Wan Shelly's young master, waiting, saw the elder and hurriedly knelt. Grandfather 9. Grandfather 9 did not respond to his grandson but looked into the air. Mayor, this time I came to confirm something. Please grant your understanding. In the Heavenly Demon City mayor's residence, the mayor, also at the cosmic god realm, frowned. Heavenly Demon City forbids combat. You should know this. I don't want any trouble caused by the Wan Shelly star system. Otherwise, you'll never be allowed to conduct any business in Heavenly Demon City again. I understand, Grandfather 9 replied with a smile. Seeing that Grandfather 9 understood the gravity, the Heavenly Demon City mayor stopped questioning further, though still curious. 3 hours after Grandfather 9 arrived, a flash came from the teleportation array in Heavenly Demon City. A group of strong men disguised as ordinary merchants arrived. Despite trying to remain low profile, Chris immediately recognized their unusual nature. I sense fluctuations of space-time power, Chris whispered. Beside him, Arrigo jumped up and instantly focused on the group. Hurry up, the opportunity is fleeting. They watched as the merchants walked toward the teleportation array and split into two teams. One guarding the goods, the other purchasing supplies in the city. Despite knowing their stay wouldn't exceed a few minutes, Chris waited, needing the Xianxia star system to act first. But as time passed and the supply purchasers returned, the Xianxia star system still hadn't acted. Arrigo grew impatient. What's going on? I get it. Xianxia is waiting for us to move first, Chris sneered. They fear retaliation from Heavenly Demon City and don't want to be the first to act. But that's okay. I'll give them the chance. Chris stepped out, releasing a flood of sword chi enveloped in overwhelming destruction power, which charged towards the merchants. Looking for death. An astral god realm figure within the merchant group reacted swiftly, creating a spatial maze to block the sword chi. However, the sword chi broke through, startling the astral god realm, merchant, path of space-time. You're a cosmic god realm. Bullshit, just a weak hint of space-time power. Kill them. An elderly figure in golden attire among the merchant group unleashed the path of space-time, forming a vortex sweeping everything. He was the true cosmic god realm guardian of the team, Coulter. But the moment Coulter struck, Grandfather 9 roared from the Xianxia shop, "Scoundrel, you even advanced to the cosmic god realm. Heavenly Demon City Mayor. These two are fighting in the city. Let me suppress them." Grandfather 9's force then ruthlessly pressed upon Coulter. Coulter angrily yelled, "Xianxia star system." Boom. Two cosmic god realms clashed, unleashing wild power across the sky. The innocent bystanders nearby were about to suffer until the Heavenly Demon City Mayor intervened to dissipate the impact wave. In that instant, Chris reached the guard holding the treasure being escorted. Chris's path of destruction severely injured the guard, snatched the storage magic item from him, and fled. Heavenly Demon City Mayor, stop him. He stole the supreme treasure escorting for the Creation God Temple. While battling Grandfather 9, Coulter raged. Seizing the chance, Grandfather 9 launched all his power, punching Coulter. Part of his force covered the Heavenly Demon City Mayor, leaving her a dilemma between stopping Chris and protecting herself or risking damage to her city's reputation. Just as she hesitated, a giant Davidson suddenly appeared, taking Chris and Arrigo away through space-time. Another cosmic god realm. The Heavenly Demon City Mayor abandoned pursuit, turning to yell at Grandfather 9 and Coulter. "Haven't you stopped yet?" Coulter had no choice but to halt, facing the mayor. "Our goods were lost here. You must be responsible and send help to chase." Boom. Grandfather 9 seized the moment to ambush, knocking Coulter flying and spitting blood. Chapter 171. Encirclement and Annihilation. Shane could have caught up with Chris and the others, but after being severely injured by Bear, he lost that opportunity. He turned back angrily to glare at Bear and shouted fiercely, "The Xianxia star system will become an enemy of the Genesis Temple." "You already were before you were detained," Bear retorted coldly. "No wonder you are being plundered by a young man everywhere. You are such failures. I think everyone in the universe need not revere you anymore," Bear sneered darkly. Shane was burning with rage and immediately contacted the Genesis Temple. The Jamil of Sky Demon City also noticed that Bear had deliberately come to intercept Shane. He was quite displeased too. "Old knife, I don't care what grudge you have against the Genesis Temple, but attacking here damages our reputation. Jamil, please understand. It's because these two provoked first that I stepped in to stop them," Bear said calmly. The Jamil's expression turned icy cold. "Do you take me for a fool?" "Naturally not, but can the Jamil say that it wasn't they who attacked first, which led me to help restrain them?" Bear questioned. Shane chimed in through gritted teeth. "Jamil, he is clearly tricking you. Why don't we kill him together?" Bear's face stiffened as he shouted sternly, "Think carefully. Killing a universe deity realm isn't easy, but if I escape, I can attack your people anytime." A universe deity realm adept proficient in space-time power was indeed extremely difficult to kill. Even two universe deity realms working together would be useless. But if they couldn't kill Bear and let him escape, it would bring endless trouble. The Jamil of Sky Demon City glanced at the two men in front of him, weighed his options for a moment, then took a deep breath and said, "I don't want to interfere with your grievances, but if anyone dares to act out, don't blame me for not showing mercy." Bear breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't want to fight Sky Demon City to the death either. However, Shane retorted angrily, "Our cargo was lost right here in Sky Demon City. I will do my best to track down those who seized it," the Jamil said indifferently. "That's it? Let me tell you. These are new batches of Dao imprints collected by the Genesis Temple, valuable beyond your imagination." Shane was genuinely furious. This cargo was all the stock the Genesis Temple gathered from nearly 1,000 years of exploration in the secret realm. Once lost, the loss would exceed that of destroying an entire star system. Shane couldn't bear the consequences, but upon hearing this, Bear's eyes flickered and he deliberately spoke loudly. "What? So you, Shane, were escorting many Dao imprints? Does the Genesis Temple really have a way to obtain a large number of legacy imprints?" Upon hearing this, all creatures in Sky Demon City looked over. Everyone now knew what Shane was escorting and his route. Dao imprints were invaluable. Everyone would covet them from now on. Shane's expression changed drastically as he roared at Bear, "I'll fucking kill you." Shane was no saint. Infuriated, he attacked without hesitation. Bear quickly retreated, calling out, "Jamil." The Jamil of Sky Demon City was enraged and directly activated a mortal artifact to strike Shane. "Do you even consider my presence here?" Bang! Shane was hurled away, further injuring himself. He hadn't expected another ambush and bellowed furiously, "From today onward, I'll resign from the Genesis Temple just to kill all of you. Xianxia star system, wait for me, I will exterminate all your descendants. Sky Demon City, I will make sure you can't stay here any longer." Upon hearing this, Bear not only didn't get angry, but was delighted. This idiot wants to thoroughly offend Sky Demon City? Sure enough, upon hearing this, the Jamil's expression turned completely dark. "Lou, one can eat more food but must not speak rash words," he threatened. "I've stood here for many years. Do you think you can topple me? Stop blabbering and show some skill, Can you kill a mighty universe deity realm like me? Shane was truly panicked. The Genesis Temple would never let him off for losing the cargo. Already angry and having been ambushed and provoked repeatedly, he couldn't hold back. He wasn't the kind to endure such humiliation. Bear secretly took out an immortal artifact, injecting power into it. The Jamil of Sky Demon City, after a slight silence, also activated the supreme immortal artifact passed down through generations in Sky Demon City. It was a jade seal that became enormous when activated and struck Shane mercilessly. Though arrogant, Shane was prepared and immediately summoned Space-Time Dao Defense. Bear's artifact force also came crashing down, forcing Shane to spurt blood despite the space-time barrier. Jamil, kill him, or he will slaughter Sky Demon City. He butchered R1's Shelly star system, and the dogs of Genesis Temple secretly protected him. Bear yelled frantically. Hearing this, the Jamil's gaze turned colder. Kill. The two universe deity realms launched their artifacts frenziedly, aiming to kill Shane. Shane, already injured, lacked an artifact and was no match for the two. But he wouldn't yield, roaring, "Kill me? I'm a universe deity realm, you cannot kill me. But now you've completely angered me. I will take revenge on you." Shane's words made both the Jamil and Bear feel uneasy. They knew how terrifying a universe deity realm's revenge could be. The more nervous they became, the worse their attacks. Shane laughed madly, continuously taunting them, causing them to lose composure. But just as they were at an impasse, a voice echoed. The Ascension City has the heavenly furnace of the witch race, capable of refining universe deity realms. This voice naturally came from Chris, who had been observing from afar. Seeing Shane being surrounded and beaten, he wanted to lend a hand. As long as the Genesis Temple suffered, anything was good. Both the Jamil and Bear lit up with hope. Yes, why forget about the heavenly furnace of Ascension City? A treasure jointly crafted by 12 Jaces of the witch race could refine a universe deity realm. They exchanged glances, knowing they were being manipulated, but there was nothing they could do now. Shane, who was boasting wildly, suddenly showed panic. Without hesitation, he began to burn his primordial energy to escape. However, with a solution found, the two universe deity realms wouldn't let him go. They restrained Shane and forced him towards Ascension City. Shane roared, "You want to be enemies with the Genesis Temple, to be completely wiped out by them." Ignoring him, they continued the assault. Shane tried to call for help from the Genesis Temple, but was blocked by the two immortal artifacts. Helpless, he watched as he was pushed closer to Ascension City. Chapter 172. Jace cooperates again. Chris watched from afar as the three Zao Shun realm beings battled. He did not need to hide deliberately because there were many onlookers. Among them, Chris was not the most conspicuous one. Xianxia City was one of the ancient cities, and also the strongest. It was rumored that there were true immortal relics here. Regardless of whether this legend was real or fake, only Xianxia City in the entire universe could make such a claim. This was enough to prove how powerful Xianxia City was. Over time, it had become the core of the universe, so much so that even the witch tribe placed the heavenly smelting furnace here with great importance. When Cultivate was forced into Xianxia City by two people working together, the mighty ones from the Creation God Temple already had received news and were waiting. Two Zao Shun realm enforcers stood out, wearing the special attire of the Execution Immortal Guard, wielding raging power and blocking Cultivate's path. Upon seeing someone come to save him, Cultivate became ecstatic, whereas Dalen 9 and the Sky Demon Jamil displayed expressions of shock and anger. The Sky Demon Jamil sternly shouted, "Cultivate has broken our city's rules and publicly threatened me. Are you Creation God Temple protecting him shamelessly?" Dalen 9 added, "Indeed, Cultivate once slaughtered many experts of the 10,000 Moon Star System. You, Creation God Temple, call yourselves the law enforcers of the universe, but openly favor those who break laws. It seems you do not plan to adhere to your own order." Seeing these two in cahoots, Cultivate roared in fury, "Execution Immortal Guards, kill them with me." Dalen 9 and the Sky Demon Jamil faced their opponents fully prepared for defense, while the two Execution Immortal Guards did not take any action. Instead, an elder in black robes appeared. It was one of the 12 Dalens. "I am the Chun Position Dalen of the Creation God Temple. Our temple indeed bears fault in this matter, but so do you both. If we can, let's sit down and discuss a way to resolve this issue. What do you say?" The voice of the robed elder was deep. Seeing this elder, Cultivate's expression slightly changed. He didn't expect the 12 Dalens to be alerted. The Sky Demon Jamil and Dalen 9 exchanged glances. They understood that with one of the 12 Dalens present, it would be almost impossible to kill Cultivate. Despite feeling regretful, they were more wary. "If we talk with you, can you ensure Cultivate won't retaliate afterward? He has already spoken harsh words against us." The Sky Demon Jamil did not want to completely offend the Creation God Temple. Given a chance to step back, all he needed was assurance. However, Dalen 9 disagreed, roaring, "Sky Demon Jamil, think carefully. Cultivate may not entirely listen to the Creation God Temple. Once he retaliates, they can easily find excuses, saying they were unaware." This concern was shared by the Sky Demon Jamil. The Chin Position Dalen glanced at Cultivate and said, "He won't dare unless he wants to be pursued by the Creation God Temple." "Easier said than done," Dalen 9 scoffed. "Would you willingly abandon a Zaoshan existence?" The Chin Position Dalen looked at Dalen 9 indifferently. "You've gone far enough. There's no mortal feud between the Sky Demon Jamil and our temple. I can easily mediate this. If the Sky Demon Jamil refuses to assist you, what threat can you pose to Cultivate? Why don't we compromise?" Dalen 9's eyes blazed upon hearing this. The Creation God Temple was obviously playing dirty. However, Dalen 9 knew they spoke the truth. The Sky Demon Jamil clearly wanted to retreat, just needing a face-saving way out. With Cultivate being Zao Shan Realm and the Creation God Temple being far stronger than the 10,000 Moon Star System, persisting further wouldn't end well for Dalen 9. But swallowing his pride wasn't easy either. Watching secretly, Chris was equally displeased, knowing that the Creation God Temple's universal warrant made things difficult. He wanted to cause trouble for these guys, and now finally had a chance to strike down a Zao Shan Realm expert. But the plan might fail? Chris felt uneasy and started seeking a way to eliminate Coulter. Perhaps only the heavenly smelting furnace could achieve this. Chris cautiously activated the Tao of artifacts, attempting to communicate with the heavenly smelting furnace. He knew that after the Kaylee retrieved the furnace, they would have destroyed the old artifact spirit and cultivated a new one. Yet, he still tried to see if he could reconnect with the new spirit through the Tao of artifacts. To his surprise, Chris sensed a familiar presence. The naive spirit he previously deceived remained. The Kaylee hadn't erased it? How was this possible? Amazed, Chris attempted communication. Artifact spirit? The artifact spirit of the heavenly smelting furnace quickly responded, "You dare approach me again? Aren't you afraid the ancestral witches will capture and smelt you?" "Of course not. Since the ancestral witches didn't destroy you, it means they didn't really want to harm me," Chris replied laughingly. Though speculative, he believed it was highly likely. The ancestral witches proclaimed a warrant for him, wanting various beings to capture and smelt him using the furnace, despite knowing his connection with the artifact spirit, yet choosing not to destroy it. This implied they didn't genuinely wish to kill him, though Chris was relieved without understanding why. The artifact spirit was as naive as ever, hearing Chris's explanation and becoming puzzled. True. If the witches wanted to smelt me, they should have erased my consciousness, preventing any future communication. Yes, actually, this is a show we are putting on. The ancestral witches are using me to lure top-tier powers in the universe, eliminating them to unify the cosmos. Now, I've successfully lured a powerful one. Quickly, imprison him within the furnace for smelting. Again, Chris tried to deceive the naive spirit. This time, the artifact spirit hesitated. Isn't this another person from the witch tribe? No, this time it's the Creation God Temple. You know the Creation God Temple, right? They are the biggest adversaries of the witch tribe. Beguiled by Chris, the artifact spirit, understanding some basics about the Creation God Temple, quietly targeted Coulter. Meanwhile, the Chin position Dalen and others agreed to settle privately, planning to move elsewhere. Coulter reluctantly followed along. Just as everyone exhaled in relief, Chris commanded. The artifact spirit enlarged the furnace, leaping over the distance and engulfing Coulter within it. Chapter 173. He is our enemy. This sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard. Dalen Shen was especially outraged and immediately struck the refining heaven furnace with a punch, shouting, "Which powerful witch clan member is this? Why attack Coulter? He shares your enmity towards Chris." The refining heaven furnace ignored him and simply closed its lid. Chris infused power from afar, driving the furnace to continuously refine Coulter. However, his strength had limits and could not quickly refine someone at the cosmic god realm. Worried about potential issues, Chris secretly sent a message to Carson. "Still haven't moved? You really want to wait for Coulter to come out?" Carson hesitated, staring at the refining heaven furnace. He hadn't expected help from someone in secret, but seeing the furnace and recalling Coulter's threat, he finally steeled his heart, rushing over and infusing power into it. Dalen Shun raged loudly. "Does the Wan Shelly star system wish to become sworn enemies with the Creation God Temple? To hell with you. When we initially trusted the Creation God Temple, handing over the murderer to be dealt with by you, what did you do? You actually let the murderer go, even cultivating them to the cosmic god realm. This clearly shows contempt for your own established rules, treating us like fools. Gentlemen, don't blame me for speaking harshly. The Creation God Temple has completely lost its honor. They dare treat us like this. They might also do the same to you. A force that doesn't adhere to rules yet controls abundant resources while withholding your income. Is it a blessing or a curse? You decide for yourselves." As Carson continually infused power into the refining heaven furnace to refine Coulter, he loudly denounced the true nature of the Creation God Temple. Xianxia City housed countless beings, belonging to various forces. These forces were already deeply dissatisfied with the Creation God Temple, monopolizing the entrance to the heavenly deity battlefield and arbitrarily taxing them. But they never found an appropriate excuse to target the Creation God Temple. After being governed for so long, they had gotten used to it. Now, Carson's words made many forces doubt the Creation God Temple. Wouldn't the Creation God Temple dare use similar underhanded tactics on them? After all, who hasn't handed over some enemies to the Creation God Temple before? Taking advantage of this momentum, Carson roared aloud. "I urge everyone to go back and check. We, the Wan Shelly star system, are a mid-level star system. They dared deceive us like this. The same might happen to you too." Hiding among the crowd, Chris echoed, "Indeed, our Deimos star system has also been deceived by the Creation God Temple. They turned the enemies we sent over into enforcers to carry out shady affairs." With this endorsement, those forces showed evident skepticism. "Dalen Shen, I think you should answer Wan Shelly star system's questions instead of worrying about the person inside the furnace. Are we to believe the criminals we handed over were also trained as assassins by you?" Someone questioned loudly. Once such suspicion was raised, others followed suit. The collapse of credibility often resembled an avalanche. Once a little collapsed, countless chain reactions ensued. Initially intending to lead two immortal slaying guards to rescue Coulter, Dalen Shun was now surrounded by numerous questioners. He had no choice but to abandon the rescue and start answering questions. If the Creation God Temple fell into public disfavor, it would cause significant trouble. Watching Dalen Shun ensnared and questioned, Chris grinned. Without delay, he quickly left. Better safe than sorry if the Creation God Temple discovered and came after him. Regarding the medicine refined from Coulter in the furnace, Chris knew it was useless trying to take it, as the Creation God Temple would closely monitor it. Any attempt to retrieve it would result in immediate retaliation. So he decided to wait and see. Chris and Arrigo quietly departed, heading straight for a quiet star system. Upon reaching safety, they opened the stolen storage treasures. Upon opening, both Chris and Arrigo understood why a cosmic god realm guardian was required. Over 1 million Tao imprints. Could the Creation God Temple obtain this many Tao imprints periodically? If so, how formidable would they be? Chris and Arrigo exchanged serious glances. The The creation god temple is terrifying. Their hidden strength might not even fear the combined forces of the universe, Arrigo muttered. What if your people attacked? Chris asked. Probably still difficult. If I keep talking to you, I'm a dog. Arrigo realized she was again tricked into revealing more. She felt Chris was getting closer to discovering her true identity. Cooperation must end now. Chris also watched her seriously. Did this girl represent a force comparable to the creation god temple? Across the universe, only the Witch clan seemed capable of this. But Arrigo was definitely not Witch clan. Could she be from outside this universe? Lost in thought, Arrigo extended her hand to claim her share of the Tao imprints. After dividing the imprints, Chris wanted to ask if she'd cooperate again. But Arrigo refused, eyeing him warily. From now on, you go your way, and I mine. We don't know each other. Where are you going? Chris asked. That's none of your business. I have somewhere to go, Arrigo coldly replied. Seeing her attitude, Chris tempted. How about we find the source of these Tao imprints together? Arrigo visibly wavered but ultimately declined. No, I have other matters. Satisfied with her rejecting temptation, Chris said no more. Arrigo and Aloysia left directly. After walking a distance, Aloysia munched bamboo and told her, he's in for bad luck. How so? Arrigo was curious. I sensed multiple cosmic god realm powers following him, and more than one at that. They didn't act due to my presence. Now I'm gone. He'll be surrounded. Aloysia spoke calmly. Arrigo frowned. Should we just leave like this? He took so much benefit from the creation god temple. Naturally, he'll be hunted. As for helping him, I suggest against it. Don't forget, we're ultimately enemies. In future battles, he'll kill countless of our soldiers. Aloysia looked at Arrigo seriously. Arrigo's expression softened. Actually, he's quite handsome, speaks nicely, and I kind of like him. Chapter 174, Negotiation. After Zella left, Chris's smile slowly turned into a serious expression. He had indeed felt the power locking onto him just now. If he had wanted to, he could have asked Zella to stay and help him in battle. But he still wanted to test those people's combat strength on his own. Sure enough, moments after Zella left, 3 figures appeared beside Chris, all of them Xianxia from the Immortal Extermination Guard. As soon as these 3 guards appeared, they immediately invoked the space-time pathway and constructed a space-time trap. The surrounding space-time instantly became chaotic, forming massive vortexes that connected various dimensions. Anyone stepping into these vortexes would be caught in space-time storms, forever lost. Even worse, their lifespan would rapidly drain. Seeing these 3 working together to corner him, Chris smiled. It's truly an honor to have 3 Xianxia at the Universe God Realm dispatched for me by the Creation Temple. Hand over everything you've plundered, one of the Xianxia shouted. This was a Omar with a single eye in his forehead, belonging to the One-Eyed clan, naturally formidable and gifted. Chris laughed. But it wasn't just me who took your resources, Zella also did. Yet I don't see you taking action against him. Afraid? The 3 universe gods remained cold-faced, not responding to Chris's question. Chris understood. So you're afraid too, I guess. Let me take a guess at her identity. She probably doesn't belong to this universe. It seems she might belong to a powerful universe, so strong that even watching our universe being invaded, you dare not speak up. Isn't that right, enforcers? The 3 universe gods were livid, especially the Omar, who retorted, we do this for the greater good. So it seems I guessed correctly. Thanks for telling me, Chris chuckled. Hearing this, the 3 universe gods became even angrier. One holding a huge sword said coldly, stop wasting time. Kill him directly. Golden light surged out from the Omar's eye, capable of piercing through space and killing instantly. The giant sword-wielding universe god thrust forward with his sharp sword. The last one stomped down as if the sky were collapsing. 3 universe gods attacking together. There's no way you can survive, the Omar growled. Their combined space-time power was extremely intense. Chris grew serious, using all his path forces to resist. But then, snap. A willow branch lashed fiercely across the space-time vortexes, splitting them open and targeting the Omar. Shocked, he twisted his head around. His golden gaze collided with the willow branch, both parties retreating simultaneously. Taking advantage of this sudden breach in the encirclement, Chris quickly evaded, using space-time power while explosions of Tao artifacts combined with destruction pathway power barely blocking the attack. This unexpected development stunned everyone. Even Chris looked puzzled, unsure who had helped him. A willow tree floated from afar, its branches dangling, emitting a soft glow, looking incredibly imposing. Startled, the Omar said, it's you? Aren't you always living in the remote corners of the universe, refusing to budge? Why are you attacking us from the Creation Temple? The other 2 universe gods clearly knew the willow tree well, revealing grim expressions. The willow tree pointed at Chris with a branch. He planted me, gave me life. What's wrong with helping him? Hearing this, the 3 extermination guards' faces darkened. They had thought the iron-eating beast wouldn't assist Chris, making him vulnerable without any help. But this terrifying entity appeared. This willow tree was immensely powerful, once having destroyed an entire medium-sized star system for offending it. And medium-sized star systems usually harbored universe gods. It could easily overpower them. Such strength couldn't be ignored by the 3 extermination guards. Ethan, Chris went too far, seizing our critical resources. Even you need to adhere to reason, regardless of your power, the Omar remarked somberly. The Ethan replied calmly, reason with the Creation Temple? Huh, how funny. This mocking tone enraged the Rashad. Damn it, why so arrogant? Even if you're strong, tying down 2 universe gods is enough. We have 3 here, we can still incapacitate Chris. Chris shrugged. Isn't that a bit underestimating me? Then let's see. The Rashad suddenly attacked with countless sword energies descending on Chris. Chris released waves of sword energy carrying destructive pathway power. Boom, boom, boom. Their sword energies clashed, causing chaotic explosions spreading endlessly. This incredible display drew attention from many powerful beings. Even the Davidson and Zella observed remotely. After the clash, although Chris was knocked back, he remained unharmed. This enraged the Rashad. Tao Embodiment Realm? No wonder you're so arrogant. But even Tao Embodiment Realm isn't invincible. Chris smiled. At least one universe god won't be able to kill me. The Rashad clenched his sword, seething but admitting Chris's point. Only Jaces could kill Tao Embodiment beings, not universe gods. Humph. We can exile you indefinitely, the Omar said. Trapped in endless space-time turbulence, you'll wish you were dead. The Ethan waved its branch. Do you extermination guards ever separate? I can take you down individually. So, do you sacrifice yourselves to exile Chris or retreat now? The threat made the 3 extermination guards hesitant. They weren't selfless enough to risk their lives for the creation temple, yet many were watching. Leaving like this would lose them face. They stood at an impasse. Moments later, the Omar spoke. Ethan, don't get carried away. The creation temple has more than 3 universe gods and can call for support. But considering you, if Chris returns what he stole, we'll let this go today. Would that work? Translation provided aims to retain original tone and style, ensure natural fluency, and maintain logical coherence with previous content. Paragraph structure and line breaks closely match the original text. Chapter 175. Entangled Gratitude and Enmity. When the unicorn-eyed Cosmo-God realm suggested something to the Weeping Willow God, it looked towards Chris. Chris shrugged. Impossible. He said it's impossible. You'd better come up with a new request. The Weeping Willow God immediately turned its gaze to the 3 Cosmo-God realms. The unicorn-eyed Cosmo-God realm stared at Chris through clenched teeth. Don't mistake our kindness for weakness. This is already our lowest offer. Are you kidding? If I give everything back, wouldn't I have done all this for nothing? Without hesitation, Chris refused. Your lowest offer seems low enough to me. A bit lower won't matter. The gigantic sword Cosmo-God realm suddenly became impatient. Enough chatter. Since everyone disagrees, let's get down to business. I've contacted support from the creation temple. At worst, we can capture this Weeping Willow God together and send it into the heavenly smelting furnace. Since even Coulter can be smelted in that furnace, it should have no problem with the Weeping Willow God. After killing him, we'll finish off Chris, and everything will be settled once and for all. The other 2 extermination guards also hardened their resolve upon hearing this. Without any second thought, the Weeping Willow God gathered its power, preparing to clash with the 3 extermination guards. However, 2 more terrifying space-time forces descended from the sky. The 3 extermination guards rejoiced, thinking reinforcements had arrived. Unexpectedly, these forces directly hit them. Chris, retreat quickly. A strange voice called out from the void. The extermination guards were both furious and astonished. They hadn't expected another set of Cosmo-God realms to aid Chris. What background did this guy really have? Chris also hadn't anticipated another set of Cosmo-God realms. He couldn't figure out which faction was aiding him, but knew he should seize the chance to escape. The Weeping Willow God wrapped Chris with its willows and teleported away instantly. The 3 extermination guards dared not intervene, fearing an ambush by the 2 hidden Cosmo-God realms. Also, they didn't wish to openly antagonize the Weeping Willow God. So, they conveniently let Chris go. Yet, as Chris was leaving, he proposed to the Weeping Willow God, if we head to Ascension City now, do you think we can leave safely from there? Why Ascension City? The Weeping Willow God hesitated. The creation temple must be guarding the heavenly smelting furnace there. Going now might trap us. I can communicate with the artifact spirit. With just the medicine inside, I can master the grand path of space-time. When that happens, I won't be so helpless against the Cosmo-God realms, Chris explained. Upon hearing this, the Weeping Willow God agreed immediately. That trip is necessary. Only after becoming a Cosmo-God realm will you have the qualification to wander this universe. Chris raised an eyebrow. A Cosmo-God realm is only the beginning? Yes, this universe has issues. Only reaching the Cosmo-God realm grants access to the secrets of the Grand Path powers, replied the Weeping Willow God. Initially unwilling to go to Ascension City due to its dangers, the Weeping Willow God felt it worth taking the risk to help Chris. It immediately enveloped Chris with willows and sped towards Ascension City. Due to its special status, fighting within Ascension City isn't regulated as strictly as in Demon Heaven City. However, Ascension City has protective formations that can immobilize even a Cosmo-God realm if activated. Therefore, fights within the city aren't too severe. As long as large-scale destruction doesn't occur, the formation won't intervene. The Weeping Willow God informed Chris of this information. Although it often stayed in secluded areas, it occasionally ventured out and had some knowledge of Ascension City. Chris understood what to do after listening to the Weeping Willow God. They would infiltrate Ascension City first. Then, those Cosmo-God realms wouldn't dare fight too fiercely, giving Chris a chance to act while the Weeping Willow God distracted them. Just as Chris was heading towards Ascension City, the 2 hidden Cosmo-God realms revealed themselves. One was a human clad in black armor, face concealed. The other was a ferocious beast named Bayan, radiating true dragon fire. Chris didn't recognize the 2 Cosmo-God realms. However, the Weeping Willow God detected familiar energies. They are the ones who dealt with those 3 extermination guards earlier, it explained. Understanding now, Chris clasped his hands and bowed. Thank you for your help. May I ask how you know me? Bayan replied coldly. One of my clan's descendants was once your disciple. The man in armor echoed the sentiment. Me too. Chris recalled rescuing 2 children using his blood. Now their families were helping him. Thank you both. Please convey my gratitude to the young ones, Chris smiled. The 2 Cosmo-God realms ignored his politeness. Bayan coldly asked, you're heading to Ascension City, aren't you? Yes, I need to retrieve something there, Chris answered. The Creation Temple predicted that the heavenly smelting furnace's agitation was related to you. They've already set a net to catch you, Bayan said sternly. Chris nodded. I understand, but... If you understand, don't go. Change plans instead. We can't always protect you, Bayan interrupted and ordered. Chris's eyes narrowed slightly as he observed the obvious obstructive intentions of the two Cosmogod realms. His tone turned cold. I appreciate your help, but please don't interfere with my journey. The armored man spoke in a heavy tone. Do you think we want to meddle? Miss commanded us to ensure your safety. Otherwise, we wouldn't bother stopping you. But don't take our protection as a license for recklessness. Even our faction can't afford a major conflict with the Creation Temple. Do you understand? Chris finally grasped why these two specifically came out to stop him. Still, he cut straight to the point. Then return and tell your master not to worry about protecting me anymore. Hearing this, Bayan grew even more dissatisfied with Chris. Don't be arrogant. The Creation Temple hasn't targeted you seriously yet because their main forces are tied up elsewhere. If you go to Ascension City now, you'll walk right into their web. Even if you have one Cosmogod realm with you, escaping will be near impossible, even with our help. Chris raised an eyebrow. So, achieving the Cosmogod realm is impossible? The armored man countered. It's impossible. You chose a path that fixed you in the body manifestation realm. When you stepped onto that irreversible path, you lost the eligibility to become a Cosmogod realm. Chapter 176, Continuous Abductions. Seeing that the two cosmic gods did not believe him, Chris knew explanations would be futile. Both of you, go back and tell your master that I truly do not need your protection. Of course, for the fact that you managed to drive away the extermination guards just now, I appreciate it. Even if my gratitude towards your master has come to an end, what then? Chris asked solemnly. Clearly, Alana and the armored man were waiting for this sentence. Since you voluntarily renounced the bond with our young miss, from today onward, the celestial body galaxy system will have no enmity or favor with you. Whatever past grievances, such as your plundering of our galaxy system, will also be forgiven, said the armored man in a deep voice. Alana also spoke up, and my true dragon clan shall have no more ties with you. Chris nodded continuously. Farewell. Alana and the armored man quickly departed. After they left, the Willow god finally said, the celestial body galaxy system and the true dragon clan are among the few who can resist the creation god temple. You actually willingly give up on having a debt of gratitude with them? Well, it wasn't really a huge favor anyway. I only gave them some blood. Besides, looking at their attitude, if I kept thinking about this favor, nothing might get done. The Willow god didn't seem too concerned with these two major powers either. After all, even if a power was strong, they would still be suppressed by Jace's. Therefore, what truly mattered was personal strength. In Ascension City, as soon as Chris approached, he felt the dense temporal power permeating the area. Clearly, many cosmic gods were lurking here. The creation god temple really takes me seriously this time, Chris laughed. Not necessarily, they're not focused on you, but rather the heaven refining furnace. Most of their attention is on that. The Willow god's perception was clearer than Chris's. Those cosmic gods clearly paid more attention to the heaven refining furnace. I estimated that you would only have 1/10,000th of an instant to snatch the elixir from the heaven refining furnace. A little slower, and we'll be trapped, the Willow god asked solemnly. Can you ensure that? 1/10,000th of an instant. Chris weighed his options, feeling quite dangerous because he needed to communicate with the heaven refining furnace beforehand. But with all the cosmic gods watching, any communication would be detected. If he could capture a portion of the Great Tao Aura and gain another Great Tao Force at the Tao Transformation Realm, Chris had some confidence. Thinking about this, Chris immediately said, there should be many geniuses around, spying, right? Yes, so what? The Willow god was curious. Then it's easier. Let's raid those geniuses first. This way, our success rate will be higher, Chris confidently said. The Willow god naturally didn't mind. Cultivation itself was about competition. It wasn't like someone could monopolize resources, enjoy peace of mind, while others couldn't even cultivate without robbing. Why should others live in poverty? So, it's natural to snatch from each other. Even if Chris were robbed someday, the Willow god would resist but wouldn't be overly distressed. Following the Willow god's guidance, Chris targeted 2 extermination guards. Due to the lack of cosmic gods, many extermination guards were deployed around for guarding purposes. These extermination guards, much like fierce deities, once commanded respect and possessed boundless potential. Such entities naturally carried great Tao auras. Chris found them perfect targets. However, the extermination guards vigilantly watched each other. Touching one hair moved the entire body. Lurking in the shadows, Chris told the Willow god, don't act yet. Cosmic god's senses are too acute. They definitely sense you already, but haven't confirmed your identity since you haven't moved. The Willow god understood but was still concerned. These are extermination guards, each possessing multiple peak DAS. If besieged, it's almost equivalent to facing a cosmic god. Can you handle it? No big problem. Chris never intended to deal with so many guards. He wanted a sneak attack. He stealthily activated the time-space Tao. Being a cosmic god, even the slightest fluctuation was sensed by them. Various cosmic gods in hiding instantly detected Chris's actions. However, upon confirming it wasn't another cosmic god, they all tacitly retracted their gaze. They had to guard the heaven refining furnace, not wandering around. Otherwise, falling for a feint could cause serious trouble. Now it wasn't just the creation god temple's cosmic gods watching the furnace. Other factions' cosmic gods were there too. The extermination guards, although stirred, all exuded imposing power. Unfortunately, no matter how powerful they were, it was useless. Using time-space travel, Chris appeared behind one extermination guard, trapping him with the Annihilation Tao which struck down forcefully. The Annihilation Tao spun like a massive grinding mill, destroying ferociously. The ensnared guard roared furiously, struggling with over 300 peak Tao powers. Nearby guards noticed and rushed to help. But numerous Tao artifacts exploded beside Chris, hindering their rescue attempts. Chris used spatial power to carry the lone guard away. While escaping, his Tao constantly ground the guard. Despite resistance, it merely delayed the inevitable destruction. His peak Tao couldn't withstand Chris's annihilation power. Moreover, Mastering the time-space Tao gave Chris another lethal trick, sending enemies into the river of time. Time forces rapidly shorten lifespans, literally playing with lives. But Chris had infinite lives. In the river of time, the imprisoned guards suffered dual force assaults, weakening and being utterly destroyed. Great Tao aura entered Chris's body, but he only got one gravity Tao at peak. Seems like this guard's aura isn't impressive, but no worries, every little bit helps. Repeating this, Chris abducted another guard into the river of time, obtaining fire Tao at peak this time. Suddenly, Chris felt he didn't need to find the heaven refining furnace. Capturing extermination guards amused him. Snatching 6 guards consecutively, he completed the 5 elements Tao. Just when he was about to strengthen himself further, the creation god temple's cosmic gods finally acted. This translation preserves the paragraph structure, style, and logic from the original Chinese text, maintaining the narrative flow while ensuring clarity and fluency in English. Chapter 177. Re-entering the sky refining furnace. 2 Zaoshan realm beings were forced to abandon their posts. Just as Chris was about to take away the 7th Zushin guard, they suddenly appeared. Their space-time power instantly enveloped Chris, intending to imprison him. Ethan had been ready to intervene, but he saw that Chris's Tao power surged and actually summoned the river of time, then forcefully slammed both Zaoshan realm beings into it. The 2 Zaoshan realm beings from the creation god temple sneered non-stop. Fool. No matter where you learned those superficial space-time powers, do you truly believe you can match us in the river of time? Yes, we can traverse this river at will. How long do you think your lifespan can endure? In an era where great Tao power reigns supreme, although the hierarchy of realms has become less significant, there is still one thing that great Tao power cannot provide, a longer lifespan. The lifespan of a Zaoshan realm being is indeed extensive, far surpassing other realms. Now, seeing Chris humorously drag them into the river of time, these 2 Zaoshan realm beings did not flee or dodge. Instead, they wanted to trap him here. The force of the river of time constantly battered the 3. Their lifespans rapidly diminished. From initial ease, the 2 Zaoshan realm beings gradually became serious, then shock and fury appeared on their faces. They discovered that within the river of time, they quickly consumed 10,000 years of their lifespan. Yet, Chris seemed completely unaffected, standing calmly amidst the river without care. The 2 Zaoshan realm beings looked at Chris, who remained composed, and suddenly remembered something. This guy seems to have attained the Tao transmutation realm, meaning his lifespan could potentially last as long as the universe, making him immune to the erosion of the river of time. Realizing this, the 2 Zaoshan realm beings finally understood they had fallen into a trap. They couldn't compete with him in consuming lifespans. Suddenly, they panicked and swiftly escaped from the river of time. Seeing these 2 Zaoshan realm beings fleeing, Chris burst into laughter. He had finally found a way to deal with these Zaoshan realm beings. With that settled, it was time to retrieve the elixirs from the sky refining furnace. Chris immediately left the river of time and approached Ethan. Shall we go for the elixirs? Ethan had been observing Chris's battle, ready to offer support, but after seeing how Chris won, he felt quite absurd. Chris had used the space-time power, which Zaoshan realm beings were most adept at, to frighten them away. Reflecting further, he realized it made sense. The Tao transmutation realm was characterized by an extremely long lifespan. Although Zaoshan realm beings could defeat the Tao transmutation realm, they could not kill them, requiring celestial level powers like the sky refining furnace to achieve that. Typically, the Tao transmutation realm couldn't harm Zaoshan realm beings either. However, Chris was an exception, possessing both the destruction Tao at the Tao transmutation level and space-time power. Combining these 2 heaven-defying forces within one person made him invincible. Coupled with other peak realm Taos Chris possessed, his strength was immense. Ethan now had great confidence in retrieving the elixirs. Initially, he had planned to risk his foundation and future advancement to help Chris. Now, he believed there would be no issue. Go. Infiltrate the city first, Ethan said sternly. Chris quickly concealed his true appearance and disguised himself as an innocent civilian, heading towards Ascension City. Entry into Ascension City wasn't restricted. Even the Creation God Temple didn't have the authority to impose such restrictions. Thus, those Zaoshan realm beings could only watch the city gates and the sky refining furnace closely. Chris had earlier killed the Zushin guards and exchanged Tao fortune for a peak realm disguised Tao, which could transform him into anything, even fooling Zaoshan realm beings temporarily. Chris transformed into a golden lion and walked boldly into Ascension City. The Golden Clan was powerful in the universe, so the Zaoshan realm beings simply glanced at him without much scrutiny. After entering Ascension City, Chris headed straight for the sky refining furnace. As he approached, he engaged in casual conversation with the celestial body's divine body. Do the Golden Clan also have interest in the elixirs inside the furnace? The divine body asked curiously. Disguised as a golden lion with terrifying chi and blood, Chris was considered on par with the divine body. Pretending to be curious, Chris replied, "Oh, I just heard this treasure can refine Zaoshan realm beings. What kind of elixir could be inside?" The divine body smiled. You see, after refining a life form, the sky refining furnace condenses its essence into an elixir. There was a Zaoshan realm being refined earlier, and among the elixirs is one that can turn someone into a Zaoshan realm being upon consumption. Many life forms are here for that elixir. Chris feigned surprise. No wonder so many Zaoshan realm beings lurk here. Why don't they open the furnace and retrieve the elixir? The divine body, aware of the lurking Zaoshan realm beings, laughed. Because the sky refining furnace only listens to the Nuzu clan, and apparently, it also listens to Chris, though it's uncertain if that's true. It should be true, Chris chuckled. Huh? How do you know? The divine body was surprised. Chris smiled brightly. Naturally, because I am Chris. With a flash, Chris vanished from the spot, reappearing above the sky refining furnace. He had been silently communicating with the furnace while approaching. It opened its lid immediately. However, the Zaoshan realm beings reacted even faster. Chaotic space-time power surged in, trying to penetrate the furnace. Not only did the Zhao Shen realm beings from the Creation God Temple act, but other factions Zhao Shan realm beings also intervened. They had long coveted the furnace. With the lid open, they seized the opportunity, causing countless space-time powers to clash. Yet, the competition of so many space-time powers resulted in none of them entering the furnace. Most powers aimed to capture Chris, trapping him mid-air and preventing him from entering. Fortunately, Ethan erupted, willing to self-destruct 2 branches to create a gap for Chris, who was tightly surrounded. The sky-refining furnace took advantage, generating suction to cooperate with Ethan. In the next moment, Chris exerted himself, and the 3 parties worked together, successfully allowing him to enter the furnace. Not good. All Zhao Shan realm beings from the Creation God Temple were shocked. Hashtag Chapter 178, Trapped in the Siege. Everyone knew that there were pills inside the refining heaven furnace. Although this furnace was specifically created by the Witch Clan to refine Chris, discerning eyes could see that Chris was probably not afraid of entering it. Furthermore, this guy had the path of utensils within him, and who knew? He might even obtain the pill of the cosmic god realm inside. The many cosmic gods from the Creation God Temple were extremely embarrassed and furious. After all, despite so many of them surrounding him, Chris still managed to slip inside. If word got out, they would be laughed at. They dared not attack the refining heaven furnace because it belonged to the Witch Clan. But that didn't mean they wouldn't dare to attack Mitchell. When Mitchell attacked earlier, many cosmic gods immediately locked onto his presence. Kill him, one cosmic god roared. Several beams of space-time power erupted, instantly rushing toward Mitchell. Mitchell, well prepared, quickly withdrew. He dashed into the river of time, continuously moving away. However, those cosmic gods were determined to catch him and pursued him into the river of time as well. Compared to these cosmic gods, Mitchell was somewhat stronger. Thus, when he began to flee frenziedly, it was difficult for them to catch up. Yet, they persisted in pursuing him. Firstly, to vent their anger on Mitchell, and secondly, perhaps using Mitchell to force Chris out. Meanwhile, inside the refining heaven furnace, Chris had already obtained the pill and swallowed it without hesitation. A vast amount of space-time power rapidly burst within Chris's body. Chris continuously absorbed this power. To his surprise, Claire, who was being refined, actually possessed the blessing of Great Tao Fortune. Indeed, without the protection of Great Tao Fortune, how could anyone cultivate to the cosmic god realm? Fortune exchanged, Heart Demon Tao. Chris meticulously examined himself and discovered that he now had an additional power of the path of utensils at the body-transforming Tao level. It was the Heart Demon Tao, which could defend against heart demons and also unleash celestial demons to attack others, causing heart demons to grow uncontrollably. This power was incredibly formidable. With the Heart Demon Tao, Chris refined the pill much faster. Waves of space-time power surged and raged within Chris's body. Initially, his space-time Tao was at the Chuji, beginner, level, but it quickly ascended. Note, Chuji is directly translated as beginner in English, but for better readability, it might be more appropriate to say initial or lower level. Revised. With the Heart Demon Tao, Chris refined the pill much faster. Waves of space-time power surged and raged within Chris's body. Initially, his space-time Tao was at the lower level, but it quickly ascended. After an indeterminate amount of time, Chris felt his space-time Tao had risen to the advanced level. This jump of 2 levels made his combat strength no different from a typical cosmic god. If other Tao powers were added, he was far superior to ordinary cosmic gods. Chris was now among the top-ranking terrifying beings in the cosmic god realm. However, only his Tao power had strengthened. His cultivation level remained unchanged at just 20 layers of the Qi refining stage, which was quite vexing. Still, it proved that comprehending Tao power had nothing to do with cultivation level. They were products of different worlds, inherently dissimilar and unable to fuse perfectly together. Thinking this way, Chris immediately communicated with the spirit of the refining heaven furnace, asking to be released. The spirit hesitantly responded, "But there are many terrifying beings outside waiting to ambush you." Chris sneered, "What good will ambushes do? I'm now firmly a cosmic god. Dealing with them is like killing chickens." "Alright then, will you send more strong creatures like the previous one into me for refinement?" the spirit asked eagerly. "I found that refining these creatures can boost my power." The spirit of the refining heaven furnace was full of anticipation. Chris raised an eyebrow, wondering if the Witch Clan deliberately let him capture people to cultivate the furnace. However, regardless, once the spirit grew powerful enough, he could always take it with him. "Don't worry, I'll help you get stronger. Hurry up and open the lid." Mitchell was still waiting outside and was likely being besieged at the moment. The spirit happily opened the lid. As it did, several streams of space-time power surged in, forming hands that tried to capture Chris or the pill. However, Chris merely unleashed the Heart Demon Tao. The Ascension City floated amidst chaos, constantly monitored by countless grotesque celestial demons. Upon Chris's command, numerous celestial demons rushed in, burrowing into the bodies of the cosmic gods. Even the cosmic gods couldn't help but stiffen. These celestial demons might have no offensive power, but they were masters at stirring up inner demonic impulses, driving creatures mad. Despite the cosmic gods' powerful Tao strength, fending off these endless celestial demons took effort. Chris seized the opportunity to surge out of the furnace, locking onto the few cosmic gods with space-time power and bombarding them fiercely. He intentionally forced them towards the furnace, hoping to refine them. These cosmic gods weren't foolish, countering with their own space-time power. The river of time was summoned, its immense power causing titanic waves. Some drops escaped, hitting some onlookers. Those onlookers rapidly aged and turned to dust. Space-time power wasn't something everyone could handle. A drop from the river of time could destroy a universe god. This terrifying battle sent onlookers retreating in horror while envying Chris's newfound strength. How had a single trip into the refining heaven furnace transformed him so much? Was the furnace meant to refine him or enhance him? It was too late for regrets. Chris's space-time power wasn't weaker than these cosmic gods, and his other 3 Dao paths were already at the body-transforming Dao level. Under relentless attacks, over 10 cosmic gods were forced to retreat repeatedly. Unable to withstand Chris's power, they had to flee despite their resentment. They dared not approach the furnace, fearing becoming Chris's enhancement pills. Seeing these guys learning quickly, Chris sighed, turning to leave. His foremost priority now was rescuing Mitchell. Through the power of space-time, Chris had sensed Mitchell's dire situation far away. Mitchell had fallen into a tight siege, in grave danger. Chris hurried over. At this moment, Mitchell was indeed suffering from everyone pushing him down. Many desired his powerful body, either to enhance themselves or use cosmic god blood to cultivate offspring. Not only the creation god temple pursued him, but even cosmic gods from other forces surrounded him. Worse yet, 2 familiar figures joined the attack. The armored man from the heavenly body system and Faulkner from the true dragon clan. Mitchell roared angrily. Chris has resolved all enmity with you. Why do you still attack me? Translation continues. Chapter 179. A situation impossible to back down from. Now that the grudges have been settled, what does it matter if we attack you? Alfredo mocked in response. The armored man was relatively silent, but his actions were ruthless. He emitted a black light from his body. The power of the sinful god body. The sinful god body is a special existence, inherently condemned by heaven and earth, possessing destructive force. His presence brings endless sin wherever he goes. To counteract this, the universe's star system specifically crafted armor to limit his power. Now this power was unleashed without any obstruction, instantly posing a threat to all those at the Zoshan realm. This sinful force shook their minds, rendering them uncontrollable. Even some calamities began to arise in the universe. Xinlu also appeared grave, because none of the Zoshan realm beings from the Genesis Temple could pose such a strong threat as the armored man. At this moment, Alfredo also mobilized his own power. As a member of the true dragon race, his aura was wildly powerful enough to subdue the heavens. After all, the true dragons are one of the 4 symbols, suppressing the eastern region of this universe, being terrifying themselves. Even the witch clan would be wary when faced with the true dragons. But the number of true dragons is less than even the witches, not exceeding 100. At this moment, Alfredo's true dragon blood was activated, a shadow of a dragon encircling him. Xinlu realized it might end here for him today. However, it did not retreat, various forces pouring out of its body. Countless willow branches penetrated multiple worlds, then hammered down like meteor hammers on numerous Zoshan realms beings. The other Zoshan realms entities also mobilized spatial powers, rolling over everything. Alfredo let out an enraged roar, directly blasting Xinlu who had been suppressed back. The sinful god body stepped forward, causing temporal collapse, generating countless black holes. Although these forces were meant to attack the sinful god body, Xinlu, caught in the crossfire, also suffered greatly. In the end, after the combined attack from these Zoshan realms beings, Xinlu spewed a mouthful of blood and many of its willow branches snapped. It had no choice but to burn its essence, rapidly increasing its power, surpassing all enemies far and wide. But these Zoshan realms beings were very clever. Seeing Xinlu go berserk, they stayed far away, letting it expend energy. And if Xinlu tried to leave, it would be surrounded. This kite-style combat method was nauseating but undeniably effective. Xinlu's power quickly diminished, unable to escape. Forced into this situation, it began considering how to self-destruct to deal a severe blow to them. Just as Xinlu prepared to fiercely self-destruct, taking down a batch of Zoshan realms beings, one besieging Zoshan realms being suddenly cried out miserably and exploded into a mist of blood. Entering the river of time at death, he seemed to want to revive his past self. But a huge hand enveloped him, thoroughly destroying his existence. Witnessing this destructive power appear, it shocked all the Zoshan realms beings present. They knew Chris possessed the path of destruction. Before these Zoshan realms beings could react, several hundred million heavenly demons surged in, entering their bodies. Immediately, inner demons arose, halting those who intended to flee. Numerous magical artifacts appeared and exploded. Simultaneously came the path of gravity and the path of 5 elements. Unimaginably terrifying powers swept across, instantly engulfing several Zoshan realms beings. These Zoshan realms beings screamed and were severely wounded. Only a few managed to escape. However, the remaining Zoshan realms beings had been completely annihilated, only their true spirits escaping into the river of time. Chris sneered, not bothering to stop them. After all, he alone could not kill so many Zoshan realms beings. Even if they revived through past existences, they would suffer lifespan and strength damage. After all, reviving through the river of time has consequences. Chris's sudden appearance and formidable means thoroughly shocked the Zoshan realms beings besieging Xinlu. When they expelled their inner demons, they discovered they had lost at least a dozen companions, feeling cold down their backs. Chris coldly watched the numerous Zoshan realms beings. You can leave now. The Zoshan realms beings looked at Chris, their faces grim, hesitant in their steps. They didn't want to leave. After all, with more numbers, killing Chris and Xinlu was still possible. Seeing this, Chris summoned the river of time, saying, I've cultivated the path of destruction to the realm of Dao incarnation, and I possess Zoshan realm strength. Do you all want to test me in the river of time, seeing who can exhaust their lifespans first? Once your lives run out, even summoning your past selves won't save you. Temporal path isn't omnipotent. If your life hasn't run out, just being slain or encountering a calamity, allowing your past self to come can work. But if your future self's lifespan runs out, no matter how many times your past self comes, it's certain death, unless the temporal path is cultivated to the Dao incarnation realm. But that's robbing the universe of its supreme authority, something the ultimate cosmic will wouldn't allow. Thus, after Chris's threat, these Zoshan realms beings all revealed signs of retreating. They dared not fight Chris to the death. Those few who fled were still entangled by Chris within the river of time, their remaining true spirits rapidly losing lifespan. Inevitably, the foreign Zoshan realms beings started retreating. There was no need to die for the Genesis Temple. With these foreign Zoshan realms beings withdrawing, the Genesis Temple Zoshan realms beings slowly retreated too. They did not wish to fight to the death at this time. Orders from the Genesis Temple are one thing, but life belongs to oneself. There was no need to sacrifice oneself. Chris ignored the other retreating Zoshan realms beings. He could take revenge later. Now, he only wanted to teach two individuals a lesson, Alfredo and the sinful god body. As these two Zoshan realms beings tried to leave, Chris and Xinlu intercepted them. Alfredo's expression changed drastically, fearing Chris immensely, coldly saying, "Do you also wish to be hunted by the true dragon clan?" Chris smiled. "When I was weak, I didn't fear the Genesis Temple. Now that I'm a Zoshan realm being, why should I fear you?" These words made Alfredo's face extremely grim. Indeed, Chris's power was something even Alfredo feared immensely. The true dragon clan wouldn't want to confront Chris either. As for the sinful god body, he never expected Chris to ascend to Zoshan realm so quickly. Had he known, he wouldn't have dared offend such a formidable existence. Now regret came too late, and they found themselves in a predicament with no easy way out. Chapter 180, Buying Their Lives. Chris, you are indeed formidable, but you can't afford to provoke our true dragon clan in the celestial star system. Why don't we compensate you with some points from the divine battlefield? Note, G-Fun is translated as points to maintain fluency in English. After much deliberation, Alana ultimately decided to take a step back. Though arrogant, the Brook also considered conceding this time. Indeed, going against these two clearly powerful celestial gods was quite troublesome. Since there was no one around, spending points to buy peace wouldn't be too humiliating. Note, I replaced G-Fun with points to maintain fluency in English and consistency in terminology. Chris saw Alana and the Brook trying to buy their way out, and naturally refused at first. But considering they had a substantial amount of credits, after a brief pause, he agreed. Note, G-Fun is translated as credits for better fluency in English. How many points do you plan to offer? Chris asked. Alana and the Brook slightly relaxed. Then, they spoke in unison. I will offer 1 million points. The word G-Fun is a direct transliteration and should be translated to points for better fluency in English. This maintains the meaning and reads more naturally. I will offer 2 million points. This revision ensures the sentence reads naturally in English while accurately conveying the meaning of the original text. The term G-Fun is translated to points for better fluency and understanding in the context provided. The difference in their offers was somewhat awkward. Chris looked at them with a smirk. A mighty celestial god is only worth this many points? Do you really consider yourselves so worthless? Note, I've maintained the meaning and tone of the original text while ensuring it reads fluently in English. The term G-Fun is translated as points for better readability. Alana's face darkened upon hearing Chris's mockery. The Brook remained silent for a moment before coldly saying, "You want all our G-Fun points?" // The word G-Fun was not translated in the user's input. Here is the corrected version. Alana's face darkened upon hearing Chris's mockery. The Brook remained silent for a moment before coldly saying, "You want all our points? Or what? You are buying your lives right now." Chris sneered. Without hesitation, Alana shouted, "Absolutely not. Our G-Fun numbers are in the tens of millions. If we gave it all to you, wouldn't people laugh us to death?" Note, the term G-Fun is directly translated as points or credits in English. For better fluency, it should be replaced with the appropriate context-specific term like credits or points. Here's the improved version. Without hesitation, Alana shouted, "Absolutely not. Our credit numbers are in the tens of millions. If we gave it all to you, wouldn't people laugh us to death?" At the realm of celestial god, pride mattered most. After all, it was almost the peak of this universe, where there was almost nothing else to seek. But Chris raised an eyebrow. "You have tens of millions of points? Why aren't your names on the primordial demon list?" Note, G-Fun should be translated as points for better fluency in English. That list only allows entities below the astral god realm to be listed. We, being celestial gods, can slaughter freely in the divine battlefield. What's the point of being on that list? In fact, G-Fun now serve little use to us except for rewarding disciples and offspring. Edit. In reality, these G-Fun now have little use to us except for rewarding disciples and offspring. For better fluency and natural reading in English, it would be, in reality, these G-Fun now have little use to us except for rewarding our disciples and descendants. Note, G-Fun is not translated as its specific context or equivalent term in English is not provided. Normally, G-Fun could be translated as points or credits. So a more refined version might be, in reality, these points now have little use to us except for rewarding our disciples and descendants. So since you are now a celestial god too, G-Fun aren't much use to you either. We can each give you 5 million G-Fun, how about that? Corrected for natural flow and coherence in English. Since you are now at the celestial god realm as well, G-Fun aren't of much use to you either. How about we each give you 5 million G-Fun? What do you think? Note, the term G-Fun seems to be left untranslated. For a more fluent translation, it should be translated to points or credits. Here's the improved version. Since you are now at the celestial god realm as well, points aren't of much use to you either. How about we each give you 5 million points? What do you think? Alana said firmly. Chris shook his head. 10 million points per person. Any less, and we fight. The term G-Fun is specifically referred to as points in the context of this translation, maintaining consistency with how it's described earlier in the text. Temporal power and the force of the path of destruction surged from him simultaneously, instantly enveloping Alana and the Brook. Mitchell also struck immediately, wrapping them both up. Alana and the Brook were enraged. But after comparing their forces and realizing they couldn't match Chris's strength, they were forced to calm themselves down again. After a short hesitation, Alana and the Brook ultimately agreed. It was just 10 million points after all. They could still earn more. Note, I replaced G-Fun with points to maintain fluency in English. They took out the Jade tablet storing G-Fun and traded with Chris. These 20 million G-Fun could roughly purchase 10 inheritance marks of elementary great paths. However, if used to buy other treasures like elixirs, Dao weapons, cultivation methods, etc., they would yield far more, enough to elevate the strength of the Dark Realm significantly. Once Chris secured the points and put away the Jade tablets, he looked at Alana and the Brook and said, I robbed you. Surely you won't be unhappy? Or perhaps you're plotting revenge? Of course not. Alana frowned slightly, sensing ill intent in Chris's words. Chris smiled, but I don't believe that. The Brook was startled and angry. What do you mean? Boom. Chris's power erupted. The river of time gushed out, trying to entangle Alana and the Brook. These two, who usually prided themselves on controlling the river of time, hurriedly dodged as if they had encountered a terrible poison. After all, within this river of time, Chris was even more formidable than they were. In terms of longevity, they couldn't compete with Chris. Just as these two were about to dodge, they felt an overwhelming gravitational force hit them. It was the gravity Dao, as if the entire universe's force was crushing down upon them. Fortunately, they weren't simple opponents either. The Dao power surged from their bodies, breaking through the gravitational suppression. Simultaneously, nearly 1,000 peaks of Dao power pierced through their bodies, forcing Chris back. Chris didn't have as many peak Daos, but he had 3 Daos at the Supreme Realm level, which was enough. The Mind Demon Dao. Endless Mind Demons sprouted, terrifying Alana and the Brook even more. At this moment, it became easier to induce the Mind Demons, causing their already chaotic powers to falter momentarily. Mitchell also stood nearby, his Dao power comparable to theirs. He fully activated it, directly blasting Alana and the Brook into the river of time. Flushed by temporal power, their lifespans diminished rapidly. Chris kicked Mitchell away and then used his own strength to firmly suppress Alana and the Brook. He wasn't seeking to kill them but to subdue and drag them down with pure power. Alana struggled fiercely, but although their combined efforts couldn't be lethal to Chris, they couldn't escape his suppression either. They could only watch helplessly as the power of the river of time eroded their lifespan significantly. Even at the cosmic deity realm, one merely had the ability to interact with time, not manipulate or alter it. So under such relentless erosion by the river of time, Alana and the Brook gradually aged, leading to a decline in strength. After all, the 5 decays of heavenly beings were no joke. As their strength waned, Chris grew stronger. Seeing white hair appearing and precious blood weakening, Alana panicked and pleaded, I know I was wrong. We shouldn't have underestimated you. Please let us go. We'll do anything you ask. The Brook, despite his arrogance, couldn't control his fear. I'm willing to help you. Just spare us. Chris, looking at these two begging for mercy, sneered, I once helped your young master, yet you treated me like this, showing you never took me seriously. Even now, your pleas for mercy are temporary. Once you escape, you will turn your back on me. So this talk of loyalty and submission is pointless. If you want me to spare you, offer something truly valuable. Chris's words accurately reflected their true thoughts. Alana and the Brook inwardly cursed their luck but quickly offered, we can use our points to buy our lives. But Chris wasn't swayed. 20 million points should suffice for now. Offer something else to save your lives. Alana, looking disheveled, wondered what else he had. Use the supreme techniques of the true Dragon Clan? The Brook reacted quickly, gritting his teeth. I'm willing to trade a secret that can grant you immense resources. Not at all. Alana frowned slightly, sensing malice in Chris's words. Chris laughed, but I don't believe it. The Brook snarled in shock and anger. What do you mean? Boom. Chris's power erupted, and the river of time spewed out, intending to ensnare Alana and the Brook. Usually proud manipulators of the river of time, Alana and his ilk hastily avoided it as if it were a deadly poison. After all, within the river of time, Chris was even more ruthless. When it came to lifespan, they couldn't compare to Chris. But just as these two were trying to dodge, they felt a terrifying gravity surge. It was the gravity path, like the entire universe pressing down on them. Fortunately, they weren't pushovers. Supreme path powers erupted from their bodies, breaking through the gravitational suppression. Simultaneously, they wielded near-peak path powers, trying to force Chris back. Chris didn't have as many peak paths, but he had 3 paths at the Dao embodiment level, which was enough. The Heart Demon path. Endless Heart Demons sprouted, making Alana and the Brook fearful. Heart Demons emerged more easily now, causing their initially violent strength to falter. Mitchell also loomed menacingly nearby, his path powers comparable to theirs. With full force, he pushed Alana and the Brook into the river of time. Time power washed over them, drastically reducing their lifespans. Chris kicked Mitchell away and, using his own strength, forcefully suppressed Alana and the Brook. He didn't aim to kill them, but simply wanted to restrain and drag them along. Despite their fierce struggles, though combined they couldn't be killed by Chris, they also couldn't escape his suppression. Watching their lifespans being drained helplessly, Alana panicked and begged, I know I was wrong. It was our mistake to underestimate you. Please let us live. We'll do anything. Though arrogant, the Brook couldn't control his fear. I will serve you if you spare us. Chris watched as these two bowed and pleaded, sneering, I once helped your young master, yet you treated me like this, showing you never truly respected me. Even your pleas for mercy are only temporary. Once freed, you will surely turn on me. So stop with the nonsense about loyalty or submission. If you want me to spare you, come up with something useful. Chris had hit the nail on the head with the duo's thoughts. Alana and the Brook secretly lamented their predicament. However, they quickly reacted, willing to trade points for their lives. Yet, Chris was unperturbed. 2 million points will do for now, but let's talk about something else to buy your lives. Alana, in a rather sorry state, hardly had anything else to offer. Did he have to exchange the supreme treasure technique of the true Dragon Clan? The Brook, however, reacted swiftly, gritting his teeth and said, I am willing to trade a secret that can get you Highlang resources. Note, The term hailang is often used to describe a huge amount or abundance. Depending on context, it could be translated as a vast amount or an abundance. To improve fluency, the last line could also be. The brook, however, reacted swiftly, gritting his teeth and said, I am willing to trade a secret that can grant you an abundance of resources. But Chris wasn't interested. 20 million points suffice temporarily. Trade something else for your lives. Note, the term G-Fun is replaced with points to ensure it reads naturally in English. Alana looked rather embarrassed. What else did he have? Would he use the supreme technique of the true dragon clan? The brook reacted quickly, gritting his teeth and saying, I'm willing to trade a secret that can bring you boundless resources. Chapter 181. Encounter the coffin bearer again. What information? Chris asked. The wicked god body growled low. Let me leave the river of time first. I no longer trust you. Chris paid it no mind and directly let the wicked god body go. This creature had expended several million years of its lifespan in a short period of time. Its strength was far weaker than before. If Mitchell really wanted to kill it, it would be like cutting through butter. The wicked god body understood this, so it did not hesitate, turning to escape while shouting. A burial ground for gods has been discovered in the celestial star system, where many foreign deities lie buried. They carry strong legacies on them. It's located in the dreamlike star system. After delivering this news, the wicked god body vanished. Chris did not bother chasing after it. There was no need. With its power significantly diminished, its once powerful physique would now be more of a burden. It wouldn't dare come out recklessly from now on. Consider it ruined. Chris turned to look at Diego. You seem to have nothing valuable enough to buy your life, huh? Diego was very anxious and terrified. Indeed, it didn't have any valuable information, but it did not want to die and could only say in a low voice, as long as you spare me, you will become a friend of our true dragon clan. Not interested, Chris sneered. I helped you all, yet you still dared to kill me. This proves your true dragon clan is not trustworthy. Diego panicked. This was my personal decision. It's my problem and has nothing to do with the true dragon clan. They want to be friends with you. But if you kill me now, it will completely sever ties with the true dragon clan. Chris laughed. I saved your young lord, yet I saw no gratitude. Now just by killing you, it will lead to complete hostility. Yet you still have the audacity to claim your clan values righteousness and loyalty? Chris's words made Diego's expression unbearably ugly. Neither coercion nor inducement worked. Did he really have to die here? Reluctant, it burned its true dragon blood and called out for help from its kin over distance, only hoping some of its kin could sense it and come to its rescue. This was a special ability of the divine beasts. They could sense each other when one of their kind falls. Chris also sensed Diego's intentions. His powers surged out, overwhelming Diego even faster and utterly annihilating it. With the assistance of the River of Time, an Astrogod realm being thus expired completely from exhaustion. After disposing of Diego, Chris quickly left with Mitchell. They had barely gone when a massive dragon claw tore through space, revealing a colossal dragon head the size of a world, surveying the surroundings. Feeling the fallen power of Diego, rage flickered on the dragon's face. I, the Kai, want to see who dares to kill my descendant. The River of Time was summoned. In the past temporal space, the dragon witnessed how Diego was killed by Chris, but the force of the River of Time had already taken away all of Diego's remaining lifespan. Unless someone could exert supreme power to retrieve Diego's lost lifespan, there was no way to bring Diego back to life completely. But the Dragon Clan lacked such capability, even in Jace's ancestor, which might find it extremely difficult. The dragon's eyes brimmed with boundless murderous intent, yet it did not rush to deal with Chris. Initially, it thought the one killed was merely an ordinary dragon, but unexpectedly, it was actually the Astrogod realm Diego. He was also at the Astrogod realm level. Going there now would only serve as Chris's prey. Better to return and consult the ancestor dragon on how to handle this young man. That was an existence infinitely close to the Jace realm. The dragon head withdrew. Ironically, while examining the past events in the River of Time, when Chris suppressed Diego, Chris himself had sensed it, but he neither blocked nor resisted. After all, it was pointless. Chris and Mitchell headed straight for the dreamlike star system. With their current realms, they didn't need teleportation arrays. They could transcend time and space on their own, reaching their destination in no time. The dreamlike star system lived up to its name. It was filled with nebulae of countless dreamlike forms. The cosmos here wasn't dark and chaotic, but rather an endless expanse of colorful mists. These mists contained dense energy, making it an ideal place for cultivation due to the abundant spiritual chi. Thus, it was known as a sanctuary for practice. But how these mists came into being was unknown, because this star system existed since ancient times in the universe. It did not belong to any present-day god emperor. When Chris arrived, he found almost every misty region harbored cultivators. Most were of lower realms. Those at the Astrogod realm looked down on these mists. All of them came here for the burial ground for gods. Chris detected many forces of spatial power through his perception. He headed towards the area with the most Astrogod realm beings. Soon enough, he saw a familiar figure. A youth carrying a black stone coffin walking ahead diligently. A coffin bearer? Chris looked at the coffin on the bearer's back and saw no sarai. It seemed not to be the same coffin bearer he encountered previously. Could this one be related to the burial ground for gods? Chris followed the coffin bearer closely. Upon approaching, he felt several forces locking onto him simultaneously, all from the Astrogod realm. Looks like not only I suspect this coffin bearer, many others also doubt that he has something to do with the burial ground for gods. Those guys don't want me monopolizing the benefits. Chris didn't want to incur collective wrath, so he stopped, observing from afar. The coffin bearer acted as if nothing happened, proceeding silently. Mitchell whispered, I can't sense the true realms of these coffin bearers. That's normal. I suspect they might not even be life forms from this universe. Just like those two. Chris remotely locked onto a figure. It was a fat ball-like figure munching on bamboo shoots, looking stunned. Demon Kai was crouching beside it, wielding a huge hammer with her twin tails hanging naturally, no longer hiding her cuteness. She noticed the Iron Eater's odd mood and asked curiously, "Fatso, what's wrong with you? That guy became an Aster God?" The Davidson communicated telepathically to Demon Kai. Demon Kai was curious. Who? Brush. Chris appeared beside Demon Kai, grinning. Me. Demon Kai jumped, nearly swinging her hammer at him. But upon recognizing Chris, she widened her eyes dramatically. It's you? You're already an Aster God? How did you manage that? Eat pills. Chris said casually. What pill? Do you have more? Demon Kai asked eagerly. Chris chuckled. Since you aren't cultivating the path force primarily, why bother taking pills? Demon Kai shut up instantly. She was terrified of Chris's scams. But seeing her silence, Chris grew even more certain. Looks like I guessed right. ##### Chapter 182. The Enraged Coffin Bearer. The Zealot raised his large hammer and smashed it toward Chris. You bastard. You've only been deceiving me. Chris casually waved his hand, blocking the force of the Zealot. The Zealot's expression changed, unexpectedly realizing how far he had fallen behind Chris. They had just parted ways not long ago, right? Jealousy filled the Zealot as he placed his hand on his forehead. But the Davidson next to him slapped his hand away. Caught off balance, the Zealot turned angrily to glare at the Davidson. Fatso, what are you doing? The Davidson merely looked calmly at the Zealot without a word. Seeing this, the Zealot's anger quickly subsided, replaced by calmness. Then, he slowly lowered his hand from his brow. Chris observed this young woman. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming power emanate from her. Though it vanished in an instant, it left Chris with a strong sense of threat. Chris had already ascended to the cosmic deity realm, possessing the strength to face 10 foes at once. But facing the power inadvertently released by the Zealot, he still felt intense danger. This made Chris very curious. What kind of ability was this girl cultivating? The Zealot didn't want to tangle with Chris over this matter any longer. He pointed into the distance. Look, the coffin bearer has entered the encirclement. Chris lifted his head to look. Sure enough, the coffin bearer had entered the prearranged encirclement of a group of people. Clearly, they were targeting the black stone coffin on the back of the coffin bearer. They were all cosmic deities, and their attacks caused spatial fragmentation. Countless black holes and space fragments viciously sliced into the coffin bearer's body. Chris stared intently at the coffin bearer, wanting to see how he would resist. Unexpectedly, the coffin bearer did not stop walking. He moved slowly but resolutely forward. Those forces struck him forcefully, yet caused no harm whatsoever. Chris's expression became serious. Just now, there were at least 20 cosmic deities surrounding him. Even though their power wouldn't hurt Chris either, he would definitely need to use temporal spatial power to block them. The might of the coffin bearer also shocked the other onlookers. These cosmic deities refused to believe it and continued attacking fiercely, trying to subdue the coffin bearer, no matter how crazily their powers assaulted him. The coffin bearer was like an insatiable black hole, absorbing everything and remaining completely unharmed. The cosmic deities fought while retreating, not wanting to confront the coffin bearer directly. But there were always those who wouldn't give up. A cosmic deity from another race quietly appeared behind the coffin bearer, intending to use spatial power to snatch the black stone coffin. However, this action thoroughly enraged the coffin bearer. He abruptly turned around and punched the ambushing cosmic deity. The cosmic deity was terrified, trying to escape. But he found himself unable to move. His usually well-controlled spatial power was now completely out of his control. It was as if a giant hand had forcibly pressed him down. Boom. The coffin bearer's punch landed on the cosmic deity. The cosmic deity was instantly obliterated into debris. Witnessing this scene, all the ambusher's pupils constricted sharply. One punch to destroy a cosmic deity? Most importantly, the coffin bearer had used no Dao power. For a cosmic deity, killing another cosmic deity was too easy. But doing so without using Dao power was incredibly difficult. Even capturing a cosmic deity was challenging. What kind of existence was this coffin bearer? After killing the enemy, the coffin bearer acted as if nothing had happened and continued forward. This time, no one dared to attack again. They just watched silently. Chris instinctively glanced at the Zealot beside him, only to find her expression unchanged. She seemed entirely unshaken. Chris squinted his eyes and asked, Zealot, you. Shut up. I won't answer anything. I don't want to talk to you, the Zealot interrupted. Chris smiled and said, so I understand. What do you understand? The Zealot exclaimed in shock and anger. What do you know? I know you belong to the same kind as them, Chris replied with a smile. The Zealot's expression relaxed, but she had learned to be smart and didn't say more. Looking at her, Chris hesitated. Did this mean he had guessed correctly? But seeing her indifferent demeanor, it didn't seem like much of a secret. While Chris was thinking, a spatial ripple came from afar. He turned his head to see the coffin bearer tearing open a space rift and unloading the black stone coffin, tossing something inside. Chris vaguely saw what fell out of the stone coffin, a certain living being. Other powerful figures noticed this as well. A cosmic deity couldn't help but take action. Chris could clearly see that the attacking cosmic deity was wrapped in divine light, evidently a special divine body. That divine body activated temporal spatial power, summoning the river of time, attempting to lure the coffin bearer into it. But the coffin bearer merely turned around and threw another simple punch. Boom. This punch actually tore through the river of time. The cosmic deity was sent flying backward, spitting blood in shock and rage. What kind of power is this? The divine body roared in disbelief. As the divine body drew the coffin bearer's attention, all the living beings rushed toward the space rift behind the coffin bearer, because that rift clearly led to the burial ground for gods. Chris and the Zealot were among those rushing in, but the coffin bearer stood guard at the rift, emitting a fierce aura. He still hadn't used any Dao power. Chris saw clearly that he relied purely on his physical body. Yet, his physical body was terrifyingly invulnerable, each strike carrying the power to destroy Dao. Chris had been keeping an eye on the Zella. He noticed that when she followed him, she intentionally lagged half a step behind. When he approached the space rift, she removed her hammer with ill intent, apparently planning to strike him. Chris sneered and disappeared the moment the Zella swung her hammer. He reappeared behind her and kicked her. The Zella uncontrollably flew toward the space rift. Seeing her, the coffin bearer's normally lifeless face showed anger. You, die. Suddenly, the coffin bearer opened the black stone coffin on his back and lunged at the Zella. The Zella hadn't expected Chris to be so devious, and there was no time to curse. She immediately swung her giant hammer at the coffin bearer. Boom. The coffin bearer's punch hit the hammer. Without surprise, the Zella flew backward, spewing blood. At this point, the coffin bearer stopped blocking the rift and chased after the Zella. Though curious, the others immediately charged into the rift, including Chris. He wanted to see what was inside. Chapter 183. The flesh becomes stronger. The burial harvest of gods. Chris rushed into the fissure and was met with an endless sea of corpses. Some were colossal, as if ancient dragons spanning millions of miles of starry sky, while others were incredibly small, like motes of dust, yet emitting destructive auras. Despite being dead and soulless, these entities still imposed immense pressure on those in the Xianxia realm. Amidst the chaos, a corpse drifted by, unintentionally sweeping its arm across several nearby Xianxia realm beings, who instantly shattered without any resistance. Even a Xianxia realm powerhouse was severely wounded and barely escaped. Witnessing this scene, all the strong figures present were stunned. Chris began to realize that perhaps the coffin bearer forbade them from entering to protect them. What kind of creatures were these buried here? How could they retain such power even in death? Was it because their physical bodies had been cultivated to be extraordinarily strong? Just as Chris pondered this, he heard a telepathic message enter his mind. It was Zella's voice. Help me bring someone out, and I'll give you 100 great Dao inheritance marks. Chris's eyes flickered. Who? He wears a green robe, wields a wolf-shed mace, and has a body 100 feet tall. As long as you bring him out, I can give you all my great Dao power and celestial war field points. Zella sounded very urgent. She knew this would raise many questions for Chris, but there was no time to waste. Chris quickly scanned the numerous corpses. Soon, he spotted the one Zella described, deep within the burial harvest of gods. However, getting there would require passing through many massive corpses that posed significant threats. Chris found this dangerous. Initially, he wanted to retrieve that corpse to uncover Zella's true identity and source of power. But now, he considered giving up. Yet, not everyone shared his caution or prudence. A Xianxia realm being forcefully attacked a seemingly weaker corpse, but the great Dao power proved ineffective against it. This made all present aware of the problem. The corpses seemed to resist their great Dao power. While Chris thought, he suddenly heard an extremely faint voice. Martial cultivation leads to immortality, never dying, never ceasing. It seemed to originate from a corpse, though Chris couldn't pinpoint which one. Not quite dead? Or did these beings truly reach a state of eternal existence, maintaining some awareness even in death? Could they possibly revive someday? Chris hesitated, unsure. But after careful consideration, he thought it unlikely. The coffin bearer certainly understood the state of these corpses better than he did. If they could revive, they wouldn't just be left here. They'd at least be sealed, even if destruction wasn't possible. Leaving that aside, what intrigued Chris more was the phrase, martial cultivation leading to immortality. Could these people have remained so powerful after death because they pushed their physical bodies to the limit? Were these the cultivation methods of the previous epoch, or true paths of cultivation forgotten, due to the allure of quick gains from great Dao power? But why did the Brett Divine Temple reward him with great Dao power? With endless doubts, Chris attempted to attack a corpse, hoping to obtain some blood for study. Others had similar thoughts and launched frenzied attacks on the corpses, trying to inflict damage. However, none of their efforts caused any harm. Until a divine emperor, in desperation, used his spiritual energy, breaking through a corpse and causing it to bleed. The blood emitted a rich radiance, looking like precious treasures from the heavens. Everyone stared in shock at Ezra. He explained hurriedly, I just struck casually with my spiritual energy, didn't expect. Suspicions arose, and other beings tried using their spiritual energy, finding that some weaker corpses indeed bled. So, these corpses were immune only to great Dao power, not to spiritual energy. Of course, some corpses were genuinely too strong to be harmed even after death. As various beings scrambled to obtain the treasure blood, Chris also joined in, harvesting and refining much of it. Instantly, he felt his physical strength surge. The others noticed this too and ceased hesitation, fiercely grabbing at the corpses. Fortunately, there were plenty of corpses, preventing conflicts among them. Continuing to harvest and refine treasure blood, Chris ventured deeper into the burial harvest of gods, eventually approaching the corpse Zella mentioned. Up close, the corpse was even more terrifying. Standing beside it, Chris felt like an ant facing an ancient mountain, under immense pressure as if the entity hadn't died. Yet, he sensed no life force, only an oppressive stillness. Trying to use celestial power, Chris's attack was repelled by a sudden burst of light from the corpse. This was a true powerhouse. Even in death, none could harm it. But who had slain such a formidable being? Curious, Chris attempted to take the corpse away. But neither storage treasures nor spatial powers worked. Chris speculated only the coffin bearer's black coffin could transport it. Alas, where would he get such a thing? Shaking his head, he gave up. Until suddenly, the Xianxia world within him erupted with terrifying suction, pulling towards the corpse holding the wolf-shed mace. Though the corpse resisted with glowing light, it gradually moved closer due to the overwhelming suction. Surprised, Chris realized the Brett power within him found the corpse intriguing. Watching the corpse shrink and enter his body, eventually reaching the Xianxia world, he experienced an overwhelming surge of power. a boundless influx of god-demon power entered his body, rapidly enhancing him far beyond before. Capturing strange deities, exchanging god-demon power, Chris felt an unprecedented increase in strength, becoming thousands of times stronger than ever before. Chapter 184, Threats Prove Useless. So this is the power of martial arts leading to enlightenment? Refining the physical body to its utmost limit, without relying on external forces or cosmic energy. Because once you come into contact with the universe, conflicts will inevitably arise. Therefore, martial arts involve continuously developing one's physical body to gain transcendent power. Chris felt that his own physical body was being developed anew. It seemed like he was reconstructing his realm, akin to building a skyscraper to the heavens, only to demolish it all at once and start over again. But despite this, Chris felt that even without utilizing the Tao's power, he was far more formidable than before. Why did Brett bestow the power of the Tao previously? Dual cultivation? Chris came to an understanding, believing it likely that both types of power had certain flaws, perhaps leading to Brett's downfall in the past. Hence, he made him cultivate both powers simultaneously. After obtaining immense physical strength, Chris looked around at the corpses, wondering if he should take them all. However, the suspected force from the Brett temple in Xianxia world didn't react. Was it unable to process another one? As Chris was pondering, he suddenly felt as if he were locked onto by something. He abruptly turned around, only to see a gigantic eye staring right at him. The eye was cold and emotionless, sweeping over all living beings in the god burial Harvey. At this moment, these living beings all looked up incredulously at the massive eye, some in terror, some in reverence, and others attempting to flee. Yet, no matter what they did, the eye seemed uninterested. Finally, it focused on Chris. Feeling the eye's gaze, Chris sensed something was amiss and wanted to leave. But the eye, now fixed on him, emitted a voice that shook the entire god burial Harvey. Heaven-chosen coffin bearer, you shall bear the coffin and hunt the rogue gods. Raising an eyebrow, Chris thought about the title coffin bearer. Was it chosen automatically by the god burial Harvey? Did it also involve hunting rogue gods? Despite having suspicions earlier, the eye's words confirmed his thoughts. However, Chris did not want to be a coffin bearer, mainly because he disliked carrying a coffin everywhere. The eye seemed to perceive Chris's reluctance and immediately tossed a huge coffin toward him, which stood upright behind. Trying to resist with the Tao's power proved futile. Only when he used brute physical strength could he push it away slightly. But the black coffin behaved like it had a soul, following him wherever he went, as loyal as a servant. Realizing he couldn't shake it off, Chris sighed helplessly. Alright, if I have to keep a coffin, can we at least make it look nicer? This one is too dark. The eye slowly closed without response. Yet, when Chris glanced at the black coffin, he noticed it gradually shrinking and changing shape. Eventually, it transformed into a small black animal, about the size of a fist. The little creature resembled a bird but also had cat-like features, covered in fluffy fur, round, bright black eyes like gems. Now, it looked rather cute. It spread tiny wings and flew to Chris's face, seemingly asking if this form would do. Chris was surprised by the coffin's ability to transform into an animal. Are you originally an animal or a creation? Chris asked curiously. Chirp chirp, replied the small black ball, emitting a bird-like sound. To Chris's surprise, he understood its meaning. The black coffin was indeed transformed from their race, originally animals. They disguised themselves as coffins during battles to avoid revealing their species to enemies. With the cosmos now stable and rogue gods rare, displaying their true forms wasn't problematic anymore. Seeing this, Chris was delighted. Can you subdue rogue gods? Chirp chirp, the small black ball confirmed. Smiling, Chris extended his hand. Come here. The little black ball happily landed on his palm and rolled up to perch on his shoulder, resembling a lump of coal sitting there. Chris laughed. I should give you a name. Calling you coffin all the time wouldn't work. But since you're entirely black, why don't I call you Xiaobai, white? We Chinese believe in naming things after what they lack. Chirp chirp. The little black ball clearly disagreed, pushing against him insistently, as if pleading for a new name. Chris teased. We also have a saying that low names are easy to nurture. How about Doggy? Chirp chirp. You want to be called Black Beast? Chris raised an eyebrow. Why not just go with Xiaohei Blackie? Chirp chirp. This time you agreed pretty quickly. Laughing, Chris poked Xiaohei's fluffy body. Right as he confirmed Xiaohei's name, a giant hand suddenly reached out from afar, casting shadows across the sky, shimmering with strange light and exerting world-ending pressure. The Shellazin body has moved? Someone watching exclaimed in shock. Looking at the approaching hand, Chris felt his body also enhanced. He smirked and punched back. These people should think about why they were chosen by the god burial Harvey. It was because of their strength. Boom. Fist met palm. The Shellazin body screamed as his hand exploded. Unable to believe it, he protested. Impossible. I consumed a god's body here, fully unleashing my divine body power. Why can't I beat you? You consumed a god's body? Like I didn't do the same. With a swift leap, Chris approached. Without using spatial Tao, his speed was still astonishing. His body had developed a primordial ability allowing him to break through spatial barriers effortlessly, surpassing spatial Tao in effect. Instantly appearing before the Shellazin body, Chris aimed a punch at its chest. Sensing imminent death, the Shellazin body retreated in terror, roaring, You dare attack me? Aren't you afraid of the galactic system pursuing you? Bang. No matter how fast the Shellazin body ran, it was still caught by the punch, exploding into nothingness. After the explosion, Chris planned to use temporal power to annihilate the remains but paused. He opened his mouth and sucked in the scattered blood and chi of the shattered Shellazin body, absorbing it with brute physical strength. Sensing himself growing stronger, Chris smiled contentedly. Threatening me with the galactic system? I've heard that line hundreds of times. What good does it do? Chapter 185 The Deception. Other creatures in the divine burial ground looked at Chris with apprehension. They had realized it. The divine burial ground chose Chris because he was indeed stronger than all other creatures present. If you don't leave quickly, I'll seal this place. Chris strode outward. He was sure that keeping the divine burial ground open for a long time would have no benefits. Otherwise, such a place where cosmic life could become stronger through absorption wouldn't be kept closed. Hearing Chris's words, those creatures revealed looks of anger. They had just entered this place and witnessed many wondrous powers. Naturally, none of them wanted to leave at this moment. By saying this, Chris forced each of them into a killing mindset. They slowly moved forward, surrounding Chris. Seeing these people block the exit, unwilling to let him go, Chris couldn't help but sneer. Did you forget how the coffin bearer easily defeated you? Don't forget, I'm not only the coffin bearer but also in the Cosmogod realm. Upon hearing this, the faces of those blocking the way slightly changed. Indeed, Chris's ferocity was already famous. Now with the identity of the coffin bearer added, he seemed even more terrifying. Unavoidably, someone in the crowd retreated. A part of the Astralgod realm and celestial griffin level being stepped back. One Cosmogod refused to concede and suggested, "Can you give us some time to take away these alien gods' bodies?" Chris shook his head. "I will seal this place once I'm out. You can do as you wish." He strode outward, while those Cosmogods hurriedly used their power to carry away the god bodies. Some clever ones combined forces to carry one body out. At the instant Chris left the divine burial ground, they swiftly escaped. But a few stubborn Cosmogods refused to leave. They didn't believe Chris would really do this. After all, who among the existences here didn't have a force backing them up? Being sealed here would certainly provoke fury from their backing forces. However, after Chris left, he casually sealed the spatial rift. Those Cosmogods were startled and frantically channeled their power, trying to open the space to leave. But the temporal power which they normally manipulated effortlessly now became ineffective. They even tried to return to past times through the River of Ages to escape. Yet, in this mysterious place, even the River of Ages couldn't be summoned. Suddenly, many Cosmogods were genuinely panicked. They didn't expect the suppression by the divine burial ground on them to be so significant. Chris, watching those Cosmogods fail to escape, gazed deeply. This divine burial ground probably didn't belong to this universe, because he sensed that the strength there was much higher than here, much superior. After sealing the space, Chris turned to the ongoing battle far away. It was Zella fighting with the coffin bearer, but Zella's strength had grown far too powerful compared to before. A red mole appeared on her brow, and the power around her body became overwhelmingly strong. Chris even felt that her body emitted the same kind of power as those corpses. Indeed, an alien god. Little Hay on Chris's shoulder bounced excitedly and chirped, "Chirp, chirp." Chris could sense its intense hostility towards Zella. As the coffin bearer, he naturally had to act. Chris strode across the void and appeared behind Zella. Sensing Chris's formidable power, Zella's face changed abruptly. "Impossible. You only entered the divine burial ground. Why did you become so strong?" "Maybe it's because I'm a genius." Chris threw a punch at Zella. Feeling enormous pressure, she reached out to touch the red mole on her brow. Aloysia reacted quickly, appearing in front of Chris and blocked with a punch. Boom. Their punches collided, causing both Chris and Aloysia to retreat. Chris squinted at the chubby Davidson. The power emanating from this guy made Chris feel something was off. "Do you mean to say your previous Cosmogod realm was just a disguise?" Chris asked. "To be precise, it was the power I gained approaching this universe upon entering it." Aloysia replied with a smiling whisper. "So you realized you were deceived?" Chris mocked. Aloysia's smile gradually disappeared, speaking gravely. "Indeed, those guys set up a grand deception." People around were baffled, not knowing what the two were talking about. Chris offered no explanation. Looking at Aloysia said, "Although our past cooperation was quite pleasant, I still can't let you leave. Will you get into the coffin yourself, or shall I help you?" Aloysia steadily looked at Chris and said, "You've just awakened the power of the flesh body. You're not my match." Chris nodded slightly. "You're right, so I plan to deal with Zella." Finishing, he snapped his fingers and shouted to the distant coffin bearer, "Brother, switch places." The coffin bearer was pressing Zella at the moment, immediately abandoning the fight and walking towards Aloysia. Meanwhile, Chris appeared before Zella, releasing a terrifying glow from his fist, smashing fiercely. Hammer swung her hammer towards Chris. The force was so immense that wherever it passed, the cosmos shattered. Boom. Chris's fist collided with the hammer, the resulting shockwave frightening all onlookers in the Cosmogod realm. Beings in other realms retreated wildly, fearing involvement. Feeling Chris's power, Zella touched the red mole without hesitation. In the next moment, a more formidable and domineering force erupted from her body. Evidently, she had been suppressing her true power all along. Her innocent young smile now darkly stared at Chris. "I thought only which clans could rival me, never expecting you to gain a legacy. But unfortunately, you obtained only part of it. Although you awakened true physical power, you did not obtain the physical divinity. The true power of the body is far greater and more magnificent than you imagine." A strange power flashed around Zella's legs, and in the next second, she appeared behind Chris at a speed no one could perceive. "This is the leg divinity. And the power," she whispered softly as the hammer came down fiercely. The power radiating from her now made Chris feel a dense threat, but triggering the power of the body. Chris carefully sensed his physical strength, feeling some peculiar energy within his limbs. With a thought, he triggered the energy in his arms. A power equal to Zella's divinity was released. Chapter 186, Capturing the Zella. Chris raised his arms high above his head, crashing into the hammer of the Zella with a ferocious impact. The shockwave generated from their collision was even more terrifying than the force of space fragmentation. In this universe, the power of the Great Tao is universally acknowledged as formidable. It allows one to ignore realms when fighting and grants eternal life. Yet, no one had ever imagined that physical strength could surpass the power of the Great Tao. Watching Chris and the Zella punch and hammer at each other like maniacs, the surrounding Xiaoxian realm onlookers felt an intense fear. They realized that, even as beings in the Xiaoxian realm, if they dared to intervene, they would certainly be destroyed. Meanwhile, another distant battle between another coffin bearer and a Davidson was even more horrifying. Even though both were using only their physical bodies, the power leaking out was enough to instill dread in any living being. The Zella was indeed very powerful, but under her fierce attacks, Chris also began to awaken true physical strength. He continuously tapped into the potential of his body, uncovering its profound mysteries. His body seemed to be transforming into a divine body similar to celestial star systems, a true manifestation of power. The Zella sensed that Chris was genuinely growing stronger with every blow. At the start of the fight, she felt she could suppress him, but now, the balance of combat was gradually tipping in his favor and eventually leading to her suppression. Finally, as Chris launched another powerful punch, the Zella was violently sent flying. She stared at Chris with a sour expression. Your people are all liars. Was it worth it? Just to deceive us, you destroyed your own foundation. If we didn't deceive you, could we have kept our foundation? Chris countered. What's the point even if you did deceive us? The cost you've paid is too great. Now everyone in the universe practices the power of the great Tao, probably turning them all into useless beings. The Zella loudly declared, causing bewilderment and surprise among the onlookers. Power of the great Tao. Is it a lie? Under normal circumstances, someone saying this would be laughed at. People would dismiss it as nonsense. But now, the strength displayed by Chris and the Zella far surpassed that of the great Tao. Along with the corpses in the burial ground of gods, these strong beings couldn't help but speculate further. Chris understood that the Zella intentionally exposed this, but since things had escalated to this point, hiding it was impossible. His only option was to prevent the news from spreading. Chris lunged forward, fiercely attacking the Zella. As he continued to unlock the power of his body, the Zella finally started to falter and was punched away by Chris. Just as she was dazed from the blow, Xianxia unfurled its tiny wings, flew into the sky, and opened its mouth. A wild suction force erupted from its small mouth, sweeping towards the Zella. Sensing this devouring power, she struggled wildly. Despite her immense physical strength and her hammer's furious strikes, Xianxia's power acted as a counter to hers, forcefully absorbing her into its body. Seeing the Zella swallowed by Xianxia, Chris understood the importance of the coffin bearers even more. If the entire universe were a massive, complete system, then the coffin bearers were antivirus programs, needing to eliminate outsider gods as viruses. Far away, the Davidson, upon seeing the Zella captured, turned and left without a trace of hesitation. However, Chris rushed over and teamed up with another coffin bearer to block the Davidson. Looking at Chris, the Davidson earnestly said, You and Hammer used to be like-minded friends? Why must it come to this? Moreover, there isn't much hope here. Why not come with me? I assure you, you will become a general among us, enjoying respect from 10,000 people and cultivating true strength. Isn't that better? Chris retorted. Am I not already cultivating true strength? This left the Davidson speechless. If it were before, his temptation might have worked. But now, Chris truly was cultivating real strength. Besides, the previous Chris didn't need luring. Looking at Chris, then at the silent coffin bearer behind him, the Davidson sighed. It seems you're determined not to let me go. Can I go to the burial ground of gods? Yes, as long as you're dead, Chris smiled. It seems not. But do you really have the confidence to defeat me? I am much stronger than Hammer. Indeed, the Davidson exuded a fiercely brutal aura. But Chris pointed to Xianxia and said, Zella isn't dead yet. Her biggest threat in this world is you. As long as you show some compliance, I might keep her alive longer to use her. Don't rush to reject me. I know she comes from a significant background. You can't fool me. A cunning mind can't be replenished no matter how much bamboo shoots it eats. Initially intending to resist fiercely, the Davidson looked at Chris, feeling helpless. Chris indeed hit a soft spot. The Zella's identity was critical, and she absolutely couldn't die. If delaying her death slightly meant the Davidson's willingness to face death, he agreed. If my death ensures you temporarily spare Hammer, I'm willing. But, how can I trust you? The Davidson stared intently at Chris. Chris smiled. How about this? I'll swear an oath to you, and you don't have to die immediately. Let him seal you first. That way, if I break my word later, you might sense it. How does that sound? The Davidson couldn't refuse this condition. Its situation was hopeless, and preserving its life was the limit. Although the Davidson knew Chris intended to use the Zella, it had no choice. I agree, but I warn you, Hammer's identity is extraordinary. If anything happens to her, it won't be just insignificant entities like the creation god temple hunting you. With that, the Davidson behind it was swallowed into the black coffin opened by the coffin bearer. When the coffin closed, Chris looked at him. Brother, where are you headed next? The coffin bearer ignored Chris, quietly shouldering the black coffin and continuing on silently. Chris shrugged and didn't press further. He sensed that these coffin bearers were different from himself. After the coffin bearer left, he patted Xianxia on the shoulder and whispered, Let the girl out? Xianxia seemed reluctant. It clearly had a natural aversion and advantage over outsider gods, but it still listened to Chris. ##### Chapter 187. The Grand Temple of the Creator Deity. Mona reluctantly spat out Zella. As soon as she appeared, she was about to swing her hammer. Chris calmly said, Think carefully, can you beat me? Upon hearing Chris's words, Zella's hammer couldn't come down. She indeed wasn't a match for Chris. Moreover, she noticed that the Davidson was no longer there. Did it use its life to get me out? Zella put down her hammer, her face heavy with melancholy. It didn't die, just sealed away. You care about it, right? Chris smiled and asked. Zella looked at Chris with her beautiful eyes. Do you think I'm stupid? You must have struck some deal with Fatty to let me out. Now, you want another deal, right? Double-crossing us? Chris nodded indifferently. Yes. Zella clearly hadn't expected Chris to be so candid, and she was momentarily stunned. But then she understood why Chris was so brazen. Because Chris knew she couldn't refuse his conditions now, not only because the Davidson was captured and sealed, but also because she couldn't escape either. More importantly, she wanted to live. Because only by living could she transmit the issues she had discovered in this universe back to her camp. Although she didn't know what grand conspiracy they were plotting, it was definitely something terrible if they were willing to destroy their foundation for it. Just for that reason, Zella wanted to live. Lowering her head, she looked at Chris and asked, "All right, what do you want?" "I want to know everything about you," Chris said straightforwardly. "Then can you tell me all the secrets of this universe?" Zella countered. "Of course not. What are you thinking?" Chris raised an eyebrow. Zella gritted her teeth in frustration, but she could only suppress her anger and ask, "If I tell you everything, can I leave?" "No, but I will allow you to stay outside Mona's stomach. You should know, as long as you're outside, you always have a chance to escape." Chris guided her. Although Zella knew she was at a disadvantage, she was forced to agree. Chris then turned to look at the onlookers surrounding them. "Do you still have anything to say?" Chris's gaze was unfriendly. The onlookers were actually weighing their options. They were assessing the gap between their own strength and Chris's, wondering how likely it would be to capture him. Chris saw through their intentions and gave a cold laugh, stomping his foot on the void. Rumble. Brutal force tore through the space, creating countless rifts. The onlookers used spatial path power to resist but failed completely. Many were shredded by the force. This shock made all beings stop thinking about capturing Chris. Chris looked at them coldly and said dispassionately, "My opponents are no longer you. Don't come after me again." The onlookers watched Chris with ugly expressions. They understood that his power had surpassed their imagination. From the conversation, they realized their cultivation might have problems, a colossal scam perhaps. Chris took Zella and walked off into the depths of space. Zella, following behind him, asked curiously, "Where are you going? To wander the void like those who carry coffins?" "Probably, but before that, I need to resolve something first," Chris replied lightly. "What's that?" Zella was curious. "Of course, to visit the grand temple of the creator deity. They're putting a bounty on me. I want to ask if they still plan to chase me. If not, I'll be busy with my own affairs." Zella, though now a half-prisoner, was naturally thrilled. She even temporarily forgot her thoughts of escaping. Of course, if Chris got trapped in the temple, she might find an opportunity. Walking through the void, Chris soon arrived at the Creation God Temple's base in the Dream Galaxy. He didn't touch any treasuries since he knew the main temple held better treasures. Chris caught the local Divine Emperor effortlessly. Despite Ezra's formidable power, he was powerless against Chris. The Divine Emperor's face was filled with terror. "We haven't hunted you. There must be someone responsible. Why don't you go after the main temple instead?" "I'm planning to. Can I teleport there from here?" Chris asked casually. The Divine Emperor relaxed and led Chris to a transmission array. It was small and heavily guarded. "This is usually reserved for the heads of our various branches, leading directly to the main temple. Thus, outsiders cannot use it. But of course, you are an exception." The Divine Emperor flattered Chris, inviting him into the array. Seeing this, Chris understood how corrupt the Creation God Temple had become. Their own member readily betrayed their superior and led the enemy. Walking into the array, Zella whispered, "Aren't you afraid it's a trap? What if the Creation God Temple has been waiting for you and deliberately let this underling deceive you? The Creation God Temple is cautious of me, but I don't believe their subordinates would obey such orders." Chris's sarcasm rang true. The light from the transmission array rose, and they vanished instantly. The next moment, Chris stood before an enormous palace suspended in space, emitting a pressure greater than an entire galaxy. Even Zella, fully recovered, felt a chill. This was far beyond her expectations. Why did such incompetence exist alongside such immense power? Chris was also surprised. Even a worthless organization that governed a universe had its means. Yet, he was undeterred. Chapter 188, Entry. Chris arrived at the entrance of the Grand Hall. The moment he appeared, the 12 elders inside detected his presence. However, instead of showing themselves, they chose to seal off the Grand Hall, preventing Chris from entering. At the same time, they released the Xianxia guards. These guards were all immensely powerful, wielding great destiny and formidable strength. They held divine artifacts, with at least 10 being in the Xianxia realm. Unfortunately for them, if these guards had attacked Chris earlier, he might not have been able to resist and would have been captured. Back then, the Xianxia Shrine didn't consider Chris a significant threat, thinking it was beneath their dignity to use their strongest forces to capture him. This gave Chris the opportunity to grow. Now, Chris's power far exceeded what the Xianxia guards could handle. While the divine artifacts were indeed potent, Chris wasn't defenseless. He possessed numerous Tao forces surrounding him, making him less fearful when facing those artifacts. The many Xianxia guards watched Chris intently. With a blank expression, Chris said, "I have come here. Why do the 12 elders still refuse to see me?" The leader of the Xianxia guard stepped forward, eyeing Chris directly. "What does your arrival mean? We've already gathered numerous powerful beings to encircle and eliminate you soon." Chris didn't just come here for revenge. He also had some matters to inquire about. For instance, the existence of the burial ground and coffin carriers hadn't just emerged recently. How could the Xianxia Shrine, which had dominated the entire universe for so long through martial arts cultivation, be unaware of this? Moreover, how could these Xianxia guards, supposedly the shrine's elite, none of whom practiced martial arts cultivation, remain ignorant? Or was the Xianxia Shrine itself part of the deception? Unwilling to waste any more time, Chris strode forward. Seeing this, the Xianxia guard leader immediately shouted, "Attack!" Numerous divine artifacts soared into the air, releasing overwhelming power towards Chris. Chris, enveloped by Tao forces, used the Tao of artifacts to communicate with the artifacts, turning some against their wielders. As expected, many artifacts turned chaotic, attacking their own wielders. But most still struck Chris. Wrapped in the power of time, Chris resisted the artifact's attacks without breaking through the river of time. Ignoring their assault, he charged into the ranks of the Wuxian guards like a fierce tiger descending from the mountains or a raging dragon crossing the river. Unable to withstand Chris's strength, the Wuxian guards fell one by one under his relentless strikes. With each guard's death, their destinies entered Chris's body, converted into Dao forces that bolstered his power. Though Dao forces were no longer the supreme power, they remained effective against the Wuxian guards. These guards began to realize that Chris was only growing stronger with each kill. As they started retreating, their once feared prowess seemed laughable. Shaking his head, Chris headed straight for the Grand Hall's interior. Sensing an incoming wave of power, though unafraid, he knew blocking them might give the 12 elders a chance to escape. Passing by the retreating Wuxian guards, Chris reached the Grand Hall's entrance. The hall was surrounded by a protective array, its misty force preventing entry. Attempting to penetrate it with space-time power proved futile. Chris realized this structure wasn't built by the Xianxia shrine, but possibly seized later. Shaking his head, Chris told Zella, "Break it." Zella shook her head. "I can't. Stop procrastinating. You're my hostage now. Do as I say." Reluctantly, Zella, feeling intimidated by Little Black on Chris's shoulder, picked up her hammer and began smashing the door. Each strike felt like hitting Chris, oddly relieving her frustration. "Smash you! Smash you!" She gritted her teeth and continued striking. After countless strikes, the protection array finally broke. Chris pushed open the door and walked in. Inside the Grand Hall was void, save for 12 chairs occupied by figures in black robes, representatives of the 12 zodiac signs, the 12 elders of the Xianxia shrine. Their eyes under the black cloaks looked at Chris. The shrine had ruled the universe for ages. Never before had someone broken through their Grand Hall. The 12 elders were shocked and bitter. The Daelin of Z quietly sighed. The power of the previous epoch is truly this strong. Chris calmly observed them. Knowing they were also in the Xianxian realm, he sensed no similar aura from them, meaning they hadn't cultivated physical strength like him. "Since you know the previous epoch's power is strong, why didn't you cultivate?" Chris asked. "Do you think we don't want to? How can we when not everyone has your luck to enter the burial ground and receive those legacies?" The Daelin of Chun retorted coldly. Chris inquired curiously, "So, you admit you are merely pawns?" "Pawns? Isn't everyone in this universe a pawn?" "Indeed, even we couldn't imagine how strong your world is. One person alone destroying the 12 elders of our shrine. But fortunately for us, you won't escape now," the Daelin of Hai said, seemingly relieved, watching Zella. Note: I've maintained the paragraph structure and line breaks as closely as possible to the original text while ensuring a natural English flow. Chapter 189. Partnership. Seeing these individuals daring to mock her, the Zella immediately flew into a rage. She couldn't help but retort. "Ha, you still have the nerve to look down on me? How about mentioning how you've been deceived by your own people?" The 12 Daelins were furious over the matter, but they felt more helpless than anything else. Chris looked at the 12 Daelins and originally wanted to severely punish them. However, seeing these pitiful fools who had also been deceived, he lost interest in doing so. "You will revoke the bounty on my head," Chris ordered simply. "Naturally, we cannot capture you anyway. But I imagine that you won't be bothered with us anymore," sighed Daelin Z. "I recently received news that many peculiar beings have emerged in various places. Initially, I was pondering which kind of entity was invading. It appears now that it might be more alien gods entering." Hearing this, Chris frowned involuntarily. No wonder the burial ground had urgently appointed him as a coffin bearer. It turned out more alien gods had entered this universe. The Zella's expression suddenly became tense, because she could almost confirm that the alien gods mentioned were possibly here looking for her. After all, someone had summoned her back long ago. She just felt something was off in this universe and refused to return. Unexpectedly, discovering the truth had confined her here. She immediately looked at Chris, wondering what he would do next. Little did she know, Chris was already looking at her. He indeed suspected that the Zella held an extraordinary status and might even be an important figure among the alien gods. Could those alien gods be searching for her? After catching the tension and flickering in her eyes, Chris was convinced they were indeed after her. Naturally, he wouldn't pass up this opportunity. If the Zella could investigate this universe, then he could find information about them. "Great. Do you have the locations of those alien gods?" Chris asked seriously. Daelin Z nodded. "Of course, we can provide you with ample intelligence and resources." Looking at the 12 Daelins, who seemed willing to cooperate wholeheartedly, Chris understood their intentions and smiled. "Then what about the resources my disciple needs?" "Your disciple?" Daelin Cho hesitated. "To be honest, it seems she doesn't require our help. Have you visited the Heavenly God battlefield lately? She cultivated a batch of demon kais using the great Dao imprints you previously stole from us. And then, she led those demon kais on a spree of looting. Now, her score ranks among the top 20 in the primeval demon list. At present, she commands at least 100,000 demon lords endowed with the power of the great Dao, attracting countless wary eyes in the Heavenly God battlefield. Many forces are secretly discussing ways to eliminate her." Chris raised an eyebrow. He hadn't expected Zofia to become so formidable in the Heavenly God battlefield, truly deserving of being the first one to escape from the Xianxia realm. "As for those forces planning to eliminate her, I'm currently too busy to deal with that. I believe you should be able to handle that for me well." Although Chris didn't think highly of the Creation Temple, believing they were far from a top-tier force, he couldn't deny their influence and intended to leverage them. The 12 Daelins understood their value and Chris's thoughts. Not only did they not resist, but they also felt pleased internally, knowing clearly they were mere pawns, worthless and expendable. In contrast, Chris might be a pawn too, but undoubtedly an important one. He might even be the key to turning the tables. So, if they clung tightly to him, they might just survive the storm. In such a situation, why wouldn't the 12 Daelins curry favor with Chris? As for the Creation Temple, they knew better than anyone how rotten it was. So, If helping Chris led to its destruction, they wouldn't mind since most resources were already in their hands. They could always rebuild another power base if necessary. Both parties harbored their own thoughts, but established a close partnership. Chris obtained the intelligence from the 12 Dalens and left immediately. Once he exited the creation temple, the Zealot warned him anxiously, "Aren't you afraid they might betray you once you're no longer useful?" Smiling, Chris said, "Don't attempt sowing discord if you're not good at it." Blushing, the Zealot retorted irritably, "Stop quibbling. I'm doing this for your own good. Is what I say wrong?" "Certainly wrong. As long as I live, my usefulness will never diminish," Chris replied calmly. What if they find a stronger genius to replace you?" the Zealot countered. "We need unshakable confidence in ourselves to cultivate and become immortals," Chris declared confidently. "We must believe not only in becoming immortals but also that, even as a pawn, we are the most significant one." Looking at Chris's unwavering confidence, she felt a deep concern rising within her for the first time. Before coming here, she often heard her brothers and father speaking disdainfully about the weakness of this universe and its deities' incompetence. Yet, watching Chris now, the Zealot felt a pang of worry for her respected family members who were like gods of war in her eyes. She became even more eager to send news back. Meanwhile, as Chris and the Zealot went to confront the alien gods, Xianxia faced a large group of powerful opponents in the heavenly god battlefield. These powerful figures came from various factions, most of whom had been raided by Xianxia. Now, surrounded by numerous strong foes, each with hostile expressions, Xianxia remained composed and taunted. "This is the heavenly god battlefield. Did you not know you can't kill me here? Whatever you did to us, we will do to you. Initially, you threatened us with death and deducted points for revival. Unbelievably, it seems you and your people face the same fate now. With so many strong opponents targeting you, do you think you can escape?" An enraged young man shouted, "Remember, I was nearly killed several times chasing after you." He had been drawn to her beauty, intending to show off and start a conversation, but ended up being hunted for tens of thousands of miles and killed multiple times. Eventually, he spent precious points to buy his life. Now, alongside other victims, he aimed to make Xianxia submit and turn her into his toy. Chapter 190, Power of the Celestial Deity. Kyra was not in the least afraid of these creatures. The demons around her radiated an imposing and fearsome aura. "You think you can make me bow? You're still far from that. If you have the nerve, why don't you call on the creation god temple to join you in this hunt? Otherwise, just with you lot, you won't have the power to force me out of the celestial battlefield," Kyra said sarcastically. Her defiant words only infuriated the surrounding beings even more. In their minds, Kyra should be crying and begging for mercy, pleading them to let her go. In a moment, many of them released their overwhelming auras and approached with icy expressions. Their numbers were no less than the demons. Moreover, the terror of those accumulated auras made Kyra feel immense pressure. If it weren't for her constant enhancement recently, she would have already been unable to bear it and might have knelt down. Among the demons, some weaker ones had already burst under the pressure. Unable to resist, Kyra showed no pity. With one command, the demons surged forward. Both sides clashed in a chaotic melee. A major battle erupted as they fought fiercely. The demons protected Kyra at all costs, striving to fend off the attackers. However, despite their large numbers, these forces hesitated and did not dare to lead the charge. Each powerful existence thought it best if someone else went first. In this hesitant assault, it gave the demons the chance to withstand the attack. Millions of low-ranking demons actually held back the first wave of offense. Seeing this, the observing leaders were all furious. They could clearly see their subordinates' fear. Unable to help themselves, they adopted a strategy of capturing the leader first to defeat the followers. 3 universe gods directly joined the fray. They surrounded Kyra with sinister grins. As masters of the spatial law, the universe gods could lock onto Kyra's position anytime. Now, it wasn't just about escaping. Even if she were killed and reborn elsewhere in the celestial battlefield, they could immediately find her. She looked at the 3 universe gods by her side and mocked, "To deal with one Royce like me, you're really sparing no expense, sending out universe gods." The 3 universe gods knew that surrounding a Royce was indeed shameful, but it couldn't be helped now. Just as they were about to attack, a larger force appeared, spreading like locusts. The numerous strong ones all turned back with surprise. But upon seeing that the leader was from the Executioner's Guard, they instantly relaxed. It seemed the Creation God Temple's people had arrived. Undoubtedly, they were here to capture Kyra and force Chris into action. Immediately, several leading figures moved forward to welcome the Executioner's Guard. The young man who wanted to enslave Kyra stepped forward, smiling, "I am Jonah, young master of Xianxia star in the Tianti star system. Are you also here to encircle Chris's disciple?" The lead Executioner Guard glanced at Jonah coldly and said, "Kill?" Jonah and others frowned. Directly killing isn't good. It's better to capture them. But in the next moment, the powerful members of the Creation God Temple lunged at Jonah's group. These people had been attacking the demons, suddenly found themselves ambushed from behind. Instantly suffering heavy losses, Jonah and others were stunned and enraged. They began to question the Executioner's Guard. "What are you doing?" "We are trying to capture Chris's disciple." "Yes, if you want them, just take them. Why do this?" The Creation God Temple has gone too far. This is completely disregarding the rules. Numerous powerful ones were furious, their eyes blazing. But the lead Executioner Guard replied coldly, "By order of the Creation God Temple, the bounty on Chris is revoked. From today onwards, anyone who opposes Chris will oppose the Creation God Temple." This order shocked everyone present even more. What? Not only did the Creation God Temple retract its bounty on Chris, but it intended to protect him? What had happened? Wasn't this change too drastic? Jonah and others couldn't believe it. During their hesitation, their people scattered and fled. Kyra watched the Executioner's Guard with suspicion, wondering if they were playing the good guy. Unexpectedly, the Executioner's Guard instantly attacked, slaying all the universe gods and even Jonah and his men. Then, the lead executioner guard turned to Kyra and said, "From now on, for any issues, seek out the enforcers of the Creation God Temple. We will help you fully." Confused, Kyra asked, "What did my Brody do? He became a coffin bearer, and we all must respect him. So you don't need to rob anymore. If you need anything, come to us." The executioner's guard hinted vaguely. Coffin bearer? Kyra was taken aback, unsure how her Brody had become one. But the executioner's guard didn't explain further, driving off the enemies and then leaving. Watching them go, Kyra pondered. Did she really not need to rob anymore? If the Creation God Temple truly helped her, she might easily create a significant power base. Kyra was deep in thought when she suddenly heard a secret voice. "Do you want the true power of the celestial battlefield?" "Who?" Kyra angrily looked around, but saw nothing. "Do you want the true power of the celestial battlefield?" The voice came again, cold, stiff, and filled with the aura of death. But Kyra's heart stirred. The origins of the celestial battlefield were extremely mysterious. Could this be the controller behind it? Was it selecting her as its heir? But why her? Considering the countless life forms in the universe, with geniuses as numerous as stars, even among the top 10 on the ancient fiend list, each one was terrifying. Why hadn't it chosen one of them instead of her? Or did this power allow for multiple inheritors? Kyra wanted to ask Zella, who was also in the top 20. Did he gain celestial power? But there was no way to contact him now. Kyra also feared missing this opportunity if she didn't respond. Thinking of her own weakness and the recent ambush, she realized she urgently needed to grow stronger. Deciding on this, Kyra inexplicably agreed. "I accept." Swish. Kyra vanished from where she stood. When she reappeared, she was in a desolate, dark place. Before she could inspect her surroundings, she felt something being infused into her body. This made her spirit incredibly strong, but her physical body rapidly disintegrated. Chapter 191. Companion? Jacqueline did not die. She felt that she had only pioneered another method of cultivation. It was a very wondrous state. Abandoning her physical body, she cultivated solely her soul. But her soul didn't become intangible. Instead, it became increasingly solid. Streams of unique power infused into her body. This power was different from the power of the Tao. It seemed more like a blessing or even a curse. It made her soul permanently anchored in the universe, never to be destroyed. Soon, a trace of enlightenment arose in Jacqueline's heart. She merged once again into this universe. She was trying to become the supreme will of this universe. So, this was actually still the power of the Tao, but it had transcended. From borrowing, it transformed into embodying directly. One could even say she had been obliterated and then reborn from within the Tao. It was a realm where one fused with heaven and earth, surpassing the state of transforming oneself into the Tao. With just a thought, Jacqueline stirred up the raging power of heaven and earth. This was pressure from the cosmos, rejection by the world, similar to when Chris was rejected by the supreme will of the universe. Jacqueline could now achieve such an effect. She could summon the power of the universe to repel any living being, even depriving them of the ability to use their powers. Even for beings at the realm of embodying the Tao, she could forcibly strip away their power. Jacqueline sensed that her consciousness could extend infinitely. She even felt as if she could control the entire universe's situation. Of course, this was just an illusion. The universe was vast beyond measure, and Jacqueline couldn't possibly investigate it all. But right now, she could indeed enter anywhere without worrying about restrictions. Excitement surged within Jacqueline, along with a tinge of regret. If she had possessed this ability back then, perhaps she could have fought alongside her master into the Creation Deity Temple, forcing them to rescind the warrant. Fortunately, it seemed her master had encountered something extraordinary, as the Creation Deity Temple had already submitted. However, Jacqueline thought of her master and couldn't help but compare herself. If she were to act against her master now, what would her chances of victory be? Could she imprison her master by her side? Jacqueline secretly thrilled at the thought. Meanwhile, Chris had just met up with Mitchell. Earlier, he hadn't gained any advantage in the burial ground of gods and had almost been surrounded, so he left. After greeting Chris, Mitchell returned to its former place of cultivation to continue training. Chris brought Origo to the Giannis star system. According to information from the Creation Deity Temple, there was a foreign deity hiding here. However, this foreign deity had concealed itself well after entering the universe. Only a general area was known, not the precise location. Upon arriving, a powerful figure immediately appeared in the Giannis star system. There was actually a cosmic deity here. In the universe, this was considered a medium-sized force. This cosmic deity obviously hadn't received news from the Creation Deity Temple yet, but he already knew Chris's realm was cosmic deity. So he watched Chris cautiously. "Why have you come here? I didn't participate in attacking you before." "I know, and I'm not here to cause trouble. The Creation Deity Temple said there's a foreign deity here. I'm here to handle it." Chris unhesitatingly passed the responsibility to the Creation Deity Temple. These words surprised Terry greatly. "The Creation Deity Temple sent you to find someone? Have you aligned with them?" "More accurately, they've aligned with me," Chris smiled. Terry didn't trust Chris. He believed Chris was just putting on a show due to vanity and lying. This guy must have surrendered to the Creation Deity Temple. After all, the Creation Deity Temple was truly powerful. How could he withstand endless pursuit by so many enemies alone? Moreover, there were still the witch clans watching. But did the Creation Deity Temple really dare to harbor the enemy of the witches? Terry, while thinking this, replied to Chris, "Thank you for the warning from the Creation Deity Temple, but we can look into the matter of a foreign deity in the Giannis star system ourselves." Chris frowned. If you could find out, wouldn't you have discovered it already? Why bother investigating yourselves? These words hit him squarely in the face. Terry's face darkened. "Chris, I know you are strong, but this is the Giannis star system, not a place for you to run wild. Since you've aligned with the Creation Deity Temple, follow their example and lay low. Overexerting yourself won't do you any good." Origo, following behind Chris, mocked, "See? In the end, you'll You'll be your own undoing. But since they don't want to deal with it, let's just leave them alone? Why don't you come with me? There's no hope here, but I can give you enough power to destroy everything. Then, this universe can be handed over to you to rule. Wouldn't that be great? Giannis' star system listened to their conversation, watching Chris with doubt and apprehension. Chris ignored Arrigo. He knew well there were all sorts of creatures in the universe. He couldn't simply blame and destroy the entire universe because one place didn't go his way. Seeing Terry unwilling to let him in, Chris stepped forward boldly. Since I can't get in, I'll make you invite me in. Terry's expression changed, knowing Chris intended to force entry. He knew too well how rough this guy could be, someone who couldn't be stopped even by dozens of cosmic deities. Terry quickly retreated to his star system and controlled the entire star system's power to seal off the area, preventing Chris from entering. But Chris had stormed into the creation deity temple itself. What was Giannis' star system compared to that? He drew out his long and used sword and slashed fiercely. The resisting force of Terry was instantly obliterated. Chris seemed to return to the Xianxia realm, where everything could be resolved with a single stroke of his sword. He marched toward Giannis' star system. Terry, along with a group of elites, looked at Chris with shock and anger. None of them dared to stop him again. No one expected Chris to have this kind of strength. Chris didn't overly challenge Terry. Once inside the star system, he turned to Arrigo. You should be able to sense the foreign deity's position, right? Arrigo replied grumpily, do you think I'd tell you? You'd better tell me. Otherwise, I'll hang you in public and claim I intend to execute you. By then, those foreign deities will keep coming to save you. But they won't survive, and you'll be embarrassed. Chris threatened. Arrigo fumed. To use such harsh methods on a woman, and we used to fight together. Are you human? Aren't we fighting together now? Just that last time, it was against my universe. Now, I merely want to work with you against your universe. You don't want to? How does that make us comrades in arms? Chris retorted. Chapter 192. Swallowing the alien gods again. The Zella was speechless. Indeed, Chris had often helped her sabotage her own people in the past. Now it was her turn to be sabotaged, yet she resisted. This just didn't make sense. Seeing the Zella at a loss for words, Chris immediately said, actually, I don't need to capture all the alien gods. There are many things I want to learn from them. You don't have to worry about them dying either. The Zella frowned and replied, we never betray our own people. We would rather die. All right then, I'll choose to hang you up, Chris decided. The Zella angrily interjected, hold on, can I confirm who's coming? It might not be my subordinates, but my enemies' followers. I promise, if they're my enemies, I will definitely hand them over to you. Chris nodded in agreement. The Zella instantly smiled. Meanwhile, Giannis's defense was shattered, leaving him with no choice but to follow Chris. After listening to their conversation, he noticed some clues. It seemed like this Zella was one of the alien gods, but wouldn't Chris fear that alien gods communicating with each other could lead to warning others to escape? However, Giannis did not interfere. Though alien gods were indeed terrifying, it was none of his concern. If any problems arose, the Creation Temple and the Shaman clan would handle it. He could always absorb the entire galaxy and leave. Chris wasn't unaware of the Zella's ulterior motives. This girl had never outsmarted Chris before. Her little tricks were now completely seen through by him. Yet, Chris wasn't concerned. His plan was for the Zella to communicate with those alien gods. Soon, the Zella appeared to use a special method to contact the alien god. A smug smile spread across her face as she announced, I've already contacted the alien god. What next? Chris responded with a smile, unaffected. Obviously, I told him to leave quickly, she laughed. Ha ha ha, didn't see that coming, did you? Chris nodded slightly. Indeed, I didn't expect that. As he spoke, he pulled out a rope. Seeing this, the Zella was bewildered. What are you doing? Tying you up, Chris said with a grin. But my people have already escaped. What good does tying me up do? She exclaimed. No, I don't believe he would leave so quickly. He must still be here. Just now, when I asked you to contact him, it was to let him know you're truly here, the real Zella. When I tie you up, they will come to save you. Thanks for helping confirm your true identity, Chris said as he tied up the Zella, infuriating her. You liar, she screamed. We're both playing the same game, Chris replied calmly. Tying up the Zella, he turned to look at Giannis. Spread the news of capturing the Zella and planning to eliminate her to every living being in the galaxy. Giannis frowned at Chris's command but didn't argue due to Chris's unyielding demeanor. Soon, Giannis broadcasted Chris's message throughout the galaxy. Chris took the Zella to a conspicuous spot outside the galaxy. He knew rescue would soon arrive. After her initial anger, the Zella realized waiting like this might backfire. Suppressing her fury, she tried to persuade Chris, actually, what you're doing is futile. I've already told them the secret of this universe. They only think about reporting back. They won't come to save me. Oh, Chris replied indifferently. Don't you believe me? Then wait here. If you end up waiting forever and catch no one, won't you feel embarrassed? If I were you, searching for them now would be better than waiting here, the Zella added with a sneer. Oh, Chris remained calm. These two O's pushed the Zella over the edge. She anxiously demanded, all I say gets reduced to an O? Chris glanced at her. Oh. She was almost ready to explode with rage. Stomping her foot, yet fearing their arrival, she attempted again. I have an idea. You really want to capture the alien gods, and among them, I have enemies. How about I help lure some opposing alien gods for you? This way we both benefit. What do you think? Chris nodded. Sure. Hearing his agreement, the Zella breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. All right then, let's move to another place. I'll help you find more enemy alien gods. Oh, no rush. They should already be here, Chris replied casually, gazing into the distant void. The Zella was furious. How can you do this? Didn't we agree to cooperate? How can I work with you if you harm my people? Chris ignored her and suddenly unleashed a sword chi, tearing through space and forcing out two figures. Their vital energy was robust, clearly warriors who ascended through martial prowess, terrifyingly powerful. They hadn't expected Chris to detect their infiltration. The Dao power might not be as formidable as martial strength, but its sensing ability was unparalleled. Seeing the targets appear, Chris stepped forward without hesitation. The Zella fumed. Didn't I tell you to leave? Why are you still here? Your Highness, this is a minor universe. Capturing it isn't crucial. But if you get harmed here, it would be our failure and a significant loss. We can't just abandon you. The two alien gods explained gravely, determination in their eyes. Chris didn't hesitate and delivered a punch. The terrifying blow caused the two alien gods to change color. You didn't cultivate Dao power, but your physical body. One alien god roared while countering with a punch. However, upon collision, the alien god spat blood and couldn't hold up. The other alien god rushed to help. Despite combining their strength, they were no match for Chris. With a single punch, Chris forced both alien gods back. He didn't stop there, unleashing more sword chi and severely injuring one of them. Then, he shouted, Mona! Mona opened his mouth, using strong suction to swallow the injured alien god. Seeing this, the remaining alien god was terrified. Coffin bearer. Clearly, they had been lurking for a while, knowing even about the coffin bearer's existence. Chris smirked, easily grabbing the second alien god with a wave of his hand. Chapter 193. I devoured your father. Chris held the alien deity and calmly asked, what exactly do you know? The alien deity was badly injured and unable to escape, but still glared viciously at Chris. The secrets of this universe are already within my grasp, and I've already transmitted them back. Chris smiled. If your people could communicate freely with another universe, why would you bother infiltrating and bribing a few of ours? Realizing he hadn't fooled Chris, the alien deity coldly replied, our power is beyond your comprehension. I advise you to release the prince and submit yourselves as slaves. Then when our army arrives, you might still preserve your lives. Chris felt curious. Do your people really not know how to lie? It seems that skill has truly been passed down. Such minor lies wouldn't deceive Chris if they were successful. That would be surprising. Do the armies from your universe have great power? Chris asked. TCH, I know you're trying to trick me for information, but we're powerful enough that even revealing this to you doesn't matter. In our universe, we cultivate not the so-called Daoic power, but our physical bodies. Our life forms far outnumber yours, and each one can easily fight against hundreds or thousands of your people. Don't you think we're very strong? Chris stroked his chin. Indeed, very powerful. But if you're so strong, why don't you just attack directly? Why send spies? The alien deity countered. It's because we want to know every detail of you to ensure victory. Of course, there are some strong ones in your universe. Chris raised an eyebrow. Are you referring to the witch tribes? The alien deity remained silent, which was equivalent to admitting it. But Chris didn't feel this was enough. Just the witch tribes might not be sufficient. He asked again. Is there also the presence of powerful beings like those listed on the ancient fiend list? The alien deity's eyes flickered with a mocking look, seemingly ridiculing Chris's guesswork. After thinking further, Chris added. And then there are many experts listed on the list, right? Chris had always wondered what the purpose of the celestial battlefield was. Just to grant these life forms Daoic power? But knowing Daoic power was a deception made him realize it couldn't be that simple. Hearing about the strength of these alien deities who constantly wished to invade this universe but couldn't, it indicated someone must be holding the front line. So could the celestial battlefield be a selection ground for the strongest to head to the front line? Seeing the alien deity's expression, Chris confirmed his guesses were correct. This stirred in him a desire to see the front line and understand the situation there. But Chris knew, as a coffin bearer, his duty was to guard the rear. Tell me everything you know, Chris said. I'm tired of testing you piece by piece. The alien deity sneered. What makes you qualified to know anything about our universe? Chris drew the Alden sword and placed it on Ethel's neck. Your prince is in my hands. I can end her life any time. Ethel wanted to speak, but was silenced by Chris's force seal. The alien deity angrily responded, think carefully. If the prince suffers any harm, our entire army will attack. She dies, and you'll retreat? Chris countered. At this, the alien deity fell silent. Indeed, if Ethel died, it might enrage many alien deities. But even if she lived and was released, they wouldn't retreat. Just talk, stop resisting, Chris urged impatiently. Despite its anger, the alien deity had no choice but to yield under Chris's threat and revealed all it knew. Chris understood that the front line should have detailed knowledge of the alien deity universe since both sides had sent spies. Therefore, he didn't rush to forward this information. He merely sought to learn more unknown details. Now knowing that the alien deities weren't unified, but fought independently gave him confidence. As long as the enemy wasn't monolithic, victory was still possible. Chris slightly exerted his strength, instantly slaying the alien deity. Little Black eagerly devoured it, clearly gaining much from this nourishment. Ethel watched helplessly as her two subordinates were destroyed, seething with rage. Her fury wasn't over their deaths, but that they failed to transmit the news back. This waste of her efforts infuriated her. Chris released the force seal on Ethel and remarked, why so angry? When you killed my kind, I didn't get upset. How is that comparable? This is the celestial battlefield where death isn't final. But you completely killed mine. Ethel retorted indignantly. Chris shrugged. You said your numbers are vast. Losing a couple shouldn't matter. This made Ethel even angrier, grinding her teeth in frustration, wanting to punch Chris but realizing she couldn't win. Chris eliminated the two invaders and gently stroked Little Black as it digested. Let's go. More places to check. Ethel immediately asked, do you willingly serve this universe as a dog, running around like this? You sent a prince here as a spy for such underhanded reasons. As a commoner, defending my universe, what's wrong with that? Chris chuckled. That's different. I'm here out of interest and can leave anytime. What about you? Chris grinned. Then go ahead. You. Ethel sputtered angrily. If I weren't restrained by you, I could leave easily. Chris pretended to realize. Why not ask your father to save you? Isn't he a great master? Ethel gritted her teeth. I see through your ploy. Trying to provoke me into giving away information. I won't fall for it. You're getting smarter. Good. But I have a little idea too. What if the corpse you previously wanted me to rescue was actually your father? Ethel immediately contradicted. You're wrong. My father cannot die. Surprised by Ethel's rebuttal, Chris almost believed her, but he decided to test her one last time. With a smile, Chris said, actually, the corpse you wanted me to bring out, I did bring out. Ethel gasped, forgetting her disguise. Where is it? In my body, Chris replied. Chapter 194, Heavenly Slayer Kai. What? Zella screamed in fury. You devoured my father? Chris didn't expect to elicit the truth so easily, but Zella had already become infinitely enraged, charging over wildly with the intent to kill Chris. She finally understood why Chris had rapidly grown so powerful. He had devoured her father's power. However, Zella was no match for Chris's strength. She rushed forward, wielding a giant hammer aimed at Chris's head, but was easily pressed to the ground by one of his palms. Zella struggled frantically, but it was all in vain. She was pinned helplessly under his palm, unable to resist. Let me go. I will fight you to the death. You actually dared to devour my father king, she shrieked in despair. She was truly furious. After all, as a dignified princess, she ventured into this small universe precisely to find her father. Yet instead of reuniting with him, she found out he had been devoured. Zella hated him more than anything else. Watching the enraged Zella, Chris remained calm. Your father was a Kai among the odd gods? How many Kais are there on your side? Our odd gods have countless Kais, and they are all immensely powerful. If they discover you've devoured my father king, they will definitely kill you for vengeance. At that time, you'll be hunted down by countless Kais. Even the strongest being in this universe won't be able to protect you. Chris didn't fully believe Zella's words. The existence of multiple Kais among the odd gods was credible, but their numbers were unlikely to be very large, and given their relationships wouldn't be harmonious either. Otherwise, why would Zella need to personally look for her father? Actually, you don't need to worry. Your father is just temporarily imprisoned, absorbing power. If you can help me capture all the odd gods quickly, you'll still get back your father's body. Chris lied calmly to Zella. However, Zella refused to believe him and raged. You liar. I don't believe you unless you show me my father. Chris shrugged. That's not possible. I don't trust you much either. If you manage to take your father away, wouldn't I be at a loss? So now, you have to trust me, unless you don't want your father. Zella glared fiercely at Chris. In reality, she'd already been deceived by him numerous times and was reluctant to believe him again. However, the issue was that she really had no other choice. Plus, she harbored the last shred of hope to bring back her father's remains. If betraying a few subordinates could achieve this goal, she wasn't opposed to it. Chris wasn't anxious to pressure Zella either. At moments like this, whoever grew impatient would suffer. It was similar to bargaining. If you showed eagerness, the price couldn't be negotiated down. Sure enough, after much consideration, Zella chose to agree. Fine, I will help you capture those odd gods, but you cannot change your mind. Once all the odd gods I know are destroyed, you must immediately hand over my father king's body. Otherwise, I will use my bloodline power to make my father's body self-destruct. You will meet a bad end then too. Zella said fiercely. Chris knew this woman wanted a way to control the body. Unfortunately, that body might have been genuinely devoured. Yet Chris didn't entirely trust Zella either. He knew once this woman could communicate with the odd gods, she would certainly play tricks. She might secretly inform the odd gods, sending a couple to their deaths while the others escaped. So, Chris's method of getting Zella's help was simple. Give me the means to communicate with the odd gods, Chris stated coolly. Zella frowned. No, that's our clan's secret. To lure the odd gods here, I can help you communicate with them. I don't trust you, Chris directly said. Zella retorted angrily. As if I can trust you either. If I give you the method, what if you later use it to deceive our clan's trust on the battlefield and strike from behind? Wouldn't I become a traitor? Chris looked at her and asked, is your father more important, or becoming a traitor? Upon hearing this question, Zella slowly lowered her head. She didn't know how to answer. But Chris saw through her hesitation and knew her choice. So he wasn't in a hurry to press further. He waited calmly. Indeed, before long, Zella gritted her teeth, saying, this is my final warning. If you ever go back on your word, I'll do whatever it takes to eliminate you. Chris nodded repeatedly. Of course, I'm a man of my word. Zella rolled her eyes, completely disbelieving this lie. She merely injected a legacy into Chris's body. In Chris's mind, a strange ability emerged. This ability had no offensive power. It was just some strange symbols that, when chanted silently, could communicate with the odd gods. Chris recited the strange symbols aloud in front of Zella. Soon, he received a response. However, the response was weak, seemingly from a great distance. How far can this communication reach? Chris asked. Zella replied, a galaxy probably. Hearing this, Chris knew Zella was definitely holding something back. Zella didn't hide it either. I can't possibly tell you our greatest secret. Otherwise, those guys will come after me too. Chris didn't push further since this was enough for now. If necessary, he could always deceive higher level abilities from her later. Zella was puzzled seeing Chris making no move. Did you communicate with an odd god? Yeah, he's on his way, Chris calmly replied. After chanting the strange symbols, he could transmit any message. Once receiving a response, he could understand the meaning despite language differences. Upon hearing Chris's words, Zella felt extremely guilty. She never thought she would one day collaborate with outsiders to harm her own kind. Soon, the other party arrived. Chris heard the call from afar, asking where he was. Clearly, the odd god saw Chris and the captive Zella and was calling out to its companions. Chris casually fabricated a location and asked where the other was. But in the next moment, the fabricated location experienced a space collapse. Chris's face revealed surprise and confusion. Was it that odd god's doing? He secretly demanded angrily, why the sudden attack? Unexpectedly, the odd god laughed coldly. You're pretty quick on your feet, but your princess is a fool to be caught in such a small place. She's doomed, and so is your race. Why hold on to this idiot? Isn't it better to submit to me, the heavenly slayer Kai? Chapter 195. Did you block them? Chris knew that the hetero gods were definitely not united, but he didn't expect them to be so disunited that some would travel thousands of miles to attempt killing the Zella. Seeing no way to trick the other party into revealing their position, Chris could only take a risk with the Zella. He directly threw her out and sealed her powers without offering any protection. The moment that hetero god saw this, they wouldn't be able to control themselves from attacking. Sure enough, amidst the curses from the Zella, a hetero god suddenly appeared. Holding a long knife, they pounced towards the Zella at all costs, evidently willing to sacrifice themselves just to kill her. But the next moment, Chris appeared behind the hetero god. Although this space avenue couldn't harm these hetero gods, it was useful for ambushing and rushing forward. Realizing Chris had appeared behind him, the hetero god became furious but still refused to turn back. Instead, he slashed towards the Zella, intent on taking her down even if it meant his own death. But Chris sneered and slapped his palm against the hetero god's back. Blood spurted out of the hetero god's mouth as all strength left his body. He collapsed weakly in midair. The Zella glared at the hetero god before her and said hatefully, "So heavenly slaughter, Kai really wants me dead. But do you think that after I'm gone, you can annex our clan so easily?" Ignoring the blood flowing from the corner of his lips, the hetero god smirked. "You don't know that most of your brave soldiers have already joined us. Now, I just need to take your corpse or news of your death back, and the rest will crumble." The Zella's face darkened. Things were worse than she imagined. Though she always knew many people in her clan would have rebellious intentions without her father's suppression, she hadn't thought it would happen so soon. Even more frighteningly, the appearance of heavenly slaughter Kai's hetero god might not be unaided by a traitor within. Meanwhile, Chris asked further, "How many did you bring this time?" "Ha, plenty. At least tens of thousands." The hetero god replied coldly. "Right, about 100, Chris nodded. The hetero god's expression flickered but quickly composed himself again, shouting, "Are you deaf? I said tens of thousands. From my interaction with the Zella, I've realized your habit of exaggerating," Chris chuckled. "You usually multiply by 10 or 100. Since sending over 1,000 isn't feasible, it must be about 100. Upon hearing this, the injured hetero god flew into a rage, spraying out another mouthful of blood. Observing this state of the hetero god, the Zella felt relieved. She once thought that losing to Chris was because she was foolish. Turns out, it wasn't her incompetence, but the enemy's strength. Indeed, the arrival of these assassins wasn't entirely useless. Immersed in her own self-satisfaction, the Zella remained lost in thoughts, while Chris questioned the hetero god under heavenly slaughter Kai. "You know the unique communication method of your race?" the Zella asked, bewildered. "Why else would there be different methods? If anyone can intercept your messages, what's the point?" Chris countered. Embarrassed, her confidence hit yet another blow. The Zella looked at the hetero god, who sneered, "Do you think I'll betray my clan like this trash?" "You will," Chris assured and brought the hetero god to the burial god grounds. This place could only be opened at a specific location. Once inside, both the hetero god and the Zella saw countless floating corpses through the crack. Most were familiar with the power emanating from those corpses. These were beings from their universe. Facing this endless expanse of countless bodies, both changed color, especially the hetero god, who incredulously exclaimed, "Why are there so many of our corpses here? Impossible. Even in battle, we outnumbered and pressured you. How did you manage to kill so many of us?" "Why not?" Chris responded calmly. "What you consider certain victory is merely a ruse designed to lure you deeper here. As your armies invade, they will fall into our trap. In the end, you'll not only lose but also forfeit centuries of dignity and hand over your massive universe to us." Listening to Chris's ridicule, the hetero god erupted in fury. Meanwhile, the Zella looked surprised at Chris, but based on her experience and knowledge of Chris, she sensed he was lying. In fact, the Zella guessed right. Chris was lying. He didn't know the origin of this burial god grounds, only speculating on this universe's grand conspiracy. However, he wasn't sure if this lie could fool entities from the other universe. The hetero god indeed fell for it, uncertain and doubtful. Looking at him, Chris offered, "If you listen to me, I can offer you legal residence here. How about it?" "I don't believe you're that strong. You must be lying," the hetero god retaliated fiercely. Chris shrugged. "If you aren't afraid, then fine. There are more hetero gods here. Someone will eventually agree, leaving you to die in vain." Exploiting the classic prisoner's dilemma, Chris toyed with the hetero god's nerves, aiming to break him down. It worked. The hetero god truly distrusted his companions. Rather than being betrayed, he'd rather betray first, perhaps securing a chance for survival. Resigned, the hetero god handed over the communication method to Chris. Armed with heavenly slaughter Kai's method, Chris immediately sent out a message, informing all subordinates of the Zella's solitary position. Sure enough, several replies asking for locations came shortly. Chris didn't want to go elsewhere either, so he directly led them here. Though Zella couldn't hear Chris's communications, she knew from his smug smile that his plan was succeeding. Moments later, 7 or 8 hetero gods appeared, openly surrounding Chris, Zella, and the captured hetero god named Manuel. A golden-skinned hetero god stepped forward and asked sternly, "Manuel, you've blocked them?" Indeed, Manuel was the hetero god captured by Chris. Chapter 196. How did you get here? Manuel looked at his companions and then at Chris. After a moment, he nodded. "Yes, hurry up and join me in the encirclement." Chris glanced at Zella, who inexplicably felt somewhat embarrassed. After all, she had often mocked Chris as someone from the lesser universe. They, on the other hand, came from a powerful region, filled with pride. But now, one by one, they were aiding Chris under duress, tricking and killing their own companions. Where was the dignity? Where was the honor? Meanwhile, those few deities misled by Manuel were completely unaware. They approached arrogantly, looking down on Zella. The leading deity sneered, "Princess of the Great Strength Clan. Today is your day too." Zella's face darkened, but she remained silent. There was no point in talking to a dead person. The deity did not mind either. Ignoring Chris entirely, they launched a direct attack. Their aim was to bring Zella back alive. However, considering the risk involved, these deities decided to kill her outright. Chris hadn't expected them to dare ignore him. In an instant, he unleashed a fearsome punch. Before they could react, a terrifying force surged forth, engulfing all the deities. Their faces truly changed, finally realizing that Chris was the key to this assault. "Manuel, we'll distract this guy while you go and finish off the princess of the Great Strength Clan." A deity gritted his teeth and charged forward madly, willing to die to stop Chris. But Manuel didn't move, having already realized Chris's strength. He dared neither rebel nor offend. Boom. Sure enough, after a tremendous roar, those deities were directly obliterated by Chris. After finishing off the deities, Chris returned calmly. Manuel and Zella's pupils dilated, their faces flushed with anger and shock. They felt Chris's power seemed even stronger than before. With such strength, even in their universe, he would be considered a super powerhouse. Only the top prodigies could match him. Zella soon recovered from her shock, glaring fiercely at Chris. She understood he must have devoured her father and used his power to enhance himself. "Scumbag, if my father doesn't return, I will do everything to kill you," Zella said through clenched teeth. Chris nodded. "Don't worry, he won't die." Over the next period, Chris used the communication methods of both clans, constantly sending messages. Compared to other coffin carriers who roamed the world, Chris just needed to wait for prey. Over 10 days, Chris eliminated over 100 invading deities. He estimated it should be nearly done. Should he take some time to check out the front lines? He was very curious about the powers of those alien races. "Do you two know the location of the front line?" Chris asked Zella and Manuel. "We do, but we can't get close from here without being detected," Manuel replied gravely. Speaking of which, Chris remembered something. "How did you infiltrate?" Chris asked. Manuel and Zella exchanged glances, both sensing ill intentions. "You're not planning to invade our world, are you? Don't even dream of it. Our world is incredibly strong, and each entrance is heavily guarded. Once you cross over, you'll likely be obliterated immediately. Even if you master the power of space-time, it's useless because the great way powers you grasp have no effect in our universe. The powers of each universe don't connect." Manuel warned seriously. Seeing him trying to dissuade him only made Chris more interested. If it were truly dangerous as he claimed, Manuel should welcome his invasion instead of sternly warning him. They were enemies, not friends. "My safety is none of your concern. Tell me where you infiltrated," Chris said coldly. Seeing his persuasion was futile, Manuel became genuinely afraid. He didn't want Chris to cross over. Otherwise, Heavenly Murder Kai would surely know he betrayed them. That would be worse than death. Zella thought for a moment and said, "He dares not take you, but I can. I know how I got here." Chris glanced at Zella. "I'm not going with you." "Why?" Zella snapped. "Because just by the look on your face, I know crossing over would be extremely dangerous," Chris chuckled. Hearing this, Zella realized she had given herself away again. Furious, she cursed Chris, "You damn fraud. Even if you stay cautious, you won't die well." Chris only gripped Manuel and coldly demanded, "Tell me the location, or you won't be necessary." Manuel was terrified. "But if I tell you, I'll die even more miserably." "No worries, I can seal you in this universe first so you won't die. If I come back, I'll release you, allowing you to live here without fearing Heavenly Murder Kai's pursuit." Chris didn't push relentlessly. Fear of death was this guy's biggest weakness. If he pushed too hard, things could get complicated. Indeed, hearing Chris offer a way out, Manuel's mental defenses began to crumble. Seeing this, Chris pressed further. "You've already betrayed your comrades. Does it make much difference whether you betray once or twice?" Manuel conceded that Chris was right. Betraying once or twice both ended in death. With Chris offering a way out and making threats, Manuel found himself ensnared in Chris's plan, unable to escape. After giving the wormhole's location to Chris immediately sealed Manuel. Of course, Chris lied about the sealing. If he didn't return, the seal couldn't be broken. Manuel wouldn't be able to leave and could only wait to be discovered by other coffin carriers. But Chris didn't believe he would die. Immediately, he went to search for the place Manuel mentioned. It was a desolate area in the universe, previously dim and lifeless. Even the stars had long extinguished, leaving only emptiness and solitude. Here, there was a small wormhole, connecting the two universes, similar to a black hole. Chris tried probing inside but couldn't see anything beyond. He turned to Zella. "There shouldn't be any problems inside, right?" "No problems at all. Hurry up and go in," Zella urged exaggeratedly. Chapter 197. The Black-Faced Commander. Chris, looking at Zella's serious expression, teased her. "Great job. You've even learned to speak sarcastically. Too bad you only managed one layer of it, and it's still not enough." Zella didn't expect her disguise to be seen through despite how well she thought she had acted. Annoyed, she asked, "Tell me where I went wrong then." "Figure it out yourself." Chris was not about to guide this girl. The stupider she was, the easier she'd be to deceive. After confirming that Chongwu hadn't any issues, Chris immediately strode forward. The wormhole was indeed like a black hole. Once he entered, darkness enveloped him completely. A wave of dizziness hit him, but Chris relied on his strength to resist it. He did not attempt to use the Great Tao power. After all, the Great Tao of the two universes were different. If used carelessly, it might attract attention. Soon, an open scene appeared before Chris's eyes. He found himself in a grand hall filled with bright lights, housing countless memorial tablets. These jade tablets bore names inscribed upon them. However, These jade tablets were all dark except for one shining brightly, inscribed with the word tiger. Upon seeing this, Chris understood instantly. These were life jade tablets. Once dead, this side would receive immediate notification. Previously, he had rapidly killed over 100 alien gods, causing the jade tablets to go dark in rapid succession. It had probably already drawn their attention. Therefore, his appearance might also have been noticed. It was best to leave immediately. Just as Chris was about to depart, two figures walked into the grand hall from outside. One of the elderly men exclaimed anxiously, "My lord, the life jade tablets of those scouts dimmed rapidly just now. I wonder if our operation has been discovered." So they were quickly surrounded. "I think we should." Who are you?" As the elder turned around, he saw Chris and Zella, clearly surprised. But the slightly younger man beside him quickly recognized Zella and exclaimed angrily, "The princess of the Strong Force clan? Why are you here?" The elder also looked delighted at Chris. "Whose man are you? Who managed to bring back the Nia?" Chris smiled. "The one who will kill you." Realizing he could not pretend to be Manuel's subordinate, Chris delivered a powerful punch directly. Since he had been exposed, it was better to kill them. When the punch landed, the elder was first furious and attempted to retaliate, but retreated swiftly in fear after sensing the overwhelming power. "Not good, my lord, quickly retreat. This youth is overwhelmingly powerful." Puff. The elder was annihilated by a single punch. Instead of retreating, the young man deemed as my lord stepped forward, brandishing a long sword towards Zella. "Even if I die today, I must kill you." Zella represented the final obstacle to conquering the Strong Force clan. Once she was eliminated, merging the Strong Force clan would proceed without further obstacles. However, just as the youth spared no expense to eliminate Zella, Chris issued a loud command from afar. "Retreat." This shout sounded real, crashing onto the youth. With a grunt, the youth was thrown backward. Despite barely landing on his feet, murderous intent glinted in his eyes as he stared at Chris. "Are you part of the Strong Force clan too? Welcoming back your princess from us suggests you know about our plan?" Chris flashed a look, but remained silent. Zella's face changed dramatically. "What are you talking about? What happened to our clan?" You don't know?" The youth looked at Zella with suspicion. "Then why did you walk through here?" "To kill you, obviously." Without knowing when, Chris appeared behind the youth. The youth's face paled as he immediately turned around to attack. But it was too late. Chris killed him instantly. After dealing with the youth, Chris immediately led Zella out of the grand hall. Zella anxiously asked, "Can you take me back to the Strong Force clan?" "Absolutely not." Chris rejected her request without hesitation. Kidding, that place was Zella's stronghold. Going there now would mean seeking death? Zella pleaded urgently, "Please, rest assured I won't escape. I merely want to find out what has happened to our clan." Just as Chris was about to answer, he raised his head toward the sky, frowning. "Forget going to the Strong Force clan. Leaving here is already challenging." In the sky, a horde of powerful warriors rushed over. The sky-killing army? Zella also paled upon seeing those clad in dark armor advancing. She pulled Chris anxiously, urging departure. "Quick, flee. The sky-killing army is the most powerful under sky-killing Kai. Each warrior is incredibly strong." Without Zella's reminder, Chris felt the pressure brought by these formidable soldiers. Furthermore, the leading powerful individual made Chris feel matched in strength. "It's the black-faced commander. He's mobilized too. They must have sensed my presence," whispered Zella grimly. The sky-killing army quickly arrived, surrounding Chris. That commander with a black mask stood before the troops, coldly staring at Zella. Who would have thought the princess of the Strong Force clan would return via our secret passage? The mass slaughter of those spies must be because you wanted to find our secret passage? Zella glared back at the black-faced commander. As sky-killing Kai's top commander, personally coming to besiege us, really gives us great honor. The black-faced commander responded coolly, "Capturing you would be a great achievement, which I naturally need. How about this? Whatever sky-killing Kai offers, I'll double it. Join our Strong Force clan? Our Strong Force clan lacks a leader. With your capabilities, you can become a leading figure among us. Wouldn't it be much better than serving as a commander here?" Zella was learning the ways of luring people. However, Chris couldn't help but shake his head. Such a tactic wouldn't impress anyone, especially done openly in front of their boss, offering hollow promises. Considering everyone as fools? Sure enough, the black-faced commander mocked her. "Always heard that the Strong Force clan's princess is incompetent and unable to support the clan. Seeing you today confirms it." Zella flew into a rage, realizing her sincere offer not only refused but ridiculed. She immediately turned to Chris, yelling, "Quickly kill him. Once he's dead, sky-killing Kai loses a right-hand man, greatly weakening the threat." Only then did the black-faced commander turn his gaze to Chris. He had sensed Chris's threat earlier but did not know his background. Hearing Zella order Chris, he instinctively assumed Chris was allied with her. Chapter 198, Capturing Chris. "So it seems you found a capable subordinate in that universe?" The Mark sneered mockingly, then thrust his spear towards Chris from afar. The terrifying spear thrust sent an immense pressure directly at Chris. Chris attempted to channel the power of the Great Tao but realized this universe's Great Tao did not respond to his commands. The spear clearly carried a destructive aura yet didn't cause the heavens and earth to collapse. This indicated that this universe was far stronger than Chris's. Chris's thoughts raced as he swung his sword to meet the spear. Clang! The long sword collided with the spear, sending out a horrifying shockwave. The Zella was forced back and couldn't get close. The soldiers of the Heavenly Assassin's army were obliterated by the impact, even those far away. Seeing this scene, everyone from the Heavenly Assassin's army revealed looks of horror. The Mark's pupils constricted as he stared intently at Chris. "You're also from the Strong Force clan? But why have I never seen you before?" Chris said indifferently, "I'm not from the Strong Force clan." "Impossible. Your attack clearly relies on strength. How could you not be from the Strong Force clan?" Are you an external mole raised by the Strong Force clan to use when danger arises? The Mark refused to believe Chris. Chris didn't bother to explain, wanting to utilize the power of the spatial temporal Tao, but discovered this universe's Tao wouldn't follow his command. He stomped the ground, turning into a shooting star, and flew away. His speed was so fast that the Mark hurriedly resisted, unable to cope with the intensity of Chris's forceful attack that hit him, forcing him to fly backward with a grunt. Chris pressed on mercilessly, swiftly chasing him down with his unmatched speed and strength, releasing sword chi like a hurricane, sweeping through everything. Cornered, the Mark shot out black beams from his eyes, instantly plunging everything into darkness, obscuring sight. This corporeal skill affected the five senses. Even those with the power of the Tao couldn't break free. Fortunately, Chris had heavenly eye perception. He saw through the darkness, spotting the Mark trying to ambush him. Pretending not to notice, Chris suddenly slashed sideways. Caught off guard, the Mark angrily retreated, astonished at how Chris detected him. Was it a coincidence? But moments later, Chris lunged and left a deep scar on the retreating Mark's face. Enraged, the Mark rapidly backed off, looking at Chris with a dark expression. Are you the next successor of the Strong Force clan? How can you possess such formidable strength? Zella called out immediately. Chris, quickly kill him, so you can secure your position as clan leader of the Strong Force clan. Chris glanced at Zella, knowing she was using him, but only smirked, saying, all right, today I'll take care of this guy, and secure my position as clan leader in the future. Roaring loudly, Chris struck the Mark with a punch and a slash. Feeling an intense threat from Chris, the Mark immediately retreated, but this attack obliterated thousands of the Heavenly Assassin's army who couldn't escape in time. Remember, this wasn't Chris's universe where he could easily wield the Tao to destroy entire worlds. Inhabitants here specialized in incredibly strong corporeal cultivation. Despite being just tens of thousands strong, the Heavenly Assassin's army instilled fear in Chris's entire universe. Eliminating thousands in an instant showcased Chris's incredible might. Infuriated, the Mark vowed vengeance for the Strong Force clan. Suddenly, black clouds enveloped Chris's area, demonstrating corporeal powers affecting the outer world, which surpassed the power of the Tao. Yet, Chris's body was no weakling either. Derived entirely from the Strong Force clan, they emphasized overpowering subtlety with sheer force. Just as the blackness spread, Chris used his arm's might to tear it apart. However, the Mark leveraged this darkness to strike, omnipresent, striking with deadly precision everywhere. With a cold laugh, Chris released sword chi when light appeared, combining his corporeal power with his sword, sending the Mark flying helplessly. Startled, everyone around, including the Zella, showed disbelief. The Mark was an elite in this universe. Now, completely overpowered by Chris? After flinging the Mark, Chris returned with the Zella to the large hall they initially came from. Feeling a powerful force coming his way, he promptly utilized the spatial temporal Tao to evade a giant hand grabbing at him, slipping back into his universe. That hand clawed the air a couple of times, then reluctantly retreated as the wormhole collapsed. Simultaneously, the Mark knelt before the giant hand. My lord, it's my fault. I failed to capture the intruder. No worries. That person has inherited the Strength Kai's power, the king replied. He must have obtained the inheritance of the Strength Kai. It's normal that you couldn't defeat him. When he fully grows, not just you, but even I would have to give way. But now, before he does, we must eliminate him. Head to that small universe immediately and capture him. Once we obtain the Strength Kai's legacy and gain the Strong Force clan's support, I will dominate this universe. Conquering this world won't be a problem. Appearing with anticipation and excitement, the Heavenly Assassin Kai feared not the emergence of the Strength Kai's heir but rather their absence. For if they didn't appear, he'd claim their power himself. Resolutely, the Mark vowed, I'll go to that small universe right away and capture the heir of the Strength Kai. Chapter 199, Winning Over. Chris returned to his universe and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although the power of the Great Tao was weak against those with formidable physical bodies, it made escaping much easier. Once he confirmed that the giant hand was not pursuing him, Chris turned to Zella and said, that Heaven Slaughter Kai is indeed powerful. Even the Jace realm might not be able to match him, right? That's not quite true. The Jace realm in your universe is actually very strong. But all your Jaces were destroyed in that battle. Since then, you have only cultivated these insignificant practitioners of the Great Tao Force. Zella was also puzzled, but had some understanding after what happened before. Actually, I know this could be a deception, but I can't see how destroying the foundation like this would serve any purpose. Chris was also curious, thinking that such a destructive method didn't make sense. However, he believed that if those powerful beings designed this deception, there must be an underlying motive. Thus, Chris did not dwell on it further. He asked Zella, how many Kais do you have in your universe? Many, far more than the Jaces you have here. But the powers of these Kais vary greatly. Some are incredibly strong, surpassing a dozen Jaces. Others are weaker than even you. Zella wasn't lying about this because she knew Chris could now freely visit her universe, and these facts would become clear to him eventually. It was better to be honest to gain his trust. But Chris could guess even without her confirmation. Given that the threat posed by the Heaven Slaughter Kai earlier was less than that of the deceased Mighty Force Kai, Chris deduced that the strength of the powerful beings in her universe must vary significantly. There were likely many enemies and various battlefronts as well. Otherwise, the 12 Jaces of the Witch Clan would not be enough to hold off their forces. Just as Chris was pondering, a message suddenly entered his mind from afar. Hurry for support. Instinctively, Chris thought someone from his side was calling for help. But then he realized this seemed to be an appeal from the alternate dimension. The ability to communicate with the Mighty Force Clan, which Chris acquired from Zella, allowed him to both send and receive messages from them. At this moment, a creature from the Mighty Force Clan was requesting assistance. Chris hurried to the location of the Mighty Force Clan, not for rescue but to intercept. He had killed so many alien deities before, and assumed they should all be eliminated. Yet why did they still appear? Using the power of space-time Tao, Chris appeared at the site where the Mighty Force clan's alien deity sought help. Upon arrival, he saw a severely injured alien deity fleeing in panic. Behind the alien deity were two powerful beings chasing after it. From the two pursuers, Chris sensed the power of the great Tao and even spotted the unique divine light peculiar to celestial system beings. Clearly, they were allies. Chris's appearance made the two pursuers pause seriously. One of them, radiating colorful light, sternly asked, "Who are you?" "I'm Bat Coffin Bearer Chris. I've mastered the internal communication method of the Mighty Force clan and detected this one's distress call." Chris calmly stopped the fleeing Mighty Force alien deity and explained. The two divine beings looked puzzled upon hearing his identity as a Bat Coffin Bearer. "Where's your coffin?" Chris pointed to Mona, who was drowsy on his shoulder. Since swallowing an alien deity, Mona had been half asleep and thus useless. Chris found it strange how this race could be so weak. After seeing Mona, the two beings felt its aura and finally believed Chris. They were aware of the existence of Bat Coffin Bearers. Relieved, the two divine beings sighed, while the Mighty Force alien deity stared bitterly at Chris and Zella. Feeling guilty, Zella couldn't meet the gaze of her kin. With a pained smile, the wounded alien deity remarked, "Your Highness, why did you surrender to these creatures? We're not afraid of them." Ashamed, Zella responded, "This universe isn't as simple as you think. They're quite cunning. Your downfall doesn't justify turning into slaves," the alien deity retorted angrily. Speechless, Zella could only sigh deeply. Chris turned to the alien deity, frowning. "How did he get in?" One of the beings sneered. "He fled from the front lines and tried to infiltrate us, but we caught him." Realizing the alien deity probably sought out Zella, Chris reached out to capture him. Seeing this, the alien deity's face contorted fiercely. "Want to catch me? Dream on." Suddenly, the alien deity's body swelled rapidly, intending to self-destruct. Bad news. If he explodes, this star system will be ruined. Fall back quickly. The two celestial system beings shouted, retreating immediately. Without dodging, Chris dashed forward and punched the expanding alien deity. The impact halted the expansion, yet the alien deity still exploded. The blast engulfed Chris instantly. Furious, the two divine beings yelled, "Why did you approach when told to leave? This is no time to show off. That's an alien deity, not something you can handle." Despite their complaints, they were stunned. For after the explosion obliterated a third of the star system, Chris emerged unscathed. He calmly said, "It's better to minimize losses where we can." Astounded, the two divine beings couldn't understand how Chris survived. On the battlefield, they feared the alien deity's explosions the most. Such blasts took out numerous experts, even overpowering celestial entities. Yet, Chris resisted the blast completely. Why was such a powerful being a mere back coffin bearer? This kind of person belonged on the front lines. The two divine beings, intrigued, approached Chris with smiles, wanting to win him over. Translation completed with attention to maintaining the original tone and style, ensuring fluency and coherence with the previous content while adhering to the structure provided. ##### Chapter 200, The Frontline. Chris had always wanted to visit the frontline. Upon hearing the two deities' invitation, he was naturally more than willing. "Actually, I've always wanted to see it, but never got the chance. Besides, there aren't many Yi-Sun, alien deities, left here. I guess my presence isn't necessary anymore. To improve fluency and clarity, it would be better to translate Yi-Sun as alien deities for context consistency. Besides, there aren't many alien deities left here. I guess my presence isn't necessary anymore. If you two can take me to the front line, that would be great." Chris chuckled and said. The two deities were delighted when they heard Chris agree. "Fellow Taoist, I'm Stanley. Which galaxy are you from?" one of the deities asked curiously. The other deity introduced himself. "Just call me Evander." Chris nodded. "Call me Chris. I come from a small world. Even if I told you, you probably wouldn't know it." "You're Chris?" Stanley was somewhat surprised. Seeing the two wearing expressions of shock and curiosity, Chris felt a bit strange. "What's going on? Do you feel like they've heard your story before?" Stanley smiled. "Of course we have. Recently, everyone in the front lines has been crazy trying to find you. They grab our people and ask for news about you." Chris suddenly understood. "It's Crosby, right?" "Indeed, you do know. But weren't you just a coffin bearer here? How did you get involved with the black-faced commander under Daryl Luna?" Stanley asked curiously. Chris shrugged. "I found a wormhole leading to Daryl Luna's territory. Out of curiosity, I went through and ended up clashing with them." Hearing this, Stanley and Evander showed surprise. "To go into Daryl Luna's domain and return unscathed? You're even stronger than I imagined," Evander sincerely remarked. Stanley also wore a look of admiration. Yes. Looking at their sincere praise, Chris felt something indescribable within him. Because of his relationship with the galactic system, it wasn't exactly friendly. Not only had he intercepted many people from the galactic system, but he had also subjugated one of their celestial deity realm beings. If not for the galactic system fearing Chris's identity, they might have already taken drastic action against him. Zella didn't want Chris to go to the frontline either, as he might harm her kind. She deliberately tried to sow discord. You're actually praising this guy? He hasn't spared your people at all." Stanley was surprised. "You've made enemies with our galactic system? That shouldn't be possible. How dare those guys offend a coffin bearer?" Hearing his tone, Zella hesitated. This guy doesn't seem too bothered by it. Chris was curious about their reaction, so he didn't stop Zella. Stanley explained without getting angry. "Before becoming a coffin bearer, I conducted raids in the divine battlefield and killed some wicked individuals from the galactic system. Later, I subdued one of your celestial deity realms." Stanley and Evander looked enlightened and then simultaneously smiled. "Do you think we'd be angry, brother?" "Not really. Those guys got what they deserved." You're becoming a coffin bearer proves that your character and abilities are trustworthy. Besides, since you're a coffin bearer, you likely understand our higher-ups' plans. So, they're doomed anyway. Stanley's voice carried a touch of bitterness and helplessness. Evander also didn't want to continue this topic. Let's go to the front line. We still need to contain Giant Beast Kai's forces. If we lose, it'll be problematic. Stanley looked serious and quickly resumed walking. Chris followed closely behind, glancing at Zella. At least, our people are more united than yours. Hemph, unity is useless if your strength is lacking. Zella habitually demoralized Chris. Chris didn't care at all. Led by the two deities, Chris arrived before a teleportation array. He was puzzled. Do we have to go through a teleportation array? Yes, because the pioneers built an enormous barrier after countless sacrifices. The barrier still hinders alien invasions, though it has many wormholes, which don't affect its power much. To normally pass through the barrier requires using a teleportation array. This array is in our frontline stronghold. Once lost, it gets destroyed. So while our universe's inhabitants can't leave, it also prevents the enemy from easily entering. And over 100 such arrays have been destroyed. Stanley looked regretful. Over 100, meaning over 100 strongholds have fallen. To Chris, in terms of galactic numbers, it didn't seem too many. But he couldn't help asking, how many total teleportation arrays are there? Evander looked at Chris bitterly. Over 100. Chris fell silent. So the defensive line had shrunk down to almost nothing? Zella seized the opportunity. Now you see the difference between us and your universe. Why not join us? Chris replied coldly, if we surrendered because of one word from you, the battlefield would have collapsed long ago. Why waste your time? Zella, hearing this, felt annoyed but remained silent. She had seen her father conquer numerous universes, but every single one was swiftly defeated, except this one, which kept resisting. Zella couldn't comprehend it, really couldn't understand why this universe, which was considered low tier compared to others, could persist for so long, killing many of their strongest, even causing her father's demise. However hard she thought, she couldn't figure it out. Meanwhile, Chris brought her back to the battlefield he once knew well. She herself had fought many battles here. Back then, she was incredibly radiant, but everything changed after her father's death. Zella felt nostalgic. Chris, however, seriously observed the battlefield. It was vast and immense. Just this front line stretched across light years. He could see that the battlefield was divided into many sections, clearly into two opposing sides. One side was attacking relentlessly. The other was defending desperately. But most frighteningly, the attacking entities were not very harmonious. They would often clash among themselves, hence their attacks weren't as intense as they could be. As for the defenders, they were truly giving their all, even sacrificing their lives to close every breach in the defensive line, preventing the enemy from breaking through and causing complete collapse. Seeing the endless casualties on the battlefield, Chris was profoundly shaken. Chapter 201. She by Sure. Carly and Evander didn't dare to linger, swiftly leading Chris towards their defense line. By the time they arrived, the defense had already started to crumble. Many foreign deities had already broken through the lines, infiltrating within. Despite the valiant efforts of the powerful beings trying to hold them back, it seemed futile. Seeing this, Carly and Evander were filled with shock and anger, ready to rush in for assistance. However, to their surprise, Chris was even faster. He plunged directly into the crowd of invading foreign deities. These deities were under the command of the Beast Kai, all with animal bodies and human faces, immensely powerful, especially the leading commander, a monstrously large beast with claws capable of tearing apart dragons. The four symbols divine beasts fought fiercely on this side, especially the Azure Dragon clan guarding Carly and Evander's line. But despite the dragon's desperate resistance, they couldn't match the Beast Kai's commander. Chris faced the giant beast and unleashed a punch. The beast commander sneered coldly, then fiercely swiped at Chris with a massive claw. A black dragon roared, its tail lashing out to push Chris away before confronting the threat itself. Unfortunately, the black dragon was severely injured, its strength greatly diminished. Just as its tail swung past, the beast commander slapped it away. Blood spurted from the dragon's mouth, its tail flopping weakly, losing all power to resist. It looked at Chris in alarm, assuming he would be killed by that slap. To everyone's surprise, Chris's punch collided fiercely with the beast commander's claw. The beast let out a shrill cry, retreating in agony. The enormous claw that shattered the black dragon's tail was now broken, blood streaming down. Without hesitation, Chris continued his assault, kicking the beast commander in the head. The beast commander screamed, flying backward. Chris swiftly chased after other foreign deities. To these deities, Chris appeared like a celestial warrior descending from heaven. Wherever he went, the foreign deities, despite their fierce attacks, could not withstand him, only being obliterated one by one. Witnessing Chris's incredible strength, both Carly and Evander were astounded. Even the foreign deities were terrified. They couldn't comprehend why Chris was so formidable. Who was this newcomer? Chris charged through the crowd, relentlessly assaulting and slaying. None of the deities could withstand more than 3 moves against him. Thus, Chris kept slaying, subduing wave after wave of invaders. While there were over 1,000 deities breaching the defense, most were relatively average in strength. Chris, like a tiger among sheep, kept slaughtering, forcing the deities to flee in panic. Carly and Evander watched as Chris, single-handedly, decimated them all. The fellow warriors of the same universe, who had been striving to repair the line, were now exhilarated by Chris's prowess. The foreign deities retreated from the defense line, utterly disgruntled. But the warriors here felt invigorated, launching counterattacks rapidly. Carly and Evander joined the charge, inviting Chris to drive away the deities together. The Beast Kai subordinates were forced to retreat repeatedly, completely unable to resist. This segment of the defense instantly became unprecedentedly solid, bringing great joy to Carly and Evander. They hadn't achieved such a victory in a long time. Now, Chris's achievement also credited to them, making it a remarkable accomplishment. They happily escorted Chris to the headquarters of the defense line, the domain of the 12 ancestor witches of the witches race. The 12 ancestor witches built 12 central bases within this battlefield. These bases housed immense resources and combat forces. Whenever a section of the defense fell, these bases would immediately send reinforcements. At this moment, Chris followed Carly and Evander to the territory of Agneta Shibai-Shur. Shibai-Shur, the Agneta of poison, had an area enveloped in thick poisonous fumes. However, allies were immune to these toxins due to the methods given by Shibai-Shur, which only they could control. Any outsiders entering would face danger. When Chris arrived, Carly entered first to report. Only after receiving permission from Shibai-Shur did Chris step into the greenish poisonous mist. He initially mobilized his strength to resist. But unexpectedly, upon entering, he felt no impact. Clearly, Shibai-Shur was protecting him. Chris walked alongside Shibai-Shur into the interstellar base she created. Here, he sensed numerous powerful entities, none weaker than himself. Soon, Chris reached the center of the base, a world fortified impregnably. Agneta Shibai-Shur sat on a colossal throne floating mid-air in this world. Seeing Chris arrive, Shibai-Shur smiled warmly. "You've finally come." Chris was somewhat surprised. "Have you been waiting for me?" "Not just me. All 12 of us have been waiting for you. Because you are the savior of all life forms," Shibai-Shur said with emotion. Chris was taken aback. Chue Maluna was equally incredulous. "Him? Impossible. Although he is strong, he's far from being the strongest, even in your universe." "I'm not entirely sure either. While he isn't the strongest, our calculations point to him as the guardian and savior of this universe," Shibai-Shur explained with a smile. "As for the reason, I don't know. Just act according to your own intentions." Chris was stunned. A savior? They calculated this? But now that they revealed it, how could he make choices without worry? It was like walking with eyes closed. If you walk straight with eyes closed, you wouldn't worry even if you deviated slightly, feeling relaxed and likely successful. But knowing there's a cliff beside you, you'd be extremely cautious, finding it hard to decide. Chris feared each choice he made would now significantly impact him. However, after initial shock and confusion, Chris gradually calmed down, noticing something amiss. Chapter 202. The problem with Miles. Logically, being the savior was something that shouldn't have been disclosed so easily. Once he knew, he would surely become cautious and hesitant in his actions. Unless, they encountered a dire situation where it became absolutely necessary to tell him. In such a case, Chris could accept it as normal. However, after telling him about his identity, Miles advised him not to worry and to act as he normally would. What did that even mean? Chris strongly suspected that this guy wanted to disturb his resolve on purpose. Perhaps he intentionally said those words, intending for Chris to hesitate. Was it because he simply disliked him? Or could it be that Miles had already? Chris didn't want to speculate wildly, but his attitude toward Miles had shifted from reverence to suspicion and worry. He avoided contact with Miles, and even considered leaving directly. However, he couldn't find a good excuse and had to wait patiently. 10 days passed. Ming and Xingmu both left for the front lines, while Chris remained idle at Miles' side. Unable to bear it, he sought out Miles, only intending to ask if he could leave. Unexpectedly, Miles used an excuse to avoid seeing him, claiming he was busy overseeing the campaign and couldn't spare any time for him. Chris saw the guards blocking his way into Miles' hall. He didn't force his way in but turned and left. He decided to test if he could actually leave this place. Indeed, upon reaching the edge of Miles' world, he found himself unable to exit. The toxic gas surrounding this world refused to let him through. Chris sneered, growing more certain of Miles' suspicious behavior. Even Libby noticed that something was off with Miles. She mockingly told Chris, "Looks like you, the savior, aren't too popular here? Maybe they're planning to hand you over to us to gain our favor. I suggest you consider joining us early. Why be killed by them and then help count their money?" Chris ignored Libby's threats and temptations. After being forbidden to leave, he returned directly to Miles' hall. The guards, noticing Chris's return, blocked him again, preventing him from entering. Chris had no intention of forcing his way in. He stood at the entrance and called out, "Miles, let me go. Don't make your intentions so obvious. Even if you capture me, it won't do you any good. I will die before you." These words instantly infuriated the guards, who revered Miles. Seeing Chris dare to threaten him, they angrily surrounded him, weapons drawn. The guard leader, a towering figure with large eyes, roared, "Kneel and apologize to the Agneta, or I'll kill you." Ignoring these witches, Chris calmly looked at Miles' hall. "So, you still refuse to let me go? You're sure no other Agneta has seen me come here? You're confident you can take me away?" Silence persisted within the hall. The guards, feeling ignored, grew increasingly angry. They lunged at Chris with their weapons, but at that moment, Miles' cold voice sounded, "You may go." Hearing their Agneta's voice, the guards immediately halted, bewildered at why this disrespectful individual was allowed to leave. Chris sneered and turned to leave. Miles' indifferent voice came again, "You're smarter than I thought, but I hope you're even wiser. Don't say anything reckless outside. A fence-sitter is the easiest to trip up. You should think carefully." Chris sneered. Miles' voice turned icy. "Do you want me to keep you? If I dared speak, it's because I have confidence. And you might not have the guts to detain me." Without hesitation, Chris walked away, quickly arriving at the layer of toxic gas with Libby. Seeing this, Libby sighed. "Why did you provoke him? Since he wants you to leave, why not just do so quietly? I don't want him to take a wrong turn due to cowardice and foolishness. He hasn't fully fallen yet. There's still a chance to bring him back. If he truly commits a great mistake, even my words won't matter." Chris ignored the toxic gas and walked forward. Libby watched in shock as he approached the gas circle. But the next moment, the toxic gas parted to form a passage. Libby hurriedly followed. Once they left Miles' world, the expression on Miles' face inside the hall turned grim. He held a message stone in his hand, hesitating. Someone had delivered this stone earlier, promising integration into another clan if he detained Libby and Chris. Miles understood the strength of that clan. If he joined them, his future would be secure. But he couldn't abandon his brother, nor did he want to be labeled a traitor, nor did he trust them. But the desire for survival had made him resolve to kill Chris and imprison him. Unexpectedly, Chris reacted swiftly and exposed his intentions. To be seen through by a junior and taught a lesson publicly was humiliating. If he betrayed now, people would only praise Chris for seeing through him in advance. This kind of outcome, giving Chris fame while he lost face, was unacceptable. For the sake of his dignity, Miles wouldn't surrender. He crushed the message stone. The shattered stone soon formed a temporary array. A shadow slowly emerged. It was the Yahoo clan, known for their ferocity and power, with over 10 Jaces among them. They had breached Miles's defenses multiple times, nearly reaching the teleportation gate to inner universe. If not for Miles's resistance, they would have succeeded. Now, such a powerful clan was trying to recruit him. Due to repeated confrontations with the Yahoo clan, Miles knew their strength well, leading to previous hesitation. However, it was too late now. Miles frowned slightly at the emerging figure, a minor, insignificant character with minimal power and low status, merely a servant. Why didn't one of your clan's Jaces come instead of you? Miles asked unhappily. Chapter 203. You're still provoking? The servant calmly said, it's just a matter of taking a person away. Since you have the ability to control him, you must also have the means to prevent him from resisting me. Adden frowned. If you take the person away, what about me? The servant from the Demon Manuel clan sternly replied, don't worry. We will definitely come for you. Fine. I've already controlled the person. As long as you come for me, I will hand Chris over to you, Adden coldly said. Upon hearing this, the servant furrowed his brow. He looked at Adden coldly and said fiercely, you should think carefully. It's you who are seeking refuge with us, becoming our dog, not us submitting to you. Now immediately hand over that so-called savior, or don't blame me if I get impolite. Adden laughed upon hearing this. He laughed heartily, boldly, and with a sense of relief. The servant, seeing Adden's laughter, instinctively felt something was off. He became tense. What are you doing? Nothing. I thought it would be a simple test, yet it revealed your dirtiness. Fortunately, I didn't kill that guy. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to turn back. Did you guys count on me being unable to turn back, thus showing such disregard towards me? Not only do you plan to send a minor character to take the person, but you also want to leave me here. Adden sneered. Hearing this, the servant's pupils constricted. You actually dared to deceive us. Why not? Die. Adden instantly killed the servant, and then used the teleportation array to release a large amount of poisonous gas. On the other side of the teleportation array, loud cries of agony echoed, indicating many living beings had been hit. Adden closed the teleportation array with a cold face. Then, he slowly turned his gaze toward the direction where Chris had left. You were right. No one respects a fence-sitter. Thank you. Adden's face was filled with sincerity. If it weren't for Chris's wake-up call, he might have truly submitted. If he had submitted to the Demon Manuel clan, would he have dared to contradict that servant's arrogance just now? Clearly, he wouldn't dare. So, Chris had genuinely helped him once, preserving not only his life but also his dignity. Thinking of this, Adden directly expelled a light point from his body and shot it into the void. Chris was walking in the void when he suddenly felt an overwhelming force approaching. Startled and angry, he thought someone was attacking him and immediately turned around. But unexpectedly, a green light point struck him and entered his body. As the light point entered his body, Chris instantly felt a peculiar inheritance appearing in his mind. It was the inheritance of the Agneta of Poison. After a closer examination, Chris suddenly understood. So, the Agneta of Poison had developed their physical body to the extreme before gaining such supernatural powers? Was this kind of physical body power akin to the boundless force of the Great Tao, endless? Chris fused with the Agneta of Poison's power, then activated the poison to envelop the surroundings. The terrifying force instantly melted and destroyed the void. This was poison. True poison not only harmed people, but also all negative forces in the universe. Chris felt the power of poison and instantly comprehended, then entered the true battlefield. On the battlefield, countless warriors were fighting bloodily. There were enemies and allies. People sacrificed their lives for their universe and world. Although the enemies were also suffering greatly, Chris didn't pity them at all, nor did he feel compassion. Whether it was due to righteousness or empathy, Chris would never admire an enemy's suffering or helplessness. Killing my kin, what difference does it make? Why? Chris stood on a defensive line and unhesitatingly released the toxic gas around him. The gas surged forward, infecting many enemies who died instantly. Instantly, a clear space appeared among the enemies. Chris's comrades from the same world were pleasantly surprised. They didn't know where such a powerful person came from. This was simply their lucky star. Everyone became extremely excited. Their combat effectiveness increased significantly, constantly attacking the enemies who couldn't resist for a moment. As the enemies retreated step by step, Chris's companions grew even more excited. Zella always stayed beside Chris. Seeing him using poison, killing with interest, she felt a faint fear but still couldn't help saying, "Don't be too arrogant. Do you really think we have no strong ones? If you continue like this, it will soon attract the attention of those top-ranked killers on the slaughter list." Chris raised an eyebrow. Slaughter list? Yes, the slaughter list is the most elite ranking on the entire battlefield. Those who can be listed there have killed countless powerful beings. They usually don't lead armies but only specifically target prominent figures in your universe, Zella explained. Just as she finished speaking, Chris felt two forces lock onto him. Meanwhile, two figures appeared in the distance. One was snake-headed and human-bodied, the other was monkey-shaped. The two powerful beings faced each other, seemingly knowing each other. Haha, it turns out to be Snake Kai. I didn't expect you to arrive so quickly. The monkey-like powerful figure said calmly. Snake Kai retorted sarcastically, and you arrived pretty fast too. I was just close, so I rushed over. Did you think this guy was easy to handle? So you specially came here? Humph, so you're allowed to be nearby, but I'm not? Besides, your rank on the slaughter list is only one higher than mine. The monkey-like, powerful figure replied coldly. Chris didn't expect these two would start bickering first. He couldn't help but kindly suggest, hey, how about you two stop arguing and join forces to finish me off? Unexpectedly, it was better to not say that. Upon hearing Chris's words, the monkey and Snake Kai both turned to look at him with disdain. Do you deserve us to work together? Indeed, either one of us could easily eliminate you. If you hadn't spoken, you might have had a chance to survive. Now that you spoke, are you asking for death? These two taunted Chris one after another. Zella listened happily on the side, watching Chris with amusement, curious to see what he would do. Seeing this, Chris was quite helpless and could only step forward and say, all right, since neither of you takes me seriously, then I'll just have to take you both out. Hearing Chris's challenge, the two powerful beings showed signs of anger. They originally thought they were being merciful by letting Chris live longer. Who knew he would provoke them? Looking for death. Chapter 204, the Slaughter List Update. The ape made the first move, throwing a massive black rock. The rock swelled as it caught the wind, eventually becoming as vast and formidable as an entire world. A terrifying pressure bore down, as if it aimed to annihilate everything. But Chris merely rushed forward and smashed his fist into the rock. Boom. The rock shattered. Chris did not stop. Instead, he continued his charge and stood before the ape, slapping it hard across the face. The ape was startled, never expecting Chris to be so powerful. It retaliated with its huge palm, intending to challenge Chris. Their palms collided. The ape grunted in pain and stumbled back several steps. Worse, it watched in horror as its own hand began to rapidly corrode and melt. Poison. Deadly poison. Panicked, the ape hacked off its hand and regenerated it, using sheer physical prowess. This shocking blow alarmed both the ape and the emmet. They hadn't expected Chris to be so formidable. Initially dismissive of him, they now became seriously cautious. So you are this powerful. You pretended to be weak all along to catch us off guard. The ape glared at Chris, trying to justify itself. Chris sighed helplessly. I didn't pretend. You were just too overconfident and underestimated me. Enough nonsense. We didn't expect that this defense line would harbor such a powerful expert. It seems you're the new powerhouse on the ancient monstrosity list? But alas, your ancient monstrosity list is considered the lowest rank here. You can't even make it onto the last place of the slaughter list. The emmet looked at Chris mockingly. Chris realized, so everyone on our ancient monstrosity list is dead? The emmet's expression froze, unable to respond. For many from that list had not only survived but appeared on the slaughter list, some even in high positions. Seeing the emmet's embarrassment, the ape felt some relief. Yet, the emmet's face darkened as he clenched his teeth. Damn it, attack together. Quickly take him down before he continues causing chaos here. Right, let's attack together. Having witnessed what just happened, the ape joined forces with the emmet without hesitation. As soon as they attacked, the Ethel retreated immediately. Her powers were sealed, allowing her only limited movement unsuitable for combat. Chris charged towards the duo, engaging them in battle. The emmet lashed out with its tail. Even before making contact, the overwhelming force had Chris struggling to keep his eyes open. Meanwhile, the ape grew enormous, roaring loudly enough to shatter worlds. Even Zella would have found this coordinated assault difficult to handle. Yet, Chris paid no mind, effortlessly punching just as he had before. This time, however, he swung two fists. Do not touch his fists directly. They're poisonous. The ape growled in warning. Using a peculiar energy to shield themselves, they struck Chris's fists, resulting in a terrifying explosion. But more terrifying than the explosion was the sight of the ape and emmet being hammered far away by the force. Not only were they flung back, but they were also poisoned, their flesh decaying rapidly. Given how resilient their bodies usually were, how could this poison be so potent? In a daze, they almost believed the ancient with Chanel was present. Chasing after them swiftly, Chris grabbed the ape and delivered another heavy punch. Despite intending to flee, the ape couldn't escape due to its injuries and poison, receiving yet another severe blow. A shrill scream echoed as the ape's body cracked apart. The emmet, alarmed yet coming to the rescue, spat out an evil light aimed at Chris. Responding with a cloud of toxic mist, Chris enveloped the evil light. To the emmet's disbelief, even the evil light corroded. What fearsome poison is this? Attempting to retreat hastily, the emmet tried to flee. Since you've come, don't leave. Chris grabbed the emmet by its tail and slammed it into the ape. Both emitted ear-piercing screams, but the ape was worse off, unable to move. The emmet still struggled. Holding the emmet's tail tightly, Chris repeatedly slammed it into the ape. The two forced into constant close encounters and separations. After numerous rounds, the ape and emmet finally couldn't withstand the onslaught and met their end. Watching Chris dispose of them, the Ethel was astonished. The method seemed familiar, eerily similar to the ways of the Strong Force tribe. Could it be because he absorbed my father's body, thus inheriting the tribe's traits? Feeling a twinge of panic, not about Chris's assimilation, but fearing how much of her father's body remained inside him. Hey, you haven't completely consumed my father, have you? The Ethel demanded fiercely. Calm down, I haven't, Chris replied, tossing the two corpses aside. Humph, better not, or else you'll be finished if I don't recover my father's body. At that time, the Strong Force tribe will exact merciless revenge on you. The Ethel threatened, although her confidence wavered. Chris remained unperturbed. Your Strong Force tribe doesn't have much power left, does it? That's enough to kill you, she insisted despite her doubts. Not wanting to engage further, Chris walked away. The members on the slaughter list seemed focused on hunting fresh recruits from this side. Any strong presence like Chris on the defense line would be targeted. So why not counterattack and eliminate these divine beings one by one? Leaving, the Ethel asked curiously, where are you going? Aren't you attacking here? No, Attacking alone wouldn't make much difference. Eliminating your genius and powerful divine beings is the best strategy, just like you do. Exactly like you, right? Chris chuckled. Realizing this, the Ethel silently mourned for her kind. Chris was ready to strike again. Unbeknownst to Chris, his name had entered the minds of many experts on the slaughter list. The slaughter list was real, inscribed on a massive stone. Names would update automatically upon additions or deletions. Just now, the names of the Emmet and the ape disappeared, replaced by Chris's. This signified that Chris had defeated them. Chapter 205. The 12 Primordial Witch Tribes. The slaughter list, being a record of various powerful beings, naturally garners significant attention. Hence, Chris's appearance quickly caught the eyes of many. They immediately relayed information about Chris to major factions and strong individuals. Particularly those listed on the slaughter list received the news first. Chris had climbed the list by defeating 2 alien deities, which clearly indicated he was not one of them from the alien deity universe but an existence from a small universe. The alien deities suddenly found Chris intriguing. Many close-ranked alien deities wanted to check him out. However, those ranked highly couldn't be bothered. They had their own adversaries to deal with. Chris walked along the defensive lines with Zella, primarily aiding in eliminating any alien deities they encountered. Although he fought as he moved, his actions also alleviated some pressure on the defenses. Just as Chris was moving back and forth, someone from the slaughter list approached. It was an alien deity with a green face and fangs. Zella whispered to Chris, "This guy comes from the green face tribe. They transform into ghostly beings that eat humans." Hit him hard. Chris was surprised. This was the first time Zella had proactively introduced an alien deity's background and abilities to him. But soon, he figured it out and smiled. "Got a grudge against the strong race?" "Yes, a big one," Zella replied unhappily. "Just fight. What's with the questions? Don't think you're helping me get revenge. He came for you, so you'd have to fight him anyway." Chris understood that Zella didn't want to owe him a favor. He wasn't concerned and turned his gaze to the Nikki. The Nikki slowly floated over, scanning Chris from head to toe. "So, you're the one who killed the snake Kai and ape Kai? You don't look like much." Chris remained indifferent. "Neither do you." The Nikki's expression darkened, and he hissed coldly, "Looking for death? Huh? You think killing those 2 gives you the right to speak to me like this? Clearly, you don't know how powerful my tribe is." Roar. Suddenly, the Nikki's face grew enormous, taking on the appearance of a genuine demonic entity before spewing endless shadows. These shadows were malevolent cosmic forces, similar to toxic gases, capable of destroying one's flesh. Chris countered with a burst of poison gas, effectively neutralizing the shadowy aura. They were evenly matched. Surprised, the Nikki said, "How did you get Ganon's toxic skills?" Chris didn't explain but rushed forward rapidly. If poison wouldn't work, then he'd use brute force. With a punch, Chris struck the Nikki. To his surprise, the deity didn't resist. There was a loud explosion. Its body detonated without resistance, surprising Chris further. But when he looked up, the huge green-faced monster had already descended, ready to swallow him whole. It grinned maliciously, "Boy, become part of my body." Turns out, the Nikki had the special ability to rapidly assimilate the flesh of its enemies. No wonder they had a huge grudge against the strong race, known for their formidable physical bodies among alien deities. It was only natural they became targets. Thinking this, Chris unleashed a torrent of terrifying poison. The Nikki spat out shadowy aura in response. While it blocked the toxins, it couldn't devour Chris just yet. Seizing the opportunity, Chris reappeared beside it, delivering another punch. This time, he aimed for the Nikki's large face. It quickly dodged, using shadowy aura as a barrier. Thus began a chase. Poison versus shadowy aura, Chris pursuing the Nikki's body. After a prolonged struggle, Chris finally spotted a weakness in the Nikki and obliterated it with a single move. The Nikki exploded, leaving Zella disappointed. Not because of the deity's death, but because she had intentionally kept quiet about its abilities, hoping both would weaken each other. Unexpectedly, Chris defeated it without a scratch. Ignoring Zella's expression, Chris stared at the dead Nikki's body, deep in thought. He had just killed someone, and these alien deities knew almost instantly. This could only mean the slaughter list might record his name. If he kept climbing the ranks, he would inevitably attract more attention. After some consideration, Chris decided to delve deeper into the battlefield. He couldn't just patrol the defense lines. Otherwise, if enemies came looking for him, it would increase pressure on the defenses. Despite the added pressure entering the depths posed, Chris felt it was his duty as a savior to take such risks. Zella tensed, watching Chris venture into the heart of the battlefield. "You can't be serious. You're actually going there? Can you at least let me go? I don't want to die with you." "Who says I'll die?" Chris snapped irritably. "Even if you won't, I will. How about you find somewhere safe to lock yourself away? I won't escape either way. Letting me go would make things easier for you, no?" Zella understood the might of alien deities and didn't want to face them with Chris. They'd both die. Seeing her fear, Chris explained, "Being scared won't help. I can't let you go. Your existence makes me uneasy." "Why? I'm already sealed. What if you place me in the world of the primordial witches? Wouldn't that set your mind at ease?" Chris shook his head. "I'm still not reassured. As you said, alien deities are too powerful. How can I trust they don't have other tricks? What if something happens to you while you carry me around?" Zella anxiously cried. "Fear not. Does a savior ever die?" Chris said confidently. "Don't be so gullible. If you're a savior, why aren't you stronger? At the very least, you should be in Jace by now." Even as in Jace, this war wouldn't be quelled unless you become a supreme celestial immortal. Chris waved off her concerns. "Your words mean nothing. Just wait. I'll see you dead sooner or later." Zella yelled furiously as Chris carried her deeper into the battlefield. Several sets of eyes softened as Chris ventured into the heart of the battlefield. These belonged to the 12 primordial witches. They communicated telepathically. "At least this child hasn't been ruined and has grown braver," Bartolomeo softly remarked. Ganon felt guilty. "Sorry, brothers." Chapter 206. What kind of monster are you? Never mind. You were just misled by others and didn't commit any major wrongdoings. The ancestor which Adamaris consoled calmly. That's right. We don't need to talk like this among brothers. You also managed to hurt those guys. No need to feel sorry. I even thought about following your lead, pretending to surrender, then catching them off guard. The other 11 ancestor witches continued to comfort him one after another. Emeric felt the love from his elder brothers and warmth filled his heart. The 12 ancestor witches once again united without any gaps, watching Chris dive deep into the battlefield together. As they ventured deeper into the cosmic battlefield, the slaughter intensified. Chris kept seeing countless creatures fighting each other, dying continuously. Yet new life forms would replace them for a new round of battles. This process was extremely tragic and desolate. Watching it made one's heart tremble. Chris several times wanted to rush down and kill those enemies. But he knew such a war had its own rhythm. If he went down rashly, he could indeed kill many enemies in a short time. But disrupting the rhythm would only make things worse. Leaving aside the rest, after killing a lot of people, he would leave. However, if the enemies detected something was amiss, asked for reinforcements and counterattacked, by the time Chris left, the casualties here would be even heavier, possibly even having the defenses breached. Chris sighed lightly, suppressing his impulse to go down and help. He looked at Zella and asked, I'm very curious to know what your goal is in attacking us. Resources. Zella also saw those wars and felt quite helpless. Chris raised an eyebrow. Resources? Didn't you say we are just a small place? Why come to plunder then? A fly may be small, but it's still meat. Besides, we aren't just plundering from you. Other universes will also be plundered. The life forms in our universe are too strong, needing too many resources, so we have no choice but to plunder everywhere to maintain our cultivation. In fact, because we're too strong, we've generated many conflicts. If it weren't for the battlefield, which allows us to unite against external threats, internal conflicts would probably have erupted long ago, leading to our collective downfall. In fact, Zella also did not want to see war. But that was how they survived. Chris understood, given your temperament, it's impossible for you to humbly beg for resources, so you can only sustain yourselves through warfare and plundering. Zella did not argue back. After all, once a universe became powerful enough, it would often resort to such methods, unless they could reach the true realm of immortals. But the problem was, the passage to the immortal realm had long been closed. Even their universe couldn't break it open. Unable to escape outward, they could only turn inward. Chris gazed at the battlefield, deep in thought. This kind of drinking poison to quench thirst approach was bound to cause problems. Chris now needed to find a way to thoroughly disrupt the fragile peace they maintained internally. And to carry out this plan, he would likely need the Dali clan. Thinking this, Chris immediately asked Zella, your Dali clan surely has prodigies on the slaughter list, right? Caught off guard by the sudden change in question, Zella instinctively replied, of course. Why do you ask? No reason. I just hope to meet more of them, Chris said with a smile. Zella instantly became wary. What are you up to? Don't tell me you want to annex my Dali clan? How could that be? Chris dismissed casually. Seeing his attitude, Zella grew even more anxious. She angrily warned Chris, if you dare lay a finger on the Dali clan, don't blame me for being harsh on you. I won't cooperate with you, but rather die with you. Sure, when you die with me, your clan will end up in others' hands, becoming resources to enhance their race. By the way, your father may be gone, but your mother and siblings are still alive, right? Chris deliberately intimidated her. Zella fell silent, furious yet powerless. Because Chris was right. Once the Dali clan lost her, they would crumble. No, crumbling would be too good. The most likely outcome would be being fought over and devoured by everyone. Zella did not want to see that happen, but she also didn't want to give Chris the upper hand. Chris watched as Zella struggled, not urging her. At such moments, pressing harder only complicated matters. Better to wait for her to figure it out herself. Just as they spoke, a group of soldiers quickly flew over from the distant battlefield. Those soldiers surrounded Chris and Zella. A hetero-god general rushed out, coldly staring at them and shouted, who is Chris? Chris remained calm. That would be me. Didn't expect to see generals on the slaughter list? Humph, stop talking nonsense. Kill him. The hetero-god general growled and urged everyone forward. Numerous soldiers immediately charged, surrounding Chris and constantly bombarding him. Chris fought fiercely amidst the soldiers, smashing each of the hetero-gods into pieces. At this moment, the little black thing on his shoulder finally completed its assimilation of the previously devoured hetero-gods. Its body seemed slightly larger now, and seeing so many hetero-gods, it instantly got excited. It opened its small mouth and started devouring. Those hetero-god soldiers were so formidable that even Chris needed effort to defeat them. But the devouring power of the little black thing left the hetero-gods completely defenseless. Startled, the hetero-god general rushed over and struck a fist towards the little black thing. Spit it out, damn it. The little black thing hid behind Chris, belching. But Chris clearly felt it rapidly digesting. Blocking the hetero-god general's fist, Chris kicked him away. The hetero-god general's expression changed, surprised at Chris's strength. No wonder you're on the slaughter list. Not only do you have a divine beast companion, but you also have such strength. Pity, you ran into me. The hetero-god general roared, form the array. The soldiers immediately began setting up a mystical formation. Chris sensed they were consolidating their power and channeling it to the hetero-god general. Suddenly, he understood why these powerful figures from the slaughter list willingly served as generals. They were using these tools. Next, the hetero-god general's strength surged, and he struck Chris again. Before Chris could react, the little black thing pounced. It opened its mouth again and bit the hetero-god general's fist. With a crunch, the hetero-god general screamed in agony, retreating and finding most of his supposedly invincible hand bitten off. Terrified and incredulous, the hetero-god general stared at the little black thing. What are you, a true dragon? Or phoenix or white tiger? Younger brother has written a new book, guaranteed to be more stable and enjoyable than this one. A story of a man who can never be killed in a mysterious world, forging his path through chaos to the heights of power. True tough guy, never give up. Please support it. Note: the promotional note at the end has been translated faithfully while adhering to the provided guidelines. Chapter 207. I am one of us. Xianxia was greatly displeased by the alien deity general's words. It was unclear whether it was because the general had referred to it as a different race, or because it considered itself more powerful than true dragons and phoenixes. It lunged directly at the alien deity general. This time, the general wasn't as arrogant, but instead kept retreating in fear. Even with the support of his soldiers, he was unwilling to approach this terrifying creature. However, after devouring those alien deities, Xianxia had become much stronger. It quickly pounced on the general, forcing him to flee in disarray. Despite this, Xianxia would occasionally bite him. Soon, the alien deity general was screaming as he was entirely devoured. Once again full, Xianxia burped and lazily returned to Chris's shoulder to sleep. Chris wasn't sure if killing the general himself would count towards his ranking, but he didn't care and immediately slaughtered the remaining alien deity soldiers. After finishing them off, Zella approached cautiously, staring at Xianxia. What is that thing? I don't know either, but I advise you not to provoke it. Otherwise, you might really be in trouble, Chris warned Zella. However, without needing the reminder, Zella carefully distanced himself. Chris gently stroked Xianxia on his shoulder and continued forward. Zella was surprised. You're still going forward? If you keep advancing, we'll reach our universe. Is that so? Then it's perfect. I can see what's there. Chris chuckled and kept moving forward. The battlefield was vast, and as Chris ventured deeper, some of the fighting soldiers tried to stop him, but they were all driven back. Soon, Chris arrived at a place where the battle was even more intense. Here, they were no longer at the defensive line but right in the middle of the battlefield. Chris saw that many creatures from other universes were also fiercely resisting the alien deities' invasion. Despite being multitasked, the alien deities managed to suppress all universes. This made Chris realize their strength even more. Seeing Chris's expression, Zella immediately said, "See this? This is the power of our universe. You won't resist for long, even if you have some conspiracy. It won't be effective." Chris paid little attention to Zella's warning or threat. No matter how strong the alien deities were, there was always hope as long as they persisted. Now every universe knew the alien deities had problems. If they could hold on until the end, who would collapse first was yet to be seen. As Chris was thinking, he suddenly saw a ray of light in the distance. Soon, he noticed a rapidly approaching figure. As the figure got closer, Chris felt immense pressure. Without hesitation, he kicked Zella aside and unleashed all his power to strike out. In the next moment, both collided. Chris grunted and flew backward. But the figure also stopped. It was an alien deity, coldly staring at Chris. Indeed formidable. No wonder you've killed 3 of my kind, and yet you dare come here. Looking at the robust alien deity, Chris hesitated. Your power is very strong. Are you from the Mighty Clan? Correct. I am Hyman of the Mighty Clan, ranked 123 on the slaughter list. The alien deity replied coldly. Chris was surprised. Number 123 on the slaughter list was this powerful? No wonder it was a ranking list compiled by countless universes. Still, Chris felt that he wasn't necessarily weaker. It was just that the figure's speed plus inertia made it difficult for him to resist initially. Without delay, Chris rushed forward and landed a punch on Hyman. Hyman had wanted to show Chris what true strength was using his own power, but the collision left them both stepping back. Feeling the heavy blow, Hyman looked grim. How is this possible? How can your strength match mine? Not just match. Chris sneered and punched again. Hyman hurriedly defended, continuously resisting. Yet he noticed Chris's punches were getting stronger with each hit. Hyman, initially managing to resist, gradually started retreating, feeling his strength faltering. This left him extremely alarmed. Meanwhile, Chris found it exhilarating. In the fight, he could absorb the zealous father's power faster. Rarely did he encounter an opponent like Hyman who relied purely on strength. The physical combat accelerated the fusion process. Zella wasn't stupid either. Seeing Hyman getting beaten back, she realized Chris was stealing her father's strength again. She hastily called out, "Hyman, stop attacking." Initially humiliated by Chris's superior strength, Hyman wanted to fight to the death. Hearing Zella's voice, he turned around, startled to see his princess there. Hyman rejoiced. "Your Highness, why are you here? Many elders of the Mighty Clan are eagerly waiting for you to take control." "I know." Zella glanced at Chris hesitantly. She hadn't spoken up before, wanting to see if Hyman could handle Chris. Realizing Hyman wasn't a match, she decided against seeking help. "Your Highness, please come back with me." Hyman, ignoring Chris, urged anxiously. But Chris wouldn't ignore him, striking Hyman with another sudden punch. Taken aback, Hyman turned to resist but was slammed down. Already not a match for Chris, this unexpected punch made resistance impossible. Pinned down and spitting blood, Hyman raged. "You despicable scoundrel, ambushing me." Zella quickly intervened. "Chris, he supports me, don't kill him." Hearing this, Hyman was taken aback. "Your Highness, this man is yours?" Sort of." Zella looked guiltily at Chris. Chris accepted the designation silently since he needed to use Zella's identity to get close to the Mighty Clan. Relieved by his princess's confirmation, Hyman relaxed. "Brother, let me go. I know the Mighty Clan has many traitors, but I will never betray the princess." "How can you guarantee that?" Chris asked. "Because my life was saved by the clan leader, and he taught me my cultivation methods. How could I ever betray him?" End of chapter 207. Note: the last part about promoting another book is omitted as it does not fit into the narrative. ####chapter 208, a plan. The Zella hurriedly said to Chris, "Let him go." Chris gave in and released Hyman. Hyman wasn't angry, but chuckled while patting Chris's shoulder. "When the princess first went into that small universe, I was really worried. I didn't expect there to be a loyal expert like you by her side. It makes me feel redundant." Chris laughed, seeing that Hyman wasn't upset about what happened earlier. Sure, with the princess around me, you can rest assured. The Zella's expression slightly changed. She knew Chris was deliberately trying to get closer to Hyman, or even the Strong Force clan. However, she didn't know why, but she didn't stop it. Perhaps because she thought their return might benefit the Strong Force clan, preventing it from falling apart. Hyman completely let his guard down and smiled. I trust you, but is the princess planning to return to the clan? Yeah, what's up? Chris sensed Hyman had more on his mind. Upon hearing this, Hyman looked hesitant. He glanced secretly at the Zella, as if he wanted to say something but dared not. Seeing this, Chris asked in a low voice, is there any problem with the Strong Force clan? Hyman sighed softly, indeed. Those people think the king is dead and the princess won't come back, so they are ready to pledge allegiance to other kings. Fortunately, the Strong Force clan still has some loyal members who stop them, but they might not hold on much longer. If the princess returns now, I'm worried she'll be assassinated. Chris glanced at the Zella and after some thought, said, I also think the princess shouldn't return yet, but we can call over some of our most loyal followers to protect her. The Zella looked at Chris oddly. Calling the Strong Force clan's loyalists, wouldn't they immediately see through her binding spell and cause trouble? This guy isn't that stupid, so why would he make such a suggestion? Hyman quickly responded, they can come, but where are we going? We can't keep floating aimlessly. And it might be better for the princess to confront those who are rebelling directly. At that time, it will likely win back some hearts of those wanting to rebel. Chris disagreed. No, what if they fight to the death? There are many who want to rebel within the Strong Force clan, and we aren't their match. Hyman sighed slightly. That's true, but the princess floating around outside isn't good either. What if we capture a small universe as a stronghold? That works, Chris nodded. His original intention was to drain the Strong Force clan's strength. Whatever they did would suffice. As for the harm it might cause to other universes, Chris could worry about that later. Seeing Chris agree, Hyman turned to seek the Zella's opinion. Princess, what do you think? The Zella glanced at Chris. Hearing he hadn't lured them to his universe but to attack others, she breathed a sigh of relief. All right, let's do it. Excited, Hyman immediately left to discuss with the loyal members of the Strong Force clan. After he left, the Zella looked displeased at Chris. What are you really up to? Why drain the strength of the Strong Force clan? You should be draining the strength of other races. Chris merely shrugged. I know, but have you thought about how far the Strong Force clan has declined? Almost to a dead end? If they suddenly attack another universe, everyone will think there's something wrong there and intervene fully. Then, the other clans will also take full action against those universes. This way, the chances of internal conflict among them would be very high. Looking at the devious Chris, the Zella wanted to call him despicable but refrained, thinking this guy might beat her. After arranging everything for the Strong Force clan, Chris waited patiently in his universe. He knew it wouldn't be long before those guys moved. Sure enough, while Chris was waiting, one universe erupted into the fiercest battle ever seen. The Strong Force clan acted recklessly, relying solely on brute force. Their raw strength was indeed formidable. Even with only a small group of loyalists, they managed to easily assault another universe, forcing their opponents into retreat. What puzzled Chris was that the other alien god races were all watching, without making a move. Was it because they suspected the intentions of the Strong Force clan? Or had they discovered something amiss? Thinking this, Chris stroked his chin. He felt the deception must continue, otherwise an opportunity would be wasted. Immediately, Chris returned to his universe and found Darien, who was guarding the defense lines against alien god invaders. When Chris returned, Darien was puzzled. Why did you come back so soon? I want you to deploy your troops to assist in a scheme. The Strong Force clan doesn't mix well with other alien god races. They've been excluded and opposed. So, I plan to lure them here for use. Just right, with the princess here, they've taken me as one of their own. I took the chance to persuade them to attack a small universe. My goal is to make other alien gods think the Strong Force clan may have found a solution, causing them to fear and possibly compete with the Strong Force clan, leading to internal conflicts. Once the conflicts begin, the alien gods will split faster. Shubishur was surprised. You've convinced the Strong Force clan already? Just as we thought, you can proceed boldly. Hearing this, Chris was satisfied. If so, I have something to ask. I want to send our troops to compete with the Strong Force clan. Preferably, all forces should be deployed, creating a real life or death competition to make everyone believe there's something valuable there. Shubishur frowned. Won't this lead to significant losses? No risk, no gain. This is a great opportunity to create internal strife among the alien gods. If we miss this chance, even using the trap later won't guarantee victory, Chris said seriously. Realizing the severity, Shubishur understood. But it was too important a decision to make alone or lightly. After a brief hesitation, Shubishur said, all right, I'll discuss it with the brothers and give you a quick response. Is that fine? Yes, please respond as soon as possible. Chris urged. Chapter 209. Cooperation with the Lesser Universe. Arnie also understood the severity of the situation and wasted no time. He immediately contacted his 11 brothers. Chris, of course, could not hear their discussions. He only watched this massive primordial ancestor communicate with someone, observing the changes in his expression. There was tension, worry, and suspicion. After a full half-hour of deliberation, Arnie finally turned to Chris and asked seriously, are you really sure this will succeed? I can't be certain, but now everything depends on taking a gamble with our lives. Chris replied gravely. Hearing this, Arnie let out a bitter laugh. You're right. My eldest brother also said that we can only gamble with our lives. In this case, we'll send our most elite forces on what is essentially a suicide mission, he continued. Chris's heart sank at these words. Although he didn't want to admit it, this competition basically amounted to a death sentence, luring the enemy using their lives as bait. Everyone knew that the elites of the 12 primordial ancestors could only be used for all-out resistance. Using them for anything else would be equivalent to abandoning their defenses. So if other gods saw this, they would certainly suspect that something valuable was inside the universe that could rescue them. But once all the gods rushed in, the elites would have no chance of escape. Chris did not pretend to be noble. He knew sacrifices were necessary, so he requested to lead the mission personally. His identity was crucial. His presence would draw many powerful figures from the list of killers. Most importantly, Chris wanted to bring along Zella. This way, even those who rebelled within the Dali clan would be forced into action. Once the Dali clan made a move, other gods would also become anxious. Even other universes might be tempted, leading to chaos once things escalated. A chaotic fight without clear enemies or allies. Thinking this over, Chris set off immediately. Upon leaving Arnie's realm, he quickly encountered a vast army, pillars of the defense line. Elites, all of whom would cause the defenses to crumble rapidly if they left, even if their lives were sacrificed recklessly. Yet their efforts would secure the future of the universe. Looking at the resolute expressions of the elites, Chris addressed them sincerely. This journey may mean none of us will return. The elites' expressions did not change. They had already accepted their fate when given the mission. Fear was unavoidable. They were human after all, but true warriors did not retreat because they had faith, a faith that others might see as naive, but it was something they were willing to die for. Seeing the elites show no sign of hesitation, Chris felt a surge of admiration. With a smile, he thanked them. Thank you. Please follow me. Further words were pointless. What truly mattered was showing the same fearless resolve. Leading a large number of elites, Chris headed straight for the universe under attack by the Dali clan. Along the way, countless strong presences monitored him due to the presence of the elite forces. None dared to appear, though they were likely curious about Chris's destination. Chris welcomed their attention because it would draw faster reactions from other races and powers. Indeed, as Chris led the elites to confront the loyalists of the Dali clan, many factions watched in surprise. Without hesitation, Chris ordered, "Seize." He deliberately chose "seize" over "kill" to mislead anyone watching into thinking something valuable might exist within the lesser universe. Perhaps the others wouldn't believe it, but once actual fighting broke out, they would start to doubt. The elites attacked without hesitation, acting as if they truly believed treasures lay within. The loyalists of the Dali clan, confused initially, soon suspected sabotage and refused to back down. Chaos ensued as the forces of the lesser universe fiercely resisted, resulting in a three-way battle. Initially, other races paid little attention, but as Chris's universe committed its entire elite force, and the Dali clan joined in, more factions began to feel uneasy. Could there really be something valuable inside? To reinforce this illusion, Chris contacted the strongest celestial being in the besieged lesser universe under a false identity. This universe was even worse off than his own, having only one celestial being left struggling to hold on. Finding where the celestial being was stationed, Chris told the guards, "I come from the Brett universe to discuss cooperation." Brett universe, home to the once great Brett temple, had fallen after Brett's death. Despite its decline, it still exerted considerable influence, restraining many divine powers. Under heavy guard, Chris entered the lesser universe and met the celestial being. Already on the verge of death, it was clear why the being agreed to meet Chris. He was losing the fight. A universe without a celestial being would be at everyone's mercy, Chris thought, looking at the aged being. Facing the frail elder, Chris said gravely, "Time is short. I have a plan that could eliminate a significant portion of the gods, but I need your cooperation." The details are as follows. Chris laid out his plan in detail. Chapter 210, The Trap begins. Hearing Chris's plan, the aged Jace fell into deep contemplation. He knew that his remaining lifespan was limited. Furthermore, under the assault of so many universes, he wouldn't last long even at his prime. If he followed Chris's plan, there might still be a slim chance to turn defeat into victory. Though extremely faint, it was better than total annihilation. But before agreeing to this plan, the aged Jace looked at Chris. "I have one thing I want to know. Were you behind us being targeted?" "Not exactly, because the target was chosen randomly by them." "I only mentioned this plan," Chris explained. Despite this, the aged Jace couldn't help but erupt in a torrent of fury. Although he was old and weak, his power was enough to obliterate Chris, desiring nothing more than to shatter him completely. Chris stood his ground, replying seriously, "If killing me can truly make you feel relieved, and you can continue with the plan, I don't mind." Had it been earlier, Chris would definitely have disagreed. But now, with the entire universe's hope right in front of them, they could only fight to the death. Everyone else was already giving it their all. He too was influenced and refused to back down. The aged Jace burst with murderous intent several times, even suppressing Chris with his power. Ultimately, however, he chose to withdraw. All of the old Jace's strength dissipated like flowing water. He coldly stared at Chris. "I need you to help preserve some talents from our universe. And as long as they do not seek revenge against you, you must never harm them." Chris nodded readily. "All right, I agree." The aged Jace's face remained icy cold, yet he asked directly, "How should we cooperate?" "I need you to resist with all your might and pretend to be protecting something valuable. Whenever necessary, self-destruct to make it seem like you are desperately guarding something, a treasure that cannot fall into enemy hands," Chris said solemnly. The aged Jace did not hesitate, immediately using a secret method to transmit the message to the trustworthy beings in his universe. Those beings revered the old Jace immensely and, hearing that it involved tricking the enemies, were willing to comply. In an instant, the entire small universe began to resist fiercely. Chris then looked at the aged Jace. "Go ahead, suppress me." The old Jace nodded slightly, understanding Chris's intention. Chris coming here to see him might fool some minor characters, but not the real heavyweights. Now, if he attacked, it wouldn't raise suspicion that they had formed any collaboration. With resentment in his heart, the aged Jace unleashed a terrifying force that suppressed Chris heavily. Chris was instantly blasted away. But moments later, a huge hand appeared in midair, protecting Chris. However, the aged Jace's eyes were bloodshot as he burned his last reserves of strength, roaring, "Die!" Struck by this attack, Chris was left defenseless. He hadn't yet reached the realm of Jace. Another massive hand appeared, blocking the blow for Chris. Yet the aged Jace's full force, unhidden, shattered those two protective hands. Even under protection, Chris's body started breaking apart, barely holding on. Finally, a primordial witch appeared directly. Primordial witch Adamaris. The towering figure of the primordial witch roared fiercely. Do you even understand this is for the future of all universes? The aged Jace was also furious. This will never happen. Get out of my sight. Reckless fool, kill. Adamaris actually abandoned his defensive line and attacked the aged Jace head-on. This scene shocked many observing Jaces in the universe. Especially the alien gods, who were incredulous. They didn't know what these guys were up to. Among the alien gods, there were clever ones who instinctively felt something was amiss and thus did not rush to intervene. However, Adamaris' departure made the defensive line weak. The alien gods took advantage and launched a major offensive, easily breaking through the defenses. Adamaris' subordinates resisted, but without their elite forces or the primordial witches, it was futile. The alien gods breached the defenses and entered the inner universe. The creatures within the inner universe were too weak to offer any resistance. They were massacred mercilessly by the invaders. The suddenness of this victory made the alien gods uneasy. Though slaughtering, they were also watching. Why didn't Adamaris reinforce the defense? Was there really something significant in that small universe? Just as the alien gods watched, Adamaris suddenly shouted joyfully, "Ha! Found it! Indeed it's here! Brothers, come and help!" The other 11 primordial witches abandoned their lines without hesitation, heading straight for the small universe. For countless eons, the 12 primordial witches had defended the line. Now, leaving together and abandoning all defenses, even the cleverest alien gods could not resist the temptation to join. Only the enemies themselves understood how deeply the 12 primordial witches loved their own universe. Their complete abandonment of defenses must mean they had discovered something to save their universe. Many alien gods finally couldn't hold back, rushing towards the aged Jace. They wanted to know what was in that universe. As the alien gods approached, Chris led countless warriors to resist even more fiercely. This immediately drew the attention of more alien gods and other universes. In such a fierce battlefield, a group suddenly rushed towards a small area, creating chaos. Anyone would think something was off and investigate. Moreover, these people were already enemies. Encountering isolated foes, someone naturally struck covertly. A covert strike led to retaliation. Thus, the battle escalated. In the end, all factions were fully involved. Fighting among comrades pulled everyone in. Seeing the conflict escalating, Chris initiated the real plan, sowing discord. And his tool was Lucian. The Arlen under Lucian had been seeking Chris to avenge past grievances. Spotting Chris amidst the chaos, the Arlen became especially enraged. Ignoring everything else, he charged directly at Chris. Chris, seeing this, felt elated. This was exactly what he needed. Immediately, he rushed toward the position of loyalists of the Great Strength Tribe. Upon Zella's appearance, both loyalists and traitors of the Great Strength Tribe saw him. Quickly save the princess. The Arlen is here. Chris transmitted via the Great Strength Tribe's unique communication method. Both loyalists and traitors received the message. They immediately rushed over to block the Arlen. Chapter 211. The Eruption of Brett's Power. The intervention by the Deity clan greatly angered Porter. Get out of the way. I only wish to apprehend Chris. It has nothing to do with your princess. Porter had a rough idea of why these guys were stopping him, so he specially clarified his intentions and affiliations. But what he hadn't anticipated was Hyman's immediate expression of disbelief. Impossible. You've been hunting Chris for ages. How could you not know that he works for Her Highness the Princess? We didn't know about this before and thus were misled by you. But this time we will absolutely not let you harm Chris. Upon hearing this, Porter felt bewildered. When did Chris become one of them? But Hyman didn't give him any chance to argue, immediately charging up and delivering a powerful punch towards Porter. Hyman was no weakling, especially considering the loyalists of the Deity clan all believed Porter targeted Chris because of their princess. Immediately, they started attacking Porter frenziedly. Since Porter was under Lucian, if his subordinates were treated like this and Lucian did nothing, where would be his face? Hence, the Lucian's men all rushed over, launching continuous assaults. The Deity clan and Lucian clashed. The other races naturally couldn't just stand idly by. Those allied with Lucian immediately joined in while others tried to take advantage of the chaos, hoping to completely annex the Deity clan. Thus, within this vast universe controlled by the strange gods, everything descended into utter chaos. Naturally, Chris did not stand idle either, acting as if he were Zella's most loyal guard, continuously protecting her. He kept slashing at Lucian's men but never left her side. He knew the more he stayed, the more powerful figures he would attract. After all, many powerhouses coveted the Deity clan. As expected, while Chris was battling enemies, he suddenly sensed a tremendous threat emerging from behind. His expression changed as he hastily turned around to confront it. Chris clashed fists with the opponent, who was blasted away instantly. Though Chris himself was unscathed, he pretended to be on the defensive and retreated. This scene caused much astonishment and anger among the Deity clan's loyalists, but it brought hope to other strange god clans. They saw an opportunity. If they could snatch the Deity clan's princess from Chris, wouldn't they gain control over the Deity clan? Once they had the Deity clan's support, they would be even more powerful in the strange gods universe. Suddenly, many strange gods rushed forward, competing fiercely. The Deity clan fought to the death, and Chris kept stirring trouble, intentionally causing internal strife. By then, all deities were enraged, beyond reason, seeking retribution wherever they could. Except for Chris and a few remembering their tasks, everyone was red-eyed, oblivious to everything else. With Chris and company causing mayhem at all costs, over 2/3 of the universe's forces got entangled in this war. The hatred between the various strange god races could no longer be restrained, leading to massive mutual slaughter. Yet, many still did not give up searching for this micro-universe secret. Chris knew that with so many powerful beings here, they would soon realize there was nothing but a scam if they seriously searched. He had been thinking of how to draw them deeper when, unexpectedly, the Xianxia world within him surged suddenly. Then, majestic and profound energies began to burst forth. Chris's figure instantly grew imposing, the ancient and terrifying power exploding outward, overwhelming countless strong figures. At the same time, he caught the attention of distant Earth immortals. Many Earth immortals originally engaged in chaos felt a heart-quaking force emanating from Chris, turning their eyes towards him. Even the 12 Agneticais stared at Chris in bewilderment. From Chris, they sensed a familiar force, familiar yet awe-inspiring. The 12 Agneticais soon realized what this energy was and hence looked incredulously at Chris. How could this be? In fact, Chris was also startled, feeling the eruption of the Brett Temple's power within him. That Brett Temple had been attempting to absorb the strength of different strange gods and the destiny of inner universe's powerhouses. Why was it reacting now? Was it sensing his intent to deal with these people? As he pondered, Chris turned to leave, knowing that this sudden display of power would make everyone believe he was after the Brett Temple. Sure enough, the strange gods' eyes all went red. They stared crazily at Chris with distorted faces. They were well aware of the Brett Temple's might and experienced its power firsthand. Seeing Chris possess this force, they were both awed and fearful. In an instant, numerous strange gods rushed over, temporarily setting aside their conflicts to focus on Chris. If anyone else was in Chris's shoes, they probably would have fled in terror. However, Chris shouted loudly, "Lucian, haven't you promised? Both I and Wilfred wish to submit to you." Although knowing it was a trick, Lucian laughed heartily. "Kid, then come over here." Chris immediately glanced at Wilfred, signaling with his eyes. Wilfred gritted his teeth, grabbing Chris and dashing towards Lucian. This made Lucian momentarily confused, unsure why Chris chose him. But soon, Demon Man Welkai erupted in rage. Previously, he had tried to recruit Wilfred but ended up losing many men due to Wilfred's treachery. Now, hearing that Chris and Wilfred wanted to join Lucian, Demon Man Welkai instinctively believed Lucian had orchestrated the previous betrayal. Demon Man Welkai roared, "So, you scumbag, you and Wilfred were in cahoots all along, trying to trap me?" Lucian knew something was wrong upon hearing this. He realized he might have been duped by Chris and Wilfred. Trying to explain, he didn't want to conflict with his allies at such a crucial moment. However, Chris directly commanded, "Lucian, Brett Temple's power is already being unleashed. Why bow down to him? Explanation is superfluous. Quickly tell me the secrets to manipulate Brett's power, and we'll split the power evenly. With it, we can dominate all universes and alleviate resource pressures." These words threw the strange gods into unrest, especially the Demon Manuel clan. Without analyzing the truth, the presence of Brett's power must be seized. Chapter 212, The Dual Blade Aberrant Deity. Multiple aberrant deities pounced on the Heaven Killer Kai and Chris. Chris fought with all his might, while the Heaven Killer Kai also rushed over. He knew he had fallen for a trap but still gritted his teeth and accepted it, coming to contest. For him, Chris indeed held considerable allure. That Pangu Divine Hall was a treasure worth seizing even at the cost of his life. In an instant, all the aberrant deities rushed over. Although Chris faced immense pressure, the aberrant deities were in disarray as well, fighting fiercely among themselves. Chris's plan succeeded unexpectedly. He hadn't thought that this method would work, but he was very pleased. Confronting the onrushing gainer, Chris swiftly delivered a slashing blow with his sword. The formidable sword chi startled the gainer into retreating. But Chris didn't let up, chasing after quickly. The gainer hadn't expected Chris to become so powerful after such a short time. Facing Chris's pursuit, he chose without hesitation to ally with other forces. Dozens of experts from the slaughter list attacked together, unleashing overwhelming power that Chris could barely resist. Considering the slaughter list wasn't just any ordinary list, all those who ranked on it were undoubtedly top-tier warriors. As Chris faced the crushing pressure, a strange wave suddenly emanated from within his body. This wave brought several new moves to his mind. It resembled sword techniques, or perhaps knife skills, and even seemed a bit like axe methods. But in essence, this technique encompassed everything, adaptable to various situations. Chris drew out the long-unused Alden sword and swung it. Sky-cleaving stance. The terrifying sword momentum tore through the sky, breaking the fengthua of numerous slaughter list experts. The gainer was pushed back, looking at Chris in disbelief. What power is this? Note, the word fengthua was not translated in the user's input. I assume it should be blockade, or siege. Here is the revised sentence with proper translation and fluent English. The terrifying sword momentum tore through the sky, breaking the blockade of numerous slaughter list experts. The gainer was pushed back, looking at Chris in disbelief. What power is this? Chris calmly replied, the power to cleave the heavens. Then, he swept his long sword horizontally, transforming it into boundless power that surged forward. Kill momentum. This time, Chris's enemies were so frightened that they retreated one after another. They couldn't resist this move at all. Hurry up and kill him. That's the power of Brett, roared one of the kings among the alien gods, filled with shock and anger. For a moment, they all turned their attention to Chris, seemingly willing to set aside all other hatred just to target him. Chris now truly felt the threat posed by Brett. The alien gods could suppress countless universes, yet they alone feared the Brett Temple. It seemed Brett was indeed formidable. This made Chris somewhat regret using Brett's power. However, he had a plan. He immediately charged into the chaotic crowd. Wherever there was chaos, he plunged right in. The already chaotic crowd became even more disordered as Chris barged through. Most of the pursuing alien gods were blocked and engaged in chaotic battles. It wasn't that no one saw through Chris's scheme, but who dared guarantee that these alien gods would only chase after Chris and not attack anyone else once they rushed into their own ranks? Moreover, there were some alien gods who wouldn't hesitate to eliminate other passing enemies. Thus, Chris successfully caused further chaos, especially among the alien god kings, who were all held back. Reluctantly, they had to deploy top-ranking slaughter list experts to pursue Chris. Sydney had a decent rank on the slaughter list, but was not particularly high. As Chris was crazily provoking the enmity of the enemy, a terrifying figure appeared, smashing through space with a punch and blocking his path. This was a general under Cloud Sea Kai, ranked in the top 10 of the slaughter list. The Cloud Sea race was known for their unpredictable forms and elusive nature, making it impossible to pin down their exact location. At this moment, it launched a sneak attack, unleashing a chaotic wind that left Chris helpless. Fortunately, Chris had gained support from the Brett Temple. Suddenly, an equally violent chaotic force erupted from his body, accompanied by a low growl, chaos momentum. As soon as Arden rushed over, it was hit by the same turbulent and domineering chaotic force within Chris and sent flying. At the instant the two forces collided, Chris seized the position of Arden and pounced. He slammed a punch into the retreating Arden. In the void, a mist of blood spewed out, stunning both Arden and surrounding experts. These experts couldn't understand what had happened. How could the elusive and ruthless Arden suffer such damage? Chris became even more confident. Then, his hands separated into black and yellow. Black and yellow momentum. A terrifying black and yellow energy surged forward, instantly enveloping Arden. This force contained alchemy power, which could refine Arden into energy needed by Chris. Gradually, Arden's strength was absorbed by Chris, and he felt the Brett power within him growing stronger. But just as he thought he could completely absorb Arden, another force struck from behind. Another slaughter list expert had come to attack. Chris suddenly turned around and saw a large black bear. The enormous bear exuded an overwhelmingly oppressive aura. By the time Chris saw it, its paw was already coming down hard. It didn't seem to want to attack Chris but to rescue Arden. Chris obliged him. He positioned Arden directly below the descending paw. Under the control of black and yellow energy, Arden couldn't resist and could only watch helplessly as the paw came down. Seeing this, the black bear was also helpless. His power had fully exploded and couldn't be restrained. He could only hit Arden again. Arden suffered further heavy injuries, spurting blood non-stop. Chris took advantage of this opportunity to rapidly strip away more of Arden's power. The black bear snarled in rage, "Why aren't you helping?" In the next moment, over a dozen figures appeared. These were all top-ranked experts on the slaughter list. Upon seeing reinforcements, the black bear coldly said, "I don't believe you can use Arden to block our combined assault. Enough chatter, attack." A dual sword-wielding alien god couldn't hold back any longer and madly lunged forward. Naturally, Chris didn't hesitate to use Arden's body to block the attacks. While blocking, he unleashed his power without reservation. A single heaven-cleaving momentum slashed, shocking many slaughter list experts. Especially the dual sword-wielding alien god, who had been charging at the forefront, was struck by Chris's sword and ended up in a miserable state, bleeding from the corner of his mouth. The dual sword-wielding alien god looked displeased, never expecting to be forced back by a single move. Even more infuriating was being repelled by a group attack move. This wounded his pride. Chris calmly replied, "The power of sky cleaving." Then he swept his sword horizontally, transforming into boundless force rushing forward. Enemy killing stance. This move made Chris's enemies retreat hastily as they couldn't resist it. "Kill him quickly. That's Pangu's power," shouted one of the kings among the aberrant deities in a mix of shock and anger. Suddenly, it felt like everyone was ready to set aside their hatred and target Chris. Chris truly sensed the threat from Pangu. Despite ruling countless universes, aberrant deities feared only the Pangu Divine Hall. It was clear Pangu was exceptionally powerful. This made Chris regret using Pangu's power. But he had a plan. Chris immediately charged into the midst of the chaotic crowd, exacerbating the disorder. Wherever chaos reigned, he went there. The originally chaotic crowd was thrown into greater confusion by Chris's intervention. Most of the pursuing aberrant deities were blocked, engaging in chaotic fights. Though some saw through Chris's scheme, no one could be sure these aberrant deities would focus solely on hunting down Chris once they entered the fray. Also, it wasn't unlikely for them to inadvertently eliminate nearby foes. Thus, Chris successfully incited more chaos. Especially the kings among the aberrant deities were all halted. Reluctantly, they had to deploy slaughter list experts to chase Chris. The black sleeping commander's rank on the slaughter list was not low, nor high. While Chris stirred up animosity, a terrifying figure appeared, punching through the void and blocking his path. This was one of Cloud Sea Kai's generals, ranking within the top 10 on the slaughter list. The Cloud Sea race was known for its intangible form, always elusive and unpredictable. Its sudden attack unleashed a fearsome chaotic wind, leaving Chris helpless. However, thanks to support from the Pangu Divine Hall, a torrent of chaotic energy erupted from Chris's body, accompanied by a low roar, chaotic stance. The Cloud Sea general was hurled away by the same tumultuous chaotic force inside Chris. In the moment two forces collided, Chris pinpointed the Cloud Sea general's position and rushed over, delivering a powerful punch to the retreating general. Pooh! A burst of blood mist spewed in midair, astonishing both the Cloud Sea general and surrounding warriors. They couldn't understand what happened, how the notoriously elusive and lethal Cloud Sea general suffered such damage. Encouraged, Chris divided his hands in the mysterious yellow pattern. Mysterious yellow stance. Terrifying mysterious yellow chi surged forth, instantly enveloping the Cloud Sea general. This power contained dissolving abilities, turning the general into energy needed by Chris. Gradually absorbing the Cloud Sea general's strength, Chris felt his own Pangu power grow stronger. Just as he thought he could completely absorb the general, another force struck from behind. Another expert from the slaughter list had arrived. Turning abruptly, Chris saw a massive black bear approaching with an overwhelming aura. As he observed, the bear's paw came down ruthlessly, not intending to attack Chris directly, but rather rescue the Cloud Sea general. Chris obliged. Under the control of mysterious yellow chi, The Cloud Sea General was unable to resist, watching helplessly as the bear's paw descended. The black bear, seeing this, had no choice but to endure his full power impacting the general again. The Cloud Sea General suffered another severe injury, spraying blood. Chris seized this opportunity to rapidly siphon off the general's strength. The black bear roared in fury, "Hurry up and come help." More figures emerged, powerful warriors highly ranked on the slaughter list. The black bear, now with reinforcements, sneered, "I don't believe you can use the Cloud Sea General to fend off our attacks forever. Let's talk attack." An aberrant deity wielding dual blades, impatient, lunged forward ferociously. Chris used the Cloud Sea General as a shield, simultaneously unleashing his power mercilessly. With a sky-cleaving stance slash, numerous slaughter list experts were left astonished. Particularly the dual blade-wielding aberrant deity, initially leading the charge, was forced back by Chris's blow, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Looking grim, the dual-bladed aberrant deity hadn't anticipated being repelled so easily, especially by a group-based move. His pride was slightly wounded. Chapter 213, first on the slaughter list. Seeing many of his companions on the slaughter list fall one by one, Jose urgently shouted, "This person is absorbing my power. Do not let him capture you." Sheldon and other alien gods initially planned to intervene directly. Hearing Jose's warning, they were all taken aback, becoming highly cautious and refraining from rash actions. Chris did not let these guys off easily. Instead, he counterattacked fiercely, releasing a massive amount of poisonous gas that enveloped Sheldon. Startled and enraged, Sheldon roared loudly, with black light flashing over his body as he tried to dispel the poison gas. But the toxic fumes were merely an appetizer. Chris's killing intent was the real deadly move. His terrifying power severely wounded Sheldon, just as the latter had barely managed to repel the gas. Caught off guard, Sheldon couldn't withstand Chris's overwhelming power. The others also failed to provide timely assistance, even unwilling to do so because they weren't allies of Sheldon. After wounding Sheldon, Chris once again used the primordial yellow energy to capture him, swiftly swallowing him whole. He simultaneously absorbed both Jose's and Sheldon's powers, growing stronger faster. However, this also significantly slowed him down. His movements became sluggish due to the resistance from his captured victims. Recognizing this weakness, the Berkeley quickly noticed and coldly sneered, "So, you need to divert most of your power to deal with those two." The other alien gods caught on, and their expressions changed. Chris, however, showed no fear. "Even if you know, what can you do? Can you truly defeat me?" "Humph, don't be too sure." The Berkeley responded sarcastically, capturing another powerful alien god from afar. That alien god clearly belonged to a different faction and roared in fury, "If you dare harm me, Tyson will never forgive you." The Berkeley tossed the captive towards Chris, who gladly accepted it, using the primordial yellow energy to swallow the newcomer. Witnessing Chris's brazen behavior, the others, despite knowing it would make him stronger, continued sending more of their own kind to him, hoping it would weaken him in the short term. Indeed, Chris kept accepting every challenge but couldn't absorb them all immediately, resulting in his power being diluted and dispersed. Seeing Chris's burden increase, the Berkeley took advantage of the situation, attacking from a defenseless angle with a terrifying burst of blade energy. Despite Chris's best efforts to defend, he was still blasted back, spitting blood. Encouraged by this success, the Berkeley intensified his attack. But the other strong beings knew better than to follow blindly, believing Chris wouldn't keep accepting new targets once aware of the danger. However, seeing the relentless attacks and Chris's consistent lack of retaliation, they began to question their assumptions. Regardless of their thoughts, Chris didn't retaliate. He only defended using Brett's power, while surrounding himself with a deadly toxin. Throughout this process, he rapidly absorbed the other alien gods. Absorbing Jose and Sheldon proved challenging, but the others were easier. Soon, he drained two powerful alien gods, continuously increasing his strength. The Berkeley felt the pressure mount and roared, "Are you waiting for him to become unstoppable? You must act now." Other alien gods could no longer hold back. A few top-ranking killers on the slaughter list began capturing more alien gods, despite the risk of angering multiple factions. They tossed these newly captured aliens to Chris, who accepted them without hesitation. Observing this, the alien gods, though increasingly suspicious, joined the fray. In their minds, the sheer number of attackers should suffice to endure any danger. A dozen or so top-ranked alien gods surged forward, each exuding lethal intent. As they entered Chris's killing range, he let out a long scream, doubling his absorption power, instantly devouring all nearby alien gods. Endless primordial yellow energy swirled around, enveloping the charging alien gods. The Berkeley intended to finish off Chris, but found himself controlled and subjected to a terrifying suction force. No combined power of the attacking alien gods could resist. This terrifying power left the alien elites in a rage. "You tricked us, you bastard!" the Berkeley screamed, trying to self-destruct but failing. His strength flowed into Chris's body, making Chris exponentially stronger, far beyond their ability to combat. Clearly, this was a trap set by Chris. From the beginning, he feigned inability to absorb properly, waiting until they couldn't resist, then struck back mercilessly. The trap was crude and might have been seen through at another time, but battle doesn't allow for much contemplation. The more anxious they grew, the more likely they were to err. After devouring these alien gods, Chris sensed his newfound strength. Then, a vague figure materialized before him. This was a man with an overwhelmingly oppressive aura, more intense than all the previous opponents combined. Chris narrowed his eyes and asked, "Where are you ranked on the slaughter list?" "First," the man replied coldly. "In other words, defeating me is equivalent to surpassing a celestial immortal by one level." Chris nodded slightly. "That's good, then I won't have to face them one by one." As soon as he finished speaking, Chris attacked. Their forces clashed violently. They repeatedly collided, unleashing devastating blows with no holds barred. The fearsome clashes sent shivers down the spines of weaker celestial immortals watching in awe at their incredible power. Note: For character names like Chris, since it seems already established as a name in English, it has been retained as such. The tone and style of the original text have been preserved in the translation, maintaining its intensity and narrative flow. Chapter 2:14. Achieving cooperation. Chris and the top-ranked Iof clashed in a mighty battle. Their power was such that neither could gain an upper hand over the other for quite some time. This standoff put immense pressure on many of the Jace realm experts who were observing the scene. None of them had expected the younger generation to have grown so powerful already. Those Jace experts, as they watched Chris, harbored secret murderous intentions toward him. Chris had anticipated this much, but was surprised to find that the animosity directed at the Iof was even more intense. Chris said in surprise, "Brother, it seems you haven't been doing well in the alien deity universe either. Why don't you come join forces with me?" "Sure, on the condition that you can help me ascend to immortality," the Iof agreed without hesitation. This response left Chris even more incredulous and distrustful. He even began to suspect that the Iof was deceiving him. The Iof noticed Chris's thoughts and asked, "Do you think I'm tricking you?" "More or less. It feels like you're not telling the truth." Chris admitted this outright. After a few clashes where neither backed down, the two actually started developing a mutual respect. To Chris's words, the Iof replied indifferently, "The reason I refuse to assist these guys is because I know they feel threatened by my potential. And it's not just the alien powerhouses who are afraid. If only the alien powerhouses targeted me, I wouldn't mind. But even the strong members of my own race are worried about my power. What does that leave for me in this universe?" Upon hearing this, Chris frowned slightly and realized something was off. Your race should be happy because of your strength. Why would they feel threatened? So, is this related to ascending to immortality? Chris speculated. Is it because there's only one chance to become a true immortal in our universe, which is why your kind has been ruthlessly invading others? This speculation wasn't new. It had been nagging Chris for a while. He had always wondered why the alien deities invaded every universe so fiercely. Logically speaking, with the power of the alien deity universe, they didn't need such large-scale wars to control all universes. They could simply threaten each small universe individually, and with their strength, few would dare resist alone. Moreover, other universes might not foresee their own danger and offer aid preemptively. The Iof sighed upon hearing Chris's question. "Looks like you're one of those with a slot for ascension in your universe." "What?" Chris was puzzled. "Does every universe really have only one slot? And is that what makes the chosen one's saviors?" "Not exactly. In fact, among our countless universes, there's only one true slot," explained the Iof. "And we must compete through slaughter for it." Chris stared intently at the Iof. After a long while, he believed this guy wasn't lying. Could this really be true? But the idea of limited slots seemed far-fetched. "Do you think you received guidance from a true immortal, which led you to believe this?" Chris questioned this logic. The Iof nodded slightly. "Indeed. We received instructions from a mysterious being who claimed to be a true immortal. The message was clear. Only one slot exists, and it must be fought for. But honestly, I always felt there was something off about it. We can't verify if that existence is indeed a true immortal. When it spoke, we instinctively recognized it as a true immortal. In theory, since it influences our entire universe, everyone understands its identity, so it should be genuine. But I still have doubts." These last few sentences were whispered telepathically by the Iof. He no longer trusted his fellow beings in the alien deity universe, finding that Chris, being such a formidable entity, could serve as a confidant. Throughout this interaction, he kept watching Chris closely. If Chris showed any sign of disloyalty, the Iof would act immediately. Chris fell into deep thought after listening to the Iof. Indeed, the celestial realm had been out of contact for a long time. It was almost certain that the celestial realm faced issues. Now someone in the celestial realm was saying that only one among infinite living beings across countless universes could become a true immortal? Where did the former existences of the celestial realm go? Could there really be only a select few? If so, what purpose did the celestial realm serve? Chris sensed something wrong. Looking at the Iof, he whispered, "What if that existence wants us to kill each other to gain some power?" The Iof's expression softened as he looked at Chris with recognition. "That's exactly what I suspect. So, I was thinking, can we cooperate to uncover the real intent behind this?" "How do you plan to do that?" Chris asked curiously. "I know there's a significant plot in your universe, but our alien deities aren't fools either. Deception alone won't be easy. But with my assistance, it might work. So, if you promise to resist together if this person isn't a true immortal, I'll consider giving you support. If it is a true immortal, you must give up your opportunity to let me ascend. In return, I'll make my universe submit to yours." Without hesitation, Chris agreed. He didn't truly believe it was a true immortal, nor did the Iof fully trust it either. It was more about having a fallback plan. Seeing Chris's agreement, the Iof smiled. "Great, then let's start cooperating sincerely now. What's your next move?" Chris asked. "That depends on you. Since you're in the lead, whatever you decide, I'll assist," the Iof transmitted privately. After some thought, Chris replied, "All right, then I'll pretend to lose, and you chase me into my universe. Then, you can come back wounded, claiming that the power of bread in my universe is awakening, though it's still weak." Hearing this, the Iof instantly understood Chris's intention and sighed. "You understand more than those in our universe. If you keep showing weakness, they won't take you seriously. But showing some threat, and making them feel you have a chance to turn the tide will push them to act desperately." Chris intended to apply this very strategy, pressure rather than simple temptation. Please note, names such as Chris and Iof, translated names, are maintained throughout the translation to ensure consistency and accuracy. Chapter 2:15, Counterambush. After engaging in combat for a moment, Chris and Farron discreetly began to reduce their power output. Sensing Chris's strength silently diminishing, Farron knew that his plan was underway. He continuously bolstered his own strength, even if it meant drawing on some of his life essence. Gradually, Farron gained the upper hand in the battle, without anyone noticing. The surrounding powerful figures, engrossed in their own battles, quickly picked up on this shift. Seeing Chris fall into a disadvantageous position, even the 12 Agnetas did not know his true intentions and assumed he was genuinely struggling. They wanted to assist him, but the other deities naturally blocked them. The more anxious and genuine the 12 Agnetas appeared, the more relaxed the other deities felt about Farron. Soon, Farron's strength reached an overwhelming level, and he landed a severe blow on Chris with a single punch. To ensure no one detected any anomaly, Chris suffered real injuries. Farron also truly pursued him with the intention of killing him, knowing that anything less than complete authenticity would be suspicious. As for whether Chris would suffer from this or whether he could withstand the pursuit, Farron was not overly concerned. Only your enemy truly understands you. After battling Chris, Farron believed he knew Chris's capabilities better than even the 12 Agnetas. He trusted Chris would not let this go awry. Indeed, though Chris appeared severely injured, he swiftly rushed toward his universe. Farron relentlessly pursued him. Some of the other deities, seeing this, also moved to join in. Chasing and escaping from these entities, they soon arrived at Chris's universe. As soon as Farron entered, he turned abruptly and faced his companions. Before the other deities could react, Farron's fierce attacks severely injured them. The deities were infuriated and roared in protest. Farron, what are you doing? Are you mad, Farron? We came here to help you, not to take credit. Why aren't you targeting Chris instead of us? Quick, kill Chris before he escapes. A chorus of voices called out, trying to prove they did not wish to oppose Farron. But Farron did not relent, ruthlessly slaughtering his own kind. Meanwhile, Chris sat in midair, rapidly absorbing and recovering energy. It wasn't long before he was fully healed, the injuries seemingly non-existent. By now, only one deity remained alive. Seeing the recovered Chris and the fierce-looking Farron, the surviving deity realized what had happened. So, you've already colluded? But why, Farron? What benefits did this small universe offer you? The surviving deity was extremely angry, unable to believe that Farron would ally with Chris. The disparity between the two universes was too great. After dispatching the last deity and completely obliterating him, Farron finally turned to Chris and said gravely, "What's your next move? How about a real fight?" Chris was somewhat excited. "I really want to test your strength." Farron smiled. "I'm game." Both represented the strongest forces below the immortal realm in their respective universes. Even on the slaughter list rankings, Chris had stably occupied second place, just one step away from matching Farron. Both were eager to see who was truly stronger. They spread apart and attacked instantly. This time, neither held back. A true battle commenced, shocking all life forms in the universe. Chris's universe was known as the Brett universe. At this moment, all living beings within the Brett universe were alarmed by the terrifying power displayed by the two men. Seeing Chris and the unknown deity in battle, they marveled at Chris's rapid growth. And the formidable strength of the deity left many fearing what might happen if Chris were absent. He could wreak havoc unopposed. But no, perhaps the coffin bearer could stop him. The immense power of the coffin bearer was well known. The audience included top-tier powers like the Celestial Galaxy and the Joab world. Every powerful entity watched Chris intensely. His rate of strengthening far exceeded their expectations. Those who had pursued Chris or plotted against him secretly were terrified, fearful that Chris would seek retribution, for he was now unbeatable even by the supposedly powerful Celestial Galaxy. Even some powerful figures among the Witch clan showed signs of apprehension. Despite noticing these observing eyes, Chris and Farron ignored them, focusing entirely on their battle. For days, their clash affected countless star systems, with numerous powerful beings fleeing from the aftershocks. Unlike their earlier false duel outside the universe, Chris did not weaken his strength over time but grew stronger. Conversely, Farron gradually struggled, his strength weakening and faltering. However, Farron did not give up, continuing to fight with all his might until the end. Finally, Chris landed a heavy blow on Farron, causing him to bleed from the corner of his mouth as he quickly retreated. With a mix of exhaustion and admiration, Farron looked at Chris. "Your strength is indeed above mine. Achieving immortality is more hopeful for you. Don't worry, since I promised you, I will keep my word." "If there's an opportunity for immortality, it will be yours," Chris replied with a smile. Farron acknowledged and immediately fled. Chris intensified his attacks further, aiming to inflict even greater injuries. Soon, Farron escaped the Brett universe, heading towards his own race. Chris roared, "Farron has discovered something. Attack him with full force." The 12 Agnetas hesitated, unsure what Farron had discovered, but they acted swiftly. The Jaces among the other deities hurried to intercept, while Farron shouted, "Brett's power is reviving. They are nurturing their own forces. Act now." His words, coupled with Chris's relentless pursuit, convinced the entire deity universe. Shocked and furious, they stared at Chris and his allies, realizing these entities had been secretly cultivating strength for a counterattack. "Quickly head there and destroy them before their forces grow, or we'll surely die," Farron urged repeatedly. His reputation and status were enough to put all deities on high alert. Chapter 216. The Doom Star System appears. The alien gods, warned by the Kai of Arrogance, all stared intently at Chris, wanting to know what kind of tricks the Brett universe was playing. The more powerful among them were already on edge. The most bloodthirsty of all, the Kai of Heavenly Carnage, stood up and shouted, "Everyone follow me in attacking the Brett universe. We cannot let them grow any stronger." This statement made many powerful alien gods show worried expressions. Indeed, the Brett universe was once incredibly powerful. If it hadn't suddenly run into issues, even the alien god universe wouldn't have dared attack or instigate this massive war. Now, hearing that the Brett universe might be reviving, these alien gods could not hold back. They all looked at Chris and his companions with red eyes. "Kill them. Kill them all. Eliminate the Brett universe first. All micro-universes, stay out of this, or else don't blame us for being ruthless." These alien gods began threatening the smaller universes. Some micro-universes, understanding that they wouldn't fare well if the Brett universe fell, decided not to act. But many chose a short-term solution despite knowing that once the Brett universe was defeated, the alien gods would turn their attention to them more easily. Under the lead of the Kai of Heavenly Carnage and the Kai of Arrogance, over 60% of the alien gods turned their attention towards Chris and his team. Initially, only about 30% of the alien gods' forces had been focused on the Brett universe. The rest were scattered across other micro-universes. But now, their numbers doubled. With the 12 ancestral witches of Brett continuously retreating and deliberately cooperating, the defensive lines of the Brett universe gradually collapsed. Unaware that they might have been deceived, the alien gods advanced step by step into the Brett universe. The 12 ancestral witches retreated into the inner universe, reinforcing the cosmic barrier, trying to block the onslaught. Despite their efforts, the alien gods couldn't break through immediately. Frustrated, they intensified their efforts and started urging other micro-universes to join the assault on Brett, promising them resources and respite from wars if they succeeded. Enticed by such promises, some micro-universes eventually joined the alien gods' campaign against the Brett universe. Seeing this, the faces of the 12 ancestral witches darkened. Their worst fear had come true. They had anticipated that the main obstacle wouldn't be the alien god universe, but these micro-universes who were beyond their control and indecisive. If the micro-universes remained neutral, things would still be manageable. But if they joined the alien gods, their trap might not suffice to defeat so many formidable foes. Feeling the increasing pressure, the 12 ancestral witches were in a dilemma. Empress looked at Chris, who was also resisting, and asked, "Do you have a way to prevent these micro-universes from intervening?" "Not really, and I don't think it's necessary," Chris replied. "If it's just the alien god universe, how long would it take them to break through our world barrier? With these micro-universes' help, it will actually be easier," Chris added with a cold smile. Empress hesitated. "But our trap may not be able to accommodate so many powerful beings. Do you really expect to defeat them all with just traps?" Chris asked. "I suggest we aim for mutual destruction. If we're fierce enough, they'll be scared. If we retreat, they'll realize we're fearless and attack even more fiercely." Marvin agreed, saying, "Indeed, desperate situations can lead to unexpected victories. We shouldn't rely on minor advantages to win, but instead focus on how to achieve mutual destruction. They won't dare go for that, and then they'll back down. Total victory is impossible. Only naive people think they can easily defeat such strong enemies as the alien god universe. Mutual destruction is the best outcome because as long as we resist, new life will emerge in the future, leading to peace." Marvin and Chris's words clarified the resolve of the 12 ancestral witches. They raised their heads and saw the barriers above breaking apart as countless powerful beings poured in. The ancestral witches rallied their forces to resist, undeterred by the threat of death. Soon, the barrier shattered completely. Countless armies invaded, trampling through the void, attacking the Brett universe. Even though they knew there might be dangers, these endless numbers charged in without hesitation. Seeing the entire alien god universe rushing in, along with beings from micro-universes, the 12 ancestral witches howled and said fiercely, "Release them." As they combined their powers, an endless wave of death energy spread forth. Feeling that deadly force, Chris felt a strange familiarity. It reminded him of a place he had once visited. The Doomstar system. He remembered the desolate expanse filled with the power of death. Now, those familiar forces surged forward, bringing countless dead warriors into the fray, ruthlessly attacking the enemy. These deceased warriors, unbowed by death, possessed immense strength. Initially, the alien gods' warriors could easily overpower the defenders of the Brett universe. But with the emergence of the Doomstar system's forces, they were now at a disadvantage. These newcomers wielded godly and demonic powers, some even radiating Brett's power. Their terrifying might terrify the alien gods. "You still exist. You haven't died," cried the Kai of Heavenly Carnage in horror. "So this was your trap," screamed numerous alien gods in terror. Even the Kai of Arrogance was astonished, realizing Chris's trump card was far more fearsome than expected. Chapter 217. Successive Traps. As the mighty warriors from the End-Star system surged forward, the beings of the alien deity universe were terrified. Some of the alien deities instinctively began to flee. Chris naturally wouldn't let those guys off the hook, and immediately rushed up to encircle and attack them ferociously. Many of the coffin bearers had already appeared, continuously pursuing and killing the powerful figures of the alien deity universe. The 12 ancestral shaman finally ceased their retreat, fully abandoning the outer universe, instead choosing to encircle these alien deity forces on their own territory. Since these alien deities possessed over 70% of the total alien deity power, once they were destroyed, even if the alien deity universe were to cause trouble again, it would not be a significant concern, because other universes could unite and instantly crush them. The alien deity universe would soon no longer be able to stir any waves. The alien deities were well aware of this, so they broke through wildly. In that moment, they put aside past grievances and began working together. But such unity was not permissible. Chris refused to see this happen. For as long as the alien deities remained united, their power would remain formidable. Chris wanted to sow discord among the alien deities, so he signaled to Zack. Zack understood and immediately rushed to Daryl's side. He secretly attacked Daryl, causing him to retaliate with a strike. Zack feigned severe injuries, roaring mournfully, "Daryl, now I understand why you led the charge. It turns out you have betrayed us and dared to attack me." Zack's shouts drew anger from countless alien deities. Chris, seizing the moment, let out a long cry, "Damn Daryl, you've exposed yourself too early. Help him with all your might." The 12 ancestral shaman also joined in, using all their strength to aid Daryl's supposed breakout. Realizing something was amiss, Daryl knew he was being manipulated, but he couldn't fathom why Zack would scheme against him. Amidst the chaotic battlefield, battles changed in an instant, leaving no time for explanations. Daryl's subordinates were already being excluded and guarded by many alien deities. Some even started attacking them directly. They weren't being ruthless but realized internal strife could lead to bigger problems at such times. As for whether Daryl was problematic, Zack was the first-ranked killer in the alien deity universe. Would he falsely accuse one of his own? Would Chris risk his life helping an enemy escape? Caught in a predicament, Daryl had no place to go. If he didn't want his race exterminated, he could only temporarily join the 12 ancestral shaman. Protect us, I'm willing to join you, he declared. He had nowhere else to turn. To avoid being wiped out, he had to temporarily assist the 12 ancestral shaman. Then kill. Show me your proof of loyalty, Bartolomeo transmitted. With no choice, Daryl attacked another nearby alien deity king. That king was prepared and defended himself instantly. But Daryl had no other options, striking madly at his ally, hoping to capture a king to gain protection from the shaman clan. Seeing Daryl fall for the trap, Chris immediately selected his next target. His second target was a medium-sized faction. Powerful factions he dared not provoke, because everyone would understand a strong race wouldn't need to betray its own camp. Only smaller factions could be exploited. Chris targeted the Demon Manuel aliens and pounced. Zack cooperated, rushing ahead. This time, he did not use the old method since the previous battle with Daryl had drawn attention. Not doubting his identity but protecting him, many alien deities watched as Zack charged towards Chris, both engaging in a clash before retreating into the Demon Manuel aliens. Kai Demon Manuel, come help me, Zack roared. Kai Demon Manuel rushed over, aiming to eliminate Chris and seize Brett's power. In the next moment, Chris released boundless poison mist, enveloping them all. The mist greatly harmed divine senses, making outsiders unable to see what happened inside. However, the alien deities thought there was little danger. After all, Kai Demon Manuel was an immortal realm existence. Along with Zack, could they not handle Chris? But as everyone pondered this, Zack screamed again, escaping the mist, looking disheveled. Next, Chris chased out, with Kai Demon Manuel following behind, dazed. Entering the mist, Kai Demon Manuel hadn't had time to act when Zack suddenly fled with severe injuries. This left him bewildered. Zack reused his tactic, shouting fiercely, Kai Demon Manuel, have you betrayed the alien deities? Startled, Kai Demon Manuel, a seasoned veteran, deduced something incredible. Zack, are you framing me? Did you frame Daryl earlier, having betrayed the alien deity universe? Other alien deities were also astonished, their gazes shifting between Chris, Zack, and Kai Demon Manuel during the fight. They didn't know who had betrayed whom. For a moment, none acted against Kai Demon Manuel. Seizing the chance, Chris growled, bad, Zack, quick, our plan failed. You're indeed accomplices. Kai Demon Manuel roared back. Zack was startled, unsure why Chris revealed the truth. But then seeing Chris's anxious gaze, he instantly understood. Zack roared more furiously, Chris, get lost. I'm the strongest alien deity, why would I surrender to you? Kai Demon Manuel, when did you fall under Brett Universe's control, joining Chris to frame me? Kai Demon Manuel snarled, Zack, you're misleading everyone. I'll kill you. Chris shouted, protect Zack. Then he lunged toward Zack, unleashing a torrent of power. This clearly looked like he intended to kill rather than save. The 12 ancestral shaman also cooperated, watching as Kai Demon Manuel and Chris, full of murderous intent, charged towards Zack. The alien deities realized this was Chris's trap. Pretending to collaborate with Zack, his real goal was to work with Kai Demon Manuel to eliminate Zack. Several alien deity kings fiercely surrounded Kai Demon Manuel, intending to delay and clarify the situation. As for Chris, they still aimed to slaughter him. Seeing this, Chris cursed silently and immediately charged towards Kai Demon Manuel. Can't kill him, take me away. Chris swiftly approached Kai Demon Manuel, acting as if charging towards a trusted partner. This scene prompted everyone to act to prevent Kai Demon Manuel from fleeing, directly trapping and injuring him. Either way, he wasn't one of them. Even if mistaken, it was Kai Demon Manuel's problem. Kai Demon Manuel realized he miscalculated. Forced to break through the encirclement, he attempted to escape. Seeing this, Chris quickly redirected his attack towards other alien deities. Chapter 218. Turning on their own. Zack ruthlessly attacked the followers of Kai Yahu without hesitation. He didn't believe that Kai Yahu would remain loyal under such dire circumstances. Sure enough, as Kai Yahu watched his subordinates being mercilessly slaughtered by their own side, and even faced relentless pursuit himself, he had no choice but to surrender. In this way, at least someone might still be willing to help him. With great resentment, Kai Yahu joined the 12 ancestral witch deities and fought alongside them. Zack wanted to continue sowing discord with Chris. However, Chris did not proceed further. As the saying goes, one should not overdo things. Many schemes might work once or twice, but if repeated too often, everyone would start to find it suspicious. So for safety's sake, Chris did not continue his manipulations. Yet, his intended goal was already achieved. Chris noticed that all the alien deities were no longer as united as before. They began to suspect each other. After all, if one could betray, two could follow, and if two could do so, a third was definitely possible. Chris's actions were deliberate. Though he stopped forcing those guys to rebel, he kept making eye contact, suggesting that he had many informants among the alien deities. Meanwhile, the 12 ancestral witch deities, despite dwindling in number, still looked full of confidence. War was like that. The momentum was a mysterious thing. Strong momentum from one side would inevitably weaken the other. Even though the alien deities still held an advantage, they could not eliminate all of them even if they exhausted the Pangu universe. But their combat strength grew weaker, until they couldn't match the Pangu universe at all. As for the small universe forces aiding the alien deities in attacking the Pangu universe, they withdrew without hesitation. They dared not oppose the Pangu universe anymore. Chris and his group not only didn't let them go but chased after them relentlessly. This behavior seemed as if there was a trap behind them. Even some alien deities quietly fled. They were terrified. One escaping led to more following. Gradually, most alien deities in the rear started fleeing madly. The 12 ancestral witch deities were really anxious now. Their goal was to destroy 80% of the alien deities' power. Now, only a quarter of that had been achieved. If this continued, the alien deities would come back to fight. Absolutely, they could not let them escape. Leading the charge, the 12 ancestral witch deities continuously attacked the alien universes. Chris, however, felt this chase was futile. If it continued, the alien deities would return to the battlefield. Things would revert to the past. Out of necessity, Chris rushed to Zack's side. Think of a way to cut off their retreat and strike. Zack readily agreed. Things had come to this point. Even killing all alien deities wouldn't matter to him. There was a wormhole connecting two universes. Following Zack, Chris traversed into the alien deity universe. Some powerful beings remained here. Together, Chris and Zack attacked these beings. Sticking to the plan, Zack rushed over first, pretending to seek aid, luring them out. Chris feigned assistance, then attacked from both sides. In this coordinated massacre, countless strong enemies were killed, including a deity realm entity. Let them escape, Chris said coldly. Zack, who was chasing a batch of alien deities, allowed them to flee. Then, they waited at the edge of the alien deity universe for the returning powerful entities. Soon, alien deities returned, surprised to see Zack and Chris near the entrance, unsure what was happening. Chris smiled at them. Welcome back to die. Saying this, he lunged forward, attacking. Instantly, half of the alien deities who hadn't comprehended the situation were slaughtered. Zack joined Chris, pursuing and forcing these deities to flee in the opposite direction. Soon, these newcomers from the Pangu universe were forced back into it again. They panicked, rejoining the main force, screaming, Zack has betrayed us. Zack has betrayed us. Hearing this, many alien deity kings were shocked. Zack quickly appeared and called out the names of over 10 kings. I've been discovered. Don't hide. Detonate the device and kill them. Pretending to have turned against 12 kings, Zack incited panic, as if they held terrifying weapons. Already tense due to previous betrayals, the alien deities lost control. Without confirming, they attacked their comrades directly. Endless powers struck those 12 kings instantly. Realizing something was amiss, the 12 kings immediately combined their strength, enduring this assault. Though angry, the 12 kings could only join the 12 ancestral witch deities. I've cut off their retreat. Kill them. Zack lied fiercely. Knowing his strength and trustworthiness, the alien deities believed him, collapsing in despair. Most alien deities, unable to flee, turned to attack the Pangu universe fiercely. Pangu universe took advantage, counterattacking. The battle became evenly matched, and the smaller universes started spectating. Chris's eyes turned cold, detaching from the battle, rushing towards the smaller universes. These small universes were also targeting some alien deities, but just a few. If they fought desperately, they could break through. Chris charged into their battlefield. Mistaking him for an ally against the alien deities, they were shocked when he attacked them instead. Why are you doing this? Why not fight the alien deities? Have you defected to their universe? Roared a deity realm entity from a small universe. Chris stared coldly at them. If you all unite and fight wholeheartedly, we can defeat the alien deities. If you keep skulking around, what does it matter if I defect? Killing you off will ensure my survival anyway. Chapter 219. He is recovering. The inhabitants of the small universes all showed looks of annoyance. However, even if they were truly urged to make a move against Chris, they neither dared nor could do so. After all, the Brett universe was more formidable. If they really defected to the alien god universe, these small universes would be utterly unable to resist. You can choose for yourselves, Chris said coldly, to work with us and take down the alien god universe, or shall we collaborate with the alien god universe and destroy you? An elite from one of the small universes retorted arrogantly, what if we ally with the alien god universe and get rid of you? Upon hearing this, the inhabitants of the surrounding small universes slightly changed their expressions, quietly distancing themselves from the one who had spoken. The elite looked bewildered, not understanding why everyone was staring at him as if he were an idiot. Chris sneered, want to cooperate with the alien god universe? Do you think you are valuable, or we are? If we all defect together, will the alien god universe choose you or us? Even if, hypothetically speaking, the alien god universe chooses you and gets rid of us, would you be safe in the end? At its peak, the Brett universe never tried to destroy you or plunder your resources. But after losing our constraints, the alien god universe did exactly that. After we die, the alien god universe will become even more rampant. Realizing the foolishness of his words, the elite finally understood why people scorned him. Chris looked at the inhabitants of the numerous small universes, waiting for them to make a decision. Eventually, a deity from one of the small universes couldn't withstand the pressure and sighed, fine, we will join forces with you to eliminate the alien god. Others echoed their agreement upon hearing this. Seeing this, Chris knew they had only temporarily been forced to agree. To get them to fully cooperate, there was still one thing to be done. You must immediately abandon your universes and follow me, Chris ordered sternly. The deities from the small universes reacted with shock and strong resistance. An elder deity barked coldly, nonsense. If we give up our universes, where will we go even if we defeat the alien gods? Isn't that the same as failing? As long as we win, you can always relocate to the alien god universe. Why do you care so much about your own small universes? Chris countered. This question left the elder deity speechless, unable to argue. Indeed, if they won the war, wouldn't the alien god universe belong to them? Why would they continue living in their cramped small universes then? If they lost the war, they wouldn't exist anymore, making the existence of their universes meaningless. Realizing this, the deities gradually accepted it and followed Chris towards the Brett universe. Over 60% of the small universes joined him, greatly increasing the pressure on the remaining side of the battlefield. Initially, those small universes thought that after Chris left with the main force, the attacking alien gods would retreat. But to their surprise, they didn't. The alien gods continued their aggressive assault, even intensifying the pressure. This made the remaining individuals regretful. But now it was too late. The alien gods restrained them fiercely, preventing the rest from hindering their allies. Led by most of the small universe's powerful beings, Chris rapidly engaged in battle with the entities from the alien god universe. The latter now faced attacks from two sides, taken aback by the sudden change. This was no longer the previous war. The Brett universe had revealed all its trump cards. Not just the ancient powerhouses of the Doomsday Star system, but also the cosmic deities and universe deities joined the fight. The alien gods, having previously believed that the Brett universe had misstepped in cultivation, saw how wrong they were. Abandoning self-cultivation for cosmic principles, once considered a lesser path, the Brett beings displayed terrifying strength. They transformed the entire universe into a furnace, radiating unparalleled pressure, crushing all living things. It was a suicidal battle tactic. They preferred to destroy the universe rather than let these beings escape. This terrified the alien gods. Feeling the Brett universe's murderous intent, they lost interest in fighting, thinking only of escaping. With their morale shattered, their combat effectiveness weakened further, and chaos ensued, allowing Brett's powerhouses to slaughter them faster. As the battle intensified, many died. Suddenly, Draper and Chris noticed something amiss. They felt a strange power calling out. They realized various strange powers were leaving the battlefield, heading toward a specific location. Chris, stopping his killing spree, rushed to Draper, asking, "Is the gate of immortality opening?" "I don't know. Did you hear the call? Could it mean we need to fight each other again?" Draper asked cautiously. "Rest assured, I won't compete with you, but something feels off. The immortal realm has no grievances with us. Why would they kill us? There might be some issue. Let's follow these floating forces and see. It could be a conspiracy, just as you suspect," Chris said seriously. Draper replied, "Even if it's a conspiracy, you should help me defeat the enemy and hand them over to me. I'll completely give up the alien god universe to you. Deal?" "Deal." Together, they followed the drifting forces until they reached a seam connecting all universes. Looking inside, Chris saw a massive figure suspended in space, recklessly devouring the mysterious powers generated by the war. It seemed to be strengthening, or more accurately, recovering. This creature was injured. Chris saw a long sword and a large axe embedded in the chest of the massive figure. Upon seeing the axe, Chris felt a strong surge of emotion. It was the axe of Xianxia from the Brett Temple. Note: in the English version, character names like Chris have been transliterated directly. The translation maintains the original tone and style while ensuring natural and fluent English text. The paragraph structure and line breaks remain consistent with the original content. Chapter 220. Cease the War. Chris never expected to witness such a scene. He turned back to look at Zack, only to find his expression incredibly grim. It was now clear that there was no opportunity for transcendence. This individual had been manipulating their relationships, instigating conflict between them, so he could profit from it. However, Zack still harbored some doubts. He murmured, "Isn't this axe a treasure of the Brett Temple? And isn't that long sword our alien deity universe's sacred relic? How could they be in possession of this person? Could it be that our former greatest warriors once battled this person, trapping him here?" Chris also speculated about this matter. Upon hearing Zack's question, he confirmed his thoughts. Indeed, both of them guessed correctly. It was likely that Brett universe and the alien deity universe had once joined forces to severely injure this individual. But instead of dying, he made a comeback, luring both universes into war, generating vast amounts of power needed for his recovery. As Chris considered this, his expression grew increasingly serious. He looked at Zack and whispered, "We can't allow him to continue recovering. Otherwise, when he is fully restored, we'll all be doomed." Zack nodded in agreement. "Right. Let's go back and call in some experts to take him down. Can we stop fighting for now?" "All right. I'll stay here and keep watch while you go call for help," Chris said gravely. One of them had to remain to guard, or if this person escaped, it would seem like they were lying. However, Zack gave a bitter smile. "You should go." Chris raised an eyebrow. "At this critical moment, you don't trust me? I'm worried about this guy attacking you unexpectedly. It's not that I don't trust you, but do you think anyone else trusts me now? I betrayed the alien deity universe, and I don't belong to your universe either. Sooner or later, my own people won't believe me, and your people will be wary of me. Who do you think I can call?" Chris couldn't refute this. "Indeed, I'll make the trip. You must be cautious. If you notice any unusual movements from him, don't resist alone. Flee and raise the alarm immediately," Chris instructed sternly. Zack agreed, clearly tense. Chris turned and headed straight to the battlefield. At this point, everyone in the Brett universe battlefield was caught up in the frenzy of combat. Chris had to fight his way through, forcing back several blocking experts before finding Bartolomeo. Bartolomeo was fiercely battling when he saw Chris and asked, "What do you need?" "We've all been played. Cease the war," Chris declared seriously. "What?" Bartolomeo looked back in disbelief, his eyes locked on Chris. He doubted whether Chris had been controlled. Otherwise, how could anyone call for a truce when the war had reached such a stage? But Chris urged impatiently, "If you don't believe me, follow me. Have these guys hold the line. When you see the master manipulator, you'll understand. He has not only the Brett Temple sky-cleaving axe, but also the sacred sword of the alien deity universe." Bartolomeo's pupils constricted sharply. The existence of the sky-cleaving axe was something he couldn't ignore. "Take me there immediately." However, 3 exalted immortals from the alien deity universe suddenly intervened. "Bartolomeo, where are you going?" "Follow me. My men have found your universe's sacred sword," Bartolomeo roared. He chose to trust Chris. After all, Chris wouldn't lie to him. The 3 alien deity immortals, Celestial Shock Kai, Darkness Kai, and Edmund Moon Deity Kai, all stared intently at Bartolomeo and Chris. They had been tricked by Chris before and found it hard to believe him again. Chris shouted sternly, "Hasn't your universe been told that by causing war and continuous killing, you can gain a sliver of the chance to ascend to godhood? But did you ever suspect that someone needed large-scale sacrifices to recover power from it? I won't hide it from you. Just now, Zack and I saw energy flowing from the battlefield. When we went to check, we found your sacred sword and our bread axe on that individual. Our ancestors must have fought him before, leaving him grievously wounded. And now, that person is making a comeback, using our powers to restore himself. Bartolomeo's face showed astonishment as he looked at the 3 alien deity immortals. Do you know about this? The 3 exchanged uneasy glances, their expressions heavy with concern. Indeed, a hidden entity had contacted them, urging them to cause destruction. Only by killing enough life forms and saviors could they gain entry to the celestial realm. While Chris's words seemed plausible, they were skeptical. Such actions were too much like human sacrifice. Yet, the alien deity universe indeed lacked resources, so they had kept these instructions, half believing them. Now exposed by Chris, they felt a pang of regret. But it was too late to dwell on that. Moreover, Chris's cunning was well known. What if he was lying? Chris looked at Celestial Xianxia. Select 1 or 2 alien deities to come with us. You'll see for yourselves. All 3 immortals replied in unison, we will all go together. They feared Bartolomeo might set a trap, so they needed to act collectively to ensure an escape route. Chris didn't object and led them toward the rift. Traveling was swift. By the time Chris arrived, Zach was still at the rift. Seeing Chris bring reinforcements, he greeted them. That guy hasn't moved. It's strange. Given his strength, we should have stirred him up. Hearing this, Chris cautiously observed, noticing that the man remained motionless, almost like a corpse. Yet, he clearly continued absorbing power. Bartolomeo and the 3 alien deity kings exchanged wary glances. Their eyes widened in shock upon seeing their respective relics and sacred swords, their anger palpable. Especially the 3 alien deity kings. They were filled with fury. They had indeed been deceived, manipulated into providing sacrificial power. Now what should we do? Celestial Xianxia gritted his teeth. Bartolomeo was decisive. Stop the war immediately. How can we stop it after it has escalated this far? This is beyond control of just a few individuals. Celestial Xianxia countered without hesitation. But Chris reminded them, simply demanding they stop won't work, but we have a common enemy here. Chapter 221. Obstruction and Assault. Hearing Chris's words, the 3 alien god Kai's expressions eased slightly. Indeed, as long as they could get those guys to see this bizarre entity, they would likely be willing to stop fighting. But then came the problem. How were they supposed to get the fighters to come over and see it while in the midst of battle? Should we continue to fight with them and gradually lead them over here? Nevin hesitated. Chris smiled faintly. That's exactly what I was thinking. Bartolomeo nodded gently. There's no other way. Fortunately, we command many people, so shifting the battlefield shouldn't be too difficult. Seeing that Bartolomeo and Chris had made up their minds, Nevin had nothing more to say and could only agree. Then let's go back and gather everyone. They immediately returned to the battlefield and started ordering their subordinates to lure their opponents toward the location of the strange entity. Although puzzled, the subordinates began carrying out the orders. Both sides began moving quickly, slowly withdrawing from the battlefield and guiding their adversaries to the destination. However, many still fought on, refusing to budge. Chris wasn't worried. Leading even a part of them was a start. They led the first batch to the site, letting them witness the mysterious existence. All the fighters gradually stopped. Especially those from the alien god universe, who couldn't believe their eyes. You should have seen that guy by now. Quickly bring everyone over here, so they can understand this existence and act together. Bartolomeo and Nevin commanded simultaneously. The first batch of powerful beings swiftly returned to the battlefield, deliberately luring their enemies over. Unaware, the enemies were tricked one after another. More and more people were deceived into coming, witnessing the formidable and bizarre entity. Though they had been fighting mindlessly, they began to realize they might have been misled. This entity absorbing power through the fissure to heal itself was likely the real mastermind behind everything. None of those who survived this far were ordinary. Upon recognizing the truth, they immediately stopped fighting. But Chris was still unsatisfied. He and Draper saw that continuous strange energy was still flowing into the rift, healing the entity. These must be from the alien gods still battling in smaller universes. Chris looked at the group discussing plans and suggested, why don't we send some people to obstruct those still fighting? Nevin agreed readily. After all, continuing the war at this point was meaningless. He ordered his subordinates to call back the alien gods still fighting. The small universes passively resisted, ceasing attacks once the attackers withdrew. Multiple alien gods headed to these small universes to obstruct further battles. If only 1 or 2 alien gods had come to persuade, they wouldn't have gained trust. But now, many alien godkais had arrived, forcing the attacking alien gods to believe. They abandoned their attacks and gathered their troops and tribes outside the rift, bewildered as to why the attack ceased. Soon, the attacked small universes sent scouts to investigate. Finding out the real situation, they curiously joined the crowd. Seeing all cosmic beings gathering, Chris followed the kings in discussion. Pangu universe led by the 12 ancestor shamans. Alien god universe led by various kings. As the strongest among them, Nevin spoke for the group. How do you suggest we proceed? Should we just charge in and take him out? He felt immediate action was best. Bartolomeo shook his head. I feel this isn't simple. We should consider our plan carefully. Do we really need more time? With the war halted, he's losing support. Dragging this out will doom us. Nevin disagreed. Other alien god kings clearly didn't want delays either, growing restless. Bartolomeo and others felt the matter was more complicated. If a direct attack could kill the entity, it wouldn't have endured so long. Moreover, it possessed the strongest weapons from both universes, indicating past failed attempts. Now weakened, they stood little chance. Chris understood both sides had valid reasons. Given their past hostility, sitting calmly to discuss was already remarkable restraint. Thus, reaching consensus wouldn't be easy. Exchanging glances with Draper, Chris decided to mediate. He addressed Bartolomeo first. We should compromise instead of holding firm views. Let's hear the alien gods out before reasonably objecting. It's better than outright rejection. Draper added, Perhaps this entity wants to communicate because it knows secrets of the alien god universe and feels it can manipulate us. It leaves us no choice but to consult Pangu universe more, as they're our strongest ally. Bartolomeo and Nevin exchanged looks, unsure how to respond. Chris continued, I understand why you're eager, alien gods. You want quick action, but without knowing the enemy's strength or the best approach, an alert might make him escape again. Draper added, Pangu is right, but endless delays aren't helpful. Won't he eventually run if he senses danger? What if we split into groups, one to assault, one to intercept? Chris suggested. That won't work unless we're sure we can intercept, Bartolomeo replied. If you could recreate that barrier, could you stop him? Nevin interjected. Mentioning the protective barrier for Pangu universe, Bartolomeo sighed. Do you think it's something we can whip up easily? Hashtag chapter 222. I can. A clear, cold voice sounded. Everyone turned to look back and saw an unfamiliar woman. Chris recognized this woman, however, and exclaimed in surprise, Brianna, what are you doing? Brody, I have inherited the legacy of the heavenly god battlefield. I can now set up those barriers, Emily said earnestly. Hearing this, Chris was stunned and looked at Bartolomeo and the others. Was this also one of your contingency plans? The 12 Agnetas all had baffled looks, clearly unaware of this matter. Emily immediately explained, Johnny Witches did not know this. The barrier of the Brett universe was formed by countless predecessors who joined hands one after another. After forming that barrier, the heavenly god battlefield spontaneously emerged. At first glance, it seems as if the heavenly god battlefield was prepared to select geniuses for the front line. But actually, the heavenly god battlefield has integrated the souls of those immortalized immortals into the barrier. Once someone gains recognition from the heavenly god battlefield, they gain the ability to control the barrier. I can now manipulate the barrier to appear here and stop that fellow. The 12 Agnetas were amazed, never expecting the heavenly god battlefield to have this hidden ability. It appeared these immortals had prepared a trump card for them. Meanwhile, the various beings of the alien deity universe tensed up. They suddenly felt some relief that they had already ceased hostilities. Otherwise, with one thing leading to another, it would be enough to make them collapse. Now with a blocking barrier in place, it was likely that the guy inside wouldn't escape. Numerous powerhouses exchanged glances, all starting to get restless. Even Bartolomeo didn't want to delay any longer and sternly said, Shall we go in together? Kill, roared the Sky Shock Kai. The alien deity universe, Brett universe, and other small universes instantly cooperated as never before, directly rushing into the gap. They had no choice but to temporarily set aside their past hatreds and prejudices to work together, because continuing to target each other meant they wouldn't stand a chance against that guy. Moreover, if not for that person, they wouldn't have accumulated so much death and hatred. So, these people genuinely detested the provocateur. As everyone rushed into the gap, the massive figure's eyes abruptly opened. His eyes contained the sun and moon, scanning all beings coldly. I didn't think you'd really dare to come. Very well, then I can eat my fill. This fellow no longer hid his true self, reaching out a giant hand and effortlessly grabbing a cluster of powerhouses, stuffing them into his mouth. Self-destruct, shouted the Sky Shock Kai. Bartolomeo also bellowed fiercely, self-destruct. Otherwise, your deaths will be meaningless. Those grabbed and about to be swallowed chose to self-destruct despite their fear and sorrow. Their detonation inside the giant's mouth made him scream in pain, angrily roaring, You damned lower realm beings, still don't know when to quit. These words shocked all beings. Lower realm beings? What did that mean? Could this guy be an immortal from the upper realms? Suddenly, everyone became stirred, their eyes shining as they looked at the giant. An immortal. If they could defeat him, would they also have a chance to become immortals? The already excited powerhouses lost control, rushing forward in frenzy. The giant originally thought revealing his identity might intimidate these guys or at least instill some fear, making them hesitant to fully attack. Who knew they would instead become more frenzied? Their relentless assault almost overwhelming even the giant, forcing him to continuously roar and counterattack. Chris also didn't expect this guy to be an immortal. He fought shoulder to shoulder with Clark and spoke solemnly, We should take that holy sword and the bread axe. Clark frowned, but those two items clearly restrict this immortal strength. If we remove them, his power will surge. Look at those guys. Few can harm this fellow. It's possible that only those weapons can truly injure this immortal, Chris explained. Clark observed the battlefield. Indeed, despite the endless onslaught, few injuries could be inflicted on the giant. Any damage was quickly healed. Clark sighed, What do you think we should do to retrieve those treasures? I'm not sure, but I'll try communicating with the Brett Divine Hall within me. Maybe there will be a response. Can you control the holy sword? Chris asked. Clark stared at the holy sword. To say he didn't want it was impossible. But now, he really had no idea what to do. Chris pondered and said, Let's try this. I'll attempt to remove the bread axe and see how this immortal reacts. If he fiercely resists, it proves he truly fears this item. But if he doesn't resist, it means removing this item benefits him. We need to consider whether to proceed. Clark naturally agreed. Chris immediately connected with the Brett Divine Hall within him. The Divine Hall's power gradually dispersed into his body, significantly enhancing his strength. Moreover, he felt an odd connection to the Brett axe embedded in the giant's body. He tried communicating with the Brett axe. Sure enough, the Brett axe trembled as if sensing Chris's call. At that moment, the giant's expression changed, turning to stare intensely at Chris, ignoring all other beings. Remnant scum, roared the giant, preparing to charge over. Chris immediately yelled, Full attack on the positions of the Brett axe and the holy sword. This guy is afraid. All beings heard this and changed their targets instantly. The giant indeed grew angrier and launched an all-out attack to obstruct. Meanwhile, Chris continuously urged the Brett axe. The Brett axe shook violently as if wanting to return to Chris's hands. The giant refused to let go, holding the axe firmly in his body. Quick! Chris urged Clark. He couldn't handle the giant's strength alone. Only if Clark also mobilized the holy sword could they overwhelm the giant. Clark had no choice but to try opening his mind, attempting to sense the holy sword. Unexpectedly, this hasty move worked. The holy sword responded to him. Chapter 223, Immortal Blood. Farron felt the sacred sword's reaction, his heart filled with excitement. He hurriedly opened his mind even wider and called out desperately. The sacred sword trembled more violently as if trying to break free. The giant suddenly became enraged and pressed down firmly on the bread axe and the sacred sword of the alien deity universe embedded in his body. Because he was focusing on controlling these two weapons, he had no time to attack others. Seeing this, the creatures grew even more elated and attacked fiercely. They especially targeted the giant's wounds. Feeling the pain, the giant roared wildly, "You damned ants! How dare you defy me, an immortal? Are you not afraid of punishment from the immortal realm that could annihilate you?" Though momentarily shaken, the creatures did not hesitate to strike again. They knew they had been attacking the giant for a long time. If given a chance to rest and recover his full strength, the giant would seek revenge without needing any punishment from the immortal realm. As for whether killing him would invite punishment from the immortal realm, they would cross that bridge when they came to it. In their frenzied attacks, they forced the giant into an even more helpless and infuriated state. He thought revealing his identity as an immortal would be enough to scare some of them away, but those who were already dead were just mediocre beings. The ones remaining were intelligent and wouldn't be easily frightened. Left with no choice, the giant turned to Chris and Farron. Deliberately, he said, "Both of you have the potential to become immortals. If you help me open the gate to the immortal realm, I will take you along. What do you say?" Farron merely sneered upon hearing this. Trying to fool a 3-year-old? But Chris responded seriously, "Sure, I'll help you. But first, give me the bread axe." Angered, the giant replied, "Are you trying to fool a 3-year-old now? Would you really refrain from attacking me once you have the bread axe?" "You see, I genuinely trusted you and wanted to ascend with you," Chris explained. "But you are overly cautious about this arrangement. This shows you didn't plan to take us to the immortal realm. Otherwise, why would you be so defensive?" Chris added with a cold laugh. The giant hadn't expected Chris to be so perceptive and realized his argument was weak. He hastily said, "I just feared you wouldn't trust me and would attack me. I can genuinely take you up to the immortal realm." "How?" Chris asked. "Very simple. If you two help me kill more creatures, I can restore my strength. Once I regain my peak power, I can open the immortal gate," the giant continued persuasively. Chris understood. As an immortal, you still need to restore your peak strength to return to the immortal realm. With our weaker powers, how can we possibly follow? "I need strength to open the immortal gate, but ascending doesn't require much power," the giant explained quickly. "So, since that's the case, I'm willing to trust you. Give us both the bread axe and the sacred sword. Using two weapons will make killing faster. After all, you don't really think we're a match for these powerful beings, do you?" Chris smiled sweetly. The giant's face stiffened, realizing he was back where he started. Of course, he couldn't hand over his weapons and instead said, "No problem. Just stop using the weapons, and I'll cooperate." "Alright, start by taking out those jaces. Let me see your real strength." Chris pointed at Bartolomeo and the 12 ancestor demons. Hearing this, all the creatures below showed expressions of shock and anger. They hadn't expected Chris to agree with the giant. The giant also looked suspiciously at Chris. "Do you really agree to work together? You saw, I asked you to hand over the weapons, and you refused. Now, when I ask you to kill one of us, you refuse again. Aren't you trying to trick us into doing all the work?" Chris mocked. The giant seemed to give up communicating with Bread Axe and made no move toward Chris. After some contemplation, he decided to take a risk and destroy the jaces to gain Chris's trust. Suddenly, the giant's hand struck down fiercely towards Bartolomeo and the others. Bartolomeo and the 12 ancestor demons roared, resisting alongside numerous strong fighters. In the next moment, a piercing cry echoed. The axe embedded in his chest had been pulled out 2/3. Because the axe was pulled out, the giant wound was exposed, golden immortal blood dripping and radiating an overwhelmingly terrifying energy. The energy's attraction drove all creatures mad with excitement. This was too powerful. Without hesitation, they rushed forward, vying for the immortal blood. However, they were no match for the Jace-level entities. The Jaces snatched all the immortal blood first, absorbing and devouring it. Instantly, their strength surged, increasing the pressure on the giant even more. But the giant hated Chris the most, glaring at him with murderous intent. "You bastard, how dare you trick me?" "Turns out, this thing was buried pretty deep," Chris commented unperturbed. Seeing his indifference, the giant grew even more enraged. "Shameless scoundrel, die! Die!" The giant abandoned his passive stance and charged at Chris recklessly, aiming to kill him regardless of the consequences. However, this violent action gave Farron the opportunity. He immediately acted, furiously channeling the sacred sword. Part of the sacred sword was also pulled out, bringing forth more immortal blood. The giant ignored the Jaces fighting over the blood and Farron, fixated only on chasing after Chris. Chris felt somewhat helpless. Why go through this? We should share the attention equally. Ignoring Chris, the giant was determined to finish him off. Farron knew Chris was intentionally drawing the giant's attention to create an opening for him. He didn't waste time, aggressively pulling the sacred sword to free it quickly. Initially, Chris thought he couldn't escape the giant's pursuit, but unexpectedly, he found himself able to use the Tao power within him. It must be due to Nikki's barrier? These barriers were formed from the power of the celestial god battlefield, which rewarded Tao power. Thus, Tao power could be used within its coverage area. Chris instantly channeled the time-space Tao and flashed far away. The distance between him and the giant widened significantly, making Chris feel more relaxed and easily maintain the gap. The giant hadn't expected Chris to possess such ability, but soon realized it was due to the mysterious barrier. Immediately, the giant channeled his power, intending to attack the barrier. Unfortunately, Chris wouldn't let that happen. Chapter 224, Quotas. When the giant was about to blast through the barrier, Chris intentionally triggered the bread axe. The bread axe indeed stirred once more and started to be slowly extracted. In pain, the giant had no choice but to retract his palm, grabbing the axe tightly to prevent it from being pulled out. He then rammed his head toward Chris again, attempting to crush him with his formidable physical strength. Chris dodged and harassed using temporal power. Farron persistently urged the holy sword from behind, while other living beings continuously attacked as well. In this pursuit and evasion, the giant's strength was consumed significantly, and his injuries worsened under endless attacks. Seeing this, the giant finally felt fear. He had thought he could manipulate these creatures at will, but unexpectedly, they were so powerful that he couldn't control them. The giant even considered compromising. He decided to deceive these creatures one last time. Suddenly, the giant halted, clutching the weapon in his wound tightly and stared at everyone. Can you stop for a moment? Let's cease fire. I can take you all to the immortal realm, how about that? The living beings continued their assault without stopping because they knew he was treacherous beyond measure. He had already instigated internal conflict among them and failed to tempt Chris previously. How could they trust anything he said? Killing him directly was more important than anything else. Seeing that these creatures refused to believe him, the giant became furious but had to reveal some true capabilities. He spurred the immortal power within his body, communicating with the immortal gate. Next moment, a peculiar golden portal appeared above them. It seemed extremely illusory, flickering faintly. However, the auspicious light and beautiful music emanating from within entranced numerous living beings. They believed without doubt that this was the gate to the immortal realm. So this guy could really open the gate to the immortal realm? But as everyone was observing the gate, Chris kept his eyes firmly on the giant. He clearly saw that the giant expended tremendous energy in activating the immortal gate, almost losing control of his worsening injuries. His body was gradually cracking. This scene brightened Chris's eyes. He understood that to open this immortal gate, it might cost the life of this immortal. But the giant would not willingly die to help them. There must be other thoughts and plots brewing in his mind. Chris didn't expose this, but waited to see what the giant would do next. Soon, the immortal gate vanished. Everyone looked back regretfully and disappointedly at the giant, wondering what he would say next. Did you see the immortal gate? I'm not incapable of summoning it, said the giant, giving Chris a glance. Seeing Chris's indifferent look, the giant grew angrier and said coldly, I know many of you don't trust me, thinking I have ulterior motives, but you're overthinking this. I did want to use you to recover my injuries, but since you've discovered this, I'd rather not waste time. How about we cooperate? If you contribute some life force to restore part of my strength, I'll be willing to send some of you to the immortal realm first. How does that sound? 1 for 1. Sacrifice part of your life force in exchange for a quota to enter the immortal realm. This method sounded good, but Chris sensed a scheme like the 2 peaches that killed 3 warriors. Currently, all living beings could fully focus on the giant because they knew if he lived, they would inevitably die. But if they became greedy, aiming for the immortal quotas, conflicts would arise. Then, amidst the chaos, the giant could fish in troubled waters. Fortunately, the terrestrial immortals weren't foolish. Bartolomeo and Kai Tianjing stepped forward to negotiate with the giant. How many quotas can you give us? Bartolomeo asked. 10 at a time, the giant replied sternly. Hearing this, the living beings' faces turned uglier. 10 people per transport? When would all the living beings here be sent away? Seeing their dissatisfaction, the giant hastily added. It's not just sending you up there. Once your people reach the immortal realm, they can grow rapidly using its power and help you open the immortal gate from the other side. Remember, it's easier to open the gate from the inside. These words made Bartolomeo and others look at Chris and Farron. These two were known for rapid cultivation. Wouldn't sending them to the immortal realm result in swift benefits? But Chris and Farron exchanged glances, both seeing distrust. They wouldn't believe the giant's lies. However, given the situation, they didn't attack directly. Farron even proactively reminded Chris, you promised to help me become an immortal after I helped you sabotage the other god universe. You haven't forgotten, have you? No, Chris nodded. Then, this time, you must give me the quota for the other god universe, Farron stated firmly. Hearing this, Kai Tianjing and others from the other god universe were surprised but also satisfied. Although Farron had betrayed them before, they considered it justified and appreciated his willingness to make amends. The giant, hearing the division of quotas between Farron and Chris, also breathed a sigh of relief, though he remained wary of Chris. After all, Chris had deceived him before. Moreover, Chris's quick agreement made the giant uneasy. Just as the giant was doubting, Chris suddenly attacked, punching towards Farron. Farron, shocked and angry, defended himself. Are you insane? What are you doing? Fool, did you really think I would give you the quota? Wanting to snatch my quota? Huh? You must die. Chris's punch struck Farron, who spat blood and flew backward, roaring, why aren't you helping me? Everyone was stunned, sensing that Farron seemed to be acting. Did these two still intend to corner the giant? Wasn't this an opportunity for immortality? But Bartolomeo also didn't trust the giant, so he rushed over to help deal with Farron. Seeing this, Kai Tianjing had no choice but to join in. Instantly, the terrestrial immortals clashed again. The giant was somewhat surprised, not expecting his plan to succeed so quickly. Had these beings truly begun fighting each other again? Staggering, Farron rushed toward the other god universe, passing by the giant. The giant watched guardedly but noticed Farron doing the same. Quickly, Farron passed by without attacking the giant. The giant sighed in relief. Note, translating character names such as Brett into English as Brett maintains the original phonetic pronunciation in Pinyin. Chapter 225. Become a true immortal? But just as the giant heaved a sigh of relief in the next moment, Zack suddenly charged back, bringing along many powerful experts to bombard the giant. He also forcefully activated the sacred sword, attempting to pull it out. The giant was caught off guard, and the sacred sword was pulled out further. Now, only the tip of the sword remained inside his body. The giant was in unbearable pain and roared wildly. But at this moment, he finally saw clearly. He finally understood. These people had never trusted him. They had never planned to spare him. They had been acting all along, intending to kill him. Inevitably, the giant snapped, roaring in rage. "You damned ants, I will kill you all." He no longer wasted his efforts trying to deceive them but started to fight back fiercely, determined to annihilate these people entirely. Seeing that Zack was about to succeed, Chris didn't hesitate either and joined the other strong figures in attacking. With the enhancement of immortal blood, the power of the Jaces had greatly improved. Each attack made the giant feel increasingly difficult and awkward. Though the giant decided not to defend anymore and focused on offensive attacks, he still needed to protect the bread axe and sacred sword from being pulled out. As a result, his combat effectiveness couldn't reach its peak. Chris noticed the giant's fear. After some hesitation, he sent a message to Zack. "You can try pulling the sacred sword out, but don't really do it." Zack seemed confused. "Why?" "Because now that guy is using part of his strength to counteract these two weapons," Chris explained in a low voice. "But if they're truly pulled out, he'll have nothing to fear and could unleash incomparably terrifying power." These words made Zack realize the danger. He had been too focused on obtaining the sacred sword and had forgotten this crucial point. Yes, Chris was right. This giant was still cautious. Once the weapons were removed, whether his injuries worsened or he fell into despair, he would go berserk, even sacrificing himself to take down these powerful foes with him. At that point, it would be counterproductive. So, they might as well not pull out these items. Following Chris's advice, Zack began to harass rather than attempt to remove the sacred sword. He kept shaking the sword without moving it outward. The giant sensed the change in the sacred sword. Previously, the sword was forcing itself outward, but now its movements were smaller. The giant understood that Zack didn't want to pull out the sword, but instead switched to a harassment mode. This mode did make things easier for the giant, but he dared not relax. He had been tricked too many times. Who knew if these people were intentionally lowering their guard to lure him into a false sense of security before striking and removing the weapons when he let his guard down? Therefore, though Zack no longer attempted to pull out the sacred sword, he tied up more of the giant's strength. Seeing that this method worked, Chris immediately activated the bread axe. The giant's strength weakened further. The surrounding Jaces chased him madly, making him look very desperate. His struggles were far worse than before, which was quite an inspiring sight. Countless powerful figures attacked again. The giant, unable to resist effectively, saw his injuries worsening. The blood gushing from his wounds was consumed by those Jace experts, who consequently grew stronger. The giant retreated continuously. It seemed he was about to become a huge elephant killed by ants. Finally, the giant could no longer hold back. With a wild roar, he abandoned defense and launched a fierce assault. Defeat was certain. He might as well go all out. Chris found that the giant no longer cared about the two weapons embedded in him. Without hesitation, he used the bread axe to pull it out. The axe, freed from resistance, quickly detached from the wound and flew towards Chris as a stream of light. Zack didn't hesitate either and took the sacred sword. One grabbed the axe, the other grabbed the sword. Instantly, a tremendous force flowed into their bodies, accompanied by a burst of memories. The memories appeared to come from the sentient spirits within the two weapons. Chris felt the world around him change. Countless Jaces appeared densely before him. He and another powerful figure stood at the forefront, as if accepting worship from the Jaces. But in the next moment, the heavenly gates opened in the sky. An innumerable amount of auspicious light poured down. A figure emerged from the heavenly gates. So at that time, communication between this universe and the heavenly realm was still possible? Just as this thought crossed Chris's mind, an angry voice came from the heavenly gates. "Why is this offering so meager this time? Do you not want the quota for immortality?" "Offering?" Chris raised an eyebrow. Did the immortal realm need offerings from the lower realms to exchange for immortality quotas? Was this a rule of the immortal realm, or was it this immortal's personal decision? While Chris was pondering, he suddenly felt himself move. To be precise, the body he observed in this vision moved. An axe was raised by Chris and fiercely struck the immortal bathed in auspicious light. Caught off guard, the immortal was directly hit, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The immortal roared in horror. "You dare attack me? You're courting death." In response to this, a saint's sword came flying. Turning his head, Chris saw a strange figure, holding the saint's sword, looking at him in shock. Clearly, it was Zack. It seemed both of them had been drawn into a past event, forced to experience this brutal battle from the first-person perspective. The war was indeed brutal. After the saint's sword and the axe severely wounded the immortal, he still managed to break through to the distance. Numerous Jaces bombarded and tried to stop him, but he easily pushed them aside and killed them. Chris and Zack immediately pursued, activating their weapons and powers to continue attacking the immortal. The Jaces also fought to the death. Finally, under such relentless attacks, countless sacrifices led to the downfall of the immortal, who fell in hatred, losing all vitality. Chris and Zack turned and walked towards the heavenly gates. All they saw was blinding light, then everything went black. When they regained consciousness, they found themselves in front of the real battlefield. They looked at the giant still fighting desperately, their expressions grave. Because this giant was unmistakably the immortal they had killed in that vision. Did this guy pretend to die back then? And those who killed him should be Brett and the holy god of the alien universe, right? Now the question was, where did the two powerful figures and the Jaces go? According to what they had seen, they seemed to have entered the heavenly gates. Could they have become true immortals? Chapter 225. Become a true immortal? But just as the giant began to breathe a sigh of relief, Zack suddenly charged back, accompanied by a large number of experts who attacked the giant. He also forcibly activated the holy sword, attempting to pull it out. Caught off guard, the giant felt the holy sword being partially pulled out once again. Now only the tip of the sword remained inside him, causing him unbearable pain and prompting wild roars. Finally, He realized that these people had never trusted him and never intended to let him go. They had been acting all along, determined to kill him. The giant couldn't help but snap, roaring furiously, "You insignificant ants, I will kill you." No longer bothering to deceive them, the giant prepared to retaliate fiercely, aiming to annihilate everyone. Seeing Zack's plan about to succeed, Chris no longer hesitated, joining other powerful figures in attacking the giant. With the enhancement from the immortal blood, many Jace's strength surged. Each attack made the giant feel increasingly cornered and desperate. Although the giant decided to launch an all-out offensive instead of defending, he still had to protect the Pangu axe and the holy sword embedded in his body. Thus, he couldn't unleash his full power. Chris noticed the giant's fear and, after some hesitation, whispered to Zack, "Try pulling out the holy sword, but don't actually do it." Zack was puzzled. Why? Because now he still has to use part of his strength to counteract these two weapons. If they are truly pulled out, he will have nothing to fear and could unleash terrifying power. Chris said seriously. This made Zack reconsider. In his eagerness for the holy sword, he had forgotten this crucial point. The giant was indeed still wary of the two weapons. Once pulled out, his wounds would worsen or push him into a desperate state, driving him to fight even more fiercely, possibly taking down these powerful figures with him. It was not worth the risk. So Zack began to focus on harassing, rather than trying to extract the holy sword. He kept it moving but avoided pulling it out. The giant sensed this change. Before, the sword had been forcefully trying to escape, but now its movements were smaller. The giant guessed that Zack no longer wanted to pull the sword out, but rather harass him. This mode did ease some pressure on him, but he dared not relax. Having been deceived once, he feared another trap. What if they pretended to relax to catch him off guard and then pull out the weapon? Therefore, although Zack ceased trying to remove the sword, it drained more of the giant's strength. Seeing this method worked, Chris also began manipulating the Pangu axe, further weakening the giant. Surrounding Jace's pursued relentlessly, making the giant even more disheveled. Numerous powerful figures attacked again, expanding the giant's injuries. Jace's feasted on the flowing blood, enhancing their strength and pushing the giant backward. As he struggled desperately, the scene was heartening. With inevitable defeat looming, the giant abandoned defense for a fierce assault. There was nothing left to lose. Chris noticed the giant ignoring the two weapons, so he pulled out the Pangu axe without hesitation. Freed from resistance, the axe shot out as a stream of light toward Chris. Zack didn't hesitate either, snatching the holy sword. Each grasping one weapon, a tremendous force flowed into their bodies, accompanied by a flood of memories imparted by the sentient spirits of the weapons. Chris felt the world shift. Countless Jaces appeared, bowing before him and another strong figure. But then the heavenly gate opened, showering auspicious light, and a silhouette emerged from it. Back then, these universes could communicate with the heavenly gate? Chris wondered, hearing an angry voice from the gate. Why is this offering so small? Don't you want the immortal quotas anymore? Offerings? Chris raised an eyebrow. The heavenly realm required offerings from lower realms to grant immortality slots? Was this policy set by the heavenly realm or by the individual? While pondering, he suddenly felt himself move, not exactly himself, but a body in the viewed scene. Raising an axe, he struck at a deity enveloped in auspicious light, hitting him unprepared and spitting out blood. The deity roared in terror, "How dare you? Are you courting death?" But in response came the holy sword. Turning around, Chris saw an unfamiliar figure, a clearly startled Zack. It seemed both had been pulled into a past event, experiencing the brutal war firsthand. Indeed, the war was brutal. After inflicting severe injuries with the axe and the holy sword, the deity fought fiercely despite being wounded, easily deflecting and killing countless Jaces who blocked him. Chris and Zack immediately chased, continuing attacks while Jaces fought recklessly. Finally, under relentless attacks, the deity fell lifeless. Turning, Chris and Zack walked toward the heavenly gate, only to see blinding light, losing consciousness. When they regained sight, they stood before the real battlefield, watching the struggling giant with grave expressions. The giant turned out to be the deity killed in the illusion. He had faked his death? The ones who killed him must have been Pangu and the sacred deity of the alien universe. But what happened to those Jaces? They seemed to enter the heavenly gate, possibly becoming true immortals? Chapter 226, Opening the Immortal Gate. But if those people truly became true immortals, why hasn't the immortal gate opened again since then? They should come down to look after their own kind, shouldn't they? And if Brett and the others really believed they had killed this immortal, why didn't they take their weapons with them? Instead, they left them here? Chris seriously doubted that Brett and the others probably knew they hadn't killed the immortal. Entering the immortal gate was also about seeing what it held inside. Could it be that the immortal gate was merely a deception, holding nothing at all? However, the current situation left Chris no time to ponder further. He held the axe of Brett, from which Brett's power surged forth, urging him to battle. Griffin Pride did the same, quickly rushing forward to fight the immortal as fiercely as possible. The giant, facing Chris and Griffin Pride, his eyes ablaze, said, "I can sense the power of those two detestable fellows on you too. Coincidentally, we also know your weakness," Chris sneered. Not only did the previous scenes allow Chris and Griffin Pride to witness the past, they also saw how Brett and the Holy God defeated the giant. Although this time there were no countless Earth immortals to assist, knowing the giant's weakness was enough. The duo rushed over together, wildly attacking the giant's weak spot. The giant, not expecting the axe of Brett and the holy sword to carry such inheritance, immediately changed expression, turning pale. At the same time, he felt an intense regret. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have sent these things back. Chris noticed the giant's regret and thought, what good does your regret do now? He and Griffin Pride attacked continuously, until the giant could no longer resist. Seeing himself about to repeat history, the giant finally lost patience. Unwilling to accept his second defeat, he roared madly, his body swelling. You think killing me will make you immortal? Come and die with me. Watch out, retreat. Bartolomeo shouted, realizing the giant intended to self-destruct. Tianjingwang and the others didn't call for Griffin Pride, given his betrayal earlier, which made them quite angry. They thought it better if he died. Griffin Pride was the first to retreat, not wanting to die. But Chris sneered. Want to trick me? You're too young. He charged straight towards the exploding giant, chopping down with his axe. To everyone's surprise, the giant actually dodged. His swollen body gradually shrank, looking grim. You are indeed cunning and vicious, able to see through my disguise? If you weren't afraid of death, you would have fought to the death earlier. Why wait until now? Chris mocked. This scene left many strong ones who fled, including Griffin Pride, quite embarrassed. They didn't expect the giant to fake his death to escape. But Chris also knew he couldn't escape, so he took a gamble. Given the precedent of the giant faking his death, it might happen again. Sure enough, his guess was correct. Just as Chris raised his axe to charge forward, the giant's expression turned calm, revealing a fearless determination. Actually, those guys in the past also saw through me. They suspected I wasn't dead but chose not to risk it. But I see you're different. You truly want to kill me and can indeed kill me. So if I can't live, then dragging you along in my death is worth it. The giant's body swelled abruptly, emitting a destructive aura this time. Everyone realized the giant was genuinely self-destructing. Even Chris sensed it, but the giant was determined to take him down with him. It was too late for Chris to escape. Deciding not to run, Chris charged forward, slashing wildly at the giant. This way, some of the giant's internal energy would release like a punctured balloon. When the explosion came, Chris could mitigate the damage somewhat. The giant ignored Chris's attacks, only increasing his own strength. Finally, he reached a critical point, forcing nearby strong ones to retreat out of fear. Boom. The giant exploded, its terrifying force engulfing Chris instantly. Chris knew he couldn't resist. But suddenly, the surrounding barrier shrank, wrapping around him. Clearly, Xianxia wanted to save her master. In the next moment, Chris's body emitted a light. A massive temple appeared around him, enveloping him. The Temple of Brett. These two forces protected Chris. Though the blast struck him forcefully, he barely resisted the immense blow. After an unknown duration, the aftereffects of the giant's explosion finally faded. Chris, looking at his tattered body, realized if not for the barrier and the Temple of Brett, he might have perished. Controlling his body, Chris rapidly recovered. In no time, powerful energy flooded into his body, restoring him swiftly. However, Bartolomeo and the other ancient witches rushed over to protect him. They were wary of the alien cosmos. With the giant dead, the enmity between the alien cosmos and Brett cosmos reignited. Having fought each other for so long, both had suffered countless losses. Immediate conflict seemed inevitable, yet everyone wanted to see Chris's stance first. A little awkward after the events, Griffin Pride instinctively felt inferior to Chris. Chris recovered quickly, reaching peak condition soon. Upon recovery, he looked around, puzzled. What are you all doing? That immortal is dead. We must decide what to do next. Everyone wants to hear your opinion, Bartolomeo whispered. Realizing this, Chris scanned the area. Alien cosmos, Brett cosmos, and other small cosmos beings surrounded him. After a brief pause, he spoke. Continuing this endless war will have disastrous outcomes. Of course, I know our feud has gone on for so long that hatred runs deep. But we can't let our descendants suffer because of this. At this rate, future generations will be depleted. Let's put aside our hatred for now and focus on finding the path to immortality, shall we? The immortal gate opened once, it can open again. Now, we should gather the power of various universes to open the immortal gate. As for the method, Griffin Pride and I have some ideas to try. Chapter 227. Return to Xianxia world. Griffin Pride was more surprised than the surrounding creatures upon hearing Chris's words. Despite witnessing Brett and the holy god entering the immortal gate, he had no clue how to open it or even what it truly was. Yet, he understood why Chris suggested this, merely to prevent further wars. Thus, he didn't refute it. The surrounding creatures half believed Chris. Since he claimed to know, giving it a try wouldn't hurt. All eyes were on Chris, waiting for his next move. Xianxia appeared beside him, whispering suspiciously, Brody, can you really open the immortal gate? Unfamiliar with Chris, she alone could read his intentions. His expression clearly showed he was deceiving everyone. Chris glanced at his queen disciple, momentarily diverting his attention. I didn't expect you to inherit the heavenly battlefield's power. Xianxia's beautiful and proud face revealed a satisfied smile. Now that I've fully inherited the power of those wise ancestors, my strength is not inferior to Brody. If I were to imprison you with a barrier right now, wouldn't you be unable to escape? Chris sighed helplessly, shaking his head. Don't cause trouble. Let me think about how to open the immortal gate. Can it really be done? Xianxia asked with a hint of worry. She was already planning that if Brody couldn't accomplish it, she would immediately use the barrier to wrap around him and flee together. Though Chris was indeed deceiving everyone else, he did have some vague ideas. When combating the immortal just now, the appearance of the Brett Temple's shadow had given Chris some hope. Perhaps, the Brett Temple was hidden within him, and using the immortal's power might reveal something. With this thought in mind, Chris began absorbing the power from the immortal's body. Sure enough, as he started to draw in the immortal's power, an odd reaction occurred within his body. Immortal power exchange, Great Tao power. It was the familiar voice again. This time, what was exchanged was still the Great Tao power. Chris felt strange. Why was the reward still Great Tao power? His power had already transcended the ordinary. Logically, the Great Tao power should no longer be useful. However, Chris didn't resist and continued absorbing the immortal power. The voice in his mind kept sounding, injecting more strands of Great Tao power into Chris's body. But the Great Tao power no longer provided any significant boost. Even after accumulating over 2,900 strands, he barely noticed any difference. But when the 3,000th strand of Great Tao power descended into his body, Chris's body resonated with a massive burst of power. A huge and familiar temple-like shadow appeared beside him. Zofia was caught off guard and was sent flying away by the sudden force. Bartolomeo assumed it was an ambush and hurriedly tried to grab Chris, but his power couldn't penetrate the area covered by the temple's shadow. The alien deities were alarmed. Nevin shouted, "Attack together!" Many alien deities unleashed their combined strength towards the temple's shadow. They weren't genuinely trying to protect Chris, but they couldn't afford for anything to happen to him before the immortal gate was opened. Even with so many powerful attacks landing on the shadow, it remained unharmed. Nevin, seething with anger, yelled at Bartolomeo and others, "Why aren't you attacking?" But the 12 ancestral witches only stared suspiciously at the temple's shadow, seemingly confirming something. "Big brother, this palace looks like the Brett Temple," Shabishi said doubtfully. Bartolomeo's expression turned grave. "It's quite illusory, hard to see clearly, but its shape and design do look very similar." The other ancestral witches suspected the same. Hearing their leader speak, they confirmed it as well, each one staring intently at the Brett Temple. The alien deities also heard the ancestral witches' words and were astonished. Could this be the Brett Temple? As one of the most revered figures across all universes, Brett's existence instilled awe in countless beings. People had already suspected a connection between Chris and Brett, and the appearance of the temple left little room for doubt. Everyone envied Chris, wrapped in the shadow of the temple, unsure why he had such luck. Zofia wasn't envious. Instead, she was relieved. She believed the Brett Temple wouldn't harm her master. Meanwhile, Chris seemed unmoving, but in reality, he had entered another world. This world was both familiar and strange. It resembled Xianxia world but was significantly larger, vast and majestic beyond anything he'd known. It was as if this was the true form of Xianxia world. As Chris pondered, he suddenly noticed a glowing spot in this world. He approached it quickly. On the way, he saw many familiar figures. These were once living beings of Xianxia world, including many strong figures he had encountered. However, they were all frozen in place. Whether floating in the sky or standing on the ground, everything was motionless. Birds, insects, even leaves falling from trees were all frozen in time. Time in this world had stopped. Chris felt no wind, confirming his guess that time here was indeed halted. This explained why the timing of events in Xianxia world didn't match records from outside. Who could have caused this? Chris was curious. The unfrozen glowing point might hold the answer. He rushed there and discovered it was the divine tomb yard from the past. When the divine tomb yard erupted with a strange force, Chris couldn't stop it, and eventually, it enveloped the entire world. Now, all the dark shrouds had vanished, leaving countless dead things frozen in place. The divine tomb yard was clearly visible, filled with thousands of graves and tombstones. As Chris hurriedly examined them, his eyes locked onto one particular tombstone. His pupils constricted when he read the inscription, Water Deity Tomb. Could this water deity represent the water path of Great Tao? To confirm, Chris quickly inspected other tombstones in the tomb yard. Chapter 228, Foundation built. Throughout the entire necropolis, Chris swiftly inspected all the tombstones. Soon, he confirmed his suspicion. These 3,000 tombstones bore the names of deities and demons. The Wind Deity Demon, the Fire Deity Demon, the Space Deity Demon. These deities and demons perfectly corresponded to the 3,000 Great Tao within Chris's body. Chris finally understood where the power of the Great Tao originated from. However, one was still missing, Brett. Standing amidst the deity demon necropolis, Chris looked around, hoping to find the true location of the Brett Temple. No matter how he searched or used his powers to call out, nothing happened. Feeling puzzled, especially since the names of the 3,000 deity demons had appeared, and he had gathered all 3,000 Great Tao, the Brett Temple should logically have also appeared by now. Suddenly, an idea struck him. If the 3,000 Great Tao were not as powerful in combat as the alien deities, why did these powers still enter his body? Could it be that the 3,000 Great Tao were actually the key to unlocking the Brett Temple? Chris immediately tried to channel the 3,000 Great Tao inside his body, attempting to condense them together. The 3,000 Great Tao indeed responded, slowly forming a palace before Chris. The Brett Temple. This must be the legendary Brett Temple. Chris was astonished. He was very clear that he was currently in a state of primordial spirit, inside his own body. Now that the Brett Temple had appeared, did it mean that this thing had always been within his body? No wonder he could use the fate and power of the Brett universe to exchange for the power of the Great Tao and deity demons. It turned out that the Brett Temple had always been within him. Could it be that his inability to establish a foundation, to be indestructible, was also due to the Brett Temple? Uncertain, Chris walked forward confidently. Indeed, the temple did not reject him. He easily entered. Inside, the temple was vast and grand, with 3,000 thrones. Each throne was large and magnificent, with a massive figure sitting on each one. Those figures were like pillars connecting heaven and earth, supporting the palace, the world, and even the universe. Chris realized these should be the 3,000 deity demons. But they were only shadows. Their true forms lay in the tombs. Chris scanned the 3,000 deity tombs and finally looked at the central throne, which was empty. Chris felt a tremor in his heart. Clearly, that position belonged to Brett. But why would the position be empty when the 3,000 deity demons were present? Was it perhaps meant for him to sit there? Chris thought this, slowly approaching. Soon, he stood before the throne and called out hesitantly, "Brett?" There was no response. The throne remained unmoving. Chris decided to try sitting on it. After all, since this place was within his body, even if the throne did not permit it, it wouldn't harm him. As Chris sat down, the throne offered no resistance and allowed him to settle in firmly. Immediately after he sat down, everything spun wildly. Chris felt his soul being forcibly thrust into some space-time. When he regained composure, he found himself in a place that seemed like a paradise, incredibly beautiful, inviting one to relax unconsciously. Just as Chris was savoring this beautiful world, a gentle voice sounded from behind him. "How is it here?" Nice, isn't it? The voice made Chris turn abruptly. He saw a towering figure smiling at him kindly. The man's face was honest, his presence like a friendly uncle, giving off no sense of threat, but rather a feeling of closeness. But Chris, no matter how dull he might be, could guess the identity of this person. He bowed respectfully, saying, "You are the great god Brett, right?" "Yes, I am Brett." "But you are also Brett," the man smiled and said. Chris was startled, looking at Brett with bewilderment. "What do you mean?" The man sat on the ground and gestured for Chris to join him. Without hesitation, Chris sat down, waiting for Brett's explanation. Brett scrutinized Chris and sighed. "I once imagined what my future self would look like, never imagining that it would be so different. Don't worry, I know you want to understand your past. Actually, there isn't much to explain. You should have seen our entrance into the Immortal Gate through my acts of Brett, right? In fact, before entering, both I and the Garner felt something was amiss and left some preparations. I used the method of dividing myself into 3 parts. You are one of them, as am I, this shadow, and the Brett who entered the Immortal Gate. As one of Brett's incarnations, you wandered the cosmos and somehow ended up on Earth. Due to some issues, you were forced to reincarnate, continually cycling through life and death. I worried you'd forget everything but couldn't interfere too much. So, I spread information about Brett to remind you of your identity. But later, for some reason, you were transported to this world. Perhaps it was due to the preparations left by the Garner? Once you arrived, my powers began to take effect. All the power you have now comes from me through the Brett Temple." Chris nodded but still had doubts. "But I've been here for 10,000 years and only started receiving the power of the Great Tao recently. And why couldn't I establish a foundation?" The man smiled. "That's because for the first 10,000 years, I was in a deep slumber. If not for your familiar power of the Great Tao, I wouldn't have awakened. Regarding your inability to establish a foundation, I suspect it's due to restrictions left by the Garner. Once you gain complete power, you can investigate the measures left by the Garner." Chris nodded again and asked, "When will I gain complete power?" "Be patient. Once we merge, everything will be fine. Then, controlling this temple, your power will not be inferior to the original Brett." Agreeing, Chris stood up. Watching the man approach, he didn't hesitate. He allowed the man to enter his body, and the two merged. Chris felt a surge of immense power flow into him, finally breaking the restriction that had kept him from establishing a foundation. His strength surged through cultivation, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul stages. Eventually, he forcefully broke through the celestial immortal realm, reaching a mysterious and unknown level. Chris was greatly shocked. The real Brett already possessed power comparable to a true immortal? Chapter 229. Can they return? All of Brett's strength was absorbed by Chris. Chris also acquired a massive amount of memories in his mind. At this moment, his eyes shone with divine light, as if he could see through everything. Chris suddenly sighed softly, stood up from the throne, and walked out of the Brett Temple. After walking out, he appeared within the necropolis of gods and demons. Compared to before when all he saw were tombstones, this time he saw much more. The necropolis had once released vast darkness, engulfing the Xianxia realm. When Chris arrived this time, it seemed the darkness had vanished, or perhaps he could not see it from inside. However, now he finally saw that the darkness had merged into the entire world. In Chris's eyes, the whole world turned an immense black, a blackness shaped like a skull. With his memory fully restored, Chris instantly recognized who the black skull belonged to upon seeing it. "Sebastian, I didn't expect you to transform into a world. Was it you who brought me here?" Chris sighed lightly. A series of black streaks appeared before Chris, forming a black figure. Although its face was indistinct, Chris could sense it gazing at him. "It seems your memories and powers have been completely restored. Otherwise, you wouldn't have noticed me." "Yes, I fused 2 kinds of power. If only I could fuse the remaining power from the Immortal Gate, I would become stronger," Chris said confidently. The shadowed figure appeared gratified. "You're right where I expected you to be for faster recovery. On Earth, there's no hope. I sensed you've already encountered a lot of immortal power. Have you started summoning the Immortal Gate?" "Yes, these universes have lost their minds because of it. If we don't summon the Immortal Gate soon, they will go mad together." Chris spoke helplessly. The shadowed figure, clearly aware of the external situation, continued, "Given your strength, opening the Immortal Gate shouldn't be an issue. But the problem is, none of us knows what lies beyond the Immortal Gate. Those who entered early might have perished. Are you willing to take such a risk?" Chris nodded. "Yes, I want to try." The shadowed figure bowed slightly. "Good. That's exactly the answer I was waiting for. However, your own power isn't enough. I can give you my power too. This way, after opening the Immortal Gate, you'll be safer." Chris frowned, wanting to refuse. After all, this shadow was the last bit of Sebastian's power left outside the Immortal Gate. It could be his power if he returned, or at least serve as a legacy if he didn't. The shadowed figure saw through Chris's thoughts and laughed. "If you can't resolve the Immortal Gate problem, these universes will eventually start fighting again. Then what good would leaving behind a legacy do? This power might give us a fighting chance. If it fails, let it be." With these words, the shadow approached and entered Chris's body. Chris allowed it, then endless darkness surged forward, entering his body. As the shadows were absorbed, time in the Xianxia realm returned to normal. Everything regained the ability to move freely, and the sentient beings remained oblivious to the time pause, feeling everything as usual. Upon receiving the dark power, Chris's strength surged, but it stopped abruptly. He felt as though he'd hit an invisible boundary. Despite not having fully digested the shadow's power, he couldn't grow further. This made him extremely uncomfortable, like being a giant stuffed into a small jar, unable to stretch out his limbs. Attempting to force his power against this constraint, Chris tried to break free but failed. Then, while he was struggling with his newfound power, a faint silhouette of a peculiar gate appeared in the sky, the Immortal Gate. This was the legendary Immortal Gate. So, It required reaching a certain power threshold to open. At the same moment, Chris's spirit returned to his body, allowing him to control it once more. The surrounding cosmic powerhouses watched the gate appear, excitement filling them. However, Chris noticed something wrong. If only those with sufficient power could open and enter the immortal gate, those without might encounter problems. He realized why Brett and others had issues with the immortal gate in the past, and immediately gave up trying to forcefully open it. The fleeting immortal gate shut instantly, stunning everyone. What happened? Where did the immortal gate go? Xianxia shouted anxiously. The Kaylee stared at Chris with wide eyes, wondering what occurred. Chris opened his eyes, unleashing overwhelming power, even greater than the pressure exerted by the immortal, who had just been defeated along with numerous strong individuals. Powerhouses looked at him in awe, bewildered by his immense strength. When silence fell, Chris spoke calmly. You saw. I can open the immortal gate, but not yet. Xianxia couldn't help but ask, then when? I need to prepare. I sense a powerful enemy within the immortal gate, Chris stated solemnly. This statement made all present uneasy. His demonstrated strength made them trust his warning about the enemy inside the immortal gate. Even though they doubted it, they dared not challenge it. Chris turned to Overlord Kai, ignoring the crowd. Sebastian left a legacy for me. Come, I'll pass it on to you. Though he couldn't share Sebastian's power, leaving behind techniques and knowledge was feasible. Overlord Kai, astonished, moved closer, asking, what exactly did you get from the Brett Temple? Everyone else was equally curious, given Brett's significance and the allure of his remnants. The Kaylee were especially hopeful, as they came from the Brett Temple. Chris said sternly, I obtained some of Brett's and Sebastian's legacies. Being their closest friends, everyone mustn't fight any longer. Otherwise, they will be displeased when they return. While the fact that Brett and Sebastian were close friends surprised everyone, the notion that they could return stunned them even more. Chapter 230, Resurrection. Chris watched the many strong figures who didn't believe him but did not say much more. He knew that even if these people still doubted, they would be wary deep down. After entrusting the legacy of the sacred deity to Kai Hampton, Chris returned to the Brett universe. This was his domain, which had developed over endless years. Brett's control over this universe had penetrated every corner, and those 3,000 great laws were one of the means by which he governed the universe. At this moment, with a casual wave from Chris, the power of space-time was set in motion. All damage and losses suffered by the entire universe were restored. However, those deceased powerful figures did not return. They could be brought back if one truly wanted to, but it would require a vast amount of universal resources. Eventually, the Brett universe would suffer from resource depletion, like the alien gods universe, forcing them to resort to plundering others. Witnessing Chris's absolute control over the universe, the Kaylee displayed looks of envy. Even they couldn't achieve such feats. But they also knew that after obtaining Brett's legacy, Chris was the new lord of the universe. Bartolomeo exchanged glances with his brothers, then they all knelt before Chris. Greetings, Lord of the Universe, the Kaylee called out respectfully together. The other powerful figures of the Brett universe lingered nearby, unwilling to leave. Seeing this scene, all living beings hastily followed suit and knelt as well. They understood that before Chris stepped into the immortal gate, only he decided the fate of this universe. Chris waved his hand, using his power to send everyone away except for the Kaylee, Nikki, and Zella. He kept the Kaylee because he sensed Brett's bloodline within them. Chris still retained his past memories, which made this moment feel somewhat strange. Those originally formidable figures whom he should have admired now looked up to him instead. He immediately helped the Kaylee to their feet and said gravely, I trust you all, so I'm going to share some information with you. Keep it confidential. The Kaylee stiffened. They had a premonition. What Chris was about to say likely concerned the immortal gate. Sure enough, after setting up barriers to prevent eavesdropping, Chris spoke solemnly, you can't enter the immortal gate. Despite expecting this, the Kaylee still wore bitter expressions. Wilfred asked involuntarily, why? Is it because it's dangerous inside? I'm not sure, but opening the immortal gate requires reaching a certain level of strength. If that's the case, anyone below that threshold entering might face dangers we can't predict, Chris explained. Brett and the sacred deity were very powerful, yet there's been no word since they entered. I can only assume not just anyone can enter the immortal gate. The Kaylee felt slightly relieved, thinking it was merely a matter of achieving a certain realm to enter, rather than facing mortal danger inside. Bartolomeo asked confusedly, then why didn't you tell the alien gods earlier? They should be able to understand. What understanding? Chris sighed, shaking his head. Their universe's resources are already exhausted. They're hoping to enter the immortal gate to relieve some pressure. If they learn entering might cause problems, they'll resort to war and plunder again. While I'm here, they wouldn't dare invade, but once I leave, they won't be able to hold back. This statement left the Kaylee feeling stern. Adamaris then asked harshly, can we trick them into entering the immortal gate and then eliminate them? Since entering the immortal gate was risky, tricking them inside seemed logical. Chris countered, do you think the alien gods are fools? As someone from the Brett universe, I would naturally take more of our people first. Once I suggest taking more of theirs, they grow suspicious. The Kaylee could not refute this. Seeing their worried expressions, Chris assured them, enough, don't worry too much. I'm informing you because I trust you, and I will handle the remaining issues. The ancestral witches, sensing Chris's unparalleled strength, chose to place their trust in him. Whether or not I leave, starting today, the future of this universe is in your hands. Take these legacies and train diligently. Chris passed on Brett's complete teachings to the Kaylee. They eagerly prostrated themselves in gratitude as Chris took his leave with Zella and Nikki. Upon arriving at a secluded part of the universe, Chris looked at Zella and asked, what do you want now? Zella appeared disheartened. She had joined Chris to retrieve her father's body, but now realized she wasn't a match for him, thus making it impossible. I await your judgment, Zella said dejectedly. Chris thought for a moment and replied, actually, reviving your father isn't impossible. I can do it, but I need to ascertain his value. Zella's eyes lit up. What value do you seek? The loyalty of the strong force tribe? That isn't much value. Considering the strong force tribe's current state, following me would be an honor for you all, Chris stated calmly. Though it sounded arrogant, Zella couldn't refute it. Yet loyalty didn't seem valuable enough to Chris. Zella hesitated. Seeing this, Chris proposed, if I revive your father, the strong force tribe must become eternal enforcers of the universe, suppressing any alien god unrest. Even though the strong force tribe was fragmented, its revival under their king would restore its former power. Using them to threaten the alien gods would deter chaos. Zella hesitated. But what if the alien gods don't listen? Then you must sacrifice your tribe to stop them. That's the price of reviving your father. Chris held no particular attachment to reviving Zella's father. But if it meant gaining help to suppress the alien gods, it wasn't an issue. Zella was conflicted. Chris had intentionally let her hear that not everyone could enter the immortal gate. Realizing this, wouldn't the alien gods create more turmoil? In the end, wouldn't her father still face a fierce battle? If he died again, what difference would resurrection make? She remained undecided, torn between the potential outcomes. Chapter 231. All disciples have returned. Chris did not urge Chuma Wang but waited patiently. This situation was a test to see whether the other beings of the Dali clan or her father held more importance in Chuma Wang's heart. After hesitating for a long time, Chuma Wang ultimately chose her father. Of course, she was betting on Chris being able to control the situation. With such a powerful person like Chris around, a fight wouldn't break out anytime soon. Chris understood Chuma Wang's thoughts and consoled her. The immortal sect is indeed unsafe for you all, but it doesn't pose much threat to me, so I have a high chance of returning. Chuma Wang relaxed a little more and said, I choose to save my father. Chris nodded slightly and then utilized cosmic power to resurrect the deceased Dali Divine Kai from thin air. However, he couldn't truly resurrect any living being at will. The Dali Divine Kai could be resurrected because he died in the Brett universe. Soon, the Dali Divine Kai slowly appeared before Chuma Wang. The energy expended on this resurrection made even Chris frown. Had it not been for the thought that the Dali Divine Kai could control the Dali clan and protect the Brett universe, Chris would have been unwilling to help. The resurrected Dali Divine Kai looked puzzled. He remembered perishing along with a formidable enemy. Why had he suddenly come back to life? Chuma Wang excitedly rushed into his embrace and cried, Father! The Dali Divine Kai hugged his daughter in surprise, but was quickly drawn to Chris. The unparalleled power emanating from Chris left him astonished. You're a true immortal? Something like that. Chris lightly tapped the Dali Divine Kai's forehead, instantly transmitting all the events that had transpired over the years into his mind. As a peak Jace, the Dali Divine Kai quickly grasped the entire situation and understood why he was resurrected. He looked at his daughter with complex eyes. He hadn't expected that after awakening, his clan had been sold by her. But considering her helplessness and suffering, he didn't say much more, only caressing her head lovingly. I will try my best to handle this, he said solemnly, but I won't let my daughter die needlessly. Chris sighed in emotion. You two truly share deep familial bonds. She helps you, and you help her. There was an unspoken line about the Dali clan's people that Chris didn't voice, feeling somewhat sorry for them. Yet since this benefited the Brett universe, he didn't make the father and daughter lose face. Waving his hand, he said, Go to the foreign god universe to gather your clan's people. If anyone obstructs you, use my name. Chris also thought of his own disciples when he saw the deep affection between the father and daughter. Those disciples were still in the Xianxia world, and Chris planned to visit them. Wondrous one, come with me to see your fellow disciples, Chris said seriously. Zofia raised an eyebrow. Eldest senior brother, and the others are there too? As the ninth disciple, Zofia wasn't familiar with many of the junior disciples, but knew eldest senior brother and the others well. Chris chuckled. Yes, they will all be there. Since he could revive Dali Divine Kai, reviving his deceased disciples was within his power as well. Though using cosmic power to revive specific individuals might seem biased, Chris didn't consider himself a paragon of virtue. He took Zofia's hand and stepped forward, instantly returning to Xianxia world. They stood at the ruins of Sacred Mountain outside Horizon Village. Hayward Mountain. From where he stood, Chris could see the vast cemetery. The graves belonged to his deceased disciples. Originally, these graveyards should have been neglected, but there were clear signs of cleaning. Chris realized that other disciples must have sent soldiers to guard and maintain the place. Sighing softly, Chris then infused cosmic power into the graves. Soon, the graves began to move, hands emerging from the earth like ghosts at night. But when the people fully emerged, they were all alive, with no change in appearance except for their memories, which stopped at the moment of their death. Chris hovered in midair and spoke solemnly, Come here. I'll tell you what happened these years. The disciples recognized his voice and turned around. Seeing Chris's unchanged appearance, they didn't know whether to cry or laugh. They had feelings for him, but those feelings were complex, especially since he often appeared weak. Seeing the complicated expressions on his disciples' faces, Chris directly conveyed all events of the past years into their minds. Shock spread across their faces as they processed the information. Soon, they understood everything, feeling ashamed for misunderstanding their master. Some regretted it deeply, even kneeling and crying, apologizing to Chris. Chris used his power to help them up and then teleported Summer and others over, including those far away in the universe like eldest disciple. Summer, who was closest to Chris, immediately rushed to him. Brody, you're actually the great Brett? The entire universe belongs to you? Other disciples also looked stunned. Chris smiled and hugged Summer, gazing at all the disciples with emotion. We're finally all together. A family should always stick together. They felt warm-hearted. Even those who once caused trouble for Chris now looked at him sincerely. They admired him not because of his strength, but because they understood his hardships. Eldest disciple and Xianxia approached and asked, Brody, will you leave again? Can we stay here at Hayward Mountain? Chris replied, I still have unfinished business, but I can spend some time with you. Once I rebuild Alden Sect, take care of this place after I'm gone, fulfilling our master's wishes and protecting this universe. The Dali Divine Kai agreed and left with his daughter. Seeing the close relationship between the father and daughter reminded Chris of his own disciples. His disciples were still in the Xianxia realm, and Chris planned to visit them. Sophia, come along and meet your fellow disciples, Chris said gravely. Sophia raised an eyebrow. Senior brother and the others are there too? Being junior sister 9, Sophia wasn't familiar with many of the junior disciples, but knew senior brother well. Chris smiled and assured her, yes, they'll all be there. Since he could resurrect the Dali Divine Kai, naturally, he could also resurrect his deceased disciples. Although using cosmic power for selective resurrection seemed biased, Chris didn't consider himself a great person. He took Sophia's hand, stepped forward, and instantly returned to the Xianxia realm. They stood amidst the ruins of the sacred mountain outside Tianya village. Mount Conway. Standing here, Chris saw vast graveyards filled with his deceased disciples. These cemeteries should have been filthy and neglected, but clearly showed signs of being tidied up. Chris inferred other disciples must have arranged this. Sighing, he used cosmic power and injected it into the graves. Soon, the graves began moving as hands emerged like ghosts in the night. However, those who emerged were alive. Their appearances were unchanged, but their memories were stuck at the moment of their death. Chris, floating in the air, called out, "Come over. I will tell you what happened these past years." Recognizing his voice, the disciples turned around. Seeing Chris's unchanged appearance, they were at a loss, whether to cry or laugh. Their feelings towards him were complicated. After all, in their eyes, Chris always acted weaker than he was. Seeing the complex gazes of his numerous disciples, Chris directly imparted everything that had happened into their minds. Shock was evident on every disciple's face as they rapidly digested the information. Once they fully comprehended everything, each felt ashamed, realizing their misunderstanding towards their master. Some regretted bitterly, kneeling and apologizing to Chris. Chris used his strength to help everyone up and teleported Antony and other distant disciples to him, sharing all the details. Antony, being closest to Chris, rushed to him. "Brody, you're the great Godbred, and the whole universe belongs to you?" The other disciples were equally shocked. Chris, smiling, hugged Antony and gazed at all the disciples with deep emotion. "Finally, we're all together. A family should be complete and united." All the disciples looked at Chris warmly. Even little 38, who once caused chaos, now looked at Chris sincerely. There was nothing but admiration for Chris. This wasn't due to his power, but because they understood his past hardships, finally opening up their hearts. Senior Disciple 1 asked, "Brody, will you leave again? Can we stay at Mount Conway with you?" Chris chuckled. "I still have unfinished business, but living with you for a while isn't bad. I will rebuild the Wei Dao sect. Once I'm gone, you must carry on its legacy, not just for me or my Brody's wishes, but to protect this universe." Chapter 231. All disciples have returned. Chris did not urge Arrigo but waited patiently. This situation tested who Arrigo valued more in her heart, the other beings of the strong race or her father. After a long hesitation, Arrigo eventually chose her father. Of course, she was also betting on Chris's ability to control the situation. With such a powerful figure as Chris around, it was unlikely that any conflict would break out in a short time. Chris understood Arrigo's thoughts and reassured her, "The immortal sect is indeed unsafe for you all, but it doesn't pose a significant threat to me, so there's a high chance I'll come back." Arrigo relaxed somewhat and said, "I choose to save my father." Chris nodded slightly and then used cosmic power to resurrect the deceased Great Force God Kai. However, he couldn't revive just anyone. It was only possible because the Great Force God Kai had died in the Brett universe. Soon, the Great Force God Kai slowly appeared before Arrigo. The power expended in this resurrection made Chris frown deeply. If not for the consideration that the Great Force God Kai could control the strong race and protect the Brett universe, Chris wouldn't have revived him. The newly resurrected Great Force God Kai was puzzled. He remembered dying alongside a formidable foe. Why had he suddenly been brought back? Overwhelmed with emotion, Arrigo threw herself into the Great Force God Kai's embrace, sobbing, "Father!" Great Force God Kai embraced his daughter in surprise, clearly taken aback. But soon, his attention was drawn to Chris, whose unparalleled power left him astonished. You're a true immortal?" Something like that. Chris casually tapped the Great Force God Kai's forehead, transmitting the events of recent years directly into his mind. As a peak celestial immortal, the Great Force God Kai quickly understood what had transpired and why he had been resurrected. He looked at his daughter with complex emotions, realizing that the strong race was now under different control due to her actions. Considering her predicament and pain, he didn't blame her and gently stroked her head. "I will try my best to handle this situation," he vowed, "but I won't let my daughter sacrifice herself." Chris remarked, feeling moved, "You two really care for each other. She helps you, and you help her." He left unsaid that this decision came at the cost of the strong race members. Nevertheless, since the Brett universe benefited from this, Chris didn't want to make them feel cornered. He waved his hand and said, "Go organize your people in the foreign god universe. If anyone tries to stop you, use my name." The Great Force God Kai thanked him and led his daughter away. Seeing their deep bond reminded Chris of his own disciples. "My disciples are still in the mystic heaven realm. Let's go visit," Chris said to Sophia. Sophia raised an eyebrow. "Dalen brother and the others are there too?" As little 9, Sophia wasn't familiar with many of the junior disciples, but knew the senior ones well. With a smile, Chris replied, "Yes, they are all there." Having the power to resurrect the Great Force God Kai, reviving his own dead disciples was naturally within his capability. Although using cosmic power for this seemed biased, Chris wasn't claiming to be a saint. Holding Sophia's hand, he stepped forward and instantly returned to the mystic heaven realm, appearing outside the ruins of Holy Mountain near Horizon Village. Standing atop Alden Mountain, Chris saw the vast cemetery filled with graves of his deceased disciples. Normally, these unattended cemeteries would be unkempt, but signs of cleaning were evident. Soldiers were patrolling, likely sent by the remaining disciples. Sighing, Chris activated cosmic power, infusing energy into the graves. Soon, movement began, hands emerging from the ground, creating a ghostly scene. But as figures emerged, they were all alive and breathing, unchanged from how they looked in life. Only their memories had changed, stopping at the moment of their death, without recollection of the intervening years. Hovering midair, Chris said solemnly, "Come closer. I need to tell you everything that happened these past years." Hearing his familiar voice, the disciples turned to see his unchanged face and felt unsure whether to laugh or cry. Despite their complicated feelings towards Chris, some found him deceptively weak. He remained a beloved figure. Seeing their complex expressions, Chris directly implanted all the information about recent events into their minds. As they rapidly absorbed the details, shock spread across their faces. Realizing their misunderstanding, shame washed over them. Some even wept and knelt down, asking for forgiveness. Chris smiled and used his power to help them stand. Then, he summoned Tamara and other distant disciples to join them. Even those far away in space, including the eldest disciple, were teleported over. Chris relayed all the events to them as well. Tamara, closest to Chris, immediately rushed into his arms. "Brody, you're actually the great deity brat. You own the entire universe?" Other disciples also showed their shock. Laughing, Chris hugged Tamara and looked at everyone, full of emotion. "We're finally all together. A family should be complete." The disciples looked at Chris with warmth, even former troublemakers like Xianxia. Their respect for Chris grew deeper, understanding his past hardships. Their hearts were at peace. Dalen one approached and asked, "Brody, will you leave us? Can we stay here at Alden Mountain?" Chris chuckled, "I have unfinished business, but living with you for some time is possible. After rebuilding the Alden sect, you must carry on its legacy for me and our Brody, to protect this universe." Chapter 232. The Immortal Gate opens again. Chris's disciples, hearing that he was leaving again and wouldn't return in the short term, were worried. But Chris no longer explained further, and instead began restoring the Holy Mountain. After the Holy Mountain was restored, Chris followed his memory to rebuild the Hayward sect structures. Standing before the sect's archway, Chris's eyes were filled with nostalgia for when he first arrived and for the warm moments of his master nurturing him. Behind him, thousands of disciples stood quietly. Tamara, acting on her favorite status, asked, "Brody, why don't you revive Bear too?" The other disciples also looked at Chris curiously. Given Chris's temperament, they thought he would revive his master as well. After all, his master's biggest wish before dying was to see Chris succeed. However, Chris gently shook his head and said, "If Brody were to come back to life, it would be even more painful than death." Hayward sect is now fragmented, suppressing fellow disciples. If Brody saw this state of Hayward sect, he would be very distressed. The many disciples fell silent. Indeed, Bear had spent his entire life striving for Hayward sect's strength. Knowing what happened to the sect after his death, he would definitely not be happy. Seeing everyone's downcast faces, Chris laughed and said, "All right, stop overthinking it. Go choose your living places within Hayward sect first." The disciples exchanged glances and then rushed into the sect like a swarm, racing towards the palaces closest to Chris, all trying to secure them. But how could the youngest disciple compete against his senior brothers and sisters? Soon, the group was disciplined and forced to change their residences. Only Tamara cleverly stayed put, hugging Chris's arm and said, "Brody, let me serve you by your side from now on, okay?" Chris smiled and nodded, "All right, I'll agree if I can return." Hearing this, the many disciples blamed themselves for not thinking of this tactic earlier. If they had known, they would have stayed by Brody's side. However, since the places were already chosen, these disciples couldn't easily move. Taking a step forward, Chris floated up into the sky above Hayward sect and declared in a deep voice, "From today onward, I will begin delivering my teachings. Come and listen carefully, so you can soon achieve the realm of an immortal." This voice spread throughout the universe, and every creature heard it clearly. Excitement lit up their faces. They hadn't expected Chris to give teachings, so they rushed to gather. The powerful beings of Xianxia world were the first to arrive near Hayward sect. Creatures from other worlds didn't lag behind either, hurrying to the scene. In less than a day, Xianxia world became densely packed with people. Even the outer regions formed layers of human walls. Had Chris not assured that one could hear clearly from afar, these crowds might have already forcefully pushed into Xianxia world. Once confirming that all the creatures of Pangu universe had gathered, Chris began lecturing. He didn't hold back, sharing all his knowledge and experience, including things meant for his disciples and descendants. The numerous strong beings marveled at Chris's generosity, listening attentively with gratitude. As Chris taught, golden lotuses blossomed in the sky, emitting fragrant aromas, a celestial sign. Amidst this phenomenon, the many powerful beings made rapid progress. Especially those stuck at bottlenecks broke through one by one. Within 3 days, Chris astonishingly created over 10,000 jaces. Though still few, compared to before, this was a massive improvement. Moreover, Chris's teaching wasn't stopping yet. Unbeknownst to the time past, everyone was deeply immersed in profound principles. When they finally calmed down, they realized Chris had stopped teaching long ago. "The teachings end here. I am about to journey to the Immortal Gate," Chris said gravely. The many strong beings immediately felt envy upon hearing this. Only the 12 ancestral spirits suddenly tensed up with anxiety. Chris stood tall and under the kneeling crowd's adoration, he proceeded to the outer universe. The hetero-deities had been waiting there. Upon seeing Chris, they hurried around him. Especially the various god Kais watched him nervously, wanting to know who he would bring into the Immortal Gate. Chris, looking at the numerous god Kais, stated solemnly, "I just received a call from the Immortal Gate. They reminded me that only those with sufficient power to open the gate can enter. Your powers are too low. Entering will result in rejection from the Immortal Gate and could lead to serious consequences. So I will go in first. You must wait. If nothing happens to me, I will definitely come get you. If something does happen, you won't perish." The hetero-deity kings originally hoped to enter the Immortal Gate with him. Getting such a response, they felt somewhat angry at Chris's apparent flip-flopping but dared not resist. Seeing their dissatisfaction, Chris calmly added, "Of course, this time I won't bring any from my own universe. You may come if you want." Hearing Chris wouldn't take anyone from Pangu universe, the hetero deity kings eased a bit. At least it seemed fair. Seeing no objections from the hetero deities, Chris warned, "After I enter the immortal gate, you must wait patiently. Don't start wars randomly even if resources dwindle, or the methods I've left behind can destroy your entire universe. Understand?" This was a scare tactic, but Chris's power made the hetero deity universe hesitant to risk testing it. After warning the hetero deities, ensuring they had no further ideas, Chris exerted all his energy. In the sky, the immortal gate slowly appeared and gradually opened. Unlike the gate opened by Brett and deity saints, this time, countless auspicious blessings radiated from within. Even just feeling those beams made everyone sense an elevation. Chris also felt the benevolence of the immortal gate, finding it strange since it wasn't like this for Brett and others before. Could it be true that only true immortals can enter? Just as Chris pondered, a figure rushed forward. It was a hetero deity king. That king, feeling comfortable from the auspicious light, thought Chris might be lying and wanted to try entering to gain benefits. But as the king entered the light of the immortal gate, a piercing scream echoed. An incomparably terrifying pressure crushed him completely. The many strong beings were instantly intimidated. So, Chris was right. The immortal gate wasn't for everyone. Chapter 233, the grand finale. Chris walked towards the immortal gate amidst envious and reverent gazes from numerous powerful figures. The immortal gate's auspicious energy welcomed him in. As he entered the immortal gate, his body began to undergo purification. He felt his flesh becoming purer and more robust. It seemed as though his strength was also increasing. Soon, Chris stepped into the immortal gate but found that he hadn't directly transitioned into another world. Instead, he had entered a certain passageway. This passage was incredibly long. Despite being bathed in light, it was littered with corpses. These were all strong beings who had attempted to become immortals by breaking through. Due to their inadequate power, they had met their end. Chris both hoped and feared that he might see Brett's remains. In this corridor filled with countless corpses, he continually moved forward. Deeper inside, the number of corpses diminished significantly. Clearly, very few people could reach this place. Throughout this process, Chris didn't sense any presence of Brett's power at all. After all, he himself was formed from Brett, transforming into 3 purities. If he could have encountered one of his own 3 purities avatars, he would certainly have detected it. Just as Chris saw the exit of the passage and began thinking that Brett might not be dead, feeling relieved, suddenly, he saw 2 sets of remains lying on the ground. One set of remains emitted a familiar sensation, causing Chris to bitterly smile. Slowly, he approached them and confirmed that these were indeed left by Brett and Garner. Immediately, Chris placed his hands on the 2 sets of remains and started devouring them. There was no residual power within the remains, only some memories. Chris quickly obtained all their memories, understanding what had happened. Brett and the other deity, despite their formidable power, had barely made it here but ultimately couldn't hold on any longer, thus leading to their deaths. Chris slowly stood up and said, "Rest assured, I will enter that world and find out what has happened." Taking large steps forward, Chris crossed through the immortal gate. With a flash of intense light, Chris arrived in a brand new world. This world was immensely vast, filled with a mysterious force that pervaded everything. Its spirit energy was thousands, or even 10,000 times purer than that of the lower realms. If one were to cultivate here for an extended period, their progress would undoubtedly be rapid. Relieved, Chris confirmed it was indeed the true immortal realm. He had even suspected it might be some hellish realm. However, upon scanning the surroundings, he realized that although the spirit energy was abundant, the world appeared empty. Initially, Chris thought it might be sparsely populated, but as he explored further, he discovered that this world was truly vast and desolate. Soon, Chris saw a structure. Upon entering, however, he found corpses scattered everywhere. Beings of various races and attire had died tragically on the spot. It was clear a war had erupted. Frowning, Chris began investigating. He searched through this sect's territory, finding many profound techniques and methods as well as medicinal gardens, none of which seemed to be heavily damaged. Clearly, this was a pure conflict where the intent was to decide a life or death outcome. Not finding the cause of the war there, Chris immediately sought other places. Soon, he found many cities and sections, but in each one, every living being was dead. This did not seem like the aftermath of a war anymore. Instead, it resembled a virus outbreak that caused everyone to turn against each other. As Chris was contemplating this, he suddenly saw a palace floating in the sky. He immediately flew over, hoping to find something inside. Sure enough, this time his efforts weren't in vain. Inside the palace, Chris found several books containing records. The immortal realm is in chaos again. Those fellows have caused much destruction this time, resulting in casualties amounting to 1/3 of the immortal realm's population. The cause of the war is unknown, but people believe it's a curse. We monopolized the immortal realm and blocked all pathways from various dimensions to this place. This is our retribution. But now it's too late. We can only leave this information as a warning to future generations. Never attempt to monopolize the immortal realm. This world belongs to all living beings. After reading the entire record, Chris finally understood. Originally, the immortal realm should have been similar to multiple dimensions. The power of the immortal realm should have flowed freely to countless dimensions, and the immortal gate wasn't supposed to open only when one reached a certain level. It should have remained open continuously. However, due to these individuals' greed, wanting to monopolize the immortal realm, living beings from various worlds couldn't enter, and thus, they suffered retribution. Chris, thinking along these lines, revealed a look of surprise. He was eager to find out how to resolve the blockade of the immortal realm. Chris frantically poured through various texts and soon found the solution. It turned out that various major forces each held a gateway which had been sealed off. Without delay, Chris proceeded to unlock each one. Once unlocked, Fui Qidong Junfa indeed allowed him to freely open any immortal gate. Note: Fui Qidong Junfa seems out of place in the flow of English text and appears to be untranslated Chinese. I will translate it as activating the formations at will. Chris, thinking along these lines, revealed a look of surprise. He was eager to find out how to resolve the blockade of the immortal realm. Chris frantically poured through various texts and soon found the solution. It turned out that various major forces each held a gateway which had been sealed off. Without delay, Chris proceeded to unlock each one. Once unlocked, activating the formations at will indeed allowed him to freely open any immortal gate. Chris immediately opened the immortal gate he had previously entered. The powerful beings who had been waiting after Chris entered the immortal gate all showed signs of great excitement. Chris's voice echoed from the immortal gate, "Come in, anyone. From now on, entry into the immortal realm will be unrestricted." Upon hearing this, the multitude of powerful beings were overwhelmed with excitement. They never expected that Chris's departure would bring such monumental news. In no time, everyone rushed madly towards the immortal gate. Chris naturally brought up his disciples first. After bringing them up, Chris arranged for them to stay in the heavenly palaces, as this was clearly the strongest place in the entire immortal realm. Soon, all living beings flooded into the world. Feeling the rich immortal aura, they were all extremely happy, especially the alien deities who wept with joy. They had thought they would be eternally confined to that small universe. To their astonishment, there was such a resource-rich land. However, Chris understood that, with abundant resources, conflicts would surely arise among these people later on. Therefore, he instructed his disciples to focus on cultivating and gathered the Kali and the alien godkais to form an enforcement group. The events of sealing off the lower realms and the subsequent chaos and plunder must never happen again. All living beings naturally cooperated, eagerly seeking suitable places for cultivation. Within less than 100 years, Chris organized the immortal realm perfectly. His strength grew faster than anyone else's, firmly occupying the position of immortal Kai, commanding all. The end.